Introduction. On this vast earth, humanity has established empire after empire. While orcs lurk with keen interest, elves remain hidden, and dwarves conceal themselves. The so-called dragons and magic exist merely within the pages of books. To their surprise, calamities descended from the heavens, and disasters emerged. Countless terrifying creatures fell from the skies, and medieval knights clad in steel finally witnessed the terrifying power of these monsters. How could a long sword stand shoulder to shoulder with the extraordinary? Death may well be the ultimate release for humanity. The first era of calamity turned out to be a nightmare for all living beings. Chapter 1. Transformed into a tentacled monster. This wretched substance is horrifically unpalatable. Chunjio spat a lump of dark, viscous mud onto the soft ground beneath his feet, his face contorted in disgust. Were someone to behold Chunjio's current appearance at this moment, they would likely be overwhelmed with terror, spiraling into madness. In fact, even Chunjio himself was taken aback and found it difficult to accept his own visage upon first confirming it. At this moment, his form had become grotesquely distorted, resembling a mass of irregularly shaped tentacles riddled with countless tiny holes. Countless slender appendages coiled around him like serpents, evoking a sense of dread at a mere glance. Anyone suffering from severe trypophobia would likely be left petrified. Just then, a tentacled creature, strikingly similar to Chunjio in appearance, slowly crawled toward him and unhesitatingly devoured the lump of mud he had just expelled. "Get away! Do not flit around in my sight. I cannot bear to have my vision tainted." Chunjio, exceedingly irritated, waved a tentacle violently, rudely shoving the creature that was consuming the mud away. The tentacled creature, evidently perplexed by the sudden action of its companion, could only roll about in confusion, attempting to comprehend the situation. "Go away. Go play elsewhere." Chunjio had actually traversed to this realm 2 years prior. Upon awakening from slumber, he had been astonished to discover that he had transformed into a fearsome tentacled monster. Here, as far as the eye could see, stretched an endless expanse of desolate desert, while the sky above was shrouded in inky darkness, punctuated by towering rocks, with the moon emitting an eerie green glow suspended in the heavens. As for the sun, in this desolate land, it simply did not exist. The sky was often besieged by rains of black sludge, which constituted the sole sustenance for their entire tentacled kin. However, the nauseating odor was truly repugnant. Each time he ate, Chunjio was beset by severe waves of nausea. Although surrounded by a vast tribe of tentacled monsters, he had yet to encounter any intelligent life. The beings cohabiting with him possessed intellect akin to that of dogs, perhaps even more foolish. Observing the creature rolling on the ground, Chunjio could only reach this disheartening conclusion. As one of the few dominant species in this region, other beings kept their distance from Chunjio and his kin. Over the past 2 years, aside from his own kind, he had only witnessed a scant few other species. After gently nudging the tentacled creature, it rolled for a while before coming to a halt, convinced that Chunjio was courting it. Thus, hesitantly, the creature extended its reproductive appendage, seemingly preparing for a vigorous bout of fencing. Seeing this, Chunjio was seized with terror and scrambled away from the scene. This wretched race shared a troubling trait with humans. They were perpetually in heat, their desires unabated. Particularly, the reproductive method of the tentacled monsters was asexual, a peculiar form of reproduction akin to goblins and novels, relying on other beings for procreation. After fleeing for a considerable distance, Chunjio dared to glance back to see if the creature that had solicited a fencing match was in pursuit. Upon confirming it was not, he finally relaxed. He had previously endured a week of relentless pursuit by a desire-driven, tentacled monster, and it was only his superior agility that had spared him from defilement. Wiping non-existent sweat from his brow with an already unclean tentacle, Chunjio suddenly felt his footing give way, as if he had stepped into an abyss, and his body plummeted rapidly. In that instant, a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors surged into his vision. Before him lay a breathtaking panorama of lush green grass and flourishing leaves, interspersed with vibrant flowers and slender, brown branches. Such a captivating sight left Chunjio momentarily spellbound. For 2 long years, the greenest thing he had encountered was that atrociously ugly moon, which he could not destroy. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Yet, just then, a sudden cry jolted Chunjio's attention. After 2 years, this was the first time he had heard another creature's voice. Following the sound, he spotted a figure about the size of a thumb. With keen eyesight, he could distinctly observe the features of these diminutive beings. Clad in simple cloth, Their skin was as white as snow, with pointed ears and hair flowing in the breeze, each visage remarkably handsome, perfectly embodying Chun Jiu's definition of beauty. Could these be the fabled elves from novels? Greetings. Chun Jiu attempted to communicate, unable to conceal his excitement at encountering sentient beings for the first time. However, before he could finish, a cacophony erupted. Monster! The monster speaks. Attack quickly. Then came a clamor. Shoot arrows. Shoot arrows. Chun Jiu scratched his head, witnessing the small being's panicked demeanor, and began to ponder whether he should cease his approach, as it seemed somewhat impolite to intrude. But soon his thoughts changed. A sharp sting struck him as these beings initiated their assault. Numerous tentacles of his were pierced, leaving him gasping as they grazed his nerves. Hiss, I harbor no ill will. As the sage says, if you come in peace, find peace. Since I've arrived, let me entomb you here. Chun Jiu plopped down onto the ground, numerous tentacles ensnaring the beings and delivering them directly to his maw. Instantly, the taste of braised meat spread across his palate, accompanied by a delightful crunch. Each bite was satisfyingly crisp. Wow, how delectable! Chun Jiu's eyes gleamed as he continued to devour the elves, growing increasingly addicted. Help! Run! The monster is devouring the soldiers. Naturally, Chun Jiu would not allow them to escape. One by one, he consumed them, feeling his strength surge. Such deliciousness could fortify him. How could he resist such fortune? In comparison to this exquisite flavor, the prior's sustenance was akin to dirt. Fortunately, Chun Jiu's sanity had been significantly bolstered in the previous world, even assimilating some of its concepts into his being. Chapter 2. The Beginning. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, a cluster of houses that once stood proudly atop the massive tree trunks suddenly collapsed. These structures, clearly constructed with meticulous care, crumbled in an instant beneath the terrifying sweep of the tentacles of Chun Jiu. Remarkably, despite the cacophony, the dense surrounding forest muffled the sound, preventing it from traveling far. A colossal tentacle ensnared a fleeing elven soldier, whose armor resembled the prickly shell of a crayfish. Chun Jiu, with great care, removed the soldier's armor before swallowing him whole. Many elves attempted to leap into the jungle to escape, but at that moment, Chun Jiu's tentacles had encircled the entire camp, leaving no escape routes. Monster! The elven soldiers, realizing their blades could not inflict any harm upon the massive appendages, scattered in panic. Some soldiers, defiant against fate, hacked away, hoping to uncover a weakness in Chun Jiu. Yet, until they were consumed in the gaping maw of Chun Jiu, they found no strategy to confront him. Once every creature in plain sight had been devoured, Chun Jiu feigned departure, but quietly lurked within the camp. His gaze scoured the entire town, leaving no potential hiding place unexamined. Whenever he identified a target, he would unhesitatingly ensnare it with his tentacles and deliver it to his ravenous mouth. Occasionally, a few unfortunate elves strayed into his territory, swiftly becoming an addition to his feast. For Chun Jiu, recognizing the futility of coexistence, he resolved to restore his taste buds, nearly degraded by the dark mire. The exhilaration stemming from his continuous growth captivated him, rendering him unable to extricate himself from its allure. He seized dozens of elves, male and female alike, wrapping them tightly with his tentacles, studying their anatomy with meticulous attention. In the meantime, other tentacles relentlessly fed him, satisfying his insatiable appetite. As he consumed and grew, upon reaching a critical threshold, Chun Jiu was astounded to discover that he had unlocked a genetic editing ability. This innate power was swiftly mastered, and a rule known as reproduction surged into his dominion like a torrent. This rule clearly presented Chun Jiu with two choices: to expand the population of his species or to concentrate all power on enhancing his personal strength. Given the concerningly low intelligence level of his kind, Chun Jiu resolutely opted to focus on self-improvement. After conducting a thorough and detailed study of several elves, he uncovered the essential truth. He required the bodily fluids of animals. Be it common livestock such as cows and dogs, or various other creatures, all could fulfill his needs. Specifically, this could include blood, saliva, or even other unknown bodily fluids. While the flesh of animals could also contribute to his growth, the effects of blood proved significantly more beneficial in terms of unit mass. Was this the limitation of a tentacle monster? As he pondered deeply, Chun Jiu made a silent vow. He would not merely rely on devouring flesh for growth. He must discover a sustainable method. The entire camp was ruthlessly engulfed in flames, reduced to ruins. After days of patient waiting, Chunjiu confirmed that no one had survived or escaped. He resolved to explore this new world and seek the source of power that would sustain his growth. Having lingered in place for several days, the outside world had transformed dramatically. The once lush and vibrant jungle was now shrouded in thick smoke and flames reaching skyward. A caravan of refugees within the forest had caught the attention of the monster. A group of panicked elven civilians, escorted by valiant elven soldiers, desperately sought to flee from this sudden catastrophe. Among them, an elven mother clutched her infant tightly, fear etched across her face, while an elderly elf strained to draw his bowstring, attempting to alleviate some pressure from soldiers. Yet, surrounding the soldiers was a terrifying circle of ravenous wolves, their obsidian fur glistening ominously, their eyes locked hungrily upon their prey. These wolves were unlike any they had hunted before. They were colossal, towering to human height. The elves' blades struggled to inflict any damage upon the giant wolves, with only the massive crossbows originally mounted on the walls capable of piercing their thick hides. But now, the city had already fallen. From where could they procure such weaponry? Oh gods, whichever deity it may be, please save us. I would pay any price to rescue us all, pleaded a female elf named Lia, clad in garments of a nun, as she clasped her ample bosom, bowed her head, and knelt in prayer, eyes tightly shut. Enough. Cease your prayers. For years, we have told you that no gods exist, yet you refuse to believe. It is infuriating that your delusions about that ethereal deity have squandered the Empire's resources. A soldier, clad in garb distinct from the others, struck Lia hard, knocking her to the ground. Realizing his own imminent demise, he bellowed in a fit of rage, unleashing his impotent fury. A massive gray wolf lunged, sinking its sharp fangs into the waist of a soldier and dragging him out of the protective circle for the others to feast upon. As time passed, the number of those trapped continued to dwindle. As the leader of the escape party, George understood all too well that if things continued as they were, they would undoubtedly perish. After careful deliberation, he resolved to sacrifice the frail and elderly to afford his soldiers a chance at survival. At least this way, he could retain some strength. And what if the monsters grew satiated? George gambled with this decision, though it undoubtedly caused him to lose the people's trust. Furious civilians, upon hearing his orders, hurled whatever they could, perhaps stones or branches, toward George, who was shielded by the soldiers. Though fully armed, the soldiers could not contend with the giant wolves, yet they could easily bully the civilians. The defenseless were pushed out of the protective circle, and the ravenous wolves devoured them in mere moments. Chapter 3. Redemption. A piercing scream reverberated through the night, a sound so harrowing that it seemed capable of tearing the very fabric of the world asunder. The scene of unimaginable horror unfolded with startling abruptness, rendering the surrounding civilians utterly paralyzed with fear. Their eyes widened in terror as they beheld the gruesome spectacle before them, filled with a sense of despair. Yet, what could these unarmed innocents do against the merciless soldiers? Their only recourse was to express their profound dissatisfaction through impotent curses, a feeble resistance that was insignificant in the face of their heavily armed adversaries. Among those thrust into the chaos, a nun lay prostrate on the ground, fervently praying, "Whoever you are, whatever you may be, please save us. I am willing to give everything for this." In the face of overwhelming dread, the nun appeared diminutive and helpless, her body trembling uncontrollably, her head bowed in submission, for before her crouched a colossal wolf, its grotesque features bared in a menacing snarl, poised to devour its prey. "Are you truly willing to give everything?" A mysterious, resonant voice suddenly whispered in her ear. It was Chunjiu, who had appeared without notice, ensnaring the monstrous wolf within his sprawling tentacles. Countless appendages erupted from the earth, binding the beast in a relentless grip. As the tentacles constricted, the wolf emitted agonizing howls, ultimately succumbing after a violent struggle. Chunjiu then tossed the lifeless creature into his mouth, savoring it with delight, exclaiming, "Ah, this braised beef-flavored wolf meat is truly delectable. Delightfully crunchy." At that moment, the massive shadow cast by the tentacles enveloped the nun, obscuring her view of the world around her. Yet, such details had become irrelevant. She was entirely devoted to her supplication before Chunjiu. "O God, I am willing to offer all that I am, including my soul and body, if only you can rescue us from our suffering." In that instant, the nun placed her entire hope in this enigmatic entity. Chunjiu leaned closer, observing the frightened beings around him, contemplating his plan. I shall protect all females, but there is a price to pay. Who among you is willing to follow me? His deep, magnetic voice resonated, echoing with an irresistible allure that profoundly stirred the hearts of all present. To the panicked spirits, the immense, fearsome tentacles represented an unfathomable power that effortlessly dispatched the ravenous wolves. This sudden turn of events plunged them into a state of profound shock, and the voice that echoed in their ears solidified their belief that this was indeed a divine miracle sent from above. I am willing. So am I. In an instant, a chorus of affirmations filled the air, resonating throughout the space. For the majority of unwed female elves, facing those ferocious and terrifying soldiers meant becoming mere pawns, susceptible to manipulation and potentially discarded as mere fodder at any moment. Yet, this enigmatic and immensely powerful being before them offered a glimmer of hope. Perhaps following him could lead to a chance for survival, a pathway towards an uncertain yet promising future. With death as their only certainty, they found themselves devoid of options. Rather than resigning themselves to fate, they resolved to take a bold leap. Consequently, an increasing number of female elves expressed their willingness to follow Chunjiu and seek a new avenue. Begone, all of you. George's pallid countenance betrayed a deep-seated apprehension as he regarded Chunjiu's colossal form, akin to a mountain. He pondered silently. How could a bright future possibly await them in the company of such a fearsome creature? Moreover, George tightly clutched a considerable force of soldiers, sufficient to secure a new territory and continue living a life of leisure as a noble. Even if he were to lose a portion of the commoners, it would hardly be deemed a significant loss in his eyes. Very well, Chunjiu intoned with a deep voice, then extended one of his remarkably robust tentacles, branching out wider than the others. This tentacle gently coiled around all the elves willing to accompany him, lifting them aloft. Subsequently, Chunjiu carelessly discarded the decaying corpse of a giant wolf, long dead and exuding a foul stench, onto the ground. At that moment, George was lost in dreams of the future, utterly oblivious to the impending danger that had silently approached. With a resounding thud, the heavy wolf carcass landed squarely upon George, instantly reducing him to a pulpy mass. Lord George, what shall we do? His personal guard, witnessing the scene, plunged into chaos and panic, standing frozen in disbelief. Meanwhile, the ordinary citizens erupted in applause, their faces alight with ecstatic smiles. Good riddance, someone shouted, their voice tinged with a sense of liberation and delight. It was evident that the townsfolk had long harbored discontent towards the tyrannical Lord George, and witnessing his dismal fate brought them immense satisfaction. Chunjiu led the elves to their former city, now largely in ruins. I require you to gather liquid offerings each night, while you must cultivate and sustain yourselves otherwise. However, I will ensure your safety as long as you remain within this city. Chunjiu articulated his terms, his tentacles retreating into the earth, resembling a grotesque tree of flesh and blood. The female elves blushed, exchanging glances and murmuring softly among themselves. What is your name? Chunjiu gently lifted the still praying nun, pulling her aside to inquire. He sensed a delightful energy coursing through him as she continued her devotions. My lord, your servant's name is Leah, she replied. Leah knelt upon the ground, tenderly kissing the immense tentacles of Chunjiu, continuing her fervent prayers, utterly unconcerned about the dust and mud clinging to her body. Offer your loyalty, and I shall bestow upon you the glorious evolution, declared Chunjiu, as his tentacles enveloped Leah, utilizing his innate gift of genetic editing. The tentacles exuded a corrosive liquid that began to infiltrate Leah, initiating her transformation. As a nun who had never experienced such treatment, Leah endured excruciating pain. Inject some great wolf genes, and add a touch of black mud. Chunjiu silently infused all the genes he possessed into Leah, generating what he termed a demonic seed within her. Chapter 4. Genetic Modification. The demonic seed stands as Chunjiu's most remarkable creation to date. After meticulous genetic alteration, mysterious and eerie patterns of the demonic seed adorned Leah's abdomen. Furthermore, Chunjiu ingeniously established a genetic lock that could only be activated by a specially concocted liquid, which he named spiritual fluid. When the demonic seed merged with the spiritual fluid, the immense energy within the fluid would be absorbed by the seed, continuously infusing Leah with power. To draw an analogy, the demonic seed represented the spiritual root, while the spiritual fluid symbolized the ethereal energy, with Chunjiu likened to a colossal energy generator. In the very instant the genetic alteration was completed, thank you for the divine grace. Leah distinctly sensed a boundless surge of power filling her being. Even in the presence of the once dreaded giant wolf, she felt a newfound confidence, daring to embrace the challenge. To accurately assess Leah's enhanced prowess, Shunjio captured an injured giant wolf, orchestrating a life-and-death duel between it and Leah. Despite her lack of proficiency in offensive techniques or combat strategies, Leah triumphed over the fierce beast through her unimaginable brute strength and impenetrable defense, ultimately slaying the giant wolf. Indeed, her power surpassed that of the wolf itself. Shunjio scrutinized Leah with great satisfaction, pleased with his creation. Go forth, rescue your kin, and bring me back many female elves to generate energy, he commanded, eager to further study the demonic seed and contemplate whether he could grow stronger through it. Although male elves could also provide him with energy, Shunjio harbored a certain psychological fastidiousness. Your servant shall offer everything for you, Leah vowed, bowing to Shunjio, and quietly departing when he paid her no heed. What a delightful pet! A thought suddenly sprang to Shunjio's mind. Leah, he said, how do the other female elves drape you in garments? As Leah emerged, they curiously gathered around her, chattering with excitement. They had already discovered ample food amidst the ruins and were attempting to rebuild their homes. The Lord has granted me divine gifts, bidding me to proclaim his name upon the earth and seek companions. Leah clasped her hands together, feeling the demonic seed gradually transmitting energy throughout her body. Venture outside. Wouldn't that be tantamount to courting death? The other female elves were astonished. The perils beyond were not limited to the fearsome giant wolves. What they had witnessed during their escape was but a fraction of the horrors that awaited. Divine grace could resolve all. Leah demonstrated the enhancements bestowed upon her by divine providence, shattering a stone wall with a single punch, her fist unmarred by even the slightest scratch. Such power, akin to that of a deity. Now, we too can stand against those monsters. The eyes of the elven maidens sparkled with newfound hope. Is this the power granted by the divine? This is the grace bestowed upon me by the Lord, as long as you place your faith in him. Perhaps he will also choose to endow others with such gifts, granting them strength akin to mine, Leah proclaimed to the gathered crowd. Only by surrendering both body and soul to our Lord shall we receive his divine grace. Dressed in the garments offered by her fellow elves, Leah strode confidently toward the city gates, ready to undertake the task entrusted to her by Shunjio. This power seemed to embody what one might call the essence of faith. Shunjio, in a moment of boredom, fiddled with the energy transmitted to him through Leah's prayers, an energy that was both pure and chaotic. Such a contradiction. It felt as though an ethereal voice whispered to him, suggesting that by condensing divine power through abundant faith and igniting the divine flame, one could elevate oneself to divinity. Instinctively, however, he sensed that this path was fraught with instability and potential hidden dangers. Yet, Shunjio was solely focused on augmenting his own strength. May the gaze of our Lord be upon you, Leah murmured, soon encountering a giant wolf outside the city. With a fierce onslaught, she obliterated the creature's skull with a single, unarmed strike. Shunjio's tendrils stealthily trailed behind her, observing the surroundings with keen interest. They followed her steps, swiftly devouring the corpses of the massive wolves. Shunjio was acutely aware that every resource was hard-won, and he would tolerate no waste. Not long after, Leah stumbled upon a brand-new foe, a cyclopean ogre. This creature possessed a modicum of intelligence, though it was hardly remarkable. At that moment, a group of these one-eyed ogres lounged around a campfire, comfortably seated upon fallen tree trunks. Even seated, their towering frames approached 2 meters in height, instilling a sense of dread. In their grasp lay the severed limbs of elven kin, sizzling over the roaring flames, releasing a tantalizing aroma of roasted flesh. Nearby, a group of unfortunate elves, captured and bound by sturdy ropes to the trees, contemplated in silent dread that they might be the next to meet a grim fate as sustenance. With a low, ominous growl, the grotesque visage of the ogre materialized before Leah, its eyes wide with avarice, drool trickling grotesquely from the corners of its mouth. Upon catching sight of Leah, the ogre instantly displayed an expression of wild delight, seizing a massive, decaying wooden club from nearby, intent on capturing the seemingly tender and delectable elf as a sumptuous meal. Run, don't come any closer. A male elf, elegantly adorned in lavish attire reminiscent of nobility, shouted in terror towards Leah from a short distance away. These fearsome creatures had cruelly devoured many of their companions, and the consequences of Leah falling into the ogre's clutches were unfathomable. However, in the face of the male elf's warnings and cries, the ogre felt no trepidation. Rather, it grew increasingly exhilarated. It appeared as though it had never encountered such a sweet and enticing elf before, and it simply could not allow this imminent feast to escape. Thus, the ogre quickened its pace, lunging at Leah with claws bared. With a thunderous roar, the ogre finally stood before Leah, its gaping maw wide open, exuding a cacophony of savage delight. At that moment, it was filled with pride and joy for the pitiful little elf before it was evidently paralyzed with fear. Run! The male elf, witnessing this scene, was filled with despair yet felt utterly powerless. He could only scream in anguish, ultimately closing his eyes in torment. Unable to bear the thought of witnessing Liao meet a gruesome fate, he lamented internally. Yet another innocent kin was on the verge of becoming a meal for these devils. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed throughout the forest. The male elf opened his eyes in astonishment, unable to believe what he saw. The anticipated tragedy had not unfolded. Instead, the ogre lay sprawled on the ground, clutching its belly and writhing in agony. Chapter 5. Development. How could this be? The male elf's eyes widened in disbelief. Through his astonished gaze, it became evident that Liao was delivering powerful blows, knocking the ogres down one by one. Those fallen ogres could only groan in pain, utterly devoid of the capacity to pose any further threat. Simultaneously, the stout wooden clubs wielded by the ogres shattered into countless splinters upon clashing with Lia's iron-like fists. Perhaps I could attempt to harness a spell-like power from the magic seed, but mere physical enhancement alone seems insufficient, Chunjiu pondered quietly, meticulously recording all pertinent information for future research. Thank you. With Lia's assistance, the captured elves finally broke free from their bindings. The previously vocal male elf, brimming with excitement, stepped forward, attempting to extend his hand to Lia in a gesture of gratitude. However, Lia deftly sidestepped his hand without hesitation, her expression remaining cold and indifferent. The male elf felt a rush of embarrassment, awkwardly retracting his hand. At that moment, he found himself harboring an inappropriate thought towards Lia. She seemed to sense his unusual intentions, but chose to disregard them entirely. She cleared her throat and, with a solemn demeanor, proclaimed, "I have been sent by my master to this place to seek out the lost lambs and guide them to my master's realm. However, my master will only accept female elves." As soon as she finished speaking, Lia elucidated the purpose and conditions of her journey, revealing that she was merely obeying the command of Chunjiu. Upon hearing her words, numerous female elves exchanged glances and, without hesitation, stepped forward, expressing their willingness to follow Yahweh. "We are willing," they chorused in harmonious and melodious voices. At that moment, several male elves began to voice their discontent. They believed they possessed equal capability and could contribute significantly to Lia and her master. "Why are males excluded?" protested some male elves. "We can play a more crucial role than the female elves." In response to their skepticism, Lia merely cast them a fleeting glance before calmly stating, "My master does not desire male elves." With that, her gaze returned to the group of female elves eager to follow her. Lia led them aside and, with a serious expression, inquired, "My master can ensure your safety, but you must also provide appropriate recompense. Each nightfall, you must unreservedly dedicate all that you possess to my master. If you have any reservations or find this unacceptable, you may choose to depart at once." She then detailed the conditions within the city. Faced with this decision, only 2 elves opted to withdraw, while the majority expressed their willingness to seek Chunjiu's protection within the city. After all, compared to the struggle for survival in the wilderness, the price to pay seemed trivial. "May you all remain safe until we meet again," Lia said, pressing her hands together in prayer toward Chunjiu, as if offering the most sincere blessings for each person present. After Lia departed with the many female elves, Chunjiu would certainly not let any life with potential for exploitation slip away easily. In truth, the army to which Lia belonged had already become one of the delicacies in Chunjiu's eyes. A radiant full moon ascended slowly into the night sky, resembling a brilliant pearl suspended in the heavens, casting a blood-red glow that illuminated the entire land. Without hesitation, Lia continued her search for any other surviving lives. Meanwhile, Chunjiu left a tendril behind, silently guarding the path behind her, clearing away all potential dangers. Beneath the eerie and mysterious red moon, Chunjiu distinctly felt a subtle energy continuously flowing into him. This force spread like radiation, each thread brimming with boundless potential, imparting a faint yet tangible growth in his strength. However, the true key to Chunjiu's robust growth and continuous evolution lay in the energies derived from the elves. With these precious primal powers, Chunjiu infused his meticulously crafted elixir into the bodies of the elves. Despite the absence of the magical seed, which renders most of the spiritual essence unutilizable and leads to its waste, it still brings about remarkable transformations in the elves. For instance, it can effectively enhance their beauty and skin quality, delay the degradation of their genes, and ensure that their beings remain eternally youthful and vibrant, untouched by the ravages of time. However, The mere assurance of never aging does not equate to an escape from death. It merely allows them to maintain their peak allure until the moment of their demise. Moreover, elves possess lifespans exceeding tenfold that of humans, and the daily infusion of spiritual essence can extend their lives by a tenth. What is your name? Chunjiu inquired, casting his gaze upon the second female elf infused with the power of faith. Perhaps due to a less than pure belief, her essence paled in comparison to Leah's, amounting to only 1/120th of it. My name is Carling, O Divine One, she replied, kneeling upon the ground, her eyes darting restlessly. Though her appearance and stature were quite youthful, she had already reached the age of 140. Her golden hair and emerald eyes marked her as a member of the elven nobility. Then I shall bestow upon you my blessings. Without further ado, Chunjiu remained silent as numerous tendrils enveloped her, initiating his transformative magic. Given that only Chunjiu possessed the spiritual essence, unlike those cultivators and mages in novels who could summon the omnipresent spiritual energy, he constructed 3 organs within Carling's body to store the essence. Additionally, he enhanced the function of the magical seed, endowing it with the ability to convert spiritual essence into external power, thereby enabling her to perform spells with its aid. Upon completion of the transformation, Carling's overall beauty was significantly enhanced. Kneeling upon the ground, she intoned, I thank my lord for your grace. At that moment, 2 similar pink hearts appeared within her emerald eyes, reinforcing her faith in Chunjiu, with her provided power of faith nearing half of Leah's. Chunjiu gently patted her small head with a tendril, finding her diminutive form quite endearing. Go forth and, like Leah, seek the female elves to return and harness the power. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed her, contemplating bestowing further enhancements upon Leah upon her return. Chapter 6. Construction by the decree of my lord, Carling fervently murmured, her eyes shimmering with fervent light, imbued with the glowing essence of love. Simultaneously, the mysterious and potent power of the spiritual essence surged within her like a tidal wave, manifesting in her being as a wondrous energy akin to telekinesis. As Carling slowly stepped out of the cathedral's grand hall, the other female elves had begun to familiarize themselves with one another. Upon seeing Carling's appearance, several inquisitive elves immediately gathered around her, chattering excitedly. What kind of power did you receive from the divine gift? With pride illuminating her face, Carling lifted her chin and replied with a sense of triumph. This is the supreme power bestowed upon me by the Lord, and it will continue to grow stronger with my cultivation. Upon uttering these words, she gently waved her arm, and an immense, invisible hand abruptly materialized, effortlessly shattering a nearby, unyielding boulder into fragments. The surrounding elves gazed in envy, their admiration evident, which brought great satisfaction to Carling. After all, as a once illustrious elven noble who had fallen from grace, she harbored within her a plethora of mundane desires. Chunjiu slowly closed his eyes, meticulously harnessing the formidable power within him, preparing to embark on the inaugural journey of life's metamorphosis, a transformation that would culminate in a qualitative leap through the gradual accumulation of subtle changes. As time elapsed, Chunjiu's already colossal form continued to expand, soaring to heights of several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, numerous robust and agile tendrils erupted from various parts of his body, taking root deeply in the earth. From a distance, Chunjiu appeared as a towering, flesh and blood tree, resolutely standing at the heart of the camp, casting a vast shadow. This breathtaking spectacle could be witnessed by creatures hundreds of miles away with but a slight tilt of the head. Furthermore, following this metamorphosis, the area that Chunjiu's tentacles could encompass had expanded dramatically, covering a radius of several kilometers. However, to this point, Chunjiu remained uncertain regarding the precise level of his power. Thus, he could only draw upon his past encounters with various extraordinary beings and his growth experiences as a reference, broadly categorizing them into 4 distinct stages: the transcendental stage, the extraordinary stage, the epic stage, and the legendary stage. The transcendental stage describes Leah and Carling, who, under Chunjiu's transformation, have transcended their mortal forms, delivering a dimensional blow to all beings who have not undergone such a metamorphosis. The extraordinary stage reflects the strength Chunjiu possessed upon his arrival in this world, relying solely on his formidable physical prowess. The epic stage denotes Chunjiu's state prior to his life's metamorphosis, wherein he began to grasp certain rules and even influence them slightly. The legendary stage represents Chunjiu's current state, wherein he can influence rules to a certain extent, and the faint outlines of his future path materialize in his mind, one leading towards the divine, a convergence of faith, and the other towards the void, a path of exile from the physical realm. In this transformed world, only those beings capable of withstanding the ensuing dangers may tread upon such paths. The aforementioned classifications are a rough delineation made by Chun-Jiu post-awakening. Some readers have expressed that the absence of a clear hierarchy of power may stem from the disarray within the text. Regardless of the myriad elements described, transcendence, extraordinary, epic, legendary, demigod, lower deity, middle deity, upper deity, and supreme deity. These terms are intended to correspond with one another in varying degrees. The two elves moved with remarkable speed and synchrony, swiftly gathering all the female elves within the dominion of Chun-Jiu. Concurrently, other creatures met their unfortunate fate, devoured without a trace by Chun-Jiu's formidable and terrifying tendrils. As Chun-Jiu meticulously counted the number of inhabitants within the city, he discovered there were a total of 1,547 elves. With their collective effort, the central area of the city was thoroughly cleansed in merely a few days. Presently, various wooden cottages had sprung up throughout the city, and the populace had begun engaging in rudimentary trade of goods. Recognizing the significance and practicality of currency for the smooth operation of the economic system, Chun-Jiu took particular care in crafting a batch of currency formed from condensed spiritual liquid, providing it for everyday transactions. Kaling, my lord requests you to continue seeking out followers, Laya stated calmly as she emerged from the church, her gaze resting on Kaling, who was demonstrating her powers nearby. Upon hearing this, a hint of dissatisfaction crossed Kaling's face. Why isn't my lord sending you? However, after communicating with Chun-Jiu during her prayers and receiving confirmation, Kaling realized she had no choice but to comply with the command. Chun-Jiu would not divulge the true reason, that Laya consistently devoted unwavering faith to their lord, while Kaling often slacked off, resulting in sporadic and unstable faith energy. Very well, Kaling reluctantly acquiesced, her eyes betraying a tinge of envy towards Laya. Laya then handed Kaling a bag brimming with spirit coins, which would serve as a substitute for the spiritual liquid within her. With this bag of spirit coins, Kaling could freely unleash and employ her spiritual power without hesitation until they were depleted. Laya, with a profound gaze directed towards the horizon, contemplated silently. He resolved to have Laya establish the governing bodies of the city to ensure its orderly operation. These institutions would consist of the ecclesiastical authority and the government, with the former possessing supremacy over the latter. However, the current number of individuals within the church was quite limited. Chun-Jiu meticulously selected those capable of generating faith energy to join, as they were crucial for maintaining the supply of divine power. Despite this, the primary management responsibilities rested with the government for the time being, its members elected by the other elves. Chun-Jiu did not intervene excessively in this process, entrusting it to Laya's capable guidance. Under her wisdom and leadership, the entire camp flourished vibrantly. Oh, how utterly dull. Karen longed for her master to transform her once more, as each night brought her an unbearable sense of discomfort. With a blend of grace and sorrow, she soared through the air, letting out mournful sighs. Ever since the divine gift had been bestowed upon her, that exquisite sensation had etched itself deep within her heart. An indelible memory. Now, every fleeting moment was consumed by her yearning to relive that intoxicating experience. The arrival of night only intensified her anguish, as waves of nostalgia surged within her. Chapter 7. The Demon Help. The panicked cries echoed as a band of soldiers fled in disarray, weaving through the forest. Hot on their heels was a grotesque humanoid creature, its visage a terrifying mask of savagery. It moved with remarkable swiftness, its hands devoid of palms, replaced instead by two razor-sharp bone blades. The unfortunate soldiers caught in its grasp were mercilessly torn asunder, the gruesome spectacle sending chills down the spine. Yet, this horrifying beast appeared indifferent to the carnage around it, driven solely by the thrill of the hunt. Run faster. Slow ones will be slaughtered. Karen perched leisurely on a branch, reveling in the dramatic escape below, occasionally offering her unsolicited advice to the desperate soldiers. Her nonchalant demeanor starkly contrasted with the tension that enveloped the scene. Why aren't you running? A breathless elf, the foremost in the fleeing ranks, halted beneath the very tree where Karen sat. Confusion clouded his mind as he struggled to comprehend her lack of fear. However, fatigue weighed heavily upon him, rendering his speech incoherent. He could only point shakily at Karen, his eyes brimming with anger and despair. Hey, why the pause? Karen remarked, her indifference palpable. To her, the fates of these soldiers were inconsequential. Their demise might even conserve provisions in the wild. The soldier opened his mouth, a dry rasp escaping his throat, but no words formed. Suddenly, a chill crept down his spine, and he sensed an ominous presence behind him. Slowly turning, he was met with the horrifying sight of the massive creature looming silently, as if frozen in time. "Ah, the monster!" he screamed in terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. His peripheral vision caught sight of the lifeless bodies of many comrades sprawled behind the beast, deepening his dread. Desperately, he pushed against the ground, attempting to retreat from the creature's proximity. "Why tremble so when I have you under control?" "What a pitiful being," Karen remarked, swinging her legs with casual grace, her tone rife with disdain for the other creatures around her. Perhaps this was merely a minor side effect of genetic enhancement? "Great one, please save the princess." In a moment of clarity, the soldier recalled the mission entrusted to him, mustering the courage to plead with Karen. In his eyes, someone capable of easily subduing the monster surely possessed the power to rescue the princess. "Oh, you make a fair point, but why should I save her? Just because you utter a few words?" A teasing smile graced Karen's lips, her expression a blend of amusement and skepticism. "As long as you can safeguard the princess. His Majesty has pledged that there will be no shortage of status, wealth, or soldiers when the time comes." The soldier, deeply engrossed in contemplating how to impress the formidable presence before him, suddenly found the situation to be utterly tedious. Deciding it was best to investigate on her own, Kaling rose from her perch on the branch, her ethereal energy propelling her directly towards the direction indicated by the soldier. As the soldier watched Kaling's retreating figure, a wave of relaxation washed over him. He intended to catch his breath before hastily following her, but an excruciating pain suddenly pierced through his mind. Before him loomed the grotesque visage of a humanoid monster, and with a mere swipe, the soldier's body was shattered into fragments, leaving behind a profound bewilderment etched on his face. After dispatching the soldier, the creature was abruptly obliterated by an unseen force, merging with the earth. As two bewildered birds observed the unfolding chaos. Upon Kaling's arrival, she was met with a gruesome sight. Lifeless bodies sprawled haphazardly on the ground. The horses of the overturned carriage also slain. The lanterns intended for illumination within the carriage had ignited a portion of it, creating flames that flickered to life. Yet, for reasons unknown, the fire's spread was stifled. Despite igniting the carriage near the jungle, it failed to ignite the surrounding foliage. These monstrous beings were increasingly frequent in their appearances. Kaling pouted, waving her hand to disperse the smoke, listlessly searching for survivors. Suddenly, a humanoid creature lunged at her, but was abruptly suspended mid-air by an enigmatic force, slowly compressing it into an indistinguishable mass. Kaling casually tossed it into the nearby thicket, feeling a tinge of regret for the complete annihilation of the convoy. Just then, her eyelids fluttered, and her energy sensed a figure clad in opulent attire, a female elf, hiding amidst the wreckage of the overturned carriage, peering at her through the gaps in the wooden planks. "Are you the princess?" Kaling inquired, approaching the carriage and gently tapping on the wood with her finger. There was no response. "Could it be that you are mute? Shall I compel you to speak?" Kaling's patience waned, a frown creasing her brow as she kicked the carriage, causing it to tremble. "I am the princess," came the sudden reply from within, realizing she was indeed being addressed. "How is it that you have not been devoured? Are there any other female elves?" Kaling questioned, punctuating her inquiry with a forceful punch that shattered the wooden panel. "Ah!" Startled, the occupant inside gasped. As Kaling pried the wood apart, the visage of the elf was finally revealed, long golden hair and dark eyes. "You are not of royal blood," Kaling remarked, her brow furrowing slightly. She despised being deceived, particularly regarding matters of identity. She had always felt a sense of superiority in her lineage. No, I am indeed not a princess. The royal city has fallen, few have survived, and the princess has just perished. I am the only one left. I beg you not to abandon me here," pleaded the female elf, kneeling in desperation, haunted by the memories of her companion's gruesome fates. "Consider yourself fortunate. Our camp is short on personnel. Share with me the conditions of other regions, for there is a price to pay for entry." Kaling's gaze was fixated on her hands, her fingers playing with each other in a repetitive dance. Surviving was worth any price. The elven maiden's eyes were resolute as she relayed to Kaling that there were scarcely any elves left outside. Nearly every village had been decimated, leaving less than a tenth of the elven kingdom alive. What was her name? Nasha. Kaling grasped Nasha and opted to fly directly back. Upon arriving at the camp, she was immediately noticed by the others. "My Lady Kaling, you have returned. Lady Liao awaits you at the chapel." The elven maiden stationed at the entrance conveyed the message to Kaling before her gaze shifted to Nasha. "Very well." Kaling nodded, discarding Nasha to the ground as she turned towards the chapel. "Are you new? Why are you alone?" The elven maiden inquired with curiosity. Chapter 8, The Seed Woohoo.
Everyone is gone. By the time the Lord arrived, I was the only one left. Fortunately, I was lucky. So that esteemed Lord is named Kaling. How did she become so powerful? Nasha discreetly inquired about the camp's circumstances, enviously pondering Kaling's strength and status. Our camp is under the protection of the Divine Lord. If you are sufficiently devout to the Master, you may receive his blessings and become equally formidable, the elven maiden shared, seemingly unaware of the significance of her words. Nasha appeared to harbor numerous thoughts as she listened, her eyes darting around. At the frontmost position within the chapel was a tentacle that had broken through the earth, where Chunjiu communicated with Lia through mental energy. So, aside from the camp, there are no living elven maidens nearby? Chunjiu mused, sensing trouble. The scant numbers within the camp were far from adequate to support his transition to the next stage. He would require a 1,000-fold increase in strength for expediency. Indeed. My lord, Kaling replied, lowering her head slightly, appearing quite obedient, though her mind wandered to curious thoughts. If she had a tail, it would surely be spinning rapidly now. You have done well. What reward do you desire? Chunjiu regarded her with a look that evoked an irresistible urge to pet a cat or dog. If possible, I would like you to grant me a body modification. Kaling's heart fluttered. She did not expect that such a trivial task could earn her a reward from Chunjiu, and she quickly articulated her desire. Chunjiu did not refuse her, permitting her to leave first, promising a personal reward later. Lia, please gather the elves willing to bear children and divide them into 2 groups. Those willing to surrender their offspring to me for my care, for whom I shall provide compensation in spirit coins, and those who prefer to raise their children themselves, who may do so without surrendering. Since ready-made solutions were unavailable, they would have to produce a new generation. However, with Chunjiu's ability to edit genes, he could control the characteristics of the offspring. Furthermore, he could optimize the elves' genetics, ensuring each generation surpassed the last, not a complete control, but a blend of genetic modification and natural selection. I offer you everything, my lord. Lia knelt and kissed the tendrils of Chunjiu before departing. Although Chunjiu merely spoke of the matter of children being kept or released, Lia was acutely aware of the numerous responsibilities that lay ahead, particularly in the realm of education, which would necessitate the assembly of teachers. At that moment, the camp housed over 1,500 individuals, making the task of organization somewhat cumbersome. Thus, Lia made her way directly to the government to seek the cooperation of the administrators. The so-called government was, in fact, an organizational body for camp management established under Chunjiu's guidance, with all administrators elected by the villagers. The villagers were astonished by their newfound ability to determine who would oversee their elves. Upon Lia's arrival, the female elves stationed at the government building welcomed her. This group of 12 administrators was led by one known as the Chancellor. I wish to compile a list of female elves willing to bear children. Lia articulated Chunjiu's series of requests regarding procreation, along with the proposed reward system. Please wait while we gather the necessary personnel. We will provide you with a prompt response, the female elf replied, swiftly summoning a few other administrators to discuss strategies. Before long, a number of elves eager to contribute were recruited. They proceeded to each residence, inquiring and marking those willing to bear children for the census. In total, there were 100 female elves willing to procreate. During our discussions, many elves remained hesitant, believing that childbirth was too painful, while others wished to observe how the initial pioneers fared. The recorder perused the sheepskin scroll in hand and remarked to Lia. One of Chunjiu's smaller tendrils entwined around Lia's wrist, passively absorbing the reports. When the time came, all willing participants would be gathered for a unified genetic implantation. Tomorrow, we shall assemble them, and my lord will bestow children upon them. Lia conveyed Chunjiu's intentions to the administrators. Pray tell, what kind of transformation do you desire? Chunjiu inquired, sensing the gradual growth of power within and directing his gaze upon Carling. My lord, I yearn to experience your magnificent power, Carling exclaimed, her eyes brimming with admiration. Yet Chunjiu found himself questioning whether the genetic modifications had dulled her intellect. Following Carling's desires, Chunjiu's massive tendril ensnared her tightly, simultaneously conducting a genetic examination. The results indicated that there were indeed minor flaws in Chunjiu's genetic alterations. However, he was reluctant to amend these personality traits, as they presented a certain comfort to him. Having satisfied Carling's request, Chunjiu gently set her down, and the transformed Carling lay languidly upon the church floor, needing time to acclimate to her new form. The ground of the church had been reshaped into a lattice of intertwined tendrils, rendering it uneven yet clean. Following her transformation, Carling's devotion became increasingly profound and stable, at times even surpassing that of Lia. As dawn broke, The sky remained shrouded in darkness, the sun seemingly absent for an extended period, casting a heavy gloom over the entire forest. In this tranquil and enigmatic ambience, Leah stood majestically at a height, her posture upright and resolute, as if she were an integral part of her surroundings. Her hands were elegantly crossed over her chest, and her gaze, calm yet piercing, surveyed the throng below. Beside her, a colossal orb of light radiated brilliance, an extraordinary marvel conjured by her inherent magical prowess. This luminescent sphere, akin to a resplendent pearl, hung in the air, bestowing warmth and illumination upon the entire encampment. Leah's beauty and authority commanded reverence. Her presence resembled that of a goddess safeguarding the tranquility and security of the forest. A profound sense of responsibility and mission emanated from her eyes, evoking genuine admiration among those who beheld her. All those who have registered, please come forth to confirm your identity. Upon submission in accordance with the requirements, you will be rewarded with a substantial amount of spirit coins. The governor proclaimed from his elevated position, his voice resonant like a bell, addressing the multitude of elves below while elucidating the current situation. Upon hearing the governor's words, the elves promptly began to mobilize, forming a lengthy queue as they gradually advanced toward the cathedral. Each elf maintained a serene order, approaching the governor in succession to diligently fulfill their tasks. Meanwhile, Chunjio's experience with genetic modification yielded astonishing transformations. The gestation period, which traditionally required 10 months, had now been reduced to a mere month. This groundbreaking technological advancement signified a remarkable decrease in the reproductive timeline for female elves, enabling them to return to their normal lives more swiftly. Furthermore, the population within the encampment was poised for explosive growth. Chapter 9. Fertility and Development. This sensation is so peculiar, the elf mused, gently caressing her abdomen. The experience of nurturing life was utterly unprecedented for her. Under Chunjio's miraculous alterations, the growth rate of the fetus within the womb accelerated tenfold. It is well known that a mother requires substantial nourishment during pregnancy to support fetal development. Here, the source of nutrition was not ordinary food, but spirit coins. These coins not only provided ample sustenance for the fetus, but also enhanced the mother's physical constitution, ensuring the health and safety of both mother and child. Hold on to your tickets. When the time comes, you can redeem spirit coins with your child and the tickets. As the administrators continuously distributed sheets of parchment, Chunjio leaned closer to Leah and softly inquired, "Are there enough sheets of parchment?" After consulting with the relevant personnel, Leah replied, "My lord, most of these parchments were recovered from the noble estates. While we are aware of the craftsmen involved in their production, we currently face a shortage of raw materials." Upon receiving this news, Chunjio fell into deep contemplation. He recognized that it would soon be necessary to upgrade the majority of foundational tools to meet the ever-growing demands. After all, only by providing sufficient resources and conditions could every new life receive the utmost care and nurturing. Upon contemplating this, Chunjio resolved firmly within himself to devise a solution to this predicament. "I shall primarily advocate for the mastery of craftsmanship." Soon, Leah presented Chunjio's concept before the assembled governors, issuing her commands while entrusting the specifics of implementation entirely to their deliberation. By enhancing our technical prowess, we could cultivate a greater abundance of grain, thereby sustaining more lives. As she spoke, Leah unveiled a sketch of a water wheel, beckoning the assembly to consider its refinement. Most of our existing populace has already been dispatched to agricultural tasks. With appropriate modifications, this irrigation water wheel might also serve in the forging of farming tools. Only 2 additional components are required. Leah meticulously conveyed Chunjio's innovative idea to each individual present. Upon hearing her words, the elves exchanged glances, for in their previous existence within the forest, they had seldom encountered a water wheel. For them, gathering wild fruits and vegetables sufficed for survival, while bread remained a luxury reserved for the nobility. Since our master has instructed thus, we shall exert ourselves fully to ensure the successful completion of this task. One governor finally mustered the courage to respond. The other elves, witnessing this, echoed their agreement, expressing their willingness to heed Leah's guidance. "Our master is somewhat dissatisfied with you," Leah remarked coldly, sensing Chunjio's emotions. "It has nearly been half a month, and some of your fundamental laws and infrastructure remain unestablished. Must our master lead you in every endeavor?" With this, Leah stepped back, allowing the table to be open for discussion. The governors were immediately beset with cold sweat, hastily bringing forth matters of education and law for deliberation. Ultimately, within a single day, various departments were swiftly established, and notices were posted to inform all residents. In a tranquil and harmonious atmosphere, the camp finally heralded the long-awaited sound, the first cry of an infant. This sound was akin to the first ray of sunlight at dawn, illuminating the entire encampment. After a prolonged wait, the camp welcomed new life once more, a month later. In accordance with Chunjio's directives, these children were to be raised collectively by the church's subordinate departments. They would consume the liquefied essence of spiritual currency daily, enabling them to grow at an astonishing pace, leaping from infancy into adolescence within a mere year. Upon entering their teenage years, these children received a period of educational instruction, rendering their knowledge comparable to that of ordinary elves, albeit lacking the refinement that social experience bestows. Throughout this year, the church gradually expanded. Under Chunjio's targeted guidance and transformation, the number of church members swelled to over a dozen, each endowed with extraordinary abilities. Among them, Carling and Leah achieved remarkable breakthroughs, reaching a level of extraordinary prowess. This was undoubtedly the fruition of Chunjio's meticulous efforts in transformation. As for venturing into the outside world, Chunjio currently has no such intentions. The number of elves remains insufficient, and the available living space is ample enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light illuminated the sky, followed by a resounding peal of thunder, as if it were a divine warning heralding an impending downpour upon the earth. The well-cultivated children swiftly moved to gather the garments drying outside, demonstrating remarkable agility as they deftly removed and neatly folded the clothes. The housemaster, observing from the side, beamed with satisfaction, recognizing that these children's performances could rival those of the noble servants she had previously taught. Once all tasks were completed, the housemaster clapped her hands to capture everyone's attention, her eyes shimmering with pride and contentment. Congratulations on your exemplary completion of the task. Now, it is time to bid farewell to some of you. A select few of you, distinguished by your outstanding achievements, will have the opportunity to be chosen by the church and become servants of the divine, she announced with excitement, producing a piece of bark paper from her bosom. This novel paper, crafted under Chunjio's guidance, was made from the abundant bark found in the vast forest, though it was somewhat coarser compared to parchment. Nonetheless, it remained a significant invention. Among the numerous children submitted, after rigorous selection and evaluation, the church divided them into two distinct groups. Those who had excelled were fortunate enough to be chosen for the church's directly affiliated servant group, while the others were mercilessly cast aside to fend for themselves in the camp. Eileen, Kelly, please step forward when your names are called. The rest may leave. The teacher stated expressionlessly, waving her hand to guide the named students to their next destination, a mysterious school. The other elves exited the school's gates, their faces reflecting confusion and bewilderment, as they found themselves confronted by many unfamiliar figures awaiting them outside. As time passed, the city underwent tremendous transformations over the past year. An increasing number of buildings sprouted like mushrooms after rain, with the once humble wooden shanties gradually replaced by sturdy stone houses. Each elf now had the basic privilege of a private room. However, the challenge of meeting the diverse needs arising from the population growth remained formidable, particularly concerning food supply issues. Chapter 10. Monsters under prearranged plans. Numerous waiting elves approached, articulating their demands and wages, eager to join in the labor. The bewildered children quickly selected their jobs and were then escorted to their dormitories. To strengthen the faith of the believers within the church, Chunjio refrained from voraciously devouring the monsters that strayed into his attack range, instead compressing the elf safe zone to 1/5 of its original size, which, in reality, had no significant impact on their daily lives. Hurry and clear away this debris, so I can return to report to the master. Carling sat idly perched in the tree, yawning in boredom. The church was overseen by Leah, while Carling typically led a small group outside the city for training. Personnel movements and policy implementations were the responsibility of Leah. Below, a horde of monstrous beings with arms resembling appendages glared hungrily at the nuns, and in comparison, the ordinary magical creatures were as easily vanquished as mere poultry before them. Spirit missile. A voice rang out, and a water-like projectile struck the tree, its immense force shattering the trunk. What are you shouting for? Do you think that looks impressive? Carling retorted, unleashing a tendril of magical energy that struck the offending sprite lightly, yet enough to elicit a gasp of pain. The sprite, rubbing its bruised skin, cast an accusatory glare at Carling. What are you staring at? Without strength, you have no right to complain. Carling's gaze remained impassive. Though her youth was apparent to the other sprites, none dared to meet her eyes. The sound of the colossal tree crashing to the ground attracted a swarm of magical creatures, and amidst the commotion, one sprite in the thicket called out loudly about a discovery. Lady Carling, we have found a human survivor, came the voice from a distance. A human? Let me see, Carling exclaimed, her interest piqued. A year had passed since the onset of the calamity, and at last, news of a new survivor had emerged. Surely, the master would reward her for this. A disheveled man with brown hair lay on the ground, his left calf missing. As a sprite team member employed her abilities to staunch his bleeding, he stared in disbelief at the scene before him, astonished that the once formidable monsters were so effortlessly dispatched by the sprites. Meanwhile, the surrounding trees bore witness to numerous sprites, skillfully utilizing the verdant foliage for concealment as they blended into their surroundings. Why is it a male? Carling mused, her brow furrowing slightly. The master's requirements were still fresh in her memory, yet this male creature evidently did not meet the criteria, leaving her feeling quite vexed. With a graceful leap, she descended from the tree. The man gazed at Carling, perplexed, internally questioning why the shortest of the female sprites had assumed the role of leader among her peers. Tell me what transpired, Carling inquired, still hoping the man might reveal something surprising. Once assured of his temporary safety, the man finally spoke. His name was Henry, an alchemist. Fortunately, when the beasts had attacked his town, he had fled with a group of companions and ultimately reached the gathering place, successfully surviving. Given that his life was no longer in jeopardy, the alchemists began analyzing the creatures, seeking a method to combat them. The numerous alchemists were skeptical of the other survivors' tales of divine punishment, and one audacious alchemist recalled stories of dragons imbibing blood to enhance their own powers. Pondering whether they could harness the strength of the monsters to resist them, he sought out remnants of monsters and other materials to concoct a mixture he termed the demon elixir. In a daring act, he chose to ingest the potion himself. The elixir proved successful, granting him monstrous strength that enabled him to slay a creature. However, it also led to his downfall, as 3 days later, he transformed into a true monster. In his mutated state, he possessed immense power yet was burdened with sluggishness. Henry was pursued by the creature to this very spot, where he encountered another monster, but fortune smiled upon him as he was rescued by the elves. Otherwise, his fate would have been sealed. The mention of the demon elixir and the gathering place ignited a spark of excitement within Carling. So much information could facilitate yet another transformation for her master. She pondered how many days of enjoyment it would yield. For Carling, the process of transformation was akin to a rejuvenating indulgence. Faced with the stern expression of the elven leader, Henry dared not utter a word, enduring the pain as he awaited their decision. Realizing she had momentarily lost her composure, Carling quickly reined in her wandering thoughts and apologized to Henry. We do not accept males, but we can escort you back to the gathering place. Carling summoned a sentry nearby, who effortlessly lifted Henry as if he were a mere chick, commanding him to show the way. A sense of foreboding washed over Henry. For as a crippled man, returning to the gathering place likely meant abandonment. Desperation surged within him as he pleaded, I am still an alchemist. I possess a wealth of secret knowledge that could prove invaluable to you and your camp. Silence. Our master has no need for males. Speak another word, and you shall face execution. Carling interrupted, firmly believing that obeying her master's will was their foremost objective. Had it not been for their desire to incorporate individuals from the gathering place, Carling would have long since disposed of the unwelcome presence before her. The elves, renowned for their exquisite beauty, were largely captivated by appearances, and to them, Henry resembled a grotesque goblin. Cowed into silence, Henry could only inwardly pray that he might escape his impending doom upon his return. Between the realms established by the elves and humans lay a narrow river, now reduced to a barren bed of mud, emitting the foul stench of decaying corpses. Carling disdainfully flew over the desolate river, longing for the warm, fragrant embrace of aged wine. The other elven members, gazing upon the river, were filled with confusion and shock. As children raised by the riverbanks, they held a deep affection for its waters, yet the current scene felt foreign and unsettling. What on earth has transpired? One elf furrowed his brow and inquired. I do not know. Perhaps some mysterious force has altered this environment, another elf speculated. Thus, they soared along a newly cleared dirt path, observing their surroundings. Before long, Henry pointed toward a small mound ahead, exclaiming, There, my lord. They flew above the mound and discovered an entrance concealed beneath. It became clear that this gathering place lay underground, excavated by alchemical tools into a labyrinth of tunnels. These fortifications were originally constructed by human nations to fend off the incursion of elves, yet they have now become a sanctuary for a group of alchemists. I never anticipated such a place existed here, one elf marveled. Indeed, it appears quite secure, another elf concurred. Chapter 11. Potions. Who are you? A sentinel, having long since detected their presence, emerged swiftly from the underbrush, his demeanor alert as he regarded the group, clutching an antiquated spear. Halt. Hey, Daniel, it's me, Henry, the one who lured the monsters away. Despite having lost a leg, Henry hobbled along, supported by a stick he had scavenged. Yet he greeted the sentinel with a broad smile. Henry? The sentinel's brow furrowed in confusion as he scrutinized Henry's face, seemingly struggling to recall who he was. After a moment, realization dawned upon him, and he exclaimed, "Oh, it's you. I can't believe you're still alive. Your wife, Kalina, wept for ages. We all thought you had perished." "Indeed, I nearly did not make it back," Henry replied, patting his chest with a sense of lingering dread. He then turned to Kalin and the others, saying, "Fortunately, luck was on my side, as I encountered these noble elves who saved my life. Otherwise, I would have met my end at the jaws of those monsters." Elves? Upon hearing this term, the sentinel's expression darkened, a flicker of wariness and hostility crossing his features. After all, just a year prior, their two nations were at odds, harboring animosity towards one another. Although the calamity had eased tensions somewhat, friendship was still a distant prospect. Kalen's voice was cold and resolute. "Our camp is recruiting, but we only accept women, not men. However, I can assure you that once you join us, your safety will be guaranteed. Of course, prior to that, we must meet the other members of your camp." Her gaze was sharp as an eagle's, seemingly capable of penetrating all facades. The sentinel exchanged glances with Henry, then took a step back, his tone unwavering. "Please leave. Henry here is considered dead among us, and we will not welcome any outsiders." He gripped his spear tightly, prepared for any imminent threat. Henry, in a state of desperation, implored, "Hey, how can you say that?" Yet, faced with the sharp spear, he could only suppress his anger, fearful of being skewered. "I have made it clear, we do not welcome anyone," the sentinel reiterated, directing his spear at Henry with an unmistakable warning. Kalin scoffed, a glint of disdain in her eyes. Suddenly, an invisible force emanated from her, lifting the sentinel off the ground and suspending him in midair. The sentinel struggled in terror, but to no avail. Ultimately, his spear clattered to the ground with a resounding clang. However, in that instant, his figure vanished like a wraith, leaving no trace behind. "Where is he?" Henry gasped, his eyes wide with fear as he trembled at the question. "A blood sacrifice for my master," came the chilling response. Kaling replied with a stoic expression, clutching her chest tightly, her lips curving into a faintly chilling smile as she cast a menacing gaze at Henry. I understand. Henry hastily extended his hands, signaling his willingness to comply. At that moment, the seemingly innocent young girl appeared to him as a demon, yet for now, he was reluctant to part with his life. Henry approached the entrance of the cave with practiced ease, cautiously opening the door before ushering the elves inside. As they stepped into the cavern, a nauseating stench assaulted their senses, overwhelming and revolting. Several pairs of bewildered eyes turned towards them, silently questioning their presence. "Henry!" Suddenly, a woman came rushing from a distance, throwing herself into Henry's embrace. This must be Kalina, the one he had mentioned earlier. "I can't believe you returned alive." Kalina frantically tugged at Henry's clothing, seemingly checking for injuries, but gasped in shock when she noticed his missing leg. "What happened?" Kalina's eyes reddened instantly, tears welling up as she appeared on the verge of tears. "A monster bit it off." Henry waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was fine, and added, "But rest assured, I'm not that fragile. Moreover, my survival this time is thanks to the elves." He turned to introduce them. "They brought me back here. They possess unimaginable power." Kaling stood outside, pinching her nose as she looked down, utterly repulsed by the foul odor emanating from below. "Our camp is open to women. Those willing may step forward," Kaling said, shaking her head in resignation, repeating her earlier words, though her tone lacked the initial conviction. However, the people below merely gazed at the elves in terror, none willing to join her. What a futile effort, Kaling sighed in disappointment, shaking her head before turning away with the other elves. For them, time held little value, and she decided to return in a few years to inquire again. After all, as long as there remained a glimmer of hope, she would not abandon her search for new members to join their ranks. Potion. Chen Jiao felt a stir within, his massive tendrils quivering slightly. He began to ponder the possibilities of magical potions. Such potions belonged to the realm of knowledge, which held little utility for a being like him, who traversed the rules of life. Nonetheless, having something was better than nothing, and Chen Jiao resolved to give it a try. He concentrated, attempting to siphon a fragment of power from the realm of knowledge. As time passed, he finally succeeded in grasping that sliver of knowledge. Though this power was minuscule, nearly negligible to Chen Jiao, it was sufficient. Meanwhile, the radiance of the galaxy illuminated Chen Jiao's colossal form, and he distinctly sensed all beings traversing the realm of knowledge. Among them, The most striking was a decaying brain with enormous eyeballs, exuding a potent essence of knowledge. Chunju nodded in satisfaction, aware that he had found the correct path. He gently caressed Carling's head, as if praising a child who had achieved a perfect score. Carling, the news you have brought is quite commendable. What reward do you desire? My lord, Carling responded, her tone laced with anticipation and excitement, yearning to once again experience that sensation that enveloped her very being in bliss. She longed to undergo Chunjio's transformation once more, to gain even greater power. Chunjio did not refuse Carling's request. Indeed, he had already resolved to grant her a revolutionary genetic enhancement. Should her abilities be categorized, Carling would ascend to the realm of the epic. As Chunjio commenced his work, a surging tide of power enveloped Carling. This force did not arise from external sources. Rather, it emanated from the activation of her latent potential. Each cell within her ignited like a flame, burning with boundless energy. Simultaneously, Chunjio discreetly infused Carling with a mysterious force known as Rule 34 of Life. This rule bestowed upon her the first characteristic of immortality. Regardless of the harm she sustained, as long as her soul endured, she would swiftly recover from injuries and continue to fight. This was a bespoke gift meticulously crafted by Chunjio for Carling. Chapter 12. Life. Carling was elated to receive Chunjio's reward. Yet the same could not be said for Henry, who had been sent back. It's all your fault. The Sentinel is dead. Indeed, if it weren't for you, the Sentinel would still be alive. Now we have lost another companion. The others blamed the Sentinel's demise on him. Hey, how can you hold me responsible? Henry attempted to retort, but found himself overpowered by the chorus of voices. Enough. Stop this bickering. At last, someone stepped forward to intervene. Yet, another voice piped up. Do you all wish to cast him out? Let us not forget that this is a sanctuary where everyone must support one another, especially we, the scarce alchemists. Stated the one who had intervened. But the Sentinel is dead. What shall we do? Another asked. Yes, we need a new Sentinel, echoed yet another voice. Then let us select another, proposed a hat-wearing alchemist. The group fell silent for a moment before turning their gazes toward Henry. No, I refuse to be the Sentinel. Henry exclaimed in horror, fully aware that, given his abilities and disabilities, taking on such a role would only lead to his demise. Then you might as well leave the sanctuary, one person sneered. Indeed, you have become a burden to us, another added. Please no, I beg you. Do not cast me out, Henry pleaded. Humph, who would want to support a useless waste? Someone derisively remarked. At that moment, an elderly alchemist approached, gazing at Henry with a calm demeanor, and remarked, the Sentinel has perished. You must either assume the role of Sentinel or depart from this gathering. Henry understood that should he take on the mantle of Sentinel, he would be the first to perish upon encountering a creature, for with a shattered leg, he could scarcely escape. He confined himself within his laboratory, yet the others delivered an ultimatum. A decision must be made today. No, I cannot leave. I refuse to die here, Henry murmured to himself, his heart engulfed by fear and despair. Perhaps there exists an alternative. Suddenly, Henry recalled experimental records he had perused in a book, which detailed the formulation of a demonic potion and the formidable powers of the elves. If he could enhance the potion, perhaps he could avert the fate of becoming a monster like the first victim. With this thought igniting a spark within him, he resolved, I must attempt this. I do not wish to perish. The memory of Karina's awe-inspiring strength fortified his resolve. He determined to commence the potion's creation immediately, for only with sufficient power could he ensure his own safety. The manuscript for the demonic potion lay open before Henry, a path forsaken by other alchemists, which he alone had resurrected for further study. The flickering light of the oil lamp illuminated the desk, revealing the culmination of another alchemist's lifelong endeavors. The potion was said to contain the most potent essence of gold copper flowers. Perhaps substituting it with a milder variant and reducing the monster's flesh content would yield better results. Henry silently prayed that this method would indeed prove effective. And without hesitation, he consumed the potion he had concocted. Moments later, he felt an unbearable itch in his severed leg, only to be astonished as he observed the limb regrowing at an astonishing pace. However, upon closer inspection, he was horrified to find that the newly formed leg bore no resemblance to its original form. It had morphed into a grotesque aberration, resembling an unsightly pillar adorned with clearly visible tumors, which writhed unsettlingly. In the next instant, an excruciating pain engulfed his entire mind, compelling him to emit a piercing scream. Ah, Henry, do not act foolishly, came Karina's anxious voice from outside the door. It's nothing, Karina, I merely bumped my foot, he reassured her, knowing that the truth of his potential transformation into a monster would remain undisclosed for 3 days. He planned to keep everyone in the dark for now. The power bestowed by the enhanced demonic potion was unfathomable. Henry felt as though he could obliterate the very creature that had severed his leg with a single blow. He gazed down at his newly regenerated leg, still somewhat weak and soft from its recent growth, yet this did not diminish his astonishment at the transformation of his body. Henry wrapped the legs he had grown with ragged cloth and attempted to walk upon the ground. At first, his steps were unsteady, reminiscent of an infant learning to walk, swaying precariously. However, he soon found his balance, and, once fully accustomed, he slowly pushed open the door. Outside the door, Kalina anxiously awaited, flanked by several indifferent alchemists. "Henry, have you made your choice?" Kalina approached the door with a mix of concern and tension etched upon her face. Yet before she could draw closer, she was seized and pushed aside by those behind her. Before Henry stood the white-haired alchemist. "Of course," Henry replied with a sinister smile, abruptly extending his right hand to grip the white-haired alchemist's neck with the strength of an iron claw. "What are you doing?" The alchemist's eyes widened in terror as he struggled to pry Henry's hand away. But how could the strength of a mere mortal compare to that of a potion? As Henry tightened his grip, the alchemist's complexion grew increasingly ashen, his breath becoming labored, eyes rolling back, and legs beginning to convulse. "Now, I shall command this entire gathering, and you shall all obediently carry out your tasks." With a casual toss, Henry flung the white-haired alchemist to the ground, who gasped for fresh air. "Henry, have you consumed the demon's potion?" The others noticed his peculiar legs and began to murmur, yet under the threat of force, they dared not make any further moves. "Henry, are you all right?" Kalina approached, inspecting his body with concern, as one of the few doctors in the gathering. "I'm fine, truly," Henry replied, stretching his neck. He gently embraced Kalina and suggested, "Perhaps you should go to the elves?" Kalina shook her head resolutely. "No, I wish to stay here with you." "But it is perilous here," Henry furrowed his brow. "With you by my side, it will not be dangerous," she asserted confidently. Henry gazed at her, touched. He was aware of the depth of Kalina's feelings for him, yet he also worried for her safety. Chapter 13. Henry's Potion Within the Vast Tunnel. The primary sustenance for the inhabitants of the gathering consisted of cultivated mushrooms and tree bark, with the occasional stroke of luck bringing wild vegetables or rats. Though these provisions appeared meager, they sufficed for the survival of the gathering's people. This clean and hygienic abode remained untainted by the invasion of unknown forces, effectively stifling bacterial activity, which spared the inhabitants from plagues and similar afflictions. The foremost reason for this was the benevolent disposition of the elder wine towards most life forms, thereby regulating the rules of existence and diminishing the aggressiveness of bacteria, for they too are creatures of life. Time passed swiftly, and before long, 3 days had elapsed. Over the course of 3 days, Henry diligently perused the notes left behind by the demon potion maker, seeking clues to elucidate his current condition. Within these notes, he encountered numerous records detailing the physical reactions following the consumption of the demon potion. Some entries mentioned symptoms such as dizziness, a sensation of heat throughout the body, and uncontrollable reactions. However, Henry felt an unmistakable enhancement in his vitality and health, experiencing only minor discomfort, which filled him with exhilaration. He shared his situation with Kalina, who rejoiced on his behalf, and together they contemplated relocating their gathering to the surface, as they possessed sufficient strength to confront the threats posed by monsters. With his unparalleled power, Henry had ascended to the role of leader within the gathering, and upon issuing the command to ascend to the surface, he significantly bolstered the confidence of the people. They emerged from the underground tunnels, gazing up at the trees that had flourished over the past year. An unknown force seemed to invigorate the proliferation of life, hastening the growth and birth of all living beings. Henry named the potion he concocted the Henry Elixir, and instructed the alchemists to continue their research within the tunnels for safety reasons, opting not to relocate the laboratory to the surface. In the gathering, Henry expanded his influence and administered the Henry Elixir to several trusted companions. Of the 5 who partook, only 2 succeeded, yet they too gained strength. Regrettably, this newfound power paled in comparison to Henry's own, seemingly due to the peculiar enhancement he had acquired. Determined to conduct further experiments on this phenomenon, Henry designated all who had consumed the potion as sequencers, referring to the Henry Elixir as a first-order potion. He was uncertain of the potion's ultimate stages, yet he recognized that he still fell short of the elven strength he recalled. During this period, Henry also organized the populace to begin felling trees and constructing shelters, preparing for a future life on the surface. The presence of humans inevitably attracted the attention of numerous monsters, but under the protection of the sequencers, the people managed to establish a foothold above ground. Caring, who often roamed outside with her team, noticed the establishment of the human encampment and dispatched an elven scout to observe the camp daily, believing her master might find these novelties intriguing. Before long, a decade had passed. The elven population swelled to 5,000, yet the daily contributions to Chunjio were still meager. Surprisingly, Chunjio was not overly anxious, as he had ventured further along the path of rules than anyone else. What remained was merely the accumulation of time. Once the numbers reached a critical mass, a qualitative transformation would occur, allowing Chunjio to devour the rules and attain the status of an outer god. The price for such immense power was that he could only achieve this in the void, making future entry into the world considerably more complicated. Recently, there appears to have been a significant advancement in alchemy. Lord Henry seems to have consumed a second-tier potion, thereby enhancing our safety. At the entrance of the encampment, 2 guards were engaged in casual conversation, discussing various topics that had become widely circulated within the camp. Indeed, it is rumored that Lord Henry can now manipulate flames. One can only hope he swiftly ascends to the 3rd tier of power, thus alleviating our concerns regarding monstrous attacks. One guard concurred. Do not only consider the advantages of potions, observe how many of the tiered can bear children. They are all stillborn. And I have heard it said that such powers are cursed by the divine. One guard whispered, lowering his voice. Lower your voice. Do you wish for your demise? If Lord Henry hears us, we are doomed, the other guard replied, anxiously scanning their surroundings. At that moment, the sudden crack of a whip echoed through the air, and the 2 men turned in terror to see a tiered individual standing behind them, whip in hand. You lowly beings dare to speak ill of Lord Henry? The tiered individual glared at the guards, and the whip struck them once more with ferocity. The soldier fell to the ground, writhing in pain. Disrespecting the Lord deserves punishment. The one wielding the whip was a tiered individual, and as someone who ruled through strength, Lord Henry naturally employed fearsome methods of control. Spare us, my lord, we shall never do so again. The 2 guards pleaded in agony, yet the tiered individual showed no mercy, continuing to lash out with the whip. Remember this, should anyone dare to disrespect Lord Henry again, this shall be their fate. The tiered individual warned fiercely before turning away. The 2 guards lay on the ground, battered and in excruciating pain. They realized they had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Had it not been for Lord Henry's need for them to guard the encampment, they would likely have faced execution. In this perilous and fear-ridden world, only absolute power could offer a sense of security, and Lord Henry remained their sole reliance. Though the harsh laws instilled fear in many, survival necessitated their acceptance. After all, in this world, nothing is more vital than life itself. Yet, at times, he would also exhibit a modicum of benevolence, such as when he summoned several lawbreakers to his laboratory to test newly formulated potions. Those who survived would ascend to become part of the elite tier, while those who failed would be discarded in distant graves. Henry's ambition was to reclaim all the lands of the kingdom, ensuring his name resounded throughout the realm. My lord, we have located a new gathering place, and its inhabitants have been captured by our men. An aide presented an ancient map before Henry. At this moment, Henry's thoughts aligned with the aged wine. He required a substantial population to ensure the development of potions and the expansion of territory. Indeed, this grants us a greater workforce, Henry remarked with a more relaxed demeanor, his fingers gliding over the map, revealing his evident satisfaction. After consuming the 2nd-tier potion, Henry appeared to sense a multitude of monsters resonating with him, their primal essence saturating his mind. He intuitively grasped that this world harbored numerous terrifying creatures, towering beings that traversed the paths, occasionally casting a fleeting glance at his existence. The monsters were indifferent to the fate of mere insects. They were ascending the ladder of rules, while the rational beings were not favored by them. I am destined by the heavens. Henry felt compelled to find a rationale that would swiftly consolidate the remaining survivors. He recalled the deity that the elves had once spoken of. I shall spread my faith among all the common folk, urging them to regard me as their savior. Henry's voice was deep and resonant, imbued with an irresistible authority. His gaze was resolute, revealing boundless confidence and determination for the future. Lord Henry had received divine guidance. He would rescue all from peril. One of his subordinates disseminated the message throughout the camp. Only those who became disciples of Lord Henry could attain the status of first-class citizens. Henry commanded his followers to grant the inhabitants of the camp the privileges of first-class citizens, bestowing upon them the rights to buy and sell slaves, along with legal advantages. Those who surrendered were labeled as second-class freemen, devoid of any privileges but retaining rights to reside and cultivate. Lastly, those defeated and captured were called slaves, along with their camp members, bound to obey their masters and stripped of any rights. His subordinates obeyed his orders and began dispatching envoys to various camps, propagating Henry's doctrines and ideals. They informed the populace that only by embracing Henry could they attain salvation and redemption. Disbelief would only lead to enslavement. As time passed, the existence of the potion gradually became known to more individuals. Survivors in different camps began to recognize the potion's significance and developed a keen interest in it. If you are willing to share the potion's formula, we shall honor you as the savior. Others in the camps expressed their willingness to accept this condition, yet they presented no tangible offerings in exchange for the formula. It seemed these camps sought to acquire the potion's recipe through duplicitous means. Upon hearing his subordinates report, Henry could not suppress a derisive laugh. How naive they are. He felt a mix of anger and disdain towards these greedy individuals. Thus, he resolved to take action. Since that is the case, we shall capture them all and make them my slaves. Then, I will cast them into the laboratory, transforming them into my test subjects. In the days that followed, Henry led his followers in a campaign of annexation against the surrounding camps. Leveraging their formidable strength and resource advantage, Henry successfully conquered 6 or 7 settlements. Apart from the colossal beasts encountered along the way, the sequencers faced little to no significant resistance. However, the smoothness of this annexation was attributed not only to Henry's own capabilities, but also to the crucial presence of the wine. In the surrounding regions, the reputation of the blood wine is widely renowned, its colossal, flesh-and-blood tree towering amidst the forest, becoming a fearsome sight to behold. From the camp, one can clearly discern the silhouette of this tree as if it were the guardian of the land. This formidable presence instills such dread that even the slightest hint of intelligence prevents any from approaching this territory, thus providing a favorable external environment for Henry's expansion. Henry had contemplated venturing into the realm of the elves. He had once organized several expeditions to seek out their encampments. However, he soon learned that a male seeker had attempted to enter the forest of tentacles, only to be swiftly slain by the elves who appeared without warning. Consequently, Henry relinquished any thoughts of advancing in that direction, possessing a clear understanding of his own capabilities. Among those monstrous elves, he could only aspire to reign supreme among humans. After assimilating the gathered lands, Henry relocated his people to an abandoned town, currently occupying territory roughly the size of a barony. The heritage of this land was not particularly vast, yet to someone like him, who had lived as a commoner all his life, it represented a substantial fortune. Henry held a rather modest coronation ceremony, which took place at the town's former center. He summoned all his subjects to witness the event, subsequently proclaiming himself the first king of the kingdom of Henry, Henry I. His subordinates and the survivors erupted in cheers, for this signified the possibility of rekindling the once great human empire. To the elves, however, this was merely a child's game, and they discussed the developments of humanity over the past decade within their encampment. They had concocted strange potions, yet they felt their king's strength paled in comparison to that of the clergy. A guard who had witnessed Henry's display of power remarked, "The potions have considerable side effects. I have seen their users develop grotesque limbs, which is truly repulsive." Fortunately, they believed themselves blessed by their master, who bestowed upon them strength, ensured their safety, and fulfilled their desires. You speak of desires, yet your conversations quickly turn to some unspeakable topics, one remarked. Someone even produced a small tentacle, a point of collection disseminated by the blood wine for each elf. Within every constructed dwelling, a tentacle extending from the roots of the tree serves as another point of connection. According to Lord Carling, the master would grant them specialized combat attire, enhancing their strength and fulfilling their needs. Such delightful creatures were crafted from these small tentacles, one elf gently caressing the diminutive appendage in her hand. The delicate tentacle coiled tenderly around the slender fingers of the elf, resembling a pitiable creature fearful of abandonment. In their lives, they had come to regard these tentacles as their most cherished companions. Since those among humanity have established their nations, why should we not endeavor to do the same? After all, we are under divine protection. Suddenly, an elf posed this question. It is indeed a valid point. We can voice our opinions to the government, as it is a part of our domain. Chapter 15. Ascension to Divinity. The Holy See has once again sent forth suggestions. The recipient within the government gazed upon a pile of letters, and then placed one particularly prominent package, bearing the insignia of the Holy See, upon her desk. They send these daily, even complaining about the slightest litter on the streets. What could this latest complaint entail? The staff member in charge furrowed her brow at the sight of the familiar envelope, covering her forehead in exasperation as she lamented. I dread having to deal with these trivial matters again. To them, The daily correspondence from the Holy See's sentinels consisted of petty grievances, a source of great annoyance. Yet, given the hierarchy of authority, they could not simply disregard these letters. They were compelled to confront the issues head-on. This time, however, it seemed different. The recipient opened the envelope and carefully read its contents, her expression transforming into one of astonishment. A curious staff member leaned in and inquired, "What does it say?" "The divinely favored one's wish for us to establish a nation," the recipient replied, handing the letter to her colleague, her tone laced with bewilderment. "Establish a nation?" The staff member's eyes widened in disbelief as she accepted the letter, skimming through its contents with haste. She scratched her head, muttering in confusion. "This is beyond our capacity as mere individuals. How peculiar that they would suddenly propose nationhood." She found it incomprehensible what those foolish women of the Holy See could possibly be thinking, and a sense of foreboding about the future crept into her thoughts. "We, as government employees, toil endlessly, yet our salaries pale in comparison to those of the Holy See. When will the Lord truly regard us?" The messenger sighed in resignation, her heart heavy with dissatisfaction and resentment. "Enough of this lamentation. Send it to the administrators and let them deal with it." She waved her hand dismissively, returning to her designated workspace to begin recording the day's correspondence. Nationhood. Ultimately, the letter traversed through the layers of government, eventually returning to the Holy See, where Liao informed Chunjiu. Chunjiu regarded the matter with indifference, viewing it merely as a trivial game among children. "Let them be," Chunjiu remarked nonchalantly, as if it were a matter of little consequence. Consequently, he kicked the issue back to the governmental departments for them to resolve. The administrators pondered. "Since other races have already established their nations, we cannot lag behind." Thus, they resolved to follow suit and formally announce the establishment of their own nation to the Elves. The nation was named the Realm of Touch. 20 years. For humanity, this span nearly encompassed a quarter of their lives. Yet for the Elves, it was but a fleeting moment. In the Realm of Touch, aside from an increase in the number of camps and population, little else seems to have transformed significantly. Conversely, within the human domain, they find themselves ensnared by the relentless expansion of territory. Once beyond the deterrent influence of the aged wine, the strength and quantity of the monsters escalate exponentially, resulting in devastating casualties among the sequences, compelling them to retreat to safer zones for recuperation. At this juncture, Henry has grown frail with age. The side effects of the first potion he consumed remain profoundly severe. His survival until now is entirely reliant on his body's remarkable compatibility with the potion. He has now ascended to a third-tier sequence. The potions, based on Henry's original formula, are now in a continuous state of evolution, striving to minimize side effects, thus serving primarily the needs of future generations. Henry, with his head crowned in white hair, bears the visage of an elderly man in his 80s or 90s, shuffling with a stoop as he ambles along, supported by his guards toward the laboratory, where a carefully selected royal alchemist awaits. With a furrowed brow, Henry anxiously observes the bustling alchemists, troubled by the fact that they have yet to encounter a fourth-tier potion after all these years. The third-tier potion had been developed in the third year following the establishment of the nation. "Your Majesty, this is our latest creation," the alchemist declares, presenting a blue potion that shimmers under the glow of the oil lamp, captivating Henry's attention. He holds it to his nose for a whiff, yet his brows involuntarily knit together. If his predictions are correct, this potion has not surpassed the third tier. Let us put it to the test. Henry gestures for his subordinates to assess the potion's efficacy. Within this royal laboratory, several captured monsters and animals are kept for the observation of the experimental potion's success. The current test subject is a giant wolf, which has previously consumed the potion 3 times. To prevent the wolf from breaking free and wreaking havoc, the doors here are specially designed. The alchemist pours the potion into the animal's food, securing it at the top of the cage with a rope. The giant wolf exhibits intense aggression, repeatedly leaping in an attempt to bite the individual above who has lowered the rope, yet it is thwarted by its inadequate height, resulting in futile lunges. The alchemists, having grown accustomed to such ferocity, remain unfazed. The wolf, seemingly fatigued from its attempts, ceases its assault. At this moment, an alchemist places some food beneath the rope. The wolf glances at the offering and promptly begins to eat, appearing genuinely hungry and eagerly accepting the food provided by the alchemists. However, the quantity is minimal, sufficient only for a brief meal, and it is soon consumed entirely. After finishing, the giant wolf resumes its watchful gaze upon the humans above, emitting a low growl as if urging them to present more sustenance. Soon, the effects of the potion erupted. Several grotesque tumors began to swell on the monster's body, oozing pus. These tumors grew rapidly, and the great wolf howled in agony, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Its once formidable teeth and claws became feeble, rendering it incapable of attacking anyone. The tumors seemed to siphon away all its strength, stripping it of its combat prowess. As the tumors continued to expand, they ultimately enveloped the great wolf entirely, forming a colossal mass of flesh. Finally, with a resounding pop, the grotesque mass exploded into countless droplets and fragments, releasing a foul stench into the air. It had failed. The alchemists who recorded this were acutely aware of the reason behind this failure. Evidently, the power of the potion had not reached the 4th level, resulting in a conflict among similar potions. Well then, Henry sighed despondently, shaking his head. Your Majesty, you must come see this. A soldier rushed over in a flurry. What has caused such alarm? The elf you instructed us to monitor has undergone a transformation, under the soldier's guidance. Henry turned his gaze toward the towering tree, only to witness endless tendrils emerging from its base, darkening the sky, as if to display its benevolence. Those observing could only see countless mosaics dancing in the heavens. Chunjiu, having traveled far along the path of rules, felt the weight of the world pressing relentlessly upon him. He sensed that should he take that fateful step, he would be cast out from the entire realm. Yet, Chunjiu had contingencies. The power he relentlessly pursued was within reach, and he could finally behold the land before him. The boundless liquid precipitated a new evolution, and a radiant light flickered in the sky, discernible only to those who trod the path of life. The elves below knelt in awe, gazing at such a miraculous phenomenon. How magnificent! Henry marveled from afar at the sun, reborn. After the sun vanished, what appeared on the ground was a tree of tendrils connecting heaven and earth. Chapter 16. 1,000 years Chunjiu had ascended to become an outer god, transcending the limits of material existence and traversing different dimensions with ease. At this moment, he gazed curiously at the surrounding space, a realm beyond the world itself, mysterious and unknown. Before him, a colossal sphere of light represented the entire universe, radiating brilliant luminosity that dispelled the surrounding darkness. Chunjiu felt an indescribable power, an energy stemming from the very essence of the world. His original physical form had not accompanied him to this realm beyond. He chose to leave his immense body, or, more aptly, his remains, in the realm of the elves. Existing as a demigod, on one hand, he wished to see if he could attain godhood solely through consumption. On the other, this choice also served to protect the lives of the elves. After all, he held a fondness for those delightful little beings. Meanwhile, Chunjiu's corporeal form was now composed of the vast rules of life, his soul harmoniously intertwined with the very fabric of those rules. As long as life persists in this world, Chunjiu shall never fade into oblivion. Even if all existence were to vanish, when new life emerges in the future, he will inevitably reappear. Is this not a transcendence of the essence of life? Such ascension evokes profound reflections within Chunjiu. He begins to fortify his powers while endeavoring to penetrate the fabric of the world with his consciousness. Since the outer gods are not recognized by this realm, Chunjiu must resort to clandestine means, akin to a hacker, to furtively bore a hole into the world's barriers. Such a backdoor must remain inconspicuous, otherwise, it would attract the world's attention and prompt repairs. After approximately a century, a newcomer, aspiring to ascend like Chunjiu, emerges. The second entity to appear is a colossal eyeball, adorned with a pair of wings, each wing extending the length of the eye itself, intricately patterned with eerie eyes that invoke terror. Upon its emergence, the eyeball regards Chunjiu with a scrutinizing gaze while its wings produce a resonant hum. Seizing the moment before it stabilizes, Chunjiu harnesses the power of the rules to consume it. This eyeball, evidently another denizen of the outer gods, comprises numerous smaller eyes, each possessing independent consciousness and thought. Together, they form a cohesive whole, brimming with formidable power and wisdom. For this being, which, like Chunjiu, has chosen the path of the outer gods, death is also a concept rendered obsolete. However, Chunjiu's dominion over the rules is overwhelmingly potent, rendering the eyeball incapable of resistance, and it is ultimately devoured by Chunjiu. Soon, another eyeball, considerably smaller than the previous one, appears, casting a fearful glance at Chunjiu. This diminutive orb is the core of the larger eyeball, acutely aware of Chunjiu's might and overwhelmed with dread. The consumption of its former body did not confer upon it the path of rules. It merely resulted in a slight increase in size. Thus Chunjiu loses interest in it. The eyeball, too frightened to flee, cautiously tests Chunjiu's disposition and, upon sensing that Chunjiu harbors no ill intent, begins to gather its strength in imitation of him. 2 centuries later, the third entity to emerge is a mass of flesh. At that moment, Chunjiu is occupied with boring a hole through the glass dome of the world and cannot attend to it. However, the eyeball appears to have misinterpreted Chunjiu's intentions, finding the mass of flesh and presenting it before him. Chunjiu, puzzled, observes as the large eyeball respectfully proffers the mass of flesh to his lips with several of its tendrils. Seemingly comprehending its intent, Chunjiu extends a tendril to tear the mass into 2 portions, one large and one small, casually bestowing the smaller piece upon the eyeball. The eyeball, elated at receiving this reward, consumes the flesh and awaits its revival, eager to impart lessons to its lesser kin. By the time Chunjiu successfully establishes a means of communication with his future allies, there are already 7 other assorted creatures alongside him, making a total of 8 beings beyond the world. Each newly emerged creature is devoured by the elder predecessors, with the largest share naturally bestowed upon Chunjiu, as they seem to represent their status in such a manner. A millennium after his ascension to divinity, Chunjiu finally pierced through the world's barrier, and at long last, after 1,000 years, he could return to this realm. Here follows an account of the development of the human kingdoms during that millennium. Following the demise of Henry I, he left behind 4 sons. However, he underestimated the absolute authority that power bestows. Henry I entrusted his position to his eldest son, believing him to be wise and valiant enough to fulfill the role of king. Unbeknownst to him, this decision ignited a bloody conflict. The third son, the most formidable of the siblings, consumed a novel potion upon their father's passing and ascended to the 3rd tier of power. Resentful of being perpetually overshadowed by his weaker elder brother, he instigated a rebellion on the eve of his brother's coronation, ruthlessly eliminating all heirs except himself. Ultimately, he led his army, treading upon blood, to claim his rightful throne. This third son became a potent sovereign, yet he set a troubling precedent for future generations. To prove his prowess was not inferior to that of his brother, he commenced extensive urban development and distributed the initial tiers of the potion to those deemed capable. This series of initiatives propelled the nation's advancement, but simultaneously incited further discord and challenges. Moreover, he established 4 external regions in the cardinal directions, stipulating that regardless of territorial expansion, as long as it nominally belonged to the kingdom and certain taxes were paid, all military, economic, and political matters would remain under private control. Thus, a fervent campaign of territorial expansion was launched, with individuals willing to risk their lives for a future endeavoring to reconstruct cities amidst the ruins, each being conferred noble titles to validate their land ownership. As time progressed, an increasing number of individuals joined this movement of territorial expansion. They hailed from diverse strata and backgrounds, yet shared a common yearning for a brighter future. Some sought higher status and power, while others aspired to realize their ideals and ambitions. Throughout this process, numerous extraordinary figures emerged, with their intellect and valor. They led the populace in rebuilding their homes from the debris. They achieved victories not only in military endeavors, but also showcased remarkable talents in economics and politics. The success stories of these individuals inspired many more to engage in this grand undertaking. However, the path of territorial expansion was fraught with challenges. Various monstrous entities lurked along the way, some capable of reducing a mere glance into a gruesome demise. People marked the locations of forbidden zones on maps with their lives, while the once familiar elves vanished without a trace. After the third son's demise, his offspring continued to battle fiercely for power, ultimately leading to a ruler who bore lifelong disabilities. To prevent such errors from recurring, the new king imposed strict regulations on the princes, mandating that they engage in a ruthless struggle for power before their demise, thereby ensuring that each generation would produce capable monarchs. Beyond the realm, these individuals were embroiled in relentless conflict. As territories expanded, some were even bestowed with exceedingly high titles. Chapter 17. Angelisa, nestled on the outskirts of the city, stood a dilapidated wooden cottage, its exterior resembling a relic forgotten by time. The walls were permeated with a stench of decay, threatening to collapse at any moment. The interior was sparsely furnished, featuring only a bed and a desk, evoking a sense of oppression. A solitary window allowed a feeble ray of light to pierce through, while the foul odor of excrement wafted in from outside, inducing a wave of nausea. Scattered about the street were overturned wooden barrels, clearly toppled with intent. The entire scene exuded an air of desolation, steeped in decay and chaos. Chunjiu furrowed his brow, a surge of revulsion swelling within him. He vowed that this was the dirtiest and most chaotic place he had ever encountered. In stark contrast, The earlier mountainous and wooded landscape felt like paradise. Despite the abundance of insects and weeds, it lacked the repugnant stench that now assaulted his senses. At that moment, Chunjiu clutched a tentacle stone statue in his hand, a tool of navigation and a safeguard. To the untrained eye, it appeared to be merely a peculiar, indestructible rock. Yet, for Chunjiu, it was one of his most vital instruments. He gazed at the statue in confusion, pondering its presence in such a rundown location. Logically, it belonged in the churches of elves, revered and venerated, rather than in this decrepit wooden shack, where it shone with an unnatural polish, suggesting frequent cleaning. The creaking sound of the rotting wooden door caught Chunjiu's attention. A woman entered the room, her visage reminiscent of a blooming poppy flower, vibrant and alluring, leaving one utterly captivated by her beauty. Her porcelain-like skin was smooth and delicate, seemingly capable of yielding moisture. Her brows arched gracefully like willow branches, hinting at confidence and authority. Tall and slender, her figure boasted an exquisite silhouette, with a voluptuous bosom, a narrow waist, and rounded hips, complemented by long, straight legs. She donned a luxurious and seductive black silk robe, intricately embroidered with golden patterns that glittered brilliantly. The neckline of her robe revealed her fair skin and ample cleavage, a sight that took one's breath away. "Hey, who are you? How did you come to be in my room?" The woman's voice carried a note of caution, her brow slightly furrowed as she gripped the slender sword at her waist, poised to confront any potential threat. However, upon noticing the object in Chunjiu's hand, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Chunjiu offered a slight smile, unaffected by the woman's demeanor. He raised the statue slightly, presenting it to her. "Do you know what this object is?" Disregarding the delicate sword in the woman's hand, he calmly inquired. Her eyes flickered with uncertainty, suggesting a hint of anxiety. Occasionally, she cast fleeting glances toward the street outside, seemingly in search of some semblance of safety. Yet, despite her hand resting upon the hilt of the sword, she refrained from drawing it. After a moment, she finally spoke. "This is a coming-of-age gift from my mother." "Well then, since we are at this juncture, you ought to disclose the purpose of your visit." Chunjiu smiled lightly, responding in a relaxed tone. "Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. You may perceive me as the spirit of this statue, newly arrived in this realm. The form before you is merely a projection." In truth, Chunjiu was not deceiving her. At that moment, he was not a true projection, nor could he be classified as one. Were a genuine projection to manifest here, the surroundings would be affected, all living beings would undergo mutation, ultimately leading to their demise. However, such an act would swiftly unveil Chunjiu's hidden entrance, and he was unwilling to spend another millennium in search of it. Of course, as an ephemeral projection, he could still interact with objects, though other entities could not touch him. "Damn, so you are the spirit of this artifact?" The woman tentatively reached out to touch Chunjiu, only to find that she could grasp nothing. He felt as insubstantial as air. A frown crossed her face, revealing a glimmer of disappointment. "You might interpret it that way. May I inquire if you are familiar with elves?" "Logically, this statue should be associated with them," Chunjiu remarked, pointing at the statue in his hand. His brow furrowed in curiosity. "I possess elven blood in my ancestry. This artifact is likely a legacy from my forebears. As for the other elves, due to various monstrous deities, they were compelled to ascend the world tree to seek its protection," the woman recounted, revealing a depth of understanding regarding such ancient tales. A hint of sorrow and helplessness glimmered in her eyes, as if she bore a profound connection to this history. Chunjiu listened attentively, his heart tranquil, devoid of any particular sentiment. "You appear to be quite fearful of being discovered," Chunjiu observed, gazing at the woman languidly reclined upon the bed, her figure resembling two towering peaks in tumultuous waves. He found himself inclined to engage her in further conversation regarding their current predicament. "Do you possess the power to assist me?" she retorted, her weariness evident, reluctant to continue the dialogue. "Perhaps I might," Chunjiu replied, lounging nonchalantly on the table, his legs crossed, reveling in the amusement of the moment. "My name is Angelisa," she introduced herself. "I am Chunjiu," he nodded in acknowledgement. And then, Angelisa widened her eyes in disbelief. "You truly do not recognize me? You have stated that I am merely a spirit. How could I possibly know?" Chunjiu countered, genuinely oblivious. "What is your rank?" Angelisa inquired, her anticipation regarding his prowess palpable. "A mere spirit," Chunjiu spread his hands, indicating that his abilities were limited to communicating with his own remains, which could be considered a form of spirit. As Angelisa sighed deeply, Chunjiu suddenly raised an eyebrow, interrupting her with a warning that she might be in peril, as a considerable number of armored soldiers appeared to be searching for her outside. Angelisa immediately leaned against the wall and peered onto the street, where several mounted knights had surrounded the house, and the leading soldier was scrutinizing the premises. Damn it. I never anticipated they would come for me. Angelisa hastily began to pack her belongings, shoving her few possessions into her suitcase, when she suddenly noticed Chinjio handing her the statue once more. You don't want it? She asked, momentarily bewildered, just as a heavy knocking echoed from the door, prompting her to resume her frantic packing. I'll stall them for a bit. Take this with you. I shall return shortly, Chinjio smiled, passing through the wooden walls of the house and stepping outside. Chapter 18. The Queen Bang. Bang. The soldiers outside knocked forcefully, the loud clatter attracting the attention of numerous passers-by and neighbors. What are you staring at? Routine inspection. The lead soldier glared back at the onlookers, threateningly, causing the curious crowd to disperse hastily. Sir, is there a matter at hand? Why do you persist in knocking on my door? Chinjio emerged from the side yard, and upon seeing him, the soldiers immediately adopted a defensive stance. They had already surveyed the yard, which contained only a simple fence easily crossed, revealing nothing but a patch of overgrown weeds. When had this man appeared? We have received reports of a defector hiding within this dwelling, and we require you to open the door immediately. Realizing his words sounded overly forceful, the lead soldier paused, attempting to soften his tone. If we do not find anyone, we will offer you some compensation. Smack. A sharp sound resonated through the air as Chunjiu struck the soldier's cheek with a powerful slap. The helmeted soldier instantly felt a searing pain in his head, as if the entire world had tilted. His eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Chinjio, utterly unaware of the protective function of his helmet. The stinging pain made it abundantly clear that this slap was no jest. Enemy attack. The soldier cried out in terror, his voice laced with despair and fear as he instinctively shielded his subordinates. Simultaneously, he attempted to soothe his nearly numbed face, hoping to alleviate some of the agony. Upon hearing the call, the other soldiers brandished their spears, ready to confront the enemy's onslaught. However, upon witnessing Chinjio, they were astonished to find him far less menacing than they had envisioned. On the contrary, he merely stood there, observing them with a sense of amusement. Die. Numerous spears lunged towards Chinjio, yet they proved utterly ineffective, merely piercing the air as they passed through him effortlessly. Chinjio advanced a step forward, instilling a sense of dread within the soldiers. As they beheld his formidable presence, an involuntary chill coursed through their veins. They initially intended to encircle Chinjio, but at this moment, they found themselves involuntarily retreating. Their faces were pale, and their eyes revealed a profound fear of Chinjio. Are you a seer? The leading soldier, aware of the seer's existence, never anticipated encountering such a prominent figure. He promptly knelt down with a thud, pleading, My lord, I was misled by others. I did not expect your presence here. I shall leave at once. I beg you to spare my life. He was acutely aware of the vast disparity between himself and the seer. Dying at the hands of a seer would be akin to the death of an ant to those influential figures, utterly inconsequential. Leave. Chinjio watched the soldier's performance with interest, knowing he was merely stalling for Angelisa. This illusory projection possessed no real power. The soldiers scrambled away in a panic, and upon glancing back, they were horrified to see Chinjio pass through the wall and into the room. Inside, Angelisa remained undisturbed by the commotion outside, diligently organizing her belongings like a busy little bee. Now you have ample time to tidy up, Chinjio remarked, seated on the bed with his legs crossed, his gaze scanning Angelisa's form. Observing her striking figure, he couldn't help but exclaim, What on earth has she been consuming to grow like this? Her physique is remarkable. His previous genetic modifications for Lia paled in comparison to Angelisa. Finally, after gathering her things, Angelisa stood up and stretched. Her graceful silhouette was before Chinjio. As she arranged her hair, she curiously inquired, How did you manage that? Chinjio, resting his chin in his hand, replied sarcastically, Just putting on a show. He then shook his head in resignation and cautioned, Next time, take your time. By the time you finish, you might find yourself captured and turned into a pastry. Angelisa appeared to possess a thicker skin than Chinjio had anticipated. Instead of taking offense, she laughed and said, Well, you're here, aren't you? She then playfully asked, By the way, what is a pastry? I've never heard of it before. It's a delicacy. I'll make you one when the opportunity arises, Chinjio responded. Seeing that she had finished, he urged, If you don't hurry, once they realize what is happening, you truly won't be able to leave. Come this way. Angelisa skillfully activated a mechanism in a nearby room, revealing a path leading to the basement. The basement was cluttered with miscellaneous items, several boxes haphazardly stacked in the corners, and cobwebs indicating it had been a long time since anyone had visited. Within, another mechanism was triggered, and Angelisa opened a stone door, revealing a winding tunnel leading outside the city. Clearly, Chunjio's suspicions were correct. The frightened leading soldier soon returned with his commander, a seer summoned specifically for this purpose. Are you saying a seer has appeared here? The leader meticulously inhaled the scent in the air. The foul stench was unmistakably that of the sequence, an odor unique to those who had consumed the elixir. Yet, at that moment, he found no trace of any sequence member, only fixating menacingly on the subordinate who had deceived him. Indeed, Commander, my comrades and I thrust our spears into his body, as if piercing through air, achieving nothing, the soldier explained, pulling a few companions to corroborate his claim. Foolishness. The leader struck the soldier sharply, denting his helmet, rendering him unconscious. Merely a ruse, and you were all ensnared in it, a pack of simpletons. Enraged, the leader kicked open the door, revealing the emptiness of the room, affirming his assertions. Find him. If no one has exited, there must be a secret passage. If you fail to uncover it, I shall flay your skins. Fueled by fury, the soldiers dared not provoke him, hastily searching the room. Only 2 inconspicuous soldiers dragged the fallen captain away for treatment. Did you not say that no one should recognize you? You are quite famous? Chunjio inquired curiously, seated upon his steed. I am the queen, she replied, winking playfully. Chapter 19, On the Road. I am indeed the wife of the current king, the Empress Angelisa. She continued, have you truly never encountered such beauty as mine? Do you expect a spirit to comprehend everything? If I had seen you before, I doubt I would have forgotten, Chunjio remarked, flicking the whip to hasten his horse's pace. Years had passed. What was once nearly extinct had surprisingly been resurrected for labor. Consider it a compliment. Would you care to hear my tale? Angelisa, with a vivacious and spirited demeanor, starkly contrasted with Chunjio's recollection of the dignified and solemn queen. If you are willing to share, I shall gladly listen. Chunjio expressed genuine interest, eager to learn of others' pasts. I do not particularly relish being the queen. It is merely an identity that invites trouble. The king passed away a year ago, and I escaped amidst the chaos. Angelisa, placing her trust in Chunjio, reasoned that if he were an enemy, he would not go to such lengths to assist her. The empire is now dominated by 4 princes, each backing a different claimant. In truth, I am the rightful heir to the king's will, yet they all wish to see me dead. With a wistful sigh, she lamented, those with great allure often incite envy. Hearing this, Chunjio chuckled. Why not bequeath the position to his son instead of you? He leisurely guided the horse, aware that even if someone spotted the carriage, they would only perceive a woman murmuring to herself. Beautiful women always seem to be favored by fate, do they not? With a playful smile, Angelisa deftly sidestepped the question. For such matters were undeniably her exclusive expertise. To spare both of them from any awkwardness, it was best to see through the pretense without voicing it. Indeed, it was evident that fate had bestowed its favor upon her. Chunjio reflected on his own presence and replied with a smile, acknowledging that this woman was indeed intriguing, embodying the grace of destiny's favor. The carriage jolted incessantly, causing Angelisa's body to sway with its movement. She helplessly shifted her posture, occasionally massaging her slightly numbed derriere. Mr. Qiling, could you lend me a hand? Angelisa blinked her sparkling eyes and clasped her hands in a plea. How may I assist you? Chunjio inquired, puzzled. Could you make this carriage less bumpy? My behind is nearly numb from the jolting. She pouted, while continuing to rub her backside. Upon hearing this, Chunjio couldn't help but chuckle. I see. I thought it was something of great importance. However, I have no control over the carriage's bumps. It depends on the road conditions and the horse's speed. Perhaps you could scoot a little closer. It might alleviate the discomfort. At his suggestion, a faint blush crept onto Angelisa's cheeks, yet she obediently inched closer to him, narrowing the distance between them to less than a meter. Weary, she leaned back against her seat, having discerned a sliver of Chunjio's preferences. After all, this lecherous spirit often fixated on her proudly displayed attributes. In the past, Angelisa would have summoned the sequencer to dispatch him and ordered her servants to dispose of the remains. Yet times had changed. Now, under the same roof, one must lower their head. Only Chunjio could guarantee her safety, and for the sake of prudence, she murmured, Sir Qiling, do take good care of me. Leaning against Chunjio's chest, she exhaled softly, a sultry warmth escaping her lips. Of course, I shall look after you well, Chunjio replied, feeling a surge of information about her physical and genetic lineage subtly infiltrate his mind. Angelisa's lifespan was projected to exceed a century, an exceedingly rare genetic heritage in this era. The forces of fate swirled around Angelisa, circling her in realms unseen by ordinary mortals. As she regained her composure, she delicately retrieved a map from her bag, unfurling it across her lap. The map depicted the actual control regions of the current nation, marked with numerous red circles both within and beyond its borders, the largest of which encircled the world tree at the nation's center. Her fingers glided over the map until they halted at a specific area. Next, I shall seek refuge with my brother, Marquis Kadosh, who is my father's godson. After I became queen, my father bestowed a title upon him to serve as my aide. This was the route leading to the Marquis's domain. Angelisa had meticulously planned everything. Once she reached that place, she could reclaim her identity. Did he not abandon you when you fled the capital? Do you truly believe he will acknowledge you now? Chen Jiu unceremoniously shattered Angelisa's illusions, yet he abruptly turned his gaze towards the rear of the carriage. Angelisa, somewhat perplexed, followed Chen Jiu's line of sight and was jolted by the sight of a group of grotesque, tumor-ridden abominations lurking behind the vehicle. Their appearance was so repulsive that merely casting a glance in their direction induced discomfort. What are those? Chen Jiu inquired. They are the plague beasts, Angelisa whispered, instinctively retracting her head, afraid to look a second time. Otherwise, she feared a restless night ahead. Plague beasts, Chen Jiu responded, his expression laced with skepticism. The name sounded peculiar indeed. Each plague beast is a victim of illness, and upon death, they carry with them a multitude of viruses. They roam in search of survivors to infect, and upon being killed, they explode, releasing all the viruses contained within them. Angelisa explained the grim backstory. No wonder the wilderness was devoid of travelers. It appeared that many of these creatures had yet to be eradicated. The carriage, traversing the rugged terrain, was unlikely to maintain a swift pace, risking being overtaken. Chen Jiu, agilely dismounting from the carriage, casually hurled a stone towards the beasts. The stone struck the head of one plague beast, resulting in a violent explosion that released a cloud of green gas. While it would be challenging for an ordinary person to contend with such foes, Chen Jiu possessed numerous methods to handle these minor adversaries. He then subtly channeled a fraction of his own aura, an imperceptible force to the average person, which suddenly rendered the pursuing plague beasts motionless. One by one, they detonated like fireworks, leaving only a dense green mist in their wake. Wow, my lord, you are truly remarkable, Angelisa exclaimed, her eyes wide with awe at the distant spectacle, oblivious to the rosy hue that had crept onto her cheeks. Did you not already know of my prowess? Chapter 20. The Marquis Chen Jiu had long recognized that Angelisa was not a person content to remain passive. After all, while humans may deceive, genetics do not lie. Her insatiable thirst for power rendered her willing to sacrifice everything. Within the grand confines of the Marquis's estate, every corner exuded an air of opulence. Lavish tapestries adorned the walls, depicting mythological tales and historical scenes, vibrant in color and exquisite in detail. The floors were covered in thick carpets, soft and inviting, making one feel as though they were walking on clouds. In the center of the hall stood a massive oak table, surrounded by intricately carved chairs, their backs inlaid with gems and pearls. The table was laden with silver cutlery and crystal goblets, shimmering with a dazzling brilliance. The Marquis's bedroom was the epitome of luxury. The bed was draped in silk bedding, soft and smooth, embellished with intricate patterns. Above the headboard hung a grand portrait, depicting the Marquis in all his imposing splendor, his gaze piercing. The room was furnished with an array of exquisite furniture and adornments, such as a vanity, wardrobe, and vases, each piece worth a fortune. The estate's garden was equally enchanting, filled with an array of rare and vibrant flora, competing in beauty and exuding a delightful fragrance. In the heart of the garden lies a fountain, its crystalline waters revealing the pebbled bottom, encircled by exquisite marble statues. The pathways are adorned with smooth cobblestones, allowing one to stroll amidst the enchanting scenery. As the candlelight flickers softly, it illuminates the opulent decor within, where every inch of golden embellishment reflects the utmost indulgence of its owner. This chair, crafted from the finest financial wood, is complemented by plush cotton cushions that invite relaxation upon first contact. Madam, is this your particular inclination? Chen Jiu inquired, glancing from the second floor over the balustrade at the animated conversation taking place in the drawing room. He turned his gaze back to the woman kneeling before him. Curiosity etched upon his features. The lady, with a gentle smile, conveyed her thoughts through a subtle mental transmission, elegantly arranging her hair to reveal her long, graceful neck. This is the rite of our Divine Touch sect, she explained, and it symbolizes the path of our order's initiates. Oh, I am intrigued to learn more about this Divine Touch sect, Chen Jiu replied with genuine interest. A flicker of delight danced in the woman's eyes as she continued. The Divine Touch is an organization that aspires to the pinnacle of power and wisdom. We believe that by connecting with the divine, we can attain extraordinary abilities and profound insights. The act of Bai Mu represents our approach to the divine, symbolizing fertility and life. Chenjiu could not help but chuckle. What a fascinating doctrine. But can such rituals truly bestow power? His gaze bore into her, as if striving to unearth her innermost thoughts. The woman lowered her eyes and softly responded, "Sir, this is the path of the initiates in our divine touch sect. I firmly believe that as long as one devoutly adheres to the tenets, rewards will surely follow. Moreover, this ritual serves as a spiritual purification and an expression of faith for us. Her identity is primarily that of a devotee of the divine touch, and only secondarily as a Martianess. The source of the sect's belief is, in fact, Chunjiu's demigod essence. Is this the reason you sought us out?" The Martianess resumed her seat, swallowing slightly as she steadied a cup of tea from the small table between them. "This matter bears significant weight. Queen Angelisa requires the strength of the Martianess and our divine touch sect, and thus must experience our rituals. Once she deemed the moment appropriate, she set down her teacup and spoke. At that juncture, a maid emerged from the shadows, silently pouring more tea for the Martianess from the teapot she held. Clad in a charming dress that typically reached just above the knees, the fabric was soft and comfortable. The dress, usually in hues of black or white, was adorned with delicate lace trim or decorative bows. The top featured a white shirt with a black bow tie at the collar, complemented by lace-edged cuffs, and she wore a white headband. However, the most disconcerting aspect of her appearance was the tentacle tightly coiling around her form. It seemed to draw sustenance from her very being, an exceedingly inefficient means of energy supply that caused Chunjiu to furrow his brow in discontent. Chunjiu raised his leg, revealing his disinterest in tea, having never touched a teacup, let alone considering the peculiar substances that might be mingled within. "What are your conditions?" he inquired, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. Angela, in her ineptitude, likely expended considerable resources to garner support. The Queen Angela assured us that the Church of Divine Touch would ascend as the principal religion of the Empire, promising us a multitude of followers. The Martianess, perceiving no need for secrecy, directly divulged the terms to Chenjiu. Was it a betrayal of ecclesiastical authority in exchange for personal power? In truth, it could be seen as Angela's audacious gamble. Perhaps only the Marquis and his peers comprehended that had the other heirs not been selected, they would have never chosen the foolishly greedy Angela as their champion. Yet, it was precisely her avarice and folly that afforded her supporters unprecedented benefits post-success. Angela appeared to be in high spirits, for she was now a step closer to her coveted position. With the Marquis's assistance, she could at least secure a share in the unfolding events. "My Lord Spirit." Upon noticing Chunjiu's presence, Angela felt a pang of unease. Her gaze darting nervously towards the Martianess at her side, her mind swirling with mischievous thoughts. "Shall we converse?" Chunjiu beckoned Angela, and as she approached, he patted his thigh, inviting her to sit. Angela, gripping the armrest of the chair, perched herself upon his lap, only to suddenly shiver. "Your Highness, what troubles you?" The Martianess paused, her cup of water halting midair, her eyes searching Angela's flushed visage for answers. "And nothing," Angela stammered, suppressing her discomfort, while Chunjiu, unfazed, turned to the Martianess. "Did you not mention that Lisa was to undergo the ceremony? Let us discuss the details." "The primary materials for the ceremony will be supplied by our Church of Divine Touch, among which the most critical requirement is a male assistant. Given that the ritual necessitates a union between the male and Her Highness, it is only fitting that the selection be left to the Queen." The Martianess paused, her gaze settling on Chunjiu, who had been chosen as the Queen's consort, a role she deemed suitable for him. As the ceremony would claim a significant number of men, it was anticipated that 90% would meet their demise. Thus I urge you to carefully consider the selection. Chapter 21. The ceremony. "I believe I am well suited for this ceremony," Chunjiu stated calmly, his eyes resolute and confident. For him, the essence of being an entity of tendrils marked a fundamental distinction from ordinary humanity, let alone the fact that this ritual merely sought to reclaim a trifling amount of strength from the corporeal form he once abandoned. Such a high mortality rate of 90% loomed ominously. Even if one were to survive, their lifespan would be drastically curtailed. "I hope you will deliberate with utmost seriousness," the Martianess urged, her brow furrowed in concern. She had no desire to invoke the Queen's ire over a mere consort, as it could jeopardize her future plans. The Martianess rose gracefully, enveloped by her maids, and departed with measured steps. Her exit left a profound silence, as if the entire world awaited Chunjiu's decision. "Your Highness, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Chunjiu tenderly embraced Angelisa, feeling her slight tremors. Clutching his arms tightly, Angelisa rested her head against his chest. Her voice soft and timid. Brother Qi Ling, I shall yield to your arrangements. Unable to contain himself any longer, Chun Jiu lifted Angelisa into his arms and carried her to the guest room. Are you certain the queen will become a seer? If she fails, we cannot guarantee her continued protection, rendering our investment futile, the Marquis remarked, furrowing his brow as he took a puff from his smoking pipe. His feet resting on a maid sprawled on the floor, speaking in a low tone. He had nearly exhausted all his resources in this struggle for power. She will undoubtedly succeed. Do not forget, she possesses the Master's sacred relic, and moreover, she carries the blood of the elves. To this day, humanity merely lingers on this land, basking in the Master's fading light. The Marchioness expressed her unwavering confidence. As a member of the Divine Touch sect, they alone understood the significance of knowledge's inheritance. I hope your choice is wise, for only then will our children be permitted to thrive on this land. As the candlelight flickered and extinguished, the room plunged into darkness. When Chunjiu opened his eyes again, he felt a heavy pressure upon him. Looking down, he found Angelisa clinging to him like an octopus, her slender arms splayed haphazardly. Gently, he moved her arms aside and tenderly covered her with a blanket. He then swiftly employed his projection skill to don a neat outfit. Good morning, esteemed guest. It appears you had a restful night. Just as Chunjiu was about to push open the door, a gentle voice called from outside. He looked up to see a maid standing at the entrance, smiling and bowing to him. Following her through a long corridor and down the staircase, he eventually arrived at the Marquis's dining room. Upon entering, he noticed the Marchioness had been waiting for some time. Good morning, sir, the Marchioness greeted warmly, beckoning to Chunjiu with a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. How did your conversation with the queen go? Chunjiu took a seat at the dining table and smiled as he replied, everything went smoothly. I shall serve as an aide for the upcoming ceremony. Breakfast was laid out before him. A cup of rich milk, white bread spread with an unknown jam, and the entrails of an unidentified animal, accompanied by a selection of fresh fruits. Though these items appeared simple, their procurement had become exceedingly challenging since the onset of calamity. I respect your choices. If possible, we can commence the ceremony this afternoon. The Marchioness conveyed her plans to Chunjiu, leaving him a tad surprised by the urgency. He couldn't help but furrow his brow, pondering whether there truly was an urgent matter necessitating the prompt execution of this ceremony. Chunjiu gazed at the Marchioness, his eyes revealing a hint of perplexity. He was acutely aware that the Marchioness and her lineage harbored numerous secrets unknown to the world. He endeavored to extract clues from her expression, yet her visage remained composed and smiling, rendering her inscrutable. Was there indeed a pressing issue? The schedule was remarkably tight. Chunjiu could no longer restrain his curiosity and inquired, feeling compelled to unravel the truth. In reality, he held a profound interest in any unfolding events. The Marchioness offered a slight smile, her tone calm as she elucidated. The ceremony can only be conducted once each month, with stringent requirements regarding timing and date. Should we miss this afternoon's opportunity, we must wait until next month. Her voice bore a trace of resignation, as if this were an immutable fact. However, Chunjiu was not entirely convinced by her words. He sensed that there were undoubtedly other motives concealed, merely withheld from disclosure. After all, the intricate web of secrets and vested interests between them made it difficult to guarantee complete honesty. Very well, we shall proceed with the ceremony this afternoon. How do you intend to handle the struggle for the throne? Chunjiu remarked, picking up his knife and fork, pretentiously engaging with the food on his plate, which he found rather subpar, even less palatable than the dishes prepared by the elves. As he chewed, he awaited their response. The other princes have been amusing themselves in the imperial city. We plan to dispatch troops directly, seize the imperial city, and crown Her Majesty the Queen, the Marchioness replied, her voice resolute and decisive, as if she had meticulously prepared for this course of action. Nevertheless, such a strategy was undoubtedly a gamble, inevitably provoking a coalition of rival claimants. The struggle for the throne entailed immense stakes of power and profit. The other princes would not relinquish their chances lightly. Yet the Marchioness appeared to possess unwavering confidence. Did they truly hold the capability to vanquish the allied forces of the other princes? At that moment, the sound of footsteps approached, and Angelisa, still drowsy, entered the room. Yawning, she was led into the dining hall by a maid. Oh, everyone is here, cousin, she exclaimed, rubbing her eyes and scanning the room for the Martian's figure. The maid hurriedly stepped forward to pull out a chair for her to sit. The Marchion has been working late, consolidating the troops, the Marchioness began, hesitating momentarily. You all should eat. We will conduct the ceremony this afternoon. To prevent any leaks of information, we shall march alongside the troops to the imperial city tomorrow. Then I shall not be polite. Angelisa replied cheerfully as she began to tackle the food before her. Chunjiu observed her dazed demeanor and shook his head in resignation. Chapter 22. The site of the ceremony was chosen to be the basement of the Martian's residence, which exuded an air of antiquity and mystery. The walls were constructed from massive stone blocks, emanating a subtle chill. The ceiling of the basement was low and oppressive, imparting a sense of confinement. The faint candlelight flickers in the darkness, barely illuminating this clandestine space. The floor of the basement is paved with flagstones, some of which have become uneven with wear. The air is thick with a damp aroma, mingling the scents of aged wood and earth. Cobwebs adorn the walls, as if narrating the tale of this long-neglected place. At the depths of the basement, a tightly shut stone door stands, adorned with ancient metallic embellishments that exude an aura of mystery and solemnity. As the Countess pours an enigmatic liquid into the keyhole of the door, the liquid swiftly spreads and reacts with the runes etched upon it. Subsequently, the door emits a heavy sound and begins to open slowly. The Countess leads the two individuals inside, their footsteps echoing in the silence, resonating with the ancient artifacts surrounding them. Crossing through the stone door, they find themselves in a narrow tunnel, barely wide enough for one person to pass through. The three of them cautiously navigate the passage, the stone walls above them bearing down oppressively. Upon finally emerging from the tunnel, they are greeted by an expansive revelation. Chunjiu is astonished to discover such a vast space concealed underground. In this enormous cavern, candlelight flickers and smoke swirls. A group of individuals clad in black robes sits in a circle on the ground, their faces reflecting fervor and obsession. At the center of the chamber lies a massive altar, laden with an array of peculiar items, animal bones, decayed fruits, burning incense burners, and a tentacle exuding a sinister aura. The presence of these items imbues the entire scene with an air of mystery and terror. Indeed, the entirety of this underground is part of the ritual. When you two step into the circle at the center, the ritual will commence. Once initiated, you must not leave the circle until we arrive, the Countess instructs, emphasizing the considerable effort they expended to gather these ritual materials. Chunjiu and Angelisa exchange a glance and nod in agreement. I shall wait outside until the ritual concludes, she states, and as the Countess departs with the others, the stone door slowly closes, leaving Chunjiu and Angelisa alone in the subterranean space. Come, let us begin, Chunjiu declares as he lifts Angelisa into his arms and steps into the very heart of the circle. What are you doing? Angelisa exclaims in surprise. It is more convenient to hold you, Chunjiu replies. Angelisa's cheeks flush crimson as she gently pats his chest, but does not resist his embrace. Eerie light begins to shimmer around the circle, illuminating the entire underground chamber. Angelisa grips Chunjiu's arm tightly, her body trembling slightly. Chunjiu reassures her, do not fear. I am here. As the light intensifies, the ritual officially commences. With the initiation of the ceremony, a mysterious force begins to surge. The tentacle, once quietly positioned at the center, gradually emanates a faint glow, as if it has been awakened. Immediately, pink orbs of light began to appear on the ground, drawn as if by some unseen force, gathering around the tentacles. These luminescent points twinkled like stars in the night sky, gradually coalescing into a resplendent river of light that swirled and danced around the tentacles. As the tentacles absorbed these glowing orbs, they became increasingly animated, as if imbued with a spark of life. Chunjiu felt an unmistakable connection. At that moment, the tentacle had become an integral part of his being, intricately linked to him. This sensation led him to perceive the ongoing ritual as a form of divine summoning, albeit one that called forth not a deity, but rather his own malevolent god. Under the ritual's guidance, the tentacles swiftly bifurcated, launching an assault on Angelisa from both the front and rear. It moved like an agile serpent, delving deep into Angelisa's genetic structure for profound transformation. Simultaneously, the tentacle inscribed a magical seed within her genes, ensuring her complete metamorphosis. During this process, the ritual attempted to siphon Chunjiu's life force to fulfill its purpose. However, as a mere projection, Chunjiu possessed no life force to relinquish. He deftly redirected this energy to the shed outer layer of his being. This layer contained the remnants of his once vibrant life force, and as it was transferred, it cascaded forth in a tumultuous surge, akin to a waterfall, rushing towards Angelisa. With her cries of astonishment echoing, the transformation of Angelisa's genetic makeup reached completion, rectifying all her physical imperfections, as if she had been reborn. Once the ritual concluded, the radiant light dimmed, only to be rekindled by the opening of the stone door. Applause resounded as the Marchioness entered, her gaze fixed intently on Angelisa's form. I have never witnessed such a flawless ritual. Is this the perfect transformation bestowed by the master? It is said that the elven guardians of the world tree are the products of such perfect metamorphosis. Quickly, cover her majesty. If outsiders gaze upon a divinely crafted body without undergoing the master's transformation, they would be reduced to mere sludge. The Marchioness hurried forward to drape a blanket over Angelisa, whose previously flawless body now appeared even more exquisite, every detail a marvel to behold. Her skin radiated a gentle luminescence, as if sculpted from the purest jade. Her hair cascaded like a golden waterfall over her shoulders, exuding an enchanting fragrance with each movement. Her eyes resembled a profound starry sky, shimmering with a mysterious allure. While praising Angelisa's beauty, the Marchioness tenderly covered her with the blanket, gently caressing her hand. Her eyes filled with concern and affection. Angelisa slowly opened her eyes, taking in her surroundings, feeling as though she had fully transformed into another being. "Thank you, spirit brother," she whispered, then turned to the Marchioness, adding, "And thank you, Marchioness." The Marchioness smiled gently, shaking her head, and said, "No, dear child. We ought to be grateful for the Lord's blessings. Let us together pray for this momentous occasion." Upon finishing her words, she closed her eyes, fervently expressing her gratitude to the Lord. Angelisa followed suit, shutting her eyes and feeling the surging power within her. Chapter 23. The departure the following morning. Sunlight streamed through the window, bathing Angelisa in its warmth. She opened her eyes, stretched languidly, and then leapt from her bed like a lively little rabbit. Eagerly exploring her newly invigorated body, she discovered that her physique was brimming with strength. Every movement became remarkably agile and powerful. In a burst of excitement, she threw a punch, instantly shattering a stone the size of a human, fragments scattering and dust swirling around her. Angelisa's eyes widened in astonishment, her face lighting up with a joyful smile. At that moment, Chunjiu entered the room, observing Angelisa's display with a subtle smile gracing his lips. Approaching her from behind, he suddenly scooped her up in his arms. Startled, Angelisa exclaimed, "What are you doing?" With a chuckle, Chunjiu replied, "It is time for us to depart." Angelisa furrowed her brows, questioning, "Why must we leave so soon?" A sense of confusion washed over her, feeling that events were unfolding too rapidly. However, she scratched her head, quickly dismissing her doubts. Instead, her curiosity about Chunjiu's strength grew. Angelisa pondered, "Why is his power so immense? I have undergone transformation, yet I still cannot contend with him. Was this transformation merely in vain?" While grappling with these thoughts, her intrigue regarding Chunjiu's might deepened. Just then, Chunjiu noticed the mischievous glint in Angelisa's eyes, instantly comprehending her thoughts. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and playfully slapped her pert backside, producing a crisp sound. Angelisa gasped in surprise, her eyes widening in shock. Realizing her thoughts had been laid bare, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Meanwhile, Chunjiu wore a playful smirk, as if to suggest she should refrain from challenging his authority. "I shall teach you a lesson later," he teased. Upon reaching the doorway, he set her down, and a waiting maid approached to adjust her attire. Angelisa felt a flicker of irritation. Chunjiu had held her too closely, leaving her somewhat uncomfortable. Yet, she recognized that this was not the moment for anger, so she took a deep breath, steeling herself for the challenges ahead. "Your Highness, the gentleman should inform you that we are ready to set forth," the Marchioness remarked, anxiously watching Angelisa stroll towards her. Realizing the urgency of time, Angelisa quickened her pace, approaching the Marchioness with a smile, declaring, "I am ready. Let us depart." The Marchioness urged, "If we do not hurry, news of our army's mobilization will soon reach the other princes, making it difficult to seize the imperial city on short notice." Angelisa nodded in understanding, acknowledging the gravity of their situation. She understood that this operation required swift and decisive action, leaving no room for the enemy to react. The Marchioness hurriedly lifted her skirts and approached Angelisa to explain, but upon noticing the absence of Chunjiu, she inquired of Her Majesty the Queen, "Isn't your lord accompanying us?" Angelisa smiled faintly and replied, "He has already ventured to the imperial city to scout the way for us." The Marchioness furrowed her brow in confusion and whispered, "Is that so? But this detail was not mentioned in our previous plans." Angelisa glanced at the Marchioness, her gaze resolute as she assured, "Do not worry, he has his own arrangements." Though doubt lingered in the Marchioness's heart, she chose to trust Angelisa's judgment. After all, their most crucial task was to seize the imperial city and overthrow the existing regime as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, Chunjiu's projection dissolved into nothingness, stealthily trailing behind Angelisa. He was aware that whatever schemes she devised were trivial for him, easily crushed with a mere flick of his finger. Yet, Chunjiu was not inclined to conclude this game so hastily. He resolved to provide Angelisa with a challenge. You can ride, can't you? For this operation, we plan to deploy an elite cavalry unit to swiftly seize the imperial capital, the Marchioness remarked, gesturing for Angelisa to mount. As a black cloak enveloped her, Angelisa's figure vanished among the many cloaked cavalrymen, rendering her indistinguishable from the soldiers, even to those who might recognize her. Take your time and gently relax your hands, Chunjiu advised softly as he rode alongside Angelisa on a single horse, guiding her on how to handle the steed. Though unable to physically touch Chunjiu, under his guidance, a blush gradually spread across Angelisa's fair face. The Marchioness harbors ulterior motives. They are hastily seeking to see you ascend the throne, Chunjiu remarked, redirecting Angelisa's attention with this information. Isn't that a good thing? She gasped, staring at him in bewilderment. Foolish. You are adorably naive. Chunjiu chuckled softly at the innocence of the girl before him. Do you truly believe they will support your ascension sincerely? Their meager forces stand no chance against the other princes. Once they achieve their objectives, you will be the first to be discarded as a pawn. As he spoke, Chunjiu gently flicked Angelisa's forehead with his finger. Ouch! Angelisa winced in pain, covering her forehead with a pained expression as she looked up at Chunjiu. What am I to do now? Her voice was laced with a groan, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears, on the verge of breaking into sobs. Angelisa could scarcely fathom that after enduring tremendous hardships to find a reliable ally, she was merely seen as a pawn, ready to be cast aside at any moment. This realization struck her like a dagger in the back, flooding her with an overwhelming sense of anguish and despair. Then it depends on your performance. Call me master, and the title of empress shall be yours. Chunjiu grinned mischievously, sensing his soul increasingly leaning towards desire, just as he had wished. The unfortunate Angelisa has become a mere pawn in Chunjiu's game. The silver lining is that Chunjiu harbors no malice towards her. When desire is fully consumed by Chunjiu, the rules of lust shall be entwined with his divinity, further amplifying his power. Master Brother Angelisa has not disappointed Chunjiu. Her dulcet voice sends a shiver down the spine of every man who hears it. The city streets bustle with life, with people jostling against one another. Street performers display their juggling and music, captivating the attention of numerous onlookers. The majestic cathedral towers into the clouds, its spire glistening with golden rays under the sun. Inside, the opulent decorations, exquisite murals, and sculptures inspire fervent prayers from the devout. Chapter 24. The ambush. The architectural styles of the city are diverse, featuring ancient castles, solemn palaces, and vibrant markets. In the distance, one can glimpse the tree of tentacles, a remnant of Chunjiu's former self, shedding its skin. In the tranquil imperial city, its inhabitants are immersed in a peaceful ambience, utterly oblivious to the impending crisis. At that moment, a squadron of cavalry arrives like a tempest, their hoofbeats echoing through the skies, shattering the serenity of the imperial city. For the soldiers who have long safeguarded the imperial city, it has been ages since anyone dared to invade this heart of the empire. The thought of such an incursion would spell doom for the nation. Therefore, upon spotting an unidentified cavalry in the distance, the commanding officer, rather than feeling apprehensive, takes a few men outside the city to inquire. Whose army are you? He calls out to the approaching riders. You are in front of the imperial city. Halt immediately. Otherwise, we shall resort to force. Yet, scarcely had he finished speaking when one of the riders suddenly accelerated, charging straight towards the city walls. This knight, clad in black armor and draped in a cloak that obscures his features, emanates an aura that reveals him to be a formidable sequencer, on par with the city's defending officer. His appearance sends the soldiers atop the walls into a state of disarray, leaving the commanding officer behind and resulting in a leadership vacuum. Meanwhile, the remaining cavalry hastens towards the city gates. As the alarm bells toll, the soldiers stationed at the gates finally grasp the gravity of the situation and attempt to secure the entrance. However, the merchants and civilians awaiting inspection have no intention of cooperating. They fear being trapped outside, should the unidentified cavalry unleash a massacre upon them. Consequently, they surge towards the gates, striving to enter the city. Chaos ensues at the city gates, as the soldiers attempting to close them find themselves unable to maintain control. To make matters worse, hidden among the crowd may be one or two sequencers deliberately obstructing the gate's closure, complicating the situation further. As the cavalry draws nearer, they charge forward without reservation, disregarding the presence of those in their path, and forcefully breach the city. The guards within the imperial city were thrown into a state of disarray, hastily seizing their weapons in a desperate attempt to fend off the sudden onslaught. Yet, the cavalry surged forth with a swiftness akin to a raging tide, swiftly scattering the guards into disarray. In the wake of the cavalry's fierce assault, the imperial city descended into chaos. Panic-stricken, the populace fled in all directions, their cries and wails echoing in the air. "Charge in, let His Highness ascend the throne," commanded the leader of the cavalry, who then slowed his steed, riding alongside Angelisa at a measured pace. "Is there something amiss?" Angelisa gasped, clutching the saddle with fatigue. Without the support of the stirrups, she would have surely tumbled to the ground. The jarring ride had left her utterly exhausted. The cavalry leader furrowed his brow, a flicker of doubt igniting within him. How could this queen, a person of status, possess such frail stamina, even weaker than an ordinary soldier? Would she be able to successfully complete the coronation ceremony? "Your Highness, once we enter the palace, you must retrieve the will and change into your imperial attire. We shall handle the situation outside." The cavalry leader relayed the words left to him by the Marchioness. "I will," Angelisa affirmed with a nod. The paramount objective was indeed the will, which she had concealed in a location known only to herself during her escape. What on earth is happening? Wasn't it agreed that the competition would be fair? Why would someone overturn the table so brazenly? The four princes had gathered, their eyes filled with animosity and hostility towards one another. Each represented a formidable faction from the four corners of the kingdom. I doubt it was any of us present here. Had one of us been responsible, the cavalry would have first surrounded this very place. The astute prince of the south calmly deduced. Then who could it possibly be? The others exchanged bewildered glances, confusion etched upon their faces. By the heavens, it must be that woman returning, and she even brought an army with her. The prince of the east suddenly realized, unable to contain his curse. He had finally recalled the easily overlooked woman. This is a grave predicament. She truly possesses that will, the prince of the north sighed helplessly, wiping the sweat from his brow. "You claim it's true, so it must be, do you? I beg to differ. As long as we unite to oust her, the contents of the will ultimately be determined by us," the prince of the west scoffed, forcefully striking the tabletop. "I refuse to partake in this matter." The prince of the north exclaimed, beads of sweat marking his anxious brow, his heart heavy with dread. "Refuse? You exerted considerable effort in pursuing her. When the reckoning comes, you shan't find us so accommodating," the prince of the west retorted with a cold smile, his gaze fixed impassively on the prince of the north. He knew well that the prince of the north had once taken part in the hunt for that woman, and should he waver now, retribution would surely follow. After a moment of silence, the prince of the north clenched his teeth and declared, "I will dispatch someone to gather information, but I shall not personally engage in this endeavor." Upon concluding his remarks, he turned and exited the conference room, leaving the other princes exchanging puzzled glances. "Very well. Let us first ascertain which factions lend their support to her. When the time comes, we shall unite our forces, for no one can outmaneuver us." The eastern prince ultimately solidified the plan, confident that by allying with the other princes, they could effortlessly vanquish any adversary. The assembly of princes nodded in agreement, fully aware that this would be a battle for survival, requiring their utmost commitment. Subsequently, they departed, each commencing preparations for the impending war. "I, Angelisa, shall ascend as the 27th emperor of the empire." The coronation ceremony took place within the grand hall of the royal city, flanked predominantly by the imposing black-armored cavalry, standing stoically with weapons in hand, exuding an air of authority. The audience consisted of unfortunate ministers, captured and brought forth, their faces betraying sheer terror as they gazed upon the new sovereign, their hearts laden with trepidation. "Your Majesty, this way please." As the coronation concluded, Angelisa rose gracefully. Adorned in resplendent imperial robes, her crown firmly in place, her expression austere and her gaze resolute. She offered a slight bow to her subjects below before turning to penetrate the depths of the royal palace. The first decree issued by Angelisa as empress was to establish the God of the Chosen as the state religion, a decision that incited considerable uproar. Chapter 25, The Deformed Child. The initial opposition arose from the former religious order, for the new sovereign's ascension necessitated the church's endorsement. However, Angelisa's unilateral coronation, bypassing ecclesiastical approval, incited considerable discontent within the church. Yet, the former religion, a mere puppet established by the emperor to curtail ecclesiastical power, wielded no military might, rendering their dissent negligible. The Marquis's cavalry had already secured control over the entire city, with the Marquis leading the infantry closely behind. Upon his arrival, Angelisa had already ascended the throne at lightning speed, awaiting his presence. "I am delighted that you have fulfilled our request," I invite you to witness the birth of my child with the Marquis. The Marquis's wife, arriving late to the royal city, extended her invitation to Angelisa, her face alight with a joyful smile, yet her eyes hinted at something enigmatic. A child? Angelisa cast a puzzled glance at the Marquis's wife's flat abdomen. Devoid of any sign of life, she furrowed her brow, filled with questions. Nevertheless, confronted with the invitation, she resolved to temporarily set aside her doubts and observe the unfolding events. You shall see, the Marquis's wife replied, resembling a riddle, her words seemingly cloaked in a secret that eluded comprehension. Angelisa could only gaze at her in silence, awaiting the revelation of the mystery. The Marquis wore a bittersweet smile and softly confessed, in truth, my wife and I are half-siblings. To preserve the purity of our family lineage, we ultimately chose to marry and bear offspring. Upon hearing this revelation, both Angelisa and those beside her widened their eyes in astonishment, utterly shocked. Such a marital relationship is indeed exceedingly rare, and it also raises profound ethical dilemmas. However, the situation is far more complex than it appears. The Marquis continued, lamenting, "It is unfortunate that we seem to be afflicted by some curse, as our child is born with a grievous illness. Now, the condition is on the verge of a resurgence, which is why we fervently seek a remedy." Upon hearing this, Angelisa and the others were overwhelmed by a wave of compassion. As parents, witnessing their child's suffering must weigh heavily upon their hearts. At this juncture, the Marquis further elaborated, "My lady believes that by conducting a special ceremony within the palace of the imperial city, harnessing the empire's fortune and beseeching the divine deity for protection, we may cure our child's ailment." With that, she began directing her soldiers to construct an altar at the site of the original church, its peculiar shape imbued with an air of mystery. She herself stood before the altar, moving in a trance-like dance while chanting incantations, employing her unique methods. The distant shadow of the world tree was cast upon them, bathed in a pink luminescence, resembling a colossal pink lantern that enveloped the entire world tree in an enigmatic atmosphere. With a wave of the Marquis's lady's hand, a deceased infant was gently presented by a follower of the cult of divine touch. "My child shall become the saint of the cult. O Lord, grant my child rebirth." The Marquis's lady murmured in an incomprehensible tongue, as if confiding her aspirations to the divine. It became apparent that the child had already perished. "You deceived me. You misled me into believing there was hope for his recovery. How could you place your faith in a malevolent deity? You are mad." The Marquis, upon witnessing the lifeless infant, succumbed to madness, his voice echoing like a wounded beast amidst the vastness of the world tree. He had never anticipated that all these years had merely been a ruse by his wife, that their child had died long ago. And now she sought to rely on a dark god for resurrection. Resurrection, a plea indeed effective, for it is said that the deity governs the rules of life. Yet, what she sought was merely a vessel. If the deity did not intervene, what would be the outcome? The deity himself was intrigued. "By invoking the essence of my father, I beseech the divine to resurrect my son." With a commanding gesture from the Marquis's lady, the Marquis was ensnared by the pink radiance. "You cannot treat me this way." As the Marquis's cries of despair echoed, his visage aged rapidly, countless motes of light escaping his body to transfer into the infant. In an instant, the infant's body erupted with countless tendrils, transforming into a grotesque creature composed of myriad appendages. The newly birthed monstrosity, devoid of distinction between friend and foe, swiftly ensnared the surrounding soldiers, draining them of their vitality. "Child," the Marquis's lady, upon witnessing the creature's form, seemed to truly behold her offspring, inching closer to the abomination. The tendrils appeared to recognize her, ensnaring her and penetrating her being, ultimately leaving only her upper body exposed, thereby giving rise to a new monstrosity. Remarkable, one might exclaim. Witnessing such primal growth, who could have anticipated that it would emerge with such epic prowess from its inception? The deity observed this curious spectacle. Indeed, in his eyes, it is as such, a small dog that has already been fed bones, wagging its tail at the mere sight of him. Angelisa gazed upon this creature, her rationality unraveling, sending shivers down her spine. How shall one articulate this? The lady must have long succumbed to madness, merely feigning normalcy all this time. Yet here you are, a mere pawn, pitying her plight. Chunjiu reached out to caress the face of the Marchioness, still soft to the touch, yet her eyes were devoid of life, her soul consumed by her offspring. The Marquis and his kin had indeed met with failure. Death was their only escape, leaving the aftermath for Angelisa to grapple with. Had they succeeded, they would likely have made a hasty retreat. Just imagine the true challenge of facing the retribution of the princes. Chunjiu pinched Angelisa's cheek. delivering a merciless blow to her spirit. But you have your master, dear brother. You could have this fellow assist me, Angelisa boldly asserted, pressing closer. Currently, these sequences are at most of the 6th tier, and at the extraordinary level, sending the Marchioness there would only result in one-sided slaughter. Angelisa's foremost duty was to rally the soldiers still present in the city. The Marquis's family could be deemed entirely obliterated, with many eyewitnesses who had witnessed the events surviving to spread the word. This had indeed caused a certain degree of unrest in the short term. Though Angelisa's charisma was not entirely lacking, given her status, she summoned the leaders of several armies to convene at the palace, working tirelessly until midnight to consolidate the Marquis's forces and absorb the armies under her command. I must share some rather disheartening news. The imperial fortune invoked by the Marquis is indeed real. This nation, already bereft of much fortune, has nearly exhausted what little remained. Without my assistance, you could very well become the sovereign of a fallen kingdom. In the deep of night, Chunjiu lay in bed, indulging in Angelisa's service while imparting this unwelcome revelation. Chapter 26. Demonstrating power, isn't it thanks to the master's assistance? Angelisa diligently massaged Chunjiu's muscles, her nimble fingers rhythmically patting on his skin. Are you interested in becoming an outer god? Chunjiu suddenly broached another topic, his interest piqued, considering the prospect of elevating her status. Outer god. A sense of terrifying power seemed poised to descend upon this realm. Such knowledge is forbidden by the outer gods, whose dominion over knowledge and authority is overseen by the Great Eye, casting its gaze from beyond the stars. However, shielded by the barriers of the world, this gaze did not directly evoke calamity. The Great Eye, upon catching sight of a familiar essence, exclaimed, "Is that not the boss?" Immediately retracting its gaze, it scurried over to the slumbering Chunjiu to seek counsel. "Go play elsewhere," was Chunjiu's dismissive response. Years ago, the Great Eye had restricted the dissemination of knowledge regarding the ascension of outer gods, rendering such information a closely guarded secret. There were only 8 of these deities, with boundless lifespans and authority that reached the heavens. Do you entertain any thoughts on this matter? In an instant, Chunjiu grasped a fleeting fragment of another authority, lifting his spirits further still. Certainly, the ambitious Angelisa, desiring to take charge, presented Chunjiu with a wave of cleansing milk. It must be said that Angelisa's magnanimity surpasses that of Lia. Given such temptation, it was only natural for Angelisa to succumb the moment she acquiesced. The world's fortune converged upon Chunjiu. This element is profoundly significant to the deity of faith, rendering it somewhat trivial for Chunjiu. The authority of destiny is merely a tool that preys on the weak, effective only against those beneath the legendary tier. Chunjiu possesses sufficient strength, and moreover, every century other foreign deities are obliged to pay him tribute. Thus this fortune merely satisfies his penchant for collection. One could reign as a queen for 50 years, after which the power would coalesce, ultimately achieving demigod status. A demigod represents a new phase conjectured by Chunjiu, a realm beyond legend, describing those beings endowed with strength and authority yet unascended to divinity. The shell he previously shed exemplifies such a state. Attaining the status of a foreign deity leads to exclusion from the world, and Chunjiu is far from satiated in any sense. Angelisa, somewhat enamored, after gaining a rough understanding of Chunjiu's powers, no longer concerns herself with the fate of the empire. The conference room is spacious and majestic, adorned with opulent tapestries and priceless artworks, while the thick carpet muffles sound and enhances comfort. At the center lies a grand conference table, surrounded by plush chairs for the royal family and esteemed officials. The table, typically crafted from rare woods and embellished with gemstones and metallic adornments, signifies the royalty's wealth and status. At one end of the room, a raised platform showcases the throne of the king or queen, made of gold and jewels, exuding grandeur to reflect royal authority and dignity. Behind the throne hangs a colossal mural or tapestry, depicting the history and achievements of the royal lineage. The ministers, gathered around the table, fervently proclaimed "Long live Her Majesty the Queen," before nervously taking their seats. Angelisa's gaze swept across the familiar faces, most of whom were officers inherited from the Marquis. "Your Majesty, we have received reports from our spies. The 3 major princes have united their forces and are advancing towards us, expected to arrive at the city within 2 days. How many are they? How many do we possess?" Angelisa, resting her chin on her hand, boredly examined the map presented by a minister, contemplating that this was indeed uninteresting and far less engaging than playing games with her master brother. Their coalition is estimated to number 90,000, including 7 6th-tier individuals. Our forces, combined with the city's defense, amount to approximately 30,000, with only 2 at the 6th tier. The stark disparity was evident, and the ministers, focusing solely on the high-tier individuals, already surmised the outcome, a complete qualitative suppression, utterly unmatched. Your Majesty, shall we retreat to the Marquis's territory and temporarily evade their onslaught? The princes are at odds internally. We merely need to await the moment they turn against one another, allowing us to gradually consume them one by one. A seemingly commendable strategy was proposed, yet Angelisa harbored her own countermeasures. With the formidable presence of the Marchioness and her 9th-tier war machines, what was there to fear? However, at that moment, Angelisa sensed an unusual discomfort within her body, causing her cheeks to flush. It would be quite embarrassing to retract her position so soon after ascension. Such an action would be tantamount to slapping her own face. Furthermore, retreating now would complicate her future endeavors. Leaning wearily on the table, Angelisa appeared fatigued. The other ministers exchanged glances, recognizing that this situation was untenable, and it seemed the Empress might be unwell. Indeed, what if the prince's alliance pursued relentlessly? Would we not find ourselves with no avenue for retreat? Your Majesty, how is your health? Inquired a concerned minister, cautiously assessing Angelisa's condition. I am fine. Please, continue. She replied, stifling a groan and urging the assembly to persist in their deliberations. Rather than retreating, let us take the initiative and strike while they have yet to consolidate their encirclement. Severing one of their arms, suggested a fervent officer, presenting an audacious idea. Very well. We shall strike first, Angelisa responded. Subsequently, the ministers engaged in further discussions regarding various policies, with Angelisa casually acquiescing to their proposals. Ultimately, the meeting was adjourned due to the Empress's discomfort, yet they successfully established their primary objectives. As the ministers exited the chamber, they began to converse amongst themselves. The Empress is truly diligent. Even in ill health, she convenes a meeting to counter the coalition. Indeed, who would have imagined that the Empress could devise such a clever stratagem to triumph against a stronger foe? The black-armored cavalry mobilized once more, and several infantry regiments were dispatched to ambush key transport routes. The forces under the Marchioness, noted for their swiftness, achieved a significant victory before the 3 princely legions could react, launching a surprise attack on a camp of 10,000 with a force of merely 2,000, inflicting thousands of casualties on the enemy. The other ambushes were equally successful, resulting in commendable victories against larger forces. This inflicted severe losses on one of the prince's armies, necessitating a period of recuperation. An overwhelming victory, a resounding triumph. Your Majesty, exclaimed a trusted confidant appointed as the military minister, rushing to convey the good news to Angelisa. Oh, it appears my capabilities are not to be underestimated, Angelisa mused. Having tidied herself after a night of revelry, she gracefully entered the conference hall. At that moment, she felt no pressure. Even if she were to lose all 30,000 troops, the Marchioness could unleash chaos at will. Chapter 27. The final battle. Let us see who can endure to the very end, Angelisa smiled, having learned much from her time with Chinjio. The black-armored cavalry were to be temporarily rested, and on the morrow, they would be dispatched to the southern prince's territory to incinerate his supplies and seize his princely residence. All Tier 4, 5, and 6 combatants would then be sent to attack the Western Army, which was encamped and weary, delivering a crushing blow while they were still fatigued. The ultimate conclusion of the discussion was that, seizing the opportunity while the enemy was in a weakened state, a decisive blow must be delivered. On one hand, by dispatching the black-armored cavalry to incinerate the supplies of the southern prince and plunder his estate, he would be compelled to return to his own territory. On the other hand, utilizing all 4th, 5th, and 6th tier practitioners to launch a surprise attack on the stationed Western Army, employing guerrilla tactics to deplete their strength. This strategy not only served to weaken the enemy's resource supply, but also disrupted their strategic deployment, simultaneously inflicting a heavy toll upon them. This plan was not only imbued with wisdom and strategic acumen, but also showcased a clever tactical mindset aimed at ensnaring the enemy and securing victory. Thus, by resting during the day and striking at night, the practitioners, with astonishing speed and efficiency, silently eliminated numerous soldiers, leaving the Western Prince utterly oblivious to the shadows of his attackers. This engendered an overwhelming sense of dread within the Western Prince, who began to realize that this enigmatic adversary might be far more formidable than he had imagined. However, worse was yet to come. Due to the 6th tier practitioners being tasked with protecting the prince, they were unable to thwart the assaults of the attackers. This rendered the Western Prince in a passive position, helplessly watching his soldiers fall one by one. As time progressed, the number of the Western Prince's army dwindled drastically, causing him great distress. In desperation, he resolved to seek assistance from the Eastern Prince, hoping to garner some support against this terrifying foe. "Rescue you? Impossible," came the Eastern Prince's cold and unyielding response. He relished the prospect of seeing the soldiers of others perish, for it would allow him to emerge as the sole victor, wielding greater power and resources. Without hesitation, he dismissed the Western Prince's plea. As for the timid Northern Prince, the Eastern Prince regarded him with disdain, believing that as long as his own strength remained formidable, he could easily overcome any adversary. Thus, he paid little heed to the existence of the Northern Prince. Ultimately, only the Eastern Prince arrived at the city walls as promised. By this time, Angelisa had recalled all the previously dispatched soldiers, reinforcing the city's defenses. Faced with such formidable fortifications, the Eastern Prince found it challenging to identify an effective breach. Simultaneously, unwilling to squander his forces unnecessarily, he opted to encamp outside the city, establishing a standoff with Angelisa. How could Angelisa allow him to rest peacefully? She periodically dispatched practitioners to harass him, preventing the prince from finding solace. This harassment persisted for a full 7 days, leaving the prince exceedingly vexed and fatigued. Finally, on the 7th day, 2 additional armies gradually arrived, gathering nearly 100,000 soldiers, a sight to behold. "Your Majesty, the current situation is exceedingly favorable, yet the enemy possesses a greater number of 6th-tier practitioners. It would be prudent to retreat at the earliest opportunity," a minister implored, grasping Angelisa tightly as she prepared to head towards the city gates. However, Angelisa appeared remarkably calm and confident. Angelisa gazed resolutely into the distance, her tone unwavering. "No, we shall not retreat. Today, you will witness firsthand why I am destined to become the empress of this realm." Her confidence surged, bolstered by Chunjio's promise to lend her aid at a critical moment, assisting her in overcoming the dire predicament before her. Eliminate the demon queen and restore the rightful prince. The armies of the princes surged forth, clamoring for the purification of the imperial court, as countless soldiers pressed against the fortifications of the imperial city. "All defenders, close your eyes." With Angelisa's command echoing in the ears of the garrison, most soldiers, though uncertain of the rationale behind such an order, complied without hesitation. Suddenly, a deafening roar resonated through the sky, followed by a colossal tentacle emerging from the earth. Adorned with razor-sharp barbs, it resembled a demon from the abyss. Ascending slowly into the air, it then crashed down with tremendous force. The soldiers, no larger than ants in its eyes, had no time to react and were instantly flattened into a grotesque paste. Yet, the casualties were but a fraction. A greater number of soldiers finally discerned the true nature of this enigmatic creature, their faces contorting in terror as they realized it was a gigantic tentacle. As countless mysterious sensations flooded their minds, all who beheld the tentacle were reduced to mere puddles of muck. The tentacle finished its grim task, crushing the remaining soldiers beneath its weight before retreating into the earth, restoring the ground to its former state. "Open your eyes," Angelisa's voice rang out once more, prompting the defenders to blink back into reality. They beheld the walls now devoid of life, while outside, the enemy had been reduced to a grotesque mixture of flesh and blood, exuding a nauseating stench. Many disobedient soldiers, too, had become mere puddles of slime. "Oh!" As the soldiers confirmed the enemy's instant obliteration, they erupted in jubilant cheers. The roar of their celebration echoed across the battlefield, as if it could shatter the very heavens. This was merely a slight movement from the demigod's form. Beings of higher rank naturally radiate information that can devastate those of lower rank when the disparity is vast and the radiation uncontrolled. At that moment, Angelisa radiated a blinding brilliance, akin to a deity descending upon the mortal realm. Her gaze exuded majesty and dominance, compelling all to avert their eyes. "Long live the Empress! Long live, long live, long live!" The cheers crescendoed, culminating into an overwhelming chant. The sound surged like a tidal wave across the battlefield, leaving all in awe. In this era, it is the possession of supreme power that garners the greatest admiration from the populace. The mightier the ruler, the more secure the people feel. In their eyes, Angelisa epitomized the monarch capable of ensuring their safety. Her presence instilled hope and confidence within the hearts of the people. In the time that followed, Angelisa navigated her circumstances with remarkable ease, deftly applying the knowledge she had acquired from Chunjio. She gradually strengthened central authority through a series of cunning tactics and strategies, slowly consolidating the power of the princes into her own hands. This revitalized the entire empire, breathing new life and vigor into it, presenting a scene of renewed prosperity. Among the forces benefiting most from this transformation was undoubtedly the Church of the Divine Touch, which venerates the ancient wine. At the behest of Angelisa, the church was officially renamed the state religion, supplanting the positions of other existing faiths, although it continued to admit only female members. Thanks to Angelisa's robust support and allocation of resources, the state religion rapidly ascended, becoming the most formidable force within the empire, boasting the largest number of seers. As time passed, the influence of the state religion expanded, with its doctrines and beliefs deeply resonating with the populace. The adoration for the ancient wine grew ever more fervent, and it was regarded as the chief deity of the empire. Throughout this process, Angelisa displayed exceptional political acumen and leadership skills, successfully consolidating her rule while ushering in stability and prosperity for the empire. Under her diligent efforts, the empire's strength steadily increased, the standard of living improved, and social order flourished. With extraordinary resolve and determination, she guided the empire towards a new era of brilliance. Chapter 28. Destiny. It can be said that Angelisa devoted an entire decade to profoundly transforming the visage of the empire, infusing it with an aura of flourishing prosperity. Among the most conspicuous allies in her endeavors was the state religion, which she had meticulously re-established. This faith embraced the legacy of the Church of the Divine Touch and was organized into 3 principal departments, each overseen by a bishop. The state religion regulated the beliefs of the populace, reporting solely to the empress. Angelisa's governance led to a thriving economy, orderly social structures, and a significant elevation in the quality of life for the people. All of this was a testament to her profound understanding and precise grasp of political, economic, and military matters. However, Angelisa was not content with the status quo. She recognized that for the empire to grow even stronger, additional support was essential. Thus, capitalizing on the presence of the Marchioness, she successfully developed a miraculous potion that allowed individuals to leap from the 6th order directly to the 7th. This discovery greatly raised the potential of the seers, empowering them to wield even greater strength. As the years rolled by, 10 years turned into another 10, and snow began to fall from the sky, yet Angelisa's efforts never wavered. Ultimately, she achieved an even more astonishing feat by concocting a potion for the 9th order. This heralded a further enhancement of the empire's strength, promising a bright future ahead. However, the empire's fortunes had reached their zenith. This is Angelisa's study, where she finalizes most domestic affairs and occasionally summons ministers for discussions. The walls of the study are adorned with exquisite tapestries depicting valiant knights and magnificent battle scenes. A grand bookshelf brims with precious tomes covering diverse fields such as history, philosophy, science, and literature. In the center of the study stood a colossal desk, cluttered with an array of documents and books. Angelisa sat before the desk, her fingers anxiously massaging her temples. Being a queen could indeed be exhausting. She began to reminisce about her days at the Marquis's estate, a time when she was unburdened by responsibility and could simply indulge in life as pleasures. In one corner of the study, a plush sofa beckoned, where Chunjiu was leisurely perusing a book penned by an obscure author. Beside the sofa, a fireplace crackled with a lively flame, imparting warmth and comfort to the room. "This is your own choice. Do not let it fizzle out," Chunjiu remarked, lifting a teacup from the adjacent table to savor the rich red tea while continuing to delve into the novel. The book chronicled the travels of a seeker who encountered forbidden realms inhabited by otherworldly deities, ultimately returning with a severed hand to recount his extraordinary tale. "Let us enjoy this moment. It is far more captivating than these tedious decrees," he added. Angelisa, known for her insatiable appetite, gradually leaned closer to Chunjiu, contemplating a sumptuous feast. Suddenly, a loud knocking echoed through the room. "Report, Your Majesty." A soldier outside stomped heavily, eventually approaching Angelisa to deliver his message. "Enter," she commanded, adjusting her demeanor and concealing the smile she had just worn. "Your Majesty, the Prince of the North seeks your assistance. He claims to have encountered peculiar creatures." The soldier hastened to present a letter to Angelisa. Furrowing her brow, she suspected that the cowardice of the prince had led to rebellion among his subjects, prompting him to seek her aid under false pretexts. "Humph, that fool," she scoffed, accepting the letter with the intent to uncover what folly he had wrought this time. However, upon opening the envelope, her expression shifted to one of grave concern. The contents of the letter shocked and perplexed her, and she quickly dismissed the soldier before seeking out Chunjiu. "Master," Angelisa's voice trembled as she approached him hastily, extending the letter for his perusal. "It appears the empire's fortunes have reached a nadir. Calamities are befalling us." Chunjiu glanced at the letter, which detailed the emergence of abominable progeny from the forbidden zones beyond their borders. Frowning, he silently lamented the unpredictable nature of their world. Meanwhile, the wide-eyed observer had taken his earlier jest to heart. He stood by, silently watching Chunjiu and Angelisa, his eyes reflecting a mixture of envy and anticipation. The essence of power had fully coalesced. Should he desire to ascend to demigod status, the opportunity was at hand. Slowly, Chunjiu conjured a delicate pink metallic key, its end shaped like a heart, emanating an enigmatic aura. Before long, Angelisa's gaze was drawn to the key, her eyes brimming with longing. "Stop staring, take it quickly, or your eyes might be drawn in." Chunjiu chuckled helplessly, pulling Angelisa close and gently embracing her. Realizing his intentions, she glanced back, casting him a sultry look before playfully placing the key in her mouth. In an instant, the demonic patterns on Angelisa's body radiated a soft pink glow, reminiscent of a blooming flower. Simultaneously, the sky above the imperial city was gradually obscured by dark, ominous clouds, as if a tempest were imminent. Angelisa had acquired the dominion of lust, while Chunjiu had infused his own desires with this authority years prior. It could be said that once Angelisa completed her evolution, she would be eternally bound to serve Chunjiu. Within the depths of a shadowy void, Angelisa's silhouette flickered as countless pink particles slowly coalesced to form her new physique. Her form was grand and graceful, exuding an enchanting aura that would drive any onlooker to madness. The surrounding space began to warp as energy continually converged upon Angelisa. Her skin became increasingly pale and smooth, shimmering with a radiant luster. A remarkable transformation occurred, as a pair of delicate black demonic horns sprouted from her forehead. Her ears sharpened, and her long black hair cascaded down to her waist. Her eyes turned a deep violet, sparkling with an alluring light that was utterly intoxicating. Her figure became more voluptuous, with a generous bosom, a slender waist, and long legs that formed a perfect silhouette. From her back unfurled two small black wings, while a slender tail emerged from her lower back, adorned with a heart-shaped motif at its tip. This tail swayed gently, as if showcasing its charm to the world. Angelisa's beauty and grace left the entire void in awe. Her very existence was an irresistible seduction, an unyielding force. She had evolved into a succubus. Chunjiu observed the unfolding of Angelisa's metamorphosis. During her evolution, countless demons and malevolent beings surged from the void, surrounding her in jubilant celebration. They sensed Angelisa's formidable power and eagerly submitted to her. After several hours, Angelisa wholly embraced the dominion of lust, but the imperial city lay in ruins. Utterly devastated by the aftermath of her evolution, with no survivors left in the colossal metropolis. Chapter 29. Natural disasters on the vast expanse of land. There existed a tranquil village. Surrounded by dense forests, a murky stream meandered through, nourishing this land. At the heart of the village was a square, encircled by a few stone-built houses. Though modest, these dwellings were sturdy and resilient, their roofs thatched to withstand the elements. The villagers primarily lived by agriculture, diligently toiling in the surrounding fields to cultivate wheat, vegetables, and fruits. The village church was an ancient structure, its walls composed of stone and its roof constructed of wood. The interior was simply yet solemnly adorned, with religious paintings and statues gracing the walls. Every Sunday, the villagers gathered in the church to partake in rituals, praying for the Lord's blessings. Life in the village, though simple, was filled with vitality and vigor. Children frolic in the square, women wash clothes by the stream, and men toil in the fields. Here, there is no clamor or opulence of the city, but rather a serene tranquility and harmony. Anna Kalenshaw, a village maiden admired by many young men in the hamlet, finds herself the object of their affections, each vying for the chance to wed the enchanting girl. However, Anna harbors different aspirations. She yearns for the vastness of the world beyond, unwilling to confine her existence to this small village. The village elders have spoken of monstrous beings lurking beyond the borders, asserting that the villagers owe their survival to the protection of the adults. Consequently, soldiers arrive each year to collect land taxes. Anna takes these warnings to heart, planting a seed of desire for strength within her soul. Hey, Anna, return home early tonight. Beware of the monsters that may come for you. The adults recount terrifying tales of the outside world. I will, Uncle Carl. Anna waves to Carl, signaling her acknowledgement. Watching her retreating figure, Carl shakes his head with a hint of resignation. The youth are ever so impatient. Despite the Empire's newfound strength and the eradication of many supernatural threats, the wilderness remains perilous. Anna ventures into the forest primarily to gather wild vegetables and fruits. For the food at home often falls short of sufficiency. She seeks additional sustenance to quell her hunger, hoping to make a meal from her foraging. Mushrooms, mushrooms. Where are you? Anna hops and skips, deftly avoiding the dangling branches. The trees ahead thin out, many having succumbed to some unseen force. She cautiously navigates around the fallen trunks, silently praying to evade danger. Aware of the myriad unknown perils that may lurk within the forest, she steels herself for the sake of her family's nourishment. As she delves deeper into the woods, the surroundings grow increasingly foreign. The once familiar path seems to have vanished, replaced by desolation. A sense of unease washes over her, leaving her uncertain if she is heading in the right direction. Suddenly, a chilling breeze sweeps through, rustling the leaves as if something approaches. Anna grips her basket tightly, scanning her surroundings with heightened vigilance. Her heart races, and beads of sweat form on her brow. At that moment, a massive black silhouette darts through the trees, startling Anna to the brink of a scream. Upon closer inspection, she realizes it is merely a crow. Relieved, she reassures herself that perhaps her anxiety has gotten the better of her. Continuing onward, her curiosity leads her to the heart of this unfamiliar area, where she discovers a patch of upheaved black earth. The trees have been leveled, revealing at its center an imposing suit of armor. Its entirety is cloaked in black, resembling an indomitable fortress, exuding an aura of authority and power. The armor, composed of thick metal plates, gleams with a cold, fierce light. Each plate is tightly interlocked, forming a cohesive defensive system, seemingly capable of withstanding any assault. The helmet stands as a crucial component of the armor, its design both intricate and commanding. Her face was meticulously concealed, and the ornate decorations on the helmet added an air of nobility. The armor's body was enveloped in robust breastplates and backplates, effectively safeguarding vital areas. The shoulder and arm guards offered additional protection, allowing her arms to move freely while shielding them from peril. Anna furrowed her brow and cautiously approached the peculiar object. As she drew nearer, she discovered it was a complete set of armor, pierced by a long blade, from which the blood had long since vanished, leaving only lush grass sprouting from the earth. At that moment, as if sensing Anna's presence, the front armor of the suit slowly parted, revealing its inner structure. To her astonishment, a human skeleton tumbled out, and miraculously, the long blade that had once penetrated the armor fell to the ground as well. This sudden turn of events took Anna by surprise, prompting her to hastily retreat a few steps, curling up tightly in fear. A roar shattered the silence, and Anna turned to see a creature with the head of a dog and the body of a serpent appearing not far away. Its canine head was adorned with numerous eyes, and it flicked its long tongue, saliva dripping eagerly as it yearned to attack Anna. In terror, she screamed, feeling her sanity unravel in an instant, her legs weakening and failing her. She attempted to flee, but stumbled and fell into the mud, landing hard on the ground. Yet the monster showed no mercy. It opened its cavernous maw, revealing sharp fangs, and with astonishing speed, lunged toward Anna. Faced with this sudden threat, Anna panicked and tried to back away, but her reaction was slightly delayed. The creature's assault was relentless, closing in on her in an instant. At the critical moment, a spark of inspiration struck Anna, and she quickly retreated beside the armor. As if sensing its master's danger, the armor emitted a strange glow, swiftly enveloping Anna's body. Accompanied by the crisp sound of metal clashing, the armor closed tightly around her, forming an impregnable shell that kept all danger at bay. The monster's first bite landed forcefully on the armor's leg, yet it met with the unyielding resistance of metal. With a tremendous crash, several of the creature's teeth shattered, blood trickling from its mouth. Feeling a momentary sense of safety, Anna let out a sigh of relief, only to be struck by a chilling realization. She suddenly became aware that her clothes were damp, as if soaked by some substance. Upon closer inspection, she was astonished to find a layer of soft material growing on the inner wall of the armor. At that moment, this material was secreting a corrosive liquid, eroding her clothing and causing her discomfort. With a ferocious monster outside and a corrosive fluid within, Anna succumbed to overwhelming fear, her tears streaming down her face as she cried out in despair. However, amidst the chaos and fear, she remained oblivious to a significant transformation. She had attained complete mastery over the armor. Chapter 30, The Village. Curiously, Anna felt an enigmatic force invade her being, a sensation both unfamiliar and peculiar, as if every cell in her body was pulsating with exhilaration. With a soft exclamation, Anna discovered her body began to tremble involuntarily. At that moment, the grotesque creature suddenly appeared before her, bearing its gaping maw, ready to strike at her helmeted head. Startled, Anna instinctively reached out to push the monster away, Yet upon her hand meeting its scales, she found them surprisingly fragile, easily torn apart. The creature, in pain, let out a furious roar, its scales instantly transforming into an impenetrable armor, as hard as steel. Undeterred, Anna summoned all her strength to seize the creature's scales once more and yanked with all her might. A sharp crack echoed, and to her astonishment, the creature's scales were violently ripped apart, revealing a deep wound from which blood gushed forth. The monster roared in rage, attempting to break free from Anna's grasp. But she held on tenaciously. With each attack, the creature gradually lost its will to resist, ultimately collapsing to the ground, motionless. Only then did Anna become aware of a profound change within her. A wave of peculiar sensations surged through her, and she finally recognized the monumental transformation she had undergone. As if she had become extraordinarily powerful, all stemming from that mysterious armor. How does one remove this? Anna pondered, cautiously extending her fingers to probe the seams of the armor, seeking the fissures that had previously opened. At that moment, she still harbored trepidation towards the armor, for the experience of both pain and comfort was indelibly etched in her memory. Who knew what this armor had truly done within her? Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby thicket, the faint noise deftly captured by the armor's acute sensitivity and swiftly relayed to Anna. Who's there? She called, quickly picking up the long knife from the ground, aiming it warily at the bushes. Doubt and unease filled her heart as she wondered who might be lurking there. Hey, lady, I'm human. There's no need to be so tense. A deep male voice resonated from behind the underbrush. A soldier clad in iron armor gradually stepped forth from behind the trees, gently lowering his weapon to convey his lack of malice. As Anna regarded the soldier before her, a sense of relief washed over her, yet she remained vigilant. After all, in the tales of her elders, danger lurked everywhere, and trust could not be easily bestowed upon anyone. The soldier, sensing Anna's apprehension, clarified, I am a soldier of the Empire, pursuing that wretched beast. Gesturing towards the creature Anna had slain, Anna followed the direction of his finger and beheld the corpse of the creature not far from them. Its massive body lay sprawled upon the grass, crimson blood staining the surrounding greenery. Witnessing this scene, a surge of pride welled up within Anna. The fact that she had so effortlessly slain such a formidable beast filled her with newfound confidence in her own abilities. The soldiers gazed upon the monster's remains, their hearts brimming with awe. This creature was no ordinary foe. It could roam unchecked unless confronted by those of the esteemed ranks. Even if their entire squad had ambushed it, they would likely have incurred significant losses. Yet, here stood a woman clad in armor, who spoke with a feminine voice, effortlessly dispatching the beast. Was her strength not truly terrifying? The thought sent a shiver down the spine of one soldier, who silently thanked his stars for not having provoked her wrath. Where do you hail from? Anna had never ventured beyond her village and was filled with curiosity about these outsiders, particularly regarding the world beyond her own. Perhaps she, too, could have a legendary adventure akin to the heroes in tales. We have traced our way from the borders of the Empire. Every village we passed was mercilessly attacked by monsters. What orders do you have for us? The soldier replied tremulously, inwardly praying not to provoke this esteemed individual. After all, those of her rank could display extreme cruelty. A careless word could render one a mere tool for their wrath, torn to shreds in the process. Furthermore, the laws of the Empire often favored the elite, ensuring that while one might be butchered, the consequences for others would be minimal. Is it the village of Xiaoxi? Anna was momentarily stunned, for was that not her own home? The soldier, interrupted mid-sentence, noticed Anna rushing away in a flurry, and he let out a sigh of relief. Captain, that was the soldier on watch. Another soldier approached, trembling as he spoke. An inexplicable pressure had weighed upon him, as though he were being scrutinized by something perilously dangerous. It must be a sequence holder concealed within the mountain villages. Speak softly henceforth, should you disturb the esteemed ones. You may find yourself unaware of your demise. The captain, seasoned with experience, had survived this long due to such wisdom. I understand, Captain. Anna, clad in armor, trudged through the soft, yielding earth, each step proving to be a monumental effort. Her body trembled with fatigue. At times, she could scarcely control her footing, and the inertia propelled her into the nearby trees, splintering one in two. After an arduous journey, Anna finally reached the outskirts of the village. The sight before her widened her eyes in shock, a profound sadness surging within her heart, the depths of which were beyond articulation. Once solid stone houses have now crumbled into mere remnants, with charred timber and shattered tiles strewn across the ground. In the village's central square, what should have been a bustling marketplace now lies in oppressive silence, save for a few crows circling the ruins, emitting mournful cries. The streets are thick with smoke and the nauseating stench of blood. Bodies lie sprawled haphazardly on the ground, unattended, exuding a foul odor. Some houses continue to burn, fierce flames consuming everything in their path, as if aiming to erase the village from the annals of history. The crops in the fields have been trampled beyond recognition, and the fruit trees in the orchard lie felled, the once bountiful harvest now a distant memory. The river runs red with blood, flowing quietly as if weeping for the fate of this village. Father and Mother Anna rushed into the village in search of familiar faces, but all they found were mangled corpses, unrecognizable and lifeless. Chapter 31. The State of the Empire. The commander, that nobleman, led the soldiers who followed Anna's trail, dragging the carcasses of the monsters to the end of the path, where they found Anna curled on the ground. As they beheld the scene before them, a wave of compassion welled up within their hearts. This nobleman appeared so gaunt, as though stripped of all hope. As border soldiers, they were no strangers to such sights. Tragedies like this frequently unfolded in border villages. Those vile monsters would always emerge when least expected, bringing endless suffering and calamity. The villagers, often powerless to resist, could only succumb to the whims of fate. Yet, they did not abandon hope. They understood that only through their own efforts could they protect more lives from harm. Though merely ordinary soldiers, they steadfastly held their posts, guarding this land with their meager strength. That nobleman, the general, is now rallying all willing combatants to take vengeance against the monsters. The soldier captain approached quietly, his voice tinged with anticipation and anxiety. For he knew this request might be met with refusal. After all, no one could predict whether this beautiful lady would be willing to fight for the empire. Currently, monsters from beyond the empire's borders continuously invade, necessitating a significant recruitment of personnel to ensure the safety of the cities. These creatures hail from an unknown realm, fierce and brutal, posing a grave threat to the empire. In a bid to defend their homeland, the general has resolved to recruit more combatants to engage in a life-and-death struggle against the monsters. Are you soldiers of the border guard? Anna slowly regained her composure, suppressing her grief. The soldier captain nodded affirmatively. They were clad in uniform military attire, wielding sharp weapons, exuding the distinct aura of authority that comes with being a soldier. Indeed, the soldier captain replied, showcasing his standard equipment, for aside from the Empire's forces, no other entity could achieve such a level of preparedness following the centralization reforms under the Empress. He hoped to demonstrate their identity and strength to Anna in this manner, assuring her of her decision to join their ranks. Anna scrutinized the captain of the soldier's equipment and nodded inwardly. The gear was well-crafted and uniform, reflecting the formidable power of the Imperial Army. I can join. Anna's response was somewhat unexpected. The soldier captain had anticipated a fruitless endeavor. He was taken aback by her decisive acceptance. A look of surprise illuminated the captain's face as he immediately saluted Anna in gratitude. Anna smiled faintly, signaling him to dismiss formality. The border troops, as a vital military force of the nation, had their highest commander appointed directly by Her Majesty the Empress. This general wielded extensive authority, overseeing most of the command of the border troops. However, strict regulations governed troop mobilization, permitting orders to be issued solely by the Empress. Correspondingly, there was the role of the advisor, also appointed directly by Her Majesty, who reported solely to the Empress. Every command issued by the general required confirmation and consent from the advisor before it could be enacted within the military. More importantly, the advisor possessed the power to veto any orders detrimental to the Empress. At this moment, the general sat at his desk, furiously slamming his hands upon it. The vast presence of the imperial city had inexplicably vanished overnight. Numerous monsters had breached the border defenses, commencing a brutal massacre of innocent villagers. Faced with such a dire situation, the general felt utterly powerless. Despite his urgent desire to act, he was constrained by the advisor's limitations and could only dispatch ordinary soldiers to pursue the rampaging monsters. The detestable advisor continually obstructed them with the argument. Without the Empress's orders, the army cannot move, hindering their ability to take more effective action. The imperial city has been lost. Where am I supposed to find Her Majesty now? If this drags on, the villages along the border will perish. The general slammed his fist on the table, angrily directing his ire at the seemingly composed yet internally frantic advisors sipping tea. Calm down, General. We are indeed at an impasse. You know that deploying troops without the Empress's orders is tantamount to treason, the advisor replied with a pained expression. Nonsense. What do you propose we do? Shall we simply watch as the border populace is slaughtered by the enemy? The general bellowed in fury. The advisor was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. You scoundrel. If you cannot devise a solution, do not blame me for being unmerciful. The general threatened. The advisor's heart sank. He understood he must find a way to persuade the general. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly. General, please take a moment to collect yourself. We are indeed facing immense difficulties, but we cannot act blindly. If we hastily deploy our forces, not only might we fail to alleviate the crisis at the border, but we could also invite disaster upon ourselves. In reality, he was even more anxious than the general. He relied on the Empress's backing to maintain balance with the general. Without the Empress, they, the advisors, would be utterly powerless, and the enraged general might very well execute him as a scapegoat. Upon hearing this, the general's expression subtly shifted, as he recognized the validity of his advisor's words. Though he was burning with impatience, he also understood the dire consequences of acting unilaterally. What do you propose we do? Surely, we cannot simply sit idly by. The general inquired, his tone laced with urgency. We could first dispatch someone to ascertain the whereabouts of Her Majesty the Queen, to see if we can locate her and receive her directives. Simultaneously, we must prepare for the worst and ready ourselves for any conceivable scenarios. Additionally, since we cannot mobilize the army, we might seek assistance from the local ascendants to collectively confront the enemy. This may alleviate some pressure at the border, suggested the advisor. The general pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, let us proceed with your recommendations. However, we must act swiftly. Delay is not an option, lest the situation at the border deteriorate further. The advisor sighed in relief, promptly responding, Yes, General. I shall arrange for personnel to execute this at once. Rest assured, we will do our utmost to locate Her Majesty and safeguard the border. With that, the general hurried away to prepare for the necessary actions, while the advisor gazed anxiously into the distance, praying for the Queen's safety. What is an ascendant? Anna wondered aloud. The small town where Anna resided had never heard of such beings. The highest authority they encountered was the tax collector, who visited annually. Chapter 32. The army. When Anna posed this question, it was the captain of the soldiers who found it perplexing. He could scarcely fathom anyone other than an ascendant being capable of effortlessly slaying such creatures. The captain looked at Anna with a puzzled expression. Miss, are you truly unaware of what an ascendant is? Anna shook her head, indicating her ignorance. The captain elaborated. Ascendants are those who have evolved after consuming magical elixirs. They possess formidable strength and unique abilities, allowing them to effortlessly confront various dangers. In contrast, we ordinary soldiers must continuously accumulate military achievements on the battlefield to earn the opportunity to exchange for the elixirs that will transform us into ascendants. As he spoke, the captain cast a covetous glance at the long sword in Anna's possession. Surely, this blade must be a relic of some ascendant. A flicker of greed momentarily flashed in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. Anna nodded, aware that the long sword she held was indeed no ordinary weapon. However, she chose not to disclose its origins, silently tucking it away. Noticing her reticence, the captain refrained from further inquiries and instead began to introduce other matters. My lord, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Martin. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me, he said, displaying great enthusiasm towards Anna. Eager to share all he knew without reservation. He had performed this role many times before, feeling no shame in it. Flattery towards the nobility was a skill in itself. If he could earn their favor and rewards, perhaps he might ascend to a life of wealth and luxury. With a stroke of luck, he might even encounter a generous noble who would bestow upon him a vial of magical elixir, making everything even more splendid. Upon consuming the potion, he would ascend to a higher echelon, transforming into a true powerhouse, liberated from the arduous existence of a disposable pawn, whose life hangs by a thread. The carriage struggled along the treacherous, muddy path, creaking with every bump. Constructed from planks salvaged from nearby abandoned houses, this rudimentary vehicle was, for those dwelling in the lower strata of society, a rare means of transportation. It is essential to understand that the formula for each potion is classified as a state secret. Currently, there exists only one potion in the entire world that facilitates a successful ascension to level 9, known as the Henry Potion of the Imperial lineage, designated by the title Demon. Thus, gaining entry into the Imperial Army and earning royal acknowledgement presents the opportunity to acquire this invaluable potion, enabling a dramatic shift in social standing. Moreover, according to the intelligence we possess, every individual who has successfully ascended to level 7 or higher is a loyal subject, having undergone rigorous scrutiny and approval from the royal family. In other words, if one can join the Imperial Army and excel in performance, they may attract the favor of the royalty and consequently receive a potion as a reward. However, obtaining a potion is far from a simple endeavor. Firstly, one must possess formidable strength and talent to capture the royal family's attention. Secondly, one must navigate various trials and tests to demonstrate loyalty and capability. Finally, even if one is fortunate enough to acquire a potion, a significant sacrifice is required to utilize it. Nevertheless, should one succeed in ascending to level 7 or above, all efforts would be worthwhile, for at that juncture, one would wield boundless power and wealth, becoming one of the most eminent figures in the world. As Martin regaled Anna with tales of potions and the sequence bearers, he discreetly assessed her background, repeatedly confirming her apparent ignorance of their existence. He could not fathom whether there existed alternative paths to strength beyond consuming potions and becoming a sequence bearer. Pondering, he mused whether it was her enigmatic armor that conferred such strength upon her, or the sharp blade she wielded, or perhaps some other unknown force. This thought caused him to swallow hard, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. In comparison to the military merits earned through toil and the seemingly unattainable vast amounts required for ascension, Martin resolutely decided to safeguard this secret. After all, with sufficient strength, one could secure greater resources and possibly orchestrate a reversal of fate. The Anna before him might very well be the key to realizing his aspirations. Thus, Martin quietly buried this secret deep within his heart, awaiting the opportune moment to devise his plans. Password. In the valley, a lookout station was established, ostensibly to intercept approaching monsters. In reality, these creatures possessed a modicum of intelligence. Upon realizing their inferiority in combat, they often chose to circumvent the area by traversing the adjacent forest. The actual purpose of these outposts is to provide alerts to the generals above, sacrificing the lives of those stationed there to inform them of the enemy's troop positions. After confirming the password, the group successfully passed through the outpost. Within the outpost, there were dedicated officers responsible for receiving civilians like Anna who sought refuge. "What is your name?" the officer inquired, looking at Anna. "Anna," she replied. "What is your gender?" The officer continued to ask basic information. "Female." Anna responded with a hint of resignation. The officer posed additional questions, to which Anna answered one by one. "Could you remove your helmet for a moment?" the officer suddenly asked after a series of trivial exchanges. Anna had never tried to take off her helmet. At that moment, her armor felt as if it were locked in place, rendering her incapable of removing it. Not wishing to press further, the officer noted her silence and said, "Let us test your abilities. I wish to ascertain your current stage so I can assign you suitable tasks." With a wave of his hand, a soldier dragged over a beast carcass and placed it on the ground. "Now, unleash your powers," the officer urged Anna. She stepped forward, gazing at the beast's remains, inhaled deeply, and then unleashed a powerful punch. Her fist struck the carcass with tremendous force, producing a dull thud. With relentless determination, Anna continued to strike the beast, each blow imbued with immense power, causing the carcass to shudder and contort. As her assault persisted, cracks began to appear in the beast's form, blood seeping from the wounds. Ultimately, under the ferocity of her onslaught, the beast was reduced to a pulpy mass, scattered across the ground. The officer nodded in satisfaction. "You possess intermediate strength at the first tier, quite commendable. Keep striving. And once you accumulate enough military merit to elevate your strength to the high tier of the first level, you will be eligible to consume the potion to advance to the second tier. At that juncture, your lifespan will be significantly extended, nearly a century. Not to mention the enhancement of your abilities." Chapter 33. The Brigade. How can one exchange for the potion? How much military merit is required? Anna inquired eagerly, as this was one of her primary objectives for coming here, to enhance her strength to better combat the monsters. She understood well that only through relentless effort could she achieve her aspirations. First tier potion requires 500 military merits, second tier 2,000, third tier 5,000. One can only exchange up to the third tier. Beyond that, only the potion formulas remain, and materials must be procured independently, the officer replied without looking up. Swiftly recording the information, he continued, "Your timing is fortuitous. The general has recently established a night brigade and is recruiting sequence holders from various regions to combat the monster incursions. With your capabilities, you should consider joining there and becoming a valiant knight." Upon hearing this, Anna felt a wave of surprise. She had not anticipated such an opportunity. Unsure of what to say, she ultimately expressed her gratitude to the officer. "Thank you. Welcome to the ranks, soldier," he replied. The officer smiled and nodded, then rose to shake hands with Anna. As he grasped her hand, he found himself somewhat taken aback. Anna's palm was encased in a layer of steel, revealing not a trace of skin. Her gear was indeed armed to the teeth. "Eli, escort this distinguished lady to the knight's camp," the officer commanded, summoning a nearby soldier to lead Anna away from the outpost and towards the barracks. Watching their departure, Martin remained momentarily dazed. fixated on their retreating figures until the officer wrapped his fingers on the desk, pulling him back to reality. What are you still doing here? Are you in heat? The officer's voice rang out, laced with a hint of jest. Martin shrank back slightly and replied in a hushed tone, "No, sir, I merely wish to pose a question." Raising an eyebrow, the officer gestured for him to continue. Taking a deep breath, Martin cautiously inquired, "Sir, do you believe it is possible to attain the power of a sequence without the use of potions?" The officer paused, momentarily taken aback, before a smirk crept across his lips as he retorted, "Of course I believe it. Do you think Her Majesty's power comes from nowhere? Have you considered why the state religion continues to flourish?" Martin's eyes widened as he suddenly recognized the folly of his question. Her Majesty had triumphed in the last war through divine strength. The officer chuckled, revealing a few jagged teeth, and softly remarked, "Indeed. The state religion has evolved into one of the most formidable organizations on the continent. Who wouldn't aspire to become a sequence? But remember, some matters are best left unexamined, lest you invite calamity upon yourself." Martin, undeterred, felt that at times, one must seize opportunities. Should he let them slip away, he would regret it for a lifetime. Bowing his head in thought, he respectfully responded, "I understand, sir. I will certainly not be a burden to you." "I hope so," the officer mused, having encountered many individuals, and recognizing that Martin was not fully absorbing his words. Yet, everyone must be accountable for their actions, and he had no inclination to meddle in others' affairs. The perimeter of the barracks was surrounded by towering wooden palisades, studded with sharp iron spikes to thwart any intruders. Upon entering the camp, one was greeted by an expansive training ground where soldiers engaged in daily drills and combat exercises. The layout of the camp was both compact and orderly, with rows of neatly arranged tents and spacious pathways facilitating the movement of soldiers. At the heart of the encampment stood a grand command tent, the locus where commanders devised strategies and directed combat operations. The camp also housed stables, home to robust warhorses that served as invaluable allies to the soldiers on the battlefield, having undergone rigorous training to develop exceptional speed and endurance. Furthermore, there were workshops, including blacksmiths and carpenters, providing maintenance and manufacturing of weapons and equipment. In one corner of the camp lay a cooking area, with wisps of smoke rising gently. Here, chefs prepared simple yet hearty meals for the soldiers, ensuring they possessed ample strength to engage in battle. In the military camp, a medical area is established where doctors attend to the wounded soldiers. The atmosphere throughout the camp is imbued with a sense of tension and solemnity. The soldiers, clad in heavy armor and wielding weapons, remain ever vigilant. This is the essence of the camp. While you may rest here, dear sir, you must always heed the sound of the horn. When the horn sounds, you shall gather for assembly. Ale led Anna to the border city fortress, where the general has shown considerable favor to those willing to join the ranks of the soldiers, particularly in terms of supplies. Anna's tent is a solitary one, and in terms of her surroundings, it surpasses the humble abode she once inhabited in her village. Equipped with all necessary toiletries, awkwardly, Anna fiddled with her armor, which showed no signs of being removed, rendering the toiletries seemingly unnecessary. At that moment, a resounding blast of the horn echoed from outside. Anna hastily set down her belongings and stepped out of the tent to survey her surroundings. She noticed 3 or 4 individuals emerging from nearby tents, each adorned in attire markedly different from her own. "Newcomers, this way." An officer clad in armor beckoned to them from a short distance. Anna, along with the others, approached the officer. The horn sounded every 8 hours, primarily to gather the new recruits, allowing them to familiarize themselves with one another, as future missions would not permit solitary endeavors. As the group drew near, the officer elucidated the purpose of the assembly and distributed a sheet of paper to each of them. This document outlined their mission objectives, from which they were to select one to undertake, ultimately leading to the computation of military merit. The paper contained a plethora of information, including the titles of various tasks, their locations, difficulty levels, and corresponding military rewards. Each task was meticulously described with specific requirements that needed to be fulfilled to earn the related merit. The nightly camp resembled more of a mercenary nature, accepting various task commissions and obtaining rewards based on the difficulty and significance of the missions. This model enabled the members of the nightly camp to continuously enhance their strength and experience while granting them greater freedom. Take your time to peruse the details. The nightly camp provides only lodging and logistical support, with a minimum requirement of completing one task within a month. How you proceed thereafter, whether in teams or solo, is entirely up to you. Once you complete a mission, simply submit the corresponding spoils at the designated task submission area, which they learned from the Adventurers Guild before the calamity struck. Chapter 34. monsters when the officer departed, the remaining individuals dispersed, most of whom had prior arrangements. Those forced into the military camp were often those whose paths to advancement had been severed. The ones who lingered were those with nowhere else to turn. Lacking the resources or connections to escape this realm, or having lost all hope and dreams, resigned to merely passing time within the ranks. Yet, among this assembly, one soul remained, Anna. She stood silently in place, her gaze unwavering and composed. Clutching the mission sheet tightly in her hands, it seemed as if she might crush it. Anna inwardly rejoiced, grateful that she had sought information from Martin in advance. Otherwise, the situation would likely be far worse. According to Martin, with her current capabilities, she could only contend with the most basic first-tier monsters. Should she encounter a more formidable foe, her life would be in jeopardy. The thought sent a shiver of fear through her. The Appleton Mountains were rumored to be home to grotesque creatures composed of flesh. Anna scrutinized the mission sheet, pondering its contents. The task was to be led by a squad of soldiers tracking the monsters, yet, in reality, their role was merely to drive the creatures to a designated location and assist the sequencers in completing the kill. Given the soldiers' limited strength, capturing a monster would demand an exorbitant price, thus the execution of the task fell to the sequencers of the knightly order. The military merits gained from slaying the monsters would be divided in a ratio of 3 to 7 between the soldiers and sequencers. The Appleton Mountains, a name that exuded an ominous aura, lay at the border, surrounded by dense forests and unfathomable swamps. Upon their arrival, Anna and her companions were immediately engulfed by a chilling sensation. The air was abnormally humid, thick with a putrid odor. Is this truly the Appleton Mountains? One soldier furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "It feels as if we have descended into hell." Enough chatter. Another soldier hissed, "Quickly draw out that monster." As Anna surveyed the scene before her, a flicker of doubt emerged within her. She noticed the environment was exceedingly peculiar. What should have been a mountainous forest was entirely engulfed by muddy swamps. Logically, swamps and forests are two distinct terrains, yet they had merged in such an abstract manner. This unusual phenomenon unsettled her. While Anna contemplated, a deep roar suddenly echoed from a distance. She understood that the soldiers had successfully lured the monster, which was now charging toward them. Promptly, she prepared herself, awaiting the creature's emergence. In the dim, fetid swamp, the air was thick with the stench of decay and death, illuminated only by the faint moonlight filtering through the clouds, casting an eerie and terrifying scene. Clad in black armor, Anna stood resolutely in the swamp, gripping a sharp long sword with determination in her eyes. Her silhouette radiated with an aura of hope amidst the darkness. Before her loomed a colossal beast, bellowing ferociously. This creature, a massive conglomeration of flesh, was adorned with countless menacing eyes, each glimmering with a nefarious light that sent chills down the spine. It towered at an extraordinary height, several times that of Anna. Its maw gaped wide, revealing sharp fangs, emitting a low growl that reverberated through the swamp, causing the very ground to tremble. The creature before her was a far more formidable adversary than the previous wolf. Although Anna had effortlessly dispatched the wolf, the unknown monstrosity now presented a challenge, as she was unfamiliar with its habits and vulnerabilities. Additionally, her inexperience with weaponry rendered her attacks on this beast feeble, bordering on negligible. Yet, fear did not consume Anna. She gripped her long knife firmly, inhaled deeply, and surged forward with determination. Her movements were agile and resolute, each step imbued with strength. Her gaze remained fixed upon the creature, searching for its weaknesses. As time progressed, Anna gradually acclimated to the rhythm of battle. She began to employ her speed and agility, deftly evading the creature's assaults and seizing opportunities to counterattack. Her knife skills became increasingly refined, each strike landing precisely on the beast, leaving deep, painful gashes. The creature roared in fury, twisting its massive form in an attempt to ensnare Anna with its tentacles. However, Anna, akin to a nimble swallow, effortlessly dodged its attacks. Her form was lithe and graceful, reminiscent of a dancing fairy, while her long knife became her most lethal weapon. In the midst of this fierce confrontation, Anna's stamina began to wane, yet she persevered. She understood that failure to vanquish this creature would lead only to her demise. Thus, she clenched her jaw and continued to wield her knife, relentlessly inflicting wounds upon the beast. The creature's grotesque form was enveloped in slimy tentacles, exuding a nauseating stench. Its eyes glimmered with an eerie light, and it expelled black smoke in an attempt to engulf Anna. Yet, her armor performed impeccably, shielding her from the noxious fumes, rendering the creature's attacks ineffectual. The beast, undeterred, seized an opportunity to ensnare Anna with its tentacles, striving to drag her into the abyss of darkness. Anna felt a tremendous force pulling her, yet she refused to yield. Gripping her weapon tightly, she struggled fiercely. Die! Anna shouted, summoning every ounce of strength to break free from the creature's grasp. Her eyes radiated determination and courage. She knew she could not allow this monster to prevail. Renewing her assault, she aimed for the creature's eye. Her knife glimmered in the air, striking true at the creature's eye. Black blood gushed forth, splattering across Anna's armor. The abomination let out a pained roar, its body trembling as if it had sustained a grievous wound. Seizing the moment, Anna launched her final attack, leaping high and plunging her sword into the creature's head. The monster quaked violently, then collapsed with a thunderous crash, dissolving into a pool of black ichor. Anna stood atop the creature's carcass, her hands resting on her knees as she gasped for breath. Her body trembled slightly, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead, soaking her hair and cheeks. Thank you very much for your assistance. The soldiers, previously concealed in an unknown location, finally emerged. Their faces pale and expressions tense as they expressed their gratitude to Anna. You're welcome, she replied, sensing an unusual discomfort within her armor. Suddenly, a wave of weakness washed over her, causing her legs to buckle, and she sank to the ground. My lady, are you all right? The soldiers, witnessing her plight, hurriedly surrounded her with concern. Observing Anna's weary demeanor, they were filled with admiration and gratitude. Chapter 35. The state religion. I'm fine, just let me gather myself, Anna managed to say, enduring the peculiar sensations coursing through her body. Unbeknownst to the soldiers, the tendrils within her armor were siphoning her life force as a source of energy. She felt her strength being gradually drained, as if the very essence of her life was evaporating. Yet, she could not allow anyone to uncover this secret, for it would render her a target. Very well. The soldier nodded, taking a defensive stance with his comrades around Anna. The increasing number of monsters in the vicinity forced them to remain vigilant against potential dangers. Anna sat there, striving to maintain her composure. The black helmet completely muffled her voice, concealing her inner turmoil and suffering from the outside world. To the onlookers, she appeared majestic and enigmatic in her full armor, but only she understood that this very equipment was slowly morphing into her nightmare. As time passed, Anna felt her consciousness beginning to falter. She fought against the hormones secreted by her genes, admonishing herself not to succumb so easily. However, the tendrils within her armor seemed to sense her resolve, intensifying their extraction of her life force to an almost unbearable degree. What a remarkable lady! Her long sword dances with such ferocity. That monster must be nearing the second tier. Two soldiers remarked in hushed tones as they observed Anna seated on the ground. You haven't witnessed the might of our state religion. That is truly formidable, interjected a knowledgeable soldier nearby. I once saw a tendril the size of a tree emerge from the ground and swiftly dispatch a creature as large as a small building. He extended his arms, attempting to illustrate the size of the tendril he had witnessed. Upon hearing this, the two soldiers widened their eyes in disbelief. One, filled with excitement, inquired, so powerful? Do they also consume potions? How can I join? In his understanding, it seemed that the only extraordinary path in the world was that of the sequences. You, another soldier scoffed, rolling his eyes in derision. You aren't even a woman. The state religion only accepts female believers, and it is said their power is granted by the deities. But if the deities are so powerful, why do they need followers? The curious soldier pressed on. Perhaps there's something within the followers that they require, the other soldier replied, unable to provide a definitive answer. If he knew, he wouldn't be serving as a soldier. Anna quietly absorbed their conversation, recognizing that these were insights she had yet to grasp. As the tentacles retracted, the armor finally absorbed sufficient energy to support its movement. Anna's mind gradually emerged from a muddled state, and she regained control over her limbs. My lord, have you rested enough? We must depart swiftly. We are beyond the border, and encountering further monsters would be dire, a soldier urged, hastening to her side. At that moment, they had gathered the corpses of the recently vanquished monsters, trophies said to be useful for concocting potions and serving as proof of their completed mission. Very well, Anna replied, dragging her weary form back to the military camp alongside the soldiers. A first-tier high-level monster had yielded a total of 20 military merits, of which she received 10. However, Anna felt little joy at the reward. At this rate, she realized that she would need to slay nearly 50 monsters to acquire a first-tier potion. This revelation underscored the arduous nature of strengthening her abilities. She would have to invest significantly more effort and time. For nearly a month thereafter, Anna relentlessly hunted monsters, her body gradually adapting to the demands of intense combat. Meanwhile, the general of the border city found himself drenched in sweat, increasingly burdened by mounting pressure. The disappearance of the royal city was now an undeniable reality, leading to a situation where regions operated independently, with several factions within the border city aspiring to establish their own dominions. This exacerbated the already tense atmosphere, rendering it more complex and perilous. What troubled the general most was the sudden emergence of numerous monsters from the north. Unlike the usual fiends, these creatures resembled ordinary animals that had been mutated by some mysterious force. Their sheer numbers and ferocity posed a significant threat to the border city. Damn it! This cannot continue. We will either be worn down by these monsters or stabbed in the back by those with malicious intent. The general paced anxiously in his chamber, expressing his distress. The current situation was urgent, leaving him in a state of profound unease. As time progressed, the monsters from the north multiplied to an alarming degree, nearing a point of uncontrollable infestation. The general began to suspect that these creatures were awaiting something, seemingly preparing for a large-scale assault on the border city. This notion weighed heavily upon him, as if a colossal stone pressed down upon his heart. Faced with such a grave predicament, the general was compelled to make difficult decisions. He needed to strike a balance between defending the border city, addressing the monster threat, and preventing internal insurrection. This was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Yet he understood that failing to resolve these issues promptly would plunge the border city into despair. Given the number of defenders in the city, it was clear they could not withstand a monster onslaught. "My lord, the advisors have thoroughly looted the supplies and plan to discreetly withdraw tonight," a trusted confidant, stationed near the advisors, informed the general, prompting him to strike the table in frustration. "Heavens above, what time is it? These scoundrels still contemplate escape." The general has long recognized their treachery. In the past, during his tenure in the border town, they wielded power under the auspices of Her Majesty the Empress. Now, when calamity looms, they seek to flee. "None shall be allowed to escape," informed the brethren. "It is time for the piglets to feast." As the strongest and highest commander in the border town, the general has garnered a multitude of practitioners since the Empress's disappearance. Now is the moment to ensnare them. In this border town, as long as he remains, no official shall leave. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the general's eyes, and a faint smile curled at his lips, revealing a cold sneer. He quietly pondered how to ensnare these avaricious individuals, ensuring they pay for their selfishness. As night fell, the border town was enveloped in darkness. The advisors and other officials stealthily packed their belongings, preparing to escape under the cover of night from the impending onslaught of monsters. Yet, they remained oblivious to the general's meticulously laid trap. Chapter 36. Unification of the border town with night's arrival. The general's confidants led a contingent of subordinates to quietly surround the advisors' quarters, sealing them off completely. The advisors, unaware of the impending peril, remained engrossed in their escape plans. "Danger! Enemies!" Suddenly, a guard cried out in terror. The group was jolted awake, panic-stricken as they grasped their weapons in defense. However, when they discerned their surroundings, their faces drained of color. "You vile traitors, how dare you betray us?" The advisor bellowed in fury, eyes wide with disbelief as he regarded those he had once trusted, now turned foes. At that moment, the general emerged slowly from the shadows, a cruel smile adorning his face, as though mocking the advisor's folly. "Betrayal? No, they are merely fulfilling their duty, while you cowardly wretches think solely of your own survival, disregarding the plight of the common folk. Today, you shall pay for your actions." With that, the general issued a command, and his subordinates pounced upon the advisors like ravenous wolves. A fierce battle erupted instantaneously, with blades clashing and cries of anguish ringing out. Though the advisors possessed some measure of strength, they gradually found themselves at a disadvantage against the general's meticulously orchestrated assault. With each agonizing scream, the advisors fell one by one into pools of blood. Their possessions were confiscated, becoming trophies for the general. Ultimately, every advisor was subdued, their belongings thoroughly seized. The general gazed down upon these disheveled figures with disdain. "Execute them all. Let their heads be displayed as a warning. As for the spoils, half shall be distributed among you. The other half shall serve as military funds." The general waved his hand impassively, his voice cold as iron, as if the lives of these individuals held no worth in his eyes. Upon hearing this decree, the captured soldiers were seized with terror, falling to their knees in supplication. Yet the general remained unmoved. His gaze was indifferent and resolute, as if their fates had already been sealed. The advisor's countenance turned ashen, for he comprehended that this time it was truly over. His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the general's departing figure, his heart brimming with despair and trepidation. Having shed blood for the Empire and participated in the defense of the imperial city, he believed he deserved a more favorable fate rather than execution. I have bled for the Empire. I fought in the defense of the imperial city. You cannot kill me. I demand an audience with Her Majesty, he cried hoarsely, striving to evoke the general's compassion. Yet, the general did not look back. His steps remained resolute as he departed the scene without hesitation. As the executioner's blade fell, heads tumbled to the ground, staining the earth with crimson. The advisor stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him, his visage rife with resentment and bitterness. He had once thought there might be a glimmer of hope, but now, all was lost. High above, beneath the vast expanse of the heavens, Chunjiu sat with an air of tranquility, engaging in a game of chess with the ethereal forms of several outer gods. They seemed to occupy the very center of the world's stage, with heaven and earth as their chessboard and all living beings as mere pawns, orchestrating a breathtaking match. Chunjiu observed the proceedings with keen interest, his heart filled with curiosity and anticipation. Interestingly, it appeared that the outer gods manifested in humanoid forms, perhaps knowing of Chunjiu's fondness for such shapes. Among them, the entity with the large eyes took on the enigmatic guise of a cloaked figure. In this game, it was blood and flesh who first gathered his pieces beyond the borders of the Empire. At this moment, he had successfully amassed a multitude of loyal followers, most of whom possessed formidable, epic-level powers. Angelisa gently leaned against Chunjiu's shoulder, her lively eyes scrutinizing the surrounding outer gods, seeking any clues from them. As a newly ascended being upon the throne of outer gods, she needed to remain ever vigilant. Fortunately, under Chunjiu's protection, she was not subjected to the covetous gaze of the other outer gods, ensuring her safety. The entity with large eyes occasionally cast warning glances at his subordinates, as if to convey, "This is the elder brother's spouse. You all better tread carefully." Chunjiu deftly stirred the chessboard, shifting a piece from the southern domain to the north, casting it towards Anna, the girl who had acquired the elven armor. With a slight touch of fortune, could she contend against the protagonist blessed with great destiny? Since the disappearance of Her Majesty, the Empire had plunged into chaos and turmoil. The Northern General, upon confirming the complete disappearance of the Empress, swiftly unified the armies of the border towns and began to actively prepare for the impending threat of northern monstrosities. They understood that in the face of the formidable enemy looming on the horizon, unity and strength were essential to withstand the forthcoming assault. However, concurrently, the other three directions of the Empire descended into pandemonium. In the east, west, and south, various factions that had previously faced execution emerged, seizing the opportunity to sow discord. These factions, taking advantage of the Empire's loss of central control, recklessly sought to restore their power and status. However, during this time, the central region remained relatively stable. This stability was attributed to the presence of the state religion, which wielded considerable power and influence, capable of suppressing rebellions and maintaining order. Thus, the central region was temporarily unaffected by the turmoil, though it could not prevent the chaos from spreading to other areas. Amidst this upheaval, one individual captured public attention, Long Outyin, a figure of infamy. It is said that he had once been sentenced to death for his crimes, yet managed to evade punishment. Now, he was exploiting the disarray of the Empire to assemble a formidable rebel army, collaborating with various influential families. Through these alliances, he successfully garnered substantial resources and support, rendering his insurgent force one of the most menacing powers. For Long Outyin and his rebels, the news from the north was of little consequence. They believed the Empire was on the verge of collapse. Consequently, their primary concern was to extract as much benefit as possible during this critical moment. Their true aim was to take advantage of the situation, draining the last remnants of the Empire's vitality. How is the plan progressing? Outside the night camp, several soldiers peered inside. I had bribed the squad responsible for issuing tasks, and soon, a Tier 2 sequencer would accompany us to ambush that woman. Martin, squatting in the corner, began to envision a promising future. He had invested all his savings into this endeavor, daring to gamble with his fate. Chapter 37. The general, this operation must succeed. Failure is not an option. Martin silently vowed, fully aware that there was no turning back. Should he fail, not only would he face dire consequences, but his brothers could also suffer. Therefore, he had to commit entirely to ensure the operation's success. As time ticked away, the figure finally emerged. The soldier tasked with surveillance saw Anna leave the military camp and swiftly alerted those crouched in the corner, "She's coming out." Hearing this news, Martin perked up and whispered, "Follow closely." With a wave of his hand, the soldiers promptly rose, carefully trailing Anna while maintaining a safe distance to avoid detection, yet keeping her movements in sight. Wait. Anna was somewhat taken aback. This seemed different from previous missions. There was no discussion of strategies, merely an instruction for her to wait. Indeed, my lady knight, you need only remain here. We will lure the monster. And then we will require your protection to ensure our safety, said the soldier, communicating with Anna, rubbing his hands together. Having not seen a woman in quite some time, he felt fortunate to be involved in this endeavor, licking his lips with a lecherous grin. Such behavior unsettled Anna, revealing that the camp harbored individuals of this nature. Reluctantly, she resolved to comply with the soldier's instructions for the sake of the mission, but took a few steps back to distance herself from him. Internally, she mused, why does this soldier appear so sleazy? I truly wonder if he can be trusted. However, having promised to assist, Anna had no choice but to trust that they would execute their duties competently. She inhaled deeply, recalibrating her mindset in preparation for the forthcoming challenges. She reminded herself to remain undistracted by external influences and to focus solely on the task at hand. After all, she had come here to resolve issues, not to let trivial matters affect her emotions. The waiting period always felt interminable, especially under such tense circumstances. Anna continuously surveyed her surroundings, vigilant for any anomalies that might arise. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air, and a spear, like a bolt of lightning, pierced the void with breathtaking speed. Anna barely had time to react before the spear struck her, sending her and her armor tumbling several times across the ground until she finally came to a halt. Such overwhelming force was clearly beyond the capability of a first-tier sequence practitioner. It suggested the presence of a master from the second or even third tier. It seemed this treasure was indeed formidable, capable of withstanding my full-force strike. The assailant casually tossed the severed spear aside, his gaze fixed intently on Anna, who had just risen from the ground, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Treasure? At that moment, Anna felt somewhat disoriented, her mind swirling as she struggled to recall whom she might have offended. Upon spotting Martin, who was keeping his distance, she began to grasp the intentions of these individuals. They covet my armor? Bring it on. If you possess the courage, then kill me. Through her recent battles, Anna had gradually grown stronger. Without hesitation, she drew the long blade from her waist, assuming a defiant stance as she confronted her adversary. Let us see if this armor can truly protect you from death. The sequence practitioner scoffed, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his eyes. At some point, a massive hammer had appeared in his hand, glinting ominously and sending chills down the spine. In an instant, he swung the hammer with unyielding resolve, aiming directly at Anna. He understood well that if he were to use a sharp weapon to breach the armor, even if Anna perished, his objectives would remain unattainable. Therefore, he opted for a blunt instrument, intending to strike the individual within the armor while preserving its integrity, thus effectively incapacitating his foe. Thud! With a resounding impact, Anna was forcefully driven into the ground, creating a deep crater beneath her. Her body endured tremendous shock, and her internal organs suffered significant damage, causing blood to seep from her mouth, nose, and ears. Yet, astonishingly, the blood did not flow freely. Instead, it was slowly absorbed by the armor, becoming part of its energy. Perhaps this is where my journey ends? Anna found herself utterly powerless against the second-tier practitioner, forced to endure the onslaught passively. Her body was racked with immense pain, and her consciousness began to fade. At that moment, despair flooded her heart, as she feared she might not be able to continue. This treasure is indeed resilient. It appears to be quite a remarkable item. The sequent gazed at the object in his hand, unable to suppress a chuckle, yet oblivious to the figure that had stealthily approached from behind. Do you comprehend the sins of murder and treachery among soldiers? The person coldly inquired. Upon hearing these words, the sequent turned to face him, his expression dripping with disdain. I care not for such sins. And who do you think you are? However, as he discerned the identity of the newcomer, his legs suddenly weakened, nearly causing him to kneel. General, this individual has colluded with the enemy. We merely sought to apprehend this traitor. The sequent stammered, an awkward smile etched across his face. Yet, the general's accompanying enforcers shook their heads, expressing disbelief in his words. This man is untrustworthy, perpetually indulging in deceit, one of the enforcers remarked. Confronted with such a staggering disparity in strength, any falsehood would be effortlessly exposed. To ambush and slay a fellow soldier, devoid of any sense of shared hardship, is utterly despicable, the general declared, his face contorted with rage. After speaking, he approached Anna to assess her condition closely. Indeed, the sequent and others responded in unison. Those ambushers, including Martin, were slaughtered like mere livestock. Observing Anna's condition, the general furrowed his brow, harboring a considerable appreciation for the soldier who remained steadfast. General, There is something peculiar about this person's armor. I am unable to forcibly remove it. A symbiotic relationship has formed. Once the armor is taken off, this individual will not survive long. The inspecting sequent informed the general. The general pondered, having discerned the peculiar nature of the armor, which seemed to possess some blocking qualities that interfered with others' detection. I believe I have encountered such armor before. It belongs to the state religion, he mused, recalling having seen similar equipment on an ancient battlefield. At that time, he found the armors to be enigmatic, and now, witnessing the one adorning Anna only deepened his perplexity. Chapter 38. A storm approaches under his scrutiny. It became evident that Anna's injuries were gradually healing. The armor appeared to have merged with her body, becoming an integral part of her being. This astonished the general, prompting him to contemplate the power and origins behind this armor. Is she connected to the state religion? He pondered, stroking his chin. Although familiar with the state religion, he remained utterly clueless regarding the origins of the armor before him, having only caught a distant glimpse of it within the state religion's army. Just then, a sequent swiftly descended from the sky, shattering his reverie. The sequent landed beside the general, swiftly whispering vital information into his ear. The general's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure stirring within him. Clearly, the news was not favorable. There were always those who wished to see him unsettled, striving to undermine his plans. However, rather than succumbing to frustration or anger, he exhibited a resolute determination. Take this soldier back and ensure her well-being. We must depart, the general commanded. His voice resonated with authority, instilling a sense of trepidation in all who heard it. The others immediately sprang into action, carefully transporting Anna back to the camp and providing her with the utmost care. Subsequently, the general led the group skyward, soaring into the distance until their figures faded, swallowed by the horizon. All that remained were the bloodstains and remnants on the ground, stark testimonies to the recent turmoil. Anna succumbed to a fit of violent coughing, as if she were on the verge of expelling her very lungs. With each cough, waves of pain surged through her body, each cell seemingly pricked by needles, engulfing her in agony. At last, she slowly opened her eyes, greeted by the sight of a verdant tent canopy. Her consciousness began to clarify, and she realized she had narrowly escaped the clutches of death, yet the weakness and pain of her body were undeniable. At that moment, a guard gently parted the tent flap and entered. Approaching Anna's bedside, he looked at her with concern and said, "You are awake?" The general intervened to save you. He insists you take your rest. He then placed a steaming bowl of thick soup on the stool beside her and added, "If you need anything, do not hesitate to call me. My name is Xiao Ming." With that, Xiao Ming departed the tent without a backward glance, seemingly indifferent to her reaction. His presence here was merely to fulfill the task assigned by the general, showing little regard for Anna herself. The general? Anna struggled to recall this name, memories gradually surfacing in her mind. She remembered a vague silhouette that had saved her just before she lost consciousness. It dawned on her that this figure was indeed the general, the highest authority within the military camp. A gnawing hunger began to stir within her, her empty stomach growling audibly. Aware of her need for nourishment, she unhesitatingly reached for the bowl of soup, consuming it with remarkable speed. If the general had intended to harm her, he would not have wasted his energy to rescue her. Thus, she harbored no doubts about the food. The soup, crafted from rare chicken, radishes, and wild greens, seasoned with a pinch of salt, was quite delectable for this era. As her body absorbed the nutrients, a sense of relaxation washed over her. The armor, sensing her overwhelming fatigue, remained still, enveloping her in warmth that alleviated her pain. As this comforting sensation persisted, the aches throughout her body gradually subsided, leaving her in a state of profound relaxation and comfort. She lay quietly, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. Just as Anna fully surrendered to relaxation, she felt a surge of formidable energy emanating from her body. The armor, having confirmed her health, began to activate. It sealed all gaps, forming a cohesive whole, and commenced the replenishment of magical energy. As liquid surged forth, the armor absorbed it completely, transforming it into energy and radiating a brilliant glow. The various dents inflicted by the second-tier assailant rapidly mended, as if time were reversing itself. In a mere 2 or 3 minutes, the armor was rejuvenated, radiating an astonishing brilliance. "General, your request for reinforcements to the state religion has been declined," they reported tremulously. "They claim they have ways to endure this situation, and they are more concerned about the Empire's current dominion. They urge you not to act rashly." "What?" The general's face flushed with fury, veins pulsing on his forehead as he sprang to his feet, roaring, "These damned scoundrels." His eyes blazed with indignation, fists clenched tightly as if he sought to shatter everything before him. The messenger lowered his gaze, unable to meet the general's fierce stare, and continued. Other requests for aid have either gone unanswered or are attempts to extort us heavily. Upon hearing this, the general's wrath erupted entirely. He seized an object from the table and hurled it to the ground, cursing, "These bastards, nothing but a pack of greedy wolves." At that moment, another hurried messenger arrived, breathlessly reporting, "General, 3 miles from the city gate, a multitude of monsters has begun to gather. They are expected to number over 10,000 by tomorrow." The general's expression darkened further. He understood that when the number of monsters reached such a magnitude, it indicated the presence of an epic-level creature among them. This spelled a catastrophic disaster for the city. As the challenges escalated, the chasm between monsters and humans would become insurmountably vast, an undeniable truth. Typically, an epic-level monster would require at least 15 ninth-tier powerhouses to withstand its assault. Yet, at this moment, the entire border city boasted merely 3 ninth-tier individuals, one of whom was the general himself. This signified an immense challenge, as the enemy's strength far exceeded their anticipations. Deploy the knights to evacuate ordinary civilians and the families of soldiers. All other legions must remain, the general commanded, his voice resonating with a deep and unwavering resolve as his gaze swept over the assembled commanders, flickering with a fierce determination. This general was not one to surrender easily. Yet he recognized that, in the face of the impending conflict, their options were dwindling. Sending away the common folk, though it appeared to be an act of mercy, was, in truth, a means to provide the participating young men with a glimmer of hope, a reason to persevere. "Let me shed my last drop of blood for His Majesty the Emperor," the general murmured, almost as if pledging to himself. He comprehended that this war might herald death. Yet he felt no fear. In that moment, the general exhibited unparalleled courage and resolve. His silhouette loomed large against the setting sun, resembling an unshakable mountain. Chapter 39. The power of faith. This general possesses admirable qualities. Shall we retain him? Shunjio's words, once spoken, determined the fate of this general's future. Anger flashed across Angelisa's face as she cast a disdainful glance at the general below. "There is no need," she remarked. "For the master is merely a dog loyal to the former emperor, unworthy of our concern." She effortlessly recognized the man's origins and dismissed the unfolding events beneath her. Believing that no amount of commotion from those below could capture the attention of the strategist above, rather than squander her time in trivialities, she resolved to focus on solidifying her own realm. According to the pact with the other deities, Chunjio forbade the complete annihilation of humanity, insisting that at least a city of humans must remain. "Knight Anna, now that your body has been restored, I shall return to report to the general. He has granted you military accolades as a reward. Be sure to claim them," Xiao Ming said earnestly, saluting Anna after receiving her affirmative response before taking his leave. Only half an hour had passed, and Anna's recovery was swift. Meanwhile, at the heart of the knight's camp, an officer, having received the general's orders, immediately began to announce the directive. "After a brief interval, the city gates will be opened. Our task as the Knights Brigade is to safeguard the citizens and escort them to the city under the church's control, ensuring that the defenders face no distractions." Upon concluding his address, the officer surveyed the crowd and continued, "Our mission is to protect the people of this land. Regardless of the adversary we face, we shall not falter." A resounding affirmation echoed from the knights, their voices reverberating throughout the encampment. The officer nodded in satisfaction and added, "Now, prepare yourselves for the opening of the gates. Remember, we must lead the citizens out with utmost speed to ensure their safety. If anyone requires military accolades for exchanges, do so promptly. There will be no opportunity to return." The knights nodded in understanding and swiftly sprang into action, diligently organizing their gear and meticulously inspecting their mounts to ensure everything was in perfect order, fully preparing for the impending battle. Anna made her way to the exchange point to procure a Tier 1 potion, aware that, as an ordinary individual, there were warnings that consuming potions beyond her current level could have dire consequences. The potion, named the Henry Elixir, was the most commonly consumed among those available, representing the farthest progression achieved thus far. As Anna placed the potion in her mouth for the first time, a wave of apprehension washed over her. However, recalling the unyielding armor she wore, she steeled herself, closed her eyes, and resolutely downed the potion in one gulp. The moment the elixir touched her tongue, it transformed into a powerful energy that was swiftly absorbed by her stomach. Instantly, she felt a rush of warmth enveloping her body, as if a flame ignited within. Simultaneously, her senses were assaulted with varying degrees of tinnitus and dizziness, leaving her momentarily disoriented. Just then, a vague silhouette materialized before her, elusive and difficult to discern clearly. She instinctively rubbed her eyes, striving to discern the true visage of the shadowy figure. Yet, upon reopening her eyes, the figure had vanished without a trace. As Anna's body underwent continuous transformation, the armor seemed to sense a shift. It rapidly responded by extending countless tendrils that precisely penetrated her being, consciously correcting her bodily structure and genetic sequence. However, this dual metamorphosis proved to be an unbearable torment for Anna. The ecstasy of physical evolution intertwined with the bliss at the genetic level clashed with the vertigo and headaches that plagued her mind, culminating in an extraordinarily complex and painful experience. Each division and reorganization of her cells felt akin to a sharp blade stirring within her, plunging her into despair. A strange voice suddenly echoed in her ear, as if emanating from a distant realm, imbued with profound mystery. The faith of the people can elevate one to divinity. The voice continued, as if imparting some crucial message. As time progressed, an increasing number of voices resonated within Anna's consciousness, seemingly revealing secrets of the world and knowledge that transcended human understanding. Yet, for reasons unknown, Anna could not fully grasp the significance of these voices, relegating this wisdom to the deepest recesses of her memory, awaiting a future day for exploration and revelation. Bang, bang, bang. Outside the tent, the sound of drums and gongs resonated, creating a lively atmosphere, as if a grand celebration were underway. Upon reopening her eyes, Anna felt invigorated, as though she had been reborn. As she unfastened the tent flap and stepped outside, the shouts of officers reached her ears. Hurry! Those wishing to leave must do so quickly. The city gates will close in 2 hours. If you want to depart, join the line now, or you may miss your chance. This voice sliced through the morning tranquility like a blade, piercing the hearts of the people. Standing before the tent, Anna gazed towards the distant north gate, where an ominous throng of monstrous figures was gathering. Their enormous forms and ghastly visages inspired dread, as their numbers threatened to surpass those within the city, forming a terrifying barricade that isolated the city from the outside world. This situation incited immense panic among the inhabitants. Civilians frantically gathered their valuables, desperately fleeing this dreadful place, their hearts heavy with fear and uncertainty about what fate awaited them. Following the movements of the crowd, Anna, guided by the officers, departed through the south gate. Their contingent was set to retreat southward until they encountered the welcoming forces of the National Religious Army. Come forth, accursed monsters, let us engage in a fierce battle. The general, clutching a long spear, stood resolutely atop the city wall, his gaze unwavering, filled with determination and courage. He understood that this would be a challenging confrontation, yet he was unafraid. As the horde of monsters drew nearer, their numbers far exceeded the general's expectations. These monstrous entities surged forth like an unstoppable tide, roaring ferociously, brandishing their sharp claws, their eyes glinting with insatiable hunger and murderous intent. The soldiers remaining in the city, confronted by such a vast horde of creatures, began to waver in their resolve. They gazed at the dense throng of monsters, their hearts heavy with dread and despair. Some soldiers trembled, their weapons slipping from their grasp involuntarily. Chapter 40. The final loyalty under the watchful gaze of the general. The bizarre creatures that had sprinted from beyond the city walls reached their designated positions. They were a motley assortment. Some resembled colossal spiders. Others bore the likeness of winged lizards, while yet others appeared as hedgehogs covered in sharp spines. An abhorrent stench emanated from these monsters, instilling an instinctive fear in all who beheld them. Loose the arrows. At the general's command, the remaining soldiers unleashed a barrage of fire arrows into the sky. Each arrow was meticulously crafted, its tip forged from a special material, and subjected to a series of enhancements by skilled enchanters. Only such arrows possessed the capability to pierce the monster's formidable exoskeletons and inflict substantial damage. In an instant, a deluge of arrows rained down like locusts, darkening the sky. Each flaming projectile illuminated the battlefield with a fierce glow. This relentless volley consumed significant resources, yet for the sake of defending the city and its inhabitants, every effort was deemed worthwhile. However, the reality was far from optimistic. Despite the intensity and power of the arrow storm, the damage inflicted upon the monsters was disappointingly minimal. Only a handful of creatures were struck in vital areas, falling lifelessly to the ground. The majority sustained mere superficial wounds, pressing onward undeterred. Faced with the overwhelming swarm of beasts, despair gripped the soldiers' hearts. They understood that a few rounds of arrows would not suffice to halt the monster's advance. Yet they did not falter, for they were acutely aware of their solemn duty to protect the city and its people. As long as they drew breath, they would persist in their fight. Enchanters, charge with me into the fray. Upon confirming that these monstrous adversaries were intent on attacking the city, the general promptly abandoned his strategy of holding the walls. The 15-meter-high fortifications were utterly inadequate to withstand such a formidable onslaught. Moreover, the walls were manned by numerous ordinary archers. Should they engage the monsters directly, the defenses would swiftly collapse. Among the enchanters, each possessed unique abilities bestowed by their respective sequences. The most prominent among them was the Henry Potion, which granted the enchanters formidable physical prowess and combat capabilities. Another was the Divine Touch Potion, concocted by the state religion, which allowed individuals to become enchanters and summon tentacles the size of wrists through communion with divine forces, thereby enhancing their strength. The general understood the potential and value of these enchanters, yet he also recognized that in the face of such a powerful enemy, unity was paramount. Without hesitation, he issued the charge. Enchanters, follow me into the enemy's ranks. With a commanding shout, hundreds of sequencers responded in unison, rushing forth beyond the city gates. Yet, to the monstrous entities outside, this was of little consequence. These creatures were numerous, seemingly endless. The general wielded absolute power, effortlessly slaying swathes of monsters with a mere flick of his hand. However, this was not a boon, for a true threat had silently set its sights upon him. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air as a colossal mass, resembling a grotesque fleshball, rolled towards him, crushing countless lesser monsters in its wake. This massive entity moved with alarming speed, barreling forward without obstruction. The general furrowed his brow, sensing an overwhelming aura emanating from the creature. This was no ordinary beast. It radiated a disquieting pressure. It is an epic-level monster, the general murmured, realizing he had encountered a formidable adversary. This enormous fleshball was indeed a mountain of meat, corresponding to a 9th-tier sequencer, and the general himself was also a 9th-tier hunter, suggesting a fierce contest of strength was imminent. On the battlefield, the general stood tall, muscles taut, exuding unparalleled might. Armed with a colossal sword, his gaze was resolute as he confronted the monstrous mass. The creature, immense as a small hill, was covered in writhing tentacles and repulsive fleshy growths. It opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a putrid stench as it lunged at the general. Unfazed, the general roared defiantly, swinging his massive sword toward the beast. The blade met the creature's flesh with a dull thud, sparks flying from the impact. The general's strength was formidable, yet each strike merely left shallow wounds upon the beast's hardened exterior. The monster retaliated with a furious roar, its tentacles thrashing wildly in an attempt to ensnare the general. He narrowly evaded the onslaught while relentlessly launching his own attacks. The creature's body was akin to steel, rendering his efforts futile. Roaring with apparent disdain for the swiftly evading figure before it, the monster redirected its focus toward the city walls, calculating that this diminutive human posed no significant threat. It would simply bulldoze through when the time was right. Damn it, the general thought, recognizing the creature's cunning strategy. If he failed to intervene, the wall would surely succumb to the weight of the fleshball's assault. A resounding crash echoed from behind as a second massive monster appeared outside the walls. The sight sent chills down the general's spine, realizing it was already too late. One epic monster he could contend with, but two, perhaps three? Caught in a dilemma, the general faced a grave choice: to continue his assault on the creature before him, risking the breach of the city wall, or to retreat and provide aid to the wall, potentially losing the chance to stop this monster altogether. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to vanquish the immediate threat first. He launched another attack, but the creature deftly blocked his sword with its tentacles. Is this akin to running into a gun's muzzle? He cursed inwardly, vexed at the creature's resilience. Meanwhile, the second monster had also arrived at the city walls, beginning to batter against them. The soldiers stationed atop the walls looked on in terror, acutely aware that the fortifications were on the verge of collapse. Hold firm. We shall defend this city, the general shouted, his voice resonating in a bid to uplift their spirits. However, at that moment, a third monster emerged. Its size dwarfed that of the previous two, and it exuded a terrifying aura. The general, in despair, shut his eyes, knowing that the city could no longer withstand the assault of three epic beasts. Long live His Majesty the Emperor. He gritted his teeth and raised his longsword, charging valiantly towards the monster. As for the other soldiers, they had no opportunity to retreat. The monsters had completely encircled the city, their final move now imminent. Chapter 41. The city of the national religion. The fleeing crowd trudged along the rugged mountain path, burdened by heavy luggage. Their figures resembled a serpentine line, starkly contrasting with the lush greenery of the surrounding forest. Around the crowd, the knights of the camp patrolled on horseback, vigilant and watchful of every movement in their vicinity. Occasionally, a low growl echoed through the woods, a warning signal from the beasts lying in wait. Moreover, some solitary monsters lurked nearby, poised to ambush the humans. The knight's duty was to ensure that these lurking threats posed no harm to any member of the group. Suddenly, a cloud of dust rose on the distant road as a few figures gradually came into view. They were the high-ranking members fleeing from the border town, who had finally caught up with the group. As they approached, they bore shocking news. The general had perished, and the army of the border town had been utterly annihilated. This revelation struck like a bolt from the blue, intensifying the already tense atmosphere. Upon hearing this grim tidings, the knight's officers wore somber expressions, yet they refrained from blaming the high-ranking members, for their positions surpassed their own. Nevertheless, this unforeseen turn of events delivered a significant blow to the entire group, causing the once soaring morale to plummet. Many began to feel lost, uncertain of the path ahead. Worse still, some members speculated that with the general's demise, their prior achievements would be rendered meaningless. Consequently, they took advantage of the patrols to quietly slip away from the formation. Anna and the group had journeyed for 2 months, facing constant monster disturbances along the way, all of which Anna effortlessly dealt with. The good news was that they had not encountered any monsters pursuing them from the border town. "You have performed splendidly, Anna. Your skill is undeniably growing," the officer remarked, a hint of admiration gracing his features as he noted the monster spoils Anna had brought. "In the upheaval we faced previously, 3/4 of our knights have fled, leaving only the true warriors among us." Upon hearing this, Anna nodded slightly, understanding the implications. After all, their entire knight camp was merely a makeshift civilian force, and it was quite fortunate that they had not all fled. The remaining members were wagering on either being incorporated by the state religion or purely seeking to perform good deeds for the public. Earlier, thanks to Xiaoming's reminder, Anna had learned that their knight camp would ultimately be assimilated into the state religion, so she had not relinquished her meager military achievements. She comprehended that these accomplishments would play a crucial role in her future endeavors. As they approached the outpost of the state religion, it was said that the commanding officer had already been contacted, and she believed that her accumulated military merits would be sufficient to exchange for a vial of second-tier potion. An officer patted Anna on the shoulder, his gaze conveying his approval of her. A surge of joy welled up within Anna. The second-tier potion represented an immense temptation for her. This precious elixir could enhance her strength, bringing her closer to becoming a true powerhouse. Perhaps then she could remove this armor, though it was also quite comfortable to wear. "No, Anna, what are you thinking? Gaining greater power should be for avenging your loved ones." She slapped her cheeks, her eyes filled with determination and resolve, tinged with a hint of anticipation for the future. At that moment, a cacophony reached her ears. She lifted her head and saw several colossal figures blocking the path ahead. They were enormous tentacles that drooped down, completely sealing off the road. However, upon noticing one of the figures, she froze in astonishment. This figure was a woman clad in a loose cloak. Yet even this could not conceal her striking physique. 2 massive headlights propped the cloak high, and countless delicate tentacles emerged from within, as if cheering for her. The cloak cascaded down to her ankles, revealing a pair of snow-white feet, their toes resembling tender lotus sprouts, exquisite in appearance. Yet, as Anna gazed at those feet, a wave of confusion washed over her. Didn't she find them dirty? As Anna pondered this, she suddenly discovered a startling truth. The woman was not truly touching the ground. Beneath her feet lay countless tentacles that lifted her, making each step appear as if she were floating in the air. This peculiar sight left Anna utterly astonished. She had never witnessed such a marvelous ability. As the group drew nearer, Anna gradually discerned the woman's features. She wore a mask that obscured most of her visage. Yet through it, Anna could still sense her icy and enigmatic aura. When the group reached the woman, she obstructed their path and coldly declared, "Halt." Routine inspection. Her voice was frigid, devoid of any trace of emotion. "Greetings, we are the remnants withdrawn from the northern border city. You must be the one sent to assist us," spoke a member of the group, a rank 8 sequence holder who had escaped from the battlefield, feeling a twinge of nervousness as he regarded the tall, stern-faced woman before him. The powerful aura emanating from her made him realize that she could potentially be a 9th-tier sequence holder. "Are you the Night Corps?" The woman's gaze swept across the entire group, her eyes betraying a hint of indifference. Indeed. As for the recruitment," the officer replied, harboring immense enthusiasm for joining the national religion. In fact, the national religion exerts a greater influence over the territories than an ordinary military force. Their exclusive sequence pathways are particularly coveted, It is said that one of their sequence holders is nearly equivalent to 2 ordinary ones. Even if I cannot become such a formidable being, as long as I can enter the national religion, perhaps I could leverage my status and power in the future to secure some advantages for my descendants. With this thought, a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. However, the woman's response chilled his heart. Civilians may proceed first. Sequence holders remain for inspection. Upon hearing this, a wave of dissatisfaction and confusion surged within the officer. Why were only the civilians allowed to pass first? Did the national religion not welcome them, the sequence holders? Yet, in the presence of such a formidable being, he dared not reveal his emotions, silently complying with the orders alongside the other soldiers. The civilians approached, casting glances of reverence as they passed by the woman, while the sequence holders were left in place, awaiting further inspection. They exchanged uneasy glances, filled with apprehension and doubt. What is the nature of this inspection, my lady? The officer seized the opportunity to probe for information, still holding the rank of the highest commander in the group. You need not know? The woman's indifferent words were like a cold wind, sending chills down his spine, prompting him to immediately close his mouth and fall into silence. The so-called inspection was, in truth, a mental probe by the terrifying tentacles. Under the influence of these eerie appendages, 2 individuals could not withstand the pressure and quickly revealed their true forms. They were, in fact, monsters clad in human skin. Die! With a deep growl, the tentacles surged forward, mercilessly crushing the 2 monsters. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into 2 puddles of putrid sludge. Disguises, your kin are rather careless, aren't they? The great eye gestured towards the outer god seated in the 4th position. This is not my fault. It is merely that the boss's followers are too formidable. The others have gone undetected, the disguiser replied, unperturbed, instead grinning as he flattered the Chinjio. These few are dead, but I have plenty more, he remarked, lightly clapping his hands, causing numerous luminous points to suddenly illuminate on the biological information map, densely scattered across various corners. Chinjio's lips curled into a slight smile, remaining silent, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. The art of deception and disguise is truly a remarkable skill. The great eye perceptively took over the conversation, expressing admiration. So there are monsters that can disguise themselves as humans? Anna was greatly astonished. This was her first encounter with such a phenomenon. You seem to have seen little of the world. The cloaked woman had appeared by Anna's side without her noticing, softly commenting. Her tone had softened considerably, as if she harbored a special interest in Anna. Good sir, is there anything I can assist you with? Faced with the sudden appearance of such an important figure, Anna hesitated to act. She found herself pondering why she continually encountered individuals of such stature. Perhaps once or twice could be attributed to mere coincidence. But it was evident that this person had come with intent directed towards her. The sacred artifact of our Lord. It seems fortune has favored you, as our Lord has chosen you. The woman's delicate fingers lightly rested upon Anna's armor, her eyes shimmering with a complex radiance. This primitive model of divinely bestowed armor had been possessed by their national faith in the past, yet until now, no one had been deemed worthy of its selection. Now, Anna had become the fortunate one, leaving the woman both astonished and intrigued. Sacred artifact? Do you know the origins of this armor? Anna inquired, pleasantly surprised to encounter someone knowledgeable. This is the armor bestowed by our Lord. The chosen one shall become the saintess of our national faith. The woman's hand caressed Anna's cheek, an experience that left Anna feeling rather perplexed. A saintess? But is there no saint? Anna questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. Of course not, the woman replied with an air of certainty. No male shall be chosen by our Lord, nor can any male ascend the ranks of our national faith. Furthermore, any man who dares approach the divine armor shall meet an instantaneous demise. Anna was taken aback, and it dawned on her why the armor, having been so close to the village, had remained untouched. All had perished. You are the one chosen by the divine. You are destined to become the saintess. My name is Illyria, a bishop within the national faith. I shall ensure your safety henceforth. Anna gazed in astonishment at the woman before her, her mind swirling with questions and curiosity. She had never imagined that she would be so closely linked to a mysterious suit of armor, nor could she have anticipated the vast secrets concealed behind it. My lord, we have finally located you. Our inspections are complete. What shall we do next? An officer approached, leaning forward with a fawning demeanor while casting a curious glance at Anna. Illyria cast a glance at the officer. Female acolytes, assemble immediately. The rest of you may disperse. Her voice resonated in the ears of every acolyte, leaving the defeated male acolytes bewildered. Disperse? The officer appeared troubled. He had believed he had passed the test, only to find himself dismissed. My lord, is there some misunderstanding? I have worked hard to reach this point. Do I need to repeat myself? The national faith only admits women. The rest of you may do as you please, Illyria replied coldly. As she spoke, several massive tentacles emerged from the ground, brandishing threateningly at the officer and the other male acolytes. I shall leave. I shall leave. The officer, sensing the peril, immediately grasped that joining the national faith was no longer an option. Though a twinge of regret lingered in his heart, a new notion dawned upon him. He turned to his subordinates and called out, "Brothers, since we have no chance to join the national faith, let us not waste any more time here. Rest assured, as long as you follow me, you shall thrive wherever you go." With these words, he departed with his subordinates, seeking another path. Meanwhile, the female acolytes remained in place, awaiting further instructions. The bishop, Anna, subtly shifted her body to evade the onslaught of Alia's hands, finding her enthusiasm somewhat overwhelming. "You are destined to become a saint. An excessive shyness will only diminish my impression of you. What is your name?" Alia's voice carried an inexplicable allure as her fingers gently traced Anna's lips, gliding slowly to caress her cheek. Anna felt her face flush, instinctively wanting to retreat, yet Alia persisted, her fingers descending to her chin, gently tilting her head up. "What is your name?" Alia's voice resonated again, imbued with an undeniable authority. Anna's heart raced, as if it might leap from her throat. Drawing a deep breath, she endeavored to compose herself and softly replied, "I am called Anna." "What a lovely name, Anna." Alia smiled, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in her eyes. "From this day forth, you shall be a member of our state religion. Remember, here you must learn to be confident and to showcase your charm." With that, her fingers glided once more across Anna's visage, ultimately resting upon her lips. "It seems you are not yet accustomed." Alia licked her fingers, savoring them in a rather peculiar manner. Anna stepped back in trepidation, nervously wiping her mouth. Her expectations of the state religion plummeted. Were these individuals truly so unsettling? "Your Highness Anna, please follow me." Alia, as if unperturbed, wiped her saliva-covered hands with a handkerchief and led Anna away. While the other female acolytes remained entranced by Alia's beauty and grace, a figure quietly appeared beside them. This woman, cloaked like Alia, appeared decidedly more ordinary, lacking that stunning aura. However, when she spoke, her voice commanded an undeniable authority. "You will follow me." Upon hearing her directive, the other female acolytes snapped out of their astonishment and began to move in line with her. Despite lingering questions, they dared not defy this enigmatic woman. Thus, a procession silently followed in her wake, departing from their original position and venturing toward an uncertain destination. Chapter 43, Division of Powers. Your Highness Anna, I trust you have many questions. Feel free to inquire as we journey, and I shall address each one. Alia's smile was warm, her hands resting gently on her abdomen. She moved with a light and graceful step through the wooded landscape, as if in harmony with nature itself. She deliberately moderated her pace, ensuring Anna could keep up. Anna's mind brimmed with curiosity, pondering various inquiries, and finally, she could no longer contain herself. "Why was I chosen? Is it truly because of this armor?" Despite her myriad of other questions, she resolved to address the most pressing one in the current context. Alia offered a gentle smile, her gaze resting upon the armor adorning Anna, and softly remarked, "I cannot fathom why the Lord has chosen you. But it is indeed because the divine has selected you that you have been bestowed with this sacred armor. Perhaps only when you have truly become a worthy saintess will you grasp the divine intent within." Anna nodded, pressing further. "Then, what exactly is a saintess?" Eager to understand this unfamiliar concept from its most fundamental level, she sought clarity. A flicker of pride illuminated Alia's eyes as she elucidated. "A saintess holds a significant position within the state religion, second only to the Pope and bishops. The previous saintess was none other than our esteemed Empress, who also serves as the current Pope." The mention of the Empress imbued Alia's tone with reverence, clearly reflecting her deep respect. What benefits accompany becoming a saintess? Anna pondered silently, eager to learn of the privileges and advantages that would accompany such a title. "We shall wholeheartedly assist you in enhancing your strength to the best of our abilities, as long as it does not contravene our principles. We will endeavor to fulfill your wishes," Alia replied with a smile, producing a vial of second-tier potion and gently swaying it before Anna's eyes. "What must I do?" Anna was acutely aware that no opportunity comes without a cost, and she was certain that she would need to pay a price. "To serve the divine." Alia's voice took on a solemn and devout tone. Serve the divine? Anna was momentarily taken aback, never envisioning such a requirement. Could it be true that deities exist? Her heart brimmed with doubt, yet lingered on the cusp of belief. After all, given the state of the world today, even if deities were real, they might not be benevolent beings. Indeed, Every follower of the state religion must maintain a pure maiden body, ever ready to heed the Lord's call, Aaliyah stated, tracing a delicate circle on her abdomen with her finger, as if hinting at some sacred rite. Are you the same? Anna inquired with curiosity. Indeed. Aaliyah affirmed with a resolute nod, her eyes shimmering with devotion to her faith. But I have already lost my maidenhood, Anna lamented, feeling an overwhelming sense of regret and loss, realizing that she might be excluded from the state religion and unable to join their ranks. You have been chosen by our Lord. You need not adhere to the fundamental rules, Aaliyah countered firmly, shaking her head. Her gaze conveyed a fervent commitment to her faith and unwavering loyalty to her Lord. Is that truly possible? Anna was taken aback. She had assumed the necessity of adhering to a fixed set of principles, yet it seemed that was not the case. This unexpected response left her feeling perplexed, yet simultaneously filled her with anticipation for the future. The sacred armor only binds to maidens. This is an unbreakable decree. Aaliyah's gaze lingered on Anna's armor, revealing a hint of envy. She understood the rarity and distinctiveness of this divine armor, and the fact that Anna had obtained it undoubtedly signified the favor of the divine. After a moment of silence, Anna finally spoke up, inquiring, "Is there anything particularly special about the divine armor that I possess?" The divine armor possesses formidable power, capable of shielding you from the assaults of adversaries and bestowing upon you extraordinary abilities. Yet, simultaneously, you must embrace the corresponding responsibilities and serve our Lord, Aaliyah elucidated. Is that so? Anna responded with a tinge of reluctance. She had no desire to serve any deity. However, considering the benefits that might accompany such service, she felt somewhat reassured. After all, she had already become a member of the state religion, and if she could garner additional advantages, her strength would undoubtedly amplify. Thus, she resolved to first comprehend the specifics of the state religion before formulating further plans. Since you currently have no inquiries, allow me to enlighten you about the present situation of the state religion, Aaliyah stated. Anna nodded in agreement. At present, the state religion is divided into 3 factions, each presided over by a distinct bishop. For instance, I, Aaliyah, am the leader of the Divine Servants faction, primarily tasked with vetting all individuals seeking to join the state religion. I see, Anna mused inwardly, realizing the significance of Aaliyah's previous remarks, which were influenced by her status. This revelation piqued Anna's curiosity towards Aaliyah. The other 2 factions are the Divine Punishment faction, which oversees the main military forces of the state religion, and the Empress faction, which has suffered considerable setbacks due to the disappearance of Her Majesty the Empress. Upon hearing this, Anna furrowed her brow. The Empress's disappearance? That is no trivial matter. If the state religion were to lose the Empress's leadership, the entire nation might descend into chaos. As Anna listened intently, a phrase from her dream suddenly resurfaced in her mind. The power of faith can elevate one to divinity. This statement astonished her. Could it be that the power of faith truly harbors such miraculous strength? If that were the case, she must harness this power effectively to enhance her own capabilities. Chapter 44. A learning exhibition. Anna began to contemplate her aspirations for the future. Initially, her sole aim was to enter the state religion and acquire more resources and protection. However, it now appeared that she might consider setting her sights higher, perhaps secretly leveraging the power of the state religion to attain divinity. After all, history has never recorded anyone achieving godhood. Anna harbored considerable aversion towards the duties of the divine servants, having always identified as an agnostic and unwilling to serve perpetually beneath a deity. The matter of faith's power could still be deliberated at length. We have arrived, Aaliyah softly announced. Anna snapped back to reality, astonished to find herself within the city, where everything around her evoked a sense of awe and unfamiliarity. In comparison to the border town, it was as if one were in the heavens while the other remained grounded. This city, chosen as the new capital by the state religion after the disappearance of the royal city, shone like a brilliant jewel, radiating with resplendent grandeur. The city is vast, its towering walls robust and imposing. The streets are spacious and immaculate, flanked by magnificent edifices, each a testament to the authority and sanctity of the national faith. As Anna traverses the thoroughfare, she encounters numerous churches, their spires reaching towards the heavens, the peals of bells resonating throughout the city, seemingly proclaiming the existence of the divine to the world. These churches serve not merely as places of worship, but stand as symbols of faith, drawing countless devotees to pay their respects. Continuing her journey, Anna arrives before the palace, resplendent in gold and adorned with exquisite murals and sculptures that showcase the brilliance of artistry. These masterpieces, crafted by the most eminent artists, have been meticulously chosen by the bishops, each imbued with subtle metaphorical teachings designed to indoctrinate. Venturing further inward, Anna finds herself amidst a bustling marketplace, brimming with a diverse array of goods, from everyday necessities to luxury items. Merchants engage in fervent trade, their voices creating a cacophony that paints a picture of thriving prosperity. Observing all of this, Anna begins to question the reality of her previous battles, exclaiming in awe, "This place is truly magnificent, akin to a dreamlike realm." At the heart of the city lies a grand square, a gathering place where people converge to exchange various forms of information. The square is adorned with monuments and statues commemorating the great figures of the national faith, with the most prevalent being the symbolic tentacles of their deities. The fountain's water sparkles in the sunlight, infusing the city with a sense of vitality and exuberance. "You should broaden your horizons," Ella jested, noticing Anna's naive demeanor. "Many first-time visitors exhibit far more exaggerated reactions than you." "I will," Anna replied, somewhat sheepishly, recognizing that this was indeed akin to Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden. A true eye-opener. "Come, let me show you around." Ellera guided Anna into the central church of the city, where the guards, familiar with Ellera, greeted her with respectful bows. "This area is for accommodations. Our bishops reside here, and as a saint, you are welcome to stay." Ellera led Anna to the dormitory, and along the way, Anna marveled at numerous murals and sculptures, predominantly depicting the tentacles and the colossal tree. After checking in and organizing her belongings, Anna retired to bed, filled with anticipation, while the news of a new saint spread throughout the capital of the national faith. In this remarkable turn of events, a chosen one had emerged, a sign of divine providence. The other two bishops wholeheartedly supported Ellera's actions. Among the followers remaining from Angelisa's religious reforms, there existed a fervent devotion to the divine, with many willing to sacrifice their lives for their deity. "We are all servants of the divine, dedicated to their service," Ellera affirmed, nodding in agreement with her companions. Their thoughts often aligned, for the Lord's choice is supreme. "I have personally witnessed the northern borders. The outlying city has been reduced to ruins, blood staining the rivers, and it appears no survivors remain, only a plethora of monsters wandering amidst the debris." The bishop of the God Punishment sect raised concerns about the monsters ravaging the north. "These creatures are likely the minions of other outer gods, and typically do not initiate attacks against us, for which we are grateful for the Lord's protection. This must be a trial bestowed upon us by the Almighty. Perhaps, upon the purification of the entire nation, we shall receive divine grace." Elia concocted grand aspirations for herself and shared them with the other two bishops. On the inaugural night in the new capital of the state religion, Anna found herself unable to sleep soundly as she usually did. Lying in bed with her eyes closed, her mind was a tempest of thoughts. She pondered her future, contemplated how to harness the so-called power of faith, and mulled over the intricate tiers of alchemy. These reflections entwined, culminating in a complex and ineffable emotion. Perceiving her body as heightened awareness that refused to rest, her armor began to replenish its magic upon confirming the absence of any unforeseen circumstances. Reluctantly, Anna succumbed to a forced slumber amidst her days. When the first rays of morning sunlight crept through the window, gently gracing her face, Anna felt a flicker of warmth and solace. She slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the bright sunlight outside, her mood gradually settling. She felt somewhat exasperated by the armor she donned. It seemed to possess a will of its own, actively protecting and teasing her. "Your Highness, breakfast is ready." A gentle knock at her door announced the arrival of a maid, who seemed to have learned of Anna's awakening. After breakfast, Elia escorted Anna to the library of the state religion, intending to seek knowledge pertaining to faith. The library was a magnificent edifice with exquisite interior decor, its shelves brimming with a myriad of books. Anna curiously gazed around, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The librarian at the front desk smiled and introduced her. "This is the treasure trove of knowledge for our state religion, housing countless precious documents and materials." As Anna stepped into the library, she strolled between the rows of bookshelves. Enveloped by an academic atmosphere, she encountered numerous volumes on religion, history, art, and science, each radiating an enchanting allure. Unable to resist, she picked up a book, opened its pages, and began to read intently. The words and images within captivated her, immersing her in a vast ocean of knowledge. As she delved deeper, time seemed to slip away, and she became increasingly engrossed. She discovered that these books not only contained the wisdom and culture of humanity, but also chronicled the tales and legends of the divine. Her curiosity and questions about the existence of deities grew, igniting a desire to comprehend their essence and power. Thus, She resolved to dedicate the following days to an in-depth study of these texts in search of answers. The atmosphere in the library was profoundly serene, with individuals absorbed in their reading and learning. This tranquil environment provided Anna with immense comfort, allowing her spirit to unwind and settle like never before. Here, she could escape the clamor and distractions of the outside world, focusing on contemplation and exploration. She believed that through reading and study, she could enhance her understanding of the world and elevate her abilities and wisdom. Chapter 45. Secrets. Time flowed slowly, with the sun gradually descending, casting a splendid twilight that enveloped the sky like a soft veil. The golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the library windows, bathing the entire space in a warm glow, as if one were transported to a fantastical realm. Anna was immersed in a sea of books, oblivious to her surroundings. She read each word and every sentence with unwavering focus, seemingly merging with the world within the pages. When she finally closed the book, a sense of awakening washed over her as she realized that much time had passed. However, as she reveled in the ocean of knowledge, a mysterious and malevolent force quietly emerged. It was akin to an invisible hand, attempting to siphon her vitality. Fortunately, the armor she wore exhibited extraordinary properties, effectively repelling the encroaching darkness and protecting her from harm. Anna could not help but marvel at the enchantment of this armor, while simultaneously nurturing a growing curiosity and wariness towards this sinister force. She resolved to continue her exploration of this enigmatic world, seeking answers regarding both the armor and the evil power. Within the tomes, Anna uncovered a startling secret. A millennium ago, a creature known as the Master of Knowledge ascended to divinity. This deity appeared to harbor a disdain for sharing its path with others, unleashing a dreadful calamity wherein all knowledge was cursed. Each time someone endeavored to acquire knowledge, they would pay a corresponding price in vitality. For those who were meant to possess lifespans tenfold that of ordinary mortals, this was an undeniable blow. Due to the curse, their actual lifespans were reduced to less than half of a regular person's. The more knowledge they gained, the more powerful they became, yet the shorter their lives grew. Fortunately, the state religion enjoyed the deity's protection. By participating in specific rituals to join the faith, one could evade the curse's drain on their vitality. This may well be one of the reasons why the state religion was so powerful and revered. Concerning the mysterious armor, Elia had once told her that it was a divine gift. Thus, it was not surprising that it could withstand the curse. After all, the power of the gods was beyond their comprehension. Aside from this knowledge of the curse, Anna discovered a plethora of descriptions about deities tucked away in a corner. Most of these texts extolled the virtues of the national gods, yet some delved into the realms of other deities. One particular volume caught Anna's attention. It meticulously chronicled the experiences of a brave soul attempting to communicate with the divine through an altar. This hero sought to establish a connection with other gods and successfully employed a semblance of willpower to converse with one of them. However, the outcome was shocking. The deity seemed to harbor a profound aversion to human interaction. When the great power descended, only a dazzling meteor streaked across the sky, and the valiant hero was ultimately reduced to ash, dissipating into the air. Anna gently closed the book, her mind brimming with questions and contemplation. According to the records within the tome, the power of faith appears to be a force akin to willpower, forged from the amalgamation of consciousness and spiritual strength. Thus, the question arises, can this power truly be wielded by her? With this inquiry in mind, Anna resolved to engage in personal practice to ascertain the authenticity and applicability of the knowledge she had acquired. Your Holiness, we have prepared the materials for your ascension. Once you are ready, we can assist you in your advancement. Elia respectfully addressed Anna, her voice a gentle whisper. In her hands, she cradled an exquisite box containing an array of precious materials, all intended to aid Anna in enhancing her prowess. In fact, upon learning that Anna had consumed the Henry potion, Elia and her companions had promptly begun to gather the components necessary for the second-tier Henry potion. Despite Anna's strength surpassing that typically exhibited by ordinary users of the Henry potion, the bishops unanimously believed that this was a unique favor bestowed upon her by the divine. Such exceptional treatment was deemed fitting for her status as the holy maiden of the state religion. Thank you. I shall prepare diligently, Anna replied with a smile. Increasingly aware that while serving the deity was regarded as the primary doctrine within the state religion, the divine had never truly manifested before the eyes of mortals. Perhaps the deity was indifferent to the meager faith of these insignificant beings, yet Anna could utilize the resources of the state religion to cultivate followers for herself, all while undermining the divine's authority without detection. However, before embarking on such a venture, she needed to bolster her own strength, for in her current frail state, she could not attract disciples. Your Grace, I intend to undertake my ascension tomorrow. The sensation of advancing from the first to the second tier bore little difference. Yet Anna could feel the transformations within her body. Her skin had grown more resilient, her muscles more developed, and an increase in bone density had caused a slight rise in her weight. Her senses had sharpened considerably, with notable enhancements in her hearing, vision, and olfaction. During the ascension process, her armor played a pivotal role, assisting Anna in regulating the flow of energy, ensuring a smooth transition while guiding her transformation. With the successful completion of her ascension, a wholly new sequential pathway unfurled before Anna. This path diverged sharply from the one she had previously traversed, as if a portal to a new world had been opened. In comparison to first-tier practitioners, second-tier individuals experienced a doubling of enhancements across various facets. Beyond the amplification of physical strength, speed, and endurance, they were granted a unique ability, intrinsically linked to their consciousness and character. When Anna unveiled her newfound ability, Elia's eyes widened in astonishment. "This is truly incredible," she exclaimed. "This radiant power has evolved from your consumption of the Henry potion? Based on the characteristics of the potion, I had presumed that all users of the Henry potion would become physically enhanced practitioners." The orb of light in Anna's hands radiated a warm glow, not only illuminating her surroundings, but also possessing miraculous properties for healing ailments and mending wounds. This omnipotent ability filled Anna with immense excitement, and simultaneously made her realize that her powers had transcended those of an ordinary second-tier sequence user. "Your Excellency, I may be able to contribute to the state religion in meaningful ways," Anna mused, contemplating her unique capacity for healing, and resolved to commence guiding her own followers in advance. Initially, she had intended to strengthen her powers further, aspiring to aid those struggling in the monster-ravaged northern regions. But with such a convenient ability at her disposal, there was no need to delay her efforts. Chapter 46. Healing Your Holiness has noble aspirations for the state religion, and we shall certainly not dampen your spirits. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to approach the guards. We shall spare no effort in assisting you," Elia remarked with a smile, feeling a sense of relief that Anna had so swiftly acclimated to her role. She had initially thought it necessary to provide Anna with additional lessons on faith to foster her understanding and acceptance of the state religion. After all, Anna was still a child and might not fully grasp the significance of religion and belief, but it appeared that such concerns were now unwarranted. "Then I shall trouble you," Anna replied with a smile, aware of the significant responsibility she bore in recognizing these individuals as her capable aides. She decided to open her establishment at a bustling intersection within the city where foot traffic was abundant, allowing for better engagement with the populace. She intended to use this shop as a means to win the hearts of the people, thus she had never contemplated charging for her services. This approach would not only aid those in need, but also garner their goodwill and trust. The inauguration of her new shop captured the attention of numerous passers-by, especially with the exclusive emblem of the state religion prominently displayed. People paused to observe, curiously stepping inside to discover what this newly opened establishment had to offer. "What is this place?" a passerby inquired, knocking gently on the door and peering inside, only to see an armored figure seated beside a bed, a cold mask obscuring their features. "Welcome. This is a sanctuary for the treatment of various ailments and the healing of wounds. We can cure the vast majority of illnesses." Anna rose and introduced herself with a radiant smile. Her voice was melodious and enchanting, akin to a celestial melody, evoking an almost euphoric sensation in those who heard it. At present, Anna's healing abilities undoubtedly outstripped all the physicians available in the market. After all, the doctors of this era could only identify basic ailments and resorted to archaic methods such as bloodletting for treatment. In stark contrast, Anna's mastery of mystical healing represented a paradigm shift, effortlessly resolving complex medical issues. "And what are your fees?" a curious passerby queried, wincing from persistent abdominal pain. As he gradually reclined on the bed under Anna's guidance, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "Rest assured, the treatments provided here are entirely complimentary. You need only to silently express your gratitude to the deity and myself," Anna tenderly remarked, subtly including herself among those deserving of thanks. "How shall I address you?" "You may call me the Radiant Saint," Anna pondered for a moment, bestowing upon herself a title of considerable distinction. Thus, this extraordinary medical establishment officially commenced its operations. As time elapsed, an increasing number of individuals became aware of the miraculous remedies offered here, flocking to seek assistance. Some enthusiastic citizens even took it upon themselves to promote the establishment. informing those around them that it was founded by the state religion and provided services free of charge to all. Exhaling a breath of relief, Anna watched as the luminous orb in her grasp gradually dissipated. The patient, who had previously lain in bed, now joyfully caressed their body after Anna's treatment, discovering that all ailments and discomfort had vanished, replaced by a gentle warmth. Grateful to the deity, thankful to the radiant saint, the patient was overcome with emotion, tears welling in their eyes as they knelt before Anna, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. For an ordinary citizen, falling ill in such trying circumstances often felt akin to receiving a death sentence. Anna's presence undoubtedly brought a glimmer of hope to those who were once the pillars of their families, yet now suffered from grave illnesses. Particularly noteworthy was the notice Anna had posted outside the medical establishment. Individuals in critical condition would receive priority attention. This announcement reignited hope in those who had previously despaired. After all, who could truly guarantee that their health was without flaw? Thus, each day, numerous individuals queued outside Anna's doors, forming an extensive line. Next, as the current patient exited, Anna nodded towards the maid at the entrance, prompting her to call out to the waiting crowd. Me. My stomach is in excruciating pain. I feel as though I might perish. A flamboyantly dressed nobleman suddenly interjected, thrusting himself to the front of the line, his exaggerated performance betraying his feigned distress. Where exactly does it hurt? The maid firmly grasped the nobleman, whose discomfort seemed less acute than the pain of her grip, causing his expression to darken. Everywhere. I feel like I am dying. Does it not state that those in critical condition receive priority? Why am I not allowed to enter? The nobleman bellowed, clutching his abdomen, his expression of agony appearing quite convincing at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, his eyes and the corners of his mouth revealed no genuine suffering. Sir, please refrain from cutting in line. If you truly are unwell, you may rest nearby, and we will expedite your treatment. However, if you merely wish to bypass others, kindly adhere to the order and wait your turn, the maid politely responded, maintaining a firm hold on the nobleman's arm to prevent his forceful entrance. Clearly taken aback by the audacity of a mere maid, the nobleman erupted in indignation. You wretched commoner, how dare you lay hands upon me? Do you not believe I can make you regret this? As he spoke, he forcefully shook off the maid's hand, attempting to rush into the room. However, the maid remained undeterred by his threats, steadfastly blocking the doorway without flinching. Meanwhile, others in line began to chastise the nobleman's behavior. They had all come seeking medical attention and were unwilling to have their time wasted by someone attempting to cut in line. My lord, please respect our regulations. Everyone must wait their turn for treatment. If you have special circumstances, you may explain, and we will endeavor to assist you. However, we implore you not to resort to violence or abusive language towards our staff, Anna stated with a serious demeanor as she emerged from the room. Upon seeing Anna, the nobleman's expression soured. He was aware of her esteemed reputation in the city and her formidable background, which he could not afford to offend. Thus, he begrudgingly retracted his haughty demeanor and slinked to the back of the line. Anna watched the nobleman's retreating figure, feeling a quiet sense of relief. She understood that these aristocrats often took advantage of their status, but she could not tolerate anyone disrupting the order of the hospital. Only by maintaining such order could she ensure that everyone afforded her a modicum of respect. Chapter 47. Reciprocity. Each day, patrons flowed into the shop continuously. Yet Anna's innate magical capacity was limited. After all, it was all utilized for replenishment, which caused her considerable distress. Consequently, she sought counsel from Elia on how to augment her magical power and enhance her recovery speed. However, Elia's response left her somewhat disheartened, as one's level increased. They could store more magic, but the secrets of recovery speed were perhaps known only to the divine. For a sequence holder, each stage of advancement required time to settle. Hastily consuming potions could prevent the complete absorption of the previous dose, leading to magical conflicts and potentially transforming one into a dreadful monster. What do you mean only the divine know? Is that not akin to deceiving a child? Anna pondered as she absently wandered through the shop, reflecting on Elia's words. Nevertheless, she endeavored to communicate with the armor as Elia suggested, as it was the closest means she could conceive of to reach the divine. Oh armor, if you possess a method to restore magical energy, might you share it with me? She silently intoned, feeling a vague sense that the armor possessed its own consciousness. Though it seemed incredible, after witnessing so many wondrous occurrences, she had grown accustomed to the myriad possibilities of this world. However, the armor did not respond with words. Instead, it demonstrated a method for rapid magical recovery through tangible action. Anna felt a warm force emanating from the armor, and her magical energy began to replenish swiftly. Oh my! Anna exclaimed in surprise, her voice becoming chaotic and flustered as she felt her entire body weaken, leaning heavily on her chair, nearly collapsing to the ground. "Your Highness, are you all right? Would you like to take a moment to pause your work?" Lying on the hospital bed, the patient was taken aback upon witnessing Anna's sudden transformation. He swiftly rose to inquire, concerned that something was amiss with her. Anna, mustering her strength, shook her head. "I'm fine. It is merely my own body that is ailing. A healer cannot heal herself, but I shall recover in due time." She was acutely aware of her physical condition, having encountered this situation before. Rest and adjustment were essential for her to restore her magical powers to their normal levels. Thus, Anna leaned against the table, closed her eyes, and immersed her consciousness within, sensing the flow of magic through her meridians. With each breath, she felt a potent force emanating from her armor, a warm energy that gradually replenished her magic. As time passed, Anna patiently awaited her body's recovery. She understood that only by maintaining tranquility and focus could she better absorb this energy. At last, after a considerable duration, when she sensed that her body had fully acclimated to this state, she slowly opened her eyes, attempting to move her somewhat weak legs. She struggled to rise and made her way to the bedside, where she seated herself. Taking a deep breath, she concentrated, summoning the magic within her. As the magic surged, a pristine, snow-white healing orb reappeared in the palm of her hand, radiating a gentle glow. With utmost care, she placed the orb upon the patient, continuing her treatment. "Are you truly all right?" the patient queried, gazing at Anna with concern. Despite her efforts to appear relaxed, he noticed her legs trembling slightly, as if they might falter at any moment. Gratitude filled his heart for such a kind and helpful saint. Yet, witnessing Anna's frail state, he could not help but worry about her health. Regrettably, he could not see the flush of her cheeks hidden beneath the helmet. "It's nothing to worry about." Anna's voice was reassuring. "Have you heard? Recently, thick mists have appeared across various regions, so dense one cannot see their own hand before their face." People murmured, their voices tinged with unease. "I have witnessed it too. The profound fog envelopes everything like a mass of cotton, obscuring the surroundings," a young man said with trepidation. "I've heard that this mist possesses corrosive properties. Lingering within it for too long could lead to one's disappearance without a trace. Indeed, some areas have become desolate because of this fog. It is truly terrifying." Another echoed, worry etched on his face. What could possibly be causing this? Is it a punishment from the divine? Someone speculated, anxiety gleaming in their eyes. Who knows? However, this situation has garnered the serious attention of both the national religion and the empire, who are actively seeking solutions. An elder remarked with a hint of resolve in his tone. "Let us hope a remedy is found soon. Otherwise, our lives may be severely affected," another person voiced, their tone heavy with apprehension. "The air is thick with the worries and fears of the populace, as if this pervasive fog has cast an interminable shadow over the world." Confronted with this ominous threat, individuals can only pray in silence, yearning for the arrival of light. Yet, calamity appears relentless in its advance. Days later, an unusual affliction begins to spread throughout the city. Patients suddenly suffer from persistent high fevers and unyielding coughs, their bodies gradually wasting away until death claims them. Even more alarming is the disease's potent contagiousness. Once an individual is infected, those nearby swiftly succumb as well. Anna finds herself overwhelmed, unable to tend to the multitude of afflicted lining up outside her clinic. The queue is punctuated by coughs, with some tragically succumbing on the spot. Despite her rapid restoration of magical energy, Anna cannot save every patient. Gazing at the gravely ill waiting for help, she is engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. Yet, she faintly begins to sense the power of faith being transmitted to her from the people. "Doctor, please, save me," implores a patient, clutching Anna's garment. Anguish etched across their face. Anna reassures, "Do not worry. We shall strive to treat everyone. But for now, please remain calm and do not panic." As time progresses, the situation worsens. Each day brings new infections, and the hospitals within the city are overwhelmed. The national church is at a loss, as only those of the order are immune to the virus. Already, numerous individuals within the church have fallen victim to the infection. At the entrance, the sound of relentless coughing echoes, each fit seemingly extracting the very lungs from the sufferers. As the coughs intensify, more individuals begin to cough up blood, with some collapsing onto the stone floor, never to rise again. Meanwhile, the orb of light in Anna's hands tirelessly heals those before her. Despite her efforts, countless patients remain without timely treatment, lying on the ground and awaiting the arrival of death. "Your Highness, the bishop has sent word that this virus is extraordinarily cunning. The previous physicians are rendered nearly useless. Currently, This strange illness is confined to this city, and she urges your attention to this matter. A veiled maid conveys Alia's message to Anna. Furrowing her brow tightly, Anna's eyes shimmer with deep concern and unease. She realizes that what unfolds before her is far from a mere epidemic. Such a severe affliction could not have arisen naturally. Given the current state of human health, it is improbable that such a formidable virus could emerge. Even more perplexing is the question of why only their city has succumbed to this calamity. All these signs point to a grim reality, the possibility that a more significant conspiracy lurks behind this plague. I understand. But might I beseech the bishop to order the isolation of all patients? In the face of such a widespread infection, if it cannot be controlled promptly, my ability to provide treatment will undoubtedly fall short of its rapid transmission, Anna expresses anxiously, her words revealing a profound awareness of the urgency of the situation. Previously, Anna had gleaned a wealth of invaluable knowledge within the library of the state religion, particularly the insights on how to confront widespread diseases which left a profound impression on her. The method of isolation she encountered in her readings was, indeed, the most effective approach available. The majority of the townsfolk had succumbed to illness. Such a magnitude of affliction could only be attributed to the whims of some external deity. I propose that the afflicted commoners be quarantined in a designated area. Elia rapped her fingers on the table, drawing the attention of the other two bishops. After all, they were merely commoners. Their demise would simply indicate their lack of unwavering faith, a failure to endure the trials set forth by our Lord. Bishop Daisy of the punishment faction displayed indifference to this plight, engrossed in the meticulous grooming of her nails. As though the lives of these individuals held no significance for her. The state religion's attitude toward the common folk is rather peculiar. They regard them as mere possessions of the deity. The death of these individuals is perceived by some as the deity indulging in play with their belongings, while others believe it is imperative to restore these toys to ensure continued amusement for the deity. This distorted worldview is chilling. The excessive mortality has rendered the city's logistics paralyzed. We cannot conduct our annual rituals for our Lord. Yet, if we were to adopt Elia's method, the resources required would far exceed our expectations. We would not only need to provide sustenance and medical care, but also deploy troops to maintain order. And these wretches would not forever remain grateful to you. Bishop Linsa, dispatched by the Empress, was notably rational but reluctant to expend excessive resources. The voting concluded with a 2-to-1 decision against implementation, leaving Elia with no choice but to regretfully relay the news to Anna. Esteemed Princess Anna, I deeply apologize, but the proposal you submitted has not been approved. I comprehend that your intentions stem from a place of compassion and care for the people. Yet the current circumstances are undeniably intricate and fraught with challenges. We must consider a multitude of factors to ensure the stability and development of the city. I hope you can understand our decision. Upon receiving this message, Anna felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment and helplessness. She was acutely aware that this outcome signified the loss of more innocent lives, and that she would be unable to gain further strength and faith from it. Nevertheless, she did not yield. She remained steadfast in her belief that her endeavors were righteous. Thank you for your response, Lady Elia. Although the outcome is not as one would wish, I shall continue to monitor the situation and seek alternative solutions. Please trust that my intentions have never wavered. I shall persist in my quest for the welfare of the people. Anna handed the letter to her maid, requesting another visit, while she continued to assist others in their treatment. Following the outbreak, the city seemed shrouded in a veil of death. The streets lay desolate, with only a handful of figures hastily passing by, their faces betraying panic, fear, and despair. Shops and markets had shuttered, their doors and windows sealed tight, as if evading something dreadful. The air was thick with a pungent stench, the scent of decay and death. Corpses lay heaped in the streets, unattended, left to rot. In the central square, once bustling with life, silence now reigned supreme, a stark contrast to its former vibrancy. The animals too have fled the city. The entire metropolis seems ensnared in a dreadful nightmare, leaving its inhabitants in a state of uncertainty regarding the conclusion of this calamity. Anna's shop has become a refuge, teeming with individuals, some even lying outside, awaiting treatment. She diligently weaves through the throng, striving to assist every soul in need. Yet, as time progresses, the situation deteriorates further. Fortunately, a glimmer of hope emerges. Those whom Anna has healed have not relapsed, expressing their profound gratitude towards her. With the increasing tide of appreciation, Anna can distinctly feel the power of faith swirling around her. However, a faction of individuals harbors extreme ideologies. They believe that since their own demise is imminent, others should not be allowed to live either, brandishing knives in Anna's direction. At that moment, a patient nearby suddenly shouts, Holy maiden, beware. Upon hearing the cry, Anna turns to see a sharp blade hurtling towards her face. Yet, how could the weapons wielded by mere mortals inflict harm upon the impregnable armor that protects Anna? A resounding clang echoes as her armor remains unscathed, the long knife clattering to the ground due to the recoil. Seize him. With the cries of other patients, the maid swiftly subdues the reckless assailant, who merely manages a grim smile before succumbing to the virus. Gazing upon the lifeless body, Anna feels a chill in her heart, her eyes scanning the room filled with patients, only to dismiss the body with a wave of her hand, instructing it to be removed. At this moment, the ward is enveloped in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the heavy breaths of the patients. Anna's gaze is laden with sorrow and helplessness as she realizes these individuals have plunged into despair, some even willing to trade their lives for a fleeting respite. Standing quietly, a profound sense of impotence wells within her. She inhales deeply, striving to maintain her composure. Chapter 49. The human heart. Ultimately, the affliction within the city was suppressed, albeit at a grievous cost, the death toll approximating half the population. Surprisingly, this calamity has inflicted minimal damage upon the state religion, as all the clergy members remain safe and seemingly thriving. Clear the way. Initiate incineration to prevent the resurgence of the plague. The clergy soldiers brusquely pull away those wishing to catch a final glimpse of the deceased, mercilessly dragging them away. As barrels of oil are poured over the mountain of corpses, fierce flames swiftly consume each body, a nauseating stench and repugnant aroma of burning flesh permeating the air. Get lost, no loitering allowed. A soldier kicks a sobbing little boy into the crowd. Don't say we didn't warn you. Such large-scale cremation could attract numerous monsters. If you die, do not blame us, another soldier cautions, subsequently sealing off the only path to the incineration area. Under the strict orders of the 3 bishops of the state religion, this inferno must continue to blaze for months, with no one permitted to approach. This is an endeavor to completely eradicate the threat of plague, ensuring that the city is no longer besieged by disease. Oh, these unfortunate souls, some whispered with a sigh. May they find peace, murmured another. Many merely stood in silence, gazing at the inferno, their hearts heavy with sorrow and helplessness. In this cruel world, life appears so fragile. Nevertheless, people still harbor hope that such measures might halt the spread of the plague, safeguarding the lives of many. For the ordinary populace, this undoubtedly constitutes a tremendous catastrophe. Countless families have lost loved ones, and the entire city is engulfed in grief. Yet, the hierarchs of the state religion regard it with indifference, solely concerned with maintaining their authority and interests. However, under Anna's free treatment, the faith of the majority in the state religion has, in fact, strengthened. They believe that only the state religion can shield them from the torment of illness and grant them hope for survival. Thus, even after enduring such a devastating epidemic, the position of the state religion remains unshaken. As for Anna herself, her greatest discomfort stems from the inflamed and swollen wounds that resulted from prolonged and intense magical exertion. Her once fair and smooth skin is now marred by red swellings, a sight both alarming and distressing. Each breath is accompanied by pain, prompting her to furrow her brow. Yet, despite this, she perseveres through the discomfort, resolutely completing her daily training tasks. Due to excessive use of magical energy, she is compelled to rest in bed for several days. During this time, she is unable to engage in any physical activity, lying quietly and feeling the weariness and weakness of her body. However, her thoughts do not cease. Rather, they grow increasingly active. She begins to contemplate her future path, reflecting on how to better harness her talents and abilities. Your Highness, the 3rd-tier materials are ready for you. If you confirm that you have fully absorbed the 2nd-tier potion and are prepared, we will assist you in your advancement. The maid conveyed Alia's message at Anna's door. Very well, Anna's voice emerged from within the room. Though somewhat weak, it remained resolute and strong. She understood that this would be a pivotal turning point, a crucial step toward a higher realm. The maid, having confirmed the notice, silently departed, leaving Anna alone in her room to continue recuperating. Everyone has witnessed the uniqueness of the saintess. I believe we should explore the potions pertaining to her path. The efficacy of such healing can sometimes rival that of an entire army, Ling Sha proposed to the gathered individuals. No, Alia rose, vehemently countering. The saintess is a sacred being. How can she be subjected to such sacrilegious purposes? This is blasphemy. Alia's voice conveyed palpable anger and discontent. Hold on, Daisy stood up, attempting to ease the tension. Perhaps this is indeed the path that the god has set before us? Maybe the saintess is a divine gift. Nonsense. Who knows what the god truly thinks? Alicia's hand forcefully struck the table, a testament to her resolute stance. A profound silence enveloped the assembly as everyone pondered the matter at hand. Despite Alicia's unwavering demeanor, Daisy's words began to sway some opinions. After all, the power of the saint was undeniably remarkable. A deeper exploration could potentially yield significant advantages for the national faith. Nevertheless, Alicia's concerns were equally valid. They could not easily contravene the divine will, lest they provoke unforeseen repercussions. Ling Sha sat quietly, contemplating the next steps to advance their plans. Chapter 50. The transaction. With the emergence of the fog, communication between cities grew increasingly arduous, rendering inter-city dialogue all the more crucial. However, the recent proliferation of monsters within the mist has deterred many from venturing outside the city. My lady, the fields to the south are shrouded in fog, and numerous creatures have been sighted, resulting in the tragic demise of several farmers. No one dares to undertake the risk of laboring there, reported an elderly man, hunched and leaning on a cane. In the cathedral, Anna, a prominent figure, was the first to come to mind in times of trouble. Given the circumstances surrounding the autumn harvest, it was imperative to station an adequate number of sequences to ensure the successful reaping of the wheat fields. The outbreak of disease within the city had led to severe casualties, significantly diminishing the populace's demand for wheat. Yet, even in such dire straits, it was essential to request the dispatch of sequences from the national faith for protection. Upon receiving this news, Anna furrowed her brow, vowing to strive for increased protective forces. After all, the supply of food was vital for the entire city, directly affecting the survival of every individual. Consequently, the three bishops ceased their usual deflection of responsibility and swiftly began to organize the manpower required for the wheat harvest. Throughout the discussions, Anna emerged as the focal point of attention. Tests revealed that her light spheres possessed the ability to disperse the fog within a certain radius, significantly enhancing visibility for lower-tier sequences and ordinary individuals, thereby ensuring the safety and efficiency of the farmer's labor. On that fog-laden morning, the air was thick with dampness and chill. The sun seemed to have lost its former vigor, hiding behind the dense mist, reluctant to reveal its brilliance. Complying with the national faith's directives, farmers had already gathered in the fields, ready to embrace the day's toil. They bent low, wielding sharp sickles, skillfully harvesting the golden wheat ears that weighed heavily and exuded a ripe fragrance. With each stroke, a crisp sound resonated, as if nature herself were commending their diligent efforts. However, none could have anticipated the myriad dangers concealed within the fog. Suddenly, a horde of solitary monsters burst forth from the mist, their enormous forms grotesque and menacing, belching forth flames that instilled a chilling terror. As despair enveloped the people, Anna, accompanied by a cadre of enforcers, descended upon them like divine warriors. Clad in obsidian armor and wielding glistening swords, they exuded an aura of valor. Swiftly, they formed an impenetrable line of defense, repelling the monstrous assailants. The implementation of the bait tactic proved remarkably successful, as the enforcers clashed fiercely with the creatures. Each enforcer, endowed with unique abilities, swiftly encircled the adversaries. Under their vigilant protection, the initially panicked populace gradually regained their composure, returning to the golden fields to harvest wheat. Despite the relentless assaults of the monsters, the enforcers steadfastly held their ground, thwarting any advances. After enduring hours of intense combat, the enforcers ultimately vanquished all the creatures. The townsfolk gazed at them with gratitude, their eyes brimming with admiration. With the assistance of the enforcers, the people successfully gathered all the wheat. As the heart-stopping battle drew to a close, they busily began clearing the battlefield, while also providing timely and effective medical aid to the unfortunate injured soldiers. This time, the meticulously coordinated offensive and defensive strategies resulted in an astonishing reduction of the soldiers' casualty rate to a mere 1%. The battlefield exhibited a one-sided domination, with the scattered monsters posing no significant threat to the enforcers. This fierce struggle for sustenance not only earned Anna a precious victory, but also amassed considerable willpower for her. Upon her triumphant return to the city, she officially embarked on the path towards her third tier of advancement. In terms of potions, Anna continued to favor Henry's elixir as her auxiliary, though in truth, this potion had been thoroughly transformed by her armor. Upon entering the third tier, Anna experienced a comprehensive enhancement of her physique, with both her magical capacity and personal attributes significantly improved. While superficially, she appeared largely unchanged. The alterations at the genetic core bestowed upon her an indescribable sensation, intertwining pain and pleasure in a marvelous tapestry of experience. Currently, there has been no word from the Northern Territories, leading me to conjecture that the entire region has been turned into a lair for the monsters. Elia, as the leader of the religious intelligence organization, had dispatched individuals to the north, only to see them return with the fleeing troops or perish in the fray. The fog outside the city now shrouded communication between the main city and its outlying settlements, necessitating the involvement of the enforcers. I propose selecting a cadre of qualified and loyal men to be infused with potions to assist us with various tasks. Daisy currently faces a shortage of personnel in the Divine Punishment Corps. Our ranks have been bolstered in accordance with the standards of the faith. Yet due to a lack of combat experience, most individuals absorb the potions at a sluggish pace. By casting these men into the throngs of monsters, we can deplete their numbers while simultaneously ensuring their absorption rates improve. Daisy is essentially employing the male enforcers as fodder in this endeavor. Daisy addressed the assembled crowd, stating, "The fog surrounding the main city has thickened considerably, and the number of monsters within the city has escalated. Were it not for our Divine Punishment Army's relentless efforts to cleanse the area, this city would likely have succumbed long ago. However, our forces are currently insufficient, predominantly composed of women, who find themselves overwhelmed in the face of such intense combat. Thus, I devised a strategy to have the men attract the monsters' attention while we take charge of eliminating them. This is merely a preliminary idea, and we must deliberate on its implementation collectively. Yet, I firmly believe that as long as we stand united, we shall weather this crisis." "You cannot possibly be serious," Elia retorted vehemently. "Firstly, there is a significant probability that those who perish in battle will transform into monsters. This approach would not only fail to train soldiers, but would also hand over more heads to our enemies. Secondly, our national doctrine explicitly forbids the recruitment of male followers. Are you truly prepared to openly defy our sacred tenets and the divine will?" Her voice resonated with anger and disappointment. It was evident that these individuals, sensing the absence of the Empress, had begun to waver in their faith, audaciously proposing such absurd suggestions. Elia was consumed with fury. She could not countenance such a desecration of the national doctrine. Chapter 51. Division. "We are, of course, aware of the doctrinal rules," Daisy replied nonchalantly. "I never suggested we incorporate them into the national faith. Instead, we could amalgamate them with the soldiers retreating from the north into the Northern Legion." Observing the shifting expression on Elia's face, Daisy continued to express her thoughts with a cavalier attitude. In Elia's view, loyalty was absolute. Any deviation from that was tantamount to treachery. Consequently, she had lost all patience with Daisy and opted to turn her attention to Ling Sha, hoping to glean her perspective. After all, Ling Sha had always been celebrated for her intellect and might offer a more constructive suggestion. "I see no issue with this plan. The Empress would undoubtedly approve," Ling Sha thought to herself, calculating the immense potential benefits of this strategy, and without hesitation, she expressed her support. Bang! Elia, incensed by Ling Sha's agreement, forcefully slammed her belongings onto the table, producing a sharp sound. She glared at the two before her, her chest heaving with emotion, clearly agitated. Ultimately, she shot a furious look at Daisy and Ling Sha before resolutely departing the room. The room was left with only the two, exchanging glances that conveyed a palpable tension. "Daisy, it seems you have pressed her too hard," Ling Sha remarked, having worked alongside Elia for many years and possessing a deep understanding of her character. She keenly sensed that Elia's anger would not easily subside. "And what of it? I intend to derive some advantage from this situation. Without your tacit consent, how could she have left?" Daisy replied nonchalantly, reclining in her chair with her legs sprawled casually on the table, a smirk of satisfaction gracing her lips. "There is still time for regret. You may yet retrieve her. After all, considering that woman's temperament, there should be an opportunity to mend things." However, Ling Sha fell into silence, offering no response to Daisy's words. For her, an abundance of experimental subjects and sequencers aligns more closely with her interests. With even the Empress now lost, who would still care for the thoughts of those so-called deities? Before Anna unfolded the scene at the camp, a flurry of activity greeted her. The maidens hurriedly traversed between the churches, transporting various items with focused expressions. Their movements were deft and swift, as if this had become an integral part of their daily existence. Tents were swiftly dismantled, and the heavy fabrics were neatly folded and stowed away. Luggage was methodically bound together, loaded onto the waiting carriages. The maidens polished weapons and armor to a pristine shine, carefully placing them into their packs to ensure their safety during the journey. Horses were brought forth, and saddles and reins were meticulously inspected to guarantee security on the road ahead. These robust steeds seemed to sense the impending voyage, displaying a hint of restlessness, yet obediently accepting the reins of their riders. Several devotees patrolled the camp, directing the actions of the maidens. Their countenances bore a grave expression, their gazes resolute and focused, fully aware of the significance of this migration. The entire process unfolded in a military fashion, with each individual assigned clear tasks and responsibilities, resulting in an orderly atmosphere. In one corner of the camp, some maidens were preparing the final meal. They busily cooked, and the aromas wafting through the air were enticing. This was a lavish feast, providing ample energy for the long journey ahead. Lady Elia, what are you planning to do? Anna had just emerged from her room and immediately noticed Elia leading a group of maidens diligently packing their belongings. A sense of curiosity filled her, prompting her to step forward and inquire. Elia paused in her task, turning to Anna, a flicker of complexity passing through her eyes. Your Highness, I intend to depart from the holy city of the national religion, to avoid being overwhelmed by a tide of monsters. I have resolved to re-establish the Church of the Divine Touch externally. Her gaze lingered on Anna as it always had, revealing a profound sense of envy. She pondered why someone so oblivious to the world could receive the favor of the divine. Anna furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before asking, what should I do? Elia sighed softly, speaking slowly. As for your choices, you may opt to remain here, enjoying the resources and protection of the holy city. Or you can accompany us in our departure, but in doing so, you will forfeit the support of the city's resources. However, trust that I shall do my utmost to procure the materials you require for your ascension. After this, she added, if you are truly loyal to our Lord, you must follow me. Anna fell silent for a moment, her face revealing a struggle and turmoil. Ultimately, she raised her head and, with resolute eyes, replied, I am sorry, Lady Elia, but I wish to grow stronger to avenge my loved ones. Despite the profound turmoil within her heart, she was acutely aware of her aspirations and the choices that lay before her. Arya gazed intently at Anna for a considerable time, ultimately exhaling a sigh as she said, very well, please take care of yourself. With that, Arya departed with her entourage, leaving no indication of their destination. As she walked away, Ling Sha stood at the highest point of the church, her expression grave as she watched Arya's silhouette fade into the mist, a wave of indescribable unease surging within her. All the better. Now we shall not be reprimanded by her dogmatic finger-pointing, Daisy remarked with a casual spread of her arms, a hint of relief gracing her features as if savoring the newfound freedom unmarred by oversight. Moreover, the saint had not departed, indicating that those willing to heed her demands were indeed few. Daisy observed Anna standing resolutely in place, a sense of satisfaction blooming within her regarding Anna's choice. However, Ling Sha remained silent, her gaze retracting from the distance to settle upon the remaining congregation within the church. While it was true, as Daisy had stated, that the majority departing with Arya were mid-level clergy, they constituted the most loyal and fervent faction within the church. Their exodus undoubtedly inflicted a significant blow to the institution, plunging it into an unprecedented predicament. O Lord, how shall I navigate the path ahead? Arya murmured to herself, her eyes brimming with confusion and helplessness. She led her group to a secluded cave, deciding to take a moment to rest. The members of this contingent were all seers, endowed with formidable powers. Yet at this moment, they too felt utterly exhausted. Chapter 52. The pawn. Since her departure, Arya had been enveloped in a haze of uncertainty, her heart laden with trepidation. She was oblivious to the direction her future might take and how to confront the challenges before her. She often found herself kneeling before the statue, devoutly praying for divine guidance and response. Yet, each prayer seemed to yield no clear answer, deepening Arya's confusion and frustration. She began to doubt whether she could truly discover a path forward. Nevertheless, she steadfastly believed in the existence of the divine and yearned for the day when she would receive genuine enlightenment. This time, however, the circumstances appeared to shift. Arya's gaze suddenly flickered, and shortly thereafter, a figure gradually materialized within her line of sight. It bore a familiar essence that had been striving to connect with her day and night, igniting a surge of joy within Arya. Welcome, my lord, she exclaimed, tears of excitement welling in her eyes as she immediately knelt, her forehead pressed to the ground, showcasing the graceful contours of her form. I have witnessed your loyalty. A soft tendril gently lifted Arya, as if to soothe her unrest. The voice of Chun Jio resonated directly within her mind, imbued with an indescribable blend of authority and compassion. Arya's departure had, in fact, been subtly orchestrated by Chun Jio. Such a devoted follower was a rarity even beyond the realm of elves. With a mindset of benevolent observation, Chun Jio projected his presence before Arya. Despite the turmoil and anguish that filled Arya's heart, she humbly knelt before Chun Jio, repeatedly bowing her head in apology. I have betrayed the trust bestowed upon me by my master. Please, punish me, she implored, her face awash with guilt and self-reproach. Rise, Qinzhou commanded gently. This matter is part of my design. Your emergence will indeed prove advantageous for my endeavors. Lisa has spoken of you, praising your loyalty and capabilities. With a slight pause, he lifted her chin, continuing, you need not concern yourself with the national religion any longer. Qinzhou scrutinized Alia's visage. And under years of care and the enhancement of potions, her beauty was undoubtedly extraordinary, even by the standards of the world he had traversed from. Alia raised her gaze, a flicker of worry crossing her features. My master, I am deeply concerned that those you have chosen may encounter peril, particularly Anna, who is still young and inexperienced. Should she find herself in danger, I fear she may struggle to cope. I am uncertain how I might assist her in such a circumstance. Qinzhou smiled, reassuring her. Do not fret. I have made ample preparations to ensure their safety. Furthermore, that young girl is merely a pawn in my strategy, far less significant than your esteemed place in my heart. Hearing this, Alia felt a measure of relief. Master, please guide my path, she beseeched earnestly. As Qinzhou's figure began to fade, his voice resonated once more, spread loyalty across the land. The cult of the divine touch shall remain concealed behind the veil of the mundane, becoming the force that governs all. With the echoes of his words dissipating, an endless darkness began to stir, and massive tendrils emerged from the shadows, resembling towering black peaks. These appendages writhed in the air, emitting howls that seemed to threaten to engulf the entire world. Alia sensed a formidable power surging towards her, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. As that force coursed through her, her eyes sparkled with an otherworldly light, and a satisfied smile graced her lips. Bathed in this radiance, Alia felt the divine grace and blessing envelop her. In the prayer room of the church, contrasting Alia's elation, Daisy and Ling Sha wore expressions of deep concern, grappling with a particularly vexing dilemma. Your Excellency, the monsters have begun to gather outside the city. With their current numbers, our cleanup squads are entirely overwhelmed. A scout's report had left them pondering their next move. Daisy furrowed her brow as she surveyed the map marked with red circles denoting the monsters' positions. A surge of anger welling within her, she turned to Ling Sha and suddenly proposed. Do you think it is possible that Alia sensed the monsters' movements and led her subordinates out of the city? I suspect she intends to use these creatures to undermine our strength. Ling Sha, upon hearing this, frowned slightly and after a moment of contemplation, replied, that is merely your conjecture. Given Alia's conduct over the years, she would likely not stand idly by. She is one of the guardians of this city, and we cannot hastily assign blame to Elia. Daisy, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of dissatisfaction and continued, if that is the case, are we not to be ensnared by Elia? No, I must confront her and ascertain her true intentions. With that, she rose from her seat, determined to seek Elia for an explanation. However, at that moment, Ling Sha grasped her hand, shaking her head, and said, she has already led her team out of the city into the fog. How do you intend to find her in such a vast expanse? Furthermore, the entrance is teeming with monstrous tides. What if you were to encounter some sinister deity's minion and meet your demise outside? Upon hearing this, Daisy halted her steps, returned to her chair, and crossed her arms, lost in contemplation. Ling Sha's words held merit. Seeking Elia at this juncture was indeed unwise. After a while, Daisy suddenly recalled something and said to Ling Sha, by the way, isn't there another set of armor in the church that resembles the one Anna wears? The elves have repeatedly requested this armor from us. Perhaps we could exchange it for their support. Ling Sha furrowed her brow, expressing her disapproval. That might not be feasible. That armor is a treasured possession of ours. How can we relinquish it so easily? Moreover, even if we were to give it to them, it does not guarantee their assistance. Daisy, however, was undeterred. She countered, Ling Sha, you are being too conservative. We are currently facing a life and death crisis and must employ every means to safeguard ourselves. If we can trade a set of armor for the elf strength, why not give it a try? After all, retaining that armor serves little purpose. It would be better utilized in exchange for tangible benefits. Ling Sha remained silent for a moment before finally nodding in agreement with Daisy's proposal. Though reluctant to part with the armor, she recognized the gravity of their situation. They needed greater strength to combat these monsters. Thus, the two resolved to head immediately to the church, retrieve the armor, and negotiate with the elves, hoping to secure their assistance. Who is the elven queen again? Was it Natasha? Chapter 53. Communicating with the elves to establish contact with the elves. Daisy relied on a sacred artifact left by them, a gift that Qinzhou had previously bestowed upon the elves. The Church of the Divine Touch was once an affiliated religion of the Elven Empire, possessing many precious relics, most of which were guarded by the fervently devoted Elia. However, the artifact used for communicating with the elves was securely hidden away in Daisy's collection room, as she had not given Elia the opportunity to seize it. Upon returning from the collection room with the artifact in hand, Daisy found Ling Sha waiting idly. "Here it is," Daisy said, placing the sacred object firmly on the table. Ling Sha's gaze fell upon it. The artifact was a stone statue shaped like a sparrow. It required some holy water as a source of activation, which, as Daisy explained, she had painstakingly gathered. With that, she produced a small vial from her pocket, containing the precious holy water. As Daisy anointed the entire statue with holy water, the bird's shell softened, and soon it acquired a semblance of life, manifesting before them in vivid detail. "Go!" With Daisy's command, the sparrow burst through the window, generating a sonic boom that shattered much of the church's glass. Observing the broken window and the fleeing sparrow, Daisy wiped her hands with a handkerchief, reflecting, "I never anticipated that even the sacred relics of the fairies could pose a certain peril. I hope it summons the fairies." Ling Sha gazed at the scattered glass, somewhat speechless. These menial tasks had previously been the responsibility of Aaliyah, yet they had now devolved upon her. In the darkness, the broken relic emitted a peculiar radiance, resembling a brilliant shooting star streaking across the night sky. It soared directly toward the world tree at an astonishing speed. As the meteor approached the world tree, the fairy sentinels quickly noticed this unusual phenomenon. They immediately realized the gravity of the situation and hurried to report to the reigning empress. The fairy guards traversed the bustling streets, crossing thousands of meters in mere strides, arriving at the church. At that moment, Empress Nasha knelt before a massive tentacled statue, fervently confessing and praying. One of the fairy sentinels gently knocked on the church's grand door, then bowed her head respectfully, reporting to the still kneeling Nasha, "Your Majesty, a distinct pink meteor has appeared in the distant sky. Judging by its essence, it is likely a relic left by the church among humanity, seemingly extending an invitation for us to meet." Due to the vast disparity in power, the sentinel could only close her senses and bow her head in report, daring not to meet Nasha's gaze for fear of being obliterated by her radiance. "I understand. I shall go." Nasha's ethereal voice resonated within the sentinel's mind. As a being who had reached demigod status, each of her words and actions bore the weight of law, a force unfathomable to lower beings. Nasha did not ascend to her position as a traditional ruler. Her actual status was akin to that of any other ordinary fairy. The title of empress was merely nominal, and the sentinels held no genuine respect for Nasha. Despite her formidable power, Nasha dared not voice any grievance, for she knew that her existence was upheld by the support of other fairies. Without their backing, she could never have become empress. Thus, even in the face of the sentinel's indifference, she could only endure in silence. The fairy sentinel paid no heed to Nasha's utterance as she turned to leave the church. Upon reaching the threshold, she intercepted a newly arrived bird. This bird, once a lifelike statue, reverted to its original form upon contact with the sentinel's power. Nevertheless, traces of essence still lingered upon the statue, sufficient for the fairies to retrace their path. "Flesh and blood, are you not using your mind? Why do you swarm to every city without thought? Can't you play? If you can't, let your sister assist you." It is uncertain whether it is due to the discovery of Chunjio's preferences, but the embodiment of the large-eyed figure has now transformed into a charming female sprite. A cascade of white hair flows loosely down her back, accentuating her alluring beauty. "Humph." With a disdainful snort, I scoff at the notion of my inability. I merely believe that a straightforward and forceful approach is the most effective method. Moreover, I thrive on a singular skill that allows me to excel in every endeavor. Perhaps in a bid to compete with the large-eyed figure, the flesh and blood entity has intentionally exaggerated her physique. Sister Flesh and Blood is truly remarkable. I can only wonder when one might acquire such formidable skills as hers. The painted skin seems to possess her own unique perspective, transforming into a girl adorned with fluffy fox ears and a bushy tail. Coupled with her captivating, seductive eyes, she embodies a charming little fox, reminiscent of the enchanting Daji from ancient lore. Below her are the three nameless plagues. Although they are of similar stature to painted skin, they lack any substantial qualities, having only grasped the surface. "Big brother, please assist me." The twins of Mist and Fear tug at Chunjio's attire, their immaturity evident. The final figure is Darkness, Nightmare. Shadow, Despair, clad in a striking black and red dress embellished with delicate black lace. A grand bow adorns her neckline, and she stands poised in black high heels, wielding a black umbrella. Her hair and eyes are both obsidian, exuding an aura of mystery and allure, leaving one to wonder from whence she derived this ensemble. I have discerned the truth. Each of you is indeed a talent. Chunjio scanned the surroundings, noting the absence of a single ordinary being. Meanwhile, Angelisa, beside him, quietly assumed the role of a timid turtle, acutely aware that in comparison to these esteemed figures, her sole claim to favor rests within Chunjio's affection. Isn't this to garner brothers' admiration? Painted Skin winked at Chunjio, her cuteness apparent. Do you enjoy inviting trouble? Chunjio, never one to overlook an opportunity, seized Painted Skin and promptly transformed her essence. Chapter 54. The negotiation. The true form of Painted Skin is indeed that of a fox. Her snowy, delicate fur stands in stark contrast to the chaotic and mysterious appearances of other foreign deities. In this regard, her image can be deemed rather normal. She is also the sole entity among the foreign gods willing to cleanse herself. Wherever she goes, Painted Skin exhibits an extraordinary obsession with cleanliness. Chunjio's formidable strength astounds Painted Skin, revealing a power so terrifying that she finds herself utterly incapable of resistance. This realization brings forth a profound awareness of the vast chasm that exists between her and Chunjio. When Chunjio's essence infiltrates Painted Skin, she experiences an unprecedented sensation. This revelation leads her to comprehend that the path Chunjio possesses encompasses even her own existence within his rules. However, the subsequent events cannot be divulged here. As the sprites followed the scent to the holy city, Daisy and Lingsha had already been waiting for quite some time. In a display of sincere intent, Daisy, accompanied by a cadre of senior officials, stood at the city gates, her countenance radiating warmth as she prepared to welcome the approaching elves. Meanwhile, Lingsha busily attended to the city's damaged areas, particularly the shattered statues. With remarkable skill, she harnessed her powers to restore these effigies to their former glory, even enhancing their brilliance beyond their original state. Aware of the elves' fervent admiration for these statues, Lingsha meticulously ensured their restoration was exceptionally exquisite. This act not only illustrated the shared devotion to a singular deity, but also fostered a deeper bond between the two parties. Perhaps, the elves would be moved by this sincerity, leaving behind precious gifts in return. At that moment, a cascade of luminous streaks sliced through the sky, akin to shooting stars. In the blink of an eye, the masked Nasha and her entourage of elven guardians materialized before Daisy and her companions. Their arrival was akin to a vibrant tableau, capturing the attention of all present. Did you call for the elves? Nasha's voice resonated within the minds of the gathering, prompting individuals to look up and search for the source of the sound. Yet, apart from the two leaders at the forefront, none detected anything amiss. Observing their expressions, Nasha continued, I recall when you last visited, there were 3 of you. Why are there only 2 now? For the elves, the concept of time diverged from that of humans. Thus, Nasha's reference to a recent visit actually spanned nearly 2 decades. Intrigued, she posed her inquiry directly. Daisy bowed respectfully before Nasha, her demeanor unchanged, and replied with calm assurance, Esteemed envoy, we indeed had a 3rd companion, but she departed due to an unforeseen incident. Now, it is only the 2 of us serving within the church. Daisy's words were a blend of truth and evasion, omitting the detailed circumstances of Elia's departure and vaguely attributing it to an accident. However, Nasha paid little heed to this, as her purpose for being there was solely to fulfill the task bestowed by the relic, offering assistance within her capacity. Unintentionally, her gaze fell upon the tentacled statues adorning the city walls, her eyes reflecting a flicker of surprise and admiration. These had been maintained by Elia, each one polished to a remarkable sheen. These statues are truly magnificent, Nasha exclaimed. You have done exceptionally well, treating all divine artifacts with such reverence. Your dedication is commendable. In matters concerning the divine, Nasha's fervent faith enabled her to regard other worshippers with equality. Upon hearing Nasha's praise, both Daisy and Lingsha exhaled in relief, hoping such gestures would endear them to the elves and further solidify their relationship. Subsequently, Daisy extended an invitation to Nasha and the other elves to enter the city, promising the finest hospitality and service. Nasha graciously accepted the invitation, leading the elves into the vibrant city. As she surveyed the walls, a smile graced her lips. This is a city brimming with life and vitality. I eagerly anticipate discovering more surprises within. Daisy nodded, expressing her utmost commitment to ensuring your comfort and satisfaction, hoping that you would find joy in this place. Lingsha added, warmly welcoming the elven friends, wishing for mutual learning, communication, and a shared promotion of friendship between their 2 races. However, Nasha's demeanor sharpened. She withdrew her smile and adopted a serious tone. If you wish for my presence here, there is no need for words, for I shall not consent under any circumstance. She regarded these humans with suspicion, believing them to be as cunning as the male members of her own elven kin. Adept at weaving schemes and presenting one facade while enacting another behind closed doors. Enough with the subterfuge. Simply articulate your true intentions, Nasha stated calmly, fixing her gaze on Daisy. You have summoned us here for a reason, so why not be forthright? Her perception had already detected a gathering of monsters in the distance beyond the city gates, the most formidable among them being two legendary beasts. In Nasha's eyes, none within the city could withstand their might. Clearly, Daisy had summoned them with the artifact to address this predicament. Upon hearing Nasha's words, Daisy's smile faltered, her lips twitching momentarily before she regained composure. In truth, she was not surprised by this turn of events. After all, as a superior race, the elves possessed immense strength and self-assurance, rendering them unlikely to be swayed easily. Nevertheless, Daisy had anticipated such a scenario. It was an integral part of her strategy. She understood that to secure the elves' assistance, she needed to present sufficient incentives. My lady, observe the multitude of monsters outside. Should they converge upon our holy city, I fear my abilities may prove inadequate. Thus, I must rely on your aid, Daisy implored, taking a cautious step back to maintain a safe distance from Nasha. Nasha regarded Daisy silently, a hint of indifference glimmering in her eyes. I possess a set of armor, a divine artifact of great repute. Might it procure you the opportunity to act? Daisy ventured cautiously, gesturing to the soldiers behind her. Soon, a set of black armor was presented before Nasha. This armor bore a striking resemblance to Anna's, perhaps even identical. Chapter 55, 3 years. This armor was indeed crafted by Chunjiu himself, holding more significance as a collectible than as a practical combat tool for the elves. Initially indifferent, Nasha found herself contemplating its value. If she could return with this armor, her standing among her kin would undoubtedly rise. After all, this piece not only symbolized formidable power and defense, but also represented a cultural and historical legacy, rendering it an invaluable treasure. As one who harbored a fervent desire for power and status, Nasha would not overlook this opportunity to elevate her position. For the sake of our shared faith in the divine, I shall accept this arrangement. Nasha clasped her hands together in a gesture of prayer, exuding an air of magnanimity that concealed her true intentions regarding the coveted armor from Daisy and the others. Promptly, they mirrored her actions, engaging in a semblance of prayer that enveloped the scene in a profound silence. The leaders remained taciturn, and the others dared not utter a sound. They bowed their heads in solemn reverence, silently expressing gratitude to the deity. Despite their lack of fervent faith, they chose to feign piety for this moment. Daisy and her companions did not perceive the armor as more valuable than life itself. Both parties left the encounter satisfied. Although unaware of Nasha's true motives, they recognized this transaction as a rare opportunity. They not only secured the necessary support, but also established a promising cooperative relationship with Nasha, undoubtedly benefiting their future endeavors and survival. In this exchange, everyone attained their desires. Nasha adeptly masked her genuine intent concerning the armor, leading Daisy and the others to believe her actions stemmed solely from respect for the deity. We kindly request that you leave the corpse of the 10th tier monster to us, as we are but feeble beings in dire need of such resources, Lingsha stated earnestly. Their research on the 10th tier potion had reached a critical juncture, with the only missing component being the flesh and blood of a 10th tier monster. Acquiring these invaluable materials would enable them to deduce the path to legendary realms, making the subsequent 11th and 12th tier potions far less daunting. Of course, I shall oblige, Nasha replied, casting a glance at Lingsha, understanding that the means of advancement for the elves differed fundamentally from those of humans. While humans needed to study the formidable blood and flesh of monsters to reverse engineer suitable potions, elves merely required daily amicable interactions with tentacles and the refinement of the life essence obtained from them to enhance their powers. With a cold gaze and a resolute tone, Nasha proclaimed, "Let us not delay, let us act swiftly." No sooner had she spoken than she ascended into the air, her movements as ethereal as a celestial being. Subsequently, she produced a small tentacle and gently tossed it upward. This seemingly simple act was imbued with boundless power. Descend. Nasha's voice resonated as a colossal shadow of a tentacle swiftly enveloped all the monsters. This shadow appeared to emanate from a demon of the abyss, carrying an overwhelming pressure. With a resounding rumble, the ground quaked, and all the monsters in the vicinity were crushed into mere pulp, utterly defenseless. The earth itself sank several meters, forming an astonishing artificial cliff, a spectacle that left onlookers in awe. That day, we procured the materials, and through our deductions, We realized that by combining a series of precious components, such as dream butterflies and lava flowers, and subjecting them to numerous intricate processes, we could successfully concoct the 10th tier potion. As Lingsha concluded her statement, she delicately placed a vial emanating a brilliant golden glow before Anna. The radiance seemed to possess a magical allure, captivating the attention of those around. Our materials are exceedingly limited, allowing us to produce only 3 such potions. Over the past 3 years, your selfless assistance has left an indelible mark on everyone's hearts. Thus, I believe it is most fitting to present this final vial to you. I hope you will continue to embody this kindness and steadfastness. Lingsha gazed at Anna with a sense of satisfaction. Throughout the years, Anna has unwaveringly provided free medical services to all, and despite the discord triggered by Alia's departure, it is precisely Anna's presence that has kept everyone's spirits united. It can be said that Anna's influence at the grassroots level has now surpassed that of Daisy and Lingsha, establishing her as the most trusted figure in the hearts of the people. This stable situation aligns perfectly with the interests of both parties. Those who had previously debated the city's resources left by Alia are now unexpectedly willing to transfer their benefits to Anna. Thank you for the support of both bishops. I shall continue to shine and contribute to the church, Anna expressed, her gratitude resonating even through her armored demeanor. Now, 3 years have passed, and with the church's resources, Anna has reached the level of a 9th tier sequence. Thanks to the enhancement of her armor, she is even capable of engaging with 9th tier monsters. Go and enhance your abilities. The recent times have been tumultuous. It is said that all cities in the 4 directions have been overrun by monstrous hordes. The cities under the church's control are now the last bastions of safety. Your growth will benefit our church, Lingsha stated earnestly. Anna nodded in acknowledgement. I will strive to strengthen myself and protect our city. Lingsha smiled reassuringly. Your potions for the 11th and 12th tiers are being prepared for you. Once you have absorbed them, do come find me. With that, Lingsha waved her hand, signaling Anna to depart. As Anna turned to leave, she silently resolved to enhance her strength as swiftly as possible. Lingsha watched her retreating figure, a faint smile gracing her lips. I hope she becomes an exemplary disciple. She then returned to her tasks. Anna harbored a significant secret that she had confided to no one. In truth, upon reaching the 4th tier, that armor began to parasitize within her abdomen. Now, she has become the mother of 3 small tendrils. To these tendrils, Anna is always responsive. A bitter smile crossed her face as she pondered how she could feel maternal affection for beings that scarcely qualify as human. Is it merely because they were birthed from her own essence? This question troubled her, yet she understood that all of this was fated. The seeds had long been sown, awaiting the moment to bloom and bear fruit. Thick liquid dripped onto the chair as the painted figure slumped on the table, its tail drooping, indicating its lack of enthusiasm. At this moment, the outer gods were fully prepared for what lay ahead. The southern child of the world had been mercilessly slaughtered by the tide of flesh-controlled monstrosities. And all threads of destiny, guided by the deliberate intent of the aged wine, flowed toward Anna. Chapter 56. The plan, brother. We have accomplished your task. The voluptuous figure purred, her gaze lingering on Chunjio as she playfully licked her lips. Her long, elegant legs brushed against his thigh, her eyes brimming with anticipation, yearning for the rewards she believed she deserved. Everyone has their share. If you don't believe me, ask Hualyan. He has already received his due. Chunjio, fingers interlaced and legs crossed, revealed a hint of a smile at the corner of his eye. He was aware of her intentions, but wished for them to understand that diligence would yield its own rewards. Brother, you are truly wicked, she teased, feigning innocence. Hualyan, suddenly adopting a different demeanor, felt no need to maintain pretense now that Chunjio had acknowledged him, even allowing his tail to sway playfully. The taxes once entrusted to his elder brother had now been reclaimed with interest, and Hualyan's path had significantly widened. This solidified Hualyan's resolve to follow Chunjio, for he knew that only by aligning himself with him could he secure a brighter future. The cunning vixen cast a venomous glance at Hualyan, her heart rife with jealousy and dissatisfaction. She believed he had received far too much while she felt deprived of her rightful share. Thus, she shamelessly began to solicit favors from Chunjio, attempting to charm him into granting her greater benefits through flattery and allure. Let the flesh and blood commence. Chunjio chuckled inwardly at the interaction between the two, reflecting on the nature of existence. The world itself possesses no inherent personality. It largely unfolds in accordance with the natural order, akin to a rigid computer program executing predetermined commands. The myriad lives of humanity, in the grand scheme, draw little attention from the world at large. Yet, Chunjio harbored a unique ambition, to incite the minions of the malevolent deity to obliterate the ecological balance, thus allowing the outer gods to absorb the very essence of existence. This would unleash tremendous devastation, but also trigger a cascade of repercussions. Once the world's consciousness recognized such destructive actions, it would inevitably intervene to rectify the situation. However, the options available to this consciousness were now severely restricted. Only Anna stood capable of undertaking the cleansing task, rendering her the solitary beacon of hope. This was the stratagem that Chunjiu presented to the world's consciousness, to either endure unimaginable losses or to select Anna. Whichever choice was made, Chunjiu would emerge with substantial gains. Fortune is a peculiar force. When a being's luck reaches a certain zenith, lesser portions of luck naturally gravitate towards it, creating a gravitational-like effect. Thus, as long as Anna's actions aligned with the will of the world's consciousness, it would not contrive a higher fortunate being to counter the chaos. After all, leveraging existing resources is both convenient and efficient, conserving both time and effort. If the world's consciousness chose Anna, the contingency Chunjiu had laid would take center stage. I shall strive to expel all malevolent entities. With the backing of the world's consciousness, Anna's growth surged exponentially, even the fabled realm of the divine gradually opening its doors to her. This is the boon bestowed upon Anna by the world's consciousness. This divine realm, distinct from the outer gods, though lacking in might, is nonetheless a deity endorsed by the world's consciousness, permitted to dwell within its confines. The saint shall prevail. Prevail. Amidst the fervent cries of the populace, Anna raised the church's banner high. Such a display instantly ignited a fervent yearning among the citizens. Yet an unsettling emotion brewed within Daisy and Lisha. The majority of the faithful now recognized only the saint, disregarding the bishop. What of your chosen one, your strategy? Daisy observed the fervent scene from the second floor, more intense than even the former empress's reign, fearing the emergence of a new sovereign. In such circumstances, they must either strike preemptively or yield the position to her. A fire burned within Lisha, for such a loss of composure should not have manifested in her. In the shadows, destiny began to exert its influence, subtly shifting the thoughts of each individual. It sought to weave a new narrative with Anna as the protagonist, intertwining the fates of all. Thus, on that fateful night, Lisha and Daisy, leading their loyal guards, launched a sudden assault aimed directly at Anna's residence. They hoped to capture this pivotal figure and seize control of the situation. However, upon breaching Anna's home, they discovered her engaged in a mysterious healing ritual. A fierce clash erupted between Lisha and Daisy's subordinates and Anna's followers, transforming the planned ambush into a brutal skirmish. United in purpose, Lisha and Daisy faced the divine armor bestowed upon Anna, yet they found themselves outmatched. Even in their combined efforts, they struggled to withstand Anna's onslaught. The battle swiftly turned to chaos for their coalition, resulting in heavy casualties. Ultimately, Lisha fell in battle, while Daisy narrowly escaped, fleeing the holy city. Yet, her flight was fraught with peril. Shortly after leaving the sacred city, she encountered yet another crisis, this time in the form of Elia. Elia displayed astonishing prowess, effortlessly defeating Daisy and ultimately claiming her life, choosing to return Daisy's soul to the divine. Thus, Daisy's fate reached its conclusion. After such tumult, Anna proclaimed herself the supreme leader of the holy city the following day, branding the fleeing Daisy a fugitive and offering a substantial reward for her capture. This declaration sparked considerable uproar, yet no one dared to challenge Anna's decision. As time passed, Anna gradually solidified her position within the church, emerging as an unequivocal dictator. The church transformed into her monolithic domain, where her word was law, and none dared to defy her. Nevertheless, for Anna, these were mere instruments. Her true objective was to deliver a severe lesson to the monsters. To that end, she was prepared to mobilize the entirety of the church's might, including the faithful, clergy, and warriors, to assemble a formidable army. However, the true battlefield lies far beyond, in the northern frontier, a realm known as the Land of Rebirth. This place is not only teeming with countless monsters, but also inhabited by the minions of the blood and flesh god and other malevolent deities, among which are even a few semi-divine beings. In contrast, the highest rank of the church army under Anna's command is merely the 12th tier, representing the pinnacle of legend. Unbeknownst to Anna is the staggering disparity in strength. At least for now, she possesses unwavering confidence. Chapter 57. The Fall of the Divine leading her vast army. Anna stepped onto the expansive plains, engaging in a breathtaking showdown against innumerable monsters. As they encountered two colossal minions, towering like mountains, the coalition could not help but gasp in horror, a wave of fear surging within them. Many began to contemplate how to escape this dreadful conflict. Yet, Anna chose to let events unfold naturally, refraining from compelling anyone to accompany her into certain doom. Just before the battle erupted, she stood at the forefront and delivered an impassioned speech. I do not demand that you accompany me to death, but I hope you comprehend that we must confront reality. Look at what those besieged cities have become. Her voice resonated with power, stirring the hearts of all. She continued, if we fail to annihilate these monsters today, none of us will survive the onslaught of the monster tide in the future. This fight is not solely for ourselves, but for our homeland, our loved ones, and our descendants. Therefore, I implore you to muster your courage and stand beside me in battle. Under Anna's multifaceted encouragement and inspiration, the morale of the coalition gradually stabilized. Their fighting spirit ignited, and thoughts of retreat dissipated. Simultaneously, Anna's prestige reached unprecedented heights, transforming her into a revered leader. Fueled by profound faith, Anna ascended to the semi-divine realm, enabling her to withstand the assaults of the two minions on the front lines. The war commenced, and Anna's faith surged. Her subtle strategies began to bear fruit. Though seemingly insignificant, these tactics proved invaluable at critical junctures. The minions' attacks appeared ferocious, yet Anna skillfully deflected them. However, all of this was a deliberate ploy by the minions. Their actions were not due to a lack of strength, but rather a deeper purpose to elevate Anna to divinity. Guided by the consciousness of the world, Anna's rank climbed steadily, reaching the 15th tier. Each ascension brought her unprecedented enhancement of strength and wisdom, deepening her understanding of the world. As her faith was purified and solidified, a golden stone materialized in Anna's mind, radiating a brilliant light as if it contained boundless energy. She sensed its immense power, but was uncertain how to wield it. Ignite it, kindle the divine fire, and forge the divine essence. Suddenly, a mysterious consciousness infiltrated Anna's mind, instructing her on her next course of action. As Anna's heart stirred, she resolutely focused her mental energy on the golden stone, attempting to ignite the divine flame. In an instant, the golden stone ignited, radiating a brilliant light. Anna felt a surge of immense power swell within her, and her body gradually became translucent, as if she were merging with the entire world. In that moment, her soul transcended, surpassing the realm of mortals. The first deity bound to the essence of the world was born. Anna became the goddess of light, endowed with boundless radiance and wisdom. Her existence transcended the confines of time and space, allowing her to traverse between various realms at will. With her overwhelming power, she effortlessly eradicated the few followers, their forms turning to ash and dissipating into the air. Yet, Anna did not relent. She relentlessly pursued the fleeing followers, eliminating them one by one. Ultimately, with a proclamation in the name of the goddess of light, declaring eternal illumination for all, the entire world was bathed in light, and the people felt warmth and hope. Thus concluding this battle, the tale of an ordinary person's ascension to divinity reached its end. Just as Anna soared into the sky, barely catching her breath, countless mists surged like a tide, swiftly obscuring her figure and rendering her invisible to the onlookers. In Anna's eyes, the once clear sky appeared to be torn asunder by an invisible hand, revealing a vast chasm. Suddenly, a chilling tentacle emerged from the abyss, sweeping towards Anna with blinding speed. Shock coursed through Anna. She had believed herself invincible after attaining divinity, yet in this moment, she felt small and powerless. As the tentacle ensnared her, the consciousness of the world fell into a state of profound panic and fury. Chunjio's actions were akin to forcefully intruding into another's home and delivering a severe blow to the homeowner. An endless surge of power erupted, attempting to expel Chunjio from this realm. However, in the face of this formidable force, Chunjio merely smiled slightly. He sensed a faint resistance. Yet it did not impede his actions. After indulging for so long, one must eventually pay the price, mustn't they? Chunjio's voice echoed like a specter in Anna's ear. Anna's eyes widened in terror as she gazed at Chunjio. She felt a warmth rising in her abdomen, an unusual power surging within her. Simultaneously, the divine armor that had once protected her transformed. It was no longer an indestructible shield, but had become a cold iron maiden, tightly ensnaring Anna within. Little girl, come and play, accompanied the final words of the malevolent deity Angelissa, and in an instant, Anna, suppressed by myriad forces, plunged into an endless euphoria. Her gaze became dazed, as if lost in an inescapable dream. Delightful. Chunjio reveled in the continuous flow of energy connected to the essence of the world, letting out a satisfied sigh. This sensation enveloped him, intoxicating his very being. Simultaneously, the collective consciousness of the world became aware of the vulnerabilities left by the aged wine and swiftly eradicated all viruses. Thus commenced a fierce battle for the dominion of the world. Guided by the ancient wine, Anna, who had fallen into the realm of divine artifacts, was informed of the situation by the wine itself. Upon receiving this news, a surge of exhilaration coursed through Elia's heart. She comprehended the profound significance of possessing this divine creation. Not only could it augment the power of the church, but it also held the potential to alter the very fabric of the world. Resolute, she vowed to exert every effort to harness the full potential of this artifact, fulfilling the expectations of her divine patron. Chapter 58. 1,000 years ago, as time rewound to the moment when the ancient wine ascended to divinity. Standing isolated from the world, the entire elven race found itself engulfed in confusion. Even with the magnificent world tree still towering over the land, they could not reach their divine patron through their tendrils, and unease and uncertainty filled their hearts, leaving them unsure of how to confront this sudden upheaval. At this juncture, the cathedral emerged as a gathering place for most elves. Many arrived, seeking answers or guidance. However, they discovered that their companions shared the same feelings of bewilderment and helplessness. On the podium, two elves stood out prominently, Leah and Kaling. Leah, dignified and proud, captivated all with her beauty and wisdom. Kaling, petite and endearing, radiated vitality and warmth. Although she was often unfriendly toward others, with her hands clasped, Leah closed her eyes and solemnly addressed the crowd. Our deity has fully ascended. We must patiently await their return. Her voice resonated with steadiness and conviction, offering a semblance of comfort to those gathered. Kaling rolled her eyes, arms crossed, scanning the assembly with a glimmer of disdain. Why should we wait? Our deity would not vanish without cause. What if difficulties arise? Her words were sharp and pointed. Immediately, Kaling proposed her own course of action. Rather than languishing here, let us disperse and seek traces of our divine patron. Even if we can assist our deity in the slightest, sacrificing our lives would be a worthy endeavor. From Kaling's perspective, aside from the deity who had granted her life anew, she cared little for the fates of the other elves. As Kaling's proposal echoed through the previously silent cathedral, discussions erupted. Some elves expressed support for Kaling's idea, advocating for proactive measures in locating their deity. Others voiced concerns that such actions could precipitate greater danger, favoring Leah's counsel to await the deity's return. The majority maintained a neutral stance, observing the unfolding situation, uncertain which leader to follow. Leah's stance was resolute. She firmly believed that their divine patron might could resolve all tribulations, and that blindly searching for assistance would only complicate matters for their deity. She would not permit Kaling's perilous and futile notions to come to fruition. At this moment, the elves found themselves engulfed in profound disarray. If matters continued as per Carling's demands, the entire nation would scarcely endure for long. All citizens might be cast into an endless abyss of exploration, a scenario evidently not desired by the deity. However, it was far better than remaining stagnant and useless. You are nothing but a bunch of spineless cowards. Carling vehemently berated Leah and, with her loyal guards, stormed out of the church in a fury. Let us proceed to the government hall. We shall pressure those in power to take swift action, she declared decisively, resolved to catalyze change rather than remain idle. Carling and her entourage hastily entered the government building, their footsteps echoing in the vast hall. The receptionist, upon seeing their divine armor shimmering with a mysterious light, promptly rose with a look of reverence and approached them respectfully. Esteemed lords, how may I assist you? The receptionist inquired cautiously. Carling wasted no words, urgently commanding, summon all the administrators. I have an urgent and vital decree to deliver. The receptionist, sensing the gravity of the situation, hurried off to relay the message. Soon, the government administrators arrived, their expressions a blend of confusion and anxiety as they gazed upon Carling and her companions. What is your command, esteemed ones? One administrator ventured. Taking a deep breath, Carling spoke with solemnity. On behalf of the Supreme Commander of the Guard, I demand that all elves must leave the protection of the world tree to seek the traces of the deity. The administrators exchanged glances, their faces betraying their apprehension. One could not help but question, but the image of the deity holds supreme power among the elves. Is it not reckless to claim the deity is in trouble? Carling furrowed her brow, feeling a surge of impatience, but she recognized that this was not the moment for explanations. Just as the administrators hesitated, another urgent request arrived. Merely listen to all of Carling's demands. Normal operations should suffice. This message, originating from the highest authority of the government, the Holy See, underscored Lia's stance. I deeply apologize, esteemed members of the guard, but the Holy See has issued a decree prohibiting anyone from leaving the camp. We are powerless in this matter, the administrator lamented, spreading their hands in a gesture of helplessness. With a resounding crash, Carling's fist shattered the table as she grasped the administrator's collar, lifting them off the ground. Lady Carling, this truly is beyond our control. We are merely adhering to regulations. Without divine sanction, we cannot bypass the Holy See's directives, the administrator responded, their voice tinged with resignation, caught in the crossfire of divine disputes. Having received several conflicting orders, they were uncertain whether to heed the commands. Carling silently released the administrator, adjusting their collars slightly before turning away without a backward glance. We are a chosen people. The deity's absence is but a trial for us. We need only to silently bless the deity. One day, they shall return. Lia's speech temporarily calmed the elves, urging them to fulfill their responsibilities. This too was a test from the divine. Once the elves received their answers, they gradually departed from the church, leaving only Carling, who squeezed through the crowd and rushed back. Leah, what do you mean by this? Carling pointed an accusatory finger at Leah, though her shorter stature necessitated that she tilt her head upward to glare at her. I have already stated, Carling, that this is an unusual circumstance. The disappearance of the deity has profoundly impacted the elves. The best course of action now is to stabilize their spirits and develop gradually. Leah replied as she descended from the high platform. At this moment, the tentacled figure at the highest point appeared quite rigid, as a mere shell. It retained only some primal instincts. If you won't go, then I shall take the guard and go myself. Seeing her desires thwarted, Carling resolved to embark on the quest alone with the guard. Carling, Leah called out, halting her. You are not allowed to go either. The guard represents the safety of the camp, and not a single one can leave. You are truly overstepping, Carling seethed, her teeth grinding, wishing to rush forward and slap Leah twice. Chapter 59. Internal strife. Carling spent the entire afternoon berating Leah, only ceasing when the evening prayers were about to commence. Even as she departed, she did not bestow Leah with a favorable expression. Leah remained silent and detached, having endured an entire afternoon of Carling's tirade, which revolved around her and her ancestors, leaving her with a throbbing headache. The clay figure still held some resentment, but she was unable to teach Carling a lesson. Given that Carling had received an abundance of divine blessings, as the most favored elf, her strength surpassed all others, and her standing among the elves was quite high. Leah could only endure the insults. She considered it a means of fortifying her mental resilience. The evening prayers, as established by Chunjio, were typically a solemn affair. However, tonight's atmosphere bore a weighty gravity. Carling clutched her large tentacled pillow tightly, unwilling to part with it. This pillow had been custom-made by Chunjio as a reward for completing a task. In that moment, she gently caressed the tentacled cushion, as if it still bore the lingering scent of Chunjio. This sensation brought her comfort, as though the deity still lingered beside her. Sensing Carling's melancholic mood, the tentacle tenderly wrapped around her waist, attempting to alleviate her inner turmoil and confusion. It felt like a warm embrace, providing Carling with a measure of solace. Deity, what am I to do? Carling murmured, her voice imbued with profound bewilderment. Although she gradually calmed and recognized that she should not treat Leah in such a manner, her yearning for the deity's return had never waned. As night fell, the thick, inky clouds obscured the moonlight, plunging the world into an endless abyss of darkness. Suddenly, two figures darted through the shadows. With their swift movements, a concealed entrance to a subterranean chamber quietly opened, revealing a faint flicker of lantern light. As the glow illuminated the figures, it became evident that they were two female elves, both cloaked in black. Once they entered the underground chamber, the hidden door slowly closed behind them, and they cautiously removed their hoods, unveiling their faces. You have finally returned. Did any new information emerge this time? Awaiting them was a strikingly handsome male elf, who presented a platter of freshly gathered fruits to the two female elves. These seemingly ordinary fruits were, in fact, the finest offerings in this subterranean abode. Within this cavern, a congregation of unchosen elves, both male and female, coexisted harmoniously, establishing a sanctuary of survival. This place had become their refuge, allowing them to temporarily evade the perils of the outside world. Their sustenance derived from the fruits of the trees, a testament to the elves' erstwhile reverence for nature, without which it would be challenging to procure such an abundance of nourishment for so many. Thanks to the lingering prowess of vintage spirits and the diligent efforts of the elven guard, these elves residing on the periphery still had the opportunity to experiment with cultivating crops on the surface. However, recent disturbances had unsettled the area. as the clergy seemed inexplicably unable to establish contact with the divine. One of the female elves delicately lifted a washed fruit to her lips, recounting the circumstances within the camp. They could no longer reach the deities? The male elf's eyes darted thoughtfully, urging her to elaborate. She spoke of the gods' disappearance following their ascension, now unresponsive, leaving them in the dark about the situation. The two female elves, acting as covert spies, lacked any genuine faith. Thus were not privy to most affairs within the camp, resulting in a scarcity of information. They had only heard whispers from other elves that the camp had now fragmented into 3 factions, one led by the notorious Lord Carling in search of something, another by Sister Laya representing the conservatives, and lastly, their own neutral group. It remained unclear what discord had arisen between the two, but it seemed they had argued for the better part of the afternoon. The names of Carling and Laya had reached their ears through the tales of other elves. While Laya's character remained a mystery to them as she had never ventured outside, Carling was undeniably a figure of malevolence. Numerous male elves deemed unworthy had perished under Carling's torment. Now, with revenge on their minds, the current circumstances presented an opportunity for them. The edict from Captain Carling and Lady Laya was firmly enforced today, prohibiting any elf from leaving the camp's confines to avert unnecessary incidents. A guard approached with the announcement detailing this decree, noting that fortunately, most of the farmland lay within the camp, ensuring a sufficient food supply for all. Carling, in disbelief, scanned the legal stipulations laid out in the proclamation, rolled the paper into a ball, and cast it into the refuse. I shall seek her to inquire about the situation. Having scarcely touched her breakfast, Carling hurried to the church in search of Laya's presence. The nuns had all encountered this second-in-command of the camp and dared only to greet her. "Where's Laya?" Carling paid little mind, her gaze sweeping through the church without catching a glimpse of Laya. "The adult is engaged in prayer. Perhaps you could wait a while longer." The nun nodded toward the prayer room. Upon learning of the situation, Corrine found a spot to sit, ensuring that her prayers would not disturb others. For to do so would be a disrespect to the divine. Seconds ticked by, and after approximately half an hour, the door to the prayer room finally swung open. Laya emerged, immediately spotting Corrine seated on a bench, her expression unchanged. "I have a few matters to discuss with you," Laya said. Corrine rose and replied, "Ah?" With a sigh of resignation, Laya said, "Come with me." She then led Corrine to the back courtyard of the church. The courtyard housed a small garden, enveloped in tranquility, rarely frequented by visitors. Upon entering the garden, Laya chose a stone bench to sit on, while Corrine stood beside her. After a moment of silence, she spoke, "Regarding yesterday's events, I hope you can provide me with an explanation. I have stated before that this choice was made for the sake of the divine. I do not care. You may have your myriad thoughts, but why should they concern me?" Corrine interrupted Laya's words. Chapter 60. Breathless existence. Human greed is insatiable. While elves are mere variations of humanity, blessed with lifespans many times longer than that of humans, each possessing striking beauty, which causes their desires to manifest at a more languid pace. However, this does not imply that they are devoid of desires. Rather, they are simply more subdued. The emergence of elves is indeed fortuitous. Chen Jiu once sought to uncover the secrets of elven genetics, but upon discovering the truth, he lost all desire to continue his inquiries. Due to their longevity, elves typically do not experience significant emotional fluctuations regarding most matters, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor. Yet, Corrine stands apart from her kin. Her emotional expressions are even more vivid than those of humans, with joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness all displayed unabashedly upon her visage. Her distinctive character evokes curiosity about what sets her apart. "Ahem, you are truly a fool." Corrine coughed a couple of times, her words tinged with a dryness that betrayed her irritation. She glared intensely at the person before her, as if to unleash all her pent-up dissatisfaction. "Have you finished your tirade? Sit down and have a sip of water," Laya said with a gentle smile, pushing a teacup filled with tea toward Corrine, her thoughts inscrutable. Her voice was soft and calm, reminiscent of soothing a child, perhaps accustomed to being scolded, or perhaps deeming Corrine unworthy of her anger. Laya treated her with an air of indulgence. Despite Corrine's coarse language, Laya remained unperturbed, responding with an attitude of tolerance and understanding. Reluctantly, Corrine sat down to drink tea, moistening her throat. In her haste, she allowed some of the sparkling liquid to spill from the corner of her mouth, trickling down her neck and dripping onto her clothing. "Are you feeling a bit more at ease?" Laya avoided discussing serious matters, knowing it would only provoke Corrine's wrath. "With you around, I have never been at ease," Corrine declared, slamming her teacup down, while Laya gently poured her another cup. "My convictions remain steadfast. However, the relationship between us may indeed be softened." You should be aware that the Lord holds profound concern for each and every sprite. Should you proceed with your plan? How shall we justify the demise of all to the Lord? Upon hearing these words, Carling suddenly became agitated, slamming her hand upon the table and glaring at her counterpart. Incorrect. Only the two of us have truly enjoyed the Lord's favor. The other sprites have merely caught a fleeting glimpse of him. It is always you and I who are entrusted with the task of meeting them. Does this not affirm my correctness? She paused momentarily before continuing. If we are never to see the Lord again, what does it matter if we are both favored by him? The question of whether those sprites have truly experienced his love becomes irrelevant. It would be far better for them to seek divine clues with their lives. For those whose faith wavers, dying on this path may serve as a form of liberation. Carling was acutely aware of the situation within the camp. She understood that most sprites possessed little genuine faith in the divine, prioritizing practical existence and survival instead. Yet, within the entirety of the encampment, true believers constituted a mere fraction, most having entered the ecclesiastical order and willing to devote everything for it. Conversely, every young sprite emerging from the church harbored a profound faith in the divine. They had undergone systematic theological education, taught to revere and respect the Lord, perceiving him as the supreme being. These young sprites developed a strong religious consciousness as they matured, becoming steadfast followers of the divine. Carling's assertions held a grain of truth, albeit limited. Should her views be disseminated among all sprites, it would undoubtedly incite a tempest of dissent and turmoil among them. Laya vehemently opposed Carling's perspective, believing it excessively radical and potentially leading to division and chaos within the camp. Let us cease this discussion for now. I cannot concur with your sentiments. If the camp were to disintegrate, then the position bestowed upon me by the Lord would lose all significance. Laya shook her head, adjusting her garments before rising to signal the conclusion of their meeting. TCH, what a stubborn and unyielding stone, Carling muttered in dissatisfaction, perceiving Laya's rigidity as an inability to adapt. She poured the tea from her cup into a nearby flower pot and stood, preparing to depart. Have the two elders begun quarreling again? Observing the figures in the courtyard, the occasional echoes of their dispute reached the ears of the nuns within the church, who whispered amongst themselves. To be candid, I find no fault in Lady Carling's proposition. The lower-ranking sprites harbor no faith in the divine. Rather than this, it would be more prudent for them to join us in the pursuit of the Lord's traces. One nun suddenly voiced her thoughts. What nonsense are you spouting? You must not let Lady Laya hear that. An accompanying sprite swiftly grasped her arm and covered her mouth. Why must we be silenced? The nun protested, forcefully pulling away the sprite's hand, her face contorted with indignation. Although the male elves outside remained oblivious to Carling's intention of seeking out the divine, it did not hinder their plans to heighten the tensions among the elves within the camp. Fellow kin, one female elf boldly proclaimed, her voice resonating through the tranquil night. I believe that Lord Carling speaks with great wisdom. The deity has once saved us. Should we not offer our assistance in their time of need? Those who opposed our departure have usurped the rights of the divine. Other female elves rallied in agreement, exclaiming, Indeed, we cannot remain passive. We must seek the traces of the divine and alleviate their burdens. Those old-timers are fixated on guarding this dilapidated camp, forgetting the grace bestowed upon us by the deity. We should bravely venture beyond the camp to explore the unknown world. Another female elf fervently gestured. Yes, we must not let the divine down. We must prove our worth and fight for them. As more female elves joined the discussion, their spirits soared, as if they could already envision the deity's smile and approval. However, their fervent words sparked discontent among some elves of the Laya faction. They insisted that the divine had not commanded such actions and that venturing outside could pose significant dangers. How can you say such things? The divine has never demanded anything of us. Wouldn't our departure merely trouble the divine? Encouraged by certain individuals, the divide between the two factions intensified, leading to instances of physical confrontation. Chapter 61. Conflict beneath the colossal, twisted shadows of the touchwood tree. Sunlight filtered through the crevices, casting dappled patterns on the ground. The elves commenced a new day's labor under this shadow, busily gathering fruits and nuts, seeking clear water sources, and crafting various tools and weapons. Each task was essential for their survival. In this vibrant and lively environment, the necessities of life were always at the forefront. Food, water, and production tools were indispensable to the elves' daily existence. They toiled diligently to meet their fundamental needs while contributing to the prosperity of their entire kin. As light streamed through the gaps in the branches, a gentle glow illuminated a female elf at the center of the camp. She quietly emerged from an alley, her gaze flickering uncertainly, as if she were evading something. She frequently glanced around, cautiously observing the actions of the other elves, seemingly fearful of being discovered. At that moment, a hand gently rested on her shoulder. The sudden contact startled her, causing her to tremble and nearly cry out. "Hey, Deus, what are you doing here? Sneaking about like a thief?" Turning around, a green-haired elf appeared before Deus, and her initial panic subsided upon realizing it was not the guards seeking her out. "Honestly, I intended to surprise you, but it seems you caught me first." Deus quickly fabricated an excuse, discreetly wiping the sweat from her brow. "A surprise? What kind of surprise? Is it for me?" Only gazed at Deus with a look of astonishment, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Their relationship had been merely that of ordinary neighbors, exchanging casual greetings on rare occasions. Yet today, Deus had come specifically to seek her out, promising to unveil a surprise. "Look, this is the surprise I prepared for you. Isn't your birthday approaching? Consider this an early gift," Deus said with a mysterious smile, carefully retrieving a silver ring from her pocket and presenting it to Onley. The ring shimmered with a faint glow, adorned with a delicate gem that radiated an enchanting allure. "Wow, I've never seen anything like this before. Only on the fingers of those noble elves. Where did you get it?" Onley exclaimed, taking the ring and examining it for an extended period, eventually recognizing its significance. A look of disbelief crossed her face, as such a precious item had become exceedingly rare in this day and age. "It's a secret," Deus winked at her, placing a finger against her lips to signal her to refrain from further inquiry. Observing this, Onley mimicked Deus's gesture, nervously glancing around. Her heart swelled with curiosity, yet respecting Deus's wish for discretion, she chose not to press further. After bidding Onley farewell, Deus finally exhaled in relief. Onley's unexpected appearance had genuinely startled her. In the plans devised by the male elves, Deus was a pivotal figure. They tasked her with stealing a sacred relic left by the deity, believing that only by wielding formidable power could they exploit the ensuing chaos during the church's downfall. This relic was housed in a chamber, revered by other elves. Perhaps they assumed no one would dare commit any transgressions beneath the watchful gaze of the deity. Thus the guardians seemed rather lax in their duties. Deus pretended to be a mere passerby, yet stealthily maneuvered to the rear of the building, slipping through a window into the interior. Her movements were light and cautious, successfully pilfering the sacred object displayed atop a cabinet. Besides this relic, the cabinet boasted an array of various items, all intended for the veneration of the deity by the faithful. The target relic resembled a pink pacifier, soft and tender to the touch. Upon securing it, a wave of elation surged within Deus. However, to avoid detection, she swiftly concealed it within her garments. Subsequently, she stealthily climbed back out through the window, hastening toward the camp. She was acutely aware that remaining within the camp was no longer an option. She needed to depart swiftly. After all, the formidable guards could easily identify the culprit behind the theft of the sacred item. Approximately an hour after Deus's departure, the somewhat bored sentinels remembered their duties and casually entered the room to check whether the relic still remained. Upon opening the door, a musty odor assaulted their senses. The guardians widened their eyes, meticulously searching every corner, yet the relic was nowhere to be found. Their faces paled instantly, and after a moment of stunned silence, they began to tremble. It was over. They had failed in their duty. The sacred object was missing. Lord Ka Ling will undoubtedly eliminate them. Fear and despair enveloped them, as though the apocalypse had arrived. Yet, at that moment, they suddenly recalled Leah's conciliatory policy. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Thus, without hesitation, they crossed the threshold and reported their dereliction to Leah, expressing their willingness to accept punishment. 34 sacred artifacts were taken, and you remain unaware of who took them? Leah's smile diminished slightly, her eyes flickering with displeasure. She understood that while this matter might not be monumental, it was certainly not trivial. The artifact had lost much of its practical use to the camp, or else it would not have been relegated to gathering dust in the storeroom. Now, its value was primarily symbolic. However, it was precisely due to this symbolism that Ka Ling would not let this matter slide easily. What left Leah speechless was that, following the incident involving Ka Ling's subordinates, they had rushed to report to her instead of seeking Ka Ling. This was a blatant disregard for Ka Ling's authority. Did this not further exacerbate the tensions between the two factions of elves? Were it not for the impeccable record of this guard member, Leah might have suspected her to be a spy sent by another faction. Knock, knock, knock. As expected, Leah's door was soon pounded upon, the sound echoing throughout the cathedral. The other elves, sensing the gravity of the situation, busied themselves elsewhere, while the guard who had reported found herself awkwardly standing there, truly caught between a rock and a hard place. Aside from Leah's intense verbal exchange, Deus was able to successfully return the artifact to the male elf camp. Deus, welcome back. How did the mission go? Greeted the highest-ranking leader, his demeanor tinged with apprehension, the price of lacking power. Chapter 62. The sacred artifact. They placed all their hopes on Deus, as though their entire fortunes rested upon her shoulders. Akin to a group of gamblers unwilling to lose everything, betting it all on one final throw. Of course I succeeded. Do not forget your promise to me. Deus replied confidently, rummaging through her garments for the artifact. She was certain she had retrieved the correct item, and thus, she pulled forcefully. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Nothing emerged. Instead, Deus suddenly trembled and collapsed to the ground. Simultaneously, her clothes inexplicably became drenched. What on earth is happening? The leader gestured for a nearby subordinate to investigate the situation. Me? The subordinate stammered, pushed forward by his companions. Yes, you. Hurry up. The leader displayed signs of impatience. From Deus's tone, it seemed she had successfully acquired the item, yet why was there such a peculiar situation? If Deus had transformed into a fearsome monster, they all might meet their demise. All right. The subordinate trembled as he cautiously approached the fallen Deus, extending his hand to gently touch her cheek. At present, no extraordinary events have transpired. The younger brother gently unfastened her garments, revealing a delicate form as pristine as snow. However, when he peeled away the fabric, he was astonished to discover their target inexplicably adhered to Deus's body. With utmost caution, the younger brother extended his finger and lightly brushed against her clothing, endeavoring to comprehend the situation through this indirect approach. Suddenly, an overwhelming scent of milk wafted through the air, compelling him to instinctively lick his lips. At that moment, an inexplicable wave of heat surged within him, causing his face to flush a deep crimson, as if scorched by flames. Brother, it is the scent of milk, the younger brother declared, a look of anguish etched across his features as he valiantly endeavored to convey his discovery to his elder. What troubles you? Another sprite observed the younger brother's face turning an alarming shade of red, akin to a boiled lobster. He inquired anxiously, his heart brimming with unease. Brother, I sense a formidable power surging within me, the younger brother replied, his voice trembling, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Is that so? The other sprites gathered around, their eyes alight with anticipation, hoping the sacred artifact would bestow upon them further marvels. Indeed, brother, I believe I could vanquish a monster with a single blow, the younger brother exclaimed, clenching his fists in exhilaration, his gaze radiating determination and confidence, as if he were certain of his newfound abilities. Under the scrutiny of the other male sprites, the younger brother's enhancement was swiftly tested, revealing a remarkable increase of nearly a quarter of his strength. This transformation stemmed from the dairy products catalyzed by the sacred artifact, which possessed extraordinary shaping properties. Truly, this relic is a divine gift. It is astonishing that those foolish female sprites have failed to utilize it effectively, merely allowing such treasures to gather dust in display cases. The leader gazed upon the increasingly flushed male sprites, his heart swelling with admiration as he perceived the growing strength of his faction, their advantages becoming manifest. Brother, do you reckon this might have side effects, which is why those female sprites shun it? The younger brother suddenly interjected. This remark struck the leader like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing his joy and confidence. He glared furiously at the younger brother, exclaiming, amidst impending battle, "You dare to sow discord among our ranks. Drag him out and feed him to the dogs." Several sprites immediately surged forward to escort the younger brother away. Yet, despite his words, the leader found himself plagued by doubt. After all, if there were indeed adverse effects, the ramifications could be dire. He silently rejoiced at not having recklessly consumed it himself, for the consequences could have been unfathomable. He resolved to observe the situation of these younger sprites further. With this in mind, the leader's gaze returned to the male sprites who had partaken of the dairy products. Each one's complexion was flushed, seemingly still enraptured by exhilaration. However, the leader discerned a flicker of unease and trepidation within their eyes. He realized that the so-called sacred relic left by the deity might not be as simple as it seemed, perhaps concealing immense risks. Now, he could only hope that his subordinates would not encounter significant problems. What should we do about the boss? One of the younger members cautiously inquired, pointing at Deus, who had been reduced to a vegetative state. After all, her current identity was that of a host to the parasite, and if any mishap were to occur, they would be unable to bear the consequences. The leader gazed at Deus, his eyes flickering, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. Let us take her to our secret base. It is relatively safe there. Remember, you must all be careful, ensuring she comes to no harm. The others nodded in understanding, a aware that this was no trifling matter. A careless mistake could lead to unimaginable repercussions. Thus, they carefully lifted Deus and proceeded towards the secret base. By the way, when Deja returns, inform her that Miss Deus has yet to return. The leader instructed as he walked, secretly calculating that as long as they could keep Deja in the dark, they could proceed with their next plan to deceive another naive elven maiden into stealing the next sacred relic. The leader's heart brimmed with anticipation and greed. He had become utterly enamored with the power bestowed by the relics. He firmly believed that acquiring more sacred objects would grant him greater power and wealth. As for the elven maidens, they were merely tools for his exploitation. He cared not for their feelings. As long as he achieved his ambitions, everything was justified. Meanwhile, the camp was in utter disarray. Leah, what else can you say? Your negligence has led to the abandonment of the sacred relic. What crime is this? Carling was determined not to let Leah escape her scrutiny, having finally found an opportunity to assert her dominance over her. Although there were scant legal statutes concerning divine matters, they were not entirely absent. After all, deities represented the utmost power and authority, and any act of blasphemy or offense against them was deemed an unforgivable crime. This incident of theft was akin to kidnapping a nation's president and forcing them to sell hooks, mildly damaging yet profoundly insulting. Chapter 63. Outbreak. Due to the lack of specific precedents and clear legal interpretations, the issue became increasingly complex. While relevant legal grounds could be found within the statutes, they were not as absolute and unambiguous as Carling suggested. However, Carling was unconcerned with these details. She merely sought to seize this opportunity to humiliate Leah. She believed that as a guardian, the elf should be accountable for her actions and could not evade responsibility under any pretext. Facing such a situation, the guardian was filled with dread. Her only hope was that Leah would stand up for her. Otherwise, if Carling captured her, she would face the grim fate of a death sentence. Just then, Leah intercepted Carling, who was charging at her with a knife, and shouted, "Enough! Carling, the reign of violence will only lead to the disintegration of the nation created by the divine. Though she is guilty, her sins do not warrant death. I shall instead condemn her to a lifetime of laboring in the dark, desolate mines." Upon hearing this, Carling displayed a look of discontent, yet ultimately relinquished her blade and turned to depart. The guardian, teeming with gratitude, gazed upon Leah with admiration and appreciation. Although the matter had been temporarily resolved, Carling harbored a deep disdain for Leah's so-called saintly behavior, perceiving it as a manifestation of weakness and incompetence. The once harmonious ecclesiastical community had descended into chaos due to the machinations of certain individuals, namely the moderates within the church, who conspired with the male elves to incite further trouble and disorder. Among them, Carling had become a mere pawn. Resentful of Leah, she sought to create conflict daily, attempting to incite discord between them. One day, when Carling sought Leah once more, the moderates seized the opportunity to stoke the flames of animosity, igniting a fierce dispute. This altercation marked the first instance in the history of the Touch Nation where elves perished in factional strife. The fury of both sides escalated, consuming their rationality. Despite some harboring doubts, the prevailing tide rendered them powerless to escape the impending disaster. Ultimately, only a handful managed to maintain their composure, yet they were unable to stem the torrent of conflict. This sudden war plunged the entirety of the Touch Nation into turmoil, threatening countless lives and precariously disrupting the societal order. Was this your scheme? Carling's long sword gleamed ominously, slicing through the air with lethal intent aimed squarely at Leah. The blade clashed against Leah's staff, producing a jarring sound of impact. In a mere 6 months, the two had drawn their weapons against one another. Former allies now transformed into adversaries. Leah shook her head in resignation, exclaiming, "I have told you countless times to calm down and reflect. It truly is not me." Her tone was laden with helplessness and grievance. This conflict was evidently devoid of purpose, merely the result of unseen instigators sowing discord between them. Yet Carling had been manipulated, becoming an accomplice to other schemes. A flicker of resolve ignited in Carling's eyes as she coldly declared, "I do not need to know whether it is you. I have decided to leave this place with the guard. You may continue your waiting." She turned away, leaving Leah standing alone, her heart heavy with bitterness. In this clash, Carling successfully maintained control over the casualties, but simultaneously made the difficult decision to depart the camp, taking with her the most revered relic within its confines. This choice signified a complete severance from her past, embarking on an uncertain path. Leah watched Carling's retreating figure, overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness. She understood that the current situation had slipped beyond her grasp. Before leaving, Carling sought out the survivors' camp of the male elves, hidden deep underground. permeated by a foul stench of decay. With an impassive expression, Carling entered the camp. The elves do not require the presence of males. At the command of Carling, the guards unleashed a brutal massacre within the subterranean encampment. The glint of blades flashed, blood splattered, and the male elves fell one by one, their lives extinguished in that fleeting moment. You shall reap what you sow. The leader of the male elves gasped his final breath under Carling's indifferent gaze. He had harbored hopes of leading the male elves to resurrect their empire, yet reality proved to be merciless. My Lady Carling, we have discovered a sacred artifact and an adapter rendered foolish within their encampment, reported one of her subordinates, causing Carling's brow to furrow slightly. She hastened towards the innermost part of the camp, where a modest chamber awaited. Upon entering, Carling beheld a heavily pregnant female elf sitting upon the bed, her eyes vacant, as though her soul had departed. Advancing closer, Carling scrutinized the female elf, recognizing that she had utterly lost her sanity. It seems that the artifact they stole was meant to accompany her on her journey. Let her be laid to rest, she sighed softly before turning away from the room. Carling understood that this female elf could not return to normalcy and could only be allowed to depart in peace. As she exited the encampment, Carling's hands bore the stains of blood. Despite being the most formidable spellcaster among her kin, she preferred to resolve matters through close combat, relishing the thrill that violence imparted. Meanwhile, within the camp, the neutral faction of elves had awakened en masse and were conscripted for mining. Realizing her numerous missteps, Leah chose to rebuild their home atop the world tree, disbanding her following of clergy, and ultimately journeyed to the cemetery at the tree's base to kneel and offer her apologies daily. The new successor, truly neutral, was Nasha, an elf who, having seized an opportunity, garnered only a modicum of support. Lacking the requisite power, she was often looked down upon by other elves. Fortunately, after several years, Nasha discovered a method of advancement left behind in ancient tomes, and through the amalgamation of the faith of the camp's elves and the life essence of the tendrils, she ascended to the status of demigod. Chapter 64. The new deity, a resounding chime echoed, its tone transcending time and resonating throughout the city. It was the bell of the Church of Light, a symbol of hope and redemption. As the tolling commenced, a procession of nuns emerged from the church. Clad in pristine white robes and hoods, their expressions rigid. These nuns were emissaries of the Church of Light, tasked with disseminating doctrine, aiding the afflicted, and guiding souls towards the path of righteousness. The history of the Church of Light traces back to the Age of Catastrophe, a time when humanity languished in darkness, beset by the threats of monsters and malevolent forces. It was the goddess of light who led humanity from despair, assisting them in vanquishing the monsters and ultimately ascending to divinity. Thus, despite the goddess's silence towards her followers, she remains venerated and cherished by countless souls. In human society, every individual yearns for redemption and salvation. Whether ensnared in poverty, afflicted by illness, or subjected to injustice, people look to the Church of Light for a glimmer of warmth and hope. The nuns, embodying this hope, interpret the doctrines of the Church through their actions, allowing many to experience the profound power of light and love. Concurrently, humanity continues to evolve and thrive. Upon reaching the 12th tier of magical elixirs, humanity has completed the evolution of all ordinary life forms. As they ascend from the 13th to the 15th tier, humanity embarks on a journey toward higher realms of existence, a phase wherein life asserts the validity of its chosen path, culminating at the 15th tier before the choice to ascend to divinity. With their advanced life tier surpassing that of the world, humanity is able to proliferate rapidly and expand their territories. Even amidst numerous constraints, humanity persists like a wildfire, unquenchable and resilient. Furthermore, the emergence of numerous legendary powerhouses has emboldened many to venture into realms once deemed forbidden. According to the tales shared among adventurers, these restricted zones are fraught with peril, yet brimming with boundless opportunities, enticing explorers to delve into their mysteries in search of personal glory and wealth. However, these are but legends. Within the true forbidden zones, no treasures lie hidden, only countless monsters and gases capable of inducing instant death. In the darkness, a flame ignites, piercing the void and revealing the immense petals of a fiery blossom. Curiosity piqued, adventurers gather around, eager to uncover something intriguing or valuable. Yet, as the flames continue to scorch, the petals unfurl, unveiling the form of a woman whose body radiates an intense heat, as if crafted from fire itself. The moment they behold her, the sudden blaze engulfs them, inflicting excruciating pain and leading them to die in anguished cries. This unforeseen assault catches them off guard, illuminating the vast chasm between tiers of existence. The disparity in life tiers, rather than diminishing with the passage of time, grows ever more pronounced under various influences. In terms of strength, wisdom, and survival capabilities, higher life forms effortlessly dominate their lesser counterparts, rendering the latter perpetually unable to transcend their superior kin, forced to languish in their shadows. I, the god of forging and flames, ascend to divinity today. As the voice of the fire god resonates, cheers erupt from within the forbidden zone. It is revealed that from the depths of the caverns, stout, yet sturdy humanoid figures emerge. Their skin glistens with a bronze hue, and their muscular frames exude immense strength. What race are those? Some onlookers ponder with curiosity. I have read about them in tomes from the Age of Catastrophe. These beings are known as dwarves, skilled in mining and forging, once one of the 4 great races of the land. The 4 great races. We, the elves, the dwarves. And who else? Ah, the orcs. You've been advised to read more, yet you remain obstinate. It is said that orcs possess the heads of beasts and the bodies of men. I wonder if there is any truth to this. So that is the case. But where have they all gone? Well, if you observe our situation, the answer becomes clear. The era of calamity has nearly led to the extinction of the 4 races. It is already quite remarkable to encounter dwarves. Might there be remnants of other races as well? That remains uncertain. Perhaps in some hidden corner of the world, other races still exist. Oh, how fascinating it would be to meet them. Indeed, yet we must exercise caution. After all, our knowledge of these races is woefully limited. 2 adventurers, who have yet to behold the divine form, engage in idle chatter, unaware that numerous soldiers acting as scouts are hastening towards the church. Eager to relay this news, the appearance of the dwarves has left the congregation of the church utterly astonished, as they realize that the fire god may have ascended to divinity through the faith of the dwarven race. The dwarves have long dwelled in the underground world. Thus the calamity has inflicted little impact or destruction upon them. In stark contrast, human society has suffered devastating blows, with history nearly reaching an impasse. Having attained divinity, the fire god surveys the church from above, but senses no presence of the goddess of light. She begins to question whether the goddess of light is merely a fabricated illusion of the church, and an anger ignites within her, compelling her to eradicate all those who would dare to blaspheme against the divine. After all, the fire god had previously experienced prolonged unease concerning the goddess of light. To now discover her non-existence incites her wrath. As the fire god unleashes her divine might, an immense pressure seems poised to crush the entire Church of Light. Yet at that moment, a fox's tail effortlessly shields against her overwhelming force, as a mysterious figure materializes on the scene. Why are you so easily angered? The enigmatic figure teases. Who are you? The fire god, taken aback, swiftly retreats a few paces, eyeing the newcomer warily. You may call me Dodgy, the figure replies, winking at the fire god while languidly reclining upon a pile of her own tales. I chanced upon this name while listening to a tale by some old wine. I found it rather delightful and decided to adopt it. Chapter 65, The Path to Divinity. Dodgy, the fire god, unable to gauge the woman's power, reflects that if she was anxious before attaining divinity, how can she continue to be apprehensive now that she has achieved it? You are the goddess of light. Although she lacks certainty, in her presence, there is only one who has attained divinity, and none other could possibly oppose her. I am not she. Dodgy's gaze dances over the fire god, unconsciously licking her lips. You truly appear quite delectable. Dodgy's words send a chill down the fire goddess' spine, as she experiences this sensation of being preyed upon for the first time in her life. Under the vexed wrath of the world's consciousness, the backdoor pried open by the aged wine has been mended. Fortunately, the aged wine has already claimed a portion of the world's essence. At this moment, the painted skins rely on the aged wine to control part of the essence, granting them passage to enter, while the painted skins manipulate their own vessels as they ascend towards divinity. As for the true form of the painted skin, the fire god has fled at lightning speed. Yet the painted skin does not pursue. Instead, it shudders and rolls its eyes. By the time it regains its composure, the fire god has vanished without a trace. The elder has declared that now is not the time for haste. Such a reckless act may provoke punishment. The darkness, holding a small black umbrella, emerges silently from the shadows, observing the agitated painted skin with indifference, and utters, "It matters not. I am already satiated." The painted skin lightly rubs its belly, comfortably burps, and provocatively winks at the darkness, saying, "Ah, little sister, you have never experienced such bliss." The darkness gazes quietly at the painted skin, offering no comment on its words. How dull, like a wooden puppet, the painted skin muses as its figure gradually fades from sight, seeking other amusements. Is there truly such enjoyment in this? The darkness murmurs. As the fire god conceals itself once more among the dwarven kin, the dwarves, now recognized by the divine, swiftly establish their own realm upon the land. This burgeoning dwarven empire draws attention from all quarters, particularly from the Church of Light. Unable to contact the goddess, they remain wary of this empire blessed by a deity. Consequently, the church dispatches emissaries to communicate with the dwarven realm, expressing a desire to maintain peace. In their interactions, both parties exhibit friendliness and goodwill. Despite their differences, they recognize that war is not the optimal solution to their issues. The dwarven empire requires time to flourish, while the Church of Light seeks a stable environment to regain its strength. Thus, a cordial consensus is reached, temporarily averting conflict. For the fire god, this presents a significant opportunity. He yearns to gain more faith to enhance his power, yet has yet to discover relevant texts. Thus, he must explore and experiment to carve his own path. In this world, the growth of any entity is constrained by the world itself. Even deities encounter obstacles in their ascension, akin to a contractual obligation. Only when followers bestow sufficient faith can a deity gradually grow in strength. The amicable exchanges between the two nations not only foster political stability, but also stimulate economic prosperity. The Dwarven Empire offers exquisite forging techniques and high-quality tools and armor, while humans trade grains and potions to satisfy the dwarves' needs. Furthermore, the dwarves receive a unique blessing from the fire god, innate strength akin to that of an ox, granting them a significant advantage in both combat and labor. Beyond the dwarves, humanity also endeavored to establish communication with the elves, who had once come to their rescue. However, those rejected by the tree of flesh and blood found themselves unable to approach the elven habitats. Unexpectedly, in a distant and secluded forest, humans stumbled upon a few remnants of the bygone era of elves, barely clinging to life. Confronted by these defenseless beings, humanity unabashedly displayed their most malevolent nature. These elves were deemed traitors among their kin and relegated to the status of the lowest slaves. Renowned for their unparalleled beauty, the elven race became highly sought-after commodities at various auctions. Both male and female elves possessed enchanting visages and unique allure, ensuring they fetched exorbitant prices. With the fire god as the first, there emerged a second. As orcs arrived, the gods of strength and courage ascended after garnering faith among the orc populace. Originally, orcs existed in tribal societies, scattered across various lands, subsisting through hunting. However, following the cataclysmic era, they endured devastating blows, leading the survivors to resort to cannibalism. This plunged the entire orc race into despair and chaos. It was not until the emergence of the god of strength, a human sequencer, that he embraced all orcs he encountered as his followers, treating each with equality. He bestowed upon them hope and instructed them on the virtues of unity to confront adversity together. Under the guidance of the god of strength, the once disparate tribes of orcs were gathered, shifting from mutual slaughter to mutual aid. Throughout this transformation, the god of strength exhibited unparalleled charisma and leadership, evoking profound respect and trust among the orcs. Ultimately, under the aegis of the god of strength, the orcs established their own nation, the orc theocracy. The king of this realm was none other than the god of strength himself, who became their leader and the embodiment of their faith. Under his rule, the orc theocracy flourished. He encouraged the orcs to develop agriculture and livestock industries, enhancing their productive capacities, while also actively engaging in communication and cooperation with other races, thereby fostering the advancement of orc civilization. Humans, orcs, and dwarves inhabited distinct regions, each expanding their territories in different directions. To the north lay the orc lands, blanketed by vast glaciers and permafrost, yet interspersed with numerous grazing pastures. These pastures provided ample sustenance, allowing the orcs to thrive and multiply. To the southwest was the hilly abode of the dwarves. Continuing westward led to an expansive desert and volcanic region. While the environment here was harsh, it harbored abundant mineral resources, serving as a crucial support for the dwarves' growth. The largest southeastern expanse was occupied by humans, characterized predominantly by flat terrain conducive to the cultivation of various crops, thus ensuring a stable food supply. At the far eastern edge of the human domain stood an immense world tree, a towering testament to life and endurance. The three great races flourished within their respective domains, maintaining a certain distance and equilibrium among themselves. Chapter 66. The Deities. In this prosperous continent, the number of gods far exceeds 2. As legendary figures, pursuing the pinnacle of the path of the sequencer, followed in the footsteps of their predecessors to ascend to divinity. The god of cold and glaciers announced his divine ordination in the distant north. the northern nation was established, populated by orcs who had fled to this land and gradually adapted to the polar environment. Upon learning of this, the orc emperor, the god of power, was filled with immense rage and unhesitatingly sought out the god of cold and glaciers, demanding a face-to-face duel. Meanwhile, upon the mystical world tree, Laia, having received the blessing of aged wine, finally ascended to her divine station, becoming the goddess of nature and elves. However, at the very moment of her ascension, she chose to close her borders, isolating the outside world. Laia proclaimed that the elven race need not engage with the insignificant creatures of the outside. After over a millennium of genetic modification, every elf born in the touching nation possessed legendary-level strength. This news was met with deep regret in human society, yet they did not become disheartened. On the contrary, a deity of the goddess of light emerged from among the human ranks, Elia, who seized the opportunity to ascend within the Church of Light and became its supreme pontiff. Elia achieved divinity through her loyalty and the god of contracts. And under the auspices of the goddess of light, she regained substantial control over the Church's power. As a devoted follower, Elia never forgot her mission. Immediately upon her elevation, she initiated a religious reform, gradually excluding all males from the centers of power. This reform proceeded subtly, met with opposition from many traditionalists. Yet they were compelled to concede in the face of divine authority. Notably, Elia introduced a divine gift known as holy water to the Church of Light, which significantly enhanced the innate abilities of those who partook of it. The source of this holy water was the artifact in Elia's possession, or rather, the goddess of light herself. Each day, the artifact produced a substantial quantity of liquid, which, after continuous purification, yielded a small cup of holy water. With this holy water, Elia strategically promoted many of her confidants to key positions, several of whom were original members of the God-Touch Church. As the god of power confronted the ice god, a breathtaking duel of magic ensued between the two. Their battle unleashed tremendous upheaval throughout the heavens and earth, as if the entire world were on the brink of collapse. The ordinary orcs on the ground were utterly incapable of withstanding such overwhelming force, resulting in devastating casualties among the orcs of the northern nation, leaving them nearly extinct. Witnessing the shattering of his divine foundation by the god of power, the ice god fell into despair. Driven to the brink, he made an extreme decision. Opting for mutual destruction with the god of power, he ignited his divine essence, converting all his vitality into a single, formidable punch. A strike so powerful that it even shattered the god of power's divinity. With the demise of the ice god, the god of power also fell from the divine altar. Other deities, witnessing this brutal battle, felt an inner caution arise. They recognized the futility of their mutual strife and convened to establish an unwritten rule. Deities must not engage in attacks against one another. Yet, upon the return of the god of strength to his empire, he discovered a band of half-orc demigods eyeing him with hostility. These half-orcs had once been his disciples, guided by his teachings, but now they bore animosity towards him. "What do you intend?" the god of strength exclaimed, his finger accusatorily pointing at the gathered half-orcs. "I taught you the essence of unity and imparted the path to becoming a true sequence bearer." His voice resonated with disappointment and fury, unable to comprehend why his once loyal followers had turned against him. "O mighty one," mocked a half-orc, "the orcs revere only the strong. You have lost your divine status. And with age upon you, it is time for you to abdicate." The god of strength fell silent, aware that these half-orcs no longer feared his authority. As time passed, his divine power waned, while the younger demigods aspired to take his place. He sighed deeply, rising slowly, cognizant that his era had come to an end. A hint of resignation and sorrow flickered in his eyes. In less than a decade, the god of strength was ultimately vanquished in a fierce struggle by two half-orc demigods, leading to his demise. This internal conflict plunged the orc empire into chaos, with various tribes rising to vie for dominance. The newly appointed half-orc demigods lacked unity. Each harbored personal ambitions, embroiled in relentless battles against one another. Amidst this turmoil, many demigods ascended to divinity through the faith of their respective tribes. Yet their animosity towards one another deepened. The northern territories became a landscape rife with war and strife, as tribes continually clashed in combat. Once a glorious empire, the orc realm swiftly crumbled like a fleeting blossom, its unified kingdom splintering into countless tribes. The demigods engaged in ceaseless conflict over this land, none capable of truly ruling the entirety of the north. In the border regions inhabited by humans, numerous deities successfully attained divinity. This area, distanced from the influence of the Church of Light, became an ideal domain for the propagation of faith. The capital of the Church of Light now flourished beyond measure, with a grandiose cathedral standing proudly at the city's heart. As a symbol of the nation's political, economic, religious, and cultural essence, this cathedral was erected by several demigods. "O my deity," a cardinal implored, kneeling before Elia, "the border territories are rife with ambition. I beseech you to dispatch the divine punitive forces to guide these wayward lambs back to the righteous path." The cardinal, adorned in resplendent and solemn attire, epitomized her exalted position and sacred duty. Clad in a scarlet robe embellished with golden embroidery, she radiated a dazzling brilliance. Judging by her aura, she was evidently on the cusp of ascending to divinity. "Merely a jester," the deity replied. "Time will resolve this naturally. But you, Bassa, why do you cling so stubbornly?" However, Elia learned a fragment of the truth from the aged wine and chose to observe with a detached gaze the divine ascension of these deities. To the Church of Light, these minor and chaotic beliefs posed no threat and could even be deemed trivial. "Oh my God, I do not comprehend. Is not everything in service of Her Majesty, the Goddess of Light? Why then must there be a second baptism?" Barca remained ever vigilant, being the last vestige of the conservative faction as a cardinal clad in red. Most of the time, Elia treated her with gentle tolerance. Yet, Barca had recently been investigating the whereabouts of the Goddess of Light. Such uncontrollable power might not necessarily yield benefits for Elia, even should it culminate in divinity. Chapter 67. Caling any robust shell often fractures from within, and Elia, having experienced the schism within the Church of the Divine Touch, held this truth in high regard. Therefore, it was imperative for her to eliminate all potential threats to her plans. "My God, ponder this. Should you remain passive in such circumstances, it will undoubtedly affect the dignity of the Church of Light." Barca continued to implore Elia, believing that this was a necessary means to showcase strength in this era of divine resurgence. "If that is the case, then you shall lead the punitive camp to denounce the traitors. As for the divine punishment army, I require them to garrison the capital," Elia declared. "Thank you, my God, for your approval," Barca exclaimed with joy, thinking that the deity had finally heeded her counsel, oblivious to the indifference concealed beneath Elia's divine demeanor. Should she dare to contradict Elia after such a decision, even her prodigious talents would not save her. As time passed, an increasing number of deities began to emulate this method, seeking to plunder faith not through personal intervention, but by dispatching their subordinates or followers. This behavior gradually evolved into a trend, plunging the entire world into chaos. Throughout this tumultuous period, some deities fell, unable to adapt to the new environment and competitive pressures, while others fortified their positions through their own strength and wisdom. Barca, mounted upon her steed, led the punitive army on their expedition to the borders, tasked with vanquishing the rebellious traitors. As their name suggests, the punitive camp was an army composed of prisoners. These individuals yearned for redemption through martial valor, willing to risk their lives in battle, though in truth, they were often treated as mere cannon fodder. Due to the religious reforms instituted by Elia, the majority of the punitive army consisted of political prisoners, many of whom had once held mid-level positions within the Church of Light. In this context, some began to discern Elia's intentions, believing she deliberately sent them to their deaths, thus igniting seeds of rebellion in their hearts. "Lord Barca, that malevolent deity clearly wishes for us to perish. Surely, you cannot be taken in by her deceit." Along the lengthy march, numerous soldiers sought to engage Barca in conversation, voicing their concerns and discontent. "I have long sensed this. I believe I have grasped a hint of the truth." Barca, astute enough to have attained the position of cardinal, knew that her desire to depart was part of her own design. She perceived that remaining in the capital of the Church of Light was exceedingly perilous. Should Elia discover even the slightest hint of her presence, it was highly likely that she would become the target of Elia's relentless and reckless assault. This excursion was also intended to secure a territory for herself, from which she could gradually seek the true whereabouts of the Goddess of Light after achieving divinity. Bassa was confident that Elia would not pursue her, for once a deity intervened, traces would inevitably remain, and she believed Elia would not be foolish enough to exploit such a grievous vulnerability against her own. However, as she smiled and envisioned her future, an unexpected chill enveloped her. Startled, she opened her eyes, only to find herself engulfed in utter darkness, accompanied solely by a profound and eerie silence. The sound of high heels clicking against the stone echoed ominously, causing Bassa's heart to race. She realized that the approaching presence was far from an ordinary deity. Holding on to this last thought, Bassa's mind abruptly ceased its workings. As the entire army succumbed to their own shadows, the area appeared as if it had never harbored any semblance of life. Meanwhile, what was the elder brother doing? Cloaked in darkness and holding a black umbrella, he walked through the air, pondering with a hint of annoyance. Today, once again, he had witnessed the fox thoroughly sated, which troubled him greatly. He was summoned by Elia to assist in concluding matters, and as a consequence, this region had transformed into a terrifying forbidden zone, where even from a distance, one could feel the chilling aura. Approaching it, one could hear the intermittent cries of anguish, as countless vengeful spirits lamented their fateful injustices. As for Chinjio, he encountered an unforeseen circumstance. To his astonishment, Carling had genuinely established a connection with him, facilitated through the ties of the world's essence. This tale began with Carling's departure. As Chinjio's most cherished companion, her body had undergone his unique transformation, rendering her immensely powerful. Within merely a few decades, Carling ascended to the demigod realm, and notably, without any belief to bolster her. In truth, the term transcendent would more aptly describe her. After becoming a demigod, Carling, accompanied by her retinue, embarked on journeys in search of the remnants left by Chinjio. However, during one adventure, they entered a fathomless subterranean tunnel, where they encountered what appeared to be an ordinary mire. In reality, this was the very location where the energy of the world's essence overflowed. Once, two ordinary worlds converged here, giving rise to extraordinarily powerful entities like Chinjio and an abundance of energy. Upon contact with the mire, Carling and her companions were immediately tainted. Fortunately, due to their bodies having been transformed by Chinjio, they possessed a certain resilience against such corruption. Nonetheless, the pollution continued to insidiously erode their bodies, ultimately forcing them into a state of slumber. After seizing a portion of the world's essence, the will of the world, in its endeavor to maintain balance, was compelled to reclaim the overflowing energy. The unexpected turn of events allowed Carling and her companions to awaken, yet they soon discovered that they had undergone profound transformations. After more than a millennium of immersion, Carling and the other elves had entirely lost their original forms. Their bodies were now covered in thick scales, with wings sprouting from their backs, their physiques elongated and robust, and their hands and feet transformed into sharp claws, resembling the very visage of a western dragon. However, despite such drastic alterations in appearance, they retained their conscious awareness. This incident was undoubtedly a calamity for them. Yet fortune smiled upon them as they absorbed the primordial energies of the world, significantly enhancing their powers. Each elf transcended to a higher realm, with Carling becoming extraordinarily formidable, her strength rivaling that of an evil god. Some members of the guard did not survive the corruption, lying lifeless upon the ground, leaving a total of 13 survivors, including Carling. "My lord," Carling exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes as she clung to the mighty figure before her, finally having found him after so many years. "How impressive. I never expected even the insatiable authority to be within your grasp." Chinjio gently pinched Carling's delicate face. Chapter 68. The emergence of the dragon. Time flowed swiftly, and years passed since their last parting. Now, upon seeing Carling again, Chinjio could not help but feel a wave of nostalgia. The Carling before him bore little resemblance to the one he remembered. She appeared fragile and pitiable. Observing her endearing demeanor, Chinjio sighed inwardly, marveling at how fortunate Carling was. It is worth noting that once the overflowing primordial energies of the world are expelled by the world's consciousness, they are nearly impossible to reclaim. Yet Carling had resolutely sought her deity. Even after awakening, the tainted Carling led the remaining guards to find him. The fortunate coincidences surrounding this were truly astonishing. "My lord, I was wrong," Carling murmured, bowing her head respectfully as she prostrated herself before Chinjio, silently pushing her only remaining staff to his feet. She was unaware of the meaning behind the so-called insatiable authority, only feeling that she might have brought trouble to her lord, her heart laden with guilt. "What are you doing? What have you done wrong?" Chinjio nearly laughed in disbelief, observing the patches of peculiar scales embedded in her once smooth skin. He extended a tendril, attaching it to Carling to absorb the radiative source. "I must commend you. Acquiring the insatiable authority is no trivial feat, and I am surprised you have achieved this step." Although Angelisa's power level was on par with Carling's, her compatibility was far from ideal. Indeed, her powers were conferred by Chinjio. Now, she had transformed into an exceedingly lazy succubus, her strength stagnating at the demigod stage. Aside from her immortality, she was unable to defeat any of the righteous gods in this world. Chinjio speculated that perhaps Angelisa might eventually grasp the power of sloth on her own. Although Carling's corruption had been healed by Chinjio, her body had split into two forms, a humanoid shape and a monstrous form marred by contamination, covered entirely in scales. The aged wine bestowed upon Carling a new form, which she aptly named 34 Dragon 34, signifying the long-awaited arrival of the legendary dragon upon this land. As the other members of the guard regained their health, they too, like Carling, embraced their own second forms. Furthermore, the lives they bore possessed the remarkable ability to transition between two forms, endowed with demigod strength from birth. The trade-off, however, was an exceedingly protracted gestation period. With the completion of Elia's religious reforms, a palpable tension intermingled with anticipation enveloped the entirety of the church's interior. Many mid-level and higher-ranking devotees found solace in this moment, knowing they had successfully preserved their positions of security. This reform ushered in a series of significant transformations. Primarily, only women remained in positions of authority within the church, while the lower-tier nuns found themselves stripped of their job security. New regulations stipulated that from the age of 18, nuns would be recruited, and those who failed to ascend to mid-level positions within the ensuing 20 years would face compulsory retirement. Nonetheless, the church's generous compensation rendered the position of a lower-tier nun still highly coveted. Each nun received an annual allocation of diluted holy water, a benefit that enticed countless individuals to aspire to join the church. After all, such privileges were nearly unparalleled in the prevailing social context. For those excluded from the fold, Elia ensured their loss was not in vain. Instead, she established a dedicated department to oversee male clerics, personally managing this division. This arrangement not only optimized resource utilization, but also guaranteed effective oversight and control over them. Moreover, with the divine presence watching over all, no one dared to express dissatisfaction or challenge the status quo. This configuration undoubtedly fostered a sense of security and trust among the populace, simultaneously fortifying the church's dominance. With the empire basking in its golden age, light illuminated every corner of the world, and no one would carelessly perish by the roadside. All thanks to the goddess of light. A nun, clad in a black habit that enveloped her like a zongzi, stood at the front of the church, concealing all beautiful vistas within its folds. It is said that to ensure those who serve the goddess of light remain true to their calling, only the pure may become nuns. The nun continuously spoke, as if a sacred light shone upon the congregation, prompting the faithful to clasp their hands in prayer, echoing, "Thank you, goddess of light. We appreciate the participation of all brothers and sisters. This concludes our gathering for today." As the nun closed the book in her hands, she declared the meeting's end. The assembly, advocated by the church, took place each morning for 2 hours, aimed at spreading faith and stabilizing public sentiment. As the devotees departed in an orderly fashion, the nun let out a gentle sigh. She lifted her gaze towards the fresco on the church's dome, a depiction of the goddess of light, radiant and majestic. The nun gathered her belongings, preparing to leave the church when a cloaked figure approached, cheerfully inquiring, "Emily, why do you look so weary again?" If one were to overlook the embellishments and sounds of the cloak, no one would ever suspect that the person within was, in fact, a mid-ranking nun of the church. "Ashley," Emily exclaimed in delight, embracing her, her lips pursed in dissatisfaction as she complained, "You only need to wear a cloak over your regular clothes. This ecclesiastical attire is stifling and hot, and you know it well. Isn't this merely a test of your faith?" "Just hold on," Ashley replied, playfully patting her back and winking. "But it truly is sweltering every day. I sweat profusely and feel utterly miserable," Emily lamented, stretching her shoulders enviously. "You are fortunate. Your salary is high, your work is light, and your benefits are 5 times ours." "Of course. Who wouldn't be, being part of the church's mid-management?" Ashley chuckled with pride. "But don't be too disheartened. With diligence, you too shall ascend to the ranks of mid-management one day." "I rather not. I just want to go home, take a shower, and change into clean clothes," Emily frowned. Exhaustion etched on her face. "But I bring you good news," Ashley interjected, handing her a piece of paper. "The higher-ups have concluded their assessment of you and wish to discuss your promotion." "Oh, really?" Emily's eyes widened, the surprise akin to a pie falling from the sky. Yet, as a thought crossed her mind, she hesitated, saying, "I feel I am not ready. I lack experience." "Do not utter such words. Lady Illyria is waiting for you inside." Ashley pointed towards the adjacent room. Chapter 69. The review. Emily was led to Illyria in a daze, remaining oblivious to her surroundings until Ashley departed and closed the door. She felt as if she were in a dream, utterly unaware of where she was or what would transpire next. "Greetings, child." Illyria's presence was but a flicker of consciousness. However, had Illyria truly revealed her divine form to Emily, the entire ecclesiastical capital would descend into a hellish nightmare. No lesser beings could withstand the divine's overwhelming power, and they would perish in an instant. "Lady of the contract," I am truly honored to meet you. Emily's words betrayed her inner trepidation. She feared that Illyria might perceive her hidden thoughts, for she understood that this formidable goddess possessed an omniscient capability. Child, you need not fear. I am aware of all that resides in your heart, including your current thoughts on how to justify your impure faith in the goddess of light. Illyria's voice was as gentle as a breeze, yet struck with the weight of a hammer, piercing deep into Emily's soul. This left Emily in a state of profound shock and anxiety. I am sorry, Your Grace, Emily stammered, her mind racing to explain herself. She was acutely aware of her faith's impurities, laden with guilt and remorse. Yet, she acknowledged that before such a powerful entity, any deceit would be futile. Thus, she resolved to confront her failings candidly and seek Illyria's forgiveness. Hush, Illyria interrupted Emily softly. This is precisely why I am promoting you. Do not consider your impure faith a detriment. What? Emily stood in stunned silence, as if the faith she had steadfastly upheld had suddenly crumbled before her. She had been taught to wholeheartedly worship the goddess of light, yet the reason for her promotion now lay in the impurity of her beliefs. This revelation utterly shattered her worldview. Of course, this was merely one of the reasons. Another significant factor was your grandmother. Surely you have heard her mention that the church she once belonged to was the state religion of the former empire, the very precursor to the Church of Light. Elia recounted this history with grace. I once worked alongside your grandmother, sharing a profound bond. The moment I laid eyes upon you, I recognized the faith you inherited from her. I firmly believe that even in her final moments, she never wavered in her loyalty to the Lord. As she spoke, Elia gently tapped Emily's forehead, and a force of faith, distinct from that of the light, surged forth. It appeared chaotic, yet curiously retained a semblance of order. In those times, aside from the majority of the radicals who chose to leave with Elia, there remained a small faction of moderates. They clung to their devotion to the touch of God and opted to stay behind, hoping to promote reform within the state religion through gentler means. However, with Anna's ascension, these moderates gradually found themselves marginalized, stripped of their power and influence. Emily found herself enveloped in deep reminiscence, recalling her grandmother, a strong and devout woman. Until her passing, her grandmother had never sought a companion. When others inquired, she simply replied, "This is my final commitment to the Lord." But her mother was indeed the biological daughter of her grandmother, Emily. Now, with the faith of the Lord being revived, do you wish to inherit your grandmother's position? Eliah's inquiry resonated in Emily's ears, as though it emanated from a distant celestial realm, imbued with divine authority. Emily stood still, her thoughts surging like a tide. She recalled her grandmother's stories, the once illustrious family lineage. Now, as the faith of the Lord reemerged, she felt a profound sense of purpose stirring within her. At that moment, a shadow quietly enveloped Emily, obscuring the light that had once shone upon her. She came to realize her thoughts were transparent before Elia. I am willing to follow the goddess of the covenant, Emily answered without hesitation. She understood that this mission was not only a continuation of her family's honor, but also a testament to her loyalty and devotion to the Lord. Yet, as she pondered the true name of this church, Light, an inkling of doubt arose within her. Summoning her courage, she turned to Elia and asked, "What of the goddess of light? Do we plan to oppose her?" Elia smiled subtly, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. She replied softly, "The goddess of light has long been subdued by our Lord. The Church of Light is now entirely under our control. There is no need for concern. Simply hold steadfast to your convictions and act boldly." Emily nodded silently, her doubts gradually dissipating. She understood that she bore significant responsibilities and a profound mission, necessitating her utmost effort to strive for the prosperity of the Church of Light. With Emily's direct promotion, she ascended to a high-ranking position within the church. Her talent and potential stood out remarkably in Elia's eyes, to the extent that Elia contemplated bequeathing the papacy to her. In the year 294 of the Light Era, several centuries had elapsed since the last Great War, during which various races had recuperated. The once tranquil continent began to stir with undercurrents once more. Tensions and conflicts arose between nations, with border skirmishes occurring frequently. As one of the faithful followers of the divine, the Orc race obediently adhered to the will of the gods, initiating a large-scale southern invasion of the neighboring human kingdoms. They were ferocious and brutal. Wherever they passed, the ground was strewn with corpses, rivers flowed with blood, and countless innocent lives were mercilessly taken. Meanwhile, the fire goddess finally discerned the path she was to tread after the divine. Utilizing her formidable divine power, she established her own divine realm within the heavens, a land crafted from divine soil. She even molded an island from this divine soil in midair and erected a palace of flames upon it. This remarkable feat incited admiration and emulation among other deities who endeavored to carve out their own divine realms. However, not all gods possessed the requisite strength and faith to realize this ambition. Only those endowed with sufficient followers and the power of belief could manifest their divine domains. Besides the fire goddess, the only other success was the goddess of contracts, Elia. Through the faith of the Church of Light, she successfully established a vibrant and hopeful divine realm. This event further ignited the gods' yearning and pursuit of faith. They began to fervently compete for followers, striving to expand their influence and dominion. Such rivalry led to increased wars and conflicts, plunging the entire continent into chaos. Chapter 70. Half-orc. It proved that in terms of resistance to the potion of the seer, the robust orcs had a slight advantage over humans. Despite humanity's advanced technology and civilization, they fell short in physical prowess. Under the relentless exploitation of the orc tribes, the smaller nations near the northern borders faced inevitable annihilation. These countries could not withstand the might of the powerful orc tribes and were destined to become victims. After all, the faith of the people is the foundation of the gods. Without followers, how could they maintain their divine positions? This dilemma haunted the deities of various nations. Soon, the first deity to lose patience emerged, and as their army faced imminent destruction, divine might descended, crushing vast swathes of the tribal forces. This deity resolved to take matters into their own hands to uphold their status and dignity. However, the orc deity, realizing the situation, quickly shielded their sovereignty and vehemently rebuked the deity for violating unwritten rules. I am on the verge of being cast down from my pedestal. Why should I concern myself with such matters? This deity retorted without hesitation, having been driven to the brink and no longer caring for so-called unwritten rules. Neither side dared to engage in combat, for the divine entities of humanity found their strength diminished by the scarcity of their followers, while the Orcish deity, fully aware of the repercussions of pushing beings to their limits, was reluctant to share the same fate as the Orcish emperor. However, this situation was distinct. Entangled as it was with the higher deities involved in the establishment of a divine realm, rendering matters more intricate. The Orcish god refrained from summoning kin to obliterate the unruly contender as was customary. Instead, they opted to invite the fire god to preside over the unfolding events. Upon thorough investigation and confirmation, it was revealed that even if all living followers perished, the deities establishing their divine realms could maintain their divine status. This revelation prompted the pantheon to recognize the necessity of augmenting and refining the unwritten rules. Consequently, a new unwritten rule emerged. Deities at risk of losing their status due to dwindling followers could choose to join the realm of higher deities, becoming subordinate gods to safeguard their divine positions. This arrangement not only addressed the issue of insufficient followers, but also spared the deities the embarrassment of falling from grace. For the higher deities, absorbing subordinate gods represented a mutually beneficial scenario. With the accession of more deities, the strength of the higher gods was amplified, resulting in an ever more formidable divine realm. Following the establishment of this new unwritten rule, the gods ultimately reached a consensus, refraining from intervening in mortal affairs. The fire god designated their faction as the Justice Pantheon, while Elia continued to employ the title of the church, referring to it as the Radiant Pantheon. In an era rife with turmoil and invasion, orcs relentlessly besieged various nations, inflicting boundless suffering and calamity upon the populace. Amidst this backdrop, a novel race of Orcish subordinates, the half-orcs, quietly emerged. The mothers of these half-orcs were predominantly human women abducted by orcs, enduring harrowing fates. Some became delicacies upon Orcish tables, while others were relegated to ceaseless instruments of production. Only a fortunate few women, who serendipitously encountered orcs with romantic inclinations, might hope to lead relatively normal lives. As half-orcs were born of captives, the orcs regarded them with disdain and contempt. They possessed neither the formidable strength of orcs nor the intellect of humans, though they were somewhat stronger than ordinary humans and possessed a higher intelligence than the orcs. Upon their birth, half-orcs were mercilessly branded with the mark of slavery. Their futures were limited to two grim paths: to become sustenance like their mothers, or to serve as cannon fodder in assaults against other nations. In the year 299 of the Radiant Era, a boy with lion-like ears burst through the door of a humble thatched hut, carrying a bag of meat. "Mother, mother, I have returned. Look what I have brought you." "Arthur, is that you?" A young woman emerged from within. "Behold, it is beef." Arthur raised the meat high, a reward for surviving yet another battle. Surviving on the battlefield as a half-orc was fraught with peril. Good child, now you can bring gifts to your mother. The woman gently caressed Arthur's head, her face radiating a blissful smile, her eyes shimmering with the light of maternal affection. This scene enveloped Arthur in an overwhelming sense of warmth and security. However, at that moment, a sudden commotion erupted outside the door. Hey, let me tell you. That sensation will surely leave you enchanted for a night. An insidious voice pierced the quietude of the room, tightening Arthur's chest with dread. This was a voice he could never forget, belonging to the very orc who had once insulted his mother. His eyes widened, filled with terror. No, it couldn't be. How could they have found this place? The woman's complexion turned as pale as parchment, her body trembling uncontrollably. Realizing that danger had arrived, she became frantic. Quick, hide, she urged Arthur, desperately pushing him away, hoping he would swiftly escape this perilous location. Her gaze was laden with worry and determination, as if she were prepared to sacrifice her life to protect her son. All right, mother, you must be careful too, Arthur replied, clenching his fists as tears blurred his vision. Yet he understood that he could not burden his mother at this moment, and thus turned to flee towards the backyard. With a thunderous crash, the wooden door was forcefully flung open. Several orcs burst into the room, their eyes scanning the surroundings with brazen audacity. Upon spotting the woman, wicked smiles crept upon their lips. Arthur would never forget that fateful night. He truly experienced the essence of his mother on two profound levels. That day, he witnessed the brutal dismemberment of his mother by the orcs, her remains tossed into a pot for cooking. Under the coercion and threats from the orcs, he was compelled to taste the flesh of humanity. The nauseating and agonizing flavor remains deeply etched in his memory. From that day forth, Arthur became embroiled in a succession of invasion wars. Through countless fierce battles, he amassed sufficient merit through his bravery and intellect, ultimately earning the coveted potions and ascending to the rank of a seer. Arthur's emergence astonished many orcs, for he was the first to rise from the status of a slave to that of a seer, the higher echelons of the orc hierarchy. Hoping to see half-orcs serve as cannon fodder, inadvertently allowed him to grow ever stronger. Among the half-orcs, Arthur garnered immense respect. He was the one who ventured the farthest and achieved the highest accolades within their ranks. In the year 387 of the Age of Light, Arthur made a decision that, to him, seemed quite natural. He defied the constraints imposed by the orcs and resolutely chose to defect after becoming a legend. This act ignited a tremendous uproar among the orcs, prompting a multitude of half-orcs to follow him in his departure. When the orc leaders learned of this, they were seething with rage. For them, Arthur's actions were akin to a prized ingredient fleeing. Chapter 71. Relentless Retreat. The orcs harbored a deep-seated hatred for Arthur, issuing bounties across various nations with the vow to claim his head. However, other races had long suffered under the orcs' rampant tyranny and invasion, yearning for peace and tranquility. Nevertheless, those willing to accept the bounty were merely small, desperate groups, pushed to the brink of despair. Arthur was acutely aware of the orcs' yearning for independence and freedom. Thus he resolved to establish a realm exclusively for them, the Orc Kingdom. He crowned himself as king, proclaiming it a divine mission bestowed upon him to lead the orcs toward the path of victory. In his ventures, maintaining dignity proved paramount. Arthur treated every orc with equality, earning their respect and trust. He frequently allied with other nations to jointly resist the onslaught of the beastmen. This strategy gradually fortified the Orc Kingdom. In battle after battle, the armies of the kingdom displayed formidable strength. Whenever they emerged, many who had previously pledged allegiance to the beastmen flocked to their side, much to the vexation of the beastmen. As time unfolded, Arthur became the beloved leader in the hearts of all orcs. His courage, wisdom, and compassion for his kin illuminated a beacon of hope and promise for their future. Under his stewardship, the Orc Kingdom flourished, evolving into a force to be reckoned with. During the turmoil among the beastmen, a significant event transpired. Emily of the Radiant Church ascended to divinity. Her rapid rise to the divine throne was largely attributable to the nurturing and trust bestowed upon her by Illyria. As Emily's mentor, Illyria played a pivotal role in her development. Emily's prodigious talent was irrefutable as she swiftly climbed the path to divinity. Upon finally stepping onto the divine altar, she chose the path of the God of order and justice. At the moment of her ascension, she exhibited extraordinary power and wisdom, establishing her own divine realm and formally declaring her allegiance to the pantheon of light. This revelation sent shockwaves across the continent, igniting anticipation for the future of the Radiant Church. With Emily's ascension, the Radiant Church emerged as the sole nation to possess two exalted deities. significantly elevating its stature and rendering it the object of envy and admiration among other nations. The fire goddess, consumed by jealousy, recognized that only a colossal and profound entity like the Radiant Church could sustain the faith of two high deities. However, despite the burgeoning population of the dwarven race, the number of true followers devoted to her remained stagnant. Many dwarves harbored skepticism towards this deity of foreign origin, leading them to question, why could the dwarves not give rise to a high deity of their own? Such sentiments began to permeate among certain dwarves, placing considerable pressure upon the fire goddess. At times, she contemplated inciting her followers to incinerate those who dared to offend her. King Arthur's lion emblem shone like a beacon, illuminating the innermost hearts of every orc. It was not merely a symbol, it was a faith, a hope, a wellspring of strength. This emblem, akin to a magnet, drew the orcs together, binding them in unity. With King Arthur's ascendance, the orcs' power gradually swelled, compelling those who once dismissed him to now regard him with newfound respect. They came to realize that the former traitor had transformed into an undeniable force. Thus, numerous tribes united to form a formidable coalition of orcs, officially launching an assault on the half-orc kingdom. King Arthur, acutely aware that the half-orc race alone could not withstand such a colossal adversary, began to seek assistance from neighboring races. However, these nations were plagued by doubts, fearing that the half-orc kingdom might evolve into a perilous neighbor, potentially posing a threat to their own safety. Consequently, when the half-orcs found themselves in dire straits, none of the races were willing to extend a helping hand. In this life-and-death struggle, King Arthur exhibited unparalleled courage and strength. As a demigod, he valiantly confronted numerous foes, buying precious time for the half-orc populace to escape. Simultaneously, he successfully stabilized the disbanded army, preserving a significant portion of their fighting force. Despite suffering immense losses, the half-orcs were not utterly eradicated. For the orcs, they had fulfilled their mission of besieging the half-orcs. Regardless, both sides achieved their respective objectives. The orcs refrained from pursuing the fleeing half-orcs, as they had just received an unsettling revelation. It turned out that, after the coalition's departure, a deity from one of the orc tribes seized the opportunity to orchestrate a surprise attack against the other tribes. While the coalition was still en route, this deity swiftly mobilized his followers, breaching the defenses of the other tribes and seizing vast territories. With the continuous expansion of his dominion, this deity gradually regained his former glory, successfully ascending to the realm of higher divinity and establishing his own divine kingdom. This deity, known as the god of war and deceit, adeptly exploited every opportunity and means to realize his ambitions. In this sudden assault, he demonstrated unparalleled cunning and strategy, catching the other orc tribes off guard. He has now become one of the most powerful entities in this land. In the days to come, this deity will continue to wield his political acumen and wisdom, endeavoring to gradually re-establish dominion over all orc tribes. He yearns to reconstruct the once magnificent orc empire and restore its former glory. Amidst the orc civil war, Arthur seized this opportunity to lead the half-orcs to migrate to a new land, where they could rebuild their own nation. He actively welcomed those who had been exiled or abandoned, allowing them to return to the embrace of their homeland. Arthur's outstanding performance in battle earned him the respect and admiration of all half-orcs. They regarded him as a hero, a symbol of hope. This profound faith propelled Arthur beyond his limits, enabling him to transcend into the realm of higher divinity and begin constructing his own divine kingdom. However, Arthur was acutely aware that time was of the essence. He could not afford to remain idle while awaiting stability among the orcs before taking action. Thus, he dispatched envoys to the Church of Light and the Dwarven Empire, seeking their military assistance. He understood clearly that to utterly vanquish the orcs, he must strike during their internal strife. Chapter 72. Technology. Elia displayed no interest whatsoever, whether it be the god of war or the god of fire. To her, they were merely livestock raised by the deity in the pasture, destined for slaughter once they had grown sufficiently robust. Nevertheless, the god of fire accepted Arthur's invitation to form an alliance. She urgently required an external threat to consolidate and expand her faith. Failing to redirect the impending conflict could lead to the disintegration of her vast dwarven empire. Seizing this opportunity, she dispatched all dissenting dwarves to the front lines, rendering them sacrificial pawns in the war. In addition to the main forces comprising dwarves and half-orc armies, several small human nations also joined Arthur's coalition. After successfully gathering at the orc frontier, the anti-orc alliance surged aggressively towards the northern orc empire. Due to the overwhelming size of the coalition's forces, only 2 cities, which Arthur had personally ordered to be ambushed, were successfully captured. The movements of other armies were preemptively detected by the orc scouts. Arthur was destined to embody the deities of freedom and protection, yet upon attaining divinity, he was bound to adhere to the principle prohibiting gods from intervening directly, which significantly diminished the combat efficacy of the half-orc forces. The god of war soon learned of the coalition's opportunistic assault on him. "Behold, my friends," he mused, luring the enemy inward and employing our strengths against their weaknesses. With a mirthful gaze, the god of war surveyed the battlefield. His strategy involved feigning weakness to entice the enemy, even going so far as to expend numerous prisoners as mere corpses on the battlefield to convince Arthur that the orcs were embroiled in civil strife. Such devastating losses were intended to lure Arthur and his allies into his trap. Success was within reach. A vast expanse before the coalition was strewn with bait, and the remaining troops were nothing more than fragile cannon fodder, primed for annihilation. What a clever tactic, my lord, he thought, confident that next year might witness the obliteration of the half-orc nation. The god of war chuckled at the unfolding scenario, filled with self-assurance. He understood that his plan was working. The enemy was unwittingly stepping into the snare he had meticulously crafted. By the time they recognized the truth, it would be far too late. Yet, the god of war remained vigilant, acutely aware of the brutality and unpredictability of warfare. Even a minor misstep could spell disaster. Thus, he continued to monitor the battlefield closely, prepared to make adjustments and responses as necessary. Across the expansive northern plains, Arthur and the coalition were gradually approaching the trap laid by the god of war. The resistance they encountered dwindled, leading them to mistakenly believe that the god of war's forces had descended into chaos. In reality, this was the very illusion the god of war intended for them to perceive. As time passed, Arthur and his companions finally entered the ambush zone predetermined by the god of war. At that moment, he issued the command. The elite forces hidden in the shadows swiftly mobilized, surrounding the coalition's army from all sides. What had once appeared to be a path to victory for the coalition now felt akin to plummeting into an unfathomable abyss. As they found themselves ensnared in a desperate predicament, the god of war, without a moment's hesitation, dispatched the most elite forces of the orc army, completely severing the retreat of the alliance troops, encircling them as if wrapping dumplings. Deprived of logistical support, the beleaguered forces, trapped in this dire situation, naturally sought a way to break free, yet only a fortunate few managed to escape. The majority, however, chose to resist fiercely, but alas, the disparity in strength was far too great, and they were ultimately methodically hunted down and slaughtered by the enemy. Just as the alliance forces were engulfed in despair, an even more devastating event transpired. A demigod successfully ascended to divinity in their midst. This was undoubtedly a cruel twist of fate, rendering their already tenuous hopes even more elusive. The newly birthed deity was the god of death and the abyss, who, seizing the opportunity presented by the multitude of deaths, quietly completed his ascension. Death and abyss unite. "Arise, my warriors," he softly intoned, and miraculously, the corpses that had long succumbed to death began to rise from the sea of bodies, reclaiming their undead forms and briefly igniting the flames of their souls. These resurrected undead would launch indiscriminate attacks on living targets, thus also subjecting the orcs to a relentless onslaught from the horde of the undead. "You fool, seeking death," the god of war charged forth with his brethren. Where in the world did these damned creatures come from? The god of death silently cursed. He had initially believed he could successfully summon powerful undead, only to find himself facing the wrath of the god of war. The god of war deemed his actions a violation of the unspoken rules, and other deities echoed this sentiment, expressing their support for his position. Soon, numerous gods surrounded the god of death on all sides, effectively cutting off any escape routes. Their gazes were filled with fury and condemnation, as if they intended to consume him whole. It was at this juncture that the god of death realized he had gravely erred in offending all present deities. He hastily apologized, seeking their forgiveness. Yet his entreaties met with silence. The gods continued to glare at one another, unyielding in their stance. If acknowledging one's mistakes were truly effective, what need would there be for war? A wave of despair washed over the god of death, for he comprehended that his demise was now inevitable. Just then, a flash of light enveloped him, and his form disintegrated into the ether, vanishing into nothingness. Thus, this newly ascended god of death became the deity with the shortest lifespan in history. Following his apotheosis, his fate sealed. The god of death, having been brutally slain by a higher deity and a multitude of gods, met his end without injustice. However, the undead he left behind posed a challenge for the gods, who found it difficult to intervene. Ultimately, they had no choice but to leave the matter to the army to resolve on its own. After a prolonged and brutal struggle, the undead were finally eradicated, yet the orc army suffered significant losses, rendering them incapable of launching another assault on the Alliance in the near future. Meanwhile, amidst the fierce conflict between the Alliance and the orcs, human society began to experience a gradual, yet quiet advancement in technology. At this pivotal moment, a mysterious and unknown force quietly guided the course of human development. Under its direction, alchemists unexpectedly discovered a substance known as gunpowder. This wondrous material possessed immense potential, capable of altering the landscape of warfare. Thus, they embarked on an in-depth study of gunpowder, ultimately achieving the successful invention of the matchlock gun. The emergence of this novel weapon, influenced by the enigmatic force, captured the keen attention of Elia. She astutely recognized that this alchemical object, capable of inflicting effective damage on first-order beings, would become crucial in the wars of the future. With her fervent support, the development of the matchlock gun received unprecedented momentum. Countless alchemists dedicated themselves to this grand endeavor, continuously improving and refining the design of the matchlock gun, enhancing its power and extending its range. Chapter 73. War in the year 598 of the Era of Light, after a lengthy century of restoration. This vast and boundless continent had finally been completely occupied by various races. As time passed, those intrepid adventurers, daring to explore the unknown, had nearly traversed the entirety of the continent. Consequently, they began to set their sights on the expansive and limitless ocean, anticipating the discovery of more novelties and thrilling challenges. It is worth noting that venturing out to sea is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Nonetheless, the courageous adventurers resolutely embarked on this treacherous journey. After enduring countless painful lessons, they ultimately gleaned a valuable insight. As long as they remained within the shallow waters surrounding the land, they could fish and swim at ease. However, should anyone dare to intrude into the unfathomable depths, they must remain ever vigilant, for unforeseen dangers could arise at any moment. For instance, the terrifying tsunami strikes like a ferocious beast, capable of obliterating everything in an instant. The dreadful whirlpool resembles a monstrous creature, eagerly ready to swallow an entire ship. And the colossal sea monsters instill sheer terror, as if they were demons risen from the depths of hell. When wooden vessels encounter such dreadful calamities, they are utterly defenseless, akin to fragile sheets of paper, easily torn apart with a mere poke. Thus, for those valiant adventurers, each maritime journey becomes a contest of life and death, where a moment's carelessness could lead to eternal disappearance within the mysteries of the sea. Within the Church of Light, the third individual to ascend to the rank of high deity was a woman named Vikali. Originally an ordinary human, she gradually distinguished herself through her fervent passion for alchemy. Upon learning of this development, Elia began discreetly engaging with this woman, seeking to incorporate her into her sect. By promising to assist Vikali in realizing her dreams, Elia successfully garnered Vikali's attention. As time went on, Vikali ultimately resolved to join the Church of the Divine Touch, becoming one of its members. After joining the Church of the Divine Touch, Vikali devoted herself wholeheartedly to the exploration of various scientific endeavors. With her exceptional alchemical skills, she continuously birthed novel inventions and tools. Concurrently, she began to share her experiences and expertise with fellow believers, thereby catalyzing significant growth within the entire sect. In parallel, a new department, the alchemical manufacturing plant, was established within the Church of Light. This division was dedicated to the production and creation of a myriad of advanced technological products, including weaponry and equipment. These innovations not only fortified the Church of Light's power, but also attracted a multitude of new adherents. Through Vikali's relentless efforts, she ascended to the status of a true deity, earning her divine title as the goddess of steam and alchemy. With her deification, a pivotal technology emerged, the steam engine. Although this invention was somewhat rudimentary at the time, it laid the foundational stone for modern industry. As the Church of Light discreetly propelled the steam revolution, the god of war embarked on his grand southern campaign. The ultimate objective of this endeavor was to penetrate the Orc kingdom in the heart of the continent and the surrounding weaker nations, until the Dwarven Empire was utterly obliterated. Despite the god of war's considerable achievements, he remained overshadowed by the Church of Light, which rendered his efforts seemingly insignificant. Thus, the Church was not included in his plans. In the year 603 of the Light Era, the Alliance's defenses were predictably breached by the Orcs, with the first to crumble being the coalition of the human city-states. Equipped with armor forged by captured dwarves, ordinary humans found their armaments utterly ineffective against the Orc forces, particularly the formidable Lion Emperor Legion. where nearly every soldier possessed 6th-tier strength, numbering in the tens of thousands. With the Lion Emperor Legion serving as the vanguard, the Orcs' victories were unceasing, leaving the Alliance with nothing but fleeing soldiers and retreating officers. If they delayed their withdrawal any longer, they risked being encircled by the main Orc army. By the year 609 of the Light Era, the Half-Orc Kingdom declared its exile once more, with the entire realm succumbing to the iron grip of the Orcs, forcing numerous deities to join the domains of the god of Fire and Arthur. Confronted with such a dire situation, the god of Fire began to sense an unsettling reality. She recognized that these aggressively advancing Orcs might be far stronger than anticipated, and if not handled with caution, even her dwarven followers might falter. Thus, she hastily dispatched dwarves to the Church of Light in search of technological knowledge, hoping to bolster her own strength through the power of innovation. Upon learning of the dwarves seeking enlightenment and technology, Vikali was naturally pleased by this development. She understood that this not only aided in the dissemination of her faith, but also allowed more individuals to comprehend and utilize these advanced techniques. Moreover, with divine blessings, the potency of gunpowder increased exponentially. Through relentless experimentation and refinement, they discovered that small-caliber firearms possessed considerable power, posing a serious threat to sequencers of the 1st to 3rd ranks. Meanwhile, the might of large-caliber weapons was nothing short of astonishing, capable of endangering sequencers from the 4th to the 6th ranks, heralding a revolutionary era. Upon witnessing these remarkable advancements, the dwarves were filled with exuberance, promptly dispatching a multitude of scholars to acquire these cutting-edge technologies and to implement their newfound knowledge in equipping their armies. This exchange and collaboration yielded significant progress for both parties, adequately preparing them for future conflicts. In the year 620 of the Era of Light, the Orcs finally digested all the resources they had previously consumed and turned their gaze once more upon the Dwarven Empire. Although friction persisted over the years, the dwarves had yet to reveal their most potent weapons. It was only in the face of the Orcs' large-scale assault that gunpowder truly exhibited its formidable power. The flintlock rifles demonstrated to the charging Orcs the grim reality of organized execution, as billows of smoke erupted and their brethren fell one by one. Frustrated on the front lines, the Orcs placed flintlock rifles upon their tables. Such a lifeless object carries a divine blessing, clearly a conspiracy directed against us Orcs. One of the Orc deities scoffed. This weapon threatens the majority of our soldiers, especially those unarmored fodder, he remarked coldly. Disdain etched upon his countenance as he regarded the flintlock rifle in his hands. He still held little respect for these foreign contraptions. Subsequently, he began to demonstrate the weapon's prowess. With deft hands, he poured gunpowder into the rifle, followed by inserting specially crafted balls and more powder through the muzzle. After completing these preparations, the Orc deity gently squeezed the trigger. A thunderous crack resounded as the ball, seemingly imbued with divine favor, shot forth at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it struck the distant wall with tremendous force, easily shattering the armor hanging there and sending fragments flying. As if to narrate the sheer might of that shot. In the year 613 of the Era of Light, the Orc army commenced a strategic transformation. Abandoning their previous reckless assaults for a more measured advance, they became increasingly cautious, dispatching expendable troops first to deplete the dwarves' ammunition before sending elite legions to breach the dwarven defenses amidst a hail of gunfire. Those sequencers of the 4th and 5th ranks were fully capable of enduring the impact of bullets, as long as they were not struck by cannon fire. They would generally emerge unscathed. While this cautious approach effectively tempered the Orcs' arrogance, for the dwarves, it merely delayed the inevitable demise. Despite the casualty ratio shifting to 1-1, the majority of Orc losses consisted of sacrificial fodder. In order to reverse this unfavorable situation, the god of fire deliberately selected a battleground where he concentrated a considerable array of artillery, attempting to set a trap to ambush the Orcs. Leading the Orc forces was Bil, the son of the god of war, a 6th-tier being who sought to earn military merit in preparation for his future ascension to divinity. For someone of his stature, military achievements were essential to garner greater faith within the Orc ranks. His father, the god of war, hoped that through this conflict, his son would gain invaluable experience and growth, ultimately becoming a true powerhouse. Bil advanced the front line cautiously, firmly controlling the battlefield. He led a substantial elite army, inching closer to the dwarven positions. However, upon reaching the dwarven stronghold, he was met with an unsettling sight. There were no dwarves to be found. This absence filled him with confusion and unease. Had the dwarves discerned their strategy, or had they surrendered in defeat? Just as Bil recognized the peculiar circumstances, Countless cannons unleashed their fury from all directions. The devastating power of the artillery enveloped the battlefield in a cloud of smoke and chaos. Bill hurriedly commanded his troops to retreat, but it was too late. Shells rained down around him, obliterating his soldiers in a gruesome spectacle. Tragically, Bill himself was struck by a shell, sustaining grievous injuries. It seemed the goddess of misfortune favored him, as multiple shells found their mark, leading this young commander to meet his demise amidst the unexpected bombardment. This ambush severely crippled a key orc contingent, inflicting them with catastrophic losses. Those fortunate enough to survive fled in panic, their fighting spirit utterly shattered. Witnessing this, the dwarves promptly launched a counterattack, capitalizing on their advantage. They swiftly encircled the beleaguered orc forces, unleashing a ferocious slaughter. Ultimately, the orc contingent was nearly annihilated, with only a scant few survivors escaping the carnage. This victory sparked jubilant celebrations among the dwarves, who reveled in their triumph while looking toward the future with renewed confidence. Meanwhile, the god of war's expression darkened. He had intended to rescue his son, but was thwarted by both the god of fire and Arthur, igniting a blazing fury within him. He watched helplessly as his beloved son perished before his eyes, unable even to guide him into his divine realm. Consumed by rage, the god of war could no longer contain his fury and issued a brutal command, a bloody massacre against all dwarves. He could not endure the thought of allowing even a single dwarf to survive in this world. A dreadful racial massacre unfolded rapidly in every city ruled by orcs, as countless dwarves were ruthlessly dragged from their homes and mercilessly slain by a flurry of blades. Their blood stained the streets, a horrific sight to behold. In the face of such barbaric cruelty from the orcs, the dwarves could no longer endure. They resolved to retaliate in kind, avenging these vile orcs with the same brutality. Thus, the dwarves began to emulate the orcs' actions, executing every orc they had captured. In the year 621 of the Age of Light, the sun shone brilliantly upon this land steeped in history and legend. Yet beneath this seemingly tranquil facade, a gripping war was unfolding. The orc army surged forth like a relentless tide, battering against the defenses of the dwarven kingdom. Their bodies as resilient as steel, and their ferocious spirit filled the battlefield with an ominous aura of death. Each charge was a grim contest of life and death, as the orc warriors, undaunted, wagered their lives in a series of fierce assaults against the dwarven lines. In this brutal struggle, although the dwarven army fought valiantly, they ultimately could not withstand the frenzied onslaught of the orcs. Their territory was gradually overrun, and what was once a vast expanse of land was reduced to a mere fraction of its former glory. Each city, each parcel of land, became an everlasting sorrow etched in the hearts of the dwarves. Meanwhile, the fire god had successfully established her own divine realm. For her, the demise of the dwarven empire was perhaps merely a minor interlude, unlikely to significantly affect her. After all, she possessed boundless power and wisdom, capable of conjuring countless miracles. However, for the dwarves, their loss extended beyond mere homeland. It was a profound humiliation. They had once lived proudly upon this land, crafting a myriad of splendid civilizations with their diligent hands. Yet now, all had turned to dust, leaving them to embark upon a long path of exile, burdened by grief and indignation. For years, the dwarves had sought aid from the Church of Light, and at last, their pleas were answered. Chapter 75. Dusk. As the roar of steam echoed continuously, the punitive forces of the Church of Light emerged upon the battlefield, leaving devastation in their wake. Clad in heavy steam-powered armor and wielding colossal cannons, these soldiers emanated a fearsome presence. The Church of Light, you dare to oppose us? Do you intend to declare war upon us? The war god bellowed, his eyes brimming with resentment and fury. Yet, before such a formidable adversary, he could only reluctantly accept the harsh reality. The moment the Church of Light arrived, the outcome was already beyond his control. The disparity between the two sides was insurmountable. However, at that moment, a melodious voice reached the war god's ears. The Lord declares that there are already enough deities born into this world. It was the voice of Elia, her words striking the war god's heart like a heavy hammer, awakening within him a foreboding sense of dread. He was unaware of the meaning behind Eliah's words, yet he could sense that a dreadful event was about to unfold. Indeed, an endless cloud of smoke soon enveloped the entire world, exuding a pungent odor that rendered breathing impossible. The god of war attempted to disperse the smoke with his divine power, but to no avail. At that moment, the consciousness of the world detected the imminent danger and began to resist. However, just then, a mysterious force emerged, originating from the very essence of the world. perfectly counterbalancing the world's consciousness. Deep within the smoke, Chunjio finally revealed his fearsome fangs. A colossal tentacle emerged from the mist, effortlessly tearing apart the sky of the entire world. An abyss of darkness appeared above the clouds, as if intent on devouring everything. The gluttonous feast had begun. As the sound resonated, the first to succumb were the famished flesh and blood. With a mere swipe, several deities fell into his grasp, swiftly sent to his mouth. What appeared impervious to injury in the eyes of the gods crumbled like tofu within the maw of the flesh and blood entity, effortlessly chewed and swallowed. Along with them, the divine essences they carried and a fragment of the world's origin were consumed. How dare you serve the malevolent deity? In disbelief, the god of war watched as numerous tentacles emerged from Elias' collar, a chaotic and twisted sensation instantly engulfing his divine consciousness. It shattered the awareness of the god of war and the surrounding beastly deities. This dish was the most delectable. The skin-wearer, flaunting a fox tail, approached the god of war, tearing off one of his hands and sending it to her mouth. Observing the lifeless glimmer fade from the god of war's eyes, the skin-wearer felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. She reveled in the exhilaration of controlling everything, reigning over life and death, as if she were the sovereign of this world. Meanwhile, the god of flesh and blood indulged in the bodies of other deities. His mouth gaped wide, revealing sharp teeth, as he continuously chewed upon the tender flesh. Each bite brought him boundless delight, entrancing him in a state of bliss. The entire scene was drenched in blood and terror, sending shivers down the spine. Yet, the skin-wearer appeared indifferent to this horror, continuing to savor the god of war's limbs, relishing this unique delicacy. Half-beast, never to yield. Arthur's anguished roar echoed. Yet he fell helplessly to the ground as a giant eye twisted his head off. The horrifying scene before the fire god shattered her heart, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. The tide of fear surged within her, stripping away her courage and will to resist. No, please do not kill me. I am willing to serve the great master. Grant me a path to survival. Without hesitation, the fire god knelt, bowing her head in supplication, her voice filled with desperation. She understood well the chasm between the outer gods and the deities, a gulf far greater than that between ants and the divine. Faced with such a powerful and enigmatic presence, the fire god found herself utterly powerless to resist. What of sincerity? Chunjio gazed down at the fire goddess with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor entirely devoid of warmth. His eyes seemed capable of piercing through her very soul, enveloping her in an indescribable pressure. The fire goddess, in a moment of terror, felt as though she had returned to her childhood, grappling once more with a sense of helplessness in the face of all that surrounded her. I am willing to offer everything, she declared, trembling as she presented her divine realm, an essence derived from her covenant with the world. She understood that this was her sole opportunity for survival, and without hesitation, she surrendered it to Chunjio. Chunjio regarded her offering with indifference, nodding slightly. You may keep one life. However, before his words could fully resonate, countless tendrils ensnared the fire goddess, swiftly enveloping her in a colossal cocoon of flesh. As time elapsed, her essence gradually faded, as if she were eternally imprisoned within this dreadful shroud. Meanwhile, Chunjio continued to observe with a frigid detachment, his gaze shimmering with an inscrutable light. The first to transform into Chunjio's biobattery became an entity of formidable power. Vikali, witnessing this horror, silently recoiled, realizing the terrifying nature of the faith to which her companion, Elia, had drawn her. As an esteemed subordinate of Chunjio, he did not overlook her presence. When his gaze truly fell upon them, the three deities trembled in an instant. The blessing of authority was conferred upon their divine forms, significantly elevating their divine status. Though not quite on par with Carling, who had bathed in the world's essence, they were nonetheless far superior to ordinary deities. Chunjio also took care to clear their meridians, ensuring their stability. The year 622 of the Era of Light marked a pivotal moment in history. The once mighty Orc Empire crumbled under the relentless assault of the Church of Light, reduced to mere dust in the annals of time. An overwhelming majority of races chose to embrace the Church, seeking refuge in a new future. Meanwhile, those gods who had once stood high and mighty had vanished, as if evaporating from the realm of mortals. Only a handful of desperate demigods, bereft of divine ascension, anxiously sought to communicate with the world as consciousness, only to find themselves engulfed in despair. As the majority of the world's essence fell into the hands of the outer gods, the entire realm gradually succumbed to their dominion. The once omnipotent world consciousness was mercilessly consumed by Chunjio, losing all influence over the world. Chapter 76. The magnificent cathedral stood like a solemn giant, quietly dominating the city's center. Its towering spires seemed to pierce the heavens, shimmering with sacred light under the sun's rays. As the melodious chimes of the birthday bells resonated, it felt as though the entire world had come to a standstill. That clear and powerful sound echoed through every corner, heralding new hope and vitality, signifying the gradual unfolding of yet another year, like a scroll of exquisite artistry. As the solemn chimes of the clock resonated, it was as if countless delicate sprites danced gracefully in the air, while the soft snowflakes, summoned by an unseen force, cascaded gently from the azure sky. These snowflakes, as light as goose feathers and as soft as willow catkins, twirled slowly, weaving a dreamlike silver tapestry in the atmosphere. The delicate snowflakes alighted softly on the shoulders and hats of passers-by, as if urging them to hasten their steps and cherish this beautiful moment at the dawn of a new year. On this special day, Linley made her entrance into a world brimming with love and anticipation. She resembled a radiant pearl, becoming a singular presence within the Lin family. For this cherished daughter, the entire Lin clan bestowed upon her their most genuine affection, as if she were the family's future and hope. The loving gaze of her grandfather, etched with wrinkles, and the gentle smiles of her parents bloomed solely for her. The Lin family is one of the many clans in the city of Auric on the southern continent. Although relatively young, it has rapidly risen to prominence, thanks to the wisdom and courage of its patriarch. In his early years, he established a highly influential newspaper, and through relentless effort and exceptional insight, he gradually elevated this publication to renown, accumulating substantial wealth and reputation for the family. Thus, the Lin family embarked on a splendid path of development, becoming a noteworthy emerging clan in Auric. Under the patriarch's unwavering dedication, the Lin newspaper ascended like a brilliant star, its influence surpassing all expectations. It not only secured a place within the revered holy city, but also established a significant collaboration with the enigmatic and powerful Church of Light. It is through this subtle yet pivotal partnership that the Lin newspaper proliferated, with branches sprouting like bamboo shoots after rain across the continent's bustling cities. Who, on this vast and boundless land, has not heard of the illustrious name of the Lin family? Yet, despite having forged a certain bond with the church, the patriarch harbored a grand vision in his heart. He longed for the younger generation of his family to immerse themselves within the Church of Light. He understood that this path could potentially open up broader horizons for the Lin family, propelling them towards new heights and facilitating grander expansions. Regrettably, fate seems to delight in playing tricks, as the patriarch's lineage comprised solely sons and grandsons, leaving him feeling helpless and disheartened. In an era where traditional views often restricted male participation in family matters, particularly those related to the church, this predicament weighed heavily on him. Thus, from the moment Lin Li, this adorable new life, entered the world, she instantly became the focal point of the patriarch's attention. The elder seemed to glimpse a faint glimmer of hope, entrusting the pivotal opportunity to deepen the Lin family's ties with the church to his granddaughter, Lin Li. As one would safeguard a precious ember, he firmly believed that with Lin Li's intelligence and resilience, she could illuminate the church's stage, carving out a unique path for the Lin family's future. As a girl cherished by her family, yet burdened with the weight of familial responsibility, Lin Li's character inevitably bore the marks of this duality. When she was informed at the tender age of 12 that she was to prepare for various church examinations, she vehemently opposed the notion. It is the goddess of light who has protected us, allowing humanity to endure the cataclysmic times. As a child of the church, your highest aspiration should be to join its ranks, her mother incessantly murmured in her ear. But I am not the one who needs saving. Why should I join the church when we are living quite well as we are? Lin Li retorted dismissively, rejecting the notion of the Church of Light outright. Oh, my dear, this is for your own good. There are myriad benefits to joining the Church of Light, her mother insisted, raising her fingers to enumerate them. I refuse to listen, Lin Li exclaimed, covering her ears and shaking her head as she ran away, leaving her mother sighing in despair. If she doesn't want to go, let her be. It's better for her to be happy, remarked her elder brother, perusing a newspaper with a smile. You, of all people, should understand. She's just a child and doesn't comprehend, but you, as her brother, ought to. Their mother scolded, tugging at his ear, causing him to cry out in pain. Without a seer to bolster us, your grandfather will never feel at ease. A force without a seer is as rootless as a floating weed, easily trampled by anyone. Lin Li's father lamented, sipping tea with a furrowed brow. Becoming a seer is not an unattainable feat. We are not lacking in resources, so why fear? Her elder brother countered, typically the one most indulgent toward Lin Li, now defending her fiercely. Do you wish for disaster? Do you know how perilous it is to lack divine oversight? One misstep could transform you into a monster. Then what will you do? Their mother tightened her grip on his ear, eliciting another cry of pain. Ouch! I was wrong. Under familial pressure, Lin Li was compelled to attend various religious rituals. Yet none of it resonated with her. In desperation, her mother sought the elders' counsel on how to proceed. The key is to have faith. That is the sole path to entering the Church of Light. If all else fails, we may have to resort to paying a hefty sum to the church for assistance. She lamented. The elder's gaze fell upon his daughter-in-law, as many factions seeking to join the Church of Light would beseech it for girls. I will obey, Lin Li's mother replied, her voice trembling. After that fateful night when she was sent to the church, she was indelibly marked, all for the sake of her child, and she was willing to make such sacrifices. When Lin Li turned 14, her mother gave birth to another girl, eliciting a variety of opinions from the family. The most discontented was Lin's father, who, having aged and feeling inadequate, found himself burdened with such a significant humiliation. Even amidst the auspices of the bright church, he could hardly muster a pleasant demeanor. For the time being, the old man remained alive to maintain appearances, leaving Lin's father no choice but to seethe in solitude within his chamber. The new child's name was Lin Xin, and having learned from Lin Li's experience, the old man took it upon himself to personally educate her. Chapter 77. Religion at 18. Lin Li graduated from Auric High School and gained admission to the prestigious St. City University, the second-best institution in the nation, with the top ranking going to the Bright Church University adjacent to it. While Lin Li's grades met the entry requirements for the Bright Church University, she held no faith and had no desire to join the church. Her mind filled instead with thoughts of acquiring wealth. Lin Li, are you attending that faith gathering? It's said to be quite exhilarating, filled with those who lack belief. Inquired her closest friend, Lu Xiaoyu, who shared a similar disposition with Lin Li, a bond that had forged their friendship. Why not? If it promises fun, I'm in, Lin Li replied while gazing into her compact mirror. She had participated in numerous such events before, whether they involved haunted house explorations or dining and dancing. She found them enjoyable, though her family disapproved and cautioned her to preserve her virtue. My lady, your father has arranged an afternoon engagement for you. You are to meet with the young master of the Ross family to discuss a potential union, a cattiard made approach to remind her. This was precisely the old man's intention, since Lin Li was disobedient and refused to join the Bright Church. He sought to marry her off to benefit the family, a pursuit of profit that those of their stature relentlessly chased. Decline it all. I refuse to meet any young master. Lin Li groaned at the mere mention of a union, tossing her compact mirror into the wastebasket. The maid could say nothing further. Lin Li's standing within the household was well recognized, and she could only convey the message back to the family. Let us proceed to that gathering you mentioned, Lin Li declared gracefully as she approached Lu Xiaoyu, and together they departed from the school. A gathering? What gathering? The old man, pipe in mouth, amused himself by playing with a plush toy in Lin Xin's arms. What we have discovered is a recruitment gathering conducted by an organization called the Xing Lu Club. Unfortunately, we cannot trace the origins of the Xing Lu Club, reported the canine-headed butler, slightly bowing as he presented his findings to the old man. The Xing Lu Club? I thought Lin Li had become utterly useless, yet it seems there is still hope, the old man chuckled. He had heard whispers of this club, where all VIP members were high-ranking officials of the Bright Church. To him, it appeared merely as a direct recruitment initiative by the church's elite, a method of nurturing and managing leadership that he had once considered himself. Since she wishes to go, let her do so, should it succeed. What is the Ross family to me? Esteemed audience, welcome to our gathering of non-believers. In the dimly lit room, only a solitary lamp beside the host illuminates the space, drawing the collective gaze of the attendees towards him. This gathering is exceedingly dull. Did you not promise something exhilarating? Lin Li yawned, her eyes wandering with ennui. The show has only just begun. Do not be hasty, Lu Xiaoyu said, presenting a card to Lin Li. Under the faint light, Lin Li could barely discern the words. Invitation to the Xing Lu Club. What is this? Lin Li looked up, only to find herself in an entirely different place. A single candle flickered in the room, providing sufficient light to illuminate the cramped space. Before her stood a mirror, vast as a wall, reflecting Lin Li, who sat on a stool, smiling back at her. Welcome to the entrance examination of the Xing Lu Club. I am your examiner from the mirror, the reflection spoke, its voice resounding clearly in Lin Li's ears. Lin Li furrowed her brow slightly, surveying her surroundings. As a member of the Lin family, she was well aware of the existence of the seers. She had assumed that a divine being governed all, and that the other world would likely have no bearing on her life. Yet here she was, confronted with it. Fortunately, It was merely an entrance examination. Had it been an assassin, Linley felt she would have already met her demise. Did I startle you, child? The mirrored figure's tone was calm, evoking a soothing sense of relaxation akin to drifting into slumber. It came rather unexpectedly. May I first learn about your club? Linley tempered her irritation, realizing her fate might still lie in another's hands. It would be folly to act out in anger. She was merely being willful, not foolish. Of course, if you prefer not to participate, I can return you immediately. The Xinglu Club guarantees adherence to the law. The mirrored figure winked playfully at Linley. The Xinglu Club was established by a great existence, and all actions within are aimed at pursuing joy at the genetic level. Would you like to try it out? Are there any side effects? It isn't some kind of poison, is it? Linley took a cautious step back. Many orcs on other continents engaged in the cultivation of drugs, selling them across the globe. Such substances, once touched, were nearly impossible to shake off. And the Church of Light's stance was clear. Anyone daring to sell within its territory would face execution. Such wretched things will never grace the territory of the church. The mirrored figure expressed with palpable disdain upon hearing those words. What we seek is stimulation, delight, the exhilarating sensation that courses through your veins, not mere illusions of the soul. Then let me try. Linley felt compelled to acquiesce. Your pleasure has been delivered. As a slender hand emerged from the mirror, it gently touched Linley's chest. Woo-woo-woo. Accompanied by an involuntary sound emanating from deep within her throat, Linley slowly and resolutely straightened her weary form. Sweat clung to her back like delicate threads, a thin sheen gradually spreading, as if nature had meticulously painted a subtle masterpiece with its miraculous brush. The traces of perspiration resembled graceful lines, meandering down her spine, eventually coalescing into a small puddle that uncontrollably dripped onto the already heated ground. Splashing tiny droplets that seemed to awaken the earth, trembling slightly, as if echoing the inner turmoil and struggle of Linley at that moment. Behold, the figure in the mirror appeared quite pleased with her creation, gazing down at Linley, who had slumped to the floor. With great effort, Linley managed to stand, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Chapter 78. The first challenge of the club. Please, allow me to join the club. Linley's hopeful gaze was fixed on her reflection, her eyes ablaze with fervent desire, revealing an almost frenzied need, as if the sole focus of her heart was to become a part of this enigmatic club, rendering everything else insignificant. Naturally, the club has always welcomed those who yearn for excitement, joy, and the extraordinary, adhering to principles of fairness and justice in treating every soul that seeks to join. The figure in the mirror smiled slightly, a glimmer of subtle cunning in their eyes. Yet you must understand that we require a thorough examination of your sincerity. This process is not merely a formality. It delves into your deep understanding and acceptance of the club's philosophy. We must ensure that you can wholeheartedly embrace the transformations the club offers, for here, encountering danger or even death could be a stark reality. As the words of the figure faded, the surrounding scene seemed to be manipulated by an unseen force. Those once solid walls swiftly dismantled like building blocks and reassembled in an entirely new manner. Linley's eyes widened in astonishment as the nightmarish labyrinth of passages appeared to engulf her completely. The stone slabs beneath her feet were thoroughly soaked with an unknown, shallow liquid. Each step she took sent countless tiny droplets splattering into the air, tracing irregular arcs before cascading back down, producing a faint pattering sound. The once clear outline of the figure in the mirror faded away like wisps of smoke, leaving only the vast, uncertain maze before her. In this expanse, the only sound was the continuous drip of water, each drop ringing out crisply, as if foretelling an ominous omen. At that moment, a thunderous crash erupted, and the seemingly impenetrable wall unexpectedly shattered without warning. In an instant, enormous, menacing tendrils surged forth like the arms of a grotesque beast, flooding the narrow passageway. The tentacles surged toward the panicked Linley at a pace that, while not swift, exuded a menacing pressure, as if intent on ensnaring her into an abyss of darkness and terror. Having never witnessed such a harrowing scene, Linley felt her fear erupt like a volcano, instantly shattering her rationality into fragments. A tumult of confusion and dread surged within her, overwhelming her thoughts and leaving her no time to contemplate a response. Instinct propelled her forward, her mind consumed by survival. She sprang into motion like a startled fawn, her feet pounding the ground as she fled with reckless abandon. The echoes of her footsteps reverberated through the silent labyrinthine corridors, a stark proclamation of her inner turmoil and helplessness. Damn it, I'm truly going to die. That wretched tentacle is going to catch me. Linley's heart raced with desperation, her grip tightening on her dress as if it were her sole lifeline. In the constricted passageway, she dashed forward like an arrow released from its bow, wholly oblivious to her meticulously curated appearance. Her singular focus was to escape this dreadful place. Guided by what little luck she possessed, she navigated the intricate maze with a nearly blind determination. The tentacles seemed to sense her panic and fear, akin to a cruel hunter toying with its prey. As Linley quickened her pace, they mirrored her speed, and when she faltered, they too slowed, maintaining a distance neither too far nor too close. This relentless pursuit instilled a profound sense of urgency within her, rendering her perpetually on edge, while the oppressive weight of dread loomed over her, nearly suffocating. In the midst of her frantic flight, disaster struck as her foot slipped, sending her crashing to the ground. Pain radiated through her body, yet she hesitated not for a moment. Gritting her teeth, she rolled and scrambled forward with renewed vigor. Each roll felt like a desperate struggle on the precipice of life and death, and each rise imbued her with a sense of rebirth. After what felt like an eternity of running, the end of the corridor came into view, revealing a slightly ajar door bathed in a luminous white light. A glimmer of hope amidst the darkness, mercilessly beckoning Linley to dash toward it, as if that threshold held her sole chance of escape from this terrifying chase. As she halted before the door, as if frozen in time, her body trembled slightly, and a flash of realization struck her mind like lightning. She became acutely aware of a crucial dilemma, the club's long-standing principle of seeking thrills and uniqueness. Yet the predicament she faced seemed to starkly contradict this ethos. Was her frantic flight in the presence of an insurmountable force not akin to the behavior of ordinary individuals? Her heart began to race violently, as if striving to leap from her chest. Amidst the unending terror and chaos, Linley seemed to awaken from a deep slumber, slowly turning around. Her gaze became resolute and unwavering, fixing intently upon the colossal tentacle that surged toward her, as though it were not a manifestation of an unknown, horrifying realm, but rather a formidable trial on her life's journey. In her heart, she silently wagered that this seemingly abrupt challenge was, in fact, a design she had anticipated for a long time. She firmly believed in her fortune. Since the moment of her birth, luck had favored her. The enormous tentacle ensnared her, yet tenderly wiped the grime from her face. Her wager proved correct. With the tentacle's assistance, she ascended once more to the pinnacle of her existence. As the eerie and enigmatic appendage gradually vanished as if enchanted, the labyrinth, once rife with peril and uncertainty, seemed to have been momentarily paused, returning to a profound stillness, broken only by the sound of water droplets falling softly. The rhythmic dripping echoed in the vast emptiness of the maze, imbuing the space with an overwhelming sense of solitude. "Your reflexes and luck are commendable," came the ethereal voice from the mirror, striking suddenly like a flash of light in darkness, tightening her heart. She gazed quietly and silently at Linley, who lay amidst the puddles, her expression seemingly imbued with an elusive emotion, as if appraising a precious work of art, awaiting some significant moment. Chapter 79. The Vermilion Seal. At this moment, Linley was utterly devoid of strength. Her body felt as though it had been drained of all energy, with only a faint breath remaining to attest to her existence. Yet even so, she stubbornly raised a middle finger, a gesture frail yet brimming with defiance and resistance, as if to convey her innermost dissatisfaction and anger to the figure in the mirror. "How intriguing. You have secured your ticket to the next trial. Best of luck, and I hope to see you in the club," the mirror's figure remarked before vanishing like a fleeting shadow, departing as silently as it had arrived. As the bizarre scene before her transformed dreamlike, Lu Xiaoyu's charming visage blossomed like a flower in the morning light, suddenly appearing before Linley, who was momentarily taken aback. However, upon closer inspection, Lu Xiaoyu's expression shifted to one of alarm as she realized that Linley had, in an instant, seemingly lost all her strength, collapsing limply to the ground, as if her frail body could no longer sustain even a moment standing. "Hey, what has happened to you? Are you all right?" Lu Xiaoyu's response appeared sluggish. Her mind had not yet processed the urgency, and she watched helplessly as Linley fell, an indescribable wave of panic and concern surging within her. "Miss." At that moment, the trained undercover bodyguards swiftly converged like a pack of agile cheetahs, forcefully dispersing the surrounding throngs to carve out a relatively safe space for the injured Linley. Simultaneously, an anxious female doctor hurriedly approached, employing her professional medical expertise and experience to meticulously assess Linley's condition. After a thorough examination, the doctor furrowed her brow slightly and softly remarked, "She appears to be somewhat depleted, likely due to significant dehydration. With prompt administration of saline solution, she should recover swiftly." Under the careful treatment of this skilled medical practitioner, Lin Li's initially pale and fragile state began to improve gradually, and the tightly shut eyes of hers started to reveal a faint glimmer of light. However, the doctor maintained a furrowed brow, her keen gaze inadvertently sweeping over Lin Li's body, where she was suddenly struck by a shocking detail. Lin Li's guardian seal had been compromised. Furthermore, she sensed that within Lin Li's seemingly tranquil form, a mysterious life force was quietly gestating. In that instant, a cascade of questions flooded the doctor's mind. Had this usually noble and graceful young lady engaged in some indiscreet activity that led her to such a dire condition? She was acutely aware of what this lucrative position signified for her. Losing it over this incident would indeed be a grave misfortune. Yet, failing to report her findings truthfully could result in a guaranteed dismissal if discovered by her superiors, plunging her into a deep moral quandary. Is this so? I understand. The old gentleman appeared to be in good spirits, having gleaned some insight into Lin Li's condition amid his financial onslaught. At least she had overcome the most arduous initial trial. The subsequent assessments would be less formidable. As footsteps echoed at the entrance, a knock sounded at the old gentleman's door. Enter. Silently sipping his tea, he discerned the identity of the visitor by the sound of the footsteps. Grandfather, I am in trouble. Lin Li felt a surge of apprehension. The old gentleman had warned her from the outset. Yet it had barely been a while before she lost her guardian seal. What matter is this? The old gentleman slightly furrowed his brow, feigning ignorance. I've misplaced my guardian seal, Lin Li stammered, her gaze darting about. Ever since her middle school days, the old gentleman had not held her in high regard, and now, having lost the guardian seal, she feared she might have forfeited her freedom, becoming nothing more than a tool for her cousin to exploit for the family's gain. Consider what I have told you. The old gentleman slammed his pen onto the table, trembling as he removed his glasses. Speak, what led to this? Lin Li recounted her desire to join the Xinglu Club to her grandfather. The old gentleman let out a long sigh, seemingly resigned to the situation. I no longer harbor expectations for your actions. Since you refuse to heed my counsel, strive diligently, and I shall extend my support for this one instance. Should you falter, then accept the family's arrangements with humility. The elderly gentleman's face, etched with melancholy, evokes a profound sense of compassion. Really? Lin Li's eyes sparkled with surprise at the unexpected outcome. Of course, in the end, the elder shall not suffer any loss. Thank you, grandfather. Lin Li danced away, leaving the old man in the room, tapping his fingers rhythmically upon the desk. A low, peculiar sound emanated from his throat, accompanied by a rumbling noise, while Lin Li distinctly felt the strange entity within her abdomen writhing incessantly. Her complexion was as pale as a sheet, and she clutched her gradually swelling belly tightly, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead, soaking the sheets beneath her. At that moment, Lin Li lay in bed, her body curled up in response to the excruciating pain. Each movement of the foreign object within her felt akin to a sharp dagger tearing at her insides, rendering her desperate for relief. Just as she believed this torment would persist indefinitely, an unusual sensation coursed through her body, akin to an electric current. This tingling sensation surged forth, swiftly dissipating much of the unbearable pain. However, alongside it, a novel feeling emerged as Lin Li's body began to tremble uncontrollably, as if enveloped in the most exquisite of massages. It was then that a chilling scene unfolded. A tentacle, the size of a fist, covered in mucus and dark purple in hue, forcefully emerged from within her. This appendage moved slowly, as if cautiously exploring its surroundings, inching its way up Lin Li's lower abdomen, leaving behind a sticky trail that sent shivers down her spine. Lin Li sensed an innate connection with this tentacle. It was a conduit through which the club conveyed its messages to her. Thus, she understood why the figure in the mirror had claimed she had acquired a ticket. It was this little creature. Chapter 80. The second task. As the mysterious tentacle transmitted a sense of intimacy, a warm current flowed gently into Lin Li's heart, causing her cheeks to bloom with a rosy hue. Tentatively, she extended a slender finger to delicately caress the tentacle's velvety body. Good child, so obedient. In that moment, an unprecedented maternal instinct awakened within Lin Li. She gazed upon this unique life, born of her essence, with the tenderness of a devoted mother. It felt as though an invisible bond connected them, and in merely observing, Lin Li perceived an ineffable familiarity with it. As the resonance between them deepened, Lin Li's consciousness began to blur. Suddenly, she found herself within a magnificent, awe-inspiring sanctuary, entirely constructed from an intricate weave of countless tentacles. The colossal temple towers majestically into the clouds, its grandeur rendering Lin Li's diminutive figure seemingly insignificant. It appears that you possess extraordinary talent. capable of forming such a profound resonance with the sacred companion in such a short span of time. Just as Lin Li stood in astonished contemplation, an ethereal voice drifted through the air. Following the sound, she beheld a mirror slowly rising from the ground, revealing a figure within that gradually became more distinct. The figure spoke with an air of admiration, clearly taken aback by Lin Li's swift connection with the sacred companion. Sacred companion? What does that mean? I have never encountered such a term before. A wave of confusion washed over Lin Li, her beautiful eyes reflecting her bewilderment. Oh, the sacred companion is a unique partner that every member of our club possesses. For most members at the lower levels, the sacred companion is indeed their sole source of joy and fulfillment. The one you have nurtured is a sacred companion bestowed upon you by the great master himself. The figure in the mirror explained leisurely, a hint of enigma permeating their words. This sacred companion is singular, regarded as the inherent pet of every member. From now on, you must personally nurture and care for it. Should misfortune befall your sacred companion, the figure in the mirror paused, a disdainful snort escaping their lips. Laden with a sense of foreboding, then you shall share its fate. However, I believe with your capabilities, you will undoubtedly take excellent care of it, won't you? As the figure concluded, their previously stern demeanor vanished, replaced by a beaming smile, a transformation so unpredictable that it left one pondering their true thoughts. Upon hearing this, Lin Li instinctively shrank back, as if wishing to conceal her entire being. Gently, she tucked the small tendril into her bosom, afraid of being discovered. Then, in a voice as faint as a whisper, she replied, I will. At that moment, the figure continued, Next, your second task is to seek out a fellow candidate of the same status and successfully persuade them to join your team. I have complete faith in you. I am certain you will accomplish this task swiftly and brilliantly. As their words resonated, Lin Li felt a flash of light before her eyes. And when she opened them again, she found herself back in her familiar room. This task, the most challenging aspect, lies in the search. As candidates are usually brought in individually for preliminary assessments, emerging with little more than fatigue. However, successfully passing the preliminary review of the Xing Lu Club signifies a degree of special privilege and favor, along with the bestowal of a sacred companion. For Lin Li, this undoubtedly presented a valuable clue, and she resolved to seize this opportunity for further exploration. In pursuit of further information regarding the Xing Lu Club, Lin Li made a special trip to inquire with Lu Xiaoyu about the relevant details. Upon hearing Lin Li's questions, Lu Xiaoyu responded with surprise, Me? Unfortunately, I have yet to pass the preliminary review. Have you successfully navigated the approval process and become an official member of the club? As she spoke, her curious gaze scrutinized Lin Li, attempting to uncover any subtle changes or hints in her demeanor. Faced with Lu Xiaoyu's inquiry, Lin Li felt a pang of hesitation. After all, she was uncertain about the potential consequences of revealing her true situation to another. After a brief contemplation, she ultimately chose to conceal the truth, replying ambiguously, No, I haven't passed the preliminary review either. I am simply filled with curiosity about this club and desperately wish to understand what they are truly engaged in. Didn't you mention that they enjoy seeking thrills? Yet so far, I have not witnessed anything at all. Upon hearing Lin Li's explanation, disappointment washed over Lu Xiaoyu's face. She sighed helplessly and complained with indignation, Alas, all I know about the Xing Lu Club comes from hearsay. I never imagined that merely participating in a preliminary review would be so arduous. I went to great lengths to escape the dreadful threats posed by that terrifying creature, believing that progress would follow, yet since then, they have ceased all communication with me. It was evident that this experience had left Lu Xiaoyu feeling quite dissatisfied. Thus, she resonated strongly with Lin Li's words. Is that so? Lin Li slightly narrowed her beautiful eyes, her brows furrowing in contemplation as she pondered the best approach to successfully accomplish her task. Just then, Lu Xiaoyu waved her hand dismissively, saying, Oh, don't dwell on that. It has nothing to do with us right now. By the way, I just heard that a bar in the neighboring district is hosting a grand cocktail party. It sounds incredibly fun. Would you like to join me in reveling in the festivities? Before Lin Li could respond, Lu Xiaoyu seemed to have completely forgotten about their previous discussion, enthusiastically shifting her focus to this new event. At the mention of the party, Lin Li felt a spark of interest. She mused to herself that such a lively gathering might just attract some potential candidates. With this thought in mind, Lin Li nodded without hesitation, expressing her willingness to accompany Lu Xiaoyu. The figure in the mirror had not disclosed any specific time constraints regarding Lin Li's task. Thus, she concluded that the assignment lacked a definitive deadline, allowing her to plan leisurely and respond at her own pace. Chapter 81. The The party, the grand soiree, attracted a diverse array of individuals, with myriad races converging in a lively and bustling atmosphere. However, it is precisely due to the convergence of such a diverse populace that contradictions and conflicts inevitably erupt. Upon encountering one another, many individuals find themselves on the brink of violence, as if a mere moment could ignite a fierce confrontation. There sat a burly man, bare-chested, in a bar seat. His muscular physique resembling solid rock, exuding a palpable sense of strength. Yet, paradoxically, his actual height fell short of the bar counter before him. His body was adorned with a dense covering of hair, with certain areas tightly wrapped in white bandages. The man, in a fit of passion, passionately recounted his glorious past. In my heyday, I was a prominent figure in the royal musketeers of the Dwarven Empire. But now, I can barely scrape by with meager work just to make ends meet. How pitiful and lamentable. At that moment, a scoffing voice pierced through the air. It belonged to an orc with a wolf's head, who, with a derisive sneer, retorted, "Humph, spare us your boasts. If it weren't for the church's support, you little dwarves would have long since perished, leaving no opportunity to prattle on here." His words ignited a long-suppressed fury within the stout dwarf. He abruptly rose, eyes wide, veins bulging on his forehead, and bellowed in rage, "You damned orc, watch your tongue. Dare to utter another word, and I shall blow your wretched head off." Before he finished speaking, he swiftly drew a pistol from his waist, its dark muzzle aimed squarely at the wolfman's head. "Huh, do you think I fear you, you ignorant old fool? Come at me. If you have the guts, don't be cowardly. If you hesitate, you are but my cowardly offspring. Today, let us see whose life holds more value, my pitiful existence or the lives of your entire family." The wolfman, with eyes as round as bells, glared menacingly. Showing no regard for the dwarf before him, he puffed out his chest and boldly stepped forward, pressing his furry head against the dwarf's gun barrel as if to challenge him. Meanwhile, the church had long since imposed strict legal restrictions. Any individual who initiated an attack within the city would face proportional retaliation, ranging from double to tenfold of the inflicted damage. The dwarf, although seething with fury, ultimately refrained from acting out of respect for the law's authority. Gritting his teeth, he huffed, "You might consider yourself fortunate today, were it not for this damned law shielding you. Your blood would surely stain this ground. But do not celebrate prematurely. One day, you shall pay dearly for your arrogance." With that, the dwarf turned away in indignation. Observing the dwarf's retreating figure, the wolfman could not help but erupt in laughter. "Oh, little one, take care on your way out. Don't trip now." His brazen demeanor was infuriating to behold. At that moment, a lithe figure approached, an enchanting half-beast woman with rabbit ears, gliding gracefully towards them. Clad in a form-fitting, provocative uniform, her alluring physique was tantalizingly accentuated, instantly capturing the attention of many present, especially those towering peaks and slender, elongated legs, which stirred the blood of many a man. "Esteemed gentlemen, your drinks have been served. Please enjoy," the rabbit-eared half-orc declared, her voice as melodious as a songbird's. With deft movements, she placed a plethora of beverages upon the tables and bowed slightly in respect. Observing this, a werewolf instantly donned a lecherous grin, cheerily retrieving a stack of bills from his pocket and carelessly tucking them into the collar of the rabbit-eared half-orc's attire, while audaciously groping her voluptuous form. Startled by this unexpected advance, the rabbit-eared half-orc was compelled to stifle her indignation and muster a forced smile before hastily departing. The party was a chaotic mess. Linley furrowed her brow, pinching her nose, as she cautiously stepped into the room. Upon entry, a pungent cloud of smoke assaulted her senses, mingling with various foul odors that left her feeling nauseous and uncomfortable. The atmosphere was thick with a noxious haze, rendering each breath a struggle, as if she had been thrust into a realm of utter disarray. Yet, amidst this wretched milieu, only the tentacles lurking deep within her offered a faint glimmer of pleasure. After all, it was a party. The aim was to revel in joy. Many actions deemed forbidden by societal norms were likely to transpire in such an environment. The most perilous places often harbor the greatest security, as the saying goes. Darkness lies beneath the lamp. Lu Xiaoyu appeared unfazed, having encountered myriad similar scenarios, thus exhibiting little astonishment at the pandemonium surrounding him. Unlike her past gatherings, which were generally intimate affairs, where friends convened for light-hearted amusement, this expansive party was starkly different, rife with filth and disorder. Linley abhorred such gatherings, harboring a quiet disdain. She could scarcely fathom how many would contract ailments by partaking in such revelries. "You may enjoy yourselves here. I shall wander about and see if I can find what I seek." Linley reminded herself of her purpose for attending. Despite the throngs of people and the mingling of candidates, Discerning the specifics proved to be a daunting task. However, she was aware that each member of the Xing Lu Club possessed their own unique and targeted standards of cleanliness. As a formidable and influential organization, Lin Li firmly believed that a group like the Xing Lu Club would never recruit women of questionable conduct. She reluctantly withdrew her gaze, noting that the party was filled with debonair rogues, some of whom she had encountered at the old gentleman's birthday celebration. Miss Lin, what a coincidence. I did not expect to see you at this gathering. Would you care to join me for a dance? One recognized her and extended an invitation. In contrast to their eyes brimming with desire, Lin Li expressed her preference for serving the divine. Chapter 82, The Search. Get lost. Lin Li's brows furrowed, her beautiful eyes wide open, as she reprimanded them in a furious tone. Her face was as cold as frost, showing no mercy to these debauched young masters. She held nothing but contempt for these spoiled scions. They were merely worthless wastrels, unafraid of catching some disease, and not even worthy enough to carry her shoes. Miss Lin, please don't be so heartless, one of the overly perfumed men leered, attempting to edge closer for an advantage. However, before his insidious plan could unfold, he was obstructed by a burly man, muscular and imposing, standing like a wall. This was all meticulously arranged by the elder. He knew well that his granddaughter, with her unparalleled beauty, could attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. Thus, he had selected the most capable and loyal members from the family to ensure Lin Li's safety, preventing any unforeseen incidents. The towering man stood there, exuding a formidable presence that struck fear into the hearts of those around him. He glared coldly at the man who dared to approach Lin Li and spoke in a deep, commanding voice. Mind your words. With that, he charged forward, catching the man off guard, who stumbled back several paces before barely regaining his footing. Faced with such a scene, the others, who had initially been eager to intervene, fell silent, their bravado extinguished. Ultimately, they had no choice but to retreat like defeated roosters, tails tucked in shame. Lin Li hurriedly exited the room, inhaling the fresh air outside as if escaping from a cage. Had she been confined in that enclosed space all day, it might have cost her a year of life. The entrance to the party was a narrow and secluded alleyway, rarely frequented. At that moment, a few shadowy figures lurked in the corner, cautiously stretching their necks and glancing about. Their vigilant eyes scanned the surroundings, fearful of a sudden police patrol. After confirming the area was safe, they swiftly slipped into the party venue like guilty thieves. Lin Li inadvertently lifted her gaze, her eyes traversing the layered rooftops. In the distance, she noticed wisps of gray smoke rising slowly, drifting towards the sky, emanating from the industrial zone of this bustling metropolis. As one of the most advanced and developed nations in the world, this area housed numerous production lines, sustaining countless workers. With an endless supply of daily necessities flowing from the assembly lines to local and global markets. Not every place, however, was dominated by such industrial zones. In tranquil villages and the solemn sacred cities, the original charm and characteristics remained untouched by the tide of industrialization. Sister, what are you looking at? Hearing a voice beside her, Lin Li turned her head. A golden-haired little girl materialized before Lin Li, her stature falling short by a head and a half compared to Lin Li. Particularly endearing was her cherubic visage, which evoked an irresistible urge to pinch her cheeks. The hem of her dress swayed gracefully like a blooming flower, adorned with lace and bows, while her hair was neatly styled into a bun, topped with a petite hat. Strands of curly hair peeked out from beneath the brim, adding a touch of playfulness and charm. Her complexion was fair, her features delicate, and her large, bright eyes sparkled with curiosity and vivacity. Her lips curled slightly upward, gracing her face with a gentle smile, as if she viewed the world around her with kindness and anticipation. What caught Lin Li's attention most was a tentacle that coiled around the girl's leg like a charming anklet. Although others might overlook it, Lin Li, being a fellow contender, certainly did not miss such a detail. Are you a contender, little sister? Would you be interested in teaming up with me? Lin Li approached the girl with a light-hearted step and posed her question directly. The girl blinked her lively eyes, appraised Lin Li from head to toe, and with a slight upward curve of her lips, responded, teaming up would be fine, but mind you, although I may be a tad shorter, my age might not be younger than yours. As she spoke, she playfully extended her hand to gesture the height difference between them, her face briefly revealing a hint of displeasure. It was well known that she detested any mention of her height. Noticing the shift in the girl's mood, Lin Li quickly diffused the tension, smiling as she redirected the conversation. All right, let us set that aside for now. May I ask your name? Upon hearing this, the girl's expression brightened instantaneously, and with a cheerful grin, she replied, My name is Njio, and I just turned 18. Judging by your appearance, You must also be here for the team mission, right? Linley nodded in affirmation, responding, indeed, I have come to complete the team mission as well. By the way, since your surname is In, could you possibly be from the In group? At this point, Lin Li's eyes sparkled with recognition. She was well aware that the In group was a prominent landlord in the city, with business interests spanning pharmaceuticals, real estate, and more, making them undeniably wealthy. Hee, you guessed it right. In fact, I've seen you at a business gathering before, and Gio said, tilting her head playfully. What a coincidence. Thus, the two engaged in lively banter, their conversation flowing effortlessly as if they were long-lost friends. Before long, they had grown as familiar as if they had known each other for years. I suspect we'll soon be assigned another task to grant us membership cards. And Gio winked at Linley. As their consciousness entered the realm of the tentacles, a familiar figure reappeared. Greetings, ladies. Congratulations on completing your task. Only one final mission remains before you can attain membership status. The figure in the mirror beamed at the two. So this space can be shared? Angio curiously gazed at the reflection in the mirror, where both individuals beheld their own likeness. As a small revelation, it can be shared that future gatherings of the club may also occur within this space. Your forthcoming task involves proceeding to the sacred city's cathedral to undergo the final baptism and choose your path to become a sequent. Best of luck to you both, ladies. With a blink, the two returned to reality. What an inconsiderate fellow, not even providing a detailed address. The sacred city cathedral is vast, encompassing half the city. Chapter 83, The Sacred City. Where there's a will, there's a way, so there's no need for excessive worry. I believe a solution will naturally present itself in due time, Linley remarked with a relaxed demeanor, her optimistic and open attitude seemingly capable of dispelling all shadows of doubt. After considerable contemplation, she surmised that this final task might require them to pilfer items from the Church of Light for their advancement, and that this challenge could prove to be the most arduous of the three tasks. Well, all right then, I'll go along with your plan. However, I sincerely hope nothing goes awry. Angio sighed in exasperation, rolling her eyes to reveal her underlying anxiety. After all, this mission appeared far from straightforward. Once the two confirmed that all tasks had been successfully completed, they agreed to meet on the same train. With differing emotions, they turned away, their figures gradually fading into the bustling crowd. Accompanied by the deafening whistle of a steam locomotive from afar, the sound began as a mere whisper. Like a wisp of smoke drifting from the horizon, yet gradually grew louder, resonating through the sky. At last, the colossal steam train came to a gentle halt before the platform, its wheels screeching against the tracks in a harsh cacophony. Linley gazed at this immense and formidable entity, resembling a slumbering steel dragon, its massive form exuding an intimidating aura, belching forth thick smoke and white steam. The weathered paint and rust on its surface bore witness to the passage of time. Linley had booked a private compartment, situated towards the front of the train. The entire carriage had been reserved by the Lin family, as the patriarch had taken great pains to ensure Linley's safety during her journey, arranging for numerous well-trained and well-equipped guards. In fact, had the train not been state-owned, and thus not available for sale, the patriarch would have considered purchasing a train solely for Linley's escort. At that moment, a melodious voice reached Linley's ears. Sister, you've arrived. Come aboard, let us chat. It was Angio, who had accompanied Linley. In comparison, Angio's preparations, while not as lavish as Linley's, were nonetheless thorough and well-considered. Of course, Linley replied with cheerful enthusiasm. Thus, the two women walked hand in hand towards the carriage where Linley was seated. Upon entering the compartment, they found a comfortable seat and began to engage in light-hearted conversation, their laughter occasionally wafting out through the window. Recently, it seemed that the Southern Federation was on the brink of conflict with the Orc Kingdom, and Gio casually tossed a grape into her mouth, her mind wandering. Linley slowly recounted her knowledge. After the fall of the Orc Empire, some unwilling remnants fled overseas, discovering a new continent where they established cities and a nation, thus giving rise to the current Orc Kingdom. The Southern Federation, too, emerged from the remnants of the alliance, unwilling to be subjugated by the Church of Light, and thus they too fled. These two factions harbored ancient enmity, making a confrontation quite plausible. The current stalemate was largely due to the emergence of another nation, the Beast Empire. These creatures appeared to have engaged in discussions with the dragon race, with the primary force in external warfare being the Dragon Knights. A situation that reportedly startled the exceedingly proud elves. You are quite well informed, Gio remarked, her eyes sparkling with mirth, akin to a crescent moon shimmering with lively radiance. A testament to Lin Li's reputation for being well-versed in current affairs. Her tone carried a hint of admiration and envy. Yet, Lin Li's originally confident response was abruptly interrupted by an unexpected wave of shyness, a faint blush creeping upon her fair cheeks, enhancing her already charming visage. In that moment, she resembled a bashful young girl, lowering her gaze, unable to meet Njio's inquisitive stare. However, this did not escape Njio's keen observation. The mischievous little creature seemed to have discovered a new world, her eyes lighting up with a glimmer of mischief as a sly smile graced her lips. "Njio, what are you doing?" Lin Li exclaimed, startled by the sudden action, instinctively wanting to withdraw, but Njio held on tightly, preventing her escape. Instantly, Lin Li's entire face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple, the alluring pink hue even reaching her ears. "Sister, your skin is so sensitive. How can a gentle pinch make you turn so red?" Njio said, her large, sparkling eyes filled with curiosity as she stared at Lin Li. At that moment, Lin Li's face was aflame with embarrassment and irritation, yet she found herself utterly at a loss when faced with the playful, impish girl before her. With her big eyes blinking innocently, the little girl asked, "Sister, what are you doing?" Her untainted gaze seemed to pierce through Lin Li's defenses, making her feel utterly humiliated, wishing desperately to vanish into the ground. However, Lin Li was not one to easily concede. Gritting her teeth, she swiftly extended her hand and forcefully yanked off the beautiful leg ring adorning Njio's leg. Caught off guard, Njio stumbled backward, instinctively reaching out for the nearby table to steady herself. Who could have imagined that the seemingly sturdy table was, in fact, precarious? As Njio pulled, the entire table abruptly lost its balance and crashed to the ground. A resounding clatter echoed through the room, scattering the items that had been arranged upon it. In the blink of an eye, water began to spread rapidly, splattering not only onto Lin Li, but especially soaking Njio's pristine white dress, rendering it nearly wringable. The sudden upheaval startled the bodyguards waiting outside, who, upon hearing the commotion from within, rushed to check on the situation. However, before they could enter, Njio's voice rang out, "Don't come in. I'm fine." Chapter 84. The mission my sister is truly rude, Njio playfully complained, struggling to rise from the water-stained floor. Her once immaculate dress now damp and crumpled. She gently brushed off the droplets and casually smoothed her skirt. After completing this, she raised her head, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she addressed the somewhat bewildered Lin Li. "But it's all right. I won't hold it against you. By the way, would you like to join me for a bath? After all, we are going to be comrades in arms. So it's essential for us to get to know each other better, don't you think?" Upon hearing Njio's words, Lin Li paused for a moment, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. After a brief hesitation, she gently nodded in agreement, responding, "All right." Thus, the two young women entered the spacious and luminous bathroom together. Initially, there was a hint of shyness, but as time passed and the joyful atmosphere enveloped them, they gradually relaxed and began to playfully splash each other. Laughter filled the air, and the sound of water splattering created a lively scene. In this light-hearted setting, their bond swiftly deepened, soon resembling that of affectionate sisters. With a gentle jolt and the sound of brakes, the train came to a halt at the platform. As the doors opened, the two freshly refreshed women alighted gracefully, finally stepping onto the mysterious land of the Holy City. Sunlight cascaded upon them, as if draping them in a golden veil. Njio, walking ahead, excitedly remarked to Lin Li, "The Holy City. I haven't been here much either. There are so many areas that are strictly off-limits without specific credentials." With that, she playfully winked. Lin Li held Njio's hand tightly, akin to the closeness of dear friends. Listening to Njio's words, Lin Li could only nod in a somewhat dazed manner. For this was her first encounter with the legendary Holy City. Yet, it was noteworthy that although she had never visited, Lin Li's family's newspaper branches were distributed throughout the area. This thought imbued her with a sense of familiarity. The Church of the Holy City stood just ahead. Following the direction indicated by Njio's finger, one can behold the most towering edifice in this magnificent and grand sacred city, which is undoubtedly the imposing and solemn cathedral of the Holy City. Adjacent to it, slightly lower in stature, stand 3 temples dedicated to the worship of 3 deities. Alas, given our current status, merely entering those hallowed grounds seems an unattainable luxury, let alone approaching them even slightly. It appears that successfully gaining entry will require considerable ingenuity and effort. Njio, thoughtfully stroking her chin, furrowed her brow in deep contemplation about how to surmount the towering iron fence that encircles the church district. Yet, will our actions truly go unnoticed by those omnipotent deities? A sense of trepidation lingers within me, as I have often heard tales of the awe-inspiring powers of the divine since childhood. At this moment, Lin Li appeared somewhat apprehensive. her demeanor reflecting a palpable anxiety regarding the impending adventure. Who knows if we will be discovered? Nevertheless, this indeed embodies the thrill and excitement we have long yearned for. If everything unfolded without a hitch, devoid of any excitement, what would be the point? Anjou waved her hand dismissively, her eyes sparkling with exhilaration and anticipation. To her astonishment, it turns out that tickets for an internal tour of the cathedral can actually be purchased. The two stood transfixed before the resplendent cathedral, their hair and garments tousled by the howling wind. The sight before Anjou left her utterly speechless, a wave of astonishment washing over her. Such a notion was utterly unprecedented. It is worth noting that her family has always had little interaction with the lower echelons of the church. In stark contrast, the Lin family, as business partners, frequently engaged in close and regular dealings with the church. Thus, when Linley sought assistance from her esteemed elder, he promptly provided her with precious visitor tickets that granted access to the cathedral. Gazing at the hard-won ticket in her hand, Anjou was overwhelmed with gratitude. Solemnly raising a finger towards Linley, she declared, "I owe you a great favor for this. I shall repay you in kind." However, in response to Anjou's heartfelt thanks, Linley merely smiled gently and shook her head, saying, "We are comrades in arms. Supporting and assisting one another is the most natural thing. There is no need for such formality." Clearly, Linley's view on teamwork diverged greatly from Anjou's. As their conversation flowed, they found themselves unwittingly stepping into the mysterious and solemn cathedral. Upon entering, they were greeted by two figures clad in black robes, representatives of the church, who had been awaiting their arrival. Their expressions were grave, and they bore an air of solemnity, as if they had emerged from an ancient tapestry, adding an extra layer of reverence and mystery to the atmosphere. "It is indeed Miss Anjou and Miss Linley. The person in the mirror has already briefed us on the relevant circumstances, so please follow me." As they spoke, two individuals clad in black robes, with solemn expressions, approached and slightly bowed in greeting. Subsequently, they turned and led the way, with Anjou and Linley closely trailing behind, traversing the imposing and solemn church. Along the way, Linley curiously surveyed her surroundings, pondering to herself, what could the identities of these two individuals be? Their attire did not resemble that of nuns, and she realized she had never encountered them before. Unable to contain her curiosity, she quietly inquired of Anjou beside her. Upon hearing Linley's question, Anjou smiled gently and patiently elucidated. Within this church, there exists a clear hierarchy among its members. Those at the lowest level are referred to as nuns. The two who greeted us earlier belong to the middle tier, known as apostles, which is why they typically don black robes. As for those in higher positions, such as bishops, they generally don vibrant red garments. Moreover, above the bishops, there exist even more esteemed figures, namely the saint and the pope. However, at present, these two titles are merely nominal, lacking any specific individuals to fulfill them. Typically, any significant matters are managed directly by the divine. Chapter 85. The ceremony. At this moment, Linley felt as if awakening from a dream, realizing that this so-called club harbored such a monumental secret. It was, in fact, a rigorous examination clandestinely established by the Church of Light. Yet, she found herself perplexed. For this mysterious organization was in stark contrast to the Church of Light she had previously encountered, which was more overtly presented. Could it be that this was the true Church of Light? Linley mused internally, her mind swirling with questions. With a heart full of uncertainty, she closely followed the black-robed guide, alongside her equally curious friend, Anjou. The trio arrived at the rear of the church, where they encountered a cleverly concealed door seamlessly integrated into the surrounding environment. Without careful observation, its existence would be nearly imperceptible. As the black-robed figure gently pushed open the hidden door, a deep and elongated passage revealed itself before them. This passage appeared exceptionally profound, extending into an unfathomable distance. As they gradually descended the passage, the air around them grew increasingly damp. This humid atmosphere permeated the air, yet it did not cause Linley and Anjou any discomfort. What could be the source of this moist air infiltrating the passage? Linley treaded cautiously, unable to suppress her thoughts on the matter. Despite her heart being laden with enigmas, she forced down her unease and continued to follow the black-robed figure deeper into this enigmatic realm. During the forthcoming awakening ceremony, you must first shed all your garments before entering the pool of grace to undergo the magnificent transformation bestowed by the Lord. This process of awakening may prove to be exceedingly painful, potentially causing you to faint from the intensity of the experience. Rest assured, once the awakening concludes, we shall retrieve you from the pool. The figure cloaked in black stood beside the two individuals, solemnly advising them of the pertinent matters. Should you harbor any lingering doubts, now is the time to voice them. Indeed, if anyone wishes to forego this rare opportunity for awakening, it is not too late. Simply speak up, and I shall, within the limits of my authority, provide you with the answers you seek. As the black-cloaked individual spoke, they guided them onward. Finally, after nearly 20 arduous minutes of walking, they arrived at the terminus of the dimly lit corridor. At that moment, Lin Li, in a burst of curiosity, inquired, "Do we not need to consume a potion to facilitate our awakening? Or is it that the water within the so-called divine grace pool is, in fact, a special potion we must drink?" It was evident that this query had been posed by others before her, prompting a swift response from the cloaked figure. The path of our awakening transcends the mere attainment of an ordinary rank. It is a wondrous and powerful transformation bestowed upon us by the great Lord himself. This transformation springs from the Lord's grace and favor, distinguishing us fundamentally from those who merely strive for transient power through sheer effort. If you seek an appropriate title for yourselves, consider the term divinely favored. It accurately conveys our unique status as those particularly favored by the divine. As for the water of the divine grace pool, believe me, even if it is replete with rich proteins and nutrients, the flavor may be quite beyond your capacity to endure. After all, that mysterious and singular taste is not something the average person can easily tolerate. What connection exists between the club and the Church of Light? Lin Li asked, her face etched with confusion. The figure smiled gently and elaborated. In essence, the club's assessments are a direct selection process for mid-level personnel within the Church of Light. Upon successfully completing the awakening ritual, congratulations. You will have at least ascended to the ranks of mid-level members of the Church. Of course, except for those at the very bottom who remain oblivious to these inner workings. Even the so-called triad of deities serves our great Lord with fervent devotion. Lin Li found herself lost in contemplation, only returning to the present after a considerable pause. Through her inquiries, she began to grasp the intricate relationship between the club and the Church of Light. It turned out that the upper echelons of the church were divided into two distinctly different factions. One faction, led by the goddesses Elia and Emily, fervently advocated for the preservation of all that the Lord has left behind, viewing it as sacred and inviolable treasure. The other faction, led by goddess Carly, harbored grand ambitions, aspiring to assist the Lord in conquering and claiming dominion over the entire world. At that moment, noticing that Lin Li had ceased her inquiries, the other party spoke up. "Since you have no further questions, let us promptly commence the awakening ritual. However, I implore you to remember the key points I previously mentioned." As a series of intricate and enigmatic ceremonial steps were meticulously completed, Lin Li finally arrived before the legendary pool of divine grace. The liquid within the pool shimmered in a peculiar milky hue, reminiscent of milk, yet far more viscous and sticky. As Lin Li cautiously stepped into the pool, she immediately encountered a formidable resistance, as if the thick liquid sought to envelop her foot entirely. With each step forward, it felt as though she were grappling with an immense force, and any misstep could lead to a perilous fall. With a heart full of trepidation, Lin Li extended her finger and delicately dipped it into the liquid of the pool of divine grace, bringing it to her lips to savor its essence. In that fleeting moment, an indescribable flavor flooded her mouth. This taste defied the familiar sensations of sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, or salty, and bore no resemblance to any food or drink she had ever encountered. Its uniqueness was astonishing, transcending the boundaries of human language's capacity for accurate description. Yet, this unprecedented and extraordinary flavor indelibly etched itself into Lin Li's memory, rendering it unforgettable. After a brief period of acclimatization, Lin Li inhaled deeply and resolutely submerged herself into the pool of divine grace. As her body gradually became enveloped by the milky liquid, the surroundings began to blur. Simultaneously, a brilliant light erupted, illuminating the entire space. Intense aches surged throughout Lin Li's body, which began to warm gradually, as the ritual continuously transformed and fortified both her body and soul. Chapter 86. Preparations of the club. As the overwhelming pain receded like a tide, Lin Li felt herself enveloped in an indescribable tingling sensation. This feeling was both foreign and exhilarating, causing her heart to race. Upon slowly opening her eyes, she discovered herself in a pristine, snow-white room. The decor was exceedingly simple. Apart from a single bed and a wooden nightstand, there was nothing else of note. On the nightstand rested a cup of tea, still emanating wisps of steam, suggesting it had been there for some time. Lin Li attempted to struggle and rise from the bed, but as she exerted herself slightly, she heard a sharp crack. Realizing she had inadvertently broken the corner of the bed, This unexpected turn of events left her momentarily stunned, at a loss for what to do. After a considerable pause, she regained her composure, noticing a gentle warmth emanating from her lower abdomen. Filled with curiosity, she gently shifted the blanket covering her. In that instant, a heart-shaped tattoo came into view, the black lines resembling mysterious sigils contrasting vividly against her delicate, fair skin. At this moment, Linley noticed a neatly folded black robe beside the bed. This robe was evidently prepared specifically for her by the church, signifying that she had been regarded as one of its apostles. At this juncture, she not only possessed extraordinary powers beyond the imagination of mere mortals, but even the fine hairs on her body had been meticulously cleansed through the rites. Upon stepping outside, she found herself in a modest conference hall. Awake? Wait a moment for your companion. A deep, hoarse voice resonated nearby. Following the sound, Linley beheld a mysterious figure, shrouded in a black robe, seated quietly as if waiting for an extended period. As time slipped away, the door creaked open, and Ngio, still bleary-eyed, entered the room. In contrast to Linley, Ngio seemed to take longer to regain her composure, perhaps due to a disparity in innate gift or perhaps as a result of the prior transformation. Linley keenly observed that Ngio's stature, already modest, appeared to have diminished further. Once both were seated, the cloaked figure began to speak. Now that you are both awake, I shall be succinct. First, congratulations to you both. You are now officially members of our club. As new members, you shall enjoy a generous stipend of 100 spirit coins each month. These spirit coins are a precious resource, redeemable within the church for a variety of supplies. Moreover, they will expedite your advancement, enabling you to break through barriers and elevate your ranks more swiftly. At this point, the figure's gaze traversed Linley and Ngio before continuing. Regarding the utilization of spirit coins, they must be ingested, with special care taken to place them near the magical mark on your bodies, the tattoo. This proximity will enhance the absorption of the coin's energy, thereby maximizing their efficacy. Additionally, it is crucial to note that spirit coins will gradually liquefy in humid environments. Therefore, to prevent unnecessary loss and waste, it is advisable to find a suitable object to seal the entry point, preventing the liquid from escaping. Finally, the robed figure added, given that you have both successfully ascended to the first-tier realm, you no longer need to expel bodily waste as ordinary individuals do. The energy provided by the spirit coins will suffice to sustain your lives, rendering the intake of other nourishment unnecessary. However, do not become complacent. To progress on the path of cultivation, greater effort is required. As for your forthcoming arrangements, the club has decided to dispatch you to various parts of the world to serve as the church's eyes and ears. Should you acquire valuable intelligence, you will also be rewarded with spirit coins. The two slowly emerged from the solemn church, exchanging glances filled with a hint of bewilderment. Who could have imagined that the legendary Church of Light possessed such an unconventional style of operation and composition? Upon returning to the inn, the two simultaneously delved into their inner selves, as if drawn by an invisible force into a mysterious and profound realm of tendrils. When they opened their eyes once more, a colossal task board loomed before them, densely populated with various investigative directions and mission details. Wow, look at all these fascinating tasks available, Angie exclaimed excitedly, her gaze swiftly sweeping over the myriad options before finally settling on a particular mission related to the Federation. Hey, I think this one is quite promising. It mentions that the Federation is secretly researching advanced technology to combat the Orc Kingdom. Just think, if we could unravel this mystery, we might earn quite a few spirit coins. Angie's enthusiasm grew, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and desire. For these two young adventurers, who had always been exposed to novel experiences and were filled with a thirst for exploration, such a technological enigma held immense allure. They exchanged a knowing smile and, without hesitation, reached out to tear off the paper marked with the Federation mission. In that instant, a faint glow flickered, signifying that their team had officially accepted the task. According to the regulations, for the foreseeable future, this mission would belong solely to the two of them, unless they failed to complete it within the stipulated time or chose to abandon it willingly. However, this task would not be easily accomplished. Should they exceed the designated time frame without obtaining any valuable leads or information, the mission would be reissued, awaiting other club members to take on the challenge. May we have smooth sailing ahead. After receiving their first month's wages, the two purchased a train ticket to the coastal city of Beihai. Under the support and guidance of the church, major cities had been linked by rail, with countless steam trains traversing the tracks. Unlike sequencers, who required potions and had to guard against the risk of succumbing to madness, potentially transforming into monsters, those favored by the divine cultivated their abilities through spirit coins. gradually ascending in rank. Chapter 87. The Sea Ricken, a world-renowned port city, sparkled like a brilliant gem along the edge of the continent. Its unparalleled geographical position made it a vital stop for numerous merchant ships embarking on long voyages across the sea. The vessels, laden with goods from around the globe, brought a continuous influx of wealth to the city. To meet the growing demands of maritime traders, Ricken proudly became one of the first cities within the church's jurisdiction to construct railways. As the steam locomotive billowed clouds of smoke and slowly approached the platform, the entire city seemed to pulse with renewed vitality. As the thunderous roar of the train gradually subsided and the doors swung open, a throng of people surged forth from the carriages, instantly filling the streets outside the station like a tidal wave. A procession of exquisitely adorned carriages wove through the throngs of people, the sound of horseshoes clashing against the cobblestone streets producing a melodious and crisp resonance. The drivers brandished their whips, urging the carriages to swiftly carry their esteemed passengers to the various corners of the city. And Gio stood on the bustling street, her gaze slowly sweeping over the vibrant and noisy scene before her. For someone who had just arrived, this place was merely a temporary stop on her journey. Yet, she could not help but exclaim, "How extraordinarily lively it is here." Beside her, Linley nodded with a smile, expressing her agreement. In comparison to the lifelessness of Auric, I find myself far more enamored with this place. It turned out that these two illustrious young ladies were accompanied by two teams of well-trained bodyguards during their outing. Ever since their families established a connection with the church, the patriarchs had been elated. They gathered together, reveling in joyous toasts, and as the cups were exchanged, their relationships deepened to the point of brotherhood. Suddenly, accompanied by a deafening steam whistle, a massive and formidable steamship began to glide out of the harbor. The sharp and piercing sound of the horn sliced through the air like thunder, instantly capturing the attention of numerous passers-by. Curiosity piqued, people halted to observe, speculating where this colossal vessel might be headed. Before long, two figures hurriedly made their way to a nearby restaurant, ideally situated to overlook the bustling harbor, presenting a breathtaking view. Upon entering the establishment, they found a table by the window, and Gio gently rested her hand on the window frame, gazing at the steamship that was gradually receding into the distance, murmuring to herself, "Look, that is the ship bound for the Orc Kingdom. Alas, our vessel will not arrive until nightfall." At that moment, Linley spoke up, "I have heard that not just anywhere on this vast and boundless sea is navigable. It is said that only specific routes are deemed safe and feasible, a covenant forged through arduous negotiations between the deities and formidable monsters. Should anyone dare to deviate from these established paths, the consequences would be dire." And Gio subtly nodded in agreement, her attention still fixated on the steamship, which was nearly vanishing at the horizon, internally marveling at the mysteries of the sea. Just then, a smiling waiter approached their table, pushing a cart, and softly announced, "Esteemed guests, your steak and ocean storm have been prepared. Please enjoy." With care, he placed a plate brimming with sumptuous delicacies before Gio. The dish, aptly named Ocean Storm, was a feast for the eyes, crafted from a variety of fresh and delectable seafood, resplendent in color and bursting with flavor. And Gio nodded slightly, her gaze falling upon the neatly arranged knife and fork beside her. She extended her slender, fair fingers, gracefully grasping the handles of the knife and fork, her movements fluid and elegant, as if performing a piece of art. Subsequently, Angio shifted her gaze to the plate before her. It held a piece of snowfish, glistening with an enticing hue and exuding juiciness, resembling a fine work of art. She cautiously sliced a small portion along the fish's delicate grain, the knife producing a faint crunch as it met the plate. Next, she deftly speared the morsel with her fork and slowly brought it to her lips. At that moment, Linley, seated across from her, also began to partake. She smiled as she accepted the steak handed to her by the waiter, the cutlery in her grasp shimmering under the light. However, compared to Angio's fascination with the snowfish, Linley appeared rather indifferent to the distinctive flavor that seafood typically offers. After a while, Linley lifted her gaze towards Angio and curiously inquired, "How does it taste?" Yet, Angio frowned playfully and stuck out her tongue, responding, "It's not palatable. This dish is overwhelmingly fresh. It might serve as a seasoning occasionally, but to consider it a staple is quite unbearable." As she spoke, she gently shook her head, indicating her inability to accept such a flavor. 3 whole gold coins. "Isn't this snowfish rather exorbitant?" Linley exclaimed, her eyes widening at the price listed on the menu, unable to suppress a raised eyebrow that conveyed disbelief. Linley's monthly allowance was approximately 1 gold coin. In contrast, Angio seemed utterly unconcerned, casually glancing at the price tag and remarking, Some items are simply like that. Prices are often inflated. In truth, these so-called gourmet ingredients may not be as exquisite as one might envision, perhaps even inferior to what street vendors offer. With that, she gently pushed aside the lavish seafood platter she had barely touched, having lost interest in it. I find that although the food from those small workshops may lack hygiene, they are generous with their ingredients, making the experience particularly delightful and satisfying. Lindley reminisced about the street food stalls she had frequented, a smile creeping upon her lips. However, she soon furrowed her brow, grimacing as she recalled, "But the last time I indulged, I suffered from an upset stomach for several days. It was quite a torment." Hearing this, Anjio couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, who told you to indulge so recklessly? It seems that one's fortune plays a role in dining as well." With that, she picked up the complimentary glass of juice from the table, took a delicate sip, and nodded in satisfaction. This juice is far more enjoyable than the seafood. What are you up to, little rascal?" Anjio suddenly seized her small companion, now somewhat accustomed to its mischievous antics. Yet, in a public setting, she was reluctant to be splashed. Chapter 88. On the ship. The little creature was evidently displeased with Anjio's attempt to prevent it from drinking water. Writhing restlessly in her grasp like a restless little snake, eager to break free and indulge in a refreshing drink. However, Anjio held it firmly, denying its escape. "You'll get used to it. After all, your constitution is unique, so your reactions will be more pronounced. Throughout my journey, I have encountered such situations innumerable times. Yet each instance has been met with an air of nonchalance." Lindley remained utterly composed, exhibiting no concern for the unfolding events, even savoring a sip of her drink with serene leisure. Upon hearing this, Anjio could not resist rolling her eyes dramatically, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Sister, you possess quite the expansive heart. If it were I would have undoubtedly been flustered by now." As she spoke, her gaze shifted toward the distant commotion between two factions engaged in a fierce dispute. At that moment, a burly, muscular orc was seen angrily hoisting a boy with cat ears high above his head. His face was flushed with rage as he bellowed, "Hey, you little pup. Today, I'll teach you, this ignorant wretch, the might of our Orcish kin and show you the proper way to conduct yourself." The cat-eared boy, in stark contrast, appeared pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably. Observing this scene, Lindley curiously inquired of those nearby, "What exactly is happening here?" No sooner had she spoken than a bodyguard, who had been standing by, swiftly approached and replied with utmost respect, "Miss." The two factions engaged in conflict below consist of retired soldiers from the Orc Kingdom and students from a regular federal university. The student, while conversing with his companions, spoke derogatorily about the Orc Kingdom's military. This was overheard by the passing retired soldiers, who, in a fit of anger, confronted the student, leading to this altercation. After pondering the bodyguard's report, Lindley nodded thoughtfully. The Federal University, a prestigious institution standing at the pinnacle of the entire Federation, attracts elite students from various regions. The students here are undoubtedly well-versed and experienced, yet they have never witnessed a scenario where mere words could lead to such lethal consequences. At this juncture, Lindley remarked with contemplation, "From the behavior of those two individuals, one can deduce that the citizens of the Orc Kingdom possess a remarkably high sense of national identity." She furrowed her brow slightly and continued her analysis. "If we were to reverse the circumstances of these two individuals, it is probable that the student would not stand as steadfastly for his nation." Beside her, Anjio gently nodded in agreement, adding, "As far as I am aware, the Orc Kingdom is currently grappling with extreme nationalist sentiments. These emotions surge forth like a tumultuous tide, relentlessly battering the nation. Perhaps, at this very moment, their singular focus is on waging war." Intrigued, another individual inquired, "If war were to break out, whom would they target? The Alliance? Or the Beast Kingdom, which commands dragons?" Without hesitation, Anjio responded, "Naturally, it would be the Beast Kingdom. After all, they are allies, and if they were to clash amongst themselves, it would only serve to provide amusement to other factions." With that, she shook her head in exasperation. However, just as the two continued their spirited debate, a sudden and piercing alarm blared, interrupting the discourse. A group of individuals clad in ecclesiastical military uniforms swiftly arrived at the scene, methodically dispersing the surrounding onlookers. Meanwhile, the unruly instigators were promptly subdued and escorted away by the authorities, gradually restoring tranquility to what had been a cacophonous and chaotic scene. Bored, Lindley observed the receding crowd, shaking her head in disinterest. The once vibrant atmosphere had turned desolate, as if a grand celebration had just concluded, leaving only a lingering sense of solitude and disappointment. As time passed quietly, The two finally felt refreshed enough to board the massive steamship once more. With the steam engine emitting a deep, resonant roar, the vessel slowly set sail, cutting through the tumultuous waves of the sea. However, the slight swaying motion proved somewhat disconcerting for them. Initially, it was merely a gentle rocking, but as the ship entered the choppy waters, the motion intensified significantly. Angio's complexion gradually paled, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Before long, she exhibited clear symptoms of seasickness, her stomach churning violently. "Help me see if the club has any remedies for nausea," Angio pleaded, gripping the walls of the cabin tightly, her body trembling from the impending retching. She leaned forward, expelling the contents of her stomach onto the floor, creating a chaotic mess. The acrid smell permeated the air, inducing further nausea. "Hey, I even went to the club's message board to ask, and they all said your little friend could help mask the symptoms of seasickness," Lindley exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she carefully placed Angio's little companion on her flat abdomen. "What? How could that be the remedy? Get it away from me." Angio's face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple, as she hurriedly reached for the little creature in an attempt to remove it from her belly. However, Lindley had no intention of relinquishing her hold on Angio. A mischievous glint flickered in her eyes as she swiftly seized Angio's hands, raising them high and binding her entire body tightly within the confines of the cramped restroom with ropes of extraordinary material specially acquired by Lindley. "Oh dear, you are truly insufferable. If I ever get the chance, I shall not let you off lightly," Angio shouted in indignation, desperately writhing in an attempt to escape her vexing restraints. Alas, the ropes constraining her were no ordinary bindings. They were crafted from an exceptional material, rendering all of Angio's efforts futile. Thus, what was anticipated to be a delightful maritime adventure for Angio transformed into a veritable nightmare. Despite the so-called miraculous remedies provided by the club, the outcome was counterproductive. What began as mere dizziness and nausea escalated into a dire situation, with Angio experiencing distress from both ends. Meanwhile, the breathtaking coastal vistas that unfurled along their journey failed to captivate either of their interests. The long and arduous days passed slowly, and at last, the vessel arrived within the borders of the Southern Federation. The discomfort of the journey weighed heavily upon me, and Gio finally stood on solid ground again, moving her body restlessly. Chapter 89. Below deck, just you wait. I will remember this debt. The humiliation I endured today shall be repaid in kind on a future day, a chance to vindicate myself. And Gio's face flushed with anger, her cheeks swelling like two ripe cherries, her eyes ablaze with fury, radiating a mix of shame and wrath. "Oh dear, do not be so angry. My actions were for your own good, you know? Think back. Since we embarked on this journey, have you ever fainted? Does that not count as my merit?" Lindley shook her head in resignation, slowly extending her hands in an attempt to clarify her intentions to Angio. Yet, no matter how she reasoned, she could not quell the storm of anger and discontent brewing within Angio, whose beautiful eyes remained fixed on her, as if attempting to pierce through her very being. All right, stop glaring at me. Instead of wasting time, we should ponder our next steps," Lindley suggested, pulling Angio towards an inn in the port city. They walked in silence, neither uttering another word. This city appeared far less vibrant and bustling than Raycan, its buildings somewhat antiquated and modest. However, it was said that the Federation was actively learning industrial techniques from the Church. Thus, despite the evident disparities, the contrast did not seem overly significant to the well-traveled duo. It almost felt as if they had stumbled upon a remote county within the Church's dominion. According to a well-informed individual from their club, the Federation's Academy of Sciences was diligently researching a new form of energy. Yet, this time was unlike previous occasions. Without tickets, they could not simply waltz in. They would have to devise their own means to infiltrate the Academy and gather pertinent intelligence, Lindley expressed gravely. After careful consideration, they resolved to first collect information discreetly around the Academy of Sciences. Once their strengths were enhanced and their ranks elevated, they would seek an opportunity to slip in unnoticed. However, the unfolding events often defied expectations. By the second week, having gathered some crucial intelligence, regret began to set in. Oh no, how could I have overlooked this? There are legendary tier guardians overseeing the laboratory. If we recklessly charge in, we would be discovered in an instant. Even if our levels were to rise, it would be of little consequence, Angio exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. On the other hand, Lindley remained relatively composed, gently stroking her chin in contemplation. A direct assault is certainly not feasible, but since this task has been assigned to us, it suggests that there might be a clever method through which we can achieve our objective. Upon hearing those words, and Gio could not help but cast a sidelong glance, sulkily muttering, "Humph, perhaps it's precisely because this task is exceedingly challenging that all those who previously attempted it have failed, and thus it was deliberately presented for everyone to try their luck." In response to Ngio's grievances and skepticism, Linley remained composed, gently reassuring her. "There's no need to rush. Let us first gather as much information as we can about the situation here." While diligently collecting various intelligence, the astute and commercially savvy Lin Li decisively resolved to establish a branch of the Lin newspaper in this land brimming with opportunities and challenges. Her boldness stemmed not solely from her keen market insight, but also from the substantial financial backing she possessed, truly an embodiment of affluence. Meanwhile, the ever-shrewd Ngio was not idly sitting by. She fully leveraged the experience and resource advantages accumulated by her family over the years, swiftly immersing herself in their traditional strongholds, real estate and banking. With her exceptional business acumen and decisive approach, Ngio soon began to make her mark in these domains. After a period of rapid expansion within the Federation, both Lin Li and Ngio independently noticed a remarkable phenomenon. Here, money seemed to possess a near-magical power, rendering it capable of achieving almost anything. However, they were acutely aware that this situation was not without its drawbacks. In order to ensure that all member states within the alliance could enjoy equal rights and status under the Federation's framework, many states had enacted their own unique laws and regulations. Consequently, while this catered to the specific circumstances and needs of various regions, it also introduced a degree of complexity to inter-regional economic activities. Fortunately, clever minds devised an ingenious solution: the division and management of various industries through a shareholding system. This approach not only guaranteed a fair and reasonable distribution of interests, but also facilitated the exchange and integration between different regions and industries. And look, the Federal Academy of Sciences also has shares that are publicly traded. Linley exclaimed, her excitement palpable. This means that if we have sufficient funds, we could directly acquire the Federal Academy of Sciences. Have you already bought some? And observed the sudden surge in the stock of the Federal Academy of Sciences and surmised that Anna had purchased a substantial amount. Of course, I spent quite a bit, but much of it was supported by my family, Linley replied, scratching her head with a smile. The elder had unconditionally supported Linley, and upon learning of her intention to establish the Lin newspaper in the Federation, he wholeheartedly endorsed the idea and sent her a significant amount of liquid capital. Although he had once contemplated opening a branch here, the lack of timeliness in newspapers and the enormous costs involved had dissuaded him from pursuing that notion. Wow, how can you be so reckless? It's as if you're buying as if money is no object, leaving me no opportunity to get in. And exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at the throngs of people and Lin Li fervently purchasing shares. She initially harbored a profound interest in the fluid shares, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to acquire a portion for herself. However, she was taken aback by Lin Li's swift and lavish actions, which resulted in the latter swiftly amassing all the shares. This transpired during a period when the legal framework surrounding shares was still in its infancy, leading to a relatively chaotic market order. Nevertheless, Lin Li unabashedly invested a substantial sum of money, successfully becoming one of the largest shareholders of the Federal Academy of Sciences. This astonishing maneuver left those around her astounded, creating a significant stir within the Academy as well. Faced with this unexpected new shareholder, the Academy promptly dispatched a specialized team to invite Lin Li for an inspection. Chapter 90. Profiting during this visit. Lin Li gleaned all the confidential information concealed within the Academy. The Federal Academy of Sciences had been dedicated to research in the field of electricity, yet the prevailing scientific consensus still favored steam technology, resulting in a lack of recognition and support from the conservative steam experts. Despite this, Lin Li remained steadfast in her belief that electricity would emerge as a crucial direction for future technological development. Consequently, she conceived a bolder idea to invest in acquiring shares from several major stakeholders to further solidify her position and influence within the Academy. However, the situation did not unfold as smoothly as she had imagined. The shares were sourced from various states, intertwined with numerous vested interests, and when Lin Li expressed her intent to acquire them, she was met with ruthless rejection. Nonetheless, Lin Li had already established herself as the largest shareholder of the Academy. Upon uncovering the Academy's secrets, the club generously rewarded her with a substantial sum of spirit coins, undoubtedly recognizing and compensating her remarkable contributions. Respected Boss Lin, our research in electricity has finally achieved a significant breakthrough, and we can say that the initial signs are emerging. The esteemed chief scientist of the Academy joyfully reported the latest developments to Lin Li. With this persuasive narrative, the Federal Academy of Sciences secured a considerable investment from its shareholders, which enabled them to accomplish significant research within a month, as patents related to electricity were consecutively registered. The Academy's stock price soared like a rocket, tripling in value in a remarkably short time. Such an astounding increase naturally drew the attention of countless onlookers. Having missed the opportunity to purchase shares, Gio turned her attention to the Academy's precious patents, fully aware that securing them would not be an easy feat ultimately. She sought out Lin Li and proposed an enticing collaboration, granting her the rights to develop these patents, with profits split evenly if successful. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Li decisively agreed to the proposal. Thus, under Lin Li's authorization, the two swiftly united in close collaboration. Before long, they indeed achieved resounding success in the federal market, reaping bountiful rewards through their advanced electrical patents. How remarkable my sister is! Such fortune seems to be bestowed upon her like a chosen one. And Gio, brimming with excitement, danced with joy, her face radiating a brilliant smile akin to a blooming flower. She gazed with delight at the modest sum in her account, as the successful promotion of those electrical devices multiplied her wealth several-fold. Particularly, the partnership with the Federation on the lighting project and the wiring installation brought her immense profits. Simultaneously, the church successfully acquired the relevant technologies. Before long, a deluge of funds surged into Lin Li's pockets from patent fees. As time passed, even the lowest strata of society began to develop a faith in electrical energy. Under Lin Li's deliberate promotion, she swiftly ascended to the status of the unparalleled queen of electricity in the hearts of the people. However, despite the remarkable achievements in electrical technology, it ultimately lacked the divine intervention necessary to further propel its flourishing development. In contrast, steam technology advanced rapidly within the church, having reached the sophisticated stage of being able to manufacture steam-powered mechas. At this moment, both Lin Li and Gio had stepped into the third tier of their realm. As divinely favored beings, their rate of ascension far surpassed that of ordinary sequential beings. Contemplating the current situation, the sisters decided to undertake the next important mission to investigate the intricate connections between the Beast Empire and dragons. It is known that dragons stand at the pinnacle of the food chain. Once they reach maturity, they effortlessly become powerful and legendary beasts that command respect. Yet, it is unprecedented and unfathomable that such an arrogant race would ally with seemingly insignificant ants. The origins of the Beast Empire can be traced back to a group of passionate idealists. These visionaries, filled with dreams of a brighter future, set foot on this vast and mysterious continent, which was originally inhabited by numerous indigenous peoples, each possessing their unique cultures and ways of life. However, the idealists did not waver. Instead, with exceptional wisdom and relentless effort, they began to sculpt this new world according to the blueprints of their innermost ideals. They introduced advanced production techniques, significantly enhancing productivity levels. Before long, they successfully established a nation where everyone enjoyed ample resources. In this land, each individual could don warm and comfortable clothing and savor delicious food. This thriving scene not only garnered the heartfelt support of the indigenous peoples, but also piqued the profound interest of a dragon named Kanaya. Kanaya, one of the dragon deities, had once accompanied Carling in search of the legendary ancient wine and was fortunate enough to be among the survivors of that arduous journey. After experiencing the divine grace, Kanaya resolutely chose to dedicate herself to serving the deities, aiding them in managing and safeguarding all things in the world. Although the world has come to regard aged liquor as a mere garden of delights, Kanaya harbored the belief that it still lacked certain elements. Thus, after delving into the wonders of the elf race's enigmatic desire production line, Kanaya conceived a bold idea to recreate this miraculous innovation on another land. This piece of news, though straightforward, posed a challenge for Lin Li and Gio. Through the exchange of interests, Lin Li managed to glean the details from them. The Beast Empire was also keen to introduce electrical facilities at a low cost. However, Lin Li still earned a profit, albeit a diminished one. As for the third task, an invitation to a gathering of an elf club was secured, and Lin Li was thrilled to have claimed a team mission. As a unique race isolated after closing its borders, only the higher echelons of the church received invitations from the elves to partake in the Day of Divine Descent. Chapter 91. The Day of Divine Descent. When they finally set foot on this mysterious and alluring land of the elves, the sight before them utterly shattered their preconceived notions. The entire realm of touch was established upon a colossal tree of flesh and blood, towering majestically. This living castle, with its sturdy branches intertwined, formed intricate pathways and platforms. while its lush foliage draped like a verdant canopy over the world below. From the holy city, one could vaguely glimpse the silhouette of the flesh-and-blood tree. They journeyed aboard a steam train departing from the church, racing towards the city closest to the tree. Yet, despite being so near to their destination, entering the heart of the elven realm required enduring a lengthy registration process. As far as the eye could see within the borders of touch, there was nothing but endless forests. For these formidable elves, flying was an innate ability. Each elf was a legendary being, effortlessly gliding through the woods and soaring over towering mountains. Should any one of them be placed in another nation, they would undoubtedly emerge as unparalleled champions. Dear friends, we warmly welcome you to step into this mysterious land of touch, brimming with the unknown. Here, I must solemnly remind you that much of this area has been designated as forbidden ground, so I kindly ask you to follow my lead closely. Otherwise, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I cannot guarantee your precious safety. The elf who came to greet the visitors, though his tone was gentle and courteous, conveyed an undeniable aura of authority that could not be overlooked. Rest assured, we shall certainly keep pace with you. The leader of the club nodded eagerly in agreement. It is worth noting that she had painstakingly ascended to the legendary level. Thus, facing this seemingly amicable yet inscrutable elf, she dared not exhibit any negligence. And her tone was notably polite. Therefore, I kindly invite everyone to step onto this platform and choose a favored spot to take a seat. Under the guidance of this enchanting elf, Linley finally beheld the astonishing circular floor. To her amazement, it was entirely composed of countless intertwining, writhing tentacles. Moreover, upon this unique floor, an array of exquisitely designed chairs was meticulously arranged, and even more surprisingly, each chair was accompanied by a delicate teacup. Not only that, but these pre-prepared teacups were evidently filled with freshly brewed tea for the guests. However, the most striking feature was the two tall, upright tentacles on each chair. They seemed to possess some special function or symbolic significance, infusing the entire scene with an air of enigmatic allure. This is a unique invention crafted with great care by our elven kin, aptly named the multifunctional fixed chair. Observing the intense curiosity displayed by the crowd towards these peculiar chairs, the elf smiled and began to elaborate in detail. Although each person present was undoubtedly well-versed in various matters, they could not help but reveal their intrigue at such novel designs and arrangements. Thus, they each chose their preferred seats and cautiously sat down. Linley widened her eyes in disbelief, gazing at the astonishing fantasy technology before her. The slender, supple tendrils began to sway gently, as if imbued with life, accompanying their movements. The once still flesh-like floor beneath Linley and the others began to shift rapidly across the ground. This was simply incredible. Linley could not suppress a soft exclamation. The guide beside her smiled and explained, "This is a magnificent biological technology bestowed upon us by the divine. However, in most instances, we do not utilize such technology. But since you are fortunate enough to witness it today, you may as well take your time to acclimate. The so-called Day of Divine Descent is a crucial occasion dedicated to celebrating the arrival of the deity among mortals. For the elven race, this special day is akin to a grand festival, celebrated only once every 100 years. Such an extensive interval renders even the long-lived elves often feeling the weight to be exceptionally arduous. Consequently, each celebration of the Day of Divine Descent is meticulously prepared with unparalleled grandeur and luxury. Every aspect, from the arrangement of participants to the various intricately designed ceremonial segments, is crafted with the utmost precision, striving for perfection. The distinguished guests who receive the sincere invitation from the elves to partake in this grand event include not only fortunate outsiders like Linley, but also numerous followers of the divine touch from far and wide. Notably, the three supreme deities of the church are also present at the event. In addition, a special group has drawn the attention of the attendees, the dragons, who have separated from the elven kin. Despite having developed independently for many years, they maintain intricate ties with the elves. Thus, upon learning of the impending arrival of the divine day, the dragon clan promptly dispatched representatives to partake in this momentous gathering. At this grand festival, every participant harbored a shared and unwavering belief within their hearts. The preparations for this celebration were meticulously orchestrated by Leah herself. Compared to previous occasions, this event was unprecedented in its grandeur, leaving onlookers in awe. From the opulent decorations to the captivating performances, every element showcased Leah's exceptional organizational prowess and her meticulous attention to detail. Furthermore, the festival held a deeper significance. It was not merely a jubilant celebration, but also a solemn rite conducted by Chunjio, marking the commencement of his journey to the next world. As an outer deity, He understood that only by continually assimilating the essence of worlds could he grow in strength. While the crowd reveled in the festive atmosphere, Chunjiu discreetly wielded his powers, manifesting a conscious avatar to join the celebrations and share in the moment of joy with the populace. Meanwhile, his true self had already traversed through the barriers of time and space, arriving at the outer surface of another world, poised to embark on a journey fraught with unknown challenges. Following the conclusion of the grand and solemn observance, Lin Li and Njio made their way back to the church with graceful steps, their figures illuminated beautifully by the sunlight. In the days that followed their return, everything proceeded in an orderly manner, as usual. Lin Li gradually emerged as a prominent figure through her ongoing exploration and innovation in the field of electricity. She adeptly applied her knowledge of electricity to practical life, not only propelling rapid technological advancement, but also bestowing unprecedented convenience upon the people. As time passed, Lin Li's influence expanded, ultimately leading her to ascend the throne of the goddess of electricity and investment. Simultaneously, Njio was not to be outdone. She fully harnessed her remarkable business acumen and keen insights into trade and currency markets, establishing a firm foothold amidst the turbulent economic currents, and progressively climbed to the heights of the goddess of trade and currency. Thus, the church entered a new era, governed collectively by 5 deities, each fulfilling their roles and collaborating, which further strengthened the church's power. However, at this juncture, the Beast Empire faced an unforeseen upheaval. The once mighty dragon deities seemingly lost interest in this land, vanishing without warning. This abrupt change plunged the Beast Empire, now bereft of divine protection, into utter chaos. The Federation and the Beastmen, seizing the opportunity, cast envious eyes upon this once unstoppable empire. Faced with internal strife and external threats, the Beast Empire could no longer endure, erupting into fierce civil unrest. This turmoil spread like wildfire, fracturing the nation, leading to the collapse of the once glorious Beast Empire. Meanwhile, the church, having long prepared for such an eventuality, effortlessly stepped in to absorb the empire into its fold. The Federation and the Beastmen, witnessing the church's swift and decisive actions, could not help but speculate on the church's next strategic maneuvers. After careful contemplation, they wisely resolved that rather than waiting passively for their fate, it would be more prudent to take the initiative and submit. Thus, both the Federation and the Orcs expressed their willingness to surrender to the church, hoping to receive protection. Consequently, the entire world gradually fell under the church's dominion. Over the ensuing long years, the church, leveraging advanced scientific technologies, particularly the breakthroughs in orderly genetics, embarked on a comprehensive and profound transformation of the world. This genetic technology effectively regulated the reproduction and evolution of living beings, thereby aiming to achieve an ideal state for human society. With the vigorous promotion and dissemination of this technology within the church, its influence expanded ever more widely. After a millennium of time's passage, the last male creature on Earth quietly departed from existence. From that moment forth, the entire world transformed into a nursery. Chapter 92. The protagonist in an expanse of boundless black void. Countless worlds shimmered like brilliant stars, each radiating its unique light. At that moment, a new world slowly came into the detection range of Chunjiu. Until now, Chunjiu had not actively sought out other realms, for to him, the world before him had yet to be completely mastered. To recklessly delve into additional domains might lead him to choke like a glutton on his own desires. As he gazed upon this new world, he found within it a marvelous depiction of a round sky and square earth, a vast, boundless continent. However, unlike the typical sci-fi or fantasy realms, this place did not exhibit striking high technology or peculiar magic. Instead, what met his eyes were ancient city walls and various buildings steeped in a sense of antiquity. When Chunjiu subtly infused a thread of consciousness into this world, the enduring city walls and charmingly archaic structures instantly evoked certain memories from the depths of his heart. Although he sensed no trace of mysterious power emanating from the ordinary townsfolk, the enigmatic aura lingering in the air hinted that this seemingly ordinary ancient world concealed profound secrets. It is well known that in nearly every world, there exists a special character, the protagonist, favored by the world itself. They often bear the significant responsibility of propelling the entire realm forward, serving as the diligent emissaries of the world's will. By skillfully influencing the protagonist and taking action, one could effortlessly seize the essence of the world, ultimately bringing the entire realm under their complete control. Within this vast expanse, Chunjiu sought out the protagonist endowed with the most potent fortune. To his astonishment, This protagonist turned out to be a mere 12-year-old boy residing in a town. Yet, compared to the other inhabitants of this world, the boy's demeanor appeared strikingly incongruous, as if he were from an entirely different realm. After a period of observation, Chunjiu could not help but speculate. The soul of an adult was either cruelly thrust into the fragile form of this young child, or had mysteriously been reborn. Undoubtedly, as the central character of the narrative, the protagonist's journey is destined to be fraught with challenges. At this moment, a voice resounded with an irate exclamation, "Hey, watch where you're going." Amidst the crowd, a small boy hurriedly navigated through the bustling throng, stumbling and colliding with others along the way. Yet, he did not relent in his swift pace, for he harbored an unwavering aspiration to reach the heart of the town. Today, a celestial master from the immortal realm was set to arrive, seeking disciples. The boy brimmed with anticipation, eager to become one of the chosen. And thus he hastened towards that direction. They say a celestial master is recruiting disciples today. I wonder if I might have the chance to be selected. He murmured to himself as he ran. The bystanders, upon hearing his words, cast glances of disdain or pity. One individual scoffed mercilessly, "Humph, don't indulge in fanciful dreams. Cultivating immortality is not akin to ordinary martial arts. One must possess exceptional talent to embark on such a path. It is rumored that even among 1,000, there may not be a single person with adequate aptitude." Another middle-aged woman sighed enviously. Alas, the celestial master visits only once every decade, and yet remains unchanged in appearance. How wonderful it would be if I could possess such miraculous abilities. The crowd erupted in laughter at her lamentation. Chunjiu silently observed the unfolding scene, contemplating how he might successfully extract the invaluable essence of this world from the child's form. He understood the gravity of this endeavor. A single misstep could lead to utter failure. At that moment, the entity known as flesh, unbeknownst to him, had also descended, its consciousness now present. It greedily surveyed the world, a droplet of saliva glistening at the corner of its mouth as it eagerly proclaimed, "Boss, why go through such elaborate measures? In my view, wouldn't it be far simpler to just devour this world whole?" At this, a fierce glint shone in its grotesque visage. Recalling the exquisite taste of the world's essence from its last indulgence, flesh became enamored with the thought, the satisfaction still vivid in its memory. However, in stark contrast to flesh's impatience and recklessness, Huapai appeared remarkably composed and astute. With a playful scolding, she gently waved her hand fan and leaned against Chunjiu's shoulder, saying, "Oh dear, why must you always be so rash and foolish? What my brother seeks is a continuous bounty. If you indiscriminately consume every opportunity, who knows when the next might arise?" As she spoke, her gaze casually flicked towards flesh, her eyes brimming with contempt and derision. It is worth noting that when she first arrived in this void, it was because of flesh that she had been violently torn into 3 parts. This grievance had been meticulously recorded in her memory. Upon hearing the audacious insult hurled by the painted skin, the flesh and blood creature could hardly contain its fury. Without a moment's hesitation, it charged forward with its imposing form, radiating an overwhelming presence. Faced with such a ferocious advance, the painted skin was taken aback, her complexion paling in an instant as her composure shattered. In a state of panic, she dove into the dense thicket of tentacles belonging to Chunjiu, pitifully pouting and reporting, "Brother, please take a look at her. She constantly bullies me while Chunjiu is busy with important matters. You are truly wicked." The painted skin rested her chin on Chunjiu's shoulder, exhaling warm breath in an alluring manner, her tongue gliding back and forth along his neck. She still relished the mischief she could enact in her human guise. Using her true form would lack the same thrill. After Chunjiu delivered a stern reprimand, the two finally settled down slightly. Chunjiu began to contemplate his next course of action. Cracking an egg to consume it is a straightforward task. Yet inserting a small tube for the egg to grow and absorb is quite the challenge. The protagonist must perish for the tube to be inserted, but it cannot be executed by Chunjiu or his companions from the outside. A villain must be nurtured from within to eliminate the protagonist. Alternatively, nurturing may not even be necessary. As long as the protagonist meets their demise, everything else would fall into place. And a new protagonist could be easily crafted by Chunjiu. He only needed to devour 2 more worlds to directly initiate a gradual corruption of the other realms. Chapter 93, The Competition. The term corruption refers to Chunjiu's ability to assimilate an entire world into a part of himself through his unfathomable and immensely powerful force. Although his current capabilities allow for such corruption, its intensity pales in comparison to the rapid purification that originates from within the world. Thus, to achieve his goal, Chunjiu must consume at least 2 more complete worlds. In truth, Chunjiu could opt to devour the two worlds first, and then return to implement corruption on the remaining realms. However, the time required to search for those unknown worlds is exceedingly lengthy. During this protracted period, Chunjiu could meticulously cultivate 100 extraordinary protagonists, each with their unique traits. Furthermore, after a thorough exploration, Chunjiu astutely discerned that the current world bore a subtle, yet tangible connection to numerous other worlds. This implies that once he successfully corrupts this realm, the time required to seek the next world will be significantly reduced. At that moment, a commotion erupted among the crowd. Inferior spiritual roots may enter our sect. It turned out that the esteemed figure known as the Immortal Master was holding an antiquated wine gourd, assessing the talents of those who had come to enroll in the test. Each time a test was completed, the Immortal Master would lightly inscribe a special mark, imbued with potent spiritual energy, upon those who met the criteria, serving as proof of their preliminary selection. Unbeknownst to him, the moment for the protagonist to step forth and undergo scrutiny had finally arrived. With a grave expression, he approached, silently praying for a smooth passage. As expected, after a series of assessments, the final verdict revealed that the protagonist possessed a low-grade spiritual root. Although merely of the lowest tier, it nonetheless met the minimum threshold required for acceptance by the sect. Just as this enigmatic celestial master was about to escort the protagonist away, an unusual radiance emerged unexpectedly. This light was exceptionally subtle, unnoticed by all save for Chunjiu and a few others. Like a bolt of lightning, the glow swiftly penetrated the protagonist's body. Upon closer inspection, Chunjiu was astonished to discover that it was a peculiar mechanical entity shaped like a tetrahedron, shimmering with a faint and mysterious luminescence, as if it harbored boundless power and secrets. Simultaneously, a crisp notification echoed in the protagonist's mind. The system is binding. Selection successful. Upon hearing this, the protagonist was overwhelmed with exhilaration, his face betraying an uncontrollable excitement. However, he remained blissfully unaware that the exchange between him and the system was being clearly overheard by Chunjiu. Remarkably, this seemingly ordinary system concealed a colossal secret. It carried a fragment of the world's primal energy. Yet, this essence did not originate from the current realm, but rather from an unknown dimension. From the moment the system was activated, it cleverly began to siphon the fundamental essence of this world, leveraging the protagonist's profound connection to it. Evidently, its objectives aligned with those of Chunjiu, who had never encountered such an efficient and succinct tool before. When the protagonist, guided by the mysterious cultivator, finally arrived at the base of the sect's mountain, he was awestruck by the bustling scene before him. A throng of aspirants had gathered, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the sect's trials. At that moment, a venerable elder of the sect stepped forward and proclaimed, "Esteemed participants, the preceding trial was a measure of your innate talents. However, the path of cultivation is long and arduous. Mere talent is insufficient. Character and comprehension are equally vital. Ultimately, your comprehensive performance in this trial will determine whether you ascend to the esteemed ranks of outer disciples or fade into obscurity as mere attendants." His words resonated like a bell tolling in the hearts of the crowd. Amidst the throng, Chunjiu's gaze was sharp, having already identified a promising target. A sly smile crept upon his lips as he mused inwardly. Let us each seek a representative and see who can eliminate the protagonist first. The one who succeeds shall be richly rewarded. This notion ignited like wildfire, rapidly spreading through the assembly. At that moment, the timid figure of Mist, who had been trailing Chunjiu, tugged at his sleeve nervously. Hand in hand, the two girls gazed up at Chunjiu, their eyes filled with confusion and unease. After exchanging a glance, they simultaneously inquired, "Brother, do we also get to participate?" Standing together, their petite forms resembled two adorable little sprites. With a height of merely around 130 centimeters, they appeared even more charmingly diminutive as they lowered their heads. Observing this, Chunjiu could not help but gently ruffle their little heads with both hands, soothingly assuring them, "Of course, as long as you successfully complete the task, Brother will reward you with plenty of delightful treats." Upon hearing this, the tension and fear in their little faces dissolved, giving way to radiant smiles that blossomed like flowers. With the competition rules now established, they eagerly set off to find suitable agents for themselves. Chunjiu's gaze fell upon a small beggar curled up in a corner not far away. The beggar's hair was a wild tangle, his face smeared with dirt, and his tattered clothes emanated an unpleasant odor. He sat there all alone, as if the entire world had forgotten him. At that moment, Chunjiu softly spoke. "Do you wish to shine like an immortal?" The voice, ethereal and ghostly, suddenly whispered in the beggar's ear. Startled, The beggar trembled and turned his head abruptly, eyes wide with terror as he scanned his surroundings. However, apart from the disciples conversing before him, he could not see anyone else speaking. Just as doubt filled the beggar's heart, Chunjio's voice resonated again. Do not look around, little one. Your talent is merely of inferior spiritual root. With such meager qualifications, seeking revenge is but a fool's dream. Unbeknownst to him, Chunjio had already accessed the beggar's memories. The beggar's past was tragically sorrowful. Hailing from a once illustrious family of cultivators, sadly, calamity struck and enemies descended upon them, leading to a catastrophic massacre. This unfortunate beggar was the sole survivor of that horrific slaughter. Bereft of familial protection and support, powerless and defenseless, he had no choice but to wander into the mortal city, surviving through meager alms on the streets. Chapter 94. The Awakening of the Beggar. Do you wish to avenge your tragically fallen parents? Do you long to no longer be bullied? To wield control over the world as you desire? The seductive, haunting voice echoed in the depths of the beggar's mind. As memories of warmth and companionship with his parents surged forth like a tidal wave, relentlessly battering his fragile and furious heart. I desire it. I implore you, esteemed mentor, to illuminate the path for me and reveal how I may fulfill my wishes. The beggar's eyes ignited with fierce determination, as if he sought to incinerate all injustices and hatred in the world. He had placed all his hopes upon this enigmatic and inscrutable mentor. Not long ago, when the little beggar arrived here with great anticipation, the lofty, immortal master callously declared that her aptitude was merely of the lowest grade, so inferior that even the foundation establishment would pose insurmountable challenges. To seek vengeance with such wretched talent was nothing but a fool's errand. Yet at this moment, Chunjio spoke with an air of tranquility. The method is indeed quite simple. If you willingly pledge your loyalty to me as your master, from this day forth, I shall grant you a new life and assist you on your path to vengeance. As soon as he finished speaking, a contract slowly materialized in the void, emanating a mysterious glow, visible only to the little beggar, a true manifestation of words made law. Without the slightest hesitation, the little beggar knelt upon the ground, reverently bowing 3 times before the contract, and earnestly declared, I, Lin Xingyue, humbly greet my master. With Lin Xingyue's acquiescence, the contract instantly transformed into a dazzling beam of light, shooting directly towards her forehead. In that instant, an overwhelmingly powerful force surged into her body, elevating her previously unremarkable spiritual root to its pinnacle state with ease. For Chunjio, the effortless creation of such a perfect spiritual root was merely a trivial act. What madness had possessed this filthy beggar to kneel repeatedly in such a manner? Bystanders noticed Lin Xingyue's peculiar behavior and began to whisper amongst themselves, their curiosity piqued. However, amidst the murmurs of confusion, a shocking spectacle unfolded. As Lin Xingyue's spiritual root continued to improve, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted, soaring into the heavens. Immediately, winds began to swirl, and the once serene sky appeared to be stirred by an invisible hand, forming a colossal vortex, with Lin Xingyue at its center, enveloped in its grasp. Heavens! Such a terrifying celestial phenomenon. Who could have caused it? Some gazed in astonishment at the breathtaking scene before them, involuntarily exclaiming in awe. Could this truly be the legendary moment of enlightenment that stuns the world? It was utterly unfathomable. Another individual widened their eyes, murmuring in disbelief. In an instant, the crowd erupted in speculation and discussion. An unending tide of curiosity mingled with fear surrounding this sudden extraordinary spectacle. At that moment, 2 figures darted through the air like lightning. They were 2 practitioners from a nearby sect. Upon landing, they immediately sensed the immense surge of spiritual energy in the area, their expressions turning grave. Such an astounding phenomenon must surely have been triggered by an extraordinarily gifted individual. If they could recruit this person into their sect, it would be an extraordinary fortune. One practitioner gazed intently at Lin Xingyue, enveloped in golden light and tempestuous winds, exclaiming with excitement. Meanwhile, not far from this location, atop a towering peak, a magnificent palace stood proudly. The palace before us is none other than the main hall of the Cold Jade sect. At this moment, the sect leader stands at the entrance of the grand hall, gazing into the distance where an extraordinary, celestial phenomenon unfolds. His brow furrows slightly as his hands swiftly form intricate gestures, calculating with great intensity. Moments later, he abruptly opens his eyes, revealing an expression of uncontainable joy. Ha ha ha. This is indeed an auspicious omen. It appears that the Cold Jade sect is on the verge of experiencing unprecedented prosperity, truly a blessing from the heavens. Among those present, the protagonist, who possesses a system, feels a surge of confidence. After all, he is merely a genius. And how could he possibly compare to someone with extraordinary advantages? Silence. A voice, resonant like a great bell, suddenly reverberates throughout the realm. Everyone turns their gaze upward to behold an elder garbed in a flowing white robe, exuding an ethereal presence as he hovers in the air. His stature is as upright as a pine tree, and his countenance is both imposing and dignified, radiating a formidable aura that sends shivers down the spine. In an instant, the once clamorous area falls utterly silent, as if under a spell of stillness, the crowd too fearful to even breathe, lest they provoke this exalted elder. The elder squints slightly, his gaze sweeping over the densely packed throng below, before speaking in a measured tone. The sect's assessment shall proceed, as usual. During this election, all individuals will be treated equally, with no favoritism whatsoever. The primary criterion for admission into our sect is character, followed closely by talent. He pauses momentarily, then continues. Let it be known that those with poor character, regardless of their exceptional talents, will ultimately descend into becoming tyrants, bringing suffering to the innocent and calamity to the populace. Therefore, during the forthcoming evaluations, you must exert your utmost effort, showcasing your true strength and potential without the slightest hint of concealment. Only in this manner can you pass our rigorous assessments and become disciples of our sect. Upon concluding his address, the elder gestures lightly, signaling the commencement of the sect's examination. The first challenge is to confront the heart's gate, where one encounters memories of the past. Only those with a clear conscience may pass through unscathed. Naturally, Lin Qingyue finds it challenging to approach this with a clear heart, as the specter of revenge often clouds her thoughts. Although surrounded by the phantoms of her family within the heart's gate, she manages to maintain a semblance of clarity with the aid of aged wine. The elders observe Lin Qingyue's talent with keen interest. Despite their verbal emphasis on character being paramount, their ultimate decisions will ultimately reflect their own inclinations. Some elders consider even those with poor character as potential mascots, believing that with exceptional talent and youth, they can be nurtured over time. Chapter 95. Conclusion of the assessment. Character, above average. Behind the tightly closed vermilion doors, a massive stone tablet rises majestically, clearly displaying Lin Qingyue's assessment results. This tablet towers into the clouds, inscribed densely with names and corresponding evaluations, resembling a tome chronicling the fates of countless seekers of knowledge. At such a tender age, possessing such remarkable temperament is indeed a rarity. Several elderly figures, their hair as white as snow and exuding an ethereal presence, gathered together, whispering their evaluations of Lin Qingyue. With slight nods of approval, they acknowledged the admirable qualities exhibited by the young girl. Meanwhile, Chen Jiu, who stood silently observing from the sidelines, employed his formidable psychic abilities to meticulously probe the inner dispositions of those present. After thorough examination, he reflected inwardly. The protagonist's temperament is indeed notably superior compared to most of his peers. However, as the assessment progressed to the comprehension phase, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. The official in charge of the evaluation produced a thick stack of papers, distributing them among the test participants, instructing them to discern the intricacies contained within the esoteric principles merely through diligent study. For the protagonist, this undoubtedly posed an insurmountable chasm. Merely gazing at the pages filled with obscure texts left him feeling dizzy, let alone grasping their profound meanings. Not to mention, he feared he might struggle to recognize even the most arcane characters. In stark contrast, Lin Qingyue's performance in this segment was nothing short of dazzling. With her exceptional innate understanding, she swiftly grasped the essential points of the principles and successfully made her entry into the practice within a short span of time. Though such an achievement may not be deemed earth-shattering, among the multitude of participants, she undoubtedly stood out as a remarkable exception. However, in the discerning eyes of the elders, Lin Qingyue's understanding was merely a minor enhancement among her many outstanding qualities. As the various tests progressed, they finally arrived at the last challenge, the physical endurance climb. This trial employed a traditional yet effective method, requiring the candidates to bear heavy burdens as they ascended the steep and rugged mountain path to the summit. This not only tested each individual's physical strength and endurance, but also posed a severe challenge to their willpower and determination. Ultimately, in this arduous contest, Lin Qingyue reached the mountain peak with unparalleled speed, her hair drenched in sweat, her entire being soaked through. In stark contrast, the protagonist lay collapsed at the foot of the mountain, far from his limits, creating a vivid juxtaposition. Unsurprisingly, based on the comprehensive evaluation results, the protagonist reluctantly found himself relegated to the ranks of the miscellaneous disciples, while Lin Qingyue was rightfully accepted as a true disciple. With their identities now firmly established, they were promptly directed to cleanse themselves before attending the final banquet. With this pronouncement, the sect's recruitment of new disciples officially came to an end. The purpose of this culminating feast was twofold. Firstly, to inspire those at the lower echelons through a comparison of status, encouraging them to strive for excellence. Secondly, to underscore the exceptional attention given to those endowed with extraordinary talents. Under the guidance of an attendant, Lin Qingyue gracefully made her way to the washroom, for she was recognized as a true disciple of the sect and thus entitled to such special privileges. As she stepped into the washroom, a wave of intense heat enveloped her, instantly filling the entire space. To her astonishment, it was a natural hot spring. Even more wondrous was the delicate mist that lingered in the air. With an invisible barrier, Chunjiu shielded her from any prying thoughts or gazes. Before long, the disheveled, filthy little beggar known as Lin Qingyue transformed into an ethereal beauty, exuding an air of elegance and aloofness. This was her true self. Lin Qingyue gazed in awe at her reflection, pondering how long she had lived in fear outside. The woman before her was indeed her authentic form. Her exquisite features resembled a meticulously painted masterpiece, captivating and intricate. Her fair skin gleamed like jade, smooth and radiant, and her bright eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, dazzling and resplendent. Such breathtaking beauty was truly astonishing. However, at that moment, the terrifying memories of her past, once pursued relentlessly, always fleeing, flooded her mind like a tidal wave. Each recollection of those days filled with dread and despair caused her heart to tremble uncontrollably. The mere thought of what would happen if her relentless enemies discovered her current appearance was too dreadful to contemplate. Just as she felt on the verge of suffocation from anxiety, a deep and resonant voice echoed in the depths of her consciousness. Relax. This voice pierced through the darkness like a thunderclap, infusing her soul with a potent calm. Do not be afraid. Those so-called enemies are merely inconsequential stumbling blocks on your path to success. As long as I am with you, they are unworthy to be your adversaries. Under Chen Jiu's soothing guidance, Lin Qingyue gradually felt her heart, which had been suspended in uncertainty, settle back into place, while her once tense body began to relax. Come, step into the hot spring slowly. I shall mold your form and refine your physique, transforming your exterior beyond recognition. From this moment forth, no one will be able to associate your present self with your childhood merely by your appearance. As for the spells designed to trace bloodlines, I will sever all ties. So you need not worry about that at all. Henceforth, your sole focus should be on immersing yourself in your cultivation. With that, Chen Jiu's guiding touch led Lin Qingyue step by step toward the inviting warmth of the hot spring. Chapter 96. Bathing in the hot spring, the warm spring water gently cascaded over Lin Qingyue's snow-white shoulders, tenderly enveloping her form. She quietly closed her eyes, surrendering herself entirely to this sensation of comfort, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only tranquility and warmth. In that moment, an impulse surged within her, a desire to fully immerse herself in the crystalline waters, allowing every inch of her skin to revel in this exquisite sensation. At the bottom of the hot spring, various pebbles of differing sizes and uneven shapes were strewn about. For the average person, sitting directly upon them would undoubtedly result in considerable discomfort. However, fortune smiled upon Lin Qingyue, for Chen Jiu was there to offer his thoughtful assistance. He delicately extended his tendrils, gently cushioning her beneath, ensuring that she could sit comfortably, unaffected by the rocky surface. In that moment, Chen Jiu softly uttered the words, "Embrace the unity of all things." Upon hearing his guidance, Lin Qingyue obediently settled into a cross-legged position, aligning her breath and posture. Soon after, a formidable energy began to flow incessantly through Chen Jiu's tendrils, penetrating Lin Qingyue's body, entering her meridians and dantian, and swiftly transforming into a more concentrated form. Subsequently, this refined energy circulated throughout her entire being, following the specific pathways dictated by the cultivation technique she practiced. The energy flowed like nimble serpents, winding through her limbs and veins, continually nourishing and strengthening her physique. As this mysterious and potent energy coursed through every inch of Lin Qingyue's skin, an extraordinary and heart-stirring metamorphosis quietly commenced. With the passage of time, the energy gradually permeated the depths of her body, effecting a thorough and flawless purification. At that moment, astonishing transformations began to manifest before the astonished eyes of onlookers. Lin Qingyue's already delicate and fair complexion radiated an unprecedented brilliance and allure. Her skin became as smooth and tender as a freshly boiled egg. seemingly capable of springing back at the slightest touch. It resembled the finest mutton-fat jade, exuding a gentle and warm glow that captivated all who beheld it. Moreover, even her already enviable bosom appeared to have received some miraculous enhancement, standing more proudly than ever. Yet, it was her long, slender legs that truly commanded attention. Their graceful and fluid lines were nothing short of perfection. Her skin was as white as snow, delicate as silk, exuding an elasticity and softness that one could almost feel with a mere touch. Each step she took resembled the lightness of a dance, imbued with a unique rhythm that enchanted all who watched. Furthermore, as the impurities within her body were expelled, even the surrounding hot spring water became somewhat tainted. The once pristine and transparent water gradually took on a murky hue, with the most inconspicuous traces being faint wisps of blood. Having just lost her virginity, Lin Xingyue appeared exceedingly fragile, as though all strength had been drained from her. She lay quietly in the warmth of the hot spring, relishing the comfort of the water gently caressing her skin. Gradually, fatigue washed over her like a tide, and her consciousness began to blur, leading her into a deep slumber. To ensure that Lin Xingyue could receive the utmost care and rest, Chunjiu cautiously approached her side. He gently extended his tentacles to test the water temperature and discovered that the once warm spring water had turned slightly cool. Without hesitation, he swiftly prepared a basin of suitably warm water for Lin Xingyue. The clear, transparent water flowed gracefully into the pool, creating ripples that resembled a beautiful painting. Time passed quietly, and when Lin Xingyue finally awakened from her slumber, she was pleasantly surprised to find herself on the path of qi refinement. In her previous world, Chunjiu referred to this transformation as transcending the mundane. As she felt the powerful energy surging within her, her heart brimmed with joy. Chunjiu, who had been vigilantly watching over her, gently supported Lin Xingyue upon her awakening and meticulously helped her don the robe bestowed upon her by the sect as a true disciple. This purple Taoist robe was exquisitely tailored and crafted from fine materials, perfectly enveloping Lin Xingyue's already striking figure. The collar was adorned with intricate embroidery, and the cuffs were embellished with silver threads, enhancing its mysterious and noble aura. "Thank you, Master, for granting this servant a new life." Lin Xingyue humbly bowed to Chunjiu. However, Chunjiu was oblivious to her gesture, noticing only her high-raised posterior, which hinted that her bow was not executed with precision. Observing this, Chunjiu decided to administer a mild reprimand. He gently tapped Lin Xingyue's derriere, though the force was light. It caused her charming face to bloom with a sudden flush. "Rise, for I have left within you an exceedingly rich aura. Its energy approximately equivalent to the total of 10 trillion low-grade spirit stones. You need only to gradually refine and absorb it, which will greatly benefit your future cultivation, assisting you in advancing your prowess and growth," Chunjiu stated with a slight nod. Upon hearing his words, Lin Xingyue was filled with delight and gratitude. Once she received Chunjiu's permission, she slowly stood up. However, at that moment, she felt a slight itch in her lower abdomen. Driven by curiosity, she discreetly lifted a corner of her clothing to investigate, only to discover that Chunjiu had inscribed intricate and mysterious demonic patterns upon her abdomen. These patterns would not only significantly accelerate her cultivation speed, but also transform her otherwise mundane training into something far more engaging. At this thought, Lin Xingyue couldn't help but admire Chunjiu even more. Just then, a clear and melodious voice echoed from afar. "Senior Sister Xingyue, the banquet is about to commence. Please be mindful of the time." The voice belonged to a senior sister from the inner sect. Although Lin Xingyue had arrived late, her seniority afforded her some leeway. "I understand," Lin Xingyue replied from within the room, fastening her sword and jade pendant before departing. Chapter 97. The Banquet Disciple Pays Respect to Master. Lin Xingyue reverently greeted as she bowed before the figure ahead. As a true disciple of the sect, she was acutely aware that her esteemed position and treatment were largely attributable to this individual, the vice master of the sect. The esteemed deputy sect leader, Bai Wenqing, is a practitioner of the emotionless path, now a formidable cultivator at the nascent soul stage. It is well understood that the journey of cultivation is both lengthy and arduous, commencing from the initial qi refinement phase, traversing through the foundation establishment and golden core stages, before finally arriving at the realm of nascent soul. Beyond this lies the transcendent stage of divine transformation, while the legendary level of immortals remains an elusive dream. Rumor has it that within the sect, an ancestor at the divine transformation stage is currently in seclusion, a testament to the sect's profound heritage and strength, which, when compared globally, ranks among the top 3. "Oh, my disciple has arrived. Come, Take a seat so that I may observe you closely, Bai Wenqing beckoned. Despite her words of concern, her icy tone seemed to create an insurmountable distance. Lin Qingyue dared not exhibit any semblance of negligence, standing obediently beside Bai Wenqing. Under the directive of Chen Jiao, the enhancement of her own strength was always prioritized. At that very moment, those around her were engrossed in their own matters, wholly oblivious to the astonishing phenomenon quietly unfolding. She was surreptitiously siphoning the mysterious energy that flowed ceaselessly from her slightly protruding abdomen. Noticing the flicker of fear and unfamiliarity on Lin Qingyue's face, Bai Wenqing gently inquired, "Why do you seem so distant? Was my tone too frigid? Do not be afraid, my child. This is merely a minor side effect of my cultivation of the emotionless path." As she spoke, Bai Wenqing tenderly reached out, pulling Lin Qingyue aside, her gaze filled with warmth and reassurance. Regarding Lin Qingyue, she is Bai Wenqing's first disciple. Previously, due to the constraints and influences of the emotionless path, Bai Wenqing had never entertained the thought of taking on disciples. However, this time was different, as the junior sister of the sect leader. Even the sect leader harbored a hint of personal interest in granting this rare opportunity to Bai Wenqing. Bai Wenqing devoted herself wholeheartedly to her beloved disciple, understanding that Lin Qingyue could potentially become a pivotal figure in her further advancement along the emotionless path. "Thank you for your concern, Master. Just now, while I was washing up, I suddenly felt a surge of spiritual energy within me, akin to tumultuous waves crashing against my meridians. I decisively guided this powerful energy to coalesce in my dantian, and after navigating through considerable challenges, I successfully broke through to the qi refinement stage. However, I must take time to solidify this hard-won realm to avoid any instability in my foundation." Lin Qingyue spoke with an unflinching demeanor, her deception remarkably convincing, weaving a narrative that was half truth, half fabrication, making it difficult for others to discern its authenticity. Bai Wenqing, upon listening, nodded slightly, and then extended her consciousness towards Lin Qingyue. In an instant, the condition within Lin Qingyue was vividly revealed before Bai Wenqing's eyes. Indeed, she had entered the first layer of qi refinement. Yet, due to Chen Jiao's earlier remarks, Bai Wenqing unconsciously overlooked the slight protrusion of Lin Qingyue's abdomen. At that moment, Lin Qingyue's gaze inadvertently fell upon Bai Wenqing's prominent bosom, the luscious fruits enticing like ripe peaches. Unable to resist, she lowered her head and discreetly compared her own chest, pondering silently whether her master would prefer a woman of such ample proportions. As she was lost in thought, a playful voice suddenly interrupted her. "Oh, such a young age, and yet you dare to stare, truly a little rogue." With that, Bai Wenqing reached out and pulled Lin Qingyue into her embrace. Lin Qingyue was enveloped by a rich fragrance, and in an instant, she felt as though she had sunk into a vast, soft cloud, momentarily at a loss, completely unaware of what had transpired. "Look, my disciple is shy." Observing Lin Qingyue's cheeks, flushed like a ripe apple, Bai Wenqing couldn't help but smile gently, reaching out to lightly stroke her petite, adorable nose. Lin Qingyue, with a playful pout, gazed up with her large, sparkling eyes, akin to a lively fawn, and suddenly wrapped her arms tightly around Bai Wenqing's slender waist. Just then, a slight cough broke the moment, and both turned to see that, unbeknownst to them, the sect master had quietly taken his seat at the head of the table. The sect master's expression was somewhat awkward. After all, as a cultivator devoted solely to the pursuit of the Tao, he remained solitary. Upon noticing the sect master, Bai Wenqing discreetly helped Lin Qingyue up, her smile vanishing without a trace, replaced by a demeanor as cold as frost. "Senior brother has arrived," she stated, her voice reminiscent of the harshness of winter, chilling to the bone. Seeing this, the sect master felt a surge of bitterness and helplessness within him. He sighed deeply and said slowly, "Why must you be so indifferent, junior sister?" He had always harbored special feelings for his younger disciple, yet in his youthful folly, he had committed many wrongs against her. Consequently, their relationship had long since lost its former intimacy, and no matter how earnestly the sect master endeavored to mend it, his efforts seemed in vain. "Let the banquet commence." "Sect master." Bai Wenqing languidly reclined in her chair, slightly narrowing her eyes before gently closing the enchanting, deep blue irises that resembled the depths of the sea. In that moment, her exquisite visage appeared particularly serene and mysterious, as if the entire world were isolated from her. Standing on the elevated platform, the sect master gazed at the gathered disciples, a flicker of guilt arising within him. He sighed, acknowledging his own shortcomings in this affair, yet realizing that he must now muster the courage to preside over the banquet. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed disciples, today marks a momentous occasion for our sect. Our sect is now flourishing, a testament to the collective efforts of each esteemed individual present. As the saying goes, the universe is yet to be determined. You are all dark horses. I firmly believe that with our united determination and relentless pursuit, the future of our sect will be boundless. And this splendid future undoubtedly belongs to each one of you. After the sect master passionately shared a plethora of eloquent remarks, we finally arrived at the highlight of the evening, the apprenticeship ceremony of Lin Qingwei, his cherished disciple. Such a grand occasion is naturally a spectacle for all, not only highlighting the sect's commitment to nurturing talent, but also inspiring other disciples to aspire and strive for excellence. However, unbeknownst to everyone, a tremendous surge of fortune, akin to a roaring tide, suddenly descended from the heavens and surged directly towards Lin Qingwei. The source of this fortune emanated from the seemingly inconspicuous protagonist within the crowd. At this moment, he gazed steadfastly at Lin Qingwei, silently vowing to win the hand of this enchanting woman, resolute to face any hardships that lay ahead without the slightest hesitation. Chapter 98, Opportunity Die. Accompanied by a furious roar, a powerful punch suddenly rushed towards the protagonist's head from behind, swift as lightning and utterly unexpected. Yet, in that critical moment, a brilliant blue light abruptly flashed. In the blink of an eye, a massive blue shield materialized out of thin air, standing firm like an indomitable fortress, effectively blocking the lethal blow. All the force of the attack dissipated as if it had vanished into the sea. At this juncture, the sect master, who had been vigilantly observing the banquet, sensed the impending danger. With a tightening of his heart, he swiftly teleported to the scene. His piercing gaze swept across the surroundings as he thundered, "Who dares to commit murder within my sect?" His voice resonated like thunder, deafening and authoritative. Simultaneously, due to the unexpected assault, the protagonist's fortune underwent a remarkable transformation. As if drawn by some mysterious force, a significant portion of his fortune was instantaneously depleted. Fortunately, fortune does not simply vanish. Rather, it is transferred according to the unseen rules of fate. This time, the fortune found its way to Lin Qingwei. Confronted with such a predicament, the assailant, bound by the sect master, displayed no signs of panic or fear. Instead, he revealed a sinister grin and laughed maniacally. "Huh? You so-called righteous individuals are nothing more than a bunch of lowly chickens and dogs. Today, I have come at the behest of my master, empowered with supreme divine strength." As his words echoed, he began to chant incantations, and his aura transformed dramatically. In an instant, his body trembled violently, flesh and blood surging as if boiling water. Subsequently, crimson light erupted from within him, rapidly enveloping his entire being. Under the eerie glow, his muscles swelled visibly, transforming him into an extraordinarily robust figure, exuding a chilling aura of terror. The sect leader, who initially intended to capture this individual for rigorous interrogation, felt a sudden weight in his heart, realizing that the situation was far more complicated than he had anticipated. Without hesitation, he decisively raised his hand, channeling all his power to strike fiercely at the peculiar being. However, to everyone's astonishment, this formidable blow was abruptly halted as it approached the creature, as if it had encountered an invisible barrier, rendering it unable to advance even a fraction further. How utterly foolish this flesh could be. Chunjiu furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on the chaotic scene before him, already understanding the origin of this turmoil. With such reckless abandon, it seemed this entity would once again be unable to partake in the feast. At that moment, the consciousness of the entire world seemed to sense a mysterious and unfamiliar powerful force stirring the clouds ominously. In an instant, the world reacted with fierce intensity, akin to a healthy body suddenly discovering a lethal virus invading its system, instinctively beginning to heat up. As if to declare to the external world, only one side could survive this conflict. The flesh, inherently impulsive and irritable, was now consumed by rage, yearning to unleash a devastating blow that would shatter the world to dust. Yet, just as it was about to act, a massive hand seized its ear like an iron claw. "How many times must I tell you not to act impulsively? If you truly destroy this place, wouldn't our efforts be in vain?" The large eye glared at the flesh with a mixture of exasperation and indignation. She felt utterly speechless toward this reckless creature that never heeded advice. Fortunately, after much effort, she finally managed to regain control over the large eye. Roar. Although the large eye had lost its freedom, the monstrous entity elevated to a legendary status still lingered. The sect leader, sensing the resistance had dissipated, felt a twinge of doubt. Could it be that this monster possessed a period of invincibility after its transformation? The creature's metamorphosis was truly astonishing. To leap directly from the chi refinement stage to the nascent soul stage was an unprecedented marvel. With a grave expression, the sect leader spoke. His demeanor focused as his right hand slowly delved into his robe in search of something. Moments later, a talisman radiating a mysterious light appeared in his hand. He inhaled deeply, intoning, "Thunder rolls, 5 thunders strike, hastily as the law commands, go." As the incantation echoed, the talisman shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. In an instant, the sky seemed to be rent asunder, and a series of deep, rumbling thunderclaps resounded through the heavens. Immediately, spheres of celestial thunder descended from the heavens like shooting stars, bearing an overwhelming force as they plummeted towards the monstrous creature. In the face of this relentless onslaught of terrifying thunderbolts, the creature exhibited no fear. Instead, it unleashed a deafening roar. Without hesitation, it charged directly into the torrential rain of lightning, clearly undeterred by its imminent peril and resolutely remembering its target. "System, save me." Witnessing the creature's ferocious advance, the protagonist was seized by terror and swiftly dodged to the side, fleeing in a panic while desperately calling out to his system for assistance. However, to his utter astonishment, the system's response was cold and unyielding. "You have just activated the protection protocol. However, due to your outstanding debts, please settle your dues before redeeming any services." To the system, if this host met an untimely demise, it could simply find another protagonist with greater fortune. Yet, expending valuable energy to save the current individual would be a losing endeavor. "Damn you, system." The protagonist erupted in fury upon hearing this. Nevertheless, with the situation becoming increasingly dire, he had no time for grievances and continued to flee desperately from the relentless creature. Fortunately, it seemed that Lady Luck still favored this protagonist. Despite his dire straits, his aura of fortune remained robust enough to sustain him through this life and death crisis. Vile beast. A sword chi surged through the air, intercepting the creature, as the sect master intervened to shield the others. In this confrontation of Yuaniing level, those at the Gene Dance stage and below were mere offerings. Chapter 99. The seed of fire, the sword intent, as sharp and frigid as frost and snow, howled forth, exuding immense pressure and brilliance, forcing the hideous creature to retreat in submission. At that moment, a white figure appeared like a specter, silently hovering in the skies above the battlefield. Upon closer inspection, it was Bai Wenqing, who had mysteriously arrived at the scene. "Die!" The creature roared in a thunderous rage, thrashing wildly in resistance. Yet, all its efforts were in vain, for both Bai Wenqing and the sect master intentionally suppressed and controlled its power, rendering it incapable of inflicting any substantial harm. Every attack was deftly redirected towards the surrounding peaks. As time passed, with both sides locked in a stalemate, several formidable Yuaniing ancestors arrived on the sect master's side. Without hesitation, they unleashed a myriad of astonishing spells, illuminating the sky with dazzling brilliance. Under this overwhelming barrage of magical attacks, the already beleaguered creature found itself utterly exhausted. Finally, with a resounding final blow, the creature's massive form collapsed to the ground, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. In an instant, the fallen beast's carcass transformed into a towering mountain of flesh, reaching into the clouds. Such a monstrous being. I have lived for many years and have never encountered anything like it. The sect leader stood at a distance, gazing down upon the grotesque mountain of flesh that emitted a nauseating stench, his face etched with grave concern. Bai Wenqing paid no heed to the leader's murmuring, instead turning to bow respectfully to the revered ancestors who had just arrived to provide assistance. "I am deeply grateful to all esteemed ancestors for your righteous aid." "Haha, there is no need for such thanks. We are all family." One of the venerable elders, his hair as white as snow, chuckled heartily. "Now that this matter is resolved, I shall take my leave. The rest is in the hands of you young ones." The remaining elders nodded in agreement, expressing their concurrence. After exchanging a few words among themselves, the former leaders and elders clasped their hands behind their backs and vanished like streaks of light into the horizon. This gathering was meant to be a joyous and harmonious celebration. However, it was abruptly concluded due to the unforeseen attack. The crowd slowly dispersed, leaving only the protagonist to face inquiries. The esteemed elder fixed his sharp gaze upon the protagonist, unleashing a barrage of questions. "Why did the creature relentlessly pursue you? Calling for your demise? Where do you hail from?" The elder, intrigued by the protagonist's survival amidst such ferocity, probed with meticulous curiosity. The protagonist, still trembling with residual fear, stammered, "I am from the eastern township of Qintian. After enduring such a harrowing experience, I am exceedingly anxious." To complicate matters, due to this incident, he had incurred a substantial debt to the system, which would render the majority of its formidable functions inaccessible until the debt was settled. I truly know nothing about that monster. I was merely watching my senior sister from the audience when, upon turning around, the beast launched a fierce punch at me. His voice quivered, his face a mask of terror, and the confidence he once possessed had vanished entirely. The elder continued to scrutinize the protagonist, and with years of experience, he discerned the truth in the young man's words. Yet, the circumstances were too bizarre among the multitude present. Why had the creature singled out this inconspicuous disciple as its target? Even if it had chosen to confront the core disciple Lin Qinghua, it would not have seemed so extraordinary. With a furrowed brow, the elder fell into deep contemplation. He gazed intently at the slightly inexperienced youth before him and spoke in a calm voice. From this moment forth, the identity of a mere disciple shall have no bearing on you. Considering that you may face further scrutiny, I have decided to elevate you to the rank of an outer disciple. Remember, do not become complacent. You must diligently cultivate your skills and strive to attain the foundation establishment stage as soon as possible. Though the elder remained unaware of the secrets hidden within the protagonist, he had his own thoughts. He mused to himself, "First, I shall nurture this child well. As for how events will unfold in the future, time will reveal the answers. If this is merely the result of an accident, then it is of no consequence. It simply adds another outer disciple to our ranks. With the strength of our sect, supporting a mere outer disciple is well within our capabilities. Moreover, this young man has successfully passed the arduous trial of questioning the heart, which suggests that his innate talent and character are commendable. Given this, with appropriate guidance and resource support, he may very well develop into a formidable asset for our sect over time." Contemplating this, the elder nodded slightly, a glimmer of expectation shining in his eyes. "Where? This shall be your cave dwelling. My own abode lies not far from here. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Now, let us commence your instruction in the first form of the cold heart sword technique." With a gentle smile, Bai Wenqing led Lin Qinghua to her cave and began to meticulously guide her onto this path of detachment. Lin Qinghua held her breath, concentrating intently as she mimicked her master's demonstrated movements. Yet doubts lingered in her mind. Why must she choose the path of detachment? Could there be no alternative routes available? As she diligently practiced the technique, she could not help but voice her inquiry. Bai Wenqing, upon hearing her, let out a soft sigh and replied, "My dear disciple, this path of detachment is a conclusion I have reached through personal experience. After countless attempts and explorations, I discovered that it is the most straightforward and accessible path, one that is also most aligned with the essence of cultivation. You must understand that in this vast and boundless universe, everything harbors ulterior motives, watching you with keen eyes. Only by maintaining a heart devoid of affection can you avoid being ensnared by the myriad distractions of the world, allowing you to focus solely on the pursuit of enlightenment and ultimately ascend to immortality." As she spoke, a profound yearning for transcendence shone in Bai Wenqing's gaze. "Especially those men, they are to be kept at a distance." It seemed Bai Wenqing was suddenly reminded of some painful past experiences, her expression darkening. "Remember, there is no one in this world who deserves your unreserved trust, not even myself." Chapter 100. Causality. Lin Qinghua stood there in silence. Her lips parted, yet unspoken words remained trapped within. At that moment, she felt utterly lost, unsure of how to ease the tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, Bai Wenqing appeared to recognize her earlier emotional outburst. She shook her head slightly, a self-deprecating smile gracing her features. "Look at me, how easily I lose my composure. This has truly disrupted my resolve." With that, she gently waved her hand, collecting the mountain of precious resources before her into a delicate storage ring, which she then handed to Lin Qinghua. After completing this task, Bai Wenqing turned and made her way back to her cave, preparing to enter seclusion for her cultivation. Lin Qinghua slowly accepted the storage ring but did not immediately inspect its contents. Instead, she quietly moved aside, crossed her legs, and sat down upon the ground. After a considerable amount of time, she finally whispered, "Master, this humble servant truly does not wish to pursue the path of indifference. I neither desire to forget the matter of vengeance nor to distance myself from you." As her words lingered in the air, she cast aside the technique that Bai Wenqing had just instructed her in, tossing it carelessly into the corner. "If I do not practice, then I shall not practice. After all, your master, the path of indifference, has not ventured far, and her understanding is flawed. She likely intends to use you merely as a means to achieve the transformation into the divine realm." A thread, named causality, connected Lin Qinghua and Bai Wenqing. Meanwhile, Chen Jiao, who had been discreetly observing everything, suddenly realized that the energy he had bestowed upon Lin Qingyue before the banquet was nearly depleted. He acted once more, continuously infusing powerful energy into Lin Qingyue's body until her energy reserves became replenished once again. Oh, master, what method could possibly allow me to successfully offer by winning to you? Lin Qingyue grasped tightly the dagger glimmering with a cold light, her gaze icy and resolute. Her feelings toward by winning were hardly favorable. Most of the individuals surrounding her were drawn to her exceptionally precious spiritual roots. They spoke sweetly while harboring ulterior motives. How many truly wished to extend a helping hand in her time of need? Lin Qingyue was acutely aware of this. She merely needed to patiently await the opportune moment, and everything would fall into place. A deep and mysterious voice seemed to resonate from the distant heavens, echoing softly in Lin Qingyue's ears. What a stroke of misfortune! The protagonist, unable to contain his anger, kicked fiercely at the weeds by the roadside, indignantly lamenting, I am a bona fide transmigrator. Moreover, I possess a system. A golden finger of sorts. Should I not be destined for greatness? Why, then, was his fate so woeful? At that moment, the burdensome task requirements loomed over him like a heavy mountain, suffocating him. Particularly the task involving dual cultivation with the vice sect leader, which felt utterly absurd. That individual was a formidable power of the nascent soul stage, capable of effortlessly erasing him as if he were but an ant. Oh heavens, is there truly no easier way to earn points? The protagonist strolled despondently along the winding paths of the sect's mountain, anxiously inquiring of the system in his mind. After a brief moment, the system finally responded. The host can exchange items for points. Upon hearing this, the protagonist, who had been on the verge of despair, felt as though he had grasped a lifeline, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. However, when he learned the specific exchange rate, that newly kindled flame of hope was ruthlessly extinguished. What? It takes an entire spirit stone just to obtain a single point. Even more absurd was the fact that purchasing one spirit stone required a staggering 10 points. What was the difference from outright robbery? The protagonist, infuriated, stomped his feet in outrage, even contemplating returning this wretched system. In response to his furious outcry, the system, unfazed, replied, Heh, this method is far quicker than robbery. These words pierced the protagonist's heart like a sharp blade, leading him to the brink of despair. At that moment, unbeknownst to them, a mysterious and formidable force quietly enveloped the essence of the system. In a seemingly nonchalant yet profoundly intricate manner, it silently altered the operational paradigm of the system. Just then, a frustrated roar pierced the air. Just go ahead and condemn me. Before the echoes of the words faded, the protagonist, his face flushed with anger, strode towards the banks of a flowing stream. The air here was refreshingly pure, as if it could cleanse the weariness and troubles of the world, surrounded by verdant bamboo. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a melodious symphony orchestrated by nature. Further in the distance, a magnificent waterfall cascaded down, its splashes of water rising like mist, leaving one in awe. Such breathtaking scenery instantly elevated the protagonist's previously dismal mood. Just as he became enraptured by the picturesque landscape before him, his gaze was suddenly drawn to an object on the riverbank. Upon closer inspection, he discovered several neatly folded garments. Curiosity took hold of him, and he murmured, How peculiar to find a set of clothes here. Yet, before he could ponder further, a clear, melodious sound of water surged forth. With the sound, the protagonist's eyes widened in astonishment as a graceful woman emerged from the water. Her skin was as smooth as cream, her face like a blooming peach, and her damp long hair cascaded over her shoulders, enhancing her enchanting allure. Her appearance was akin to that of a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, so breathtaking it was almost suffocating. At that moment, the protagonist was left utterly spellbound, completely oblivious to his surroundings. The enchanting beauty, resembling a lotus rising from the water, was evidently taken aback to find someone spying on her. After she managed to compose herself and arrange her damp hair, she abruptly opened her eyes, only to be met with the sight of a stranger holding her clothes, leaving her uncertain of his intentions. In an instant, her complexion paled, and she let out a piercing scream. Ah, a pervert. The protagonist, jolted back to reality, hastily retreated and frantically apologized. I'm sorry. I truly did not mean to intrude. However, upon hearing her resolute declaration, I have memorized your face. I will report you to the elders of the enforcement hall. His steps came to an abrupt halt. He realized he might have landed himself in serious trouble. Flee. She had already seen his face. If he were reported to the enforcement hall, given his knowledge of their workings, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Thus, rage surged within him, leading to reckless determination. Chapter 101. Fortune. Without hesitation, the protagonist leaped into the water. He swiftly extended his hands, like lightning, covering the woman's mouth. Then, with a firm press, he submerged her body beneath the surface, attempting to gain complete control over her. Prior to this, he had meticulously assessed the woman's cultivation and found it to be far inferior to his own. With his current prowess, subduing a seemingly fragile woman like her was a trivial task. However, the woman, with her mouth covered, did not yield easily. She struggled desperately, emitting indistinct murmurs as if she were striving to awaken the last vestiges of conscience and humanity within the protagonist's heart. Simultaneously, her body writhed and trembled, attempting to break free from the protagonist's firm grasp. In the face of her resistance, the protagonist not only showed no sign of restraint but grew increasingly arrogant. He pressed down forcefully on her, denying her any chance of escape, while retrieving a shadow stone from his bosom, threatening her menacingly by her ear. Enough of your futile efforts. Obey my commands, or I shall capture your current likeness with this stone. Should you dare to utter a single word about today's events, the entire sect shall witness your indecent images from your bath. The consequences, I believe, are all too clear to you. Upon finishing, a cruel and triumphant smile spread across his face. Tears cascaded down the woman's beautiful yet sorrowful eyes like a bursting dam, a continuous stream of crystalline droplets falling and splashing upon the tranquil water's surface, creating delicate ripples. As the tears flowed unceasingly, the waves on the water grew larger, as if the woman's shattered heart were stirring up turbulent waves at the lake's bottom. At that moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. The protagonist, who had stood tall, suddenly staggered, as if struck by a heavy blow, and without warning, fell backward into the water. His body crashed down, sending a large splash, and he vanished beneath the surface in an instant. The protagonist struggled to raise his head from the water, his face etched with shock and disbelief. His eyes widened, fixed on the seemingly frail and harmless woman before him, unable to comprehend how events had spiraled to such an extent. Meanwhile, the woman merely flicked her wrist, previously grasped by the protagonist, and nonchalantly cleaned the area. A slight smirk curled at the corners of her mouth, revealing a disdainful smile, as she murmured to herself, "How ridiculous, just a mere little beast. With a simple ruse, I easily subdued him. How foolish of the master to consider this a significant task. Insisting I proceed with caution, it was completely unnecessary." Following her words, she burst into a fit of laughter, seemingly relishing her recent actions. I concede. The protagonist's face was a mask of bitterness and despair. He could never have anticipated such an unexpected turn of events at such a critical moment. Just moments ago, he had been wholly focused on the enemy's actions at Point B, entirely oblivious to the lurking danger, and was thus consumed by the sudden explosion. Oh, little beast. No longer struggling? The woman's lips curled into a mocking smile as she elegantly approached the shore. She reached into her garment, gently withdrawing a gleaming dagger that shimmered ominously in the sunlight, foretelling the tragic fate that awaited the protagonist. At this moment, the protagonist felt as though the flame of his life was gradually extinguishing, and his consciousness began to blur. My time is up, he murmured to himself, as vivid images of the past flooded his mind, filled with a sense of unwillingness and helplessness. However, just as he stood on the brink of despair, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A fierce wind howled past, accompanied by a deafening roar, as a colossal and menacing beast suddenly erupted from the dense forest. It opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs, and like a bolt of lightning, lunged directly at the woman standing on the shore. Damn luck, so close. Upon witnessing this, the woman's expression changed drastically. The joyful demeanor she had moments ago vanished, replaced by boundless fury and frustration. She gritted her teeth, trembling with rage, wishing she could obliterate the entire world with a single punch. This beast had arrived at the most inopportune moment, disrupting her plans and allowing the protagonist to narrowly escape a dire fate. Just as she was about to exact revenge on her enemy, this uninvited guest intervened, provoking her uncontrollable wrath. Unfortunately, it was too late for her to retaliate against the protagonist, as the elders within the sect had already sensed the intrusion of the beast and rushed to provide assistance. The beast pounced toward the protagonist, its claws outstretched and its demeanor ferocious, as if it intended to tear him apart. Yet, at that critical moment, a figure flickered into view, appearing before the protagonist like a specter. With a swift motion of his hands, a powerful force surged forth, effortlessly blocking the beast's ferocious assault. The woman, however, was not so fortunate. She was instantly caught by the creature's razor-sharp fangs, her body torn asunder like a rag doll, blood splattering everywhere in a gruesome spectacle. Damn it! How could such a savage beast suddenly appear within the sect? Why was there no prior warning of this emergency? The elder surveyed the chaotic scene before him. A mixture of shock and rage coursing through him, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Fortunately, after some observation, he discerned that this beast was merely at the chi refinement stage, its strength not particularly formidable. Had they been facing a calculated attack from a malevolent sect, he feared he would not have been able to escape unscathed, likely meeting a grim fate. As the elder grappled with his lingering trepidation, he turned to see that the one who had spoken was none other than the protagonist, whom he had questioned not long ago. Seeing the scene unfold, the elder couldn't help but feel a mix of helplessness and bemusement. Why is it always you? Are you perpetually plagued by misfortune, constantly pursued? He mused, wondering if the young man was indeed entangled with some malevolent force, for how else could he find himself in such perilous situations time and again? And so it was. He suggested providing the young man with a severance fee, for the circumstances were exceedingly peculiar. The elder then escorted the protagonist to the Great Hall. Chapter 102. The price if we choose to evade and shrink back in the face of adversity. How will others perceive our sect? In my humble opinion, the more we are confronted with such circumstances, the more resolutely we must choose to remain, demonstrating to the world that our sect has always been fiercely protective of its own. One elder, his expression grave and his gaze unwavering, articulated a perspective that starkly contrasted with that of the others. A brief silence enveloped the gathering. After a moment, another voice emerged, suggesting, if that is the case, let us stay. After all, we should not hastily abandon those disciples who have committed no wrongdoing. The sect leader nodded slightly in agreement, though his words were laced with subtlety, indicating that he had yet to fully grasp how to navigate the current situation. His intention seemed to be to safeguard this disciple for the time being, deferring further decisions until the opportune moment, believing that preserving them for now was paramount. Once the meeting concluded, the protagonist trudged back to his chamber, his steps heavy, his brow furrowed with worry as he sighed deeply. As he closed the door behind him, he collapsed onto his bed like a deflated balloon, muttering, "Ugh, why do I feel like an utter fool?" Since his arrival in this world, he had assumed that with the aid of a system, he would effortlessly ascend to the status of an invincible protagonist. However, reality had proven otherwise. Not only was the system malfunctioning, but he also remained oblivious to the whereabouts of his enemies. Most alarming of all was the uncertainty of when they might strike from the shadows again. Contemplating this, the protagonist felt a shiver run down his spine, his heart heavy with helplessness and anxiety. Damn it, I cannot simply sit idly by and await my demise. I must devise a means to reactivate this wretched system, he murmured, his gaze fixed on the plethora of tasks listed before him, inwardly lamenting his plight. Obtaining valuable points from the system felt more impossible than scaling the heavens. Was he truly compelled to take reckless risks? Perhaps he could discreetly procure some resources from the sect? This audacious and reckless thought lodged itself in his mind, akin to a stubborn parasite. Just then, he chanced upon a task posted by the sect, aimed at excavating spiritual mines. His eyes lit up as if he had discovered a lifeline. Perhaps he could sell the treasures he unearthed to that enigmatic system. Thus, at the break of dawn the following day, filled with anticipation and trepidation, the protagonist made his way to the designated location for task assignments, boldly accepting the mining mission. Without delay, he hastened towards the vein of spiritual, or located at the edge of the sect. Upon reaching his destination, he gazed at the mountains brimming with endless wealth and treasures, unable to suppress his excitement as he rubbed his hands together. After all, these spiritual ores were exceptional materials for forging top-tier magical artifacts. However, due to the extraordinary value of the spiritual minerals found in this locale, the sect has specifically invited formidable experts at the nascent soul stage to establish formidable restrictions here, aimed at preventing any ill-intentioned individuals from attempting theft. Remarkably, these restrictions render all storage artifacts completely ineffective within this area. At this moment, the protagonist appears unconcerned by these circumstances. After all, he reasons, the shabby system he possesses should surely be capable of overcoming a mere restriction set by a nascent soul expert. With this thought in mind, he confidently seizes his tools and begins to excavate fervently. Concurrently, after extracting a certain quantity of spiritual minerals, he secretly sells half of the materials to the system, continuing his diligent work. Naturally, the system accepts his offerings without hesitation. When the protagonist concludes a day of mining, the elder guarding the soul exit measures the spiritual minerals he has brought out, shaking his head in disbelief. Only such a meager amount after a whole day, he muses. The lad must have been slacking off. 2 spiritual stones, he remarks. Make sure to mine more next time. The elder sets 2 spiritual stones before the protagonist. While the protagonist toils tirelessly, resolutely striving to repay his debts, Lin Xingyue has meticulously followed Chunjio's careful plans, planting numerous vividly colored and uniquely shaped flowers before Bai Wenqing's serene abode. These exquisite blossoms are no ordinary specimens. They are a newly cultivated variety, crafted through Chunjio's significant dedication and effort. They possess a remarkable ability to thrive through photosynthesis, disseminating their seeds via the pollen that drifts through the air. Any passerby inadvertently inhaling these delicate floating particles will unknowingly have the tiny seeds burrow into their bodies, subsequently germinating in a special area. Chunjio has ingeniously bestowed upon this peculiar plant a vividly descriptive name, tentacle-like flora. One morning, as usual, Bai Wenqing stepped out of her cave dwelling to assess Lin Xingyue's recent progress in cultivation. Upon her gaze falling upon the splendid array of flowers blooming all around, she paused in surprise and inquired, what are these? I've never seen them before. Lin Xingyue, upon hearing her voice, quickly stood up, her face lighting up with a smile as she explained to Bai Wenqing, Master, these are merely some ordinary wildflowers I stumbled upon in the back mountain. Just look at how this entire area is covered in a sea of purple flowers. Isn't it breathtaking? Not to mention the delightful fragrance they emit. However, Bai Wenqing exhibited little interest in the beautiful blooms, her expression turning serious as she cautioned Lin Xingyue, Disciple, do not allow these flowers and plants to distract your focus. You must concentrate all your efforts on enhancing your cultivation. Once you have achieved success in your practice, it will not be too late to indulge in such leisurely pursuits. Bai Wenqing has always maintained a strict approach towards cultivation, leaving no room for carelessness. I understand, Master, Lin Xingyue replied. Lin Xingyue inclined her head slightly, responding with a humble demeanor that seemed to convey her inner modesty and reverence. Yet beneath this ostensibly docile exterior, her mind was quietly contemplating the successful completion of her master's entrusted task. At that moment, Bai Wenqing gracefully approached the flower bush, her jade-like fingers delicately plucking a vibrant blossom, which she brought to her nose for a gentle sniff. The subtle fragrance enveloped her, captivating those nearby. After a brief pause, she lifted her gaze to Lin Xingyue, a hint of approval curling her lips into a smile as she remarked, You too have a discerning eye. This scene is indeed a rare sight. Her words carried a refreshing warmth, akin to a spring breeze, igniting a sense of comfort in the hearts of those present. Chapter 103. Growth. Having meticulously examined Lin Xingyue's cultivation, Bai Wenqing hurried to the sect's alchemy hall. Upon entering, she made her way directly to the counter and addressed the busy hall master. Master, could you kindly prepare a medicinal pill to assist Lin Xingyue in her cultivation? The hall master looked up upon hearing her voice, recognizing Bai Wenqing, and promptly set aside his work, responding with a smile. It's the esteemed sect Master Bai. Please hold on a moment while I check the inventory. With that, he turned and disappeared into the back room to rummage through the supplies. Before long, the hall master emerged with a list in hand, presenting it to Bai Wenqing while stroking his long beard contemplatively. Sect Master Bai, here are the only pills that meet your requirements. I wonder if they will suffice. Bai Wenqing took the list, quickly scanning the names and effects of the pills, then gently shook her head, returning the list to the hall master. Thank you for your kindness, but as the saying goes, every medicine has its poison. For a prodigious disciple like Lin Xingyue, it is unwise to overly rely on medicinal aids. As she spoke, she instinctively tucked her hands back into her sleeves, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. At that moment, an unusual sensation surged within her, causing her heart to leap in alarm. Elder Zhang, I apologize for the inconvenience, but I must trouble you to prepare the pills promptly. I have urgent matters to attend to. Before her words had fully settled, Bai Wenqing had already turned on her heel, striding swiftly toward the exit, leaving the hall master in a state of bewilderment, staring at her retreating figure. As a seasoned cultivator, introspecting her own organs was merely a trivial task for Bai Wenqing. However, when she began to employ her spiritual energy for inner observation, she was astonished to discover a spherical mass within her large intestine. Even more chillingly, this mass was covered in an array of tentacle-like protrusions. Normally, once a cultivator successfully establishes their foundation, they need not consume grains, as they can sustain their lives solely by absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. Even if they occasionally ingested food, their bodies would swiftly digest it, leaving no residual waste. Yet now, Bai Wenqing found herself facing such an inexplicably bizarre condition within her body. At this very moment, the enigmatic tentacles concealed within Bai Wenqing's body resembled gluttonous demons, voraciously siphoning the essence from her form. As time elapsed, these tentacles astonishingly grew at a discernible rate, Faced with such a dire situation, Bai Wenqing, in a state of frantic urgency, unleashed her formidable spiritual power to launch a fierce attack. However, in a shocking turn of events, her overwhelming spiritual assault, capable of shaking the heavens and the earth, sank into the abyss like a stone, inflicting not the slightest harm upon the mysterious tentacles. Moreover, even the various divine abilities mastered by her as a nascent soul cultivator proved utterly ineffective at this moment, failing to stir the seemingly inconspicuous yet indestructible entity in the slightest. What on earth could this be? Inside her cave dwelling, Bai Wenqing's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression a mixture of shock and incredulity. She could not fathom why her formidable strength was helpless against such a diminutive tentacle. No, it must not be allowed to continue wreaking havoc within my body. Bai Wenqing gritted her teeth, vowing silently to expel this detestable creature. Ancestor, I can only turn to you. Just as she contemplated this course of action, her autonomy was seized, and her soul was bound alongside her nascent soul within the confines of her body, compelled to endure in overwhelming ecstasy. What lay ahead was the meticulous arrangement and planning of every detail. Chen Jiu deftly maneuvered Bai Wenqing's slender fingers, lightly tapping the air. In an instant, a cascade of dreamlike purple petals surged forth like a tidal wave, swiftly enveloping the entire back mountain of the sect. This ethereal sea of purple blossoms, illuminated by the soft glow of the setting sun, radiated an enchanting brilliance, breathtaking in its beauty. From afar, it appeared as a resplendent tapestry of vibrant colors, unfurling before the eyes. When did the junior sister develop an interest in gardening? The sect leader gazed into the distance, intrigued, captivated by the stunning spectacle before him, halting to admire the view. As he beheld the mountains blanketed in blooming purple flowers, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, flooding his mind with cherished memories of the past. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying with it the rich fragrance of blossoms, permeating every corner of the sect. All the disciples inhaled the refreshing and delightful aroma, becoming entranced, reveling in this exquisite gift bestowed by nature. However, while everyone was immersed in the floral scent, unbeknownst to them, subtle changes were quietly unfolding. Unbeknownst to their awareness, the mysterious tentacles had stealthily sown seeds in various locations. These seeds harbored boundless power and secrets, waiting for the opportune moment to take root and sprout, igniting a momentous transformation. After completing this series of actions, Chen Jiu, satisfied, guided Bai Wenqing to turn and return to her cave. At this moment, Bai Wenqing's eyes were filled with a look of sheer panic, as she realized that her body was entirely beyond her control, and that the enigmatic entity concealed within her bore an exceedingly potent and malevolent force. Chen Jiu seemed to sense the fear and unrest festering in Bai Wenqing's heart. Consequently, he temporarily granted her the ability to speak. Seizing this opportunity, Bai Wenqing's eyes widened in fury, fixating fiercely on the tendrils within her, and she vociferously demanded, "Who are you? Aren't you afraid of our sect's ancestors discovering this? Just wait and see how you will deal with it." In the face of Bai Wenqing's threats and inquiries, Chen Jiu remained utterly unfazed. Instead, he let out a cold sneer, and in an instant, the tendrils that had been hidden within Bai Wenqing's body erupted forth with alarming swiftness. They ensnared her tightly, wrapping her in an oppressive embrace. In the blink of an eye, Bai Wenqing found herself enveloped in a colossal cocoon of flesh. "Junior sister, I have come to a realization. I believe our sect leader has sent a message from outside the cave, having just seen that field of flowers, which led him to understand the nature of the situation between himself and Bai Wenqing that should never have been. Leave." Bai Wenqing's response was cold and detached, revealing a side of her that none had ever witnessed before. Chapter 104. Transformation. In a state of sheer terror, Bai Wenqing struggled, only to discover that every orifice of her body had been firmly sealed. No matter how hard she endeavored to cry out, only a faint and powerless whimper escaped her throat. Simultaneously, a bizarrely uncanny voice resonated, sounding precisely like Bai Wenqing's own timbre and tone. Had she not been present, she might have mistaken it for her own voice. The horrifying cocoon had indeed mimicked Bai Wenqing's voice. At that moment, she found herself enveloped in profound despair. Her body felt as though it were being crushed by an invisible force, rendering her utterly immobile. Moreover, the vital energy that had once surged within her was being drawn out at an astonishing rate, leaving her with scarcely anything in a matter of moments. Even the last vestige of strength supporting her body flickered out like a candle in the wind. Just then, an indescribable sensation surged through Bai Wenqing's nerves like a tidal wave. The ruthless path she had steadfastly adhered to was, in that moment, as fragile as paper, easily torn asunder. Contrary to the notion of an impassable dead end, Bai Wenqing's cultivation began to ascend at an extraordinary pace, despite her seemingly hopeless predicament. With a thunderous roar, ominous clouds rolled in like a tumultuous black sea, enveloping the entire sect in darkness. The once azure sky transformed instantaneously into a pitch-black abyss. As torrential raindrops began to pelt down with ferocity, before long, a magnificent deluge poured forth. The sect leader stood quietly in the rain, gazing upward at the suffocatingly dense clouds above. He could distinctly sense that this rain was anything but ordinary. The formidable pressure emanating from it involuntarily transported the sect leader back to his childhood memories. In those days, he had witnessed the awe-inspiring scene of the sect's ancestor undergoing the heavenly tribulation, a spectacle that possessed a similar, overwhelming majesty, leaving an indelible impression. His junior sister, after being stirred by the sight, had severed her emotional ties and thus achieved enlightenment. The sect leader murmured softly to himself, gradually halting his steps to stand quietly before Bai Wenqing's cave dwelling, gazing into the distance. At that moment, Bai Wenqing was utterly ensnared in a state of helplessness. It felt as if her mind was under the control of a formidable force, a potent surge induced by the genetic stimulants coursing through her. This power surged like a tumultuous tide, drowning her rationality and rendering her incapable of thought. Amidst the terrifying tribulation, spherical lightning struck down repeatedly, each bolt imbued with unfathomable destructive force. Yet, within this chaos, Bai Wenqing gritted her teeth, valiantly enduring. Finally, when the last orb of lightning dissipated and the storm began to fade, Bai Wenqing, having endured such intense strikes, could no longer withstand the onslaught. Darkness enveloped her, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. During her fainting spell, her brain seemed to undergo overwhelming stimulation, almost as if it were on the verge of combustion. After an indeterminate time, Bai Wenqing slowly opened her eyes. Upon awakening, her consciousness remained somewhat hazy. She mistakenly believed she was still enveloped within the protective cocoon. But soon, she sensed something amiss. An immense power was surging from within her being. Is this the transformation to divine essence? Bai Wenqing murmured in disbelief. At this moment, she could clearly feel that her once feeble spirit had undergone a qualitative leap, becoming extraordinarily powerful. The spiritual energy within her flowed like a torrential river, unrestrained. Now, she felt that with just a mere flick of her finger, she could easily crush her former self. Bai Wenqing could scarcely believe that in just a single night, she had vaulted across a vast realm. The speed of this breakthrough was nothing short of astonishing. However, although the protective cocoon had vanished, it had left traces upon her being. A flesh-toned garment clung tightly to her, as if it had merged with her very essence. This garment emitted a faint glow, seemingly concealing some mysterious power. Clearly, this was no mere dream. A bittersweet smile tugged at the corners of her lips as she softly murmured. Her genes had been optimized and transformed by the tentacles, and after this upheaval, she had completely lost the ability to escape Chunjiu's control. Just as Bai Wenqing was enveloped in sorrow, the door creaked open, and Lin Xingyue hurriedly burst into the room. Upon seeing Bai Wenqing, who lay weakly on the bed, Lin Xingyue's face broke into a smile as she rushed forward, inquiring, "Master, what has happened to you? How could it have suddenly transformed into this state?" Yet, in response to Lin Xingyue's concerned inquiry, Bai Wenqing merely fixed her gaze upon her, her eyes brimming with disbelief and profound resentment. In that moment, it became abundantly clear to her that it was this seemingly obedient disciple who had plunged her into an abyss from which there was no return. Chapter 105, Assassination. There is no need for such a hostile glare directed at me. You ought to express your gratitude instead, for it is I who has bestowed upon you such exquisite joy and delight. Lin Xingyue's lips curled into a subtle smile, her steps graceful as she slowly approached Bai Wenqing, one foot after the other. Chunjiu felt as though the pure white lotus he had nurtured had turned black. You despicable wretch, a true harbinger of calamity. In hindsight, I should never have taken pity on you and taken you in, nor should I have foolishly accepted you as my disciple. Bai Wenqing's eyes widened with fury, her face flushed crimson, her hands clenched into fists, as if she were on the verge of recklessly charging at Lin Xingyue to crush her with her own hands. However, just as she began to gather her internal strength, that hard-won power ebbed away like the receding tide, vanishing without a trace in an instant. For reasons unknown, she suddenly found herself devoid of any desire to harm Lin Xingyue. Ha 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 ha. Do you truly believe that your little schemes could elude my master's awareness? Lin Xingyue laughed boisterously, her voice laced with contempt and mockery. You, a cold-hearted individual who walks the path of ruthlessness, how could you take on a disciple without ulterior motives? To put it bluntly, you merely regarded me as a tool to exploit, a consumable to sever emotional ties and comprehend the greater truths. Moreover, a talent as exceptional as mine is indeed a superior asset. Only through such excellence can you surmount your bottlenecks and ascend to higher realms. Now that you have successfully stepped into the realm of transformation, does this not align perfectly with your aspirations? Lin Xingwei remarked with a smile. Do not speak such nonsense. My acceptance of you as a disciple was born from genuine sincerity. Bai Wenqing retorted, trembling with rage. Yet, before she could finish her words, Lin Xingwei abruptly lunged forward, raising her hand to deliver a resounding slap to her cheek, without mercy. The sudden blow left Bai Wenqing seeing stars, her head ringing, and her body involuntarily staggering backward. A distinct crimson handprint immediately appeared on her once radiant face. After enduring such a heavy slap, Bai Wenqing felt a burning pain on her cheek, yet simultaneously, an indescribable, peculiar sensation emanated from her abdomen. She instinctively glanced down, only to find her lower abdomen slightly protruding, as if something was quietly growing within. Despite the turmoil within her heart, she steadfastly endured her physical discomfort and inner chaos, striving to maintain an outward semblance of composure. The sect master and the elders unanimously agreed upon this matter. They entrusted you to me personally. You have truly exerted great effort in pursuing this heartless path, managing to deceive even yourself. Now that the path of ruthlessness lies in ruins, you remain obstinately blind to the reality before you. I cannot determine whether to label you as foolish or merely obstinate. As Lin Xingyue spoke, she gradually retracted her hand, which had just delivered a heavy slap. The impact had been so forceful that her palm now tingled slightly, accompanied by a hint of pain. All you need to do is utter a few words in the presence of your esteemed sect master brother. Given his fondness for you, he would undoubtedly disregard all opposition and willingly place me in your hands, for in his eyes, the future of the sect pales in comparison to you. His cherished junior sister. Lin Xingyue cast a scornful glance at Bai Wenqing, her eyes brimming with derision and disdain. And now, since you have fallen entirely under my control, prepare yourself to relish the forthcoming treatment. I shall ensure that your devoted brother witnesses just how despicable and shameless you truly are. Upon finishing her words, Lin Xingyue reached out and gently patted Bai Wenqing's delicate face, a sinister smile curling at the corners of her lips, as if she had already devised a splendid plan for torment. At this moment, the reins of control over Bai Wenqing lay entirely in Lin Xingyue's hands. For Lin Xingyue, it was a matter of manipulating Bai Wenqing at will, playing with her as she pleased, unfettered by any opposition. Meanwhile, the sect master gazed contentedly at the elders beside him, his mood exceptionally buoyant. The sect had gained yet another powerful figure in the transformation realm, granting them the opportunity to witness the magnificent spectacle of a true immortal's ascension. With this thought, any lingering guilt the sect master felt for entrusting Lin Xingyue to Bai Wenqing dissipated entirely. It was well known that prior to this, some elders had voiced their discontent, believing that Lin Xingyue should not have been entrusted to Bai Wenqing. However, now that Bai Wenqing had successfully broken through to the transformation realm, those elders had naturally fallen silent. Just then, an elder spoke up. Now that my vice sect master has achieved the transformation realm, I believe the position of vice sect master should be passed to another. After all, a being of such power should not be confined to such a modest title. It is far more fitting for someone young and capable. Before he could finish, the sect master abruptly turned his head, his piercing gaze striking like a sword towards the elder. Internally, he cursed, at such a juncture, how dare you bring this up? Truly, you are courting disaster. Fortunately, another elder sensed the peculiar atmosphere and promptly intervened to shift the topic. Now is not the time to deliberate on this matter. What is of utmost importance is that Elder Bai has ascended to the realm of divine transformation, which will undoubtedly bolster our strength against the forces of the demonic path. Just as the sect leader was about to speak, he was suddenly interrupted. This is bad, sect leader. The disciple you wanted us to keep an eye on has encountered trouble. A voice reached the leader from afar. Who? The one targeted by the demonic sect during the celebration? The leader recalled the unfortunate individual and inquired about the issue. Is it another attack from the demonic sect? No. He has completely excavated our sixth spirit mine. What? Ordinarily, a spirit mine would take a lifetime to deplete, and the protagonist could merely feed the excavated resources to the system. Yet, inexplicably, the pickaxe suddenly radiated with brilliant light, and with a single stroke, the entire cavern collapsed, leaving no trace of the spirit mine. Chapter 106. Capture by Heavens. A gasp reverberated through the air as the protagonist, in a state of utter disarray, scrambled and rolled from the rapidly collapsing cave. The harrowing scene had been witnessed by all, who clearly understood that the protagonist's pickaxe had undergone a bizarre transformation, triggering this catastrophic disaster. At that moment, the elder stationed at the cave entrance wore a grave expression, hastily conjuring a formidable barrier with his hands in an attempt to halt the further collapse of the cavern. However, when he swept his powerful consciousness into the cave, he was astounded to discover that the energy fluctuations of the spirit mine, which should have been present, had vanished without a trace. Reluctantly, the elder repeatedly scanned the protagonist with his consciousness, but no matter how meticulously he searched, not a single sign of the spirit mine could be detected. With no other option, he had to abandon his quest and gather the panicked disciples who were fleeing in all directions, quietly awaiting the arrival of the sect leader. Just then, several dazzling streaks of light suddenly streaked across the sky, and in an instant, the sect leader, accompanied by several elders, descended upon the cave's entrance like celestial beings. What on earth has happened? Have you managed to locate the precise position of the spirit mines? The leader inquired urgently, casting a cold glance at the corner where the trembling protagonist huddled. He mused to himself that this incident was likely not a mere coincidence. It was highly probable that someone had deliberately targeted their sect. The unfortunate protagonist might merely be a pawn, used to divert attention and obscure the true intentions of the mastermind behind the scenes. In the blink of an eye, the once mountainous pile of spirit mines, shimmering with mysterious light, had inexplicably vanished. The elder responsible for guarding the spirit mines stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched across his face. Frantic, he unleashed several powerful secret techniques that he had long kept hidden, striving to trace the whereabouts of the spirit mines. However, no matter how hard he tried to sense and search, he could not detect even the faintest hint of the spirit mine's presence. In the end, the elder in charge, with a resigned shake of his head and a pallid complexion, carefully placed the several ritual formations that had been rendered useless due to his overexertion of secret arts before the sect leader. These formations had once embodied all his hopes, but now they lay before him as mere remnants, akin to ruins. It was evident that the elder had indeed adhered strictly to the emergency protocols laid out by the leader, yet the outcome was profoundly disappointing. At that moment, the elder's archrival, who had been silently observing from the sidelines, seized the opportunity to spring forth. A smirk of schadenfreude graced his lips as he mercilessly reproached. I had warned you long ago that the errant disciple was nothing but a troublesome hot potato, yet you chose to ignore my counsel. Look at the current state of affairs. An entire spiritual mine has vanished into thin air, and our sect has incurred a loss of no less than 300,000 high-grade spirit stones. How shall we justify such a staggering deficit to the other disciples? His words dripped with derision, mocking the leader's misjudgment and relishing in the misfortune that had befallen them. It should be noted that it was indeed the leader's obstinate decision to retain the errant disciple, perceived by many as a peril, that had culminated in this irretrievable situation. I will make amends, the leader bellowed, his voice echoing as if to pierce the heavens, fury radiating from him. Simultaneously, he shot a fierce glare at the protagonist, his eyes alight with anger and disappointment, as if he had reached a point of exasperation akin to that of a blacksmith frustrated by his unyielding iron. At that moment, the protagonist was entirely absorbed in his own thoughts, oblivious to the fact that his fortune was draining away like a flood released from a dam. Suddenly, a chill surged up his spine, causing him to shiver involuntarily, as if he were being closely scrutinized by a ferocious beast. What was happening? Why did he feel an ominous premonition, as though something sinister lurked in the shadows, watching him? Filled with suspicion, he began to survey his surroundings, attempting to uncover the hidden threat. Yet, no matter how diligently he searched, the area remained tranquil, devoid of any suspicious signs or figures. Just then, the leader dashed forward, his once handsome visage contorted by intense rage. With fiery eyes, he fixed his gaze upon the protagonist and questioned, "Do you truly remain unaware of the caliber of individuals you have angered?" Upon hearing the leader's inquiry, the protagonist was left bewildered, scratching his head in confusion, unable to recall any notable figures he might have offended. After all, prior to this, he had merely been a wandering soul, adrift and alone, and it was difficult for him to fathom any interaction with those of high status. Confronted with the immense pressure exerted by the elders, the leader gritted his teeth and bore the burden. However, they ultimately failed to reach a definitive conclusion regarding how to handle the protagonist. Upon returning to his quarters, the protagonist discovered that his system had ceased to respond. The protagonist was engulfed in remorse, having repaid debts to the extent of losing the system itself. While Lin Xingyue sat cross-legged in meditation, a feminine voice suddenly resonated in her ear. System binding in progress. Binding successful. Greetings, I am your system assistant, 3041. Lin Xingyue expressed her bewilderment at the unexpected voice and began a telepathic dialogue with Qinjiu. So this is the system? Qinjiu's voice emerged abruptly, as a tendril-like phantom penetrated Lin Xingyue's being, extracting a transparent cube. Detected that the system has been discovered by an unknown entity. Initiating self-destruct mode. Self-destruct failed. Detected control by unknown entity, automatically commencing data deletion. Deletion failed. Final threat detected, calling the recently summoned judge of the realm. Call failed. As the magical attempts faltered, Qinjiu extricated it from this world, where the world's consciousness exhibited no reaction to something not native to its realm. Mechanical life. Let me see if you can relish ecstasy. Qinjiu selected a female death row inmate from the domain of the Divine Touch sect, exchanging their souls. Bestowing a mechanical body. No, how is this possible? Are you a malevolent deity? The mechanical consciousness appeared to tremble in dread at Qinjiu's actions. As under Qinjiu's tendril-like phantom, it engaged in a divine communion with this mechanical entity. Chapter 107. Ecstasy. The profound ecstasy stemming from the depths of the soul is undoubtedly the most effective means for those who are not human. The reason is simple. These non-human lives lack complex and sensitive nervous systems, making it challenging to truly perceive external stimuli and changes. When that heart-stirring union of souls transpired, it seemed as though the entire system was indelibly imprinted with Qinjiu's unique mark. As this process drew to a close, a muffled thud resonated, and the system, which had barely held on, collapsed limply onto the cold, hard ground as if stripped of all strength. At this moment, gazing down from a position of dominance upon the fallen system, Qinjiu slowly inquired, "Now, are you willing to divulge your true origins to me?" Upon hearing this, the system fell silent for a moment. Then its voice unexpectedly transformed into a mature, alluring tone, even its gender seeming to change entirely. Subsequently, it responded in a tone of humble submission, "Of course, my master, allow me to elucidate everything in detail. May your brilliance, akin to the radiant stars, illuminate the entire universe." It turned out that this system was a creation of the cosmic technology, a member of the myriad automated robots tasked with gathering the essence of worlds. It had traversed between various pastoral worlds, executing the vital mission of collecting the world's essence. Furthermore, to accomplish its tasks more efficiently, it would choose to inhabit beings endowed with immense fortune, issuing a series of tasks to them. By leveraging the unique connection between the destined children and their respective worlds, it adeptly harvested the essence of those realms. Moreover, the system is meticulously equipped with an extraordinarily advanced creation core by the cosmic technology. By consuming a mere fraction of the precious essence of the world as its price, it can effortlessly conjure an array of bizarre and whimsical items. Consequently, whenever a transaction with the Child of Destiny is required, it can dramatically elevate the prices of seemingly mundane objects, even inflating their costs to tenfold or 100-fold of their original value. Cosmic technology, you say? It is astonishing to discover such a formidable entity. Is it true that no other powers can rival its might? Qinjiu's heart was somewhat untroubled. He had likely anticipated the existence of such a force within the cosmos. If he could traverse worlds, it stood to reason that other realms might harbor similar entities. However, cosmic technology is not the sole powerhouse. In fact, within the vast expanse of all known worlds, there exist two other equally renowned and fearsome superpowers, the Heavenly Tao Immortal Alliance and the Supreme Divine Kingdom. These three titans are collectively acknowledged as the paramount forces of the era, jointly governing the fates of countless beings under this expansive starry sky. As he spoke, a colossal and intricate star map gradually unfurled before Qinjiu's eyes, its myriad twinkling stars shimmering with a faint glow, as if whispering endless mysteries to him. Gazing at this celestial chart, he felt akin to a solitary boat adrift in a vast ocean that had finally discovered its course. Yet, he remained utterly oblivious to the disparity between his own strength and that of these three great powers. Faced with his myriad uncertainties, the entity he referred to as the Little System was equally at a loss. Its database lacked detailed information regarding the combat prowess of these supreme beings. Thus, in the Little System's perception, Qinjiu was already an invincible existence. Qinjiu understood the principle that there are always those stronger and realms beyond comprehension. Despite his confidence in his own conceptual-level power, he maintained a cautious and prudent approach. Originally endowed with a remarkably powerful system, the protagonist now found that this system had inexplicably vanished without a trace. Furthermore, the fortuitous luck that had consistently supported him and transformed misfortune into fortune was swiftly dissipating like a torrent breaching a dam. This abnormal situation naturally caught the attention of the world's will, its keen and profound gaze traversing layers of time and space, fixating intently on the protagonist. However, despite the world's will being acutely aware of the continuous transfer of luck from the protagonist, it remained unable to locate the external force responsible for this upheaval. In light of such circumstances, even with its earth-shattering power, the world's will could only gaze helplessly, utterly at a loss to alter the prevailing situation. "Now it's our turn, sister," said one of the innocent little girls, her round, wide eyes fixed intently on the protagonist, who was losing his luck, gently tugging at the edge of the misty garment beside her. These two naive little Lolas had yet to truly grasp the meaning of the term agent, as described by Chinjio. Thus, each of them summoned a ferocious beast to serve as their executor. After a meticulous transformation, two already chilling phantoms stealthily materialized behind the protagonist. They floated like specters, exuding an aura of eerie terror. "Eliminate him, and then we shall indulge in a sumptuous feast." Mist raised her delicate hand. Her slender fingers pointed directly toward the protagonist's direction. At her command, the two phantoms, having received their orders, launched their attacks without hesitation. In an instant, a wave of lethal cold surged forth, as if the entire space had been encased in ice. Just as the shadow of death was poised to engulf the protagonist entirely, he finally sensed the impending danger, honed by years of life and death experiences. "Who?" The protagonist spun around, his face a mask of shock and dread. In that fleeting moment, as the flame of his life flickered out, the last vestige of his elusive fortune seemed to be drawn by an unknown force, slowly coalescing like a gentle stream towards Lin Qinghua. Although this fortune was faint, it brimmed with boundless vitality and possibility, akin to a resplendent jewel radiating an enchanting glow. "Woohoo! He is finally dead. Ha ha! Now we can enjoy an extraordinarily lavish feast." Witnessing the protagonist take his last breath, Fear could hardly contain her joy, dancing with exuberance. She excitedly grasped the hand of Mist, who was equally thrilled, and together they raced towards the location of Chenjiu. Along the way, the two jubilantly discussed the bountiful rewards that lay ahead. Chapter 108. Swallowed Big Brother. We are here to find you. Fear and Mist, hand in hand, appeared before Chenjiu like two jubilant little birds, hopping merrily. Their innocent smiles blossomed like flowers in spring, radiant and captivating. Sister Fox is here too? Mist, with her keen eyes, quickly spotted the painting skin standing nearby and waved her chubby little hand excitedly. Hee hee. I truly did not expect to find such a fortune thanks to you two clever little ones. The painting skin smiled slightly, devoid of any hint of jealousy. After all, she understood well that Chunjiu's affection was not hers alone to enjoy. Occasionally garnering a small favor from him was already quite a fortunate occurrence for her. At that moment, Fear, who had been intently observing the painting skin and Chinjiu, suddenly widened her sparkling eyes, her face brimming with curiosity. Sister Painting Skin. Upon hearing this, the painting skin's lovely face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, radiant and dripping with allure. She instinctively lifted her chin, attempting to mask her inner shyness. Yet the slight quiver in her voice betrayed her feelings. Humph, this is the life source that Big Brother specially bestowed upon me. As she spoke, the painting skin gently pinched the adorable, rosy cheeks of Fear and Mist. Having finished claiming the rewards, Chunjiu smiled gently, patting the painting skin. The painting skin, feigning a pout, playfully protested, "Oh dear brother, you are truly heartless. You just bestowed a reward upon me, and now you turn your back so swiftly." As she spoke, she rubbed her eyes, as if on the verge of tears. Observing this, Chunjiu couldn't help but chuckle and scold. Enough of this pitiful act. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? Do not presume I do not see through your feigned sorrow to elicit sympathy. Stop trying to gain an advantage under the guise of innocence. With an irritable wave of his hand, he attempted to dismiss her as one would a pesky fly. However, the painting skin did not retreat immediately. Instead, she stepped closer, playfully tugging at Chunjiu's sleeve while whimsically chanting, "Oh good brother, won't you stay a while longer and chat with me?" Yet, Chunjiu remained unmoved, forcefully shaking off her grasp. Ultimately, the painting skin, realizing her attempts to take advantage were futile, reluctantly turned away, retreating to a corner. At last, he could focus his full attention on the encroaching mist and fear surrounding him. Taking a deep breath, Chunjiu slowly extended his hand. To his astonishment, his arm unfurled like that of an octopus, transforming into several agile, writhing tendrils. Each tendril shimmered with an unusual luminescence, and upon closer inspection, one could discern that within this glow resided a powerful energy, a manifestation of the life essence he had effortlessly gathered. For someone like Chunjiu, endowed with special abilities, such life essence was far from scarce. The raw materials originated from the enchanted factory in his backyard, producing nectar imbued with vitality. This sweet and delectable nectar, after undergoing Chunjiu's unique refinement, became an inexhaustible source of power. However, despite the seemingly limitless potential for him to create this life essence, it held an irresistible allure for the outer deities, particularly beings like the Great Eye. At that moment, Lin Qingyue, whose eyes had been tightly shut for an extended period, finally began to open them, as if awakening from a deep slumber. Thanks to the magical seed planted within her by Chunjiu, she could now perceive the world as consciousness, which seemed to gaze upon her with palpable intensity. This extraordinary sensation, was it the unique experience spoken of by her master, exclusive to the fated ones? Lin Qingyue pondered silently. After Chunjiu's meticulous transformations, she had grown acutely sensitive to her surroundings and the slightest changes. Thus, this peculiar shift in her protagonist's status had not escaped her awareness. Surely, her master's long-planned scheme was on the verge of being set into motion. Lin Qingyue narrowed her eyes slightly, meticulously gathering the wisps of spiritual energy that were dissipating around her, and then gracefully and slowly made her way toward the cave dwelling of Bai Wenqing. Before long, she arrived at her destination, where she first bowed respectfully to the cave and then softly uttered, "Respected master, your disciple Lin Qingyue has come to pay her respects." Having said this, she unhesitatingly knelt on one knee, raising her gaze to meet the eyes of Bai Wenqing, who had become utterly ensnared in insatiable desire. The perfect, flawless elegance of her figure and the innate allure she exuded were laid bare before Lin Qingyue. The master's grand scheme is about to unfold, and if you persist in this manner, it will not be long before the esteemed elders of our sect take notice, Lin Qingyue remarked, her eyes fixed intently on Bai Wenqing, displaying her discontent. Bai Wenqing's lips curved into a slight smirk, exuding a hint of disdain. "Humph, I am not merely an ordinary disciple of this sect. I am one of the ancestors. How can those so-called rules and expressions restrain me? It would be more prudent for my master to teach you how to wholeheartedly serve our master, for that is the most pressing matter at hand." With that, Bai Wenqing's figure flickered and she appeared before Lin Qingyue, extending a hand as white as jade, gently pulling the delicate form of Lin Qingyue into her embrace. Chapter 109. The corrupted world. Lin Qingyue lowered her head slightly, carefully concealing an object within the folds of her skirt. Despite harboring little respect for Bai Wenqing in her heart, she chose to temporarily suppress her disdain out of consideration for the feelings of Chunjiu. At that moment, a clear voice echoed from outside the cave, "Junior sister, I have arrived." The voice was as refreshing as a spring breeze, yet carried an inexplicable urgency. However, upon hearing this voice, Bai Wenqing's previously calm demeanor abruptly changed. Her expression turned ashen, and an overwhelming pressure erupted from within her, descending upon the newcomer like a heavy mountain. The arrival was none other than the sect leader. Caught off guard by Bai Wenqing's sudden aura, the leader felt an immense weight bearing down on him. In an instant, the terrifying oppressive force unique to the transformation stage struck him with the force of a great mountain. At that moment, the leader truly felt the insurmountable chasm between the nascent soul and transformation stages. In just this brief clash, he was severely injured, a sharp pain shooting through his chest as if struck by a heavy hammer, causing him to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. The leader's face was a picture of astonishment as he stared wide-eyed at Bai Wenqing, his mind filled with confusion and disbelief. He could not fathom why his usually composed and serene junior sister had suddenly undergone such a drastic transformation, inflicting such harshness upon him. At that moment, Bai Wenqing's countenance was akin to a frosty visage, her gaze piercingly cold as she fixed her eyes upon the sect leader, her voice chillingly resolute. "Mind your position. Should there be a next time, you need not continue as sect leader. You may as well retire to the locking immortal abyss for the remainder of your days." Her words were devoid of warmth, leaving no room for negotiation. "I understand," the sect leader replied, his face as pale as parchment, his lips trembling as he uttered the phrase. His once proud and self-assured heart lay shattered into myriad fragments, each shard inflicting profound pain. His figure appeared desolate and forlorn, as if the entire world had forsaken him. Burdened by anguish and despair, the sect leader slowly turned away, his steps unsteady as he departed from the place that had shattered his heart. The once familiar landscape, every blade of grass and stone, now stood as silent witnesses to his torment. Upon his return to the sect, the leader seemed transformed, becoming taciturn and withdrawn. After much contemplation, he mustered the courage to approach the elder, his voice hoarse and subdued. "Elder, I am unworthy and have lost the honor to bear the title of sect leader. I implore you to grant me permission to resign from this position and retreat to the back mountain for seclusion." With that, he knelt, striking his forehead against the ground 3 times with heavy reverence. Bai Wenting remained impassive to the leader's actions, perhaps engrossed in her own pursuits, oblivious to everything else. "Is this the plan?" Lin Xingyue mused as she sat poised atop her flying sword, her gaze laden with curiosity directed towards the majestic imperial palace below. Bai Wenting, beside her, lifted her eyes, her attention equally captured by the imposing architecture. Suddenly, Lin Xingyue sprang into motion, soaring into the air. With her movement, the surrounding space seemed to fracture under an overwhelming force, splintering like shattered glass, revealing countless fine cracks. Then, a thunderous roar erupted as a colossal tentacle surged forth from the fractured expanse. This appendage moved with astonishing speed, breaking free from the confines of space and extending forward with relentless momentum. As the tentacle emerged, the previously fragmented remnants of space transformed into scintillating motes of light, dissipating into the ether. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. From the inky depths of the void, more tentacles emerged in a ceaseless stream. They writhed and flailed, resembling a horde of demons from the abyss. Most striking of all was the massive tentacle that slowly unfurled from Lin Xingyue's mouth. As thick as an arm and astonishingly long, when fully extended, it hovered in the air like a towering antenna reaching for the heavens. Simultaneously, an enigmatic and unfathomable frequency emanated from the tentacle, generating visible shockwaves that radiated outward with overwhelming force. In the face of such a bizarre phenomenon, it seemed as though the consciousness of the entire world sensed an impending threat. It desperately sought to expel the tendrils of the aged liquor from its domain. Yet at this very moment, such efforts appeared futile. For Lin Xingyue was a native of this land, and the world's consciousness could not effectively repel her. At this juncture, Lin Xingyue's role became a crucial conduit. Nestled within the heart of this world, she adeptly transformed into a colossal signal transmitter, channeling that mysterious energy ceaselessly to every corner of existence. What could this possibly be? Standing atop the imperial city, the emperor of the empire gazed in astonishment at the sky, his eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld the writhing, waving tendrils. As the sovereign of the esteemed immortal dynasty, he had traversed countless trials, pouring forth the might of the nation to ascend to the nascent soul realm, attaining extraordinary power and status. Yet now, confronted by this otherworldly phenomenon, he felt an unprecedented sense of fear and confusion. The tendrils shimmered with an eerie luminescence, seemingly imbued with boundless power and malevolence. As they danced freely in the air, an invisible pressure descended, causing the emperor to feel his vitality dissipate as if it were a dam breaking. "No, I shall not permit such a calamity to unfold." The emperor's eyes widened in fury as he let out a roar. In an instant, a colossal, golden-scaled 5-clawed dragon erupted from the depths of the magnificent palace. Its claws bared, emanating a cataclysmic force as it lunged towards the terrifying tendrils above. However, in response to such a formidable assault, the tendrils merely waved dismissively. In a heartbeat, an overwhelming force surged forth, striking the golden dragon with a brutal impact. With a thunderous crash, the once mighty 5-clawed dragon shattered like fragile porcelain, dispersing into golden motes that vanished into the heavens. Simultaneously, the imperious emperor was not spared. Under the onslaught of the tendril's horrific power, his form was instantly reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. The entire imperial city fell into a profound silence, with only the enigmatic tendrils continuing their wild dance in the sky. Chapter 110. Assimilation. Not only did the exalted emperor upon his throne meet this fate, but all the men within the imperial city also seemed to be afflicted by a peculiar curse. As time trickled away, they gradually transformed into pools of glaring crimson flesh. These gruesome remnants appeared to possess a consciousness of their own, slowly yet resolutely converging towards the center of the imperial city under the control of countless dark, ink-like tendrils that exuded a nauseating stench. Meanwhile, more tendrils emerged endlessly from the sky, weaving together in a dense, intricate network that enveloped the entire imperial city. Gradually, these tendrils intertwined and coiled around one another, ultimately coalescing into a towering tree of flesh and blood that blotted out the sun. This terrifying behemoth had firmly rooted itself in the soil of the imperial city, drawing sustenance from the grotesque masses of flesh that had gathered and writhed at its base. What on earth is this? A female cultivator clad in a white robe stood frozen in terror, her gaze fixed in awe upon the colossal tree before her. As if it had emerged from the depths of the netherworld, her heart overwhelmed with boundless fear and confusion. In that moment, an unimaginable pressure, as oppressive as Mount Tai, bore down upon everyone present, rendering them motionless, like puppets ensnared in a web, as they helplessly watched the repulsive tendrils inch closer. Beyond this realm, the world itself was undergoing astonishing upheaval at a staggering pace. The originally vibrant earth swiftly faded into muted tones reminiscent of aged wine. This transformation was the result of Chunjiu exerting his power of assimilation, bringing the entirety of the world under his dominion. The tendrils connecting to the world continued to stretch and extend, resembling greedy serpents voraciously devouring all in their vicinity. At last, these tendrils plunged deep into the soil beneath, merging with the ancient earth, completing the invasion and occupation of this realm. Lin Xingyue played a pivotal role. Once she fully grasped the necessary operations, Chunjiu would no longer need to expend energy in the futile struggle against the world's consciousness. With a powerful signal amplifier at their disposal, they could swiftly advance the process of assimilation. This not only significantly enhanced efficiency, but also minimized unnecessary resource consumption. However, this was merely the beginning. Beyond utilizing the signal amplifier for world assimilation, Chunjiu had another crucial task: stabilizing the anchor point. It is essential to understand that within this enigmatic realm of cultivation, there exists a unique and clandestine passage connecting to the vast upper world. This passage does not manifest at all times. It only briefly reveals itself when a formidable cultivator, having reached the realm of transformation, successfully breaks through the boundaries to ascend. Therefore, Chunjiu must seize these rare opportunities, relying on those soon to ascend to establish a connection with the higher world. Once this connection is forged, he would effortlessly transmit his influence into the upper realm. Lin Xingyue remained an indispensable element in this grand scheme, for if Chunjiu wished to successfully enter the greater world, he must rely on Lin Xingyue to serve as that steadfast anchor point. On the other hand, Bai Wenqing, despite having entered the realm of transformation, regrettably lacks the innate qualities necessary for a successful ascension. Even though Chunjiu expended tremendous effort to modify the ascension pathway, it ultimately failed to gain her approval. Therefore, relying on Bai Wenqing to achieve this lofty goal is evidently an unrealistic fantasy, as one cannot expect her to play any role in this matter. "I feel my life waning," the sect's elder stated, his complexion as pale as paper. He sat weakly atop a high seat, his gaze slowly sweeping over the assembly of female disciples below. Each glance seemed to carry immense weight, compelling the typically delicate women to lower their heads. The elder's breath was exceedingly unstable, alternating between hurried gasps and barely audible whispers. His once straight back now slightly curved, as if burdened by the weight of countless years. Not long ago, two earth-shattering events transpired within the sect: the successive deaths of both sect leaders. This sudden upheaval struck like a bolt from the blue, shocking the entire sect. The elder, who had been in seclusion diligently honing his skills, was finally roused by this dreadful news. Furthermore, it was not just the leaders who had perished. Nearly all the male members of the sect had met the same fate. As he sensed his life force dissipating at an alarming rate, a wave of desolation and helplessness surged within him. Yet, he understood that this was not the time to wallow in sorrow. With a renewed spirit, he summoned the remaining elders and numerous disciples to gather. The atmosphere in the grand hall was tense and oppressive, with everyone standing silently, except for Bai Wenqing, who appeared somewhat out of place. She seemed fatigued, yawning incessantly, seemingly indifferent to the scene before her. "Xiao Bai, the sect will rely on you to sustain it henceforth. Should I not return from this journey, you must align with the new heavenly path and lead everyone to thrive." The elder's voice, though weak, resonated with boundless hope and earnest expectation. As a master who had reached the pinnacle of transformation, his talents were exceptional. He keenly sensed the subtle changes occurring in the world around him. The sky above was no longer the indifferent consciousness that treated all beings equally. Upon hearing the elder's words, Bai Wenqing was momentarily taken aback before swiftly masking her nonchalance. She solemnly nodded in response, affirming, "I will." However, her thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. In secret, she established contact with Chunjiu, inquiring whether he required her assistance in ambushing the elder, who was destined to depart. Chunjiu, however, dismissed her concerns, deeming them trivial. Chapter 111. Though I am dead seemed to embody endless weariness and sorrow. Then, with a sudden flourish of his sleeve, he turned and departed, his figure gradually fading into the distance. At that moment, a dazzling beam of sword light shot into the sky, slicing through the clouds like a lightning bolt. The sword light was exceedingly fierce, exuding an unyielding momentum as it surged towards the flesh and blood tree that connected heaven and earth. The ancient ancestor was acutely aware that the essence of the new heavenly Tao possibly resided within that enigmatic and mysterious blood-flesh tree. Yet, time was of the essence. He could no longer afford the luxury of delving into its truths and secrets. At this moment, the only course of action available to him was to pour forth all the cultivation he had amassed over 4,700 years, merging his very life force into this singular strike, boldly challenging the heavenly Tao. With 4,700 years of cultivation, I wield my life as a sword, inviting the heavenly Tao to meet its demise. The ancestor's roar reverberated through the heavens, stirring the hearts of all who heard it. As his voice faded, the sword light became increasingly resplendent, its might capable of shaking the very earth. A tremendous roar echoed, and the ground trembled violently. That sword struck fiercely against the blood-flesh tree, instantly cleaving a massive chasm several thousand meters deep into the earth. Soil and stone erupted in every direction, raising clouds of dust that obscured the sky. When the dust finally settled, the onlookers were astonished to find that the chasm resembled a grotesque scar etched across the landscape. Yet, the once towering blood-flesh tree remained steadfast and unscathed, its dark red trunk and twisted branches glaring under the sun, as if mocking the ancestor's audacity. Bai Wenqing, with a measured tone that bore a hint of melancholy, slowly spoke, each word laden with profound sorrow and helplessness. In an instant, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. The elders exchanged glances, yet remained mute, their eyes seeking solace or answers from one another, only to find their efforts in vain. After an extended silence, it was Bai Wenqing who shattered the stillness. If that is the case, we must heed the ancestor's final words. It seems we have no choice but to comply with the heavenly Tao to ensure the safety of our sect. Elders, you shall accompany me to pay homage to the new heavenly Tao. As she spoke, she pointed casually to two individuals amidst the crowd. The chosen first elder and second elder were momentarily taken aback. It was worth noting that prior to this, they had merely occupied peripheral roles within the sect, overseeing logistical matters, and had now become the face of the sect. Due to significant casualties, many crucial positions had become severely vacant. Consequently, those elder roles, once reserved for those possessing golden core cultivation, were now compelled to elevate several seasoned foundation establishment practitioners to fill these roles in a time of urgency. The first elder stepped forward quietly, gently wiping away the tears that had yet to dry at the corners of her eyes. This once indomitable nascent soul powerhouse had, within a mere day, suffered the loss of her beloved husband, only to witness the departure of her cherished son, leaving her to endure the desolation of widowhood. Such a heavy blow had nearly drained her of all strength, rendering her nearly incapable of bearing the weight of her grief. Yet, even amidst such profound sorrow, she steeled herself and resolutely followed in Bai Wenqing's wake. The three individuals, each riding their respective magical artifacts, raced towards the legendary flesh and blood tree with the swiftness of the wind and lightning. However, as they approached within several thousand meters of the tree, they were suddenly met with a formidable force that obstructed their path. This was a no-fly zone, with no other option. They reluctantly stowed their artifacts and descended to the ground, proceeding on foot toward the flesh and blood tree. What unfolded before their eyes was utterly shocking and hard to believe. The ground was teeming with writhing tentacles, resembling colossal serpents twisting and undulating as they emerged from the earth. More astonishingly, these tentacles were entwined with living human beings. These individuals appeared to have lost their sanity, entangled with the tentacles and engaging in various lewd and indecent acts. The entire scene was chaotic, filled with moans and gasps. An unbearable sight to behold. The Grand Elder, witnessing this spectacle, was overtaken by a wave of intense revulsion. Her eyes widened as she fixated on the entwined individuals, her lips trembling as she spoke. Is this debauchery truly what they call the new heavenly path? With that, she instinctively raised her hand, intending to incinerate the grotesque tentacles with her magic. At that moment, Bai Wenqing, who had been listening to the Grand Elder, quickly grasped her arm and whispered urgently, "Exercise caution, Grand Elder. We know nothing of this new heavenly path. It is entirely different from the original path and may possess its own unique set of rules. We must refrain from acting rashly to avoid inviting disaster. Indeed, one must consider the words of our ancestor." Although the second elder also felt a wave of discomfort and revulsion, she understood the gravity of the situation and tightly held onto the Grand Elder, who was on the verge of acting impulsively. The Grand Elder's face was flushed with anger, her body trembling, clearly incensed by the grotesque and repulsive scene before her. Despite the second elder's earnest entreaties, she ultimately stifled her inner fury, slowly closing her eyes to shut out the disturbing sight. Thus, the three of them walked in silence to the base of the tree and began to communicate with the flesh and blood tree. After learning the conditions, Bai Wenqing feigned surprise, adopting a posture of helplessness and resignation. Upon hearing the terms proposed by the tree, the reactions of the Grand Elder and the Second Elder were exceedingly intense. The Grand Elder's eyes widened, veins bulging on her forehead, as she roared, "This is utterly outrageous. How can we acquiesce to such unreasonable demands?" She prepared to charge forward once more to confront the entity. At that critical moment, Bai Wenqing interjected, "Elders, I understand this is indeed difficult to accept. However, let us not forget the will of our ancestor." Before passing, the ancestor repeatedly impressed upon us the importance of prioritizing the interests of our sect. If you are truly unwilling to comply with these conditions, then we may choose to launch a suicidal attack against this flesh and blood tree. Certainly, I shall not impede you. Upon hearing these words, the Grand Elder exhibited a slight calmness. She recalled the loved ones who had perished because of that malevolent tree, and her rage ignited once more with fervor. Finally, after a brief moment of hesitation, the Grand Elder gritted her teeth and coldly scoffed, "Humph, it is but a death." Before she could finish her sentence, she unleashed all her power in a single, forceful strike against the blood-soaked tree. Chapter 112. Ascendance. Regrettably, despite her utmost effort in this fierce assault, the peculiar blood-flesh tree remained unscathed, as if it were an impregnable fortress. Not a single superficial scratch marred its rough bark. Just at the moment the Grand Elder made her audacious move, two remarkably thick, slimy tendrils surged forth from the trunk with the swiftness of a concealed serpent, ensnaring her body before she could react. Subsequently, propelled by an irresistible force, the Grand Elder was violently dragged into the tree's trunk. In an instant, she vanished from the awareness of the two observers. Meanwhile, the trunk began to writhe and constrict, as if it possessed a life of its own, enveloping the Grand Elder within its grasp. In the blink of an eye, she had transformed into a colossal cocoon, completely merging with the terrifying blood-flesh tree. Initially filled with confidence and bolstered by the Grand Elder's encouragement, the Second Elder watched this scene unfold, and her courage and resolve evaporated instantly, as though doused with a bucket of icy water. Her body trembled involuntarily, and the earlier fervor was replaced by sheer dread and timidity. At that moment, a singular thought occupied her mind. Is it not merely a change in reproductive methods for the race? After all, it would not cost her a piece of flesh. Thus, without hesitation, she chose to compromise and retreat. "We shall comply," the Second Elder stammered, her voice rife with fear and resignation. Ultimately, Bai Wenqing and the Second Elder, each bearing their own round bellies, trudged back home. Shortly after their return to the sect, they both gave birth to daughters. As for the fate of the unfortunate Grand Elder, who had been ensnared by the blood-flesh tree, while many had their suspicions, no one dared to broach the subject, fearing they might touch upon a taboo or invite unnecessary trouble. Lin Xinghua widened her eyes in disbelief, gazing at the mountains of spirit stones piled throughout the room, her mind awash with confusion. She slowly turned her head, her gaze landing on Bai Wenqing, who lay lazily by the bedside. With a smile, Bai Wenqing casually remarked, "All of this has been prepared for you by our Lord, who hopes you will soon ascend to immortality. As for us, we no longer require such resources. Our cultivation entirely relies on the enlightenment bestowed by our Master. Each day, we need only to indulge in the pleasures of life." Upon uttering these words, a fleeting glimmer of envy crossed Bai Wenqing's eyes, yet she soon recalled that she need not toil in arduous training to attain profound cultivation. Thus, she comfortably reclined once more upon the soft, inviting bed. Hearing this, Lin Xinghua fell into a contemplative silence. She stood there, lost in thought, pondering when she might also receive such favor from the Master as Bai Wenqing had. Alas, it seemed her only recourse was to strive diligently in her own cultivation. With this in mind, Lin Xinghua sighed in resignation, gritted her teeth, and resolutely seated herself in the center of the room, beginning her earnest practice according to the sacred techniques. The path of cultivation hinges upon absorbing the ethereal energy that permeates the cosmos and transforming it for one's own use. Although Bai Wenqing herself no longer needed to undergo strenuous training, her past experiences enabled her to adeptly guide Lin Xinghua. At that moment, the entire sect became bustling with activity. To assist Lin Xinghua in her ascension, the sect had meticulously arranged numerous potent spirit-gathering arrays in advance. These formations continuously drew forth vast quantities of celestial energy from all directions, creating visible torrents of spiritual essence that surged towards Lin Qingyue like a mighty tide. Days turned into years as Lin Qingyue persistently devoted herself to rigorous training. With the sect's unwavering support and by Wenqing's attentive instruction, her cultivation advanced steadily. Finally, on a bright and auspicious day, accompanied by a dazzling radiance that soared towards the heavens, Lin Qingyue successfully broke through her bottleneck, ascending into the celestial realm and becoming the center of attention. 20 years passed, and Chunjiu remained unoccupied, engaging in playful games with fear and mist, leading a leisurely life. The newly arrived celestial beings? Upon Lin Qingyue's entry into this vast and enigmatic world, she opened her eyes to behold two ethereal figures clad in flowing robes, exuding an extraordinary aura, approaching her. These celestial beings radiated a powerful and commanding presence, their cultivation levels comparable to the ancient deities of incense and offerings. The male figure, arms crossed with a sword held before him, regarded Lin Qingyue with a cold, scrutinizing gaze, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his lips, revealing a hint of disdain. Humph. With such a monumental shift in the world, I expected a momentous encounter, yet it appears to be merely a pitiful creature ascending from the humble depths below. How utterly unfortunate. As he spoke, he impatiently shook his head, clearly vexed by Lin Qingyue's arrival. In contrast, the female celestial appeared far more composed, her penetrating gaze locked onto Lin Qingyue, her eyes shimmering with astute intelligence as she softly remarked, "Ah, you are unaware. In these times, a practitioner who successfully ascends from the lower realms to this realm is an exceedingly rare and valuable existence. If this were reported to the Celestial Alliance, I hear one could receive a handsome reward in celestial currency." Although she spoke those words, they revealed not the slightest attempt to conceal her true thoughts. She seemed to harbor no belief that this inconsequential figure from the lower realm could stir any significant turmoil. What does this all mean? She pondered, feeling quite lost in this unfamiliar place. What is this so-called Celestial Alliance? Lin Qingyue feigned innocence, her large, glistening eyes filled with confusion as she gazed at the two figures before her. Deep within her heart, she mused that as a newcomer, there was much she needed to investigate for her master. However, the two individuals before her appeared rather unfriendly, prompting her to instinctively heighten her vigilance. For her master's watchful gaze lingered just behind her. The man cast a sidelong glare at Lin Qingyue, a repulsive smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His beady eyes roamed over her delicate form without any pretense, as if attempting to peer into her very essence. With a crude remark, he barked, "Stop the nonsense. Little girl, just come along quietly. Why all the questions?" Hearing this, the woman beside him frowned slightly, clearly discerning the man's sordid intentions. She scolded lightly, "All right. Enough of that. We must focus on the task at hand. Acquiring wealth is of utmost importance. Once we return, you may indulge in whatever whims you desire. For now, let us not complicate matters." With that, she shot a fierce glare at the man, urging him to restrain himself. Chapter 113. Invasion. Little girl, wise up and surrender without resistance. Do not make futile struggles. The man bellowed, his face twisted in a snarl. With a swift motion of his right hand, he hurled a gleaming net toward Lin Qingyue, resembling a beast with an open maw, intent on ensnaring her completely. Yet, at that critical moment, an unforeseen event transpired. With a swift whoosh, several robust and agile tendrils shot forth from Lin Qingyue's back, striking the incoming net with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, what had appeared to be an indestructible net was effortlessly torn apart by these tendrils, disintegrating into countless fragments that scattered across the ground. This sudden turn of events left the man who had attacked utterly dumbfounded, while his companion's expression shifted dramatically. Both stood frozen, momentarily unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Before they could regain their composure, the tendrils surged forth like a relentless tide, overwhelming them with an irresistible force. Faced with this fierce onslaught, the man and woman hastily summoned their respective spells and unleashed powerful artifacts in a desperate attempt to defend themselves. However, to one's astonishment, whether it be the resplendent radiance of spellcraft or the enigmatic gleam of magical artifacts, all became utterly ineffective upon encountering those bizarre tendrils, vanishing as if they had been swallowed by the sea. Humph, what a pitiful lot, daring to act so brazenly before me. They have sullied the eyes of my master. I never anticipated that you, who claimed to hail from a grand world, would be so feeble. Lin Qingyue, observing the scene, let out a cold huff, her eyes gleaming with disdain. With a mere thought, the tendrils swiftly coiled and constricted, binding the two individuals tightly, resembling nothing more than dumplings ensnared in a web of ropes. The essence of this grand world fundamentally differs from that of ordinary lesser realms. As a world that is already transcended, it does not rely on the children of fate to perpetually drive its evolution. Rather, it can achieve advancement through its intrinsic power. Consequently, the sole catalyst for transformation in such a grand world is the unique radiative energy emitted by aged spirits. As for Lin Xingyue, she resembled a highly efficient accelerator, bearing the critical mission of hastening the transformative process of the entire grand realm. It was precisely due to her presence that the aged spirit unhesitatingly cast her into this world replete with uncertainty and challenge. At this moment, Lin Xingyue strolled leisurely to the side, nonchalantly selecting a smooth, flat stone upon which to sit, crossing her legs and folding her arms. She looked down from her elevated position at the two bound individuals, a faint smile gracing her lips as she softly spoke. Now, it is your turn to answer my questions truthfully. Tell me, why does the Celestial Alliance require ascendants? I don't know. They pay a hefty price for acquisition. We merely assist from below, responsible only for capturing them. What happens next is beyond our purview. The man struggled to articulate, revealing the scant knowledge he possessed. Useless, utterly worthless. Lin Xingyue's gaze turned icy, her face contorted with disgust as she barked in fury, then lifted her foot to mercilessly stomp on the unfortunate man's palm. A sharp crack echoed as his hand was crushed, blood splattering forth, painting a scene of gruesome horror. Yet, Lin Xingyue remained unfazed, as if such brutality were merely an everyday occurrence. She slowly turned her head, her piercing gaze fixated on the woman nearby, who was already pale with fright. The man's heart-wrenching scream of agony erupted like thunder in the woman's ears. This sudden horror caused her, timid as a mouse, to tremble uncontrollably, almost collapsing to the ground. Her eyes widened in terror. She stared blankly at the unfolding scene, her lips quivering, unable to utter a single coherent sentence. After what felt like an eternity, the woman finally regained a semblance of composure, though her voice still trembled. I know a little. It seems the Celestial Alliance seeks to obtain a trace of the aura from those brought up from the lower realms. It is said that with this breath, they can locate the coordinates of the lower realm through a certain special method. As for what they intend to do with these coordinates, I truly have no idea. I implore you, spare me. I have revealed all that I know. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyue nodded slightly, a contemplative expression gracing her features. She then posed her second question. So, how exactly do you discern whether a person is an ascendant? This inquiry was of paramount importance to Lin Xingyue, for understanding their method of identification would enable her to better conceal her own identity and thus facilitate the assimilation of Qinjiu. The woman, trembling, raised her head and timidly glanced at Lin Xingyue's malicious gaze, a shiver running down her spine. She stammered. We typically judge whether someone is an ascendant by observing their aura. Lin Xingyue's brow furrowed slightly at this response, clearly dissatisfied. With a cold snort, she unhesitatingly brought her foot down again, precisely landing on the man's other hand. A crisp sound of bones fracturing echoed in the space, and the man's scream reverberated, sending chills through the air. A sudden cry emerged, laden with endless agony and a hint of resentment. The man, his face contorted with fear, looked incredulously at the woman before him, questioning, why does she have to step on me when she speaks? The woman, witnessing this, quickly interjected. This is because we are in an entirely new world, where the spiritual energy is vastly different from our previous realm. By observing the spiritual energy absorbed by the human body, one can effectively discern its origin. Her gaze fixated on Lin Xingyue, revealing a flicker of fear, as if dreading that the latter might unleash violence upon her. The expression on the woman's face was complex, subtly conveying a message akin to, if you strike him, please do not turn your wrath upon me. Meanwhile, Lin Xingyue's foot remained firmly planted on the man's head, even applying a bit more pressure, causing his complexion to pale further. She coldly remarked, now, the next question is, how do we resolve the issue of spiritual energy? As her words lingered, she intensified the pressure beneath her foot, suggesting that any hint of dissatisfaction would result in her mercilessly crushing the man's skull. Upon hearing this, the woman dared not delay and hastily replied, typically, within approximately 6 months, your body will gradually adapt to the changes of this world, at which point the aura throughout your being will naturally be assimilated into the unique essence of this realm. Chapter 114, Inquiry Assimilation? Lin Xingyue furrowed her brow slightly, gazing thoughtfully at the two before her. Her voice suddenly turned frigid, as if it emanated from the depths of the netherworld. I may temporarily spare you pitiful creatures, but your lives and deaths will ultimately hinge upon the will of my master. As soon as the words fell, countless black tendrils surged forth beside Lin Qingyue, swiftly extending like venomous serpents, ensnaring the two individuals in a suffocating cocoon. The man's eyes widened in terror as he futilely struggled to free himself from the horrifying appendages. However, his resistance was but a drop in the ocean, incapable of shaking the rock-solid bindings. As the tendrils tightened, a piercing scream escaped his lips, his body gradually being torn apart and consumed. In mere moments, the tendrils slowly released their grip, leaving behind only a heap of pallid bones, exuding a nauseating stench. In stark contrast, the woman's fate was far more tragic. As the tendrils made contact with her skin, a strange green liquid continuously flowed through the pores, invading her being. The woman writhed in agony, emitting indistinct whimpers as the tendrils rooted themselves into the earth, enveloping her entirely. She lost all consciousness, reduced to a mindless tool, obedient only to commands. After this grim spectacle, Lin Qingyue clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and murmured, "May the gaze of the Lord forever watch over you, granting you redemption in the endless darkness." Having completed her prayer, she turned and departed the blood-soaked, horrifying scene without a glance back, leaving behind the colossal tree of flesh and blood woven from tendrils, along with the woman writhing within it. In this vast world, the social fabric consists not merely of the lofty beings endowed with extraordinary powers, but also of the myriad, unremarkable common folk who form an essential part of society. Lin Qingyue sat serenely atop a peculiar flying sword woven from countless animated tendrils, gazing down upon the diligent souls toiling on the land below. Observing these weary individuals, burdened by the trials of life, a profound thought blossomed within her, to convey the gospel of her revered Lord to these unfortunate beings entrenched in suffering. Thus, with unwavering conviction and her sword, a symbol of justice and strength, Lin Qingyue gracefully stepped onto the vibrant and hopeful fields. As she advanced, her melodious voice rang out, rich with emotion, "O lost souls, pause your hurried steps. I wish to share with you the precious faith bestowed by the great and infinitely loving Lord of life." At that moment, the elderly farmer, who had locked eyes with Lin Qingyue, seemed to undergo a miraculous reversal of time. His once snow-white hair gradually transformed into a lustrous black, the sagging skin regained its youthful glow, and robust, youthful muscles began to manifest upon his frame. This sudden transformation left all those around him speechless, filled with awe. Thanks be to the Immortal for granting us a new lease on life. Those newly endowed with formidable vitality, filled with reverence and gratitude, fervently knelt at the feet of Lin Qingyue. Simultaneously, a mysterious ideology became deeply imprinted within the very essence of their being. Go forth, boldly disseminate the sacred faith of our Lord. Devote all, including your precious lives, through your actions and fervor. Only thus can our Lord descend upon this world in the most perfect form, rescuing more suffering souls. Lin Qingyue's words resonated with an irresistible enchantment, etching themselves in the hearts of all. Suddenly, a thunderous voice pierced the air. "What do you wretched peasants intend to do?" A burly man, his face marred by excess, emerged before the crowd. He was the landlord of the village, possessing the most land, and wielding his wealth and power to domineer over the villagers. Although those who had been enhanced experienced tremendous physical elevation, their hearts were ensnared by the desires embedded within their genes. This desire not only rendered them more powerful, but also stripped them of their inherent humanity. The blessed surged forward like ravenous wolves, overwhelming the guards with their sheer force, who were swiftly toppled and engulfed by the throng, becoming one of them. "Our Lord declares that death is but a barrier to you." Lin Qingyue's voice echoed amidst the chaos, seemingly imbued with some arcane power. As her words lingered, the bodies of the slain blessed began to twist and contort, ultimately dissolving into a puddle of flesh. Astonishingly, this mass did not vanish within mere minutes. It astonishingly reconstituted into a new blessed, as if death were merely a trivial phase for them. Go forth, spread the faith of our Lord. The intent was unmistakable, to hasten the process of assimilation, transforming more into Lin Qingyue's disciples. Upon receiving her command, Lin Qingyue's actions grew increasingly swift. Soon, the entire village underwent successful assimilation, with the original villagers divided into several groups dispatched to neighboring villages for missionary work. This exponential growth spread like wildfire, rapidly extending its reach. Before long, nearby towns took notice of this unusual phenomenon. Following the capture of a solitary disciple, the townsfolk began to investigate this peculiar life form. What could this possibly be? A curious wanderer inquired. It appears to be under the control of sorcery, another speculated. Indeed, These people must have been subjected to some form of incantation, rendering them in this state of limbo, remarked an experienced cultivator after observation. However, as this cultivator scrutinized the disciples closely, he was suddenly seized by a chilling realization. Every cell in his body seemed to emit a strange call, luring him to join their ranks. This sensation sent shivers down his spine, and he broke into a cold sweat. "This is terrifying," he exclaimed in terror. "This situation has escalated beyond my control. I must report to the Immortal Dynasty immediately and summon the celestial beings for judgment." Chapter 115. The Immortal Dynasty and the Celestial Alliance. As the sound transmission talisman sped away like a meteor, the Immortal Dynasty responded swiftly. In a brief span of time, several celestial beings rushed forth with the urgency of shooting stars. Upon their arrival, these immortals immediately unleashed their divine senses, scanning the surroundings like powerful searchlights. However, to their astonishment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. When their divine senses reached a certain point, they were abruptly severed by an invisible force, coming to an instant halt. This sudden turn of events left the celestial beings bewildered, their eyes wide with disbelief as they exchanged incredulous glances. Before they could regain their composure, one of them let out a blood-curdling scream, collapsing to the ground like a kite severed from its string, lifeless in an instant. The horrifying scene sent shivers down the spines of the remaining immortals, who stared in terror at the corpse on the ground, momentarily at a loss for what to do. After a long pause, one of them finally regained their senses and trembled. "Quickly, relay this news back to the Immortal Dynasty." Thus, the remaining celestial beings hurriedly employed their sound transmission talismans once more, meticulously reporting the events that had transpired to the Immortal Dynasty. Without daring to linger, they rushed back to the town, eager to locate the guard who had sent the distress signal. Upon landing at the Lord's residence, one of the immortals called out, "Who among you is the station cultivator here?" The voice echoed through the Lord's mansion, and after a while, a figure slowly emerged from within. This individual walked with steady steps, exhibiting an air of composure, and approached the celestial beings leisurely, cupping their hands in greeting. "Esteemed immortals, I am the station cultivator here. Such a horrific calamity, and you dare to claim it was merely the actions of commoners under a curse?" One immortal shouted furiously, pointing an accusatory finger at the cultivator. Yet, the cultivator remained unfazed, a faint smirk playing on their lips as they replied, "Ah, indeed, there was no disturbance. Esteemed immortals, I suggest you join me in venerating the Lord of Life. Perhaps this will spare you from such disasters." Before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by another immortal, heretical words that mislead the masses. With a swift motion of his arm, a glimmer of cold light flashed, and the cultivator's head fell to the ground with a thud, blood splattering everywhere. "Trust in my Lord, and attain eternal life." This phrase seemed to resonate with a mysterious power echoing through the air. However, the severed head lay unresponsive on the ground, as if it had lost all connection to its body. Just as the onlookers were struck with shock, the body began to dissolve rapidly, transforming into a puddle of muck in the blink of an eye. Yet, unexpectedly, this puddle did not dissipate. Within mere seconds, it reformed into the original humanoid shape. Is this the malevolent curse? The immortals widened their eyes in terror, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Simultaneously, the once concealed Lord's mansion gradually revealed itself. A chilling sight unfolded as the entire Lord's manor became enveloped by a multitude of writhing flesh, pulsating as if imbued with a life of its own. This was evidently the manifestation of flesh's power, of which Chunjio had merely appropriated a fraction. The exponentially accelerating assimilation was steadily paving the way for his arrival. Retreat. Recognizing the dire situation, the celestial beings were thrown into a frenzy, hastily ascending into the sky in a desperate bid to escape this horrific locale. Yet, their attempts proved futile, for as they soared halfway, colossal tentacles erupted from below, ensnaring them with the swiftness of lightning. A shriek pierced the air as a male celestial was mercilessly crushed by the tentacles, disintegrating into a grotesque pulp. Strangely, this pulpy mass did not disperse. Instead, it reformed into a humanoid shape in the blink of an eye, adorned with an eerie smile, proceeding unfazed to other realms. In stark contrast, the fate of the female celestial was far more harrowing. She found herself ensnared by countless tentacles, unable to break free. These appendages constricted around her, enveloping her tightly until she was encased within a massive flesh cocoon. Within this cocoon, her body was relentlessly compressed and distorted, her life force gradually siphoned away. The essence of her vitality streamed forth from the cocoon like a crystalline spring, continuously converging at the base of the tree of life. The emperor of the celestial dynasty wore a troubled expression, stroking his chin while desperately contemplating a strategy. It was imperative to note that the celestial beings dispatched were all at the early stages of earth immortal cultivation, although he, as a human immortal, possessed superior strength. Capable of annihilating them with a mere thought, the moment for him to intervene personally had yet to arrive. National Master, quickly devise a plan, the Emperor implored, urgently offering a communication talisman to the National Master. This National Master had been specifically dispatched by the Celestial Alliance to oversee the annual tributes from various celestial dynasties, wielding power comparable to that of the Emperor. Allow me to calculate this matter, the National Master replied with calm assurance, settling into a meditative posture. With his hands deftly manipulating the air, he intoned incantations, drawing forth numerous streams of energy that swiftly coalesced before him into a grand hexagram. However, just as the National Master commenced his divination, an invisible force suddenly struck him, causing him to tremble violently. In an instant, the once transparent hexagram was tainted with a vivid scarlet hue, rendering it grotesquely ominous. The National Master's countenance paled dramatically as beads of sweat descended from his forehead. Without hesitation, he severed the arm that had been engaged in the calculation. In a horrifying turn of events, the severed arm plummeted to the ground, and within mere seconds, it erupted as if under a malevolent spell, blood vessels bursting forth, flesh scattering chaotically, ultimately transforming into a repulsive puddle of gore. A great terror has befallen us. I must immediately inform the Celestial Alliance. The National Master's complexion was as pale as paper, his face marred by terror as he cried out. His body trembled with an overwhelming fear, as if he had witnessed the apocalypse. In a flurry of panic, he fumbled with his remaining hand and retrieved a sealed letter from within his robes. This letter was evidently prepared in advance for emergencies. His trembling fingers clutched the missive tightly, as if it were his final lifeline. Upon witnessing this, the Emperor of the Celestial Dynasty felt a tightening in his chest. He rose from his dragon throne, gazing at the National Master with a look of suspicion. The National Master, neglecting to respond to the Emperor's inquiries, swiftly ignited the letter. Flames danced upon the paper, consuming it in an instant. As the letter burned, an acrid smoke enveloped the air, inducing a suffocating sensation. Chapter 116. Slumber. The National Master's voice grew hoarse and feeble. He gasped for breath, as though each inhalation required every ounce of his strength. Suddenly, before the Emperor of the Celestial Dynasty, the National Master's body convulsed violently. His eyes bulged, the eyeballs seemingly having dropped to the ground, fixated on the Emperor. His contorted visage was a ghastly sight, as if tormented by an immense force. May our sovereign attain eternal life. The National Master let out a final, anguished roar before his body collapsed limply to the ground, as though deprived of all support. With his fall, his once grotesque features instantaneously morphed into a puddle of flesh, emanating a nauseating stench. I must leave at once. Witnessing such a scene, the Emperor of the Celestial Dynasty experienced his first encounter with a sanity-shattering attack. He had no time to change his garments and fled at lightning speed, leaving behind the foul-smelling Grand Hall. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, there has been a rebellion. There has been a rebellion. A frantic eunuch burst in, only to find a puddle of muck. Your Majesty? The eunuch trembled as he searched desperately, ultimately finding nothing but the muck and a fallen seal. Upon confirming the Emperor's absence, he turned and rushed out of the hall, weeping. The Emperor has passed away. Under the protection of the oppressive aura of aged wine, the speed of assimilation surged like a tempest, becoming ever more rapid. Within mere days, several celestial realms had succumbed, devoured by that mysterious force. From a vantage point high above, one could observe the once bustling celestial dynasty now shrouded in a dark, oppressive shadow. A manifestation of countless assimilated souls congregating together, a sight both shocking and dreadful. Such calamity could likely only be witnessed on the brutal battlefields against divine nations and corporations, mused a celestial being, who regarded this scene with a murmured lament. As a de facto overseer of this realm, he was naturally taken aback by such an upheaval. However, when he attempted to peer into the river of time to ascertain the origins of this unknown force, he was astonished to find the world veiled by a thick fog, obscuring the truth within. What terrifying means could possibly be wielded by a being of celestial emperor caliber in the shadows? The celestial being, filled with doubt, was about to calculate the odds when an intense sense of crisis surged within him, as if some great disaster were imminent. His heart raced, prompting him to halt his calculations, too fearful to proceed. Should he seek aid from above? This notion is evidently rather unrealistic. After all, The celestial emperors each have their own realms to safeguard, and it is unlikely they would readily abandon their responsibilities to provide assistance. Moreover, even if reinforcements were to arrive, the probability of such a scenario is exceedingly slim. Nevertheless, the celestial being remains unconcerned, for she has already informed the Celestial Alliance of the situation here. Consequently, should anyone attempt to challenge the events later, she would not face undue difficulty. As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. She murmurs, promptly tidying her sanctuary. Having completed her tasks, she turns without hesitation and vanishes from this realm in the blink of an eye. In the absence of any hindrances, the formidable army commanded by Lin Qingyue surged forth like a torrential flood, swiftly sweeping across the entire world. With astonishing speed, they assimilated this realm, rendering it a mere extension of Chunjiu. Simultaneously, far in the void, Chunjiu seemed to sense this surge of energy. His form began to transform, ultimately coalescing into an enormous cocoon, rivaling the very size of the world itself. As the cocoon took shape, Chunjiu fell into a profound slumber, as though entering an endless dreamscape. Upon learning of the successful assimilation of the world, Lin Qingyue diligently commenced her cultivation, aspiring to accomplish even greater feats for her master. Big Brother seems to be evolving, the mist exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder, fixated on the colossal cocoon, as if she could perceive the marvelous transformations occurring within. I'm hungry again, Fear muttered, incessantly rubbing its round little belly, clearly still troubled by its previous unsatisfactory meal. I'm hungry too. Upon hearing Fear's lament, Flesh hastily echoed in agreement. It is worth noting that during the previous meal, it had the largest appetite, yet somehow ended up consuming the least. Can't you find something to eat on your own? You always wait for my kind-hearted brother to feed you, Huapi remarked disdainfully, crossing its legs and adopting a condescending posture as it looked down upon the others, or perhaps the other gods. Indeed, Huapi makes a valid point, the Big Eye concurred. A rare alignment of opinion. We should learn to be self-sufficient and not rely solely on our elder brother to pave the way for us. Perhaps we could even prepare breakfast for him, and maybe he would share some life essence with us in return. With this consensus reached, they all began to seek out their own realms to graze. Chapter 117. Gowling long under the leaden gray sky, smoke wove a dense network, leaving the tavern's wooden sign tarnished to a mere remnant of white paint. Upon entering, the acrid scent of burning inferior coal mingled with the sour aroma of beer. Assaulting the senses, about 20 oak tables were crammed into the low space, their surfaces soaked through with years of wine stains, now a deep brown, so glossy that they reflected the iron gas lamps suspended from the ceiling. This was the only item in the room that surpassed the kerosene lamps in dignity, though it was shrouded in grease, casting only a dim, yellowish glow. Men clad in coarse canvas work attire rested their soot-stained boots upon the table's edge, their murky eyes fixated on the bubbling malt liquor within the pewter jug at the bar. In a corner, an old textile worker, missing fingers, tapped a rhythm with a chipped ceramic cup, humming a folk tune dulled by the cacophony of machinery. The accountant, draped in a corduroy vest, huddled by the window, his pen scratching across sheepskin parchment as he noted which foreman from the mine owed a round of beers. In the shadows of the wall, two dockworkers wiped their mouths with their sleeves, engaged in a heated argument, their canvas trousers still caked with river mud. When the shrill whistle of the ironworks abruptly shattered the dusk, all raucousness momentarily ceased, only to erupt again into louder jeers about the uncertainty of tomorrow's wages. Yet at least tonight's libations must be savored to the fullest. Let me tell you, the voice of Chunjiu grew somewhat slurred due to the influence of alcohol. Yet he endeavored to articulate his thoughts clearly. I am, in essence, an indescribable greatness. What I am now is merely one of the myriad thoughts within my dreams. As he spoke, he swirled his glass, the liquid rippling in response to his gestures. However, his musings failed to resonate with those around him, instead eliciting a wave of derision. Look at what he is saying. I am an indescribable greatness, mimicked another patron, who was also drinking, adopting Chinjiu's tone in a mocking manner before bursting into laughter. If you truly were, would you be here drinking with us? Huh, I don't believe it. If you're so grand, why not share a few gold coins with each of us? One individual feigned jest, yet harbored ulterior motives. The ambience here bore some resemblance to the former Radiant Society, yet with evident distinctions: filthy, chaotic streets, scant pedestrians, and the incessant roar of machinery. The distant rumble of steam echoed through the air, clear even from several blocks away, as if it were the heartbeat of this world. At that moment, the tavern door swung open abruptly, and a girl stormed in with an air of indignation. Her gaze landed squarely on Chunjiu, and she swiftly approached him, unceremoniously grasping his collar, prepared to drag him out of the tavern. Yet the disparity in their sizes was glaring, no matter how hard she exerted herself. She could not lift him an inch. "Brother, why are you drinking here again?" Her voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction and exasperation. Seeing her, Chunjiu feigned a struggle, muttering, "Just let me have another sip." "Why are you here so early, Linglong?" A nearby patron, witnessing the scene, began to egg them on. "Don't rush off. Let your brother regale us with his glorious tales." As his words faded, a chorus of laughter erupted, instantly transforming the previously somber tavern into a lively atmosphere. The girl, named Gao Linglong, was not only Chunjiu's sister, but also a student at the Imperial Royal University's engineering department. "Bartender, put the drinks on my tab. I recall leaving some money with you." Before exiting the tavern, Chunjiu turned to bid the bartender farewell. As they finally exited the tavern, Gao Linglong's fury ignited in an instant. She clutched Chunjiu's collar tightly, shaking him vigorously, as if to expel all her pent-up frustrations. "I am on the brink of my graduation assessments, dear brother. Can you please refrain from complicating my life any further?" Her voice was laced with anger and anxiety. "If I am not by your side, will you even manage to survive when the time comes?" "Oh, it's really no trouble at all," Chunjiu replied nonchalantly, as if being imprisoned for a lifetime was merely a game to him. "I assure you, even if I were to be confined forever, I would never meet my end." Seeing his carefree demeanor, Gao Linglong sighed in exasperation and playfully reproached, "You, always boasting. Do you intend to drift aimlessly through life indefinitely? You must seek a proper job. Otherwise, which girl would ever take a liking to you?" With that, she cheekily rolled her eyes and pinched Chunjiu's cheeks, tugging them playfully. Yet, Chunjiu remained unfazed, instead wrapping his arms around Gao Linglong and pulling her close, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Hee, with such a wonderful sister, why would I need to work? Let my sister take care of me." His embrace and gentle teasing rendered Gao Linglong's cheeks crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Embarrassed and vexed, she pinched his waist hard, scolding, "How annoying. Who would want to support a lazy bum like you? Ouch, that hurts." Chunjiu suddenly exclaimed, feigning great agony. He clutched his chest, pretending to weep. "Little Linglong no longer loves me, boo-hoo." His mock cries attracted the attention of passers-by, who cast curious glances in their direction. However, Chunjiu seemed oblivious to their stares. Continuing his lament, "Little Linglong used to be so adorable, always clinging to me like a little tail, begging for hugs. But now, she has the audacity to look down on me, boo-hoo." Gao Linglong stood nearby, her eyes widened at Chunjiu's theatrics. A faint blush crept onto her face as she awkwardly interjected, "Brother, oh come on, must you dwell on the past?" She reached out to cover his mouth, attempting to halt his incessant chatter. However, Chunjiu deftly evaded her hand, persisting, "What's wrong with reminiscing? Little Linglong was so small and cuddly back then. Simply delightful." He squinted his eyes, seemingly lost in nostalgic reverie. Upon hearing Chunjiu's words, Gao Linglong's blush deepened. She stamped her foot in playful defiance and retorted, "I won't talk to you anymore." With that, she turned and hastily walked ahead, eager to escape his clutches. Noticing her departure, Chunjiu quickly pursued her, calling out, "Little Linglong, don't run away. I haven't finished speaking yet." Gao Linglong ran a short distance without looking back, finally halting in front of a bakery. Standing outside the shop, she inhaled deeply, a rich aroma of freshly baked bread wafting toward her, causing her stomach to grumble audibly. "Brother, let us purchase some bread." Gao Linglong extracted a silver coin from her pocket, a reward from the sale of several mechanical tools she had recently crafted. "Indeed, I recall that we have exhausted our bread supply at home." Chunjiu leaned against the wall, drowsily reminiscing. Upon entering the modern bakery, an intoxicating aroma of wheat mingled with sweetness enveloped them. The space, though modest, was impeccably tidy. Wooden shelves were laden with an array of breads. In the display case, baguettes stood tall and straight, their golden, crispy crust glistening invitingly. A gentle tap revealed a delightful crispness. Croissants, spiraled to perfection, exuded a buttery fragrance that permeated the air. Round, soft white bread lay smooth and tender on the surface, reminiscent of a baby's cheek, inciting an irresistible urge to squeeze it. The walls of the shop adorned with vintage photographs captured bakers engrossed in their craft. In a corner, an elderly baker skillfully kneaded dough, his calloused hands moving with the grace of a dancer. The dough rolled and stretched in his hands, swiftly forming into flawless shapes before being placed into the oven. The oven crackled with sizzling sounds, heralding the emergence of yet another batch of fresh bread. A young woman manning the shop beamed with a warm smile as she arranged the loaves on the shelves. "Linglong, it's rare to see you here. Are you still buying the hard bread today? The staff recognized her and deftly packaged 2 long baguettes for Gao Linglong. Yes, thank you, Gao Linglong replied, handing over the silver coin. She was surprised to receive 18 copper coins in change, exclaiming, I recall the last time I bought hard bread, it was 2 copper each. Has the price dropped? Certainly. Recently, the Empire has enacted a new regulation mandating that all hard bread be sold for just 1 copper coin. The shopkeeper responded cheerfully. It seems the new leader is quite commendable, having managed to reduce bread prices so significantly. As she earned a fixed salary, the shopkeeper had no vested interest in the sales, thus she viewed the price reduction as a positive development. Gao Linglong nodded in agreement. Indeed, I must express my gratitude to that leader. Since his ascent, the price of bread has indeed decreased considerably. It used to cost 5 copper for a single hard bread. Suddenly, Gao Linglong recalled something and turned back, spotting Chunju leaning against the doorway like a lethargic figure, appearing as though he might drift into slumber at any moment. The shopkeeper noticed Chunjiu as well and frowned, saying to Gao Linglong, Is this your brother accompanying you? He seems quite the busy man, always drinking at the tavern. I suggest you refrain from giving him too much money for drinks. Excessive alcohol is detrimental to one's health. Gao Linglong let out a helpless sigh and replied, Yes, I understand. In truth, she had never given Chunjiu any money, yet Chunjiu somehow managed to procure funds each day to buy alcohol. Have you bought it? Upon hearing her voice, Chunjiu struggled to open his eyes and saw Gao Linglong approaching him. Yes, she answered softly, deftly slipping a wrapped loaf of bread into Chunjiu's arms. Her movements appeared somewhat awkward, as if she were concealing something deep within, and her demeanor was tinged with melancholy. Chunjiu accepted the bread, oblivious to Gao Linglong's unusual behavior. He believed that there were days each month when a woman's mood could fluctuate dramatically, akin to a roller coaster, which he deemed entirely normal. The bell at the bakery's entrance jingled cheerfully as they both turned to leave the fragrant haven of milk and bread, the rich aroma intoxicating, almost capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Walking side by side along the roadside, Gao Linglong silently moved ahead of Chunjiu, her lips sealed in silence. Suddenly, she seemed to recollect something of great importance, abruptly halting and turning to fix her gaze directly upon Chunjiu. What is it? Chunjiu was taken aback by her unexpected action, raising his eyebrows in surprise. A cold breeze swept through, dissipating some of his drunkenness, though his head still felt somewhat hazy. I wish to apply to the Imperial Military Academy. Gao Linglong took a deep breath and finally uttered the words she had long harbored in her heart. Upon hearing her declaration, Chunjiu fell into contemplation. He was acutely aware of Gao Linglong's passion for enrolling in the academy, yet he had always opposed the notion. The Xian Empire was a nation steeped in militarism, and the Imperial Military Academy held a prestigious position within its borders. Graduates from this institution were invariably powerful figures, possessing lofty status and authority. However, the price paid for such privilege was monumental. Beyond the Empire's territories and borders lurked countless malevolent forces that perpetually threatened its security. Therefore, graduates of the academy were compelled to head to the battlefield, engaging in life-and-death struggles against these dark entities, with survival rates often dwindling to a mere 50%. Chunjiu fully grasped the inherent dangers and was reluctant to see Gao Linglong take such a perilous path. Yet, confronted with her resolute determination, he found himself at a loss for how to dissuade her. Just then, Gao Linglong playfully tucked her hands behind her back, tilting her head with a mischievous smile as she said, However, the Empire has recently begun to advocate for a pro-natalist policy. I hear the prospective partners are quite promising. Older brother, why not give it a try? You might even bring back a sister-in-law for me. Chunjiu was caught off guard by this abrupt shift in topic, shaking his head in resignation while offering a wry smile. You little rascal, why have you suddenly brought this up? Have you really thought it through regarding the military academy? You aren't opposed anymore? Gao Linglong inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. You have grown up, you must make your own judgments. For no matter how much I try to dissuade you, I cannot alter your convictions. The narrative does not indulge in lengthy discussions. The girl, whom Chunjiu has watched grow since childhood, has matured and no longer desires his incessant chatter. The pair strolled slowly down the narrow alley, eventually arriving at their doorstep. Their home, nestled deep within the alley, is a room devoid of sunlight, spanning a mere 20 square meters. Upon entering, one could observe that half of the room had been partitioned off, transformed into a makeshift workshop for the adept Gao Linglong. The space featured only a small window, barred securely with iron, evoking the sensation of a prison cell. As Chunjiu stepped inside, he casually tossed the bread onto the dining table and, like a heap of discarded clay, collapsed onto the bed with a thud, his eyes firmly shut, as if every ounce of his strength had been siphoned away in an instant. Observing Chunjio's state, Gao Linglong shook her head helplessly and sighed. She gently closed the partition door, seated herself at her workbench, and ignited a dim oil lamp. In the feeble light, Gao Linglong began to meticulously repair the mechanical components laid out before her. Some of these parts were broken tools from the neighboring household. Others were items damaged by students at school, and a few were salvaged from refuse. Gao Linglong's nimble fingers deftly maneuvered the pieces, her tools producing a rhythmic clinking sound. Yet, this crisp sound did not disturb the slumbering Chunjio, whose snores rose and fell, seemingly lost in his dreams. When she sensed that her work was nearing completion, she extinguished the oil lamp and, shrouded in darkness, stealthily climbed into bed, wrapping her arms tightly around Chunjio, and thus drifted into a dreamless sleep. Despite having stayed up late the previous night, Gao Linglong's biological clock functioned like a precise alarm, awakening her early. With bleary eyes, she sat up in bed, stretched, and glanced at Chunjio, who remained in deep slumber. She rose quietly, careful not to rouse him, and made her way to the kitchen, where she washed up briefly before enjoying a breakfast that had been prepared in advance. After finishing her meal, she checked the time and, deeming it still early, decided to head to school. Stepping outside, she basked in the morning sunlight and gentle breeze, her spirits soaring. Upon arriving at the school entrance, she noticed the teacher waiting, gathering the students for assembly. Gao Linglong hurried over and joined her classmates in a line. With a warm smile, the teacher addressed the group, commencing a discussion on important matters. Dear students, we are here today to provide some guidance regarding the upcoming admissions for various imperial academies. First and foremost, it is essential to determine the institutions you wish to apply to, as the admissions will commence shortly. If you intend to apply to multiple schools, be mindful of their respective timelines, as many will coincide. After the lesson concluded, the teacher retained a few students for individual discussions, with Gao Linglong being one of them. Linglong, your knowledge of engineering is widely acknowledged, and I strongly advise you to attend the Imperial University of Mechanical Engineering, where many renowned mechanical engineers have emerged. The teacher, concerned, ultimately offered this sincere counsel. I understand, teacher. I have my own plans, Gao Linglong nodded. I wish you a bright future, the teacher concluded, recognizing the futility of further words and bestowing genuine blessings instead. Thank you, teacher. Gao Linglong bowed respectfully and took a moment to reflect on the school she had attended for 3 years before departing. Due to her solitary nature, she had made few friends, and waiting for her at the entrance was only the hurried Chunjio. Chapter 119. The steam train well, no lingering regrets, I presume? Chunjio remarked with a slight smile, as he accepted the metal materials Gao Linglong had brought from school. He then leisurely retrieved 2 train tickets from his pocket and gently placed them in her palm. The tickets, though somewhat coarse in texture and adorned with simple patterns and text, appeared remarkably precious. Given the high initial and operational costs associated with steam trains, the price of these tickets was not trivial. Should Gao Linglong rely solely on her own means to purchase them, it would likely take her 2 months of fasting and abstaining from luxuries to accumulate the necessary funds. Gao Linglong delicately accepted the tickets, treating them as if they were rare treasures. She scrutinized every detail, noting the name of the Imperial Railway Company prominently displayed at the top, while the route clearly indicated the capital of the empire. Train tickets? Brother, where did you acquire the funds? Gao Linglong inquired, her expression filled with skepticism as she fixed her gaze on Chunjio, seemingly searching for answers on his face. Seeing her reaction, Chunjio's smile widened, and he struck a deliberately cool pose, casually tousling his hair with his right hand. In a teasing tone, he replied, to be honest, I'm actually a wealthy heir. Is that true? Gao Linglong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she grasped Chunjio's hand tightly, a flicker of surprise mingling with a hint of reluctance. I'm just joking. This is actually money I earned from those drunken patrons. Chunjio smirked, looking at Gao Linglong with a playful expression, then gently pinching her baby's soft cheek, relishing the delightful touch that made him hesitate to let go. You big liar. Gao Linglong playfully scolded, though her expression bore no real anger, only a hint of amusement. She feigned indignation, raising her hand to lightly pat Chunjio's back, the force akin to a gentle tickle. Chunjio, well aware that her ire was but a facade, merely chuckled and softly said, all right, enough of the antics. Quickly put away the train tickets. Upon hearing this, Gao Linglong cheerfully tucked the tickets into her bag. By the way, do make sure to keep track of the time. We must depart this evening. Suddenly, Chunjio seemed to recall something and promptly reminded Gao Linglong. So soon? Gao Linglong expressed her surprise. What will happen to our belongings at home? She secretly pondered, feeling that the ticket purchase was rather rushed. Was there something particularly significant occurring? Chunjiu appeared to perceive her confusion and quickly clarified, "You need not worry about our possessions. There isn't much of value. Moreover, I heard that the Imperial Military Academy will hold a special admission session the day after tomorrow, prior to the unified enrollment. I believe you should give it a try." As he spoke, he retrieved a crumpled, folded paper from his pocket, cautiously unfolding it before presenting it to Gao Linglong. Upon receiving the paper, Gao Linglong noticed it was marred with numerous creases, with some text even rendered illegible. It seemed that this document had been folded and unfolded multiple times. She focused intently on the Military Academy's admission announcement, which appeared somewhat antiquated, likely a version from the previous year. Typically, such announcements would be posted at the school's entrance for students and parents to peruse. However, Gao Linglong was oblivious to how Chunjiu had obtained it. As she read that the academy sought to maintain its educational superiority by admitting students with exceptional talents, such as nobles, engineers, and celebrities, Gao Linglong's brow furrowed slightly. She felt perplexed by this admission method, sensing it was a convenient pathway reserved for individuals of privilege, which might not be applicable to children from ordinary families like theirs. "Brother, this seems like a shortcut for those of higher status, not particularly suitable for us," Gao Linglong remarked, looking up at Chunjiu. Chunjiu contemplated for a moment before nodding thoughtfully, acknowledging her concerns. Yet, he continued, "I recall your remarkable talent in engineering machinery. You should give it a shot. Perhaps you might succeed. If not, you can always participate in the unified enrollment later. It wouldn't be a loss, and if you succeed, you would receive special training from the academy." Gao Linglong felt somewhat reassured by Chunjiu's words. She was aware of his unwavering support, and his reasoning resonated with her. Gaining admission through this special channel could not only provide access to superior educational resources, but also an opportunity to showcase her talents. "All right, I will heed my brother's advice," Gao Linglong exclaimed joyfully, her eyes narrowing with delight, reminiscent of a playful kitten. She gently took Chunjiu's hand, swinging it playfully, as if to express her inner happiness. As Chunjiu had mentioned, their modest home contained little worth salvaging. The metal parts Gao Linglong could sell had already been disposed of, leaving only a few beds and cabinets, which Chunjiu sold at a meager price to nearby neighbors. The neighbors, pleased with their bargains, left with smiles, leaving only Chunjiu and Gao Linglong to embark on their journey, lightly burdened with merely a few small bags. This small abode had been rented through a dubious intermediary, who ultimately met a grim fate for having offended the wrong individuals. Since then, they have ceased to pay rent entirely. Moreover, judging by the current circumstances, it seems that the landlord may have met with an unfortunate fate. Standing on the street, Chunjiu casually hailed a carriage. After all, the train station was quite a distance from their current location. Were they to rely on foot, they might not arrive before the train's departure. "Good afternoon, sir and madam. Where might you be headed?" The coachman exhibited a gentlemanly demeanor, even bowing in a manner rare for this small town. "Hello, to the steam bus station. Could you please hurry? We are rather pressed for time," Chunjiu replied as he assisted Gao Linglong into the carriage. "Certainly, sir. 2 silver coins to the station for both of you. Please hold on tight," the coachman called out, gently urging the carriage forward. "Master, from your accent, you do not seem to be a local." Chunjiu casually struck up a conversation, unaware that the coachman had tightened his grip on the whip. "You must be from elsewhere, seeking your fortune here." "Indeed, sir," the coachman replied with a smile, skillfully wielding the whip to guide the horses onward. The situation in the empire has become rather tense lately, with many cities intensifying their regulations and taxes rising significantly. For small vendors like myself, it has become unsustainable to bear such high tax burdens. Thus, I have temporarily set aside my business to work as a coachman, barely managing to make ends meet. Listening to the coachman's words, Chunjiu stroked his chin thoughtfully. His gaze occasionally swept across the streets and pedestrians outside the window, as if he were observing the transformations within the city. Beside him, Gao Linglong appeared both excited and curious. This was her first ride in a carriage, and everything around her brimmed with novelty. She constantly glanced around, taking in the interior decor and the scenery beyond. Throughout the journey, Chunjiu and the coachman engaged in occasional light banter, primarily discussing the city's sights and potential business ventures. The coachman, well versed in the area, introduced Chunjiu to various local landmarks and culinary delights, even mentioning emerging industries and lucrative opportunities. Chunjiu listened attentively, nodding in agreement or posing questions from time to time. Before they realized it, the carriage had arrived at the train station. Chunjiu settled the fare, placing 2 silver coins in the coachman's palm. The coachman smiled graciously, thanking him and wishing them a safe journey. "Take care, sir," he said, as he cracked the whip and gently urged the carriage away. Chunjo watched as the carriage gradually receded into the distance until it vanished at the end of the street. At that moment, Gao Linglong tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Brother, I found that person quite strange." Turning to regard his sister's puzzled expression, Chunjo smiled reassuringly, "Do not worry. Regardless of who he is, we share no connection with him, and he is of no concern to us." With that, he took Gao Linglong's hand, and together they walked into the train station. Chapter 120. On the train, the steam train was roughly the size of 4 regular trains, necessitating the construction of an impressively large station. Beneath the vast cast-iron dome, steam wafts like ethereal specters across the platform. The signal lights flicker amidst the coal smoke, reminiscent of the bloodshot eyes of an industrial behemoth blinking. The platform's surface is perpetually stained with dark brown coal dust, polished by countless leather boots and wooden clogs. Porters clad in coarse work attire hurriedly bear wooden crates, their brass buttons glinting like fragments of gold in the haze. Gentlemen in bowler hats grip their leather suitcase handles tightly, the chains of their pocket watches jingling softly with each step, while perspiration creases their timetables. Suddenly, a low rumble reverberates from afar, the steel tracks groaning under the strain of fatigue. The signal light shifts to a blinding red, and the cacophony on the platform is abruptly hushed as all eyes turn towards the approaching white mist at the tunnel's mouth. A black locomotive bursts forth from the shadows, exhaling thick smoke, its brass cylinders gleaming coldly in the sunlight, wheels clattering over the rail joints with a sound akin to a monstrous beast crunching bone. "Clear the way. Everyone, step aside." The conductor brandishes a brass whistle. Steam swirling with coal dust rushes toward them, stinging their eyes. The train doors swing open with a thunderous bang, and a stoker in a soiled uniform leaps down the steps, the clanging of his shovel against the furnace mingling with the coughs of passengers. A woman in a long dress lifts her hem to navigate through the puddles, the edges of her skirt brushing against the platform and acquiring a dark rim. A vendor seizes the opportunity to squeeze beneath the train window, the wooden box containing pickled cucumbers and hot potatoes releasing a pungent aroma. In a distant corner, a postman meticulously counts his sacks, the wax seal glimmering a deep crimson under the gaslight. His cuffs are frayed, yet he meticulously separates railway bond documents from ordinary letters. In the distance, another whistle sounds. The second train approaches with a hissing roar, the vibrations of its steel axles creeping up through the soles of boots, like the pulse of an entire era thrumming in the palm. As Gao Linglong observes the train up close, she is utterly captivated by the sight before her. The sheer size of the locomotive, its heavy steel plates, and the artillery mounted upon it leave her in awe. The steel, marked with scars, seems to silently recount the storms and battles it has weathered, perpetually showcasing the ferocity and might of machinery. The existence of monsters beyond the city walls is no longer a secret. However, fortified by sturdy ramparts and the formidable imperial garrison, the townsfolk continue to live in relative security and comfort. Chunjo notices Gao Linglong completely absorbed in her observation of the train, and he smiles as he approaches her, gently ruffling her hair playfully, teasing, "What has you so entranced?" Gao Linglong snaps back to reality, a bashful smile gracing her lips, and she excitedly exclaims to Chunjo, "I think this train is absolutely amazing. I've only seen it from afar before. I never imagined it would be so breathtaking up close." Chunjo nods, understanding her feelings. Then, a sudden thought strikes him, and he remarks, "I recall there are steam-powered mech suits to explore in the imperial capital. Perhaps when you enter the military academy, you might even participate in their creation." Gao Linglong's eyes light up at this, brimming with anticipation as she replies, "Really? That would be wonderful. I am certain I can do it." Chunju looked at her confident demeanor and felt a sense of joy for her. He encouraged her, saying, "Yes, I believe you will certainly succeed. However, for now, let us head to the nearby small shop for a bite to eat. The coal dust here is rather overwhelming and uncomfortable." Thus, Chunjo led Gao Linglong to a small eatery adjacent to the train station, intending to satisfy their hunger before continuing their journey. The modest red brick building of the shop stood out against the smoky backdrop, its wooden sign darkened by steam, and a lantern hung from an iron hook, casting a dim yellow light that revealed the grease-stained glass. A waiter, clad in a coarse apron, hurriedly navigated between the greasy wooden tables, balancing a copper tray that sizzled with grilled sausages, which oozed golden oil. The rich aroma intertwined with the pervasive sense of coal smoke and low-quality tobacco, creating a distinctive atmosphere. In the corner, an iron stove blazed brightly, the flames casting a crimson glow that illuminated the faded railway timetable on the wall, making it flicker in the dance of the firelight. Suddenly, A clear chime of the doorbell rang out, drawing the attention of the staff as a new customer entered. "Good day, sir. May I take your order?" The waiter greeted with a smile, pointing to the menu on the table. Chunjio glanced casually at the menu, noting the elevated prices. Yet he did not hesitate long before ordering 2 servings of fried noodles and grilled sausages. "Certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment." The waiter swiftly noted his order and turned towards the kitchen. After paying, Gao Linglong looked at the meager amount of money left in her possession and felt a pang of regret. It seemed as if a significant portion of their earnings had vanished, leaving her feeling somewhat helpless regarding the rising prices. "How expensive!" she finally exclaimed, unable to contain her discontent as she and Chunjio settled into their seats. Understanding her sentiments, Chunjio gently patted her shoulder, offering solace. "The empire has raised taxes. Aside from hard bread, all other items have seen a price increase." As he spoke, he retrieved a bottle of water from his backpack and placed it on the table. "I wonder if this little amount will suffice in the capital," Gao Linglong said anxiously, counting the coins in her purse while furrowing her brow, seemingly overwhelmed by the impending life in the capital. At that moment, the waiter approached with their order, smiling as he announced, "Here are your fried noodles and grilled sausages. Enjoy your meal." Gao Linglong gazed at the steaming food before her, feeling her spirits lift slightly. Chunjio rested his chin on his hand, watching her with keen interest, and inquired, "How does it taste?" Gao Linglong sliced a piece of sausage and savored it, then broke into a satisfied smile. "It's delicious, 20 times better than bread." Intrigued by her response, Chunjio asked, "Why 20 times?" After swallowing her bite, Gao Linglong replied earnestly, "Because its price is 20 times that of bread." This answer elicited a hearty laugh from Chunjio. As the two enjoyed their meal, laughter and conversation flowed effortlessly, and time seemed to slip away. Once they had finished their repast, the steam locomotive arrived with a gentle approach. "Greetings, you have reserved a noble cabin. Please follow me," the conductor politely stated after confirming their tickets were in order. He then guided Gao Linglong and Chunjio through the bustling crowd toward the luxurious compartment. Gao Linglong widened his eyes, scrutinizing the torn ticket in his hand, and exclaimed with astonishment, "You never mentioned you had secured such splendid tickets." Chunjio scratched his head, displaying a hint of a sheepish smile, and explained, "This ticket was procured by a friend of mine who owes me a favor." The individual who had assisted Chunjio in obtaining the ticket was none other than the proprietor of the tavern. Chunjio had once aided the owner, who, in gratitude, granted him not only the privilege of enjoying drinks at the tavern, but also bestowed upon him the unexpected gift of 2 noble tickets. Upon hearing Chunjio's explanation, Gao Linglong's lips curled into a subtle smile, her gaze fixed on his profile, as if attempting to decipher his innermost thoughts. Chunjio felt somewhat uneasy under her scrutinizing eyes and pretended to maintain his composure as he walked ahead, trying to evade her stare. At that moment, the conductor approached them with a smile, saying, "In the cabin, there is an unlimited supply of food and beverages for you both. I hope you have a pleasant journey." With that, the conductor led them to their private compartment. The noble carriage, like the others, was double-decker. However, unlike the rest, the upper level bore a military insignia, suggesting it housed a cannon turret. Consequently, their available space was confined to the lower deck. Fortunately, the train had prepared a dedicated dining car for them, much to Gao Linglong's delight. "Excuse me, may I join you here?" Just as they settled their luggage and took their seats in the dining car, a beautiful noble lady approached them with an inquiry. Chapter 121. Connie draped in a green velvet gown that swept the floor. The hem shimmered with subtle patterns as the train jostled. She stood before them, delicately holding a gilded poetry collection. A pigeon-blood ruby necklace adorned her neck, rising and falling with her breath, while the main stone glimmered in the light streaming through the window. Diamond star-shaped hairpins secured her raven locks into a low bun, with wisps of hair cascading down her swan-like neck. A merchant in the same carriage stole glances at her thrice, each time captivated by the faint pink beauty spot at the corner of her eye, which rested on her alabaster skin like a drop of rouge upon rice paper. "Of course, you are most welcome, my lady. Please, have a seat," Chunjio responded, surveying the dining area and noting the limited seating. However, with the train offering meal delivery service, the absence of seats would not hinder their dining experience. "That lady is truly exquisite," Gao Linglong whispered softly in Chunjio's ear. Though her voice was barely above a murmur, Chunjio heard her clearly and couldn't help but cast another glance at Connie. "I am Connie from the Marquis of Guangnan's household. It is a pleasure to meet you both." Connie introduced herself with a radiant smile, her voice melodious and enchanting, akin to the sweetest of melodies. "I have long admired the illustrious name of the Guangnan Marquisate. I am Chunjio, and this is my sister, Gao Linglong. It is our honor to make the acquaintance of Miss Connie today. Chun Jiu responded promptly, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Although his knowledge of the Guangnan Marquisate was limited, he was aware that a marquis held a prestigious position within the empire, likely possessing some connection to the royal lineage. Connie seated herself with elegance, tilting her head slightly, revealing a captivating smile. I perceive that both of you possess exceptional qualities. Might we explore the depths of poetic sentiment together? Chun Jiu felt a stir in his heart. Though he was merely a wine enthusiast, he had a modest understanding of poetry. Moreover, conversing with a lady of her noble stature about poetry promised to be a rare and enriching experience. Thus, he readily nodded, saying, "Of course, Miss Connie. I would be honored to receive your guidance." Gao Linglong, equally intrigued, leaned in closer. The rhythmic clatter of the train echoed, while the picturesque scenery outside unfolded like a scroll. Connie opened a poetry anthology, her voice gentle as she recited, "Love is a sigh that conjures a wisp of smoke. In the eyes of lovers, it ignites a purified spark. The tears of lovers are the waves it stirs." What insights do you both have regarding this portrayal of love? Chun Jiu pondered for a moment before expounding his unique perspective, which elicited a glimmer of surprise in Connie's eyes. Gao Linglong occasionally interjected, and the atmosphere was both harmonious and vibrant. Unbeknownst to them, their meal had been served. Connie invited them to partake in the exquisite dishes adorning the small table. Accompanied by culinary delights and poetry, this train journey became extraordinarily enchanting, and Connie's gaze towards Chun Jiu grew increasingly fervent. As night deepened, the outside world faded into darkness. Realizing they had conversed for an extended period, Connie, prompted by her maid, prepared to depart. Before leaving, she exchanged contact information and proposed a gathering for lunch the following day at the restaurant. Chun Jiu and Gao Linglong returned to their compartment, carrying some snacks, chatting and laughing merrily. Upon entering, Gao Linglong eagerly stuffed a piece of delicate cake into her mouth, mumbling indistinctly to Chun Jiu, "Brother, let me tell you, I think that marquis lady seems to have a bit of an interest in you." Chun Jiu looked at his sister in exasperation, pondering how she could be so gossipy. Yet, his first impression of the marquis lady was indeed favorable. She was not only polite and humble, but also exceptionally beautiful. Admittedly, if one were to point out a flaw, it might be that her figure appeared somewhat slender, but given her esteemed background, that hardly constituted a shortcoming. "You really can't keep your mouth shut while eating," Chun Jiu sighed, shaking his head in resignation. "Do not speak carelessly. That marquis lady holds a significant position." Gao Linglong, however, remained undeterred, teasingly replying, "Oh, brother, just look at how enthusiastic she is towards you. She initiated the greeting and invited you to dine together. I reckon she must have feelings for you. Why not just marry her? That way, we wouldn't have to worry about money in our next life." Upon hearing these words, Chun Jiu found himself in a state of bemusement, unable to decide whether to laugh or cry. He reached out to pinch Gao Linglong's cheek and replied with a feigned irritation, "You little rascal, do not utter such words in public. Were it not for the fact that I am your brother, who would indulge you so?" Gao Linglong winced at his pinch and hurriedly pleaded, "Ouch, that hurts. Brother, I was wrong. Please let go." Though Chun Jiu was merely an ordinary man capable of effortlessly annihilating the world, he was beset by numerous worries. Much like at this very moment. "Brother, are you asleep?" Gao Linglong's voice pierced the stillness of the night, sounding particularly jarring. Chun Jiu remained silent, hoping she would settle down on her own. "Brother, I'm so bored I can't fall asleep," she continued, seemingly oblivious to his silence. He still chose to remain mute. "Brother, are you truly asleep?" Her voice returned, this time tinged with a hint of uncertainty. Finally, unable to restrain himself, Chun Jiu turned over and said with exasperation, "It is quite late. Why are you still awake? You have an exam tomorrow." "I can't sleep," Gao Linglong whimpered, clinging to Chun Jiu's arm in a display of affection. "I want to sleep with you." Chun Jiu shot her a glare and admonished, "Enough of this nonsense. Go to bed." "But brother," Gao Linglong persisted, "if you do not respond, I shall take it as your acquiescence." Chun Jiu, irritated by her incessant chatter, abruptly sat up and pinned her down, declaring, "I did not acquiesce. Continue this way, and I shall enforce the family rules." "I am sorry, brother. I am truly sorry," Gao Linglong whimpered, realizing he was genuinely upset. With a swift motion, Chun Jiu delivered 3 sharp slaps to her bottom. "I am sorry, brother. I am truly sorry," she cried, tears brimming in her eyes. "Still not going to sleep?" Chun Jiu's tone remained stern. "I will sleep. I will sleep. Please do not hit me. It hurts." Gao Linglong sobbed, burrowing further into her covers. With a few more swift slaps, Chun Jiu finally relented. In the end, Gao Linglong, clutching her reddened posterior, returned to her slumber. albeit only able to lie on her stomach. "Good morning, Mr. Chun. What a delightful coincidence." Accompanied by Connie's melodious voice, Chun-jo slowly lifted his head to see her approaching with her maid. He was momentarily taken aback, for he had not anticipated encountering Connie here. However, he quickly regained his composure and responded with a smile. "Indeed, it is quite a coincidence, Miss Connie." As Connie reached him, she paused briefly, gazing into his eyes with her bright, expressive orbs, and gently inquired, "Would you mind if I joined you for breakfast?" As she spoke, she discreetly signaled to her maid. Observing this, Chun-jo promptly rose to his feet, smiling as he said, "Of course, I do not mind. Please, take a seat." He gestured for her to sit as he spoke. Once Connie was seated, Chun-jo resumed his place at the table. At that moment, Connie suddenly realized that someone seemed to be missing beside Chun-jo, and curiously asked, "Where is your sister?" Chun-jo smiled softly and explained that she had gone to bed rather late the previous night, which was why she had yet to rise. He felt it necessary to alleviate Connie's concerns about appearing overly hurried, thus deliberately slowing his pace of eating. Upon hearing this, a hint of regret crossed Connie's face as she remarked, "What a pity. I was hoping to discuss poetry with her further." At that moment, a maid entered with Connie's breakfast, a meticulously prepared dish of fried meat and eggs accompanied by a glass of milk, seemingly not too dissimilar from Chun-jo's own meal. Observing this, Chun-jo quickly reassured her, "There's no need to worry. After all, we still have lunchtime to engage in conversation." Connie gently nodded, a faint smile gracing her lips as she replied, "Indeed, we can have an extensive discussion then." With that, she elegantly extended her slender, jade-like hand to delicately grasp the knife and fork, akin to a noble princess, and began to savor her exquisite breakfast. Chun-jo, unhurried, partook of his meal while occasionally exchanging a few words with Connie. Their conversation, though somewhat intermittent, was imbued with an unusually harmonious atmosphere. However, amidst this placid environment, the train suddenly jolted violently without warning, as if a colossal hand had shaken it fiercely. The abrupt tremor caught Chun-jo off guard, causing him to stumble forward, nearly colliding with Connie. Alarmed, Connie instinctively reached out and grasped Chun-jo's arm to steady him. The moment her hand made contact, a jolt of electricity seemed to course through her entire being, causing her cheeks to flush slightly and an almost imperceptible flurry to flicker in her eyes. With Connie's assistance, Chun-jo managed to regain his balance. Collecting himself, he promptly inquired with concern, "Miss Connie, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" Taking a deep breath to calm her racing heart, Connie gently shook her head and smiled. "I'm fine. It's likely just a minor issue with the train." Before she could finish her sentence, the train's intercom crackled to life. "Attention passengers, please be advised that several unidentified creatures have appeared on the tracks ahead. We urge everyone to remain calm and composed. Our staff is currently addressing the situation. Please remain patient." Upon hearing the announcement, Connie's expression turned serious as she slowly set down her utensils and turned to Chun-jo, murmuring, "I hope these creatures won't cause us too much trouble, or it may delay our gathering at noon." Chun-jo reassured her, "Do not worry, Miss Connie. I believe the staff will resolve this issue promptly, and it won't take too long." Inside the carriage, the monotonous hum of the train had previously been the only sound, akin to a colossal insect tirelessly flapping its wings. Suddenly, a series of dull thuds crashed against the windows, filtered through the thick soundproof glass. The sharp edges of the noise dulled, yet still possessing an undeniable penetrating quality. It was neither the crackling of fireworks nor the rumble of demolition blasts. The sound of relentless thumping reverberated through the air, akin to someone fervently beating a drum against the outer walls of the carriage with a giant hammer. Each vibration sent subtle tingles through the seat backs. At times, it resembled the distant, rhythmic drop of a heavy anvil, evoking a disquieting cadence. Passengers by the window instinctively turned their heads, yet all they could see was the rapidly receding verdant blur of trees. The sound seemed to be encapsulated within an invisible dome, close yet indistinct, with only the raw force of the impact penetrating through the metal seams of the carriage, audibly resonating within the confines of their skulls. The once smoothly operating train appeared to be affected by the external tremors, swaying slightly and introducing a barely perceptible jolt. "Dear passengers, the danger ahead has been successfully cleared. Please rest assured," came the train attendant's voice over the intercom, casual in tone and somewhat reassuring. The train maintained a speed of approximately 40 kilometers per hour. Though not particularly swift, it was adequate to handle any minor threats that might arise. It seemed the issue had been resolved. Chun-jo exhaled a sigh of relief, adjusting his slightly disheveled attire before turning to gaze out the window. Outside, several windows bore strange stains, a peculiar shade of purple, markedly different from human blood. Connie nodded, still gripping Chinjio's arm tightly. While the accompanying maid pretended not to notice, her eyes scanning for any potential danger. "Miss Connie," Chinjio gently prompted. Startled, Connie released her hold as if awakening from a dream. After a brief conversation, Chinjio bid farewell to Connie as the attendant brought in a fresh cake. The cake, resembling a famished little kitten, lay on the bed, its eyes closed and a blissful smile adorning its face, as it repeatedly murmured. She clutched a piece of milk cake tightly in her hands, as if it were the entirety of her existence. Each bite danced upon her tongue, the rich aroma of cream and delicate texture intoxicating her senses, rendering her unable to escape its allure. "Eat more. Once we arrive tonight, there will be nothing left to eat, and it will cost dozens of silver coins for a portion," Chinjio remarked, seated by the bed, his gaze fixed on the newspaper without looking up. "What? So expensive?" Gao Linglong's eyes widened, nearly causing the cake to tumble from her mouth. She gazed at Chinjio in disbelief. "Then I must eat more, or it would be such a loss." With that, she stuffed another generous mouthful of cake, her cheeks puffing up like a little hamster. "No one is competing with you. Take your time," Chinjio chuckled helplessly, setting aside the newspaper. He had hoped to glean useful information about their destination from it, but found nothing of significance. Gao Linglong devoured the cake in a whirlwind, then patted her round belly with satisfaction. Wiping her mouth, she retrieved a mechanic's notebook from her bag and began to study it meticulously. This was crucial material for her examination the following day, and she could afford no slip-ups. Time swiftly passes, and before one realizes it, noon has arrived. Upon entering the restaurant, Gao Linglong and Chinjio discovered that Connie had been waiting for quite some time. Not only had she ordered meals for them, but she had also thoughtfully selected a steak for their enjoyment. "Wow, steak!" Gao Linglong exclaimed with excitement, for this was her first encounter with such a luxurious dish. When the steak was served, its tantalizing aroma nearly made her salivate. Eagerly, she cut a piece and placed it in her mouth. The tender, juicy beef melted between her teeth, immediately captivating her palate with its exquisite flavor. "Mr. Chinjio, after you disembark, would you be inclined to visit the Marquis's residence?" Connie's words were laden with a clear implication, as if she were on the verge of openly expressing her affection for Chinjio. Naturally, Chinjio discerned Connie's intent. A smile graced his lips as he replied, "Certainly, Miss Connie. I happen to have some free time in the coming days, making it a perfect opportunity to explore this imperial capital." Hearing this, Connie's heart soared, and her smile brightened even further. At that moment, Connie noticed Gao Linglong standing while eating, prompting her curiosity. "Linglong, why are you standing to eat?" Chinjio quickly interjected, "Ah, Miss Connie. It's because Linglong unfortunately woke up with a stiff neck last night, so standing is more comfortable for her." He could hardly divulge the truth that sitting caused Gao Linglong discomfort, as such matters were rather delicate to express. Meanwhile, Gao Linglong continued to eat quietly, casting a slightly inquisitive glance at the interaction between Chinjio and Connie. Could it be that they harbored mutual feelings? She began to ponder. Recalling the jest she had made the previous night, a wave of regret washed over her. Had she not been so boisterous, perhaps the current situation would not have unfolded as it had. "Attention, passengers. We will soon arrive at the Imperial Capital Station. Please ensure your belongings are intact, as we shall not be responsible for any lost items," the attendant called out as she walked through the carriage. The train gradually reduced its speed, the formidable black steel beast exhaling white steam, resembling an ancient creature gasping for breath, clumsily yet resolutely traversing the tracks with a rhythmic clatter. The wild grass flanking the rails bowed under the force of the gusts, while the people on the platform instinctively stepped back, their eyes reflecting the approaching plume of coal smoke. The massive brass handrails of the locomotive gleamed coldly in the morning sun, while black smoke intertwined with white mist, trailing a grayish-black tail across the sky. With a sharp screech of the brakes, the train eased onto the platform, finally coming to a steady halt. Connie smiled and graciously tipped her hat to Chinjio and Gao Linglong before politely inquiring about their accommodations in the capital. Upon learning of their hotel, Connie warmly invited, "Mr. Chinjio, do come to the Marquis's residence when you have the time." Chinjio nodded with a smile in response. "Of course. I will make sure to visit when I can." At this moment, Gao Linglong gently tugged at Chinjio's sleeve, saying, "Brother, let us be on our way." Chinjio bid farewell to Connie and followed Gao Linglong away from the platform. The train station in the imperial capital was far more expansive than they had anticipated, and it took them quite a while to locate the exit. By the time they reached their reserved hotel and completed the check-in process, the night had quietly descended. As Gao Linglong chewed on the hard bread they had just purchased, she complained, "Why does this bread taste so terrible for the first time?" She struggled to soften the bread with saliva, swallowing it with great difficulty. Observing his sister's predicament, Chunjio chuckled and remarked, "Perhaps it's because the food on the train was too delightful. Stop dawdling. Hurry and get some sleep. There's an important exam tomorrow. Good night, brother," Gao Linglong replied before settling down. The next day, Chunjio accompanied her to the school gate. This early admission process often involved prior arrangements, making Gao Linglong's case still rather uncommon. "You are here for the exam?" The soldier at the school entrance appeared somewhat perplexed, as he had seen most of the candidates before and did not recall her. "Of course, I am a candidate with a specialty in engineering machinery," Gao Linglong nodded, aware that military schools often recruited students with special talents. "Very well, and who is this?" the soldier inquired. "A parent," Chunjio interjected promptly. "I'm terribly sorry, but outsiders are prohibited from entering. This candidate, please follow me," the soldier stated, having received the appropriate notification that if a candidate was willing to come, it would be based on merit. Chapter 123, Examinations and Conversations. "All right, I will come to pick you up after the exam." Chunjio meticulously inquired about the specific time slots for the examination and repeatedly confirmed the entrance location before turning to leave. The sound of his military boots echoed steadily against the cobblestone path, gradually fading as he rounded the corner, leaving Gao Linglong gazing alone at the building concealed behind the shade of trees, her palms slightly damp with sweat. This three-story building indeed bore the marks of time, its walls eroded by wind and rain, creating uneven patterns reminiscent of the wrinkles on an elderly face. As she pushed open the heavy wooden door, the hinges emitted a prolonged creak, as if lamenting the vicissitudes of the structure's history. The air in the grand atrium was distinctly unique, imbued with a faint scent of parchment mingling with the acrid essence of coal smoke, alongside a whisper of pine resin, likely the aroma of wax used to maintain the oak furniture. Sunlight streamed through the high windows, illuminating countless specks of dust dancing within the beams, momentarily transporting her through a tunnel of time. The edges of the oak paneling on the walls were somewhat worn, revealing the lighter brown wood beneath. In the dim light, their reflections were not glaring. Rather, they possessed a warm, matte quality, akin to an antique that had been caressed by hands over decades, with each grain of wood harboring its own tale. The remnants of the setting sun filtered through the stained glass windows on the west side, casting the imperial emblem's design onto the worn stone floor. The red specks mirrored the lion's mane from the emblem, while the blue spots represented the surrounding olive branches. The interplay of light and shadow flowed gently as the sun shifted, resembling a vibrant, living tapestry. Just as Gao Linglong entered the hall, she spotted a man clad in military attire. The wooden table upon which he sat was somewhat uneven, with one leg seemingly propped up by a fragment of brick. The man was dressed in a deep green captain's uniform, the silver stars on his epaulets glimmering faintly in the dim light. He was hunched over, diligently inscribing with a quill, the soft scratching of the nib on the parchment resonating clearly in the stillness of the hall. Scattered across the table were numerous items, 3 or 4 broken quills, their tips drooping forlornly, a ceramic inkpot leaning precariously at the edge, dark ink oozing from its base and forming a small dark stain on the table, and several crumpled sheets of draft paper, held down by a paperweight at their corners, with some pages displaying ink-blurred handwriting, the blue-black stains sprawling like a spider's web, rendering the once neat formulas into a chaotic mess, indicative of the writer's apparent impatience. The soldier who had escorted Gao Linglong entered with a light tread, deliberately striking the heavy copper ring of the door with added force, the metallic clang echoing through the room. Coming to attention, he announced in a booming voice, "Captain, this is a civilian here for the early recruitment examination." Upon hearing the announcement, the captain paused, his hand still gripping the quill, and slowly lifted his gaze. There were fine wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, likely a result of years spent squinting at blueprints. As his gaze traversed from Gao Linglong's cloth shoes to the faded hem of her dress, finally resting on her face, a flicker of surprise crossed his otherwise placid eyes. "A civilian? And a girl?" The soldier stepped forward, reaffirming, "Yes, sir. She claims to be a distinguished student in mechanical engineering, and this is her letter of recommendation." He handed over the note Gao Linglong had previously given him. The captain took a cursory glance at the paper before laying it aside on the table, a faint smirk playing on his lips. "Let us hope she is not a foolish girl unaware of her own limitations." As he spoke, he retrieved a yellowed examination paper from the deepest drawer of the desk, its edges curled. Indeed, the early recruitment process incurs no fees. The Imperial Military Academy receives a special grant each year dedicated to discovering talented children trapped in poverty. However, to seize this opportunity, one must first pass his oral examination. So, civilian, the captain smoothed the examination paper on the table, his keen gaze fixed on Gao Linglong, as if assessing the quality of a raw gemstone. You are required to answer 10 randomly selected questions. You must answer at least 8 correctly to qualify for the examination. Do you understand? He paused, adding a more severe warning. Should you fail to answer at least 4, it will be deemed an intentional disruption of military affairs, punishable by a fine of 10 gold coins and 10 days in confinement. Gao Linglong straightened her back, the sunlight streaming in and illuminating her face, making the light in her eyes shine particularly bright. No problem, sir, she replied, her tone imbued with a confidence that did not seem feigned. How many teeth does an imperial standard gear with a radius of 5 centimeters have? The captain posed the first question, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. 20. She answered swiftly. The standard modulus of a gear is the circumference divided by the modulus, rounded to 20. What is the maximum tolerable pressure for a steam piston? It is 15 standard atmospheres. Exceeding this value may lead to the cracking of the cylinder. After posing 10 questions, the captain, still gripping his quill, stared at Gao Linglong for a moment before retrieving a ticket embossed with the school emblem from his drawer. His tone carried a hint of unnoticeable surprise. All answers are correct. What is your name? Gao Linglong. Your age? 18. The captain held his pen with steady hands, the nib gliding robustly across the ticket. He swiftly filled in her name, age, and identification number, finally signing his own name, Mark, at the designated spot. He then tore the ticket from the booklet and, while handing it over, advised her carefully, the exam will commence in 2 hours. Turn left through the corridor to reach the examination hall. There, you will find bread and water on the long table, all complimentary. Feel free to have a bite. Present this ticket for entry. If it is lost, it cannot be replaced. He paused, gazing at the clear-eyed girl before him, and softened his tone. May you pass the exam and contribute your strength to the Empire. After all, a kind word costs little, and if this girl does succeed, perhaps one day she might remember him, the initial examiner, which could yield some benefit. Thank you, sir. Gao Linglong accepted the ticket with both hands, carefully folding it and placing it in her pocket, her fingertips brushing against the coarse paper, which brought her a sense of reassurance. As she followed the soldier through the corridor, she could smell the aroma of wheat wafting from the examination hall. The hall was brighter than the main room, with 2 rows of long wooden benches against the walls. Indeed, a long table in the center was laden with food and water. A basket of whole wheat bread still emitted steam, accompanied by several ceramic jars filled with fresh water, each topped with a clean wooden spoon. If you need anything, you may find me at the entrance. The soldier indicated the door before turning to resume his post. Gao Linglong chose a seat by the window, retrieving her notebook from her canvas backpack. The cover was made of sturdy cardboard with rounded corners, and the pages were densely filled with formulas and sketches, all hastily drawn during her musings on mechanical structures. She turned to one page, her fingertip resting on the line calculating gear ratios, and began to study it intently. Time passed more swiftly than anticipated. The sun outside gradually sank toward the west, and the examination hall began to fill with a number of individuals. Most were well-dressed boys, with the occasional girl, all adorned in exquisite dresses. Ah, you are actually reading? A melodious voice suddenly pierced through Gao Linglong's concentration. She looked up to see a girl with golden hair standing beside her. The girl wore a pink dress, embroidered with a large cluster of roses, the petals edged in gold thread. As she spoke, the roses seemed to come alive, swaying gently, like a flock of pink butterflies ready to take flight. Her newly curled hair was voluminous and soft, with the ends slightly curling, loosely tied with a satin ribbon of the same hue. The ribbon's ends dangled gracefully beside her ivory neck, swaying gently as she turned to sneak a glance out the window, casting delicate shadows. Gao Linglong couldn't help but marvel. This girl with her hair looked exquisite, reminiscent of the elegant dolls dressed in lavish gowns displayed in shop windows. With the exam approaching, Gao Linglong pondered why she wasn't studying instead. She gestured towards her notebook, filled with formulas that still required memorization, for her status provided an advantage. The girl blinked her blue eyes, her tone imbued with a naive certainty. My family donated 10,000 gold coins to the school, so even if I don't perform well, I can still pass. What about you? How much did your family donate? 10,000 gold coins, Gao Linglong silently repeated in her mind, feeling a wave of dizziness. She earned merely 2 silver coins from selling small mechanical parts for a month, making 10,000 gold coins an astronomical figure for her. She shook her head, her voice tinged with a hint of regret. I didn't donate. You didn't donate? The girl gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes widening in surprise, more astonished than Gao Linglong herself. You must be quite remarkable then. To have the courage to take the exam. Not really. Gao Linglong smiled shyly, recalling her little wooden mouse that could walk and the tin bird that told time. All sold at the market by Chinjiu. The meager pocket money she earned was hardly enough to buy a decent steel plate. She self-deprecatingly remarked, I just know a bit of hard labor. My name is Loli, from the Duke's residence. The girl, undeterred by Gao Linglong's humility, extended her hand graciously. The silver bracelet on her wrist jingling softly. I am Gao Linglong. Gao Linglong hurriedly grasped her hand, and as her fingertips brushed against Loli's delicate skin, she suddenly recalled the old newspapers bought by Chunjiu that featured the little daughter of the Iron Blood Duke, hailed as one of the Empire's most precious jewels. At that moment, she never imagined she would encounter this legendary Duke's daughter in the examination hall of the military academy. As Gao Linglong's fingertips made contact with Loli's hand, the exquisite sensation caused her to involuntarily retract her touch. Loli, however, was unperturbed, instead shaking her wrist playfully. So, you are Gao Linglong. What a lovely name. Are you here to take the mechanical engineering exam as well? This Duke's daughter was remarkably friendly and courteous, and Gao Linglong was convinced she was not a person of notable distinction. Nodding in affirmation, just as she was about to speak, Loli leaned in closer, lowering her voice. Honestly, I have no desire to attend military school. The boots here are stiff and uncomfortable, and the bread is nowhere near as sweet as what our cook bakes at home. But my brother insists that if I fail the entrance exam, I must learn embroidery, which leaves my fingers riddled with holes. As she spoke, she extended her left hand, revealing a few faint red marks, reminiscent of plum blossoms fallen on snow. Gao Linglong couldn't help but chuckle, just about to respond, when a soldier's voice echoed from the doorway. Candidates, prepare. You will enter the examination room in 10 minutes. Lori immediately sat up straight, brushing off non-existent dust from her skirt, and retrieved a pearl-embellished fountain pen from her exquisite leather bag. Never mind, let's focus on the exam, she declared. After all, it's far better than embroidering those roses. Gao Linglong also tucked away her notebook and followed the crowd toward the exit. As they passed a long table, Lori casually grabbed a piece of bread and handed it to her. Take this to stave off hunger. The exam lasts 3 hours, and we wouldn't want you fainting from starvation. The bread still bore a hint of warmth, and Gao Linglong, clutching the comforting sensation, suddenly felt that the examination might not be so daunting after all. The examination hall was situated in a spacious classroom on the second floor, where dozens of wooden desks were arranged in neat rows. Each seat was accompanied by a roll of blank parchment and a small pot of ink. The supervising officer, clad in a crisp uniform, bore a sword at his waist that glimmered under the light, and when he scanned the room, even the most mischievous candidates fell silent. Gao Linglong found her seat and placed the bread in the drawer of her desk just as Lori leaned over from the adjacent seat and winked at her. The exam is commencing, announced the chief examiner, his voice resonating like a tolling bell. As the papers were distributed, Gao Linglong discovered that the questions were considerably more challenging than she had anticipated. Not only were there calculations involving gear transmissions, but also structural analyses of steam engines. And the final question even required a design sketch of a novel crane. She bit down on the pen and concentrated, inhaling deeply before sketching a cross-section of the engine on a scrap of paper, meticulously labeling each crucial component, then deducing the formulas in accordance with the sequence of transmission. The sound of her pen danced across the paper, and gradually the surrounding coughs and rustling pages faded into oblivion, leaving only the intertwining lines and numbers in her vision. Time slipped away unnoticed until Gao Linglong finally penned the last character. When she lifted her gaze, she realized that the daylight had dimmed outside. The oil lamps had been lit, casting a warm glow upon the parchment and illuminating her handwriting. She turned to observe Lori, who was frowning at the design question, her pen drawing and erasing fervently, nearly piercing through the paper. There remained half an hour to submit the papers. The supervising officer's voice rang out once more. Lori, in a flurry of anxiety, began to stomp her feet, but suddenly her eyes brightened as she stealthily glanced over at Gao Linglong. Hesitating for a moment, Gao Linglong gently tapped her sketch and marked the crane's points of force with her nail. Lori instantly understood, her face breaking into a radiant smile as she quickly began to draw on her own paper. As they approached the submission point, Lori trailed closely behind Gao Linglong, the rose embroidery on her skirt brushing against the legs of the wooden chairs, producing a gentle rustling sound. Leaning close to Gao Linglong's ear, her voice was as soft as a falling feather. Thanks to your discreet hint. Otherwise, I would have been stuck contemplating that crane design until dawn. If I fail, my brother is certain to lock me in the embroidery room, forcing me to contend with those threads and needles until next year. Once school begins, I shall invite you to the most renowned patisserie in town for strawberry tarts. Their cream is made from milk sourced from royal pastures, sweet enough to melt your tongue. A duchess learning embroidery? Gao Linglong lowered her gaze to her ink-stained fingertips, envisioning the delicate hands of Loli adorned with a pearl bracelet, deftly holding an embroidery needle. She couldn't help but smile slightly, knowing that such words were likely meant by the Duke's elder brother to frighten the young lady and should not be taken seriously. Just as she intended to say that there was no need for such formality. Her peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure standing in the corridor outside the examination room. The golden rays of the setting sun fell upon the person's shoulder, casting a warm hue upon the faded coat. Shinjiu approached her with quickened steps, carrying a bulging cloth bag. Upon seeing her emerge, he hastened over, the jars inside the bag clinking softly together. How did you fare in the exam? I went to the old soup shop on East Street and bought some hot broth, simmered with beef bones for the entire afternoon. Drink it while it's warm. As Gao Linglong accepted the heavy jar, her fingers brushed against the warm ceramic. When suddenly Loli beside her exclaimed, "Wow, that soup smells delightful. Just the aroma of the meat alone is 100 times better than the bland broths at the Military Academy's canteen." Shinjiu paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping over Loli's exquisite dress and the maid standing behind her, who held a silver food box embroidered with the family crest. He straightened his slightly hunched back and discreetly wiped his hand on his clothing. "If this young lady does not mind, the soup shop is just around the corner. I could fetch another portion." Loli beamed, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, and the ribbons in her curly hair swayed gently. "No need, no need. I was merely making conversation." Gao Linglong, "The results will be announced in 3 days. Shall we meet at the academy gate? If we both pass, I will drag you to indulge in double servings of strawberry tarts." Gao Linglong nodded, watching as Loli, surrounded by her maid, walked away, the pink and white hem of her dress disappearing around the corner of the corridor before she carefully lifted the lid off the jar. A rich aroma wafted forth, a delightful blend of sweetness from carrots mingling with the hearty essence of beef, along with a hint of herbal fragrance. She scooped a spoonful, blew gently on it, and cautiously brought it to her lips, the warmth flowing down her throat and into her stomach. "How does it taste?" Shinjiu inquired, a smile gracing his face as he observed her. "Delicious. Thank you, dear brother." Gao Linglong made a playful face at him, but her nose suddenly twitched as she leaned closer, sniffing him curiously. Brother, you have a peculiar scent, not that of soap, nor the smell of cooking oil, but sweet, reminiscent of the rose essential oil I encountered at the spice shop. What have you been up to?" In an instant, the smile faded from Chunjiu's face, his mouth twitching as if he had just swallowed an unripe lemon. This matter was, in truth, a calamity. After bidding farewell to Gao Linglong, he had returned to the inn to pack his belongings. The damp bedding of that shabby establishment was unbearable. As he dragged his suitcase through the alley in search of a rental, he encountered a girl dressed as a maid, holding a gilded lacquer box, claiming that Marquise Connie had summoned him. To his surprise, upon entering the parlor, he found Connie clad in a flowing water-red gown, the neckline daringly low, revealing her fair neck. She greeted him with excessive warmth, taking his hand and pressing him onto an intricately carved bench, personally pouring a glass of wine, her fingers intentionally brushing against his hand. After a few rounds of drinks, she leaned closer into his embrace, exhaling softly, "Shinjiu, I have a bottle of vintage wine in my room. Would you care to sample it?" For over 2 decades, Shinjiu had never encountered such a situation. His face flushed crimson. He wanted to push away but felt it would be impolite. As he fumbled in this awkwardness, Connie's hand slid up his arm, and in a moment of impulsivity, he reciprocated, leading to a significant revelation. Shinjiu was instantly bewildered, abruptly withdrawing his hand and rising, his voice trembling. "Why, you're a man?" Seeing her true identity exposed, Miss Connie ceased her pretense, arching an eyebrow and scoffing. "What of it? Brother Shinjiu, even if I am a man, my affection for you remains genuine." A chill coursed through him, and he felt his stomach churn at the realization that he had been entangled with a man for so long. Feeling sullied, he seized his coat and rushed out, neglecting the hat offered by the maid, sprinting from the vofu, wishing he could plunge into a river to cleanse himself thrice. When questioned by Gao Linglong, Shinjiu could still sense the lingering scent of rose essential oil, and he hastily wiped his face, mumbling, "No, nothing happened, just visited a friend." "Let us not discuss that. How did you fare in your exams? Were the questions difficult?" Noticing his peculiar demeanor, Gao Linglong refrained from probing further, sipping from her bowl and responding indistinctly. "It was okay. I managed most questions, but the last design drawing left my hand sore." The setting sun cast elongated shadows of the two, and as Chunju listened to her chatter about the exam, his unease gradually dissipated. He thought to himself, as long as Linglong could succeed, he would consider the earlier ordeal as merely stepping in dog excrement. Chapter 125. Observing people. Who was that girl just now? Chinjiu led Gao Linglong along the stone-paved path towards their new home. The capital was perpetually enshrouded in an inescapable fog, with the glow of street lamps diffusing into hazy orbs, stretching their shadows long, only to be fragmented by their footsteps. The land in the capital was so precious it could be measured by the grain. Securing this apartment was no small feat for Chinjiu. He had cornered the landlord 3 times in the back alley of the municipal hall, and, having used half of his meager salary from the detective agency, managed to negotiate a deal for reduced rent from the slippery old man. As for his new job, he was touted as an informant for a renowned detective agency. A seemingly respectable title, yet it merely entailed running errands, surveilling an unfaithful countess in the tavern's back alley, rummaging through docks for missing shipping invoices, or delivering encrypted letters to elusive clients in the early morning dew. He earned a meager salary that barely kept them afloat, with the possibility of earning a few extra coins and bonuses for exemplary work, but any misstep could see him cast aside as a scapegoat, with resignation letters and court summons arriving almost simultaneously. However, compared to his previous idle days, this was a relief, and the pay sufficed for their sustenance. She is the daughter of the Iron-Blood Duke, Lowly. Gao Linglong huddled closer to Chinjiu. Have you forgotten? Last month, the front page of the Imperial Gazette featured her birthday banquet. They say the crystal chandelier in the banquet hall was imported from a southern kingdom, and even His Majesty the King attended. Their photograph was printed in the newspaper. As she spoke, her delicate fingers traced an exaggerated circle in the air, reminiscent of the crystal chandelier said to illuminate half the Duke's estate. It was during this moment of contemplation that Chinjiu rested his chin on his hand, absent-mindedly brushing against the stubble that had recently sprouted. The reigning king, it turned out, was her grandfather when the Duchess married into the Duke's household. His Majesty personally assisted in donning her daughter's wedding gown. He recalled an old newspaper he had stumbled upon in the archives not long ago, its corners brittle and crumbling, featuring a youthful king grasping the princess's hand, with the formidable Duke in military attire standing tall behind them. What do you think? Should I try to curry favor with such high-ranking individuals? Gao Linglong suddenly leaned in, her eyes sparkling with mischief, a sly smile tugging at her lips. I could learn a few flattering phrases that noble ladies adore. Perhaps it would charm her enough to secure us a more respectable position. Unnecessary, Chinjiu replied, affectionately ruffling her hair. Your adept hands at handling mechanical parts are far more precious than your silver-tongued flattery. Just be yourself. We need not aspire to climb those lofty branches. If any insurmountable obstacles arise, speak to me. He waved his hand dismissively, the frayed edge of his sleeve brushing against his wrist, leaving a slight, prickling sensation. Their new home lay in an old alley 3 streets away. Though the location was somewhat obscure, it was a vast improvement over the previous drafty attic. The apartment on the 3rd floor faced the back alley, where the gaslight cast a hazy yellow glow, as if draping the window in a layer of molten honey. As Chinjiu pushed open the door, the brass handle emitted a long, creaking sigh, reminiscent of an antique stretching its limbs. The afternoon sun slanted through the vent, illuminating the dust motes swirling in the beam, akin to countless tiny golden insects engaged in a dance. In the 10-square-foot room, an oak writing desk stood adjacent to an iron-framed bed, one of the legs slightly askew, propped up with a half-brick to stabilize it. A coal stove in the corner burned low-grade coal, with orange flames licking at the opening, sending forth acrid smoke that stained the wallpaper with uneven charm marks, resembling an abstract map. Scattered across the desk was a copy of the social section of the Empire Gazette, its headline about the ongoing strike at the Eastern District factory faded, the edges stained brown from repeated spills of tea, resembling a blurred ring of years. Beside the inkwell lay a copper magnifying glass, its lens marred by a diagonal crack. Yet Chinjiu often remarked that a detective's keen eye was far more critical than an intact lens. Above the fireplace hung a map of the city, its edges curling significantly, marked densely with red ink X's, some dried and darkened, others still glistening with fresh crimson. These were the clues Chinjiu had diligently noted during his recent excursions throughout the city. The armchair bore a hole the size of a coin, exposing the yellowed cotton within, akin to the white hair of an elderly person. What do you think? It's much cleaner than before, isn't it? Chinjiu said, stepping aside to allow Gao Linglong to enter, a hint of pride in his eyes. I scrubbed the floor 3 times and reinforced the table legs. While it may not shine brilliantly, at least it is passable. Gao Linglong tiptoed around, her canvas shoes making a faint sound against the floor. Indeed, it's quite nice, she remarked, pointing to the vent. The ventilation here is excellent, unlike the previous place where, during the rainy season, the walls would weep with moisture. Beside the fireplace, she crouched, extending her hand to feel the warmth emanating from the hearth. The aroma of roasted sweet potatoes in winter was undoubtedly delightful, albeit a bit small. It could only accommodate the two of us curled up together. The previous room had also been rather cramped, housing 3 tenants, and one could always hear the neighbors snoring in the dead of night. Chunjiu tore off a corner of newspaper to wrap a long loaf of bread, its crust speckled with a few grains of bran. This would be their dinner for the evening. By the way, has the announcement day been set? Gao Linglong counted on her frostbitten fingers. It should be in 7 days. I heard from the old man at the newsstand at the alley's mouth that the college's list will first be posted at the municipal square before appearing in the newspaper a couple of days later. That is perfect. Chun Jiu retrieved a crumpled flyer from his pocket, smoothing out the corners before handing it over. The leading image depicted a silver-gray mech, its metallic shell gleaming coldly in the sunlight. The Imperial Museum is hosting a special exhibition featuring your beloved prototype of the Imperial Iron Fist. Are you going? Oh, splendid. Gao Linglong's eyes brightened suddenly, like sparks ignited. She pointed at the date on the flyer and, as a thought struck her, exclaimed, I can set up a stall at the market during the remaining time, crafting those little parts into wind-up birds and mechanical mice for sale. By the way, brother, my workbench, there it is. Chun Jiu gestured to a corner where an old wooden table leaned against the wall, its surface polished smooth by sandpaper, with several varying depths of mortise marks left intentionally for her to tinker with her precious components. Gao Linglong dashed over to touch the table surface, then turned back to Chun Jiu with a smile, her dimples capturing the light, brighter than the gas lamps outside. It feels wonderful. Chun Jiu exhaled a breath of warmth, rubbing his hands together as his gaze lingered on the sofa where Gao Linglong clutched a cushion. I have some matters to attend to this evening, so I cannot keep you company. Gao Linglong, lost in thought while staring at the notebook on the coffee table, acknowledged with a soft When she looked up, her eyes still held a hint of confusion, resembling a kitten just awakened from slumber. Chun Jiu picked up his coat from the back of the chair, the wool fabric shimmering softly under the light. As he donned it, he advised, stay at home and be good. Lock the doors and windows. Also, it would be wise to review your studies, just in case you don't pass. Better to have a solid foundation when public enrollment opens. Brother, Gao Linglong elongated her tone, tossing the cushion onto the sofa and darting barefoot to stand before him, her brow furrowed tightly. You don't trust your sister? I came first in the entire school during the last mock exam. As she spoke, she raised her hand and gently patted Chunjiu's arm. Her touch is light as a feather, more playful than vexed. Chunjiu chuckled at her antics, reaching out to ruffle her hair, which felt soft and fluffy. Yes, our Linglong is the best. But we must not be complacent, you understand? I know. Gao Linglong tilted her head to evade his hand, though the corners of her mouth secretly turned up. All right, I'm off. Chunjiu said no more, grabbing the gray knitted hat that hung from the collar of his coat and pulling it low over his face. He opened the door and glanced back at Gao Linglong standing by the entrance, waving his hand, urging her to sleep early. The door closed behind him, shutting out the warm glow of the room. Chunjiu took a deep breath and stepped into the less bustling street. The streetlights stood sparsely along the roadside, casting elongated shadows that shortened and stretched with his footsteps. Occasionally, late-night wanderers hurried past, their footfalls resonating distinctly in the stillness of the alley. The detective agency had tasked him with surveilling a gang member known as Scarchong. This individual was a minor leader of the Black Snake Gang, reputed to be entangled in various illicit activities, including loan sharking and smuggling contraband. Last month, he had even injured a debtor, making him a prime target for the police in the capital. It was rumored that the authorities had been laying a long trap for 3 months, and with the recent tightening of the net, it seemed they were about to close in. The involvement of private detectives like Chunjiu was to prevent the Black Snake Gang from resorting to desperate measures and causing chaos before the police made their move. As Chunjiu walked slowly along the street beside the wall, his shoes crunched softly on the frost-covered ground. He turned into a narrower alley, arriving at a previously marked street corner where an abandoned newsstand stood. The rusty metal of the stand, shrouded in darkness, resembled an inconspicuous stone that provided him ample concealment. Through the gaps in the stand's walls, he could clearly see the dim light of a yellow bulb glowing from the third-floor window of an old residential building across the street. That was Scarchong's residence, and the light suggested he was still awake. You've arrived, a deep voice emanated from within the newsstand. Chunjiu lifted the curtain and stepped inside, where the musty scent of old newspapers and dust enveloped him. Another surveillant was huddled in the corner on a folding chair, Wrapped in a military green coat, it was his old partner, Lao Zhou from the agency. Clutching a thermos, he shifted aside to make room for Chunjiu. Just finished the shift. That guy returned home an hour ago, and hasn't he come out since? Chunjiu nodded, retrieving a cup from his pocket to sip some hot water. The warmth flowing down his throat. Thank you for your hard work. I'll take it from here. He turned up the collar of his coat. His gaze fixed on the illuminated window, contemplating that the night might unfold peacefully. However, reality seldom adheres to the most favorable script. Just as the last grains of sand slipped through the hourglass, a faint creak echoed from the adjacent door. Scarchong's familiar silhouette emerged, stealthily slipping out into the night breeze. Wake up. There's movement. Chunjiu's hand had just settled on his companion's shoulder when the dozing man abruptly sat upright. Scarchong's menacing visage, marred by a prominent scar, had long been etched in their minds. It's him. There's definitely something amiss. Let's follow. His partner rubbed his face. The drowsiness instantly replaced by alertness. The two of them trailed Scarchong like shadows, and as they advanced, the air grew thick with the stench of smoke and cheap liquor. The Black Snake Gang's territory was a realm untouched by the Empire's law, and the thugs they passed bore bulging pockets and glimmering gun holsters at their waists. Exchanging a knowing glance with his partner, Chunjiu subtly slowed their pace, creating a distance of half a street. Being recognized here would not merely result in a beating. The consequences could be far graver. Scarchong meandered through the labyrinthine alleys, ultimately halting before a building aglow with gilded lights. It was a tavern adorned with a sign announcing a nocturnal banquet, nestled deep within the territory of the underworld. Despite its location, the intricately carved doorframe was embellished with tiny gemstones, and the doorman's uniform was meticulously pressed, devoid of any creases. Chunjiu recalled from the dossier that the proprietor of this establishment was a wealthy magnate capable of securing a seat at royal banquets. Frequently featured in the society pages of newspapers, where affluent ladies were often photographed toasting with champagne from this very tavern. Given the opulence, it was likely that something significant was afoot. His teammate lowered his voice, tapping a message on the communicator at his waist, instructing Chunjiu to keep watch while he signaled the detective agency, promising to return in 10 minutes. As Chunjiu observed his companion blend into the shadows, he cast a fleeting glance at the crystalline light spilling from the tavern's revolving door, instinctively tightening the hem of his trench coat. His unreliable teammate, upon sensing trouble, had made a swift exit, adept at evading responsibility. In the event of any mishap, the blame would surely fall upon Chunjiu. Just as he approached the steps leading to the entrance, two guards in black tuxedos crossed their arms to block his path, their knuckles taut beneath their white gloves. Sir, please present your invitation. The staircase leading to the second floor was adorned with a crimson carpet, faint strains of violin music wafting down from above. As Chunjiu pondered what excuse to concoct, a melodious female voice suddenly chimed from behind him, reminiscent of wind chimes shattering in the moonlight. Ah, you look so familiar. Are you a relative of Linglong? A gleaming steam automobile had just come to a halt at the curb, its silver-plated doors swinging open to reveal a young lady in a pale blue gown, tilting her head to regard him, accompanied by 4 impeccably suited bodyguards. Recognizing her as Miss Lowly, the daughter of the Duke, Chunjiu recalled their brief encounter in the slums during the investigation of Linglong's case. Miss Lowly. He quickly tempered the sharpness in his gaze, donning an appropriately bashful smile. I am Linglong's brother, a journalist at the newspaper. I heard there was an upscale banquet here and thought to gather some material. This guise provided by the detective agency was a cheap yet effective means of deflecting unnecessary inquiries. Is that so? Lowly's eyes lit up, and she immediately grasped his sleeve, the lace trimming of her gown brushing against his wrist. Since you are Linglong's brother, you are my brother too. Come inside with me. The bodyguard leading the group stepped forward, his brow knitted in concern. Allowing a stranger to approach the Duke's daughter was a gross dereliction of duty. That's quite all right, Lowly asserted, raising her chin with an undeniable air of authority. Linglong is so wonderful. Her brother must surely be a good man. As Chunjiu stepped through the revolving door alongside them, he overheard the guards murmuring behind him. Isn't that the Duke's daughter? Why is she so closely accompanied by a journalist? The hall on the second floor resembled a shattered starry sky. Beneath the intricately carved oak dome, a crystal chandelier descended 3 stories, casting shimmering patterns of light upon the guests' silk skirts, akin to a flowing rainbow. The flames in the fireplace licked at the oak logs, casting the shadows of silver candlesticks upon the Persian carpet, gently swaying with the flickering light. The noblewoman, adorned with a skirt supported by whale bones, conceals her laughter behind a feather fan, while the pigeon blood ruby nestled in her coiffure glimmers with a warm radiance. Gentlemen clad in tailcoats clink their glasses. The lace cuffs revealing golden chains of pocket watches as they engage in discourse about the spice ships of the East India Company or the latest opera just staged in Paris. In a corner, a servant in a scarlet uniform delicately places sugar cubes into fine bone china cups with silver tongs. The soft clinking of sugar mingling with the waltz melodies played by musicians, weaving an opulent tapestry beneath the dome. Brother, look, that chandelier is made of 300 crystals. Loli exclaims, tugging at his arm, her excitement palpable as she points to the chandelier, remarking that the last birthday banquet for the emperor was not nearly as splendid. Chen Jiu engages in idle chatter with her, yet his peripheral vision darts through the crowd. This girl seems to lack peers of her age. Her chatter flits about like a chattering sparrow, leaping from tales of the Persian cat in the palace to roasted chestnuts at the street corner. Her topics overwhelming in their rapidity. As he listens, he counts the quarter hour that his companions have been absent, when finally, in the shadows across from the fireplace, he catches sight of that familiar Scarface, hunched over, nods and bows to a man sporting a goatee. Ash from the cigar held between the man's fingers falls onto the velvet sofa, his eyes barely lifting. Chun Jiu recognizes the face from the files, a notorious second-in-command of the Black Snake Gang, known for his ruthless demeanor. Between the two, an elderly gentleman with a gold-rimmed monocle sits, his silver-gray tailcoat pressed as if it were a second skin. He twirls an ivory cane in his hand, maintaining a subtle smile as he listens to Scarface, yet his eyes, concealed behind the lenses, glimmer with an icy detachment. Shinjo's fingertips tighten slightly. This must be the innkeeper's steward, a deft intermediary navigating between the realms of the underworld and nobility. Absurd. Shinju lifts the champagne offered by a waiter, the chilled liquid gliding down his throat. The detective agency has meticulously laid out a net for capture. Yet these criminal elements dare to host a banquet at such a time, even inviting a young lady from a ducal family. The brilliance of the crystal chandelier casts a dazzling light upon the wine glass, momentarily blurring his vision. How many illicit dealings lie concealed beneath this glamorous hall? Brother, what are you looking at? Loli's voice pulls him back to reality. The girl is on her tiptoes, trying to discern the direction of his gaze. Chunjo swiftly averts his eyes, smiling as he ruffles her hair. Nothing, just admiring the musicians over there. Their melody is truly delightful. He must swiftly ascertain the content of Scarface's conversation with the steward. Discreetly, Chunjo shifts half a step toward the fireplace, feigning adjustment of his bow tie to eavesdrop. As the second-in-command rises from the velvet sofa, the golden chain of his pocket watch arcs gracefully in the firelight. He bows slightly to the steward, grinding the cigar but in the crystal ashtray, his tone laced with deliberate deference. Please convey my gratitude to the boss. This token of appreciation is merely a gesture. When spring arrives, I shall personally deliver double the offering, hoping for the boss's continued favor. The butler adjusted his monocle and gently tapped his ivory cane on the carpet. You are too kind, second-in-command, he said. We are merely neighbors, and it is only natural to support one another. As he spoke, his peripheral vision discreetly swept over the aged wine not far away, his gaze sharp enough to make the wine instinctively tighten its grip on the champagne flute. Seizing the opportunity during their polite exchange, the wine subtly edged closer to the fireplace. Lori was captivated by the tray of macarons held by a servant, tugging at his sleeve to move forward. While the bodyguard followed closely behind, the heavy soles of his boots nearly silent against the carpet. What's the matter, brother? Lori looked up, still clutching a pale pink macaron. Nothing. The wine quickly composed himself. The fireplace over there feels lovely. Let us warm ourselves by it. As the butler turned to leave, Scarface approached, resembling an eager puppy. He spoke in a hushed tone. Boss, I simply cannot fathom why we should squander so much money on these pampered aristocrats. It would be far better to distribute it among our brothers below. Even tossing the money into the moat would yield more noise than giving it to them, which results only in a few meaningless pleasantries. As he spoke, his hand instinctively brushed against the scar on his face, the grotesque mark flickering in the firelight. The second-in-command inhaled sharply from his cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke that dispersed under the crystal chandelier. You know nothing. He crushed the cigarette but underfoot with a dull thud. This isn't about respect. Do you think those cops have been sniffing around our gang for no reason? The higher-ups have long sought to take action against us. Chapter 127. The assault. He glanced towards the wine, noticing a young girl clutching a macaron and her brother, and lowered his voice further. These aristocrats may appear glamorous, but who among them hasn't dabbled in the shadows? If we can satisfy them tonight, tomorrow the police chief will have someone speak on our behalf over his coffee. At that point, it won't matter if we set up a few more gambling stalls on the streets. Those in uniform will surely turn a blind eye. Scarface's throat tightened as if he wished to argue, but a glare from the second-in-command silenced him. Do not forget how the Axe Gang met its demise 3 years ago for offending the finance minister's brother-in-law. Within a fortnight, their hideout was raided. The money we are spending now is a price for our survival. The wine feigned playfulness with Lori, mentally noting the keywords of aristocrats shielding the police and the price of survival. The flames in the fireplace suddenly crackled and spat, sending sparks onto the blue bricks, which quickly extinguished. Brother, look at that Uncle's peculiar pipe. Lori suddenly pointed to the second-in-command's cigarette case, a silver box adorned with intricate carvings resembling a wolf's head. The second-in-command swiftly concealed the case, his face contorting into a rigid smile. What keen eyes you have, young lady. He surveyed Lori's dress, suddenly recognizing the family crest at her collar, his expression shifting dramatically. He hastily bowed to her, realizing she was a lady from the Duke's residence. I beg your pardon. Yes. Lori responded absent-mindedly, her ivory fingertips delicately pinching a berry tart from the gilded tray, utterly disregarding the bowed posture of the second-in-command. She merely turned to tug at Chunjio's sleeve, her gaze sweeping over to the dessert table nearby, where the caramel pudding appeared enticing, prompting her to wish to sample it. Chunjio followed her, catching a glimpse of the second-in-command's hand, subtly clenched at his side, yet he remained silent. Beside him, Scarred Chong's roughened knuckles turned white as he formed a fist, his throat constricting as if to utter a curse. He barely managed to let slip a profanity before being sharply interrupted by the second-in-command's low reprimand. Silence. Scarred Chong, begrudgingly swallowing his words, stiffened his neck in defiance. The second-in-command cast a sidelong glance at Lori's gown, embroidered with silver-threaded roses and the scattered diamonds adorning its hem, enough to sustain an average citizen for a decade. Such precious nobility, even when publicly slapped, could only endure with a smile. To utter a curse would be a grave offense, with punishment ranging from decapitation to being tossed into the river as fish fodder. At the other end of the banquet hall, Lori delicately scooped a spoonful of pudding with a small silver fork, cream smudging the corner of her lips. She extended her tongue to gently lick it away, resembling a cat that had stolen a taste of honey, and looked up at Chunjio. Didn't you say that as a journalist, one must seek news everywhere? At this banquet, have you uncovered any material worthy of the papers? Chunjio's fingertips grazed the glass wall of his cup, the amber-hued fruit wine creating ripples. Indeed, he had gathered some insights. The gang likely harbored ulterior motives, yet his teammates had yet to arrive as promised, leaving him uncertain about whether to share this with Lori. As he pondered, a sudden, deafening explosion erupted, shaking the crystal chandelier violently and causing plaster from the ceiling to rain down. The elegantly set dining table, adorned with truffle steak and berry tarts, was instantly cloaked in a layer of dust, the sweet aroma muddied by the earthy scent. Miss, be careful. 2 bodyguards clad in black suits materialized as if from thin air, forming a protective barrier with their interlocked arms, shielding the panicked guests from within a 3-meter radius. From the gray mist surged forth a shadow, followed by a second and a third. They resembled robust wolves but bore the flat heads of serpents, their tails tipped with scorpion-like stingers, drool hanging from their fangs. As they lunged into the crowd, they targeted throats with chilling precision, resulting in a sickening snap as victims collapsed into pools of blood. The screams shattered the opulence of the banquet. Dressed in finery, the nobles, the waitstaff in aprons, and even the gang leaders who had just been posturing became prey to the monsters, which, with bloodshot eyes, indiscriminately attacked without regard for status. It was evident now. There was no need for speculation. Such a spectacle at this hour surely stemmed from the gang. Yet, as Chunjio witnessed the second-in-command also fall victim to a monster, his throat torn and head crushed, he sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. He discreetly lowered the brim of his hat to obscure half his face. His gaze, veiled beneath the brim, scanned the creatures. There was little turbulence in his eyes. These beasts were akin to the tender sprouts emerging from the roots of the blood-soaked tree, deserving of the title Father God. They are serpent dog demons. Miss, follow me. The lead bodyguard withdrew a silver handgun from his suit pocket, gripping Lori's wrist firmly as he dashed towards the entrance. The entrance had become a chaotic throng, with ladies in voluminous skirts and gentlemen clutching their hats rushing frantically towards the exit, a sea of bodies pushing and shoving, creating an impassable barrier. Just as the bodyguard contemplated retreating to the balcony, a sudden scream erupted from behind, causing the crowd to surge back in panic. It turned out that a few serpentine hounds had infiltrated, blocking their escape. In the banquet hall, approximately 100 guests huddled in corners, trembling, while the serpentine hounds advanced towards Loli, their keen noses likely detecting the unique fragrance of nobility wafting from her. Bang! Bang! The sharp report of gunfire resonated, causing eardrums to tremble. It was the bodyguard's large-caliber revolver, the bullets tearing through the air and smashing into the serpentine hounds, creating gaping wounds the size of a fist, dark crimson blood mingling with flesh splattering across the pristine tablecloth, a ghastly sight indeed. Yet, those monstrous creatures seemed impervious to pain, their advance unyielding, even emboldened by the gunfire, emitting low, guttural growls from their throats. Chunjio, crouched behind a pillar, observed the gruesome scene. The wounds on the serpentine hounds' backs pulsated as if alive, and in the blink of an eye, the gaping holes began to close, leaving only faint red scars, as though the two shots had merely tickled them. The weak point lay beneath their soft scales at the neck. Only silver bullets could pierce through, and precision was paramount for a fatal strike. The captain of the bodyguards, his eyes ablaze, shouted fiercely, firing his weapon incessantly. But the serpentine hounds were swifter than the wind, their forelegs clattering against the stone floor, heads bobbing as bullets either ricocheted off their hardened scales or soared past them, failing to strike their vulnerable spots. Suddenly, a ferocious roar erupted, the foremost serpentine hound lowering its body and charging through the hail of bullets, its scorpion tail slicing through the air with a deadly glint. Just as the leading bodyguard raised his weapon, the beast lunged forward, its razor-sharp fangs piercing his neck, blood gushing forth instantaneously. The bodyguard, struggling for breath, bubbles of blood forming in his throat, clutched his gun with a desperate grip, ultimately managing to shout, "Get the young lady out." As his words faded, his head drooped lifelessly. The remaining bodyguards shielded lowly as they retreated towards the balcony, each step staining the ground with blood, the serpentine hounds relentless in their pursuit, their scorpion tails sweeping through the area, leaving behind fallen guests and shattered furniture. In mere moments, two more bodyguards collapsed into pools of blood, leaving only one standing against the balcony railing, barely able to fend off the assault. "Miss, hurry," the bodyguard urged, but before he could finish, the hound's scorpion tail shot forth like a poisoned arrow, piercing through his chest. He let out a muffled groan, his body slumping down, his gaze towards Lowly filled with bitter resignation. Lowly stood at the edge of the balcony, the evening breeze lifting the hem of her lavender gown, resembling a quivering flower. Below lay a 3-meter drop to the stone path, glimmering coldly under the moonlight. Her fingers clutched the railing tightly, turning pale, her eyes devoid of the usual arrogance, replaced by sheer panic as she faced the unknown height before her and the ravenous monsters behind. Just then, a warm hand suddenly encircled her waist, the grip firm and reassuring. Before Lowly could utter a gasp, she was swept over the railing, her waist ensnared by a coarse hemp rope that had somehow wrapped around her. The rough texture brushed against her skirt, yet it did not evoke discomfort. It was Chunjio. He had discreetly retrieved a spare rope from his backpack, with his hat pulled low, leveraging a subtle bloodline connection with the serpent dog demon. Those creatures truly did not cast their gaze in his direction. Instead, they were consumed by a frenzy within the banquet hall. The rope slid swiftly downward, the rush of wind slicing past their ears, and when they landed on the ground, Chunjio deftly cushioned their fall, barely making a sound. The archetypical scene of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress might have seemed trite, yet Lowly found herself leaning against him, breathless, feeling her heart race rather than finding it ludicrous. Without delay, Chunjio grasped her wrist and dashed toward the alley's exit. Lowly's high heels clattered against the cobblestone, echoing with each step as she nearly twisted her ankles several times, yet he pulled her along relentlessly. Only upon exiting the lengthy alley did they spot Chunjio's teammate, a man squatting at the entrance, smoking a cigarette, leisurely picking his teeth with a matchstick, the smoke curling slowly beneath the dim streetlight. Chunjio remained silent, dragging Lowly past his teammate. Startled, the man's hand trembled, causing the ash to fall, which he hurriedly extinguished with his foot. "What is happening?" "There's a cacophony inside. And who is this girl?" he inquired, stumbling as Chunjio pulled him forward, barely managing to keep pace. "Didn't you go to alert the police?" "Where are they?" Chunjio sprinted with fervor, his hat askew, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "I did. I've been waiting here for an hour. Not a single cop has shown up, not even a dog." His teammate grumbled, yet instinctively quickened his pace. A glance back revealed 2 serpent dog demons pursuing them, driven by scent, their low growls audible even from a distance. Cursing under his breath, he increased his speed. What on earth are those things? Suddenly, a cry for help pierced the air. It was 2 guests who had descended with the rope, having seen them flee and attempting to leap from the balcony. However, as they landed, before they could regain their footing, the serpent dog demons lunged at them. A chilling scream was followed by the sickening sound of bones shattering, as if they were being brutally crushed. The teammate was paralyzed by fear, his legs trembling, and without the luxury of questions. He simply followed Chinjio in a frantic dash. They ran a considerable distance until the illuminated police station came into view, a beacon of hope, and they rushed inside. It was only upon bursting through the wooden door of the police station and confirming that no monsters were in pursuit that the three of them leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, their chests heaving like bellows. "Hey, what is all this ruckus at this hour?" A police officer emerged from the back room. Clad in a dark blue uniform, holding a porcelain cup, his brow furrowed tightly, evidently disturbed by the commotion that had interrupted his peace. Chapter 128. The encirclement. Lori steadied herself against the edge of the table, her chest rising and falling from the urgency of her recent sprint, yet her neck remained rigid. Displaying no sign of weakness, she raised her hand and forcefully slapped the family insignia, a silver medal adorned with intricate patterns, onto the wooden surface of the duty room. The emblem, a unique symbol of the Iron Blood Duke's estate, glimmered with a cold light beneath the dim glow of the oil lamp. "I am Lori, the daughter of the Iron Blood Duke," she declared, her breathless voice yet distinctly clear. "Immediately cease all activities and summon all available officers at the precinct. We require the highest level of security. Prepare defenses right here." A police officer, who had just emerged with a cup of coffee, caught sight of the medal, his eyes widening in shock, causing the cup to clatter against the corner of the table without his notice. After a brief moment of astonishment, he straightened his back and saluted Lori with a precise military gesture. "As you command, miss." Nobility possesses the right to demand that the police department enter a state of emergency to ensure their safety. This is enshrined in the Imperial Constitution. Before he finished his thought, he bellowed out, "All personnel assemble. Level 1 alert. Secure the doors and lower the steel barricades. Arm yourselves with rifles." In an instant, the precinct erupted into chaos. Several officers, who had been dozing at their desks, sprang to their feet, hurriedly rushing towards the heavy oak doors. With a creak, the doors shut, followed by a clang as the steel plate, reinforced with rivets, descended, effectively isolating the night beyond. Others surged into the armory, emerging moments later, rifles slung over their shoulders. Some began stacking sandbags by the windows, while others climbed onto the roof to set up their weapons. Within just a few minutes, the modest precinct transformed into a fortress exuding an aura of cold resilience. Lori did not pause. She moved to the corner where the landline phone was located, her fingers whitening from the pressure as she swiftly dialed the Duke's residence. The phone rang 3 times before a steady male voice answered. "Hello? Father," Lori began, her voice quivering slightly. "I have been ambushed. Both De Zhuang and Heir Zhuang are dead. It was a beast. Someone conspired with them to set a trap." There was a brief silence on the other end. "Where are you?" he asked. Lori's fingers trembled as she glanced at the officer who was busy reinforcing the window sills, her voice laced with the anxiety she had just managed to suppress. "This is the police station on South Crown Street, but what is the exact address?" The officer, who had been stuffing sandbags into the window cracks, straightened up at her inquiry. "Miss, it's 17, South Crown Street, next to the old clock shop." Lori nodded, clearly relaying the address into the receiver, her grip on the phone turning cold. "Father, I am here. The officers have secured the doors and lowered the steel barricade. They are armed and on alert. Please do not worry. I am safe." After a 2-second silence, the Duke's voice came through the line, still steady as ever, like a stone slab pressed under frost, yet a slight strain at the end betrayed his concern for her safety. "I understand. Take care of yourself, and I will send someone to you." With a click, the call ended. Lori released the receiver, which swung precariously before settling with a dull thud against the phone, the sound reverberating through her taut nerves. "It will be all right," a soft voice suddenly broke in beside her, imbued with a comforting warmth. Chinjio, not knowing when he had approached the chair, gently patted her back with a delicate motion, as if he feared to shatter something fragile. Loli remained with her eyes closed, responding with a soft murmur, her shoulders subtly relaxing as she leaned back into the chair. Before long, an officer on the rooftop suddenly shouted, "Something is approaching." Instantly, someone downstairs seized a megaphone from the corner and bellowed towards the outside. "The police station is on alert. No creature is permitted to approach. Withdraw immediately." The sound of the megaphone reverberated through the night alley, yet the shadow clinging to the wall did not retreat. Rather, it slowly advanced. Bang, bang, bang. Without waiting to issue a second warning, the rifle by the window fired first, 3 flashes of light piercing the darkness as bullets whizzed toward the shadow. Chinjio stood by the window, squinting to observe that the rifle in the officer's hands was not the common bolt-action type, aside from its wooden stock and metallic barrel. A palm-sized rectangular iron box was welded to the side of the gun, with a slender tube connecting it to the barrel's end. The iron box occasionally emitted a faint purple glow, as if a liquid were swirling inside. He sensed a familiar aura of spiritual energy. This was a design that combined spiritual power with machinery, something he had only seen previously among the elves. As the gunfire subsided, the shadow outside gradually walked into the halo of the porch light, revealing itself as the snake-dog demon that had been pursuing them. It bore 3 or 4 gaping holes in its body, black blood gushing forth, yet the edges of its wounds still writhed as they attempted to heal, albeit at a slower pace than before. It can still move. Focus fire. Someone shouted urgently. Bang, bang, bang. Multiple gunshots rang out simultaneously, bullets striking the same spot. Leaving no room for survival, the snake-dog demon was brutally reduced to fragments, scattered across the ground and motionless. Just as a sigh of relief escaped, a warning echoed from the rooftop. Be cautious. There is more than one. Crossfire. The group turned to see, emerging from the darkness at the end of the street. A series of stout shadows materializing, their heavy panting audible even through the door. Bang, bang. The officers at the front immediately opened fire, several of the leading snake-dog demons collapsing in response, yet those behind continued to surge forward. Thud, thud. Several crashed violently against the steel barricade, the dull thuds reverberating through the door. They're ramming the door. Someone shouted in panic, gripping their rifle tightly. At that moment, a tremendous roar echoed from afar, causing the ground to tremble. Instinctively, everyone looked up to see several colossal shadows descending from the clouds, crashing onto the open ground outside the police station, forcibly creating cracked pits in the stone pavement. They were steam mechs, towering 2 stories high. Their metallic shells glinted coldly as the chimneys on their heads expelled white steam, emitting a hissing sound. One mech held a long cannon in its left hand and a rapidly spinning chainsaw in its right, turning to aim at the snake-dog demons still battering the door. With a series of thunderous blasts, the cannon unleashed fiery tongues, instantly obliterating those monstrous creatures into a pulp. Following closely, 4 or 5 more steam mechs descended one after another, their cannons roaring as they swept the area, illuminating half the night sky with their fire, awakening residents far in the city center, who peered out in astonishment. The serpentine creatures were utterly insufficient in the face of the armored mech, their attempts to bite at its metallic exterior merely leaving a few shallow scratches before they were swiftly cleaved in twain by chainsaws or reduced to mere fragments by the cannon fire. In no time, the monstrosities were nearly eradicated. The mech withdrew to a vigilant position, while the rhythmic sound of hooves approached. It was the dragon cavalry. Mounted upon their iron steeds, their sides adorned with long blades, and their hands clutching energy rifles, meticulously scouring the streets for any remaining beasts. A steam-powered mech arrived at the precinct's entrance, kneeling on one knee as its chest compartment hissed open. A robust man clad in silver armor leaped down and strode briskly towards Lowly, slightly bowing. My apologies, Mississippi. We have arrived late. The Duke immediately dispatched the guard upon receiving news, as he is quite concerned for your safety. Lowly raised her gaze to the imposing figure emerging from the mech, gently smoothing her wind-tousled hair with her fingertips as she gradually rose from her wooden chair. The redness that had briefly tinged her eyes in panic had subsided, replaced by the icy aloofness characteristic of a noble lady, as she offered the man a faint nod. After a brief pause, her eyes fell to the lingering smoke outside the window, and she added, the incident occurred not far from the Genuine Tavern, where a banquet was underway. Please send someone to investigate and see if there are any survivors. At that moment, she unexpectedly turned her attention to Chunjio, who stood nearby, brushing the dust from his clothing beneath the brim of his hat. The strength he had used to assist her down was still evident at her side. Lowly's tone softened. Losing its prior detachment, I must also thank you, brother. Otherwise, had I remained on the balcony, I truly might have perished. The man, upon hearing this, turned to Chunjio as well, raising a hand in respect. Thank you for protecting the young lady. He then returned his focus to Lowly. For your safety, we cannot escort you home just yet. The precinct will remain on guard. Should you require anything, whether it be a message sent to your residence or any items you need, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall have the dragon cavalry attend to it. How very courteous of you, Chunjio replied, waving his hand dismissively. The brim of his hat shifted as he presumably raised his eyes to meet the man's. However, I do have a favor to ask. Please deliver a message to my sister, informing her that I have been delayed by unforeseen circumstances and that she should not worry. She resides at 237 Likai Street, named Chunhee. The man from Likai Street repeated the address, his brow furrowing slightly. He tapped his fingers against his armor's belt, contemplating for a moment before a look of realization crossed his face. Ah, is that the area adjacent to the old textile factory? I remember now. He nodded in acknowledgement and turned to issue instructions, but Loli's gentle exclamation interrupted him, her gaze towards Chunjiu now tinged with curiosity. She was aware of Likai Street. It was a place crowded with half the city's impoverished craftsmen and scavengers, its cobblestone paths riddled with potholes, and the eaves perpetually draped with stiff, sun-bleached garments. It was a location that would cause even the nobility of the empire to grimace at the mention of it. To call it a semi-slum would be a kindness. Though he did not appear to be a man of wealth, he certainly did not seem to belong to that place. Chapter 129, The Situation Miss. The banquet site has been cleared. Almost all the deceased from the event, save for yourself, have perished. Even some nearby residences were attacked, with very few survivors. Soon, a burly man returned with news, addressing Lori, who was still conversing with Chunjiu. As the man finished speaking, Lori lightly tapped her fingers on the armrest, her delicate brow furrowing slightly. The lingering scent of blood from the recent banquet still clung to the air. She turned her gaze towards the window, where the clanking of soldiers' armor mixed with distant cries, amplifying the silence within the hall. The gang, she murmured softly, pausing momentarily. The Black Crows in the west of the city and the Red Hands of the South Street. Have they all perished? The man replied solemnly, Indeed. My subordinate has just sent someone to investigate. Their strongholds were attacked by monsters, and only a few charred corpses were found. Not a single survivor remained. As these words settled in the air, the atmosphere in the hall grew heavier. Chunjiu momentarily halted his hand, which held the teacup. He recalled the chaos during which he had rescued Lori. He had indeed encountered several waves of monsters charging towards the corner where the gang had gathered. At the time, he assumed it was a random attack, but now it seemed deliberate. Have you uncovered who colluded with these monsters? Lori, having regained her composure, sat upright in her chair, exuding a commanding presence that belied her petite stature. Not yet. Every faction has suffered considerable losses, particularly the gang, which has been nearly wiped out. Currently, it appears that the only beneficiary, the man paused, his gaze shifting towards Chunjiu, is suspicious. He seemed to have guessed correctly, yet there was an air of uncertainty. Ahu. Lori suddenly raised her voice. Though it was crisp, it carried an undeniable authority. She stood up, her skirt lightly brushing against the chair's leg, and quickly approached Chunjiu. As she tilted her face upwards, the gravity that had previously marked her features was replaced by remorse. Brother Jiu, Ahu acted out of haste. Please do not take it to heart. As she spoke, she bent slightly, her collar loosening with the movement. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating her delicate collarbone with a soft glow. Chunjiu hastily lifted his hand to offer support, diverting his gaze with a smile. It's quite all right. Vigilance is always prudent in times like these. His fingers inadvertently brushed against her arm, feeling a fleeting chill, before he quickly withdrew his hand and took a sip from his teacup. Ahu stood silently, his lips moving slightly, but ultimately refraining from further comment, retreating to the side while casting occasional glances at Chunjiu. Yet, Lori seemed oblivious to the subtle tension, pulling Chunjiu back to his seat and chattering about how she felt when the monstrous collision shattered the gold-edged orchid in the corner during the chaos. It was one of her favorite flowers. She also laughed about how his sleeve had gotten stained with blood during her rescue, her prattling dissipating the earlier suspicions and reinvigorating the warmth in the hall. Not long after, steady footsteps echoed from outside, carrying a palpable chill. Lori's eyes brightened, and she stood to greet the newcomer. Father. The man who entered wore a dark brocade robe, with a jade-inlaid curved dagger at his waist. His visage was as stern as a sculpture. It was the Iron Blood Duke. Upon seeing Lori, a hint of warmth flickered in his eyes, and he reached out to tousle her hair. Are you hurt? I had Brother Jiu to protect me, Lori exclaimed, pulling him towards Chunjiu. As the Duke turned his gaze towards Chunjiu, the warmth in his eyes vanished in an instant. His jawline tensed rigidly, presenting a visage devoid of expression. Merely nodding slightly, Mr. Chun, thank you for safeguarding my daughter. His voice was deep, as if tempered by ice. Chunjiu rose in salute. This iron-willed Duke seemed to reserve all his unruly spirit solely for Loli. Loli, observing the glimmer of mirth in his eyes, stealthily winked at him and urged the Duke to sit down. Uncle, you have finally arrived. Ahu was just doubting Brother Jiu. Do tell? Who would orchestrate such a grand scheme against me, while simultaneously dismantling the entire gang? The Duke cast a glance at Ahu, who instantly lowered his head. He then turned his attention back to Chunjiu. His expression, though still grave, softened somewhat. Mr. Chun need not take offense. Ahu is merely fervent in his protection. However, his sudden change of tone raises concerns. The recent monstrous assault seems suspicious. The Imperial City Defense Army has uncovered signs of tampering with the barrier outside the city, suggesting it may not have been an accident. Shinjio held his teacup steady, only offering a faint smile without responding. It was not until the City Defense Army dispatched personnel to report that the banquet venue had been thoroughly inspected, confirming the absence of any remaining monstrous remnants or suspicious individuals that the Duke relaxed, loosening his bow tie and nodding to Shinjio. Mr. Chun, you should return and rest. You have worked hard tonight. He then called out to summon 2 dragon knights. Soon, 2 dragon knights clad in silver armor, heavy swords at their sides, stood at the entrance, their armor still stained with unclean blood, yet they maintained a rigid posture. Escort Mr. Chun back to his residence, ensuring his safety, the Duke commanded. Shinjio expressed his gratitude and followed the dragon knights outside. As he passed by Loli, the girl subtly waved at him, her eyes filled with concern. He returned a reassuring smile before stepping into the night. The dragon knights silently accompanied him on either side, the streets still bearing the scent of battle. As the City Defense Army continued their patrol, the flickering light of torches casting dancing shadows on the cobblestones. Upon reaching the entrance to his residence, Shinjio instructed the dragon knights to halt and pushed open the door himself. The door creaked as the figure in the living room abruptly lifted her head, Gao Linglong. She was unexpectedly leaning against the sofa, not asleep, a thin blanket draped over her shoulders, holding a notebook with a furrowed brow, her eyes marred by dark circles and redness, indicative of a sleepless night. When she heard the noise, she practically sprang up, and upon recognizing Shinjio, her tense form instantly relaxed. Her voice, tinged with a quiver, rushed towards him. Brother. Warmth enveloped her as she collided into his embrace, bringing with her the familiar, faint scent of herbs. Shinjio's heart softened. He raised his hand to pat her back. Why are you crying? Look at me. I am perfectly fine. Gao Linglong shook her head, burying her face in his shoulder, her tears dampening his clothing. I heard something happened over there, but no one would tell me when I asked. I was worried. Shinjio gently pushed her shoulder back to get a better look, noticing the bloodshot eyes filled with concern, causing him great distress. He tousled her hair and comforted her. Do not fret. I merely passed by and got caught up in the commotion, just an innocent bystander. See, I haven't even a scratch. He led her towards the sofa, urging her. Go to sleep. You look exhausted. Your eyes can barely stay open. Gao Linglong firmly clutched his sleeve, gazing up at him with a determined expression. Together. If you don't stay with me, I can't sleep. Shinjio chuckled softly, brushing her nose playfully. All right, together it is. Meanwhile, in the study of the manor, the Duke leaned against the windowsill, a pipe clenched between his teeth. The moonlight spilled through the window, illuminating his chiseled features as smoke rings dissipated slowly in the night. He glanced at Loli, who was seated on a chair, and spoke leisurely. What do you think of Shinjio, the one who saved you? Loli swayed her feet, her skirt gently fluttering with her movements. At his words, she tilted her head, her hands clasped over her abdomen, and closed her eyes with a smile. He's quite interesting. Memories flooded her mind of the moment in the banquet hall when he grabbed her wrist and leapt from the second floor, the wind stinging her face. Yet the warmth of his palm was undeniable. That reckless spirit left a deeper impression on her than any thrilling game she had ever played. Interesting. The Duke raised an eyebrow, exhaling a smoke ring. I see him as quite the enigma. He seems to possess knowledge far beyond that of those pedantic scholars. After saving you, I arranged for a token of gratitude to be sent his way, yet he brushed it off as a trivial effort. He tapped his pipe against the windowsill, pondering. Such a person is either a genuine fool with a good heart or harbors grand ambitions, seeking more than we can offer. In my view, there is no such thing as unsolicited kindness. It is merely unacknowledged self-interest. Loli gently shook her head, her smile broadening. Perhaps he truly doesn't care about those things, not seeking titles or wealth, but simply happened upon the opportunity to help. How simple that is. The Duke regarded her with a low chuckle. Oh, so protective of him? My little girl, could it be that you've taken a liking to him? A faint blush crept across Loli's cheeks as she playfully protested, yet she extended her hand, forming a tiny gap with her thumb and forefinger, murmuring softly. Just a little bit. How peculiar. The Duke raised an eyebrow, noting that this was the first time he had seen Loli exhibit such sentiment toward any male, which genuinely surprised him. However, he quickly masked his amusement, his expression growing serious. Let us discuss important matters. How is your progress on the foreigner's machinery that His Majesty tasked you to deconstruct? Loli's smile faded slightly as she yawned and rubbed her eyes. It's going all right. All right. The Duke frowned. The last time you said all right, you had altered the royal city's defense diagram 3 times. What is it this time? That contraption is exceedingly enigmatic. Loli's expression turned glum. It's neither metal nor wood, intangible and invisible, like something hidden within the depths of consciousness. I want to extract relevant information from its residual brain data, but it's quite challenging. I've hardly slept these past few days. The Duke observed the dark circles under her eyes and sighed. You've worked hard. Please, no need for such formality. Loli quickly waved her hand, making a face. It sounds rather unsettling coming from you. Their dialogue resembled a polite business discussion, devoid of the usual familial warmth, each maintaining a respectful distance. Chapter 130. Visiting the exhibition. A soft, languid murmur floated from the direction of the bedroom, mingling with the remnants of sleep. The slumbering Gao Linglong turned over on the soft mattress, her eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings kissed by morning dew before slowly parting. Before her consciousness could fully emerge from the haze, the tip of her nose caught a sweet aroma, a blend of cream and slightly scorched cake, gently infiltrating her senses. Instantly, she awoke with a start, flipping herself upright, her gaze fixated on the dining table in the living room, her eyes sparkling like fallen stars. Outside, the setting sun hung low, casting golden red rays through the glass window, spilling a warm river of light across the floor and softly landing on the dining table beside the window. The light seemed to drape a gossamer veil over the cream cake, its pristine frosting adorned with 2 plump strawberries, the edges carefully piped with spirals. Bathed in the evening glow, even the delicate patterns of the cream were visible, the cake exuding a softness reminiscent of the enchanted delicacies presented by angels in fairy tales. Evoking a reluctance to take a bite, at the other end of the table, Chunjiu sat on a wooden chair, perusing a newspaper. He slightly lowered his gaze, fingertips pinching the edge of the paper, occasionally turning a page with a soft rustle, blending seamlessly with the gentle evening breeze outside and the distant, muffled sounds of traffic, creating a rare moment of tranquility. Gao Linglong remained unaware of the cake's origins, which had been procured with the compensation funds from the detective agency after a recent incident involving the Duke's estate. The agency likely wished to avoid further complications, thus offering a small sum to keep their mouths shut. As she inhaled the cake's delightful fragrance, warmth flooded her heart. Recalling how he remembered her joyfully expressing a wish to indulge in cream cake more frequently during their train journey. Wow, it smells divine, she exclaimed, slipping into her slippers and rushing to the table, pulling out a chair with a gust of wind. A dainty silver spoon awaited her on the table. She carefully scooped a small piece from the side of the cake, along with a morsel of strawberry. The cream quivered softly in the spoon as she brought it to her lips, savoring the sweetness that gradually unfolded. Harmonizing with the cake's slight bitterness and the playful tartness of the strawberry, each flavor distinct and vibrant. Her eyes curved into crescent moons as she mumbled through the spoon. Delicious. At that moment, Chunjiu lowered the newspaper slightly, revealing a pair of amused eyes, watching her take delicate bites. With a teasing tone, he inquired, how does it compare to the one on the train? Nothing can compare. Gao Linglong quickly swallowed the cake, tilting her face up with a smile. This was specially bought for me by my brother. It's sweet to the heart. As she spoke, she scooped a generous spoonful and held it to Chunjiu's mouth. Her eyes sparkling as she urged, come on, brother, open wide. Without hesitation, he leaned down and took a bite. The sweetness of the cream combined with the warmth transferred from her fingertips melted on his tongue. Admittedly, this sweet and sour flavor wasn't entirely to his liking, yet he chewed thoughtfully, nodding seriously, indeed, quite good. As he spoke, he retrieved 2 cards from his pocket and gently placed them on the table, sliding them toward her. The cards were adorned with intricate patterns and bore the gilded lettering of the Royal Treasure Exhibition. They were tickets to the exhibition. Gao Linglong's eyes widened in astonishment as she abruptly seized the ticket, her fingertips trembling slightly. Brother, do you work so swiftly? The reservation was for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Chunjiu observed her exuberance and reached out to gently ruffle her hair, his palm brushing against her soft strands. Make sure to get a good night's sleep tonight. Don't let it be like yesterday's jet lag. I certainly won't. Gao Linglong nodded vigorously, her heart brimming with joy, gazing at Chunjiu's gentle features. She recalled the cake and the ticket, and before she could restrain herself, she leaned forward and planted a quick kiss on his cheek, the faint scent of strawberries lingering on her lips. The moment she realized what she had done, her face flushed crimson, warmth radiating from her cheeks to the nape of her neck. She hastily withdrew, bowing her head, too shy to meet his gaze. Burying her face above the cake plate and nibbling at the cake, her ears perked up, attuned to the sound of her own heartbeat. Chunjiu was momentarily taken aback, instinctively raising his hand to touch the spot she had kissed, where he could still feel the warmth of her lips, soft and warm. The words on the newspaper suddenly blurred. His mind momentarily blank. Then a flurry of images flooded back. Her trembling eyelashes, her rosy cheeks, and that sweet, melodic brother echoed in his mind. It was a sensation he had never experienced in his previous life, a delightful sweetness unlike anything felt before, distinctly different from that of the elven devotees. Morning light filtered through the gaps in the curtains of the small room, casting a glow on the edge of the bed draped with a soft fleece blanket. Gao Linglong rubbed her temples as she sat up, a lingering haze reminiscent of a hangover creeping from the back of her head to her brow. She glanced at the neatly folded coat beside the bed, which Chunjiu had quietly placed there the night before to keep her warm. Yet, at that moment, any comfort was overshadowed by the throbbing in her head. "It's all your fault," she exclaimed, shuffling into the living room in her slippers. She found Chunjiu stuffing a bottle of water into his backpack. Annoyed, she stamped her foot. "I told you that going to bed early would lead to trouble. But you insisted I rest up for the exhibition. Now look at me, oversleeping and feeling dizzy. This isn't revitalizing. It's tormenting." She covered her forehead and glared at him. Her hair tousled around her cheeks, yet her eyes betrayed no real anger. Only a hint of the grievance of a disrupted slumber. Chunjiu turned to her, suppressing a chuckle as he handed her a bottle of warm honey water. Yes. My fault. Had I known, I would have kept you up stargazing instead, so you wouldn't come looking for me to settle scores after a good sleep." While he acknowledged his misstep, he did not linger, grabbing his backpack and heading towards the door. "If we dawdle, we'll face long lines at the exhibition. Arriving late means we'll have to jostle through crowds just to see the steam-powered matches. Wait for me," Gao Linglong called out, biting into a piece of bread as she hurried to catch up. The sweetness of the honey water dulled her dizziness slightly, but internally she chuckled, realizing her headache stemmed not from oversleeping, but from tossing and turning the previous night, obsessing over the exhibition list, finally drifting off in the early hours. She felt compelled to find an excuse to hold him accountable. The cobblestone path at the exhibition entrance was warmed by the morning sun, while the silver-gray armor of the Imperial City Defense soldiers glimmered coldly in the light. They stood at attention on either side of the entrance, their swords adorned with tassels at their waists, their posture as precise as that of statues. The ticket collector, adorned in a cream-colored uniform, bore a silver badge at her collar. As she received the ticket, her fingertips lightly brushed against the paper, and with a crisp sound, the stamp was applied, leaving behind a blossoming silver rose motif. Inside, new explanatory plaques had just been installed, narrating the tale of the designer behind the original psionic rifle. She raised her gaze and smiled, her eyelashes casting a soft shadow beneath her eyes. Taking her time, she strolled leisurely, ensuring not to miss the model display tucked away in a corner. Gao Linglong tucked the ticket into the small pocket inside her canvas bag, and as she crossed the threshold, she came to an abrupt halt. In the glass display case directly opposite the entrance, the original psionic rifle was elegantly propped against a backdrop of black velvet. The rifle's body bore the marks of age, rough like the bark of an ancient tree. Yet the joints of the barrel showcased fine etchings, evidence of over 30 trials before the designer finalized the energy conduction groove. Beside it, in a transparent box, lay disassembled components, ranging from an energy valve no larger than a fingernail to a stock half the length of her forearm, each adorned with yellowing labels detailing the 137 iterations before achieving their final form. Her nose nearly pressed against the glass, she observed the unrefined edges of the parts, and as she admired the curve of the stock, she tugged at Chunjiu's sleeve, her eyes shimmering with excitement. It was undoubtedly crafted to accommodate the average soldier's shoulder width of that era, a remarkable feat considering bespoke tailoring had not yet become widespread. Taking a couple of steps forward, she suddenly gasped at the display case on her right. There, resting on blue velvet, was a prosthetic limb, its metallic framework exuding a matte finish, and at the ankle was a small gear buckle strikingly similar to one she had constructed the previous year. Her fingertips traced the shape of the gear on the glass, prompting memories of a winter past when an elderly man with a wooden cane had crouched in front of her makeshift stall, pointing at the blueprints and asking, "Young lady, could you leave an adjustable buckle at the ankle? My grandson always sneaks my prosthetic to practice walking, and it's too tight for him." Subsequently, she had added a 3-position gear buckle, and when the old man took the prosthetic home, he had stuffed half a warm sugar cake into her hands, insisting it was a token of gratitude for her thoughtful craftsmanship. While working on it, her hands had been sore and blistered. That was a labor of love, she murmured softly. Chunjiu, following her gaze, recalled how she had always kept bandages on hand last winter, casually attributing it to minor crafting mishaps. As they ventured further inside, the atmosphere grew noticeably somber. To the left, an exhibit displayed the old-style armor of the Empire, the deep brown leather marred with bite and claw marks, the edges of the plates stained with dark brown residues. The explanatory plaque read, "Artifact from the third scourge of the wasteland. The heart shield deflected the claws of beasts, saving the soldier's life." Adjacent, a glass jar contained gray-green fangs, measuring the length of a forearm, with a handwritten label affixed, "Swamp poison lizard teeth, containing neurotoxins." 17 scouts perished before the antidote was discovered. Gao Linglong tiptoed to observe the dark sediment settled at the bottom of the jar, the earlier lightheartedness fading. Her fingers unconsciously tightening around the strap of her canvas bag. It was only upon turning the corner that the shadow of a steam-powered mech loomed over her, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. The original mech towered 3 stories high, its iron-gray body adorned with rust-red patterns, and the steam valve on its chest still bore the mottled hue of aged copper. 2 mechanical legs stood like stout iron pillars, driven firmly into the ground, their knee gears ensnared in thick layers of grease. Though undeniably antiquated and cumbersome, they seemed to echo with the thunderous steam sounds of their activation from years gone by. Chun Jiao tilted his head to gaze at the cannon mounted on the mech's shoulder, recalling the sleek, new model he had glimpsed late the previous night. With its silvery body capable of agile twists and mechanical arms that could pluck leaves from treetops. However, upon examining the present machine, with its crooked welding scars at the joints, he suddenly felt a weight in his heart. This rusted visage bore a sorrow more profound than that of the pristine mech. "Look at that." Chun Jiao suddenly pointed toward a monstrous head displayed prominently at the center of the exhibit. The creature's brownish-black skin resembled that of aged leather. 3 sharp horns protruded from its forehead in a triangular formation, the longest of which bore a shard of shattered armor embedded at its tip. The eye sockets were dark voids, their edges marked with charred remnants from mech artillery. The placard read, "Ceratopsian Tyrant's Head, responsible for the destruction of 3 border outposts." It took an initial steam mech squad 3 days to bring it down. As Gao Linglong approached, she noticed a broken spear embedded in the side of the skull. The wooden shaft had long since darkened, while the iron tip still gleamed coldly, likely thrust in with all the might of a soldier from years past. Standing amidst the exhibit, she turned to gaze back, absorbing the etchings of energy rifles, the gears of prosthetic limbs, the claw marks on armor, the rust of mechs, and the spear tip lodged in the monstrous head. Stepping out of the exhibit, the outside light struck her eyes with a harsh brilliance, as if stars had fallen into her gaze, dazzlingly bright. She tugged at Chun Jiao's sleeve, pulling him toward a nearby corner store filled with gears and springs, her steps buoyant with excitement. "Look at those copper bearings on the windowsill. They're perfect for the miniature drive well I sketched last time. Let us pick a few. I can try to assemble an automatic pin dispenser when we get back." Chun Jiao staggered slightly from her pull and gently pressed down on her arm, guiding her back. "Hold on, don't rush out just yet." He nodded toward their home direction, indicating that there were still half a box of leftover clock parts from his family's storeroom. Nuts, small springs, and the like. Let us head back first to sort through what we have. If we genuinely lack a specific model, I'll take you to the mechanical parts factory after work. They have a wider selection than this shop, and we can bargain there. Gao Linglong pouted but relented, knowing Chun Jiao spoke the truth. Those tiny components, not to mention the surplus in her own toolbox, could easily suffice for assembling a couple of small devices. However, if she truly wished to construct a contraband energy conduit for a magical firearm or a hydraulic piston for a steam mech, she would need to scour every hardware shop on the street, as those were regulated goods requiring special permits to acquire. Realizing this, she reluctantly followed Chun Jiao back, casting a final resentful glare at the corner store, much like a small creature denied its sweet treat. In the afternoon, as Chun Jiao made his way to the office, the sun blazed fiercely, heating the stone-paved road beneath him. He had just pushed open the creaking wooden door when, to his astonishment, his usually aloof team leader, who typically only acknowledged him with a fleeting glance amidst the mountain of documents, sprang up from his chair. A broad smile plastered across his face that was warmer than the sun outside. He hurried over, taking 2 steps for every one, and reached out as if to pat him on the shoulder, hesitating midair as if afraid to break something, before redirecting his hand towards the nearby chair. "Oh, little Chun has arrived. Come sit. I just brewed some mint tea. It's refreshingly cool. Do have a taste." Chun Jiao raised an eyebrow, but remained standing, leaning against the edge of the table, his fingertips lightly tapping the surface. "Team leader, is there something you need?" He was skeptical that this usually indifferent individual would suddenly extend such courtesies. The team leader rubbed his hands together, his smile growing even more eager, the creases around his eyes deepening as he furtively glanced around before lowering his voice. "Here's the thing. Our firm has just established a connection with the Duke's mansion, and their SA transaction on the table. They specifically requested you to serve as a bodyguard for the Duke's daughter for a while. As he spoke, the team leader's eyes sparkled with envy, gazing at Qinjiao as if he were staring at a gold ingot that had just dropped before him. Qinjiao took a sip of the tea, the mint's coolness dispelling his earlier apprehensions. He set the cup down and spoke slowly. I recall filling out my onboarding form, and I indicated that my combat aptitude was non-existent. He had an inkling of the truth. It was likely the Duke's daughter had heard something that prompted her to request him specifically. After all, it made little sense to assign someone without any combat experience to the role of a bodyguard. At best, he could manage to be clever in a moment of flight. Who needs combat skills? The team leader waved dismissively, lowering his voice even further, his eyes darting in their sockets. Leaning closer, he chuckled. The young lady has her own dedicated guard team. You won't be required to lift a finger. Your role is simply to accompany her for conversations, strolls, and to alleviate her boredom. Essentially, you're being hired as a companion. Qinjiao remained silent, merely observing him. Noticing his reticence, the team leader hurriedly added, "Oh, and regarding that task report you were worried about, there's no need to submit it this time. The firm has stated that ensuring the young lady's comfort is far more valuable than any report." He thumped his chest in assurance. But the moment the words left his mouth, he leaned in closer to Qinjiao, his voice trembling. "However, I must tell you this. You absolutely must not allow her to lodge a complaint. If she becomes displeased and takes it to the Duke, we might very well find ourselves in dire straits. My head is quite literally tied to your belt. Dear little Chun, please don't do anything reckless." After hearing this, a barely perceptible smirk tugged at the corner of Qinjiao's mouth, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes. He raised his gaze to the team leader and deliberately elongated his tone. "Oh, so you're saying that I now hold our fates in my hands?" His expression seemed to ponder whether it would be worth the gamble. The team leader, seeing this look, turned pale, nodding and shaking his head in rapid succession, flustered and struggling for words. No. Please don't test it. Just consider it as aiding me, or rather, helping us both keep our heads intact, all right? Very well, I believe my head remains quite precious indeed." As Qinjiao's words lingered unspoken, the somewhat fragile wooden door of the office creaked open, revealing a familiar figure that instantly brightened the room. The newcomer donned a deep burgundy Gothic dress, its skirt layered with ruffles of lace, cinched at the waist with a broad satin ribbon that accentuated her slender form. Perched atop her head was a plump white hat, adorned with a lace flower matching her outfit, while a delicate veil brushed gently against her cheek. Below, her calves were elegantly wrapped in white silk, their soft curves leading down to polished leather shoes, the toes embellished with a petite silver buckle, producing a delightful sound on the floor that showcased her charm. Trailing behind her were two imposing men, as solid as walls, clad in tightly fitted black suits with matching bow ties, their expressions stoic. Their sharp gazes swept across the room. Their demeanor mirrored that of the silent bodyguards from the last banquet, suggesting they were her newly assigned protectors. Before Qinjiao could react, the young lady darted towards him, wrapping her arms around his. He instinctively attempted to retreat, but found himself embraced rather tightly, his elbow pressing against her waist, the soft sensation contrasting with the rigidness he had experienced last time, indicating that she had not concealed any peculiar items within her petticoats this time. He lowered his gaze to find her looking up at him, her cheeks still bearing a hint of baby fat, and her delicate neck accentuated by the standing collar of her dress. After a careful appraisal, Qinjiao concluded internally that she indeed retained a touch of youthful plumpness. The team leader, who had been observing with wide eyes, stood speechless until the cold glare of the bodyguards snapped him back to reality. He quickly bowed and approached, exclaiming, "This must be the young lady of the Duke's household. Please, take a seat." However, the girl ignored him, tugging at Qinjiao's arm instead, her voice soft. "I've come to fetch you. Miss Loli. You could simply have your servants send a message if you wish to see me." "There was no need to let others profit from it," Qinjiao remarked, fiddling with his fingers, a hint of genuine regret in his tone. The fee for explicitly summoning him would have been enough to allow Gao Linglong to repair her perpetually malfunctioning box and procure several useful parts. Loli slightly tilted her head, sunlight dancing upon her eyelashes, casting a myriad of tiny sparkles. "I wanted to see you in your working attire." She paused, her fingertips lightly tapping her chin, recalling the moment when she had saved him while clad in her dusty work clothes, her focus sharp and composed, a quality that left an indelible impression. "Very well, Miss Loli. Where shall we go?" Qinjiao acquiesced, gently tugged by her sleeve as he began to move toward the door, catching a glimpse of his superior nearby. The middle-aged man, holding a freshly brewed cup of tea, paused at the scene, awkwardly forcing a smile before lowering his gaze to examine the tea leaves at the bottom of his cup. Not daring to breathe a word, Come, let us walk along the city wall, she urged. Suddenly, Loli's interest was piqued, her eyes sparkling with a hint of excitement. And her grip on him relaxed slightly. Very well. Chunjiu was straightforward. He had been in this city for nearly 3 years, yet had never set foot on the city walls. He had only heard the retired veteran next door reminiscing that these walls were the final layer of reassurance the Empire provided to the ordinary citizens, claiming it was for defense, but it was more akin to a mere figment of hope. Within the Empire's borders, every city had dedicated cleanup squads that periodically ventured into the wilderness, armed with tools, to eliminate the wandering monsters. Thus, the city walls were not particularly high, merely a couple of stories taller than the average residence, primarily serving to obstruct sight and scent. Numerous silvery gray instruments were mounted atop the walls, purportedly crafted from special minerals for sensing purposes. Should any monster dare to claw at the walls in an attempt to breach them, the screens of these devices would instantly flash red, and the blaring alarms could rouse half the inhabitants on the ramparts. However, that was the extent of their utility. Chunjiu gazed upward at the instruments atop the walls, pondering that if a monster were to tunnel in from beneath, these devices would likely be rendered helpless. Nevertheless, he had recently heard from the captain of the cleanup squad that corresponding detection devices were buried at the base of the walls, akin to landmines, spaced every few steps apart. Those gadgets were notably sensitive. The moment anything brushed against them underground, they would erupt with a loud noise capable of startling the sparrows perched on the locust trees below the walls. Oh, it had indeed been a while since he last visited. Loli released Chunjiu's sleeve, stepping to the edge of the walls, leaning against the slightly weathered bricks. The wind lifted her skirt and tousled her hair as she closed her eyes and smiled. The breeze filtering through the crevices of the walls was far cooler than that of the garden at the manor. Chunjiu followed closely behind, casting a glance at the bodyguards in the distance, who were appropriately positioned about 20 steps away, their backs turned, leaving only their ears to listen for any sounds. He leaned in closer and whispered, "Miss Loli, do you have a secret you wish to share with me?" Of course. Loli opened her eyes, turned to him, and playfully winked, her voice a mere whisper. "This is a secret just for us. Even my personal maid is unaware." "What an honor it is for me." Chunjiu replied with a slight smile, following her gaze towards the dark cannon towers on the inner side of the walls. The cannon bodies were encrusted with rust, in some places so corroded that the dark metallic hue beneath was exposed, and the muzzle was covered in dust, indicating it had not been used in ages. That cannon tower was nearly 200 years old. Loli's voice softened, tinged with a sense of melancholy, as it was over 200 years ago that calamity had befallen. Chunjiu remained silent, merely observing the cannon tower. The rust appeared as marks left by the passage of time, heavily weighing upon it. Over 200 years ago, it was said that the people were returning home from work that evening when they gazed up to see the sky torn asunder. Loli's fingertip traced a shallow scar on the brick, as if she were sketching the scene of that fateful day, dark red mist billowing from the rift, followed by an enchanting woman emerging, accompanied by a horde of monsters, a dark cloud descending upon them, thus intruding into this world. "I remember reading something similar in a fairy tale book," she added. Chunjiu suddenly interjected, recalling his childhood at the orphanage, where the matron had once given him a well-thumbed collection of fairy tales. Among its pages was a story about the day of the sky's rupture, written in simple language yet evoking a sense of tension that tightened his heart. At the time, he had believed it to be a fabrication meant to amuse children. That book, however, was based on true historical events. Lori turned her head, smiled into the wind, and the gentle curve of her eyes concealed a light-heartedness towards the past, merely wrapped in a sugary coating of fairy tales, meant to spare children from fear. What did true history look like? A sudden heaviness settled in Chunjiu's heart, accompanied by an unfathomable premonition as his fingertips unconsciously grazed the rough surface of the city wall. In those times, there was no semblance of the stable life they enjoyed now. Lori withdrew her hand from the wall, tracing an imaginary line in the air, as if attempting to sketch the chaos of those days. When the monsters first invaded, they did not wander aimlessly. They charged alongside that woman and 3 other factions, whose origins were unknown. All that was heard was the earth-shattering clashes, mountains exploding into rubble, rivers changing their courses, and the sky turning crimson, as if the world was on the verge of collapse. She paused, the wind tousling her hair against her cheek. Somehow, it all quieted down, and the woman along with the 3 factions vanished without a trace, leaving behind a scattering of monsters and the remnants of their conflict. What remained for our empire was one of the technologies derived from that chaos. Does this imply the existence of 3 other nations? Chunjiu gazed towards the hazy silhouettes of trees at the edge of the fields, stroking his chin in contemplation. pondering whether each had acquired different fortunes. As far as we know, there are 3. Lori nodded, her voice softening, as if discussing a matter both ordinary and grave. Our empire, the Southern Holy Nation, and the Eastern Chivalrous Alliance. Recently, there had been correspondence among the 3 nations regarding the clearing of monsters along the borders. However, the transmission of these letters was cumbersome, as vast tracts of unpurged wilderness lay between them. Sometimes, it took several messengers to relay a single message. She conveyed these not-so-secret, yet seldom discussed matters to Chunjio. Her eyes devoid of the earlier playfulness, now imbued with a seriousness. Had there never been thoughts of uniting to eradicate the monsters? Chunjio furrowed his brow. To him, the city walls, which kept the monsters at bay, suggested the capability to strike outward was not entirely absent. A coalition among the 3 nations would surely be more effective than their solitary defenses. It appeared there had indeed been a coalition in the past. Lori sighed, leaning back against the wall, recounting that they had gathered considerable manpower to push deep into the wilderness, only to be repelled by the monsters shortly thereafter, incurring significant losses. Moreover, the ones providing the fortunes were unable to triumph, let alone those of us at the bottom. It was only after that they were forced to retreat, each guarding their own walls to survive. She paused again, then softly added, however, recently I have heard elders in my family muttering that the Empire's leadership seems to have eased its wartime preparations, as if contemplating whether to propose the coalition again. But that is merely my speculation. As her words faded, she suddenly took Chunjio's hand, gently shaking her fingertips, and hummed a lively tune. Before long, a gentle breeze unexpectedly swept by the two, neither too warm nor too cool, perfectly dispelling the heat from the city walls and instilling a sense of ease within their hearts. This wind seemed almost sentient, caressing their skin with a tender touch, utterly devoid of any harshness. "So, is this place beautiful?" asked Loli, playfully shaking his hand and gesturing with her chin towards the outside of the city. Gazing from atop the city, a vast expanse of verdant fields unfolded before them, vibrant with life. "Indeed," Chunjio replied, his gaze fixed on the endless fields. "As long as you like it." A subtle smile graced Loli's lips. Chunjio noticed movement nearby, a swarm of creatures known as snakehounds scurrying rapidly underground. These snakehounds possessed limited intelligence, with each group governed by a solitary female, akin to the social structure of an ant colony. Their reproduction relied entirely on the female laying a multitude of eggs, with the hatchlings emerging as fully formed snakehounds, effectively serving as commendable cannon fodder. Chapter 133. Scenic Views. Chunjio contemplated the distant fields, his fingertips absently rubbing the coins in his pocket as he pondered the notion of utilizing the 34 cannon fodder groups. Earlier, when considering an invasion of another world, he had intended to recruit some cannon fodder through interdimensional summoning to handle low-risk scenarios, yet the barrier of spatial transmission remained unbroken. This idea gradually faded, akin to paper dampened by rain, until he discovered that someone beneath had inadvertently found a way, resulting in an unexpected gain. "What are you looking at?" A melodious voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. When Chunjio returned to reality, Loli stood a few paces away, her hair swaying gently in the breeze. Following his gaze towards the fields, the expanse of land was a uniform green, with new sprouts barely reaching their ankles in the distance. A few small figures were moving, likely peasants assisting the nobles in farming. After observing for a moment, she merely shook her head with a smile, saying, "Just admiring this vast field. All of this land belongs to His Majesty," Loli continued, stepping closer and pointing further afield. "The lands of other nobles are generally located near small towns, close to the city for easier protection." Her fingertip traced the air, skimming over the faint silhouettes of soldiers visible on the embankments, sent by the nobles to guard the fields, their armor glinting softly under the sun. "And what about the peasants?" Chunjio inquired, following the thread of conversation. As soon as the words left his lips, he saw Loli burst into laughter, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. "What land do the peasants have?" She chuckled, before her tone softened as she explained, "They merely assist the nobles in cultivating the fields. These lands have been tilled for generations, and being close to the city ensures safety. If peasants were to venture into the wild to cultivate new fields..." She paused, her smile dimming slightly. "The wilderness is far too perilous. There are monsters lurking in the forests, along with various mutated beasts. One could easily lose their life out there." She lowered her head and kicked a pebble at her feet, watching it roll into the crevice of the city wall. Beyond these fields on the outskirts of the city, the nobles would send soldiers to guard them. If a mishap occurred during farming that resulted in a loss of life, the nobles would compensate the commoners, a sum that would be considered substantial to them. Chunjio followed her gaze towards the distant dense forest. The shadows of the trees heavy and dark, resembling ink spilled upon the ground, exuding an air of coldness that suggested an unwelcoming presence, even in daylight. This place was indeed meant to be avoided. The wilderness was never a domain for the common folk. He withdrew his gaze and shifted the conversation. How is the investigation into the banquet incident progressing? Lori's previously relaxed demeanor faded somewhat as she stood up straighter, her tone growing more serious. In just one day, we've gathered a considerable amount of information. She adjusted her cuffs and continued. The mastermind appears to be the missing gang leader. He sensed weeks ago that the gang was under police scrutiny and orchestrated this attack. On one hand, causing chaos during the banquet would create the perfect opportunity for him to escape, while simultaneously casting blame upon the tavern owner, diverting the noble's attention towards him, allowing the leader to conceal himself. On the other hand, he likely aimed to sever ties with the gang entirely, feigning that the incident was a mere internal dispute. She scoffed, a hint of disdain in her voice. However, he still left traces. We discovered clues within the substantial funds that vanished along with the gang, multiple transfers leading outside the city, aligning with the direction of his hiding place. Speaking of this, she added, yesterday morning, the tavern owner came to apologize before dawn, his face pale, fearing my father's wrath. Chunjio recalled the owner's trembling demeanor and thought that had the gang leader's plan succeeded, the Duke would likely be furious, resulting in anger directed at several individuals, creating chaos in the imperial capital. Listening intently, Chunju lightly tapped his fingers against the stone railing beside him, pondering for a moment before saying, "That sounds rather good." He truly did not know what else to say. It would be inappropriate to express relief that matters had not escalated further. He turned and smiled, diverting the conversation to share some amusing anecdotes he had heard. As they stood atop the city wall, exchanging banter about trivial matters, the wind swept across the fields, carrying the fresh scent of new sprouts, sending their voices far and wide. In the days leading up to the announcement of results, Lori seemed to regard Chunjio as her personal companion, pulling him along to meander through the city daily. From the bustling market in the east to the secluded riverside in the west, from shops selling quaint trinkets to pastry shops wafting sweet aromas, she always seemed to possess boundless energy. Chattering incessantly, she inquired about this and that, until the sky darkened with ink, reluctantly allowing Chunjio to return home. By the end of each day, he was enveloped in an enduring fatigue, his footsteps heavier than usual. Despite the recent slight increase in his earnings due to Lori's influence, he couldn't help but wonder what the young lady of the Duke's family truly sought. Was she simply bored, seeking companionship to alleviate her ennui? Or were there ulterior motives at play? He pondered for a while, but could not untangle his thoughts. Eventually, he resignedly purchased some bread and smoked meat, returning home to hastily fill his belly. As soon as his head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, at home, Gao Linglong was far from idle. Biting into the hard bread she had bought with the old wine, her cheeks bulged, and she held a slender wooden pen in hand, repeatedly sketching something on the grass paper spread across the table. Those were mechanical lines transcribed from her notes. The strokes varied from hesitant to fluid. Occasionally, when she made a mistake, she would furrow her brow and rub it out with her fingertip, then refocus to continue drawing, disregarding the crumbs that fell onto the paper, her eyes brimming with concentration. Finally, the day of the announcement arrived. As dawn broke, Gao Linglong sprang out of bed, her hair hastily disheveled, and she grabbed her coat. Rushing towards the square, her heart raced like a bounding rabbit. The closer she got to the square, the more hurried her steps became, only to discover upon arrival that the center of the square was desolate, the wooden board meant for notices still bare. In despair, she shifted to a nearby breakfast shop that had its doors open. The shopkeeper, a slightly plump middle-aged man, noticed her incessant gaze towards the square and struck up a conversation. "Young lady, you must be here for the special admissions, right?" Gao Linglong turned, somewhat surprised. "Yes." "How did you know?" The shopkeeper chuckled as he wiped the table, gesturing towards the opposite side. "Every year at this time, many candidates come. It's easy to tell. Look at those young folks over there, their faces still carrying the naivety of students, their gazes wandering, like little deer lost and unsure of their direction. They are quite recognizable." Following his zhishang, Gao Linglong indeed spotted several young people around her age, standing awkwardly by the roadside, peering around. She nodded gently. "Now that you mention it, it's quite true. Don't be too anxious," the shopkeeper offered, handing her a cup of warm water, his tone laced with the bittersweet reflection of experience. "The slots for special admissions appear bustling each year, but most often, they still go to the children of the aristocrats. For us common folk, Just finding a stable job beneath their wings is already commendable. He paused, concerned that his words might dishearten her, then added, but don't despair. There are plenty of schools in the capital. At least 7 or 8 are enrolling early. If this one doesn't work out, there are others. The opportunities are abundant. Gao Linglong accepted the cup of water and softly replied, thank you for your guidance. Don't mention it. The shopkeeper waved his hand dismissively, returning to his tasks. Before long, a squad of soldiers approached, carrying rolled-up notices. Their footsteps echoed uniformly against the stone-paved road. The patrons of the nearby shops instantly rose to their feet, many craning their necks to catch a glimpse. Most of these were candidates from surrounding towns, their hands nervously clutching the edges of their clothing. The soldiers affixed the notices firmly to the most prominent wooden board in the square, pressing down the corners to ensure they would not be blown away by the wind before they lined up to leave, leaving 2 soldiers behind to stand guard. As soon as they left, the candidates who had been scattered in various directions quickly gathered around, dozens of heads huddled together, fingers swiftly skimming over the announcement. Murmuring names under their breath, Gao Linglong squeezed her way in, her gaze sweeping down from the very top. Upon seeing the first name, she froze. Lori. A sudden pang gripped her heart. Didn't she claim she wouldn't succeed? Either she had been deceived, and Lori truly possessed solid capabilities, or she lacked the necessary connections. Suppressing her doubts, she continued to skin downward. The subsequent names were predominantly those of noble offspring, seemingly arranged by the hierarchy of titles. She recognized several from her previous research on the Ironblood Duke, children of aristocratic families allied with the ducal estate. Following the list of noble names, she found her own name. After scanning the list twice, Gao Linglong finally located her name. However, when her gaze fell upon the rank beside it, her previously relaxed brows furrowed instantly. It was a disheartening 10th from the bottom. That is not right. Instinctively, she pressed her lips together, lightly tapping her finger on her name. The pad of her finger brushing against the coarse paper. She distinctly remembered her estimated score not being too low. How could she possibly be placed here? A feeling of damp cotton seemed to fill her heart, a mix of confusion and gloom, dissipating any excitement she had felt upon finding her name. Yet, on reconsideration, she found solace in the fact that she had qualified. After all, the exact ranking did not seem of great importance. She reassured herself, pushing aside her disappointment. As she turned to leave, having just rounded the corner, she spotted Chenjiu standing beneath a sycamore tree at the street's edge, accompanied by a girl with whom he appeared to be conversing. Brother. Gao Linglong's eyes brightened, quickening her pace. However, upon realizing the girl was Lori, she hesitated, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. Miss Lori, what are you 2 up to? I'm here to protect Miss Lori, as requested by the office, Chenjiu replied. His tone as nonchalant, as if commenting on the pleasant weather. Not quite. Lori interjected cheerfully, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. We are on a date. Really? Gao Linglong immediately turned to Chenjiu, an inexplicable flutter of anxiety stirring within her, akin to a delicate needle pricking her, leaving her at a loss for words. Chenjiu shrugged, feigning exasperation. Miss Lori is teasing you. I'm not some universally adored golden boy, even if I wished to. The Duke would wield his whip at me. No way would he allow it. Oh, Gao Linglong nodded, yet her gaze continued to flit between the two. Lori stood not far from Chenjiu, sunlight glinting off her hair, presenting a rather captivating sight. Actually, he might just agree. Lori suddenly winked at Chenjiu, her voice laced with playful mischief. As if oblivious to her remark, Chenjiu turned back to Gao Linglong. Did you check the results at the square? How did it go? I passed. Upon mentioning this, Gao Linglong's eyes immediately sparkled, her earlier momentary hesitation dissipating significantly. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she caught sight of Lori, and her voice softened, hesitantly adding, Miss Lori is ranked first on the entire list. I am merely at the bottom 10th. As she uttered these words, she discreetly grasped the hem of her garment, a hint of shyness evident. It's all right. That is already quite commendable. Chenjiu remarked with a smile, gently ruffling her hair with his warm palm. You should head back now. I still have work to do. I will bring you a delightful surprise gift shortly. Really? Gao Linglong's eyes gleamed even brighter, the earlier disappointment regarding her rank entirely forgotten. She cheerfully responded with an affirmative and skipped away, glancing back at Chenjiu and Lori after taking a few steps. Once she had distanced herself, Lori leaned closer to Chenjiu, her arm lightly brushing against his, and asked with an upward gaze, What about me? Do I get a gift? Chenjiu quickly sidestepped, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence, exclaiming helplessly, Miss Lori, please spare me. If this continues, I fear that in a few days, the Duke will have me hanged from the city walls, and you mustn't come looking for my remains. Lori covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking gently with laughter, her giggles cascading like scattered silver coins. Then I shall brandish a knife and threaten my father, proclaiming that if you perish, I shall not live either. Let us see if he dares to harm you. Shinjio felt a throbbing at his temples and deliberately turned his face away, pretending not to hear, merely pressing a hand to his forehead. By the time Shinjio returned amidst the twilight, the sky had unfurled into a deep indigo. Lanterns in the alley illuminating one by one, their warm yellow light filtering through the paper windows into the room. Gao Linglong was bent over her workbench, tinkering with various components, copper pieces and small gears spread out before her. With delicate tweezers in hand, she was intently embedding parts into a small wooden box, evidently attempting to divert her attention from the earlier rank of bottom 10th, which still lingered in her mind. I'm back, Shinjio's voice resonated from the doorway. As he entered holding a square gift box, casually placing it on a low table beside him while brushing off the dust from his clothes. Gao Linglong immediately lifted her head, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. She hastily set down the tweezers, hurried to the basin to wash her hands. And once the copper tarnish was rinsed away, she swiftly approached him. Brother, Miss Lori didn't give you a hard time, did she? I was a bit worried after seeing her so close to you this morning. Not at all, Shinjio replied, closing the door and picking up the gift box to hand it to her, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Miss Lori simply enjoys jesting. She didn't cause any real trouble. This is for you. Open it and see. Ah, thank you, big brother. Gao Linglong's eyes sparkled like fallen stars. As she accepted the gift box, she suddenly tiptoed and planted a quick kiss on Chunjio's cheek before sitting on a stool, her fingers eagerly unwrapping the packaging with uncontained joy. As the box opened, it revealed a figurine approximately the height of 2 clenched fists. Its silver-gray metallic sheen adorned with rivets and piping patterns, resembling the steam-powered mech she had mentioned several times before. Even the small cannon on the mech's arm was exquisitely detailed. What do you think? Isn't it beautiful? Shinjio sat beside her, a hint of pride in his tone as he remarked, I scoured numerous toy shops to find this, and I heard it's a limited edition. It's beautiful. Gao Linglong exclaimed, turning the figurine over in her hands, her fingertips gently tracing the contours of the mecha. Her eyes curved into crescent moons as she chuckled, only to be reminded of the ranking list she had seen that morning. Pausing momentarily, she looked up at Chunjio and asked softly, Brother, I still find it puzzling. I remember performing quite well. My score should surpass that of many noble names ahead of me. Why, then, is my ranking so low? Observing the confusion in her eyes, Chunjio sighed softly and explained, the school has implemented this for your protection. Consider this. If the scores of commoners blatantly appeared above those of the nobles, it could provoke some petty nobles to stir up trouble, perhaps even resorting to underhanded tactics. The school adjusts the rankings slightly based on background to avoid such complications, allowing you to pursue your studies in peace. He patted her shoulder reassuringly, do not dwell on it. As long as you know your score reflects your true abilities, that is sufficient. Oh, Gao Linglong nodded, somewhat understanding, still clutching the mecha figurine. The knot in her heart loosened a bit. It wasn't that she had performed poorly, but rather the school had its considerations. Shunjio recalled another matter and reminded her, in a few days, you'll be moving into the school. Use these couple of days to pack your luggage and bring along your essentials. The school is not particularly close to our home, and being a military academy, it will likely have strict management rules, making it difficult for you to come and go freely. He paused and added, however, during breaks, you can come and visit me, and I'll take you out for some delicious food. He understood well that while noble offspring might occasionally leave school due to their connections, Gao Linglong had no such background and would have to adhere to the rules, which was simply unavoidable. The formal start of classes following the public examination would still be a month or 2 away, but students who enrolled early received special treatment, allowing them to enter the school for training ahead of time. Gao Linglong stood beside the imposing entrance of the military academy, gripping a suitcase nearly as tall as herself. After confirming her identity with the soldier at the entrance, she could not help but lean in and inquire, excuse me, is this early training a strict requirement? Must I participate? Her fingers tightened around the suitcase's handle, contemplating whether this early training would be too strenuous. The soldier stood at attention, his tone surprisingly gentle as he replied, you may opt to enroll later, joining the other ordinary new students when classes officially commence. He added, however, if you choose that route, you will forfeit the opportunity to become a teaching assistant. The assistants will lead the training for the newcomers, allowing them to familiarize themselves with the curriculum in advance. Additionally, there is a monthly stipend, and outstanding performance can earn you medal points, which you would miss out on. Linglong, over here. A light call echoed from nearby, as their conversation continued. Gao Linglong turned her head and noticed Lori standing by the flower bed adorned with holly, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, each hauling heavy suitcases, yet moving with remarkable steadiness. Upon catching Gao's gaze, Lori waved her hand in a cheerful greeting. "Thank you for sharing so much information." Gao Linglong expressed her gratitude to the soldier before briskly heading toward Lori with her luggage in tow. As they walked side by side toward the dormitory area, Gao recalled the soldier's words and curiously inquired, "Miss Lori, I just heard from the soldier that we early recruits enjoy numerous advantages." He mentioned instructor assistance and allowances, among other benefits. Lori, light on her feet, turned her head with a smile. "Of course, there are advantages. Our cohort is essentially being trained as potential instructors, which subjects us to a much greater intensity of training and more complex exercises. However, the benefits are indeed substantial. For instance, if we wish to take a leave during training, a simple word to the instructor usually suffices, unlike ordinary freshmen who must navigate a labyrinth of approvals." Chapter 135. Training. Upon hearing Lori's words, Gao Linglong nodded in understanding. She gazed at the distant, notably more exquisite dormitory buildings, and a realization dawned upon her. This must be the school's special arrangement for 2 distinct groups. One group comprises noble offspring like Lori, entangled in various connections. Thus the school must afford them some semblance of dignity. The other group likely consists of top-performing students, the school's chosen protégés, naturally deserving a superior environment to facilitate their scholarly pursuits. She sighed softly, acknowledging that while such preferential treatment might evoke discontent among others, as a beneficiary herself, she recognized the commonplace nature of such practices in many realms. "Come along, we have single rooms," Lori said, tugging at her wrist as they made their way to the dormitory area. Although their accommodations paled in comparison to the ones at home, Lori pointed out, "Have you seen those buildings over there? If they are 6-person rooms, crammed with bunk beds, it's like comparing heaven and hell to what we have here." Having grown up in the aristocratic circle, she was well versed in the unspoken rules of such institutions, articulating her thoughts with poise. Gao Linglong, being led along, quickened her pace slightly and bowed earnestly. "Thank you, Miss Lori. Were it not for your guidance, I fear I would still be wandering aimlessly at the registration area." Lori's eyes sparkled at this compliment as she leaned closer, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. "Oh, you truly wish to thank me? That is quite simple. Just whisper in his ear that I, Lori, am both capable and charming, and especially attentive to him. When I eventually become your sister-in-law, we shall be as close as sisters, and there will be no need for thanks." Gao Linglong's smile faltered, her steps hesitating momentarily. Lori's candid intentions left her at a loss for words, and she merely pressed her lips together and lowered her head, pretending she had not heard. The 2 fell into silence, continuing along the cobblestone path. Just as Lori had remarked, the dormitory they were destined for was indeed impressive. With neatly laid red brick walls and white ornate window frames, a stark contrast to the nearby drab buildings, whose peeling walls bore testimony to neglect. In the open space before the building, numerous senior students clad in gray training uniforms were running in an orderly fashion. Their chants resounded with vigorous fervor. The rhythmic echoes of 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, for colliding with the walls and reverberating into eager ears. This was a military academy, predominantly male, and as one surveyed the training grounds, it was evident that the majority of figures were tall and robust. Occasionally, a few girls could be spotted, often with short hair, dressed in matching training attire, exuding an air of efficiency. It was rare to encounter someone like Gao Linglong, who sported shoulder-length hair and wore a light blue dress, or Loli, adorned in a pale yellow outfit embellished with lace. Both were strikingly beautiful. Gao Linglong possessed a gentle grace, her slightly drooping eyes radiating warmth, while Loli was vibrant and lively, her bright eyes sparkling with light, instantly drawing attention. As the running squad passed by them, several male gazes latched onto the girls, their steps faltering, eyes fixated with an intensity that seemed almost palpable. Feeling uncomfortable under the scrutiny, Gao Linglong instinctively shrank behind Loli and murmured, "Why are they looking at us? What are they staring at? Haven't they seen female cadets before? Hurry up and run." The sharp-eyed instructor accompanying the group kicked the last boy who had been the most brazen in his staring, bellowing, "If you dare to lose focus again, you'll be doing a 5-kilometer weighted run." He was acutely aware that the residents of this building were either influential or highly regarded by the academy. Should these rascals cause trouble, he would surely bear the brunt of their folly. Startled by the reprimand, the boys quickly averted their gazes and hastened forward. It was then that Loli patted Gao Linglong on the arm, nonchalantly stating, "It's perfectly normal. Those who get into this school either have families wanting them to attain an officer status or possess genuine talent, which gives them a sense of pride. When they see beautiful girls, it's only natural they take a second glance. But don't be afraid. Here, strength prevails. When you hone your skills and surpass them, not only will they no longer dare to look at you that way, but they'll be the ones fetching you tea and water. Having been accustomed to the superiority of the strong within her family, Loli was unfazed by such notions. Is strength merely a means to command others? Gao Linglong pondered, furrowing her brow and muttering softly. In her previous school in the town, her teachers had always emphasized mutual assistance among classmates. Never had she heard such a rationale. Shouldn't strength be employed to protect oneself and to do good, rather than to wield authority over others? Her thoughts lingered, yet her steps did not falter. Suddenly, Loli halted, pointing to a wooden door ahead. You take care of your luggage. I'll head to my room to drop off my things and come back to call you for dinner at the cafeteria. She jingled the brass key in her hand. Oh, and after we eat, the instructor responsible for our cohort will gather us to discuss the upcoming arrangements. Gao Linglong nodded. All right, I understand. Loli waved goodbye and turned to the adjacent room, unlocking the door with a satisfying click before stepping inside. Behind her followed two bodyguards clad in black suits, each carrying several large suitcases, bending down to accompany her into the room, clearly intent on helping her organize her belongings. Gao Linglong took her simple iron key, inserted it into the lock, and turned it. The door creaked open. As she pushed the door ajar and peered inside, she was slightly taken aback. The room was considerably larger than she had anticipated, estimated to be around 30 square meters. Against the inner wall stood a single wooden bed, adorned with a clean blue cloth mattress. Beside the bed was a dark wardrobe capable of accommodating a substantial amount of clothing. By the window, a wooden table was complemented by a square stool. At the corner of the table rested a brass oil lamp, its wick meticulously trimmed. To her astonishment, there was even a small private bathroom in the corner. Though modest, it boasted a ceramic sink and a simple bathtub, surpassing the conditions of her own home. How remarkably well equipped. She murmured softly, placing her small suitcase on the table and beginning to slowly make the bed. Her movements were deliberate as she carefully spread the sheets she had brought. And just as she positioned the pillow, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Following that was Loli's bright voice. Linglong, are you done? Let us go to the cafeteria. There's a special noble area. I'll take you to have strawberry tarts. Gao Linglong glanced at the clothes still awaiting placement in the wardrobe, reasoning that she had time this evening, and thus did not continue tidying up before stepping out. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Loli raised her hand, signaling the bodyguard behind her to step forward. The bodyguard held a gilded white porcelain tray, which securely cradled a plate of freshly baked strawberry tarts, the crust glistening with a light brown hue. The flaky edges were layered, while the center was adorned with silky white cream, and each strawberry nestled atop resembled glistening rubies, their green stems still fresh and vibrant, appearing juicy and plump. As the two made their way toward the noble area, Gao Linglong couldn't help but steal a few glances. The seating here was unlike that in other areas, featuring deep brown genuine leather sofas that felt soft yet supportive, accompanied by intricately carved wooden tables. The table edges were draped with a layer of ivory lace cloth, the hanging corners embroidered with delicate rose patterns, and even the air was infused with a subtle sweet fragrance. In stark contrast to the usual dining areas filled with the steamy aroma of cooked dishes, the bodyguard set the tray on the table, which not only held the strawberry tart, but also 2 cups of red tea. The teacups were crafted from thin, translucent bone china, the warm glow of the red tea within illuminating the delicate porcelain, while a small slice of lemon peel floated atop, adding a refreshing hint of acidity. Shall we taste? Loli picked up a dainty silver fork, gently spearing half a strawberry, cream adhering to the curve of the berry as she brought it to her mouth, her eyes narrowing with delight. This strawberry tart is one of my favorite desserts. The crust is perfectly crisp, and the cream is not overly rich. Gao Linglong also took up her fork, cautiously prodding at the tart crust, and indeed heard a satisfying crack. She lifted a small piece to her mouth. The buttery fragrance of the crust, the sweetness of the cream, and the juicy essence of the strawberries mingling on her tongue, the sweetness just right, complemented by a hint of fresh fruit aroma. She savored it slowly, her peripheral vision catching sight of a price tag pressed against the edge of the tray, 40 silver coins. The number made her heart skip a beat, as it was nearly double the price of the cream cake previously bought for her by Chinjiu. As she savored the strawberry tart in her mouth, an inexplicable image of herself with a mouthful of silver coins spinning around came to mind, making her swallow with extra caution. Chapter 136 Notification. Once she had swallowed her food, she quietly inquired, Why does everything at school feel so expensive? Lori, gently sipping her black tea, chuckled at her words and lightly touched the warm wall of the cup with her fingertips. Most things at school are actually free. The ordinary meals in the cafeteria, the water and bread in the lounge, even the bedding in the dormitories are all provided by the school. If you wish to save, you could spend virtually nothing here. It's only these exclusive products for the aristocrats that require payment. She gestured towards the strawberry tart on her plate. Take this for instance. The strawberries are grown in the greenhouse at the back of the school, meticulously cared for. And only those that are perfectly shaped and ripened are selected. The cream is freshly made each day from milk that is squeezed in the morning, and the flaky crust is baked upon reservation, ensuring freshness within half an hour of ordering. In essence, it is tailored specifically for the aristocracy, with the ingredients and techniques employed being of the highest caliber, thus the price naturally escalates. She paused for a moment before adding, however, there are opportunities to enjoy these delicacies for free. I've heard that the school distributes 3 personal all-you-can-eat cards each year, awarded to the top 3 students in each grade, allowing them to indulge in these aristocratic snacks and beverages without charge. At this revelation, Gao Linglong's eyes sparkled, her fingers tightening around the teacup, evidently intrigued. After relishing the last bite of her strawberry tart, the crumbly crust mingling with the sweet tart strawberry jam melted delightfully on her tongue. Lori slightly squinted her eyes and accepted the silk napkin offered by the bodyguard beside her. With her fingertips delicately pinching the edge of the napkin, she leisurely wiped the corners of her lips, her movements exuding an innate elegance, as if she were not merely wiping her mouth, but partaking in an exquisite ritual. At this moment, Gao Linglong had already drained her warm cup of black tea, the walls of the cup still misted with faint water vapor. Let us go? Lori set down her napkin, her voice light and airy. The two followed the directions from the earlier notification, traversing a pathway lined with neatly trimmed bushes, arriving at the designated meeting place. It was an ordinary classroom within a teaching building. As they pushed open the wooden door, it emitted a soft creak. The classroom was surprisingly well equipped. A dark green blackboard hung on the front wall, scattered with a few white chalks. The podium was crafted from deep brown hardwood, its edges smoothed over time. Beneath it were rows of blue and white desks and chairs arranged in perfect order. Old-fashioned ceiling fans hung overhead, their blades coated with a thin layer of dust, clearly having not been in motion for some time. The instructor was already waiting there, standing before the podium. She was upright as a pine tree, her military uniform impeccably worn, the insignia on her shoulders gleaming with a cold, hard shine in the light streaming through the window. Remaining completely still, resembling a meticulously carved statue. She is a specially dispatched instructor, a trusted confidant of the Duke within the military. Her purpose here is, quite simply, to safeguard Loli. Once the classroom filled with students and the scattered conversations began to dwindle, she slowly spoke. I am your instructor, Feely, and I also hold the title of Viscount. Her introduction was succinct and straightforward, immediately revealing her identity. Feely's rank stands out prominently among the majority of students present, who are mostly commoners or offspring of lesser nobility. Due to your status as special recruits, the intensity of your training will be slightly less rigorous than that of other regular students, and there will be some leniency regarding matters such as leave, Feely continued, her gaze inadvertently landing on Loli, imbued with a subtle, almost imperceptible scrutiny. If this young lady were to wish to skip training, Feely found herself at a loss, perhaps even needing to devise a way to coax her. However, her tone shifted abruptly, infused with an authoritative gravity as her eyes swept across the other students. Do not think to request leave for some peculiar reasons. I maintain a serious demeanor towards the majority. Gao Linglong instinctively recoiled, murmuring to herself, this must be what they call a flexible moral curve. Standards are dictated by the subject. Training commences tomorrow morning. Gather at the dormitory entrance before 8 a.m. Feely's voice regained its steadiness. For those interested in specialized courses, feel free to approach me for enrollment. Her address was notably brief, and as her words concluded, Loli could hardly contain herself, stifling a small yawn, her eyes reflecting a hint of languorous indifference. Gao Linglong swiftly approached the podium and registered for the engineering machinery course. Upon completing her registration and turning to exit, she noticed Loli waiting for her at the classroom doorway, her fingers idly tracing the cuff of her sleeve. If I had known she would only spout platitudes, I wouldn't have bothered coming. Loli frowned, her tone tinged with annoyance, lamenting the extra distance she had to walk. Are you not coming next time? Gao Linglong instinctively blurted out, immediately regretting the unnecessary question. Loli waved her hand dismissively. It's fine, whether I attend or not. She will always relay the pertinent information to me in advance. Upon returning to the dormitory, the two exchanged simple farewells. Loli turned towards her room, decorated like that of a princess, and headed straight for her plush bed, clearly intending to catch up on some sleep. Gao Linglong, on the other hand, returned to her own room and began to leisurely organize her belongings, folding clothes by season and placing them in the wardrobe, stacking a few books on the bedside table, and methodically arranging small items into the drawers. Before long, the once empty room began to radiate a sense of homeliness. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Gao Linglong rose early. She completed her morning routine an hour ahead of schedule, donned her training attire, and stepped into the morning light, making her way to the school cafeteria. The cafeteria was already bustling with students, and as rumored, the breakfast offerings of milk and bread were indeed complimentary. Gao Linglong took a portion and settled into a window seat, savoring her meal while watching the sky gradually brighten outside. As she exited the dining hall with an empty tray, numerous students had already lined up on the playground, evidently having trained for quite some time. Upon seeing Gao Linglong leisurely emerging from the cafeteria, many cast envious glances her way. The treatment afforded to special recruits was indeed distinct. At that moment, Instructor Faley approached with a steady gait, perfectly timed. Gao Linglong instinctively scanned the crowd, but did not spot Lori, which did not surprise her. Everyone, fall in. Start jogging. With a commanding voice, Faley initiated the physical training. The students formed a line and began to jog around the playground, their footfalls resonating distinctly in the crisp morning air. Gao Linglong followed suit, gradually panting and beads of sweat forming on her forehead. As the training progressed, most were drenched in perspiration and felt their feet growing heavy when a figure leisurely approached from a distance. Lori, clad in a well-tailored sports outfit with her long hair casually tied back, moved with such grace that it seemed as though she were strolling in a garden rather than participating in training. Instructor Faley appeared oblivious, continuing to issue commands. The other students, having seen the Duke's daughter in newspapers, tactfully pretended not to notice, though the rhythm of their running became inexplicably disrupted. Lori walked directly to Gao Linglong's side, observing her sweat-soaked training attire, and handed her a towel embroidered with intricate patterns. Linglong, why are you sweating so much? It seems you need to exercise more. Gao Linglong accepted the towel, wiped her face, and couldn't help but roll her eyes. With this intensity of training, who wouldn't he be drenched in sweat? The intensity of the subsequent training noticeably diminished, consisting merely of simple formation exercises. Before long, Faley announced dismissal. Gao Linglong first returned to her dormitory to take a shower and change into clean clothes before joining Lori for a meal in the dining hall. At the table, Lori's plate was adorned with an exquisite steak, a vegetable salad, and red wine, while Gao Linglong's consisted of simple roasted meat and rice. The disparity in their meals was stark, yet Gao Linglong paid it no mind, enjoying her food with gusto. The afternoon class was a military battlefield command training session organized by the school. In the classroom, the instructor explained tactical deployments using a sand table, and Gao Linglong listened intently, jotting down key points in her notebook. Following this session, she was to attend her chosen course in mechanical engineering. At the mere thought of greasy parts and rumbling machinery, Lori made a face of polite aversion. I'll wait for you at the cafe outside. Gao Linglong nodded, shouldering her tool bag as she entered the practical training workshop. Chapter 137. The incident as Gao Linglong entered the preparatory class for steam mech manufacturing. Clutching a specially designed metallic textbook, murmurs arose from the back row. Dressed in a crisp silver-gray military academy uniform, with a poised silhouette and neatly tucked hair beneath her military cap, she scanned the classroom for an available seat and made her way there. The girl seated next to her discreetly regarded her. This transfer student had only registered at the academic office the day before and was rumored to have achieved a high score on the transfer examination. At this moment, the textbook lay open before her, her fingertips gently gliding over the diagram illustrating the steps for disassembling the steam valve, clearly having prepared in advance. Gao Linglong possessed a certain foundation, making her direct entry into the class unproblematic. The sharp sound of a metal pointer striking the blackboard resonated from the podium. As the silver-haired professor adjusted the copper-framed glasses perched on his nose, his rich voice enveloping the classroom's subtle murmurs. Attention, everyone, he proclaimed. Every formula I teach you and every structural component I discuss is a fundamental precursor to the creation of steam mechas. He paused, taking a piece of chalk to emphatically circle the phrase energy transmission efficiency on the blackboard. If you fail this course's comprehensive final exam, regardless of how well you perform in other subjects, you shall not be permitted to select advanced courses in mecha manufacturing. This is a strict rule of the Imperial Military Academy. After outlining the key points of steam pipeline sealing technology, The professor lifted a porcelain teacup from the desk, a drop of amber tea sliding down the rim. He wiped it away with his hand and added, "Moreover, do not forget that each grade level has quarterly assessment examinations. Your overall scores will be ranked in real time, and the student in the lowest position, regardless of their family background, will be expelled from the academy." Expelled? The classroom erupted in a flurry of anxious chatter. The plump boy seated in the middle instinctively touched the family crest on his chest. He was merely coasting through to obtain a diploma, having already secured connections that would allow him to enter the logistics department after sufficient time. His previously nonchalant expression vanished, replaced by a shared look of panic with several nearby students who harbored similar thoughts. Yet Gao Linglong quietly straightened her posture, her eyes sparkling with newfound determination. She recalled what Loli had said yesterday while dragging her to the cafeteria. The top few students in the assessments would receive annual meal cards. Unlimited black pepper steak, creamy mushroom soup, and caramel pudding for dessert awaited them. The thought made her swallow hard. "Professor, how can one achieve a top ranking? Are there specific requirements?" Gao Linglong raised her hand, her voice ringing clear. The professor's eyes brightened, setting down his teacup and nodding. "Excellent question. You clearly wish to learn earnestly." He continued. "The detailed requirements are posted in the notice board on the first floor of the academic building, but I can share a few key points with you." He counted on his fingers, his speech slowing. "First, each subject must score above 90, and you must select at least 3 core subjects, all reaching the excellence threshold. Second, your speed and precision in assembling mecha components during practical classes must place you within the top 30 of your grade. Third, the professor grew increasingly engrossed, discussing the grading criteria and referencing exemplary students from previous years, until the waning light outside prompted him to suddenly slap his forehead. "Oh dear. I've chatted for too long and lost track of our lesson. This class will be extended by half an hour as we finish discussing the steam core cooling system." A few soft sighs echoed in the classroom, yet Gao Linglong had already produced her notebook, her pen swiftly gliding across the pages, displaying no signs of discontent. Meanwhile, Chun Jio stood in the reception room of the office, his fingers gripping a gold-embossed commission document, his brow slightly furrowed. Since the last time someone saw him sharing a carriage with the butler of the Duke's residence, the head of the office appeared to have discovered a promising opportunity, subsequently assigning him several commissions involving the nobility. Among these was the task of attending to Connie, the noblewoman who had persistently pursued him before. "Brother Gio, I knew you would never abandon me." In the parlor, Connie had been with her head bowed, her fingertips unconsciously twisting the cuff of her silk shirt. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, she lifted her gaze, her eyes instantly sparkling with anticipation. He was clad in a pastel pink and white casual suit. A fresh white rose pinned at his collar, and he stood up languidly, his steps deliberately slow as he approached Chunjio. "Miss Connie, please maintain your decorum." Chunjio retreated a step, his tone cooling, the term "miss" emphasized with a weight that underscored the distance between them. He had not forgotten the last time Connie had leaned in, revealing a silver pendant engraved with his name, the intent behind her actions glaringly apparent. He desired nothing more than to distance himself from such troublesome affections, as he had no intention of fencing. Connie halted in her tracks, her smile dimming slightly. She brushed a stray lock of hair from her forehead, her tone laced with a playful regret. "What a pity. I thought we had a delightful rapport last time." She flicked her wrist adorned with a pearl bracelet, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Chunjio, clearly unwilling to relinquish her pursuit easily. Chunjio held a thin sheet of commission documents between his fingers, unconsciously rubbing the edge of the paper. The inked details of the commission glimmered coldly under the warm light of the desk lamp. Taking a deep breath, he swallowed hard and gently placed the document on the walnut desk, the sound resonating like a deliberate demarcation. "I am here to handle the investigation regarding your commission on infidelity. Personal matters need not be discussed." His voice remained steady, devoid of emotion, revealing the calm demeanor cultivated through years in this profession. After all, the domestic affairs of clients were invariably peculiar. But encountering a request to investigate one's biological mother was a first for him. Connie reclined on the velvet sofa across from him, her posture languid, yet exuding an air of refined nobility. Upon hearing his words, she lifted her gaze, her slender fingers presenting a sealed photograph, her pale pink nail polish accentuating her delicate fingertips. "Indeed, I suspect my mother of infidelity." Her tone is flat, as if she were commenting on the pleasantness of the weather. She lightly tapped the image of the woman in the photograph. "I need you to trail her movements and uncover the truth, especially concerning her unexplained absences every Wednesday afternoon." Chunjio reached out to accept the photograph, noting its pristine condition. The woman depicted was well maintained, her curly hair meticulously styled, and while she bore some resemblance to Connie, there was an added softness that spoke of years gone by. A mere glance at her face drew his attention to the handwriting on the back, neatly pinned lines in a hurried script. Noting potential locations she might frequent on Wednesday afternoons, the West City Wudong Mansion for afternoon tea gatherings. You wish to investigate your mother? Chunjio turned the photograph over, his fingertips gripping its edge, a rare note of hesitation creeping into his voice. Is this your father's wish? According to common reasoning, such commissions are typically initiated by one spouse, while it is a rarity for children to actively investigate their parents. Connie, upon hearing this, propped her chin on one hand and toyed with the tassels on the sofa's armrest with the other, her lips curving into an enigmatic smile. Not exactly, he replied, his eyes subtly lifting at the corners, his tone imbued with an indescribable nuance. This is merely my personal opinion. After all, I dislike witnessing anyone at home feigning ignorance while being fully aware. Wouldn't you agree? His smile appeared sweet, yet his gaze lacked warmth, resembling an ice cube encased in a layer of sugar. Chunjio opened his mouth, intending to voice a question, but found his words caught in his throat. Observing Connie's smile, which bore no trace of emotion, he suddenly felt there was little left to discuss. The motivations of clients could be as varied as they were peculiar. His duty was to fulfill the commission, not to delve into the labyrinthine depths of human motives. He silently placed the photographs and commission documents into his sleek black leather folder, the snap of its clasp resonating softly. Your commission has been received, he stated, standing up and adjusting his deep gray suit jacket, maintaining a professional demeanor. We will first verify the location noted on the back of the photographs. Once there is any progress, I shall promptly inform you. With that, he gestured for her to leave. Do not be in such a hurry, Connie remarked, remaining seated and leaning slightly forward, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Chunjio. She blinked at him twice, her long eyelashes fluttering like little fans. Since you will be investigating my mother's whereabouts, why not accompany me to a few soirees? Consider it an opportunity to familiarize yourself with the circle of affluent ladies. I can offer to pay double the commission fee. What do you say? Chunjio halted, a barely perceptible frown creasing his brow, setting aside the ambiguity of her words. He pondered the implications of being seen in public with a woman, particularly if Connie's mother, the very subject of his surveillance, were to spot him. It was likely that before the investigation even commenced, he would be tagged as a suspicious individual, making it difficult to approach the target. He chose not to respond, merely shaking his head slightly in a polite gesture before turning to exit, his pace quickening. He was keen to avoid further entanglement with this inscrutable client. Chapter 138. The problem. Once Connie's figure vanished from the office doorway, Chunjio promptly retrieved his phone and, referencing the address on the back of the photograph, sent a message to his colleagues responsible for the preliminary investigation, confirming that today was indeed Wednesday. He deduced that Connie's mother was likely attending an afternoon tea gathering at the Wudong Pavilion in the western district of the city. Half an hour later, Chunjio arrived at the Wudong Pavilion. This venue was renowned as a high-end club in the western part of the city, its exterior adorned with lush green vines. And a doorman clad in a black tuxedo stood at the entrance, exuding an elegance reminiscent of a character from a classic film. Dressed casually, Chunjio was politely intercepted by the doorman before he could approach the entrance. Good afternoon, sir. May I inquire if you have a reservation? Today, an exclusive afternoon tea gathering for members is being held at the mansion, currently not open to the public. Chunjio produced his identification, attempting to enter under the pretense of a business visit, yet was gently but firmly denied by the attendant. I apologize, sir. Without a member's referral, entry is not permitted, even for a business visit. He stood at the entrance, peering through the expansive glass windows, catching sight of the exquisite scene within. Elegantly dressed women gathered around a round table, delicately holding fine china teacups, conversing in hushed tones, the air seemingly infused with a subtle aroma of tea and perfume. Left with no choice, Chunjio retreated to the shade of a sycamore tree diagonally across from the mansion. The thick foliage provided ample cover, allowing him to observe the mansion's entrance unobtrusively. He retrieved a folding stool from his backpack, gently unfolding it to sit down. He then produced a pair of binoculars, not the exaggerated long-focus type, but a portable model disguised as ordinary sunglasses, which he donned, appearing to leisurely admire the scenery while his gaze remained fixed on the mansion's doorway. Time trickled by, the sun gradually shifting from its zenith to the west, the once brilliant light softening into a warm orange hue. The leaves of the sycamore swayed gently in the breeze, casting dancing shadows on the ground. Chunjio remained motionless beneath the tree, only occasionally lifting his hand to check the time, momentarily breaking the stillness. He had been stationed there for over 3 hours, and his legs were beginning to tingle. Finally, as the setting sun painted the sky in delicate shades of pink. There was movement at the mansion's entrance. A group of elegantly attired women emerged, chatting and laughing, among them a woman in a cream-colored dress with curled hair. Her figure and features identical to those in the photograph, none other than Connie's mother. Chunjiu immediately straightened his posture, his fingers discreetly pressing the shutter of the camera concealed in his pocket, the soft click of the shutter drowned out by the rustling leaves stirred by the wind. He watched as the woman bid farewell to her companions, then entered a sleek black sedan, which slowly departed, vanishing at the end of the street. As twilight deepened, the intricately wrought iron gates of the suburban mansion closed slowly in the fading light, the heavy brass lock clicking shut, sealing off the interior from the outside world. Hidden in the shadows of the sycamore tree at the street corner, Chunjiu's fingertips grazed the metallic tool at his waist, his gaze sweeping over every detail of the mansion. The 3-meter-high stone wall was crowned with sharp iron spikes. The metal lock of the western passage hung on the door, and the ventilation window in the backyard was protected by a fine anti-theft mesh. The only vulnerability lay in the slightly loose wooden side door under the eastern corridor. Yet it too was secured with a thick iron chain. It was even possible that the patrolling officers had been bribed, for their patrol speed in this area was twice that of other locales. He circled the mansion's perimeter thrice, from the street-facing main entrance to the garden path at the rear, even utilizing the height of nearby treetops to glimpse the courtyard, ultimately resigning to abandon the notion of a forced entry. Unless he could disable the lock or break a window, there was no possibility of silent infiltration, and both methods would undoubtedly alert the occupants. I require a means of access to the mansion, whether through visitor credentials or a temporary pass, expeditiously. Chunjiu dialed the office's communication line, the receiver crackling with faint static. Leaning against the frigid stone wall, his gaze remained fixed on the direction of the mansion. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a familiar scent, elusive yet striking enough to momentarily halt his thoughts. However, upon deeper reflection, he could not recall where he had encountered it before. It was unlike any creature he had previously encountered. Frowning at the scent, he received a timely response from the office regarding his request. The connections within the mansion would require time to establish, so it was advised to find a place to rest for the night, with a promise of a reply by 10 o'clock the following morning. Given that it was a task associated with the Marquis' estate, the office would naturally exert its utmost effort in providing assistance. Chunjiu acknowledged this, disconnecting the call, and cast one last glance at the mansion, now illuminated by a growing number of lights, before meandering toward a nearby inn. Since entry was temporarily barred, it would be wise to rest early, especially since he was currently utilizing public funds. Meanwhile, in the study of the Marquis' residence, Connie anxiously twisted the gemstone ring upon her finger. Before her lay a ledger of assets sprawled across the rich mahogany table, its dense script detailing the Marquis family's properties, estates on the outskirts of the city, shops in the bustling center, gold bars and bonds held in banks, each item enough to incite envy in any ordinary noble. Yet, just 3 days prior, her mother had unexpectedly declared at the dinner table her intention to donate half of their wealth to a charitable institution, with plans to distribute the remainder in stages. Citing a desire to do something for the divine. Is my mother mad? Connie grasped the ledger, her fingertips turning pale from the pressure. She could not recall her mother ever having any particular faith. As the sole publicly acknowledged offspring of the Marquis and his wife, Connie had grown accustomed to their indulgent yet detached parenting styles. Though her parents led separate lives, they had been generous enough to imply that these riches would eventually be hers. In the aristocratic circles, infidelity within marriage was an open secret. Her father often mingled among socialites, while her mother had her share of public acquaintances. They maintained a facade of decorum, uninterfering in one another's affairs. But now, the abrupt decision to divest their wealth was something Connie found utterly unacceptable. The air in the Marquis' study was thick with the mingling scents of tobacco and cedar. The Marquis held a freshly lit pipe to his lips, the ember flickering in the dim light. He cast a sidelong glance at Connie, his tone devoid of any paternal warmth, resembling more a discussion of trivial transactions. You know your mother's mindset better than I do. I can at most assist you by holding that sum in the account for a week, just a week. He paused, ash from the pipe tumbling onto the opulent carpet, his gaze betraying unmasked disdain. If you can convince your mother within that week to abandon her donation plans, then the money, along with the family's other assets, will naturally be yours. But should you fail, he scoffed lightly, his tone growing increasingly indifferent. It's her money. She may donate it to whomever she pleases, and I shall not intervene. Connie clenched her fists, her nails nearly embedding themselves into her palms. She was acutely aware of her father's sentiments. He had long regarded her with disdain, convinced that her character lacked the requisite fortitude. In private, he even mocked her for being effeminate, deeming her as foolish as her mother. She knew all too well that her father had an illegitimate son outside their marriage, whom he had surreptitiously supported over the years. Already calculating to bequeath the family fortune to that son, who possessed a normal orientation. Should she falter this time, her father would likely seize the opportunity to sever ties, irrevocably expelling her from the ranks of potential heirs. Understanding this, Connie inhaled deeply, suppressing the humiliation that gnawed at her, her voice unwaveringly resolute. She had no alternative but to wager on the hope that Chunjiu could unravel the reasons behind her mother's sudden change of heart, risking everything to safeguard her rightful inheritance. Were Chunjiu present at that moment, he might have rolled his eyes in disbelief, incredulously questioning her faith in his abilities after only a few days of acquaintance. Surely, she had lost her basic judgment in the throes of infatuation. Yet Connie's mind was consumed with thoughts of preserving her fortune, leaving no room for such considerations. The following morning, just after Chunjiu had completed his morning routine, he received a communication from the firm. The voice on the other end was laden with regret, delivering unfortunate news. "I'm sorry, Chunjiu. We've exhausted all avenues. The connections at the Marquis' estate, the management of the mansion, even the officials responsible for visitor registration have proven ineffective. We currently lack the means to secure your entry into the mansion." Chunjiu's brow furrowed instantly, his fingers unconsciously drumming on the table. The strict management of the mansion was excessively severe, clearly indicating an abnormal situation. Without entry privileges, he could not conduct a close investigation, let alone uncover the reasons behind Connie's mother's sudden decision to donate her fortune. Just as he pondered his next steps, the firm's representative added, "However, we have uncovered some valuable information. According to residents and staff near the mansion, Connie's mother has been frequently visiting the estate, seemingly participating in some form of religious activity." Religious activity? Chunjiu's eyes brightened with curiosity as he pressed for further details. Indeed, the representative elaborated, the empire permits legitimate religious activities, ostensibly out of respect for the populace's freedom. However, the underlying motive is taxation. As you know, all religious institutions must pay a 75 tax to the empire, a significant sum for the imperial treasury. Pausing, the tone shifted to one of gravity. Yet, the empire's tolerance has its limits. Any religious organization unwilling to comply with tax regulations or attempting to secretly expand its influence will be classified as a cult and dealt with mercilessly. The religion in which Connie's mother is involved appears to comply with tax obligations, but its true nature remains unknown to us. After hanging up, Chunjiu pondered whether this religious activity could be the reason behind Connie's mother's inexplicable decision to donate her fortune. Gazing out at the rising sun, a new plan began to form in his mind. Even without entry privileges, he could investigate this religious activity to uncover the truth lurking beneath the surface. As Chunjiu drove towards the mansion, he deliberately veered into the nearby residential area, intending to gather further intelligence. The aroma of freshly prepared breakfast wafted from a corner eatery, where the proprietress, clad in a gray apron, was filling a steamer with buns. Chunjiu halted his vehicle, purchased 2 baskets of pork-filled buns, and casually engaged her in conversation. "Sister, given how close your establishment is, do you happen to know if there have been any recent activities at the mansion?" The proprietress paused momentarily, casting a furtive glance towards the mansion before lowering her voice. "How could I not know? Every Wednesday and Saturday afternoon, women in black dresses enter, clutching shiny silver boxes. It all seems rather suspicious. Just the other day, my neighbor, Old Wong, heard singing emanating from the mansion, slow and heavy. It sent a shiver down my spine." Chunjiu pressed further. "Have you noticed the times these individuals arrive, or seen a woman around 50 with slightly curly hair?" This description was based on Connie's portrayal, forming a vivid image of her mother in his mind. Furrowing her brow, the proprietress contemplated, "I believe I saw someone fitting that description last Saturday afternoon. I was tidying up outside when a woman in a beige trench coat exited the mansion, her hair indeed curled. She appeared in quite a hurry, covering her face with her hand as if fearing recognition. At the time, I found it puzzling. Those residing in the mansion are affluent, so why would anyone be so secretive?" With this lead in hand, Chunjiu expressed his gratitude to the proprietress and returned to his vehicle. Instead of heading directly to the mansion's front entrance, he maneuvered towards a narrow alley behind it. Towering sycamore trees lined both sides of the alley, their dense foliage providing ample concealment. As he crept along the wall, he suddenly overheard a hushed conversation nearby. "This ritual must remain confidential. If the Empire discovers our concealment of the sacred relics, it will all be over." A male voice, tinged with anxiety, whispered. Rest assured, the arrangements have been made. This afternoon at 3, the followers will enter through the back door. The relics are hidden in the basement's secret chamber, and no one will find them. A female voice replied. A knot tightened in Chunjio's stomach. The terms ritual, sacred relics, and secret chamber heightened his suspicions about this religious group. He cautiously edged forward, peering through a crack in the wall to glimpse two individuals in black uniforms conversing by the back door, short blades secured at their waists, resembling guardians of this faith. Once the guards departed, Chunjio quickly noted the back door's location. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was 10 in the morning, leaving him with 5 hours until the afternoon rendezvous. He needed to devise a plan to infiltrate the gathering and uncover the true nature of this religion, as well as the mystery surrounding Connie's mother's South-bequeathed estate. Was it concealed within this so-called sacred relic? Returning to his car, he opened his notebook and swiftly documented the information he had just gathered, sketching a rudimentary map of the mansion's back entrance. Subsequently, his associates contacted him, informing him, "We've located an account under Connie's mother's name. Last week, a substantial sum was transferred to an account belonging to the Church of Holy Light, the very organization conducting activities at the mansion." The name Holy Light Church resonated with Chunjio, evoking a sense of familiarity. However, all clues pointed towards this church, prompting him to prepare an outfit that would allow him to blend seamlessly into the sacred gathering. He parked his vehicle in a discreet corner, 3 streets away from the mansion, and opened the trunk to rummage through its contents. Aside from his usual toolkit, he discovered a black hoodie left over from his last endeavor, an inconspicuous piece that would serve well for disguise. He also retrieved a compact, multifunctional Swiss Army knife from his toolkit, pocketing it as a means of ensuring his safety. With 4 hours remaining until 3 in the afternoon, he remained industrious, making his way back to a convenience store near the mansion. The store's proprietor, a bespectacled middle-aged man, was engrossed in inventory. Chunjio purchased a bottle of water, deliberately taking his time to unscrew the cap, and nonchalantly remarked, "Boss, your store is quite close to the mansion. I've heard it's been rather lively there lately. I need to deliver some items this afternoon, and fear I might lose my way." The owner glanced up, adjusting his glasses. "What items are you delivering?" The mansion usually has stringent access protocols. Aside from regular suppliers, outsiders are rarely allowed in. Just some pre-packaged candles and silk. They mentioned needing them for an event this afternoon. Chunjio fabricated an excuse, his gaze keenly observing the owner's reaction. "Oh," the proprietor exclaimed, as if suddenly enlightened. "You must be referring to the Holy Light Church. A couple of weeks ago, someone came in for candles, saying they were for some sort of ceremony. By the way, they received deliveries through the back entrance, at the end of that small alley to the west. Just mention the name Holy Light when you arrive, and someone will assist you." Chunjio felt a surge of satisfaction and inquired further, "Are there any specific requirements for the delivery personnel? Perhaps a particular attire?" "I haven't heard of any stipulations, but it seems that those who deliver usually dress quite plainly. Nothing too extravagant should suffice," the owner replied, returning to his inventory without further questioning. After expressing his gratitude, Chunjio returned to his vehicle, noting that it was nearing noon. He found a small noodle shop where he quickly consumed a bowl of noodles before returning to his car to don the black hoodie. Pulling the hood low over his face and adding an unobtrusive black mask that left only his eyes visible, though he might appear suspicious, obscuring his facial features rendered him less recognizable. He had also tucked away several empty candle packaging boxes in his bag, salvaged from the nearby recycling station, which would serve as effective props for his disguise. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Chunjio strolled leisurely towards the back alley of the mansion, clutching the black bag. The alley was tranquil, save for the rustling of sycamore leaves stirred by the wind. As he approached the back entrance, he spotted 2 guards clad in black uniforms standing sentinel, their short blades sheathed at their sides, reminiscent of the ones he had observed earlier. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain a natural gait. As he drew closer, one of the guards halted him. "What business do you have with the candles and silk? You were supposed to coordinate with someone from the Holy Light Church." Keeping his head bowed, he deliberately lowered his voice to a gravelly tone, extending the black bag forward to reveal the candle packaging inside. The guard glanced at the burlap sack, then scrutinized Chunjio from head to toe, seemingly detecting no irregularities. He nodded to another guard and stepped aside, saying, "You may enter. Proceed straight and take a left. Someone will meet you." Chunjio expressed his gratitude and entered through the back door. Inside lay a narrow corridor, flanked by walls draped with black curtains, each adorned with a peculiar symbol resembling a circle, within which 3 upward arcs resided, an image that bore no resemblance to any common religious icon, exuding an inexplicable eeriness. After walking several meters, a woman clad in a long black dress appeared at the corridor's end. Upon seeing Chunjio, she inquired, "Are you here to deliver something?" "Yes." Chunjio replied, keeping his head bowed. "Follow me," she instructed, turning to proceed down another hallway. Chunjio trailed behind her, his eyes swiftly scanning the surroundings. The doors to the rooms on either side remained shut, though faint murmurs and soft, haunting melodies occasionally drifted from within, reminiscent of the slow, heavy tunes sung by the breakfast shop's proprietress, sending chills down one's spine. The woman led him to the entrance of a small room and said, "You may leave the items here." He hesitated, realizing he had yet to locate the basement. He could not simply depart. Intentionally, he pretended to slip, colliding against the wall while exclaiming in surprise as the burlap sack tumbled from his grasp, scattering the candle packaging across the floor. "What are you doing?" The woman furrowed her brow, her tone tinged with impatience. I apologize. The floor is quite slippery," Chunjio hurriedly replied, crouching to feign gathering the scattered boxes while discreetly glancing into the room. There, he spotted a long table adorned with several silver boxes, identical to those described by the breakfast shop owner. More importantly, he noted a staircase leading downwards in the corner, concealed by a black curtain that bore the same strange symbol. "Hurry up and clean up. Don't waste time," the woman urged. Chunjio swiftly collected the packaging, placing it back into the burlap sack, and deliberately dropped a box near the stairway. As he bent down to retrieve it, he stealthily eavesdropped. Just then, he heard a familiar voice, Connie's mother. "Will the sacred relic truly protect us? I have donated all my possessions," hoping for her voice trembled with a hint of fear. "Rest assured, as long as your faith is sincere, the relic will undoubtedly safeguard you," another unfamiliar female voice comforted, though it conveyed a chilling, mechanical tone. Chunjio's heart raced. He yearned to listen longer, but the woman impatiently shoved him, exclaiming, "Enough! Leave the items here and be on your way." With no choice, Chunjio grasped the burlap sack and made his way out. Upon reaching the corridor's entrance, he deliberately slowed his pace, committing the small room's location to memory. Its doorplate reading storage room. He understood that the stairway leading underground must surely be the passage to the hidden chamber, where the truth regarding Connie's mother's bequest and the so-called sacred relic lay concealed. Exiting through the back door, Chunjio hastened back to his vehicle, removing his mask and hat, having gained a clearer understanding of the peculiarities at play. Within lay a minor divine descent ritual, presumably the sole manifestation of the supreme divine realm among the three factions he had yet to encounter. He glanced at his pocket watch. It was 2:50 in the afternoon, with merely 10 minutes remaining before the commencement of the sacred rite. He produced a homing pigeon, dispatching a message to the office. "I have infiltrated the mansion and discovered the entrance to the basement. Connie's mother is indeed inside, and there seems to be a potential deception within the Holy Light Church. I request support." However, the ensuing events would not necessitate his personal involvement. The wind at the alley's mouth abruptly ceased, the air thickening to the point where it felt tangible, as if one could wring water from it. The leaves of the aged sycamore trees at the base of the wall remained suspended in midair, devoid of even the slightest quiver, while the cicada's chorus was abruptly silenced, as if an invisible hand had clasped their throats, plunging the entire alley into an eerie stillness. The two guards who had stood by the vermilion door of the mansion had quietly slipped into the passage behind, leaving the heavy wooden doors ajar. No light seeped through the crack, yet a faint, incense-like aroma wafted forth, one that bore a strangely cloying sweetness, as if intertwined with indistinct, otherworldly essences, lingering in the air and tightening one's throat. The wall clock's hands moved incrementally, each tick resonating like a hammer upon the heart. At 2:58, a sudden, synchronized sound of footsteps echoed from the depths of the passage. Thud, 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 each step measured with the precision of a ruler, devoid of any disorder. Following this, a previously scattered hum surged, transforming into a magnificent and solemn melody. It was not merely the voices of a few individuals, but rather the harmonious resonance of hundreds, even thousands, layered together, akin to distant thunder rumbling from the earth, causing one's eardrums to throb painfully, as if the very cobblestones beneath trembled. By the dim light of the wall sconces, the approaching figures became discernible, women clad in long black gowns, their hems trailing to their ankles, moving with utter silence. They formed two lines, standing as straight as if cut by a blade, each one cradling a polished silver box, its surface gleaming yet reflecting not a hint of human form. What sent chills down one's spine was the symbol affixed to each silver box's lid, identical to that which adorned the curtain blocking the stairway in the mansion. The symbol's twisted lines glimmered with a cold, eerie light in the dimness, resembling a multitude of eyes fixated upon one. The women advanced silently toward the storage room, their footsteps intertwining with the chant, suffocating the air. A tendril emerged from a crevice in the wall. Why did this ritual feel so uncanny? Who truly was the malevolent deity? At 3 o'clock, as the second hand brushed past the 12, the chanting abruptly ceased, leaving not a trace of its resonance. Silence enveloped the space once more profound than before, rendering even the sound of one's breath distinctly audible. Immediately, a sharp whistle sliced through the silence. The sound was high-pitched and elongated, akin to metal scraping against stone, piercing the eardrums with a painful sting. Before the whistle faded, a rustling sound of fabric being disturbed echoed from the storeroom, a soft, grating noise that was particularly jarring in the stillness, unmistakably indicating that someone was reaching to lift the curtain obstructing the stairwell. Each friction felt like a tug on one's very nerves. At that moment, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps and the clanging of metal reverberated from outside the mansion, signaling the arrival of Chunjio with reinforcements. Black uniforms unfurled at the alley's entrance as soldiers skillfully surrounded the entire mansion, their rifle butts pressed against the ground. Gun barrels aimed at the slightly ajar wooden doors. The report sent to the Empire by the office was unequivocal: suspected illegal assembly, plotting to subvert the imperial regime. The notion of illegal assembly was but a facade, a pretext to mobilize troops, yet it would not be long before this falsehood morphed into an ironclad reality. Soldiers armed with psychic rifles crouched low, inching toward the wooden doors, fingers poised on the triggers, their breaths barely perceptible. Just as the lead soldier's fingertip neared the door, a raspy, aged voice resonated from the corridor, gravelly as if sandpapered, yet imbued with an undeniable authority, proclaiming in a peculiar intonation, "Welcome, the holy envoy. All sincere offerings shall attain eternal life." The moment the words were uttered, a blinding light erupted from the depths of the corridor, piercing through the mansion's roof and reaching skyward. This was no ordinary white light. It shimmered with a pale golden halo, so bright that it was blinding, compelling even the soldiers at the distant alley entrance to instinctively shield their eyes. Strangely, the light cleaved the sky like a sharp blade, creating a gash in the heavens. The very fabric of space seemed to tear asunder, the edges of the fissure rippling with distortion, revealing an unfathomable abyss of darkness within, where a towering silhouette lurked, obscured yet evoking profound awe and terror. An overwhelming pressure cascaded from the rift, sweeping over the entire imperial capital like a tidal wave. Even though it was merely the aura emitted by the envoy's projection, it remained an unassailable force to ordinary souls. The soldiers who had approached the door fell to the ground without uttering a sound, limbs rigid, even their fingers unable to move, helplessly watching as the rift expanded, their breaths becoming labored. "The offerings are too few," a haughty whisper suddenly resonated, its tone subdued yet echoing throughout every corner of the imperial capital. Nobles within the palace and commoners in the alleys alike distinctly heard the proclamation, as if it reverberated directly within their minds. Even more terrifying was the sensation that their very souls were being tugged by an invisible force, as if being wrenched from their bodies, hearts racing, yet devoid of the strength to resist. Suddenly, a colossal skeletal hand emerged from the fissure, its size surpassing that of the tallest tower in the imperial capital. Each finger bone resembled stout stone pillars, radiating a ghostly gray light, while tendrils of black mist coiled between the fingers. It was testing the boundaries, gradually prying open the space with the power of the fissure, seeking to fully descend upon this land. "A city sacrificed solely for the arrival of my lord." The voice of the archbishop echoed once more, this time brimming with fervent excitement, devoid of any pretense. He was not merely conducting a conventional offering. He aimed to turn the entire populace of the imperial capital into sacrificial offerings, using the lives of the city's inhabitants to pave a path for the deity beyond the fissure, allowing it to enter this world completely. Black mist continuously poured from the fissure, gradually enveloping half the sky. The screams and cries from within the imperial capital rose and fell, yet appeared remarkably insignificant beneath that towering pressure. The skeletal hand continued its descent, drawing ever closer to the ground, which began to tremble violently, causing tiles to crash down from rooftops. In that moment, the entire imperial capital was engulfed in a despairing panic. Chapter 141. The Abyss, but this was where it ended. As the once skeletal hand gradually sprouted tentacles, the deity finally sensed something amiss. "Damnable traitors! You dare conspire with the malevolent god." Its voice was filled with rage, yet devoid of its former potency. Countless tentacles coiled around its arms, and a mocking voice echoed in its mind. "Did you not wish to enter? I grant you that. It found itself powerless to resist. Countless tentacles bound its body, drawing it from another realm into this one. Lazocthas, as the highest gods in the celestial realm since the disturbance, they united their strength, striving to rescue this upper deity on the brink of being consumed by the fissure. The divine form was torn asunder, and brilliant golden divine blood splattered upon the floor of the celestial realm. At the moment the divine blood fell, the white jade tiles of the celestial realm emitted a sound of cracking. The golden droplets, not of mere iron but of divine essence, writhed upon impact, dissipating into wisps of green smoke. The power of Lazocthas was visibly diminishing, even its divine blood losing the ability to congeal. Hold on to it. Use the Genesis anchor. The goddess, clad in a robe of starlight, cried out, conjuring 3 radiant chains of light, which she forcefully drove toward Lazocthas, ensnared by the tentacles. Yet, as soon as the chains made contact with those slick appendages, they were instantly stained black, corroded as if by strong acid, leaving only the air thick with the stench reminiscent of decaying seaweed. Futile. Lazocthas's roar was intertwined with a tremor of despair. It could vividly feel its divine essence being torn apart. This was the core it had amassed over countless millennia, reliant on the faith of its followers, now being devoured by an invisible maw. With every passing second, large fragments of golden divine essence flaked away from its body, plummeting into the ever-widening black chasm behind it. Deep within the fissure, countless scarlet eyes flickered with greedy light, as if relishing the final struggles of their prey. The rescue of the gods continues unabated. The god of war, wielding a colossal axe, leaps into the fray, his blade cleaving a golden arc potent enough to split mountains. Yet it merely severs a few slender tendrils. The goddess of life attempts to ensnare the body of Lathasaxes with vines, dragging him toward the celestial heights. However, as the vines brush against his divine form, they wither and darken instantaneously, accompanied by a brief disturbance in the goddess's divine power. It is the corruption of the malevolent deity. Someone cries out in despair. These tendrils embody the principle of consumption, assimilating all they touch. Before the words can settle, Lathasaxes emits a piercing scream of anguish. As onlookers gaze upon the scene, they witness his upper body being inexorably drawn into the rift, leaving only the lower half. Severed at the waist, with divine blood gushing forth like a fountain, only to be siphoned away by the rift before a single drop can touch the ground. The remaining segment of his divine form rides futilely, its golden blood gradually dimming, ultimately morphing into a cold, lusterless statue that crashes to the earth. On the other side of the rift, above the imperial capital as perceived by mortals, the scene becomes even more surreal. The once clear sky is now stained a deep purple, and a massive black fissure resembles a gaping wound in the heavens, from which tendrils writhe violently in the air. Below, chaos reigns in the capital. Soldiers tremble with their weapons raised, while civilians kneel in fervent prayer, lacking even the courage to glance skyward until Lathasaxes' upper body is fully extracted from the rift, revealing the true form of the giant. His divine armor lies shredded, exposing a golden body marred by deep, bone-visible wounds. The once majestic visage is now contorted, the divine light in his eyes extinguished, leaving only hollow despair. The tendrils continue to entwine his form, each contraction shedding golden fragments as if he were crumbling like weathered stone. Strangely, the oppressive aura he exudes dissipates at an alarming rate. Eventually, even a soldier lying on the ground with a broken leg manages to rise, propping himself on his lance to discern the intricate patterns etched upon the giantess' face. Is he losing strength? The soldier murmurs, disbelief lacing his voice. Just moments ago, the pressure emanating from this giant had rendered him breathless. Yet now it seems weaker than that of a common beast. It is not a loss of strength, but rather the abdication of his divine status. I recall records from the papal state. The king of the empire, perched atop the castle ramparts, squints, gripping the railing tightly, his knuckles turning white. Behind him, the scribe fervently transcribes, the sound of the quill scratching against parchment urgent, yet the king abruptly raises a hand, halting his movements. Rewrite that. The king's voice is deep and resolute, his gaze fixed upon the distant figure of the giant, now slowly collapsing. Lathasaxes' upper body has utterly forsaken its divinity. His golden skin begins to crack and erode, ultimately transforming into a colossal skeleton that crashes onto the plains outside the capital, stirring a cloud of dust into the air. The scale of the desiccated bones is enough to astonish any mortal. The ribcage stands like towering stone columns, while the eye sockets of the skull hollowly gaze at the sky, as if silently accusing it. The scribe momentarily froze, then quickly regained composure. Hastily replacing the parchment and resuming his writing, The malevolent deity attempted to sacrifice all the innocent citizens of the imperial capital, only to be thwarted and slain by a being of supreme grandeur. The king nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over the gradually calming crowd below, a subtle curve curling at the corner of his mouth. Only he understood that the bizarre spectacle in the sky moments ago was not merely the result of the supreme being's intervention. Yet, this was inconsequential. What mattered was that the empire required a narrative of victory, a legend capable of soothing the hearts of the populace. In an unnoticed corner, Chunju leaned against an ancient locust tree, his fingertips delicately grasping a fallen withered leaf. His gaze did not wander towards the monumental remains or the king and scribe atop the city wall. Instead, it focused on three specific objects: Loli's pendant, the tether given to Gao Linglong, and the divine relic held by Connie's mother. Had Chunju succumbed to slumber? Indeed, he had. Yet he perceived the entire world as his dream, thus he saw no need to awaken. He lifted his head, gazing at the slowly closing black fissure above. From the depths of the crack, a cold gaze seemed to meet his own, radiating unmasked malice. Chunju merely smiled, extending a finger towards the fissure and gently tapping it. A silent wave of energy rippled outward, and the fissure, on the verge of closure, suddenly halted for a moment. Immediately, countless fine cracks spread from its edges, weaving an intricate web across the sky. A muffled roar emanated from within the fissure, only to be swiftly suppressed by an invisible force. Ultimately, the black fissure vanished completely, the sky returning to its original hue, as if the earlier cataclysmic fall of the deity had been nothing more than a surreal illusion. Yet, the colossal skeleton remained on the plain, silently recounting all that had transpired. Chapter 142. Capture. The wooden beams of the mansion creaked mournfully, each tremor causing splinters and dust to cascade from above, clattering against the soldier's armor with a heavy thud. The earlier tremor from the deity's fall had nearly cleaved the three-story structure in two. The walls were marred by spiderweb-like fissures, and several windows on the ground floor had shattered, revealing the chaotic scene within. An overturned altar, scattered scrolls of scripture, and several tilted statues, their faces marred by some corrosive force, leaving deep, dark indentations that appeared both grotesque and eerie. Move swiftly. Do not let a single member of the church escape, the captain commanded, drawing his sword. The blade glinted coldly in the dim light. He forcefully kicked open the ajar inner door, and in that instant, he beheld several figures clad in white clerical robes huddled in the corner, trembling uncontrollably, clutching a gilded Bible as if its fragile pages could shield them from the terror of the moment. Don't move. Two soldiers surged forward, the clinking of their iron chains echoing ominously. Before the cultivators could react, they had seized their wrists with unyielding grips. The chains still bore the lingering warmth of divine blood, and upon contact with the cultivator's skin, they elicited piercing cries as if they had been scorched by branding irons. Amid the chaos, a figure clad in a crimson robe was dragged forth, none other than the bishop of the church. His gold-rimmed glasses lay shattered, half of his face obscured by dust and blood, and his once immaculate robe was now tattered and torn, yet he still endeavored to maintain his dignity. Neck arched defiantly as he bellowed, "You have no authority to arrest me. I am the bishop of the capital, appointed by the Holy See. And you are igniting a conflict between our nations." Conflict? One of the nearby soldiers, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger and delivered a swift kick to the back of the bishop's knee. A sharp crack resonated, causing the bishop to lose his balance and collapse heavily onto the ground, his knee striking the jagged stones, drawing a sharp gasp of pain. The soldier bent down, seizing the bishop by his collar, his eyes ablaze with fury. That vile creature nearly consumed the entire capital. Had it not been for that esteemed individual, we would all be offerings to the dark god. You, who masquerade as sacred while being nothing but parasites, dare speak of conflict? Rendered speechless by the soldier's rebuke, the bishop gritted his teeth, though his gaze remained defiant, as if still awaiting some unforeseen turn of events. At that moment, a harmonious clinking of armor echoed from outside the mansion. The soldiers instinctively turned to witness the king, adorned in resplendent golden armor set with sapphires, making his entrance amidst a throng of knights. Sunlight streamed through the broken roof, casting a golden halo upon the king's armor, enhancing his already imposing visage. "Salute the majesty." The soldiers immediately ceased their tasks, kneeling on one knee in perfect unison, the sound of armor clashing against the ground resonating through the mansion, causing several beams to tremble and shed splinters. Although the empire operated under a constitutional framework, the king retained command over the military, particularly the city defense forces, which were effectively his personal soldiers, their loyalty deeply ingrained. The king raised his hand, signaling for everyone to rise. Yet his gaze fell coldly upon the bishop pinned to the ground. The bishop of the Holy See? Excellent. He approached the bishop deliberately, looking down upon him from his elevated stance, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable authority. You and your associates are suspected of colluding with dark powers, intending to sacrifice the citizens of the capital. I shall personally draft a royal decree demanding an explanation from the Holy See, an explanation that must satisfy the entire empire. The bishop trembled, lifting his gaze to meet the king's, fear finally manifesting in his eyes. He understood that the king's words signified a resolve that would not easily relent. Though the Holy See was formidable, it would not dare openly confront an empire wielding such military might, especially considering the involvement of dark forces. Should this matter come to light, the entire church would find itself in irretrievable peril. Your Majesty, I am innocent. The bishop attempted to protest, his voice quivering noticeably. It was Lord Razox's. It was he who beguiled us. We were utterly unaware that it was the sinister plot of the dark deity. Razox's? The king's cold laughter echoed as his gaze swept over the scattered idols within the mansion, remnants of a god long turned to dust. To mention him now is far too late. He turned to the captain of the guards behind him and commanded, "Arrest them all and confine them in the royal dungeon under strict surveillance. Until an explanation arrives from the papal state, no one shall have contact with them. Not even members of the church. As you command." The captain promptly acknowledged, gesturing for the soldiers to act. Soon, the clergymen, shackled in iron chains, were being escorted by the soldiers, stumbling as they exited the mansion. The bishop brought up the rear, attempting to utter something as he passed the king, but was met with a chilling glare that silenced him, forcing him to lower his head as the soldiers dragged him toward the distant prison cart. Watching their retreating figures, the king's gaze returned to the chaotic altar within the mansion. He raised his hand, gently caressing the sapphire embedded in his armor, his fingertip pressed with slight force. A glint of barely perceptible coldness flickering in his eyes, colluding with the dark deity of the papal state. Your debt to me extends far beyond mere explanations. Outside the window, the light filtered through the loosely drawn curtains, casting dappled shadows upon Loli's back, which glistened with a light sheen of perspiration. Her fingers, gripping the edge of the table, turned pale. The oppressive force that felt capable of crushing stars still lingered in her limbs, each breath weighed down with a heavy lethargy. As if she were plunged into the depths of the ocean, battling against the pressure of 10,000 tons with every inhalation. So what is that? Her voice trembled ever so slightly. The collar of her nightgown darkened with cold sweat, clinging uncomfortably to her neck. A cold, mechanical voice resonated from the room's smart speaker. Devoid of any emotional inflection, an upper deity. Its energy level corresponds to a level 6 technological civilization standard in the universe. Loli exhaled sharply, collapsing onto her bed, her knee clad in white silk unconsciously brushing against the table leg, her fair calf swaying. If it succeeds, will I die? Fresh air filled her lungs. Yet it failed to quell the panic bubbling within. Her fingertips still trembled slightly. Rest assured. The mechanical voice adjusted its frequency, conveying a hint of reassurance. As the sole heir and largest stakeholder of cosmic technologies, you have been integrated into the highest priority protection system. Even if the supreme deity descends, my core algorithm can activate a spatial barrier within 0.3 seconds, simultaneously mobilizing the nearest fleet of starships for support and teleporting you to the secure territories of cosmic technologies within 10 minutes. That essay relief. Loli raised her hand to wipe the cold sweat from her forehead, her tense shoulders finally relaxing, her tone imbued with a sense of fortunate survival. That pressure just about scared the life out of me. Chapter 143. The machine. She shifted her body and realized that her nightgown was completely soaked with cold sweat, clinging uncomfortably to her skin. Current physiological indicators indicate you remain in a state of stress. The residual sweat on the skin's surface has reached 12. The mechanical voice interjected appropriately. If you wish, I can promptly initiate the mechanical ascension preparation program, having already matched you with the latest model of a mechanical body, crafted from a special alloy that not only renders it immune to physical harm, but is also equipped with interdimensional communication modules and a quantum weapon system. Upon completion of the ascension, your consciousness will be directly interfaced with the core network of cosmic technology, granting you the authority to command billions of starships. Lori blinked, gazing at the three-dimensional model of the mechanical body projected at the corner of the table, its silver frame gleaming with a chilling luster, while the star core crystal at its chest flickered with an eerie blue light, its sleek lines exuding an unmatched sense of power. What is the point of being a robot that cannot even enjoy a modicum of happiness? Lori waved her hand, dispersing the projection. If you require it, your body can directly import pheromones, allowing you to experience pleasure through mechanical nerves. Without resorting to such primitive methods, the machine's voice persisted resolutely. Do you not comprehend my meaning? I shall leave a negative review for this butler. You should return to the factory for reconstruction, Lori retorted, feeling a sense of frustration. Does this wretched contraption possess not a shred of genuine intelligence? I sincerely apologize, master, for your disappointment, the machine's voice finally conceded, though only for the moment. You, wretched robot, shall never understand what it means to like or love. Lori leaned against the table, pouting in dissatisfaction. Master, I have identified 3,000 eligible works, the most renowned of which is Love, Death, and Robots. The robot unexpectedly responded. Get lost. As the eerie, blue-glowing long-distance communication array stabilized in the center of the imperial study, the king of the empire forcefully struck his gilded scepter against the golden brick floor. The dull thud resonated with unabashed scrutiny. Your Holiness, do you imply that this batch of marauders, bearing your nation's sacred emblem and capable of invoking the secret spells of the Holy See, has no connection to your country? On the other side of the communication array, the Pope sat upon the pure gold throne of the cathedral, the double-headed eagle emblem embroidered on his scarlet robes shifting in the play of light and shadow, his expression calm as if merely discussing the morning mass. Your Majesty, you jest. He raised his hand to twirl the cross rosary that hung before his chest, his voice resonating through the array, intertwined with a barely perceptible echo of divine power. Those individuals are remnants of the Arrival sect, expelled by the Holy See 30 years ago. They sought to summon an otherworldly malevolence through forbidden rituals. We have issued a nationwide crimson warrant and pursued them for 5 long years. Fortunately, thanks to your nation's elite forces, we were able to eradicate them before they could open a rift, preventing disaster from spreading to our borders. As a gesture of gratitude, we shall present to your nation. He intentionally paused, his gaze sweeping over the cardinals present in the hall, who were holding their breath in anticipation. Before continuing with careful deliberation, 300 carts of secret silver ore from the Holy Mountain, as well as 10 pieces of sacred armor crafted by the artisans of the Holy See. Of course, these are merely the foundations. Subsequently, we shall dispatch 20 high-ranking holy healers from our medical academy to assist your nation in treating the suffering populace in the northern border afflicted by the plague. From beginning to end, there was not a single mention of the token inscribed with the current pope's private seal that was in the hands of the rioters, nor any reference to the clandestine entanglements between the Adventists and the former pope. All blame was meticulously shifted onto the group of offenders who had already been apprehended. This evasion of the crux of the matter and the inversion of truth nearly provoked a laugh from the king. He caressed the sapphire atop his scepter with his fingertips. Yet a fleeting calmness crossed his eyes. He understood that this was not the moment to sever ties with the papal state. Although the opposing side was at fault, they still held the support of the divine realm, and should tensions escalate, the empire could not directly wage war against them. In light of this, it would be more pragmatic to seize upon their guilt and trepidation to extract greater reparations, suppressing the rising tide of derision within. Just as the king was about to inquire about the specifics of the compensation, the Pope abruptly shifted the conversation. His aged fingers lightly tapped the armrest of the throne as he inquired, Your Majesty, according to our spies, the one who ultimately vanquished the leader of the Adventists was a great being capable of invoking celestial phenomena. Might that esteemed individual be willing to grace us with their presence? We would welcome them with the utmost national honors, allowing all clergy of the Holy Mountain to chant prayers and blessings, and present the Holy Grail, a treasure of our papal state, for a millennium, as a sincere token of our gratitude. The intent behind his words to ascertain the strength of that entity and to discern whether the empire had indeed acquired a new ally was all too transparent. That is not a matter for your inquiry, the king interjected without hesitation, his tone laced with biting sarcasm akin to icy daggers. Your nation ought to first demonstrate genuine gratitude, perhaps by doubling the quantity of the mithril and additionally granting us the rights to mine the unique sunlight crystal veins of the Holy Mountain, before concerning yourselves with anything else. On the other end of the communication array, a brief silence ensued. The Pope's fingers hesitated momentarily on the rosary before he slowly nodded, very well. However, the mining rights to the sunlight crystal veins can only be granted to your nation for 20 years. 30 years, the king countered firmly. Another silence fell, and ultimately, the Pope, gritting his teeth, conceded, agreed. It was only after both parties had inscribed their magical contract, confirming the exorbitant bounty compensation, that the Pope, with a hint of reluctance, traced his fingertip along the activation rune beside the throne, silently terminating the communication. Your Majesty, is the Empire deliberately concealing its cards? As soon as the luminous image dissipated, the cardinal red-clad bishops swiftly encircled him, the leading bishop clutching his Bible so tightly that his knuckles turned pale. Was that being capable of vanquishing a demigod-level Adventist truly under the Empire's control? The Pope slowly shook his head, rising from the throne to gaze down at the sprawling white edifices of the Holy See below, a glimmer of shrewdness flickering in his eyes. Not necessarily. If that vain fool truly had such formidable backing, they would have long since adorned every city in the Empire with statues of that being, and would not have waited until after the events to remain hidden. He turned, his scarlet robes billowing in the wind. In my view, it is highly probable that this entity is unrelated to the Empire, yet we remain unable to ascertain their true stance. As a long-standing adversary of the Imperial King for 3 decades, he was well acquainted with his rival's penchant for boasting about personal gains. However, before the leader of the heretical faction met his demise, he proclaimed that the divine had fallen and that order would unravel. Our clergy dispatched to investigate the scene have yet to discern the specific ramifications of this divine downfall and how to respond. The cardinals displayed visible concern. For most had only interacted with angels and possessed no experience in dealing with matters as monumental as the death of a deity, a topic that instilled them with trepidation. After a moment of silence, the Pope, his fingers rapidly toying with the rosary, finally ceased his motions and articulated a statement imbued with undeniable resolve. Inform the parish priests below and other nations that the situation is complex and entwined with the machinations of extra-mundane deities, and that we are still conducting a multilateral investigation, thus no clarity can be provided at this time. As for those above, convey that we are still pursuing leads regarding the divine's fall, and no conclusions have been reached. With this pronouncement, he effectively silenced inquiries from both ends. He approached the window, gazing at the mist-shrouded sacred mountain in the distance, a flicker of profundity crossing his gaze. This way, we can temporarily quell the fears of our domestic followers and address the angel's inquiries, allowing us ample time to observe the unfolding situation in secrecy. And upon grasping the true nature of that enigmatic presence, we can devise our next course of action. Gao Linglong lay upon the soft, velvety mattress of her dormitory, her fingers unconsciously toying with the lace trim of the sheets. The golden beam that had once sliced through the heavens had long since dissipated, leaving only a vague silhouette of a charred bone amidst the distant mountain contours, resembling a piece of decayed wood swept away by a tempest, devoid of the prior terrifying aura of divine remains. To her, this upheaval that had stirred the entire empire felt more akin to a fleeting, resplendent firework. She could still hear the faint rumble from afar before slumber, but upon awakening, only the faint scent of sulfur lingered in the air. Chapter 144. Probing the Imperial Guards had successfully vanquished the invading forces from beyond the borders. The so-called remnants of the divine were but mere trifles beneath the Imperial heel. From the loudspeaker downstairs, an impassioned voice of the announcer, entwined with static, repeatedly echoed words of reassurance to calm the populace. Yet Gao Linglong paid little heed, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the sheets as her thoughts dwelled on Qinjiao. Would he inadvertently encounter that terrifying pressure that had even rattled the dormitory's barrier? Just as her mind wandered, a silver-gray mechanical dove suddenly alighted upon the windowsill. Flapping its metallic wings, it clutched a letter in its beak, adorned with the exclusive ink-black pine branch emblem of Qinjiao. Gao Linglong immediately sat up, opening the envelope to find a brief note inside. The handwriting distinctly familiar and elegant. Do not worry. I am safe and will return once matters are settled. The sparse words instantly eased her anxious heart, dissipating much of the tension in her fingertips. Just as she tucked the note away into the drawer, a gentle knock resonated from outside the door. Gao Linglong rose to open the door, revealing Loli standing outside. Unlike her usual entourage, this time she was unaccompanied by the black-suited bodyguards, carrying only a petite white handbag. Her long hair was casually styled in a loose bun, lending her an air of increased approachability. "Miss Loli, how may I assist you?" Gao Linglong stepped aside, her tone tinged with polite detachment. "Were you startled just now?" Loli inquired as she entered the dormitory, her gaze discreetly surveying the bookshelf and desk within the room, ultimately resting on a flourishing pot of mint by the windowsill. Her voice was soft, imbued with a soothing quality. With all the commotion outside, "I was concerned you might be frightened." "Not at all. I was merely asleep and unaware of what transpired," Gao Linglong replied, shaking her head. Noticing that Loli had reached the center of the room, she hesitated to usher her out and quietly closed the door, turning to pour a glass of warm water to offer her guest. In truth, She had not disclosed the tremors of the barrier that had unsettled the atmosphere earlier. She was not entirely oblivious. An inexplicable warmth within her had instinctively shielded her mind, preventing her from being disturbed by the external noise. Loli accepted the glass, her fingertips brushing against its surface, her eyes subtly shifting. Just moments ago, a cold mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Warning. Weak energy fluctuations detected. Source locked onto the left side of the target. This alert had emanated from her dilapidated artificial intelligence, which had remained unusually sensitive since it sensed that peculiar aura the previous night. At this moment, the source of the fluctuation was none other than her seemingly inconspicuous sister-in-law standing before her, who evidently concealed much more than she appeared. Loli took a sip of the warm water, setting the glass down with an air of nonchalance as she casually asked, "What are your thoughts on the future, Linglong?" She deliberately slowed her pace, her tone laced with a guiding intent, inquiring about her aspirations post-graduation and the city she wished to inhabit. Gao Linglong was indeed intrigued by the topic, moving to the window to gaze at the clock tower atop the distant academic building, a glimmer of longing in her eyes. As for me, I simply wish to acquire useful knowledge at school, such as pharmacology or the theory of formations, and then secure a good job, preferably one that doesn't require frequent overtime. At this point, a smile escaped her lips, two delicate dimples appearing on her cheeks. Then I could save up a bit to support my brother, that big lazy bum, for a lifetime. He just loves to indulge in a bit of drink. If left unchecked, he'll surely starve himself. Lost in her daydreams of the future, she remained oblivious to the flicker of insight that crossed Loli's eyes. Just then, the mechanical voice in Loli's mind resonated once more, now clearer. Signal wave source precisely identified at the left ankle of the female human before me. Item type, braided cord, accompanied by metallic components. Seizing the opportunity, Loli smoothly advanced. Her gaze fell upon Gao Linglong's left leg, which hung casually by her side, and she remarked with perfectly measured curiosity, "You and your brother share a wonderful bond. It's truly enviable." She paused, her gaze gently settling on the delicate, rosy ankle peeking out from beneath her skirt. "By the way, Linglong, what is that on your leg?" she inquired, noticing the red string adorned with a small golden ball, appearing quite unique. "Did your brother give it to you?" "Oh, this?" Gao Linglong followed her gaze and looked down at the red string encircling her ankle. The string, woven from an unknown material, was smooth and refined to the touch, showing no signs of fading despite being worn for years. Each end was embellished with a tiny golden ball, no larger than a grain of rice. She instinctively raised her foot, allowing the sunlight to illuminate the string more clearly. "I believe I have had this since I can remember. My brother said that when he first saw me at the orphanage, I was already wearing it on my wrist. Later, fearing I might accidentally lose it, he tied it to my ankle, claiming it to be my companion item." As she spoke, she shook her legs lightly, the golden balls clinking softly against one another. She then propped her chin on her hand, her brow furrowing slightly in contemplation. I asked him what this item truly is, but he merely replied that he did not know. Perhaps it was a memento left by our family. Nevertheless, having worn it for so many years, I have grown accustomed to it and have never removed it, even while bathing. "You were at the orphanage before?" Loli halted momentarily, her hand holding the cup of water pausing in surprise. She had only known that Chun Jiao and Gao Linglong were siblings, never considering that they had come from the same orphanage. Setting down the cup, she leaned forward slightly, evidently intrigued by this past. The earlier inquiry about the red string momentarily forgotten, Gao Linglong, oblivious to her fascination, let her fingers brush against the mint leaves on the windowsill, her tone softening with nostalgia. "That was when I was very young. My brother told me that I was quite plump back then, my face often covered in mosquito bites. Quite unattractive, really." She couldn't help but chuckle softly, though a hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes. Later, the orphanage in that old neighborhood was attacked by low-level monsters in the middle of the night. The walls were shattered. My brother carried me on his back and ran for an entire night to escape the encirclement of the monsters. Afterward, we wandered the streets until he found a stable job, and only then did we have a semblance of a home. The hunger, cold, and fear of being pursued by monsters during those days were somewhat hazy in her memory. She only recalled that Chunzhou always shared his meager bread with her, wrapping her in his tattered coat at night, softly reassuring her not to be afraid, for he was there. "I see. So you are not blood-related siblings?" Loli's eyes brightened slightly, her curiosity piqued even further, her tone becoming more buoyant. She had initially assumed they were connected by blood, but it seemed there were other possibilities. "Let me think." Gao Linglong rested her chin on her hand, recalling thoughtfully for a moment before slowly nodding. "It appears we indeed do not share a blood relationship. However, My brother has always treated me exceptionally well since childhood, giving me the better portions of food and standing up for me whenever I was bullied. Over the years, our bond has grown to surpass that of biological siblings. Just the thought of those days made her lips curl into a faint smile. Those moments spent in the company of Chunjio felt like sweet, candied memories, eternally delightful to reminisce. Lori sat quietly to the side, observing the uncontainable reliance and affection shimmering in Gao Linglong's eyes. A sudden pang struck her heart. As a bystander, she understood the weight of such emotions far better than Gao Linglong did. What was meant to resemble a bond akin to that of siblings was, in truth, laced with innocent affection and dependence. In that instant, Lori realized she had inadvertently acquired a rival in love, one oblivious to the fact that she was a potential competitor. Initially, she had intended to delve deeper into the origins of the red string through their conversation, but her thoughts were now in disarray, and Gao Linglong seemed to possess little knowledge about it. After a moment as contemplation, Lori resolved to temporarily forego her inquiries. She rose, her face once again adorned with a gentle smile. It's getting late, so I won't disturb your rest. Should you need any assistance later, don't hesitate to reach out to me. All right, thank you, Miss Lori, Gao Linglong replied, escorting her to the door. Once Lori's figure vanished at the end of the corridor, she closed the door, turned back, and resumed her position on the bed, grinning foolishly at the note left by Chunjio. Chapter 145. The Divine Realm. Meanwhile, upon returning to her own room, Lori immediately discarded her facade of gentleness and flung herself onto the plush bed, covering her ears with her hands and rolling back and forth in agitation. In her mind, the cold, mechanical voice continued its incessant chatter. Detection indicates the master has ceased inquiries, generating alternative strategies. Option 1. Directly propose a purchase to the target individual. Based on emotional analysis models, the success rate is approximately 37%. Option 2. Mobilize the bodyguard team for coercive acquisition. In conjunction with an assessment of the target's surrounding protective forces, the success rate is roughly 3%. Option 3. Utilize the abandonment of emotional rivalry as leverage to negotiate an exchange with the target individual. Success rate rises to a staggering 49%. Enough, enough. Stop talking, Lori exclaimed, burying her face in the pillow in frustration. She could not fathom why her simple desire to ascertain the origins of the red string had triggered this relentless barrage from the artificial intelligence. Suddenly, she lifted her head and rolled her eyes dramatically at the empty air. It's merely a trivial red string. What is the fuss all about? With the prowess of Huanyu technology, what treasure do they lack? Why are they fixated on such an inconspicuous trinket? Master, detection has confirmed that this red string is no ordinary item, but rather an unactivated token of destiny, containing the sealed legacy of the Celestial Alliance's Emperor. Its value is equivalent to 50% of your inheritance. If successfully activated, it could open the path to the heavens, significantly enhancing your long-term interests. The voice of the artificial intelligence remained cold yet unwaveringly assertive, meticulously elucidating the significance of the red string. Lori, however, was nonchalant, pursing her lips as she leaned against the headboard and leisurely picked up the crystal glass from her desk. Sipping her juice with deliberation, what does it matter how great the benefits are? I currently hold shares in Huanyu Technology, and the annual dividends alone are sufficient for my indulgence. I have no worries about food or clothing. Life is comfortable as it is. Why should I exert myself to snatch some legacy? She has never harbored grand ambitions, nor does she possess any interest in the path to greatness. She merely wishes to live a tranquil life as a wealthy young lady of leisure. My master, based on historical data and the analysis of social behavior, you, as a premier capitalist, should theoretically possess an innate drive for profit. According to classical assertions, capitalists are willing to sell the very rope that would lead to their own demise for the sake of a 300% profit. However, the value inherited from the Celestial Dynasty far surpasses such a trivial sacrifice. You ought to prioritize maximizing your benefits. The artificial intelligence continues to attempt to persuade her with capitalist theories, its tone laced with a barely perceptible confusion. Upon hearing this, Lori set her crystal cup down on the table with a decisive clatter, reclined back onto her bed, and pulled the covers over her head. Do not burden me with such lofty principles. I simply wish to languish. Let whoever desires to seize what they will. I shan't involve myself. With that, she disregarded the mechanical voice echoing in her mind, closed her eyes, and endeavored to cast aside these bothersome matters. The golden bell hammer struck the towering sacred bell, sending forth a resounding chime that enveloped in divine radiance, piercing through the layered clouds of the celestial realm. Countless divine domains suspended in the heavens ignited, Some were crystal sanctuaries crowned with spires. Others were colossal fortresses inhabited by sacred dragons, and still others were shrouded in ever-raging golden thunderstorms, each radiating a divine pressure that compelled the beings of the lower realms to bow in reverence. At this moment, all eyes in the divine domains converged upon the grandest edifice at the heart of the clouds, the Hall of the Assembly of the Gods. Within the hall, 12 chairs forged from stellar cores were arranged in a circular formation, each occupied by a supreme deity emanating a radiant aura. They were either adorned in battle armor embedded with divine crystals or wielding scepters inscribed with ancient runes, their very presence causing the air within the hall to feel as though it had solidified under the weight of their laws. In the center of the hall, a projection displayed the final moments of Lasaxes before his demise. The deity presiding over decay and rebirth found his form disintegrating under the impact of an unknown force, his divine essence scattering like meteors into a diminutive world known as Kanglan. The death of Lasaxes transcended all prophecies. The supreme god seated at the easternmost position spoke first, his fingers brushing the divine patterns on the armrest of his chair, his tone laden with gravity. Is it not peculiar that this small world, a blend of remnants from the divine realm, the cosmos, the celestial alliance, and the abyss, which should have been a fertile ground for harvesting faith, conceals the power to slay a supreme deity? No sooner had he finished speaking than a supreme god clad in crimson armor on the western side tightened his grip on his spear, his eyes ablaze with intent. There is no need for further investigation. I propose we immediately summon our Lord to awaken. Let the Supreme One descend with divine retribution and eradicate the malevolent force hidden within the Kanglan world. Only thus can we preserve the dignity of the divine realm and prevent other factions from reveling in our misfortune. This suggestion instantly garnered the agreement of half the supreme gods, most of whom were conservatives accustomed to relying on the power of the Supreme One. The greater the unknown peril, the more inclined they were to resolve it through the most secure and absolute means. That is unacceptable. Seated at the center of the circular chamber, the supreme deity gently shook his head, enveloped in a faint ethereal mist that obscured even his features in a hazy divine radiance. His voice, however, resonated with an undeniable authority. My lord is in slumber, fortifying the foundations of the divine realm, just as the architect of the cosmos, the primordial leader of the celestial alliance, and the sovereign of the abyss exist at our level. Slumber is not stagnation, but rather the most auspicious beginning for gathering strength. A sudden derisive snicker pierced the solemnity of the hall. The supreme deity seated to the north rolled his eyes, his tone dripping with unabashed sarcasm. The old man of the cosmos clearly exhausted himself to death after the War of the Void, causing the collapse of half the celestial territories. Is that what you call slumber? And as for the leader of the Celestial Alliance, he relinquished his divine position to a disciple over a century ago, choosing instead to descend into the mortal realm to undergo reincarnation and trials. Is that slumber? The only true entity still in repose is our sworn enemy, that colossal octopus lurking in the abyss, whose name is too fearsome for even the living to utter. The mention of other supreme beings elicited a chuckle, as even they dared not speak their names directly, resorting to vague references to mock them subtly. This lightened the atmosphere in the hall, prompting a few supreme deities to stifle laughter, for among the four great powers, only their divine realm's exalted ruler truly amassed strength through genuine slumber, rather than retreating in disgrace. Enough of these irrelevant matters, interjected a supreme deity to the west, who held a scroll, rapping the table to redirect the conversation. The demise of Lasaxes is inconsequential. Far more upper deities perished during the War of the Void. The crux of the matter is that those monstrous entities continue to expand, having already consumed 3 of our divine realm's outposts in the void. They have even begun to infiltrate the remnants of the Celestial Alliance and the cosmos. What do they propose regarding uniting with other forces? We cannot allow those beasts to gradually devour our territories. The hall fell abruptly silent, and the expressions of the supreme deities responsible for liaising with other factions grew grim. After a moment, the deity seated to the south scoffed, his tone rife with disdain. What else can they say? The folks of the Celestial Alliance are preoccupied with constructing barriers around their dwindling territories, retreating like turtles, while the denizens of the cosmos are even bolder, employing technology to push their borders away, creating a vast isolation zone in between. Now, the only barrier remaining against those monsters is our divine realm. This remark thickened the tension in the hall once more. The leading supreme deity fell silent for a moment, his fingertip gesturing upon the void projection, enlarging the territorial map of the supreme divine realm. In that case, we shall no longer place our hopes in them. Relay my orders. Deploy the Radiant Legion to the Eastern Front and dispatch 3 supreme deities to personally oversee the situation. His resonant voice echoed throughout the assembly hall. As 12 supreme deities rose simultaneously, their divine radiance surging, in perfect unison responding, their voices piercing the cloud seas. Reverberating across the entire divine realm, we abide by the council's decree. An early start today. Gao Linglong stretched languidly before stepping outside to train. Chapter 146. Setbacks. As dawn's light crested over the intricately wrought iron gates of the academy, the sound of synchronized footsteps already echoed across the training grounds. Recently, the reverberations of the fallen deity that shook the empire seemed to have left little trace within the confines of the academy. Clad in their training attire, students can be seen jogging around the track, while the low murmur of incantations echoes from the lecture halls. Even the bulletin board still displays last week's announcement regarding the mechanics competition, and everything remains as orderly as ever. Occasionally, a student gazes toward the distant mountains, where the skeletal remains protrude from the clouds, a flicker of curiosity crossing their eyes before they quickly avert their gaze. For them, such matters are the concern of the Empire's higher echelons, rather than dwell on the origins of the divine relics. It is far more prudent to practice swordsmanship or memorize spells, for the impending assessments at the month's end are of paramount importance. The Empire, too, has not relaxed its scrutiny regarding this incident. On the 3rd day following the event, a contingent composed of the Imperial Guard, scholars, and high-ranking mages set forth, equipped with surveying apparatus, toward the mountains where the bones had fallen. Occasionally, mechanical doves carrying messages can be spotted gliding through the academy. Though the reports they relay are sporadic, primarily brief notes indicating encounters with low-level monsters on the periphery of the mountains. The precise whereabouts of the investigation team remain unknown. Hao Linglong tightened her sports jacket as she followed the morning running group around the eastern side of the playground. When she caught sight of a carriage departing from the school gate, the vehicle bore the family crest of the Iron Blood Duke. Today, Loli was not dressed in the academy uniform. Instead, she donned a cream-colored dress, her long hair meticulously styled, and her face adorned with a subtle touch of makeup. Hao Linglong slowed her pace, momentarily captivated by the departing carriage. She speculated that perhaps some significant matter had arisen within Loli's family, or that the imperial hierarchy had summoned the Loli family for an important affair, hence her ostentatious departure so early in the day. Shaking her head, she dismissed her thoughts and quickened her stride to catch up with the running group. She had no desire to incur the coach's wrath by falling behind and facing extra laps as punishment. Unbeknownst to her, seated within the hovering carriage, Loli was engrossed in a thick novel, its pages adorned with numerous colorful sticky notes. For this undertaking, she had instructed her butler to gather popular emotional strategy novels from the lower realms, studying late into the night the techniques for overcoming rivals in love. Hao Linglong assumed that Loli's so-called important matter was merely a pretext to infiltrate the apartment she shared with Chunjiu while he was away, seeking opportunities to cultivate their relationship. In the bustling commercial district of the imperial capital, however, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Chunjiu pushed a neatly bound document across the table to Connie, his fingers gently tapping the cover. His tone was calm, yet tinged with distance, particularly when he emphasized the title Mississippi Miss Connie. Our contract has officially concluded. The firm has fulfilled its obligation by clarifying the entire involvement of your mother, including her interactions with core members and her assistance in the transfer of resources. All evidence and records are contained within this document. Should you require further investigative services, I regret to inform you that I cannot continue, as I have other matters to attend to. Connie sat in her chair, her arms crossed over her chest, and let out a cold laugh, rolling her eyes dramatically. Oh, how amusing. My mother was utterly deceived by that group of people, only to end up with nothing, while I am left to pay a hefty service fee to you. What sort of logic is that? Her heart brimmed with indignation. The reason she had commissioned the agency to investigate was to uncover the truth behind her mother's involvement in the cult, using it as leverage to secure her mother's assets and perhaps gain some favor from her father. But what was the outcome? All those associated with the cult, including her mother, were deemed accomplices by the Empire. To the Empire, these individuals were not mere victims, but rather willing believers in the cult's fallacies, actively participating as accomplices. Had it not been for her father's intervention and the remnants of noble status held by her mother's family, she would have faced public humiliation, paraded with common criminals, and ultimately executed, her head displayed on the city gates as a grim warning. The Empire's pardon for her mother came with the condition that their family relinquish the assets previously withheld by Connie's father to compensate for the damages caused by the cult. Under the king's imposing authority, They had no choice but to comply. Consequently, Connie not only failed to obtain the desired inheritance, but also incurred her father's resentment over the confiscated family fortune, rendering her situation at home increasingly awkward. It could be said that she had lost both the battle and the war, which explained her bitterness and resentment towards Chunjio when faced with him. No matter how you frame it, we merely fulfilled your commission as per your request. Chunjio spread his hands, his tone devoid of any emotion, his gaze coldly professional. You commissioned us to investigate your mother's involvement with the cult, and we have assembled a complete chain of evidence. You requested verification regarding the seized assets, and the documents include the official response from the Ministry of Finance. As for your lack of benefits or the outcome regarding your mother, those matters fall outside the scope of our commission and are not our concern. Business is business, and personal is personal. Moreover, there was no personal rapport between him and Connie that warranted any further dialogue regarding her dissatisfaction. In my view, you have failed to complete the commission. Connie slammed her hand on the table, her finely sculpted brows knitting together in anger as she glared at Chunjio. What I wanted was a way to exonerate my mother and reclaim our family fortune, not this pile of cold, impersonal documents. Apologies. But my purpose in meeting you today is solely to settle the service fee. Chunjio stood up, adjusting the cuffs of his black shirt, seemingly unfazed by Connie's fury. As for the ensuing disputes regarding the commission, there is a dedicated customer service department in the agency to handle such matters. You may contact them for negotiation. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. He turned to depart, and Connie observed his decisive form retreating. Feeling a mix of anger and confusion, the once humble Starry Orbit agency had suddenly grown audacious, treating her, a noble client, with such dismissive fortitude. What she was unaware of was that just 3 days prior, the ownership structure of the firm had undergone a complete transformation. The Ironblood Duke's estate had, through a series of acquisitions and exchanges, quietly secured 100% of the firm's shares. No one could discern the methods employed by His Grace. Only that the shares, previously scattered among several minor and major shareholders, had overnight transitioned entirely to the Duke's dominion. In the Empire, the influence of the Ironblood Duke's estate was beyond dispute, beyond matters involving the core interests of His Majesty the King. Even if the head of the Empire were to personally pay a visit, the Duke's estate possessed the audacity to dismiss the visitor, and could even exploit legal loopholes to extract concessions from them. With such formidable backing, Chunjio no longer felt compelled to engage in empty pleasantries with a declining noble like Connie. Chunjio, someone is looking for you, it's urgent. Just as Connie was about to interject, the office door was abruptly flung open, and a messenger clad in the firm's uniform rushed in. Disregarding the tense atmosphere of the room, they claim to know you and insist on seeing you. It was a rare occurrence for someone to burst in unannounced, and few could command such disregard for protocol in the capital. Ignoring Connie's gaze, Chunjio strode out. Upon entering the inner office, a delicate aroma of red tea enveloped him. Loli was seated on the sofa by the window, elegantly holding a gilded porcelain teacup. Upon noticing his arrival, she set down the cup and cheekily winked at him, her voice sweetly syrupy. Brother Jio, I'm here. Did you miss me? Chunjio halted in his tracks. The Loli before him was a stark contrast to the one he had previously encountered. She had shed the morning's meticulous formality, her face adorned only with a subtle nude makeup that accentuated her cherubic features, her lips resembling honeyed cherries. Her golden hair, once elegantly pinned up, now cascaded loosely into a low ponytail, with a few stray strands framing her cheeks, imparting a touch of nonchalance. She was no longer clad in a dress, but rather wore a sky-blue imperial high-waisted uniform skirt, the hem grazing her knees, revealing slender calves encased in white lace stockings, with a pair of exquisite little leather shoes resting by her feet. This was the first time Chunjio had witnessed her in such attire. Are you not in class? Chunjio intended to leave, only to find that the bodyguard outside had quietly closed the door. Reluctantly, he took a seat in the chair opposite Loli, his tone tinged with exasperation. Aren't you supposed to be in class? What about Linglong? She hasn't caused you any trouble, has she? Of course not. She's my little sister-in-law. I would naturally assist her. Loli's eyes twinkled mischievously as she leaned back into the soft embrace of the sofa, casually kicking off her little shoes, revealing her delicate ankles ensconced in the stockings. She then lifted one chubby leg and rested it gently on Chunjio's lap, the soft sensation permeating through the fabric. Linglong is quite well behaved. She even greeted me this morning. Loli gently swayed her toes, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Yet her tone was assertive as she proclaimed, I specifically came to see you and even helped fend off Connie's troubles. Please give my legs a gentle massage as a token of your gratitude. Is that too much to ask? Just as Loli's calf rested upon Chunjio's leg, A chilling and matter-of-fact voice from the mechanical butler echoed in her mind. Master, based on behavioral analysis, your current physical contact aligns with characteristics indicative of animal mating rituals, with a matching probability of approximately 63%. Would you like me to retrieve relevant physiological knowledge to assist with subsequent actions? This untimely utterance doused Loli's spirit like a bucket of cold water. Her earlier expression of cunning delight faltered, her cheeks flushing a delicate shade of crimson. Even her calf, which had been resting on Chunjio's leg, instinctively stiffened. Struggling to maintain her composure, she pinched her palm and silently seethed. Silence. If you continue to prattle, I shall reformat you. Fortunately, Chunjio remained oblivious to her subtle shifts. He extended his hand, fingertips softly landing on Loli's calf, which was encased in delicate white stockings, and began to knead gently along the fabric's texture. His touch was perfectly calibrated, neither too forceful to cause discomfort nor too light to be ineffective, targeting the sore muscles with warmth that seeped through the sheer stockings, prompting Loli to involuntarily squint her eyes in pleasure, nearly emitting a soft hum. The awkwardness instigated by the mechanical butler dissipated under the soothing sensations. You are rather unembarrassed, Chunjio remarked, his gaze meeting Loli's as he continued his ministrations, a hint of playful exasperation lacing his voice. Having known Loli for quite some time, he found this boldness astonishing. She engaged in such intimate gestures without a hint of reservation. What reason do I have to feel shy? Loli quickly regained her composure, a slight smile gracing her lips, revealing the faintest dimples. She intentionally relaxed her posture, allowing her calf to rest more naturally against Chunjio's leg. Even playfully, she used her toes to lightly tug at his pant leg, then lifted her other foot, tracing gentle circles above his knee, the soft stockings brushing against the fabric, leaving a trail of delicate tingles. We are friends, after all. Isn't it entirely normal to help a friend with a leg massage? Loli wiggled her foot resting on his leg, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Besides, Brother Gio, your massages are so delightful. If I were to be shy, who would pamper me? She deliberately elongated her tone, her voice soft and slightly coquettish. Entirely disregarding the earlier blunder caused by the mechanical butler, such an embarrassing matter was far too mortifying to voice. Chunjio observed her unabashed demeanor with a resigned shake of his head, yet his hands continued their rhythmic motion. His fingertips persisted in their tender kneading, moving from her ankles slowly upward to the back of her knee, alternating pressures. Loli reclined comfortably against the sofa, her eyes half closed like a contented kitten being stroked. Her breaths becoming leisurely, punctuated only by the occasional soft sigh when he applied a bit more pressure, the sound resonating distinctly in the tranquil office. Loli was quite forward, and Chunjio was no gentleman. Everything occurs in perfect harmony. What is meant to happen unfolds as it should. The golden rays of the setting sun filter through the office's floor-to-ceiling windows, casting elongated shadows upon the floor. The clock on the wall ticks languidly past 6 in the afternoon, while the warm yellow glow of streetlights begins to illuminate the streets outside, filling the air with the unique ambience of the city at dusk. At that moment, a rhythmic chime of the doorbell interrupts the tranquility within the office. Chunjio rises to answer the door, revealing 2 guards clad in black suits, standing tall like pines. Upon seeing him, they nod slightly. Mr. Chun, we apologize for the intrusion. We are here to remind the young lady that it is time to return. Chunjio steps aside to allow them entry. And just as he closes the door, he feels a gentle evening breeze wafting in from the window. It turns out that Rory has opened the window at some point, and the soft golden sunlight envelopes her, casting a delicate glow on the tips of her hair. She remains seated on the plush sofa, cradling a half-full cup of tea that has long since cooled, her fingertips lightly tracing the floral patterns etched into the cup. Beside her on the tea table lies a neatly folded white towel, its edges still bearing the lingering moisture, evidently used for drying her hands after a recent massage. Miss, the time has come, the lead guard states respectfully, yet with an air of undeniable authority, as he approaches Rory from behind. The following guards adeptly enter the office, retrieving several metallic components from their bags, swiftly transforming the sofa into a wheeled portable seat. The metal wheels glide silently across the floor, clearly designed to be non-slip. One of the guards steps forward, firmly grasping the armrest of the seat, gently pushing it towards the door. As Rory is being wheeled past Chunjio, she suddenly halts, lifts her gaze, and waves at him, her eyes gleaming with mischief. She playfully moistens her lips, stained slightly from the tea, and with a teasing tone, remarks, "Thanks for today, Brother Gio. We'll meet again. Next time, I'll come back for your massage." Chunjio watches her playful demeanor, shaking his head with a resigned smile. "Safe travels, Miss Rory." She refrains from further words, merely winking at him as the guards escort her out of the office. It is not until the door clicks shut that tranquility returns to the space. Chen Jiao approaches the window, watching the procession of black carriages as they slowly depart from the office entrance, vanishing into the deepening twilight at the end of the street. He then turns to grab the damp towel from the tea table, casually tossing it into the nearby laundry basket. I wonder what new antics this young lady will conjure up by our next meeting. Thick, ink-green tendrils entwine the entire divine realm like creeping vines, emerging from the depths of the earth to cling to the twisted black rocks, even burrowing into the clouds, weaving the sky into an impenetrable net. A faintly sweet and metallic scent permeates the air, with each undulation of the tendrils triggering subtle tremors beneath the surface. Amidst this bizarre spectacle, a golden streak of light sliced through the heavens, descending heavily before the altar at the heart of the divine realm. It was a colossal dragon, stretching 100 feet in length, its silvery scales adorned with intricate dark golden patterns. As it landed, a fierce gust of wind surged forth, causing the surrounding tendrils to instinctively curl back. The dragon slowly lowered its head, its heavy-lidded eyes gradually unveiling, revealing fervent golden vertical pupils that sparkled with intense zeal. Drawing a deep breath, it seemed to sense the most subtle fluctuations in the air, then emitted a deep roar from its throat. The breath of our Lord has manifested at the front lines. That oppressive force, dormant for a millennium, now trembles even the void. This heralds the awakening of our Lord. Its voice, imbued with the power of the laws, caused the nearby tendrils to writhe violently, with some slender appendages unable to withstand the pressure, fracturing and oozing dark green ichor. Ah, so sensitive are we? A melodious female voice suddenly pierced the solemnity of the divine realm. The stone door at the side of the altar creaked open, revealing a woman clad in a flowing red gown, who stepped gracefully inside. Barefoot, she tread upon the tendril-laden ground without a hint of injury. Her long, dark hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, and a faint, nonchalant smile graced her lips. I have lingered in this divine realm for centuries, yet I sense no signs of awakening. Perhaps it is you who longs for our Lord so desperately that you have succumbed to delusion? The dragon abruptly turned its head, its massive visage nearly colliding with the woman, its silver scales bristling in anger. That is precisely why you are unworthy of our Lord's grace, demigod. It slightly unfurled its wings, instantly casting a shadow over half of the sky, further darkening the already somber divine realm. The aura of our Lord is only revealed to devout worshippers. How can one such as you, who is so heedless and treats daily prayers with apathy, possibly discern the will of our Lord? Have I feasted upon your offerings, demigod? The woman's eyes widened in shock, her previous indifference vanishing, replaced by a tone rife with fury. The title of demigod was her greatest torment. 3 centuries prior, she had the opportunity to ascend to true divinity under the blessings of our Lord, but due to her distraction during the sacred ritual, she remained at the demigod level, becoming the subject of ridicule among the faithful. Among all the worshippers, you alone squandered our Lord's grace, demigod. The dragon paid no heed to her wrath, its tone dripping with mockery. It raised a clawed finger, tracing a gentle arc through the air, which instantly birthed a pitch-black rift in space, pulsating with chaotic void energy, where glimpses of the distant battlefield could be discerned. Our Lord's awakening is imminent, and the foul creatures at the front lines continue to gnaw at our territory. If you possess even an ounce of reverence for our Lord, you should immediately proceed to the front lines to slay the enemies, rather than questioning me here. The pressure emanating from the rift caused the hem of the woman's gown to billow backward, yet she did not retreat. Instead, she stepped forward, placing her hand upon the rift's edge, her gaze unwavering. I do not require your reminders. Matters concerning our Lord concern me more deeply than you can imagine. The ability to sense his presence is unrelated to one's piety. It is mere self-deception. The colossal dragon cast a disdainful glance at Angelisa, its golden slit-like pupils brimming with contempt. The massive head tilted slightly, directed towards the rift still pulsating with ethereal energy, where the coordinates of the Kanglan world were already imprinted. Upon entering, one could perceive its essence. It paused momentarily, the scales scraping softly against one another, infusing its voice with an undeniable command. If we true deities were to step into that minuscule world, the overwhelming divine pressure we exert would incite a cataclysmic clash among the 3 factions, potentially disrupting our master's awakening. You, however, with your demigod status, are perfectly suited to handle the troubles of the lower realms without alarming our master. This task is well suited for you, Angelisa. Angelisa refrained from responding, merely tucking a lock of her raven hair behind her ear, revealing her exquisitely sculpted jawline. She shot a significant eye roll at Kaling, regardless of the scorn she faced. She was determined to achieve something worthy of admiration from the mocking divine in voice. Without uttering another word, she turned and stepped forward, her slender figure swiftly vanishing into the pitch-black rift. The ethereal energy at the rift's edge brushed against her skirt, leaving no harm in its wake. Merely a faint ripple of energy. Soon, the rift began to close behind her, as if it had never existed. Kaling observed the spot where the rift had vanished. Emitting a low, disdainful snort from deep within her throat, and with a powerful flap of her wings, she ascended into the sky, clearly indifferent to Angelisa's expedition. Among all the envoys in the divine realm, Angelisa was indeed the most exceptional. Previously, she had missed the opportunity to ascend to true godhood, rendering her the weakest among the upper-tier envoys, which led to considerable criticism from her peers, particularly from Kaling. Kaling constantly perceived Angelisa as distracted, believing her service to their master was half-hearted and firmly convinced that she was incapable of contributing significantly to their master's awakening. Each encounter with Angelisa prompted Kaling to hurl sarcastic jibes, as if only through such derision could she display her own devotion and strength. Yet, unbeknownst to Kaling, Angelisa was far from the ineffectual figure she assumed her to be. At that very moment, traversing the void, Angelisa gently caressed her chest with her fingertips. Once favored, she had not emerged from her divine service empty-handed. Rather, she had concealed a portion of the primordial source of life emanating from their master. This treasure had the potential to reshape divine essence. For years, she had meticulously preserved it, nurturing it with her own divine power, awaiting the opportune moment to harness its strength to shatter the shackles of her demigod status and ascend to true divinity. Thus, this journey to the small world was not merely a task for her. It represented an extraordinary opportunity to seek a breakthrough. However, the moment she entered, the three factions became aware of her presence. Yet, given that a higher deity had just perished, the arrival of a mere demigod from the abyss did not seem particularly noteworthy. The twilight filtered through the blinds, casting intricate patterns of light upon the carpet of the office. Lori's entire being was nearly pressed against Chinjio, her arms encircling his neck, her sultry gaze fixated upon him, as her fingertips delicately traced circles on the fabric of his shirt at the chest. Her voice dripped with sweetness. "Brother, you are so strong and caring. Why not simply become a part of my family? I shall take care of you from now on, shall I?" Chinjio found himself at a loss for words at her bold and unreserved proclamation. Seizing a momentary pause in her speech, he subtly shifted his body to the side. Unexpectedly, Lori, caught off guard, instinctively leaned forward, nearly tumbling down, and gasped in surprise, quickly grasping Chunjio's sleeve to steady herself. "Does the Duke truly not care for you?" Chunjio pondered, observing her unrestrained demeanor with a hint of confusion. Just days prior, he had witnessed bloodstains left by the guards outside the Duke's residence, acutely aware that the Luo family was far from the gentle facade they portrayed. Yet, every time Lori was before him, she resembled an unrefined young girl, audacious and flamboyant. "If the Duke were to discover your reckless antics, he would surely confine you to your quarters." "Oh, he cannot control me," Lori declared, undeterred, as she boldly leaned in closer to Chunjio's cheek, planting a kiss that left a faint trace of lipstick. Observing Chunjio's helpless expression, a mischievous glint flickered in her eyes as she gently poked his chin with her finger. "Brother, would you care to hear my story? The tale of why I am so clingy." Chunjio remained silent, merely raising a hand to wipe away the mark on his face. Yet he did not push her away. To Lori, this gesture was an implicit signal of acquiescence, prompting her to nestle further into his embrace, her cheek resting against his warm chest, where she could distinctly hear the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. With a soft sigh, she feigned a tenderness in her tone. You see, I've always been exceptionally fortunate. Whether it be being born into the Luo family or the individuals I have encountered throughout my life, I have rarely faced any significant hardships. It seems that everything has unfolded smoothly for me." As she spoke, she lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling as they met Chinjio's, her voice softening further. "But it was only when I first laid eyes on you that I realized my previous fortune paled in comparison. In that moment, I knew you were the one I had been seeking." The atmosphere in the office grew dense with ambiguity, the warm yellow light enveloping their figures, rendering the air as sweet and sticky as spun sugar. Lori awaited Chunjio's response, but suddenly, the cold mechanical voice of the robotic butler interrupted her thoughts. "Master, according to the emotional impact assessment model, your recent declaration has surpassed 752 peers, yet the emotional intensity is insufficient. It is advisable to incorporate more detailed descriptions or quotations of poetry to enhance the emotive effect. You insufferable contraption. Lori nearly lost her composure at that moment, her previously tender expression freezing in place as she seethed inwardly, cursing the machine for its interruption, wishing it had chosen any other moment to disrupt her. However, the robotic steward remained oblivious to her anger and continued to analyze with utmost seriousness. Master, while conversing with me, your brain's limbic system has activated the neurons in the medial preoptic area, MPOA, and the dopamine neurons in the ventral tegmental area, VTA, have also been stimulated. Coupled with the electroencephalogram monitoring data, your current cerebral state is one of functional deactivation. In simpler terms, you are speaking nonsense at this moment. Upon hearing this, Lori's once bright eyes instantly dimmed, as if all her energy had been drained away, collapsing against Shinjio, her gaze vacant and fixed upon the wall ahead. Today's respite had come to an abrupt end, for Lori had been directly incapacitated. Hey, Miss Linglong, why haven't I seen Lady Lori recently? I noticed you were walking with her not long ago. Why is she absent now? The person accompanying Gao Linglong was her newly acquainted friend, Kanya. She was a commoner who had gained entrance, hence sharing more common ground with Gao Linglong. After all, being the daughter of a noble family, Gao Linglong likely had various matters to attend to, or so she thought and expressed. Oh, Kanya nodded silently, seemingly in agreement, as their noble instructor was often elusive. A veritable busy individual. Chapter 149. The homicide. The roar of the steam engine in the classroom gradually subsided. As the bell for dismissal rang, students began to pack their tools and exited in small groups. Gao Linglong was in the process of organizing the disassembled mech components when she suddenly heard the teacher's voice from behind. Gao Linglong, please stay a moment. She paused, her fingers still gripping a metallic gear. Turning around, she locked eyes with Kanya, who smiled at her, her eyes crinkling with amusement. No need to look at me. Have a good discussion with the teacher. I'll head back to the dormitory first and bring you some sweet potato porridge from the cafeteria later. With that, she joined the throng, exiting the training room. Gao Linglong nodded, placing the gear back into its container before hastily approaching the teacher. This instructor, responsible for the steam mech course, was a renowned mechanical engineer within the Empire, perpetually clad in oil-stained gray overalls, with several old scars adorning his knuckles. Yet, he was always exceptionally patient during lectures. At this moment, he was closing the hefty tome titled Principles of Steam Mech Construction, regarding Gao Linglong with an unabashed admiration in his gaze. You have covered a considerable amount of the preliminary steam mech courses over the past 2 months. Your theoretical knowledge is solid, and your practical skills are commendable. His voice, somewhat hoarse yet weighty, continued, I harbor no concerns regarding your studies, with your talent. You will complete the engineering construction course for steam mechs in less than half a year, outpacing even the most outstanding students of previous years. This praise caused Gao Linglong to shyly lower her head, her fingers lightly clutching the hem of her garment. Her swift progress was not solely due to her own efforts. Rather, it was significantly aided by the teacher's continual one-on-one explanations of difficult concepts after class, along with his generous lending of treasured old blueprints for her reference. The teacher observed her demeanor and couldn't help but smile. He retrieved a neatly bound document from his drawer and presented it before her. Here is a list of the steam mech research and development teams, he explained. It outlines 5 distinct research directions. Each team is led by a leading expert from the Empire, with funding and resources allocated directly by the Imperial Parliament. And progress will be supervised by personnel from the inspection office, ensuring high standards. Gao Linglong accepted the document with both hands, her fingertips grazing the paper, feeling the faint watermark of the Imperial crest. She cautiously opened it to find not only the research topics for each team and the requirements for members, but also a brief overview of past research achievements. Each year, these teams select only 2 or 3 students from the academy to join, providing a valuable opportunity for hands-on experience in practical research, which greatly benefits future job prospects or further studies, in addition to enhancing graduation scores. Seeing her earnest expression, the teacher added, take your time to review it. If you find a direction that interests you, please let me know during class next week, and I will assist you in submitting your application. Gao Linglong lifted her head, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she nodded vigorously. All right. Thank you, teacher. I will certainly give it careful thought. Clutching the list of research teams, Gao Linglong walked back to her dormitory, her mind swirling with thoughts of the teacher's mention of graduation scores. At this Imperial Military Academy, graduation scores were far from mere numbers. Graduates typically faced 2 primary choices upon leaving campus, either to join the Imperial Army, stationed on the borders, or engaged in frontline combat. or to enter the research institutions in the rear, focusing on mechs, weaponry, or fortification research. The higher the score, the greater the starting position. Achieving top marks in the graduation assessment not only secured a direct appointment as a major in the army or as a senior researcher in a development institute, but also granted a baron title personally conferred by the king, along with a domain of one's own. Even if one did not attain first place, securing a spot within the top 5 would still bestow the title of lord, along with additional resource advantages upon employment. These were tangible honors and opportunities, the aspirations that drove countless students to strive tirelessly in their studies and training. Gao Linglong had never contemplated such matters before. When she first entered the academy, her greatest wish was merely to graduate smoothly and secure a stable job. Perhaps as an engineer in a mechanical workshop or in the city defense department, handling basic mech maintenance. As long as she could support herself and the slothful Chinjiu, that would suffice. However, as her studies progressed, particularly with her exposure to steam mech development, her mindset began to shift. As she passed by the bulletin board, she paused to observe the latest Imperial Military Intelligence report. Among the yellowed photographs, she could see the ruins of villages outside the city ravaged by monsters, alongside soldiers transporting the wounded. Recently, rumors had circulated within the academy, ever since the colossal corpse of a deity had fallen in the distant mountains. The frequency of monster activity outside the city had noticeably intensified, shifting from aimless wandering to a more deliberate gathering, specifically targeting the Empire's vulnerable border outposts. The Empire has dispatched multiple military units to counterattack, yet the number of magical creatures far exceeds expectations. Each battle results in significant soldier casualties. Every time Gao Linglong hears such news, she instinctively wonders how much Chunjiu would worry if she were to be sent to the front lines. She lets out a gentle sigh, her fingertips lightly tracing the list of the research team, should she choose to enlist. Even if her achievements could secure her a respectable officer position, it is highly probable that she would be deployed to the front, not to mention her lack of talent in military command. Reaching the front lines would not only prevent her from safeguarding Chinjiu, but might also distract him with concerns for her safety, potentially leading to conflict. She knows Chunjiu's nature all too well. He would never allow her to be placed in danger. In contrast, remaining in the rear to engage in research aligns more closely with her aspirations. If she could join the steam mech research team, she might expedite the development of safer and more powerful mechs to assist the Empire in stabilizing its front. Shortly after Gao Linglong left the training room, Kanaya returned. She hesitated at the doorway for a moment, observing the teacher tidying the drawings on the desk before taking a deep breath and stepping inside, her voice tinged with nervousness. "Teacher, I would like to inquire about how one can join the steam mech research team." Upon hearing her, the teacher paused his tasks, removed his reading glasses, and gently polished the lenses with a cloth. He recalled Kanaya, who was always inseparable from Gao Linglong, diligent in her studies, and noted for her meticulous notes. Yet her grades remained average. In practical applications, she lacked the innate brilliance that characterized Gao Linglong. Her talent could only be deemed moderate. The members of the research team are top talents selected from across the Empire, including seasoned engineers and brilliant students. The teacher donned his glasses again, his gaze settling on Kanaya as he calmly explained that entry into the team is contingent upon one's grades and capabilities. One must either consistently rank at the top in courses such as mech design and mechanical engineering, or independently complete challenging practical projects, presenting sufficiently impressive results. Kanaya clenched the hem of her garment, biting her lip, unable to suppress her question. But Gao Linglong hasn't he even participated in the final assessment or submitted any notable achievements? Why were you able to recommend her directly? She felt that she was not jealous of Gao Linglong, but rather, she could not help but feel a sense of unfairness. She too wished to join the research team and learn from top experts, yet the teacher's words seemed to block her path entirely. "I have witnessed Gao Linglong's talent." The teacher responded, his tone imbued with recognition as he retrieved a stack of drawings from his drawer, specifically the design blueprint for a mech propulsion device that Gao Linglong had previously submitted. Her theoretical foundation is twice as solid as that of her peers. During the last assignment to dismantle the core of a third-tier steam mech, while others required 3 hours, she completed it in just an hour and a half. Identifying 2 flaws in the traditional disassembly process, achievements beyond the reach of an average student. He squinted, reminiscing about Gao Linglong's demeanor during class. Her assignments were consistently the finest, and her insights often inspired me. My recommendation of her is not favoritism, but rather an effort to pave the way for a promising genius. She truly deserves this opportunity and is bound to achieve remarkable results in the realm of research and development. I believe I can do it as well. Kanaya interjected eagerly, stepping forward with urgency. Although my talent may not match hers, I possess the grit to endure. I can memorize my notes and will practice the practical tasks repeatedly. As long as I can join the group, I am willing to undertake any task and will certainly not hinder progress. The teacher regarded her fervent expression, paused thoughtfully, and ultimately shook his head with an undeniable firmness in his tone. Kanaya, I select talent solely based on ability. It is clear to me who possesses innate skill and who is capable. The intensity and technical demands of the research group far exceed those of the classroom. And at your current level, you do not meet the criteria for entry. With that, he turned away from Kanaya, picked up the blueprints and documents on the table, and walked towards the storage room at the back of the office, leaving Kanaya standing alone. Watching the teacher's silhouette disappear beyond the door, Kanaya's hands gradually clenched into fists, her nails digging deeply into her palms. A tide of frustration and resentment surged within her. She had exerted herself to the utmost, yet why was she still unacknowledged? Was it simply because she lacked Gao Linglong's innate talent that she was deprived of the opportunity to compete? Chapter 150. Investigation to the teacher. Kanaya's dissatisfaction was utterly trivial. Throughout his decades of teaching, he had encountered countless diligent students lacking in talent. Talent is innate. Knowledge must be acquired bit by bit, and skills refined through relentless practice. Is it conceivable to simply inject knowledge into one's mind? This subject operates on such principles. One either knows or does not know. He turned his attention back to modifying the mecha blueprints, swiftly relegating the matter to the recesses of his mind. Yet Kanaya did not relent. She lingered in the corridor outside the training room for a long while, fixated on a singular thought. If this teacher would not recommend her, she would seek out other instructors who held the power to do so. Even if it required more time and additional tasks, she was determined to join the research group. Meanwhile, upon returning to her dormitory, Gao Linglong scoured her contacts but found no message from Kanaya. They had agreed to dine together after class at the newly opened barbecue rice restaurant. Yet Kanaya not only failed to appear, but also did not respond to any messages. Gao Linglong felt perplexed and recalled that she had not seen Loli around for days. What had once been a lively dinner had culminated in her sitting alone at a corner table in the dining hall. It was not until 3 days later that Gao Linglong encountered Kanaya in the corridor of the training building. However, the person before her was a startling contrast to the Kanaya she knew. Previously, Kanaya had always been unadorned, clad in a pristine academy uniform with her hair neatly tied back in a ponytail, exuding a youthful and fresh aura. Yet now, Kanaya's face is adorned with a thick layer of heavy makeup. The deep brown eyeshadow is smudged like a smoky haze, and her lipstick is a dark maroon shade that casts a slight yellowish tint upon her otherwise fair complexion. She is clad in an ill-fitting black coat. Despite the weather not being cold enough to warrant such attire, she wraps herself tightly, her steps somewhat unsteady and accompanied by a hint of affectation, completely shedding her former fresh appearance. What has happened to you? Gao Linglong strides towards her, unable to suppress her scrutiny. The thick makeup masks Kanaya's face like a disguise, rendering her somewhat unrecognizable and even slightly uncomfortable. Kanaya averts her gaze, forcing a smile that barely touches her lips, her voice hoarse. It's nothing. I just wanted to try a new style. She instinctively tightens her coat, as if concealing something. After a brief silence, Kanaya suddenly raises her head, her eyes glinting with urgency. Linglong, didn't you say you knew Miss Loli? I would like to meet her. Could you help me get in touch? Gao Linglong pauses, momentarily taken aback, then shakes her head with some reluctance. I've only dined with her a few times. We aren't particularly close. She is, after all, a lady of nobility, and our social standings are vastly different. Even if I were to facilitate contact, she may not wish to befriend us. Yet, she does not express the entirety of her thoughts. Loli often refers to her as little sister with an oddly affectionate demeanor, and Gao Linglong harbors a subconscious resistance to such familiarity, further disinclined to seek her out. Very well. Upon receiving the refusal, the light in Kanaya's eyes instantly dims, and she refrains from saying more. The two walk in silence toward the cafeteria, settling at a table by the window. Gao Linglong wishes to inquire about what has transpired recently, but Kanaya merely lowers her head, eating silently from her bowl. After a few minutes, two male classmates dressed in black jackets approach their table, one, with dyed blonde hair, casually pats Kanaya on the shoulder. It's time to go, don't keep them waiting. Gao Linglong furrows her brow, setting down her chopsticks to address them. Do you need something? Can't you see we are in the middle of a meal? It's nothing, Linglong. They are here for me. Kanaya quickly rises, frantically gathering the dishes on the table, apologizing to Gao Linglong. I'm sorry, I have urgent matters to attend to and can't continue dining with you. Without waiting for a response, She hastily follows the two boys out of the cafeteria, leaving her unfinished meal behind. Gao Linglong watches her hurried departure, her confusion deepening. When did Kanaya come to know such individuals? What has transpired in her life? Yet, upon reflection, everyone harbors their own secrets. It would be inappropriate to pry further. She shakes her head and hastens to finish her meal before returning to her dormitory to continue her study of the research group's materials. Upon returning to her room, Gao Linglong spreads the research group's documents across her desk, yet Kanaya's unusual demeanor lingers in her mind. The ill-timed overcoat, the evasive gaze, and the two frivolous male classmates all exuded an unsettling aura. In the ensuing days, it became increasingly difficult for Gao Linglong to encounter Kanaya. Whenever they crossed paths in class, Kanaya would invariably occupy the last row, her head bowed as she scribbled away, and the moment the bell rang, she would swiftly gather her belongings and depart, unable to meet Gao Linglong's eyes. On one occasion, Gao Linglong deliberately intercepted her, yearning to clarify the situation, only to catch a glimpse of a gilded invitation peeking from Kanaya's coat pocket, adorned with the words Luo Family Private Banquet along its edge. "Are you attending the Luo family soiree?" Gao Linglong inquired, astonishment flooding her heart as she picked up the invitation. Kanaya's expression shifted instantaneously. She hastily snatched the invitation back and stuffed it into her pocket, her voice tinged with panic. "It was given to me by an acquaintance. I'm merely going to join the festivities." Having uttered this, she broke free from Gao Linglong's grasp and fled with hurried steps. Standing there, Gao Linglong's unease intensified. A lingering suspicion that Kanaya's transformation was somehow linked to Luo Li. A few evenings later, after concluding her training, Gao Linglong passed by a narrow alley on the west side of the academy, only to be abruptly startled by the sound of a heated argument emanating from within. She halted, discerning Kanaya's voice alongside a stranger's harsh reprimand. "You can't even manage this trivial matter? Miss Luo Li's required red string. And you have yet to uncover a single lead." The man's voice seethed with anger. "If you fail to procure any information, not only will you be barred from the research group, but how will you repay the debts you owe? I am already devising a plan." Kanaya's voice trembled with a hint of tears, but I had no opportunity to get close. Moreover, I attended Miss Luo Li's banquet, and she hardly acknowledged my presence. Gao Linglong's heart sank. The red string? Were they referring to the very string entwined around her own ankle? Had Kanaya's proximity to Luo Li and her debts been merely a means to gather information about the red string? Or was Luo Li the mastermind behind it all? Unable to suppress her agitation, she pushed against a nearby trash bin, producing a loud clatter. Instantly, the voices in the alley ceased, and shortly thereafter, a blond male classmate emerged, his gaze flickering with confusion upon spotting Gao Linglong, though he quickly masked it with a facade of composure as he departed. Kanaya followed suit. Her heavily applied makeup now marred, her eyes reddened. Upon seeing Gao Linglong, her face blanched, her lips moved soundlessly, unable to articulate a single word. "You drew near to me solely for that red string?" Gao Linglong's voice quivered, disbelief washing over her as she grappled with the reality that a friend she had treated with sincerity had ulterior motives. Kanaya bit her lip, and tears finally streamed down her cheeks. I wish to join the research group." That man said, "If I could help Miss Luo Li obtain information about the red string, he could assist me in securing a position in the group and help me settle my debts. I never meant to deceive you, Linglong. I was too eager for a shortcut. So you thought you could exploit our friendship?" Gao Linglong interjected, her heart aching as if pierced by 1,000 needles. She turned and left, not casting another glance at Kanaya. Some things, once fractured, could never return to their former state. Upon returning to the dormitory, Gao Linglong sat at the edge of her bed, her gaze fixed on the red string around her ankle, her heart brimming with complexity. She was perplexed as to why Lori desired this red string, especially since she had sought her out that day, her seemingly casual inquiry now gnawing at her mind. Could it be that Lori had indeed come with the intention of obtaining this very string? A duke's daughter approaching her with ulterior motives? Having been influenced by her education at the academy, Gao Linglong had become acutely aware of the immense power wielded by the nobility in various aspects, such as certain fundamental rights to immunity. It was a foregone conclusion that nobles would receive leniency for harming commoners. The empire's laws favored the aristocracy, and this was no mere rhetoric. Seated before her desk, Gao Linglong absent-mindedly stroked the red string on her ankle. The moonlight filtered through the glass, casting a faint shadow on the floor, yet her mind was ensnared by a singular question. What would she do if Lori were to directly demand the red string from her? She understood all too well that she was merely an ordinary student, with no means to resist before a grand noble such as Lori. Preserving the red string seemed nearly impossible, rather than engage in futile struggles. It would be wiser to seek a way to exchange it for something beneficial to her. However, her desired benefit was quite simple. As long as Chunjio's safety could be assured, she would willingly relinquish the red string, even at the cost of other sacrifices. Taking a deep breath, a resolution gradually formed within her. If Lori were to make a request, as long as it did not endanger Chunjio, she would acquiesce to whatever Lori desired. Yet, if Lori's ambitions extended beyond the red string and posed a threat to Chunjio, she would flee the imperial capital with him, even if it meant returning to a life of wandering. For such a fate would be preferable to living in constant fear here. With this thought, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. After all, she had nothing to lose. Having roamed with Chunjio in her childhood, enduring days of hunger, she was no stranger to hardship. Now, whatever she might lose again held little terror for her. She retrieved stationery and ink from the drawer, and under the light of her desk lamp, meticulously pinned a letter to Chunjio. In her message, she elaborated on Kanaya's odd behavior, the conversations overheard in the alley, and her suspicions regarding Lori. Concluding with a special admonition for Chunjio, Lori's approach might not be well-intentioned, and he should exercise caution and not easily trust her words. After completing the letter, she folded the paper neatly and deposited it into the mechanical pigeon's letterbox, gently stroking the metallic wings of the bird as she watched it flap its wings and vanish into the night. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chunjio sat in the lounge of the office, reclining in his chair with his eyes closed, while Lori knelt on the floor. Suddenly, the fluttering of metallic wings broke the silence, and a silver-gray mechanical pigeon landed on Chunjio's lap. "What an annoying noise," Lori remarked, lifting her head to cast a disgruntled glance at the pigeon. Chunjio opened his eyes, removed the letterbox from the pigeon's leg, and unfolded the letter. Though the lounge was dimly illuminated by the faint moonlight filtering through the window, his vision surpassed that of ordinary men, allowing him to quickly discern the contents of the letter. Upon finishing, he turned to face Loli and calmly remarked, "Linglong believes you approached us for the red thread on her leg." This statement struck like a thunderclap, causing Loli to spring up from the ground in shock. She trembled with fear, unable to maintain her balance, and collapsed onto the carpet, coughing vigorously due to her hasty movements, her face turning crimson. Cough, cough, cough. How could she think that? When did I ever desire that wretched red thread? Chunjio, observing her flustered demeanor, could not suppress a chuckle. He rose and approached Loli, gently patting her head with a tone laced with reassurance. "I don't believe that to be the case." Though Loli was mischievous and headstrong, she harbored no ill intentions. If it were truly for the red thread, there would be no need for her to spend so much time engaging with them. Leaning into his palm, her coughing gradually subsided, and she finally managed to compose herself. She rolled her eyes dramatically, swatting Chunjio's hand away as she rose from the floor, brushing off the dust from her dress with a voice tinged with both grievance and defiance. "Exactly. If I were truly after that ridiculous red thread, I could simply instruct the butler to send someone to seize it. There would be no need for me to charm you daily or to offer myself in exchange." As she spoke, she recalled the incessant chatter of the mechanical butler, internally lamenting, "It's all that wretched machine's fault," constantly droning on about the red thread. "Now look what's happened. It has led Linglong to misunderstand." Rubbing her still-heaving chest, Loli suddenly froze. She vividly remembered that her initial instruction to the butler to monitor Gao Linglong was merely a fleeting curiosity spurred by the mechanical butler's incessant mentions of the red thread. She had never claimed to desire it. How had it come to be that she was perceived as pursuing the red thread? This was truly counterproductive. Loli could not help but mutter in frustration, torn between exasperation and helplessness. She hastily approached the writing desk, retrieved a sheet of letterhead adorned with the Luo family crest from the drawer, and seized a fountain pen. Swiftly inscribing a command, "Immediately cease all investigations and tasks related to Gao Linglong's red thread. Withdraw all personnel involved and ensure that no one disturbs Gao Linglong or her associates for any reason. Violators will be dealt with according to family law." After completing the letter, she meticulously reviewed it to ensure nothing was amiss before extracting a small wax seal from her pocket, melting it over the candle flame and firmly affixing it to the letter's seal. Subsequently, she retrieved a tissue to delicately wipe her lips. She then took her specially designed mechanical messenger pigeon from the shelf. This pigeon was smaller than the ordinary ones, with intricately engraved golden patterns on its wings. A unique communication device crafted for the Duke's estate. "Do you need light?" Chunjio's voice came from behind her. Noticing Loli writing in the dim light, he rose, walked to the corner, and illuminated a brass oil lamp. The warm, golden light flooded the room in an instant, casting the delicate silhouette of Loli, who was bent over writing a letter, clearly upon the wall behind her. Even her furrowed brow appeared softened by the gentle illumination. Loli nodded, slipping the completed command letter into the mechanical pigeon's mail slot before releasing it into the air. Chunjiu wrapped his arms around her, looking down at Loli with a hint of amusement in his voice. Are you feeling reassured now? Once the butler receives the letter, no one will disturb Ling Long, and the misunderstandings will gradually unravel. Leaning against his chest, Loli listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, feeling her own agitation dissipate. She softly murmured, "It's all that wretched machine's fault, along with that foolish butler. If they hadn't meddled, things wouldn't have escalated like this. Next time they dare to meddle again, I'll dismantle the machine." Butler's chip. Kanaya sat on the dormitory floor, clutching a cold silver coin, feeling as though the sky were about to collapse upon her. She had initially devised a clever plan to cultivate a good relationship with Gao Ling Long, which would fulfill Miss Loli's red thread task. Perhaps she could leverage that connection to befriend Miss Loli, eventually securing a position in the research group and ensuring a smooth career ahead. Yet reality had dealt her a harsh blow. Not only had her friendship with Gao Ling Long completely shattered, but the task had also fallen through. Recently, she received a notification stating that the task had been officially cancelled, accompanied by a severance payment. However, upon opening the envelope, she found only 3 worn silver coins, an amount insufficient even to cover the debts owed to those who had facilitated her connections, let alone repay the high-interest loans she had taken to pave her way. Outside, the persistent knocking of a debt collector sent Kanaya into a panic. She quickly covered her mouth, afraid to even breathe heavily. After pacing her room several times, she could think of no other solution. Finally, gritting her teeth, she grabbed her backpack and ran towards the training building, seeking help from her former benefactor, teacher Yang Yan. In Yang Yan's office, the faint scent of alcohol lingered as he leaned back in his chair, idly toying with a metallic badge. Upon seeing Kanaya stumble in, a glimmer of understanding flickered in his eyes, though he feigned surprise. "Ah, isn't this Kanaya? You seem rather flustered. What troubles you? Teacher Yang, please help me." Kanaya fell to her knees with a thud, her knees striking the cold floor painfully, nearly bringing her to tears. Ignoring the pain, she clutched tightly to Yang Yan's trousers, pleading, "Please lend me some money. I only need enough to settle my debts. I'll do anything you ask in return. I'm willing to work like a beast." Yang Yan lowered his gaze, his eyes greedily roving over Kanaya, from her flushed cheeks, revealing her anxiety, to the rise and fall of her chest from running, and finally settling on her hands gripping his trousers. His desire was unmasked. He leisurely withdrew his leg, using his toe to gently lift Kanaya's chin, his tone laced with mockery. "My dear student, have you perhaps become too greedy? You previously expressed a desire to find a position that would allow you to cultivate a friendship with Miss Luo, and I promptly facilitated contact with individuals at the Luo residence, enabling your attendance at a private soiree. You mentioned your aspiration to join the research and development team, and despite the pressure, I took it upon myself to write a letter of recommendation on your behalf." His hand glided along Kanaya's jawline, unabashedly traversing her neck and resting upon her shoulder, his fingertips pressing firmly. "I have assisted you in numerous ways. Now, do you still seek financial support, Kanaya? Pray tell. What else can you offer in exchange for such monetary aid?" Chapter 152. Conspiracy. Kanaya shuddered, yearning to withdraw, yet Yang Yan held her shoulder in a vice-like grip. She gazed into the depths of Yang Yan's eyes, filled with loathsome desire, her heart a tumult of fear and regret. How could she have been so foolish as to believe that this notorious scoundrel could indeed assist her? But now, with debts pressing heavily upon her, the threat of being sold to an illicit workshop beyond the city loomed large, leaving her with no avenue of escape. I. Kanaya's voice quivered with suppressed sobs, tears finally cascading down her cheeks, landing upon Yang Yan's hand. He felt the warmth of her tears, and his smile widened with malevolent glee. Leaning closer, he whispered temptingly yet menacingly in her ear, "Do not fear. If you comply, not only will we resolve your monetary concerns, but I can also secure your place in the research team and even arrange your post-graduation employment." Kanaya shut her eyes tightly, the tears flowing more fervently. Her head hung low, nails digging deep into her palms. She recognized that she had no choice. Ever since she first sought Yang Yan's assistance and was coerced into relinquishing her virtue, she had forfeited any semblance of retreat. This was merely another capitulation. What was there left to care about? She closed her eyes, allowing Yang Yan's hand to roam freely over her body. The noxious mingling of alcohol and tobacco invading her senses, each passing second akin to torment in the depths of hell. Time slipped by unnoticed until Yang Yan finally released her, carelessly tossing a heavy pouch of coins before her. Here are 50 gold coins, sufficient to clear your debts. Remember, obedience will yield further rewards. Kanaya trembled as she grasped the pouch, the clinking of the coins transforming into the sole sound that provided her with a semblance of security. She did not raise her gaze nor utter her thanks. She merely staggered to her feet, adjusting her disheveled attire, limping out of the office. The pain between her legs intertwined with the humiliation in her heart, making each step feel like walking upon shards of glass. The corridor lay deserted, illuminated only by the moonlight streaming through the windows, casting mottled shadows upon the floor. Leaning against the cold wall, Kanaya opened the pouch and counted the coins within, the chill of the metal momentarily soothing her frayed nerves. Yet, soon enough, a wave of resentment and bitterness surged within her. Was her current plight solely of her own making? Had she not sought Hai Linglong's assistance in contacting Luo Li? If only Luo Li had not abruptly cancelled her mission. If Yang Yin had not tempted her with promises of money and opportunity, would she have found herself in such a dire situation? As these thoughts coursed through her mind, her gaze instinctively drifted towards the distant door of Hai Linglong's dormitory. The door stood resolutely shut, perhaps illuminated by the warm glow of light within. Where Gao Linglong might be seated at her desk, diligently engrossed in the research group's materials, living the life she had always dreamed of. A twisted thought began to germinate and spread in Kanya's heart. Since offense had already been taken, why not take it to the extreme? She recalled how Yang Yin had inadvertently mentioned that Miss Loli had initially shown interest in Gao Linglong because of the red string adorning her leg. Such a coveted item, sought after even by the daughter of a duke, could not be an ordinary possession. If she could obtain that red string, perhaps she could sell it for an exorbitant price, not only settling her debts, but also freeing herself from Yang Yan's control and possibly even achieving great heights. Even if she could not acquire the red string, merely destroying everything Gao Linglong held dear, allowing her to experience a fraction of the pain Kanya felt, would seem a fitting revenge. Kanya clenched the pouch of coins in her hand, her nails nearly piercing the fabric. The hesitation in her eyes gradually gave way to a fierce resolve as she staggered and turned towards the darkness outside the dormitory. The night enveloped the academy like spilled ink, shrouding it entirely. The wind swept in from the alley, causing a chill to creep along Kanya's exposed neck. Yet, rather than awakening her, the coolness only sharpened the clarity of her frenzied thoughts. She must obtain the red string from Gao Linglong's leg, instead of repaying her debts first. She clutched the pouch tightly, winding through 2 streets until she arrived at the dark alley on the west side of the academy, littered with refuse. A blond boy leaned against the wall, smoking, and upon seeing her approach, he quickly extinguished his cigarette and stepped forward. "So, have you gathered enough money?" he asked, his tone impatient. Kanya pulled 2 gleaming gold coins from the pouch and placed them in the boy's palm, her gaze imbued with an undeniable fierceness. "Do me a favor. I want to know Gao Linglong's daily whereabouts, especially the times she is alone. The more detailed, the better." The boy weighed the coins in his hand, the cold metal igniting a flicker of greed in his eyes, and he nodded eagerly. "No problem. By this time tomorrow, I'll have the information for you." As he spoke, his gaze began to linger on Kanya with unwelcome intent, reaching out to caress her chin. "But first, let me enjoy myself a little, otherwise." This information Kanya tightened her fists, her nails digging into her palm. Ultimately, she closed her eyes, allowing the boy's hand to rest on her shoulder. For the sake of the red string, she had ceased to care about anything else. The following evening, Kanya indeed received Gao Linglong's whereabouts in the dark alley. The paper clearly stated, every night from 7 to 9, Gao Linglong would practice mecha debugging alone in room 3, during which she would be virtually undisturbed. She fixed her gaze on the recorded times, a cold smile curling at her lips, as though she could already envision the moment she would possess the red string. At 6:30 that evening, Kanya stealthily concealed herself in the storage room of the study area. It was piled high with discarded mecha parts, rusted gears, and broken metal pipes stacked haphazardly. The thick layer of dust choked her, yet it served perfectly to obscure her presence. She retrieved a brown glass vial from her bosom, containing ether. This was procured from the black market with her remaining gold coins. A mere moment of covering Gao Linglong's mouth and nose would render her unconscious, allowing for the effortless removal of the red string. At precisely 7 o'clock, the study room door was pushed open. Gao Linglong entered, clutching a thick tome of mecha schematics, with several design sketches nestled within its pages. As the most diligent student in the class, she found herself alone in the study room. Following her usual routine, she gently placed the schematics on the table by the window and proceeded to the training station in the corner. Bending over to adjust a small mecha model on the table, her fingers deftly navigating the components, completely oblivious to the pair of eyes watching her from the storage room. Kanaya held her breath, peering through the crack in the storage room door, intently observing Gao Linglong's actions. Her gaze ultimately settled on Gao Linglong's exposed ankle, where the red string shimmered faintly under the warm yellow light, resembling a thread woven with temptation, quickening her heartbeat involuntarily. Once Gao Linglong became entirely engrossed in adjusting the mecha parts, her back turned to the storage room. Kanaya stealthily opened the door slightly, treading lightly like a cat as she crept up behind her. Clutching the ether-soaked towel tightly, she inhaled deeply and suddenly pressed the towel over Gao Linglong's mouth and nose. Gao Linglong's movements faltered abruptly, her nostrils filled with a sharp odor. Instinctively, she struggled, her hands flailing in an attempt to push away the person behind her. But her head spun violently, her vision of the mecha model blurring, and her limbs gradually lost their strength. She tried to steady herself against the training station, but her fingertips merely grazed the cold metal before her body weakened entirely, collapsing to the ground, consciousness slipping away. Success! Kanaya felt a surge of joy within her. Crouching down as her hands trembled with excitement, slowly reaching out, her fingertips almost brushing against the tantalizing red string within her grasp. Just then, a loud bang echoed as the study room door was forcefully kicked open. A burly man in a black suit stood in the doorway, his imposing stature nearly blocking the light, his gaze as cold as ice, fixated on Kanaya. "What are you doing?" He was the personal bodyguard arranged by Loli. Ever since she learned of Gao Linglong's misunderstanding of her, Loli, fearing for her safety, had discreetly dispatched a bodyguard for protection. Hearing commotion from the study room moments ago, he rushed in, coincidentally interrupting Kanaya's actions. The bodyguard advanced swiftly, grabbing Kanaya by the scruff of her collar and lifting her effortlessly as one might a chick, violently throwing her against the adjacent wall. With a resounding thud, Kanaya's vision darkened. As she attempted to rise, she saw the bodyguard crouch down, cautiously assessing Gao Linglong's condition. Fortunately, she was merely unconscious, without any life-threatening danger. The bodyguard exhaled a sigh of relief, then turned his fierce glare upon Kanaya, the fury in his eyes nearly spilling over. "How dare you resort to such ruthless measures against a classmate? Utterly audacious." Kanaya fell to the ground, gazing upon the fearsome figure of the burly man before her, then glancing at the unconscious Gao Linglong, her face instantly drained of all color. Chapter 153 concluded. The office's window stood ajar, allowing the evening breeze, imbued with the coolness of early summer, to waft in and tousle the golden locks cascading over Lori's shoulders. She languidly reclined in a wicker chair, observing Chun-Jio seated opposite her. Chun-Jio, wielding a delicate pair of nail clippers, meticulously tended to her nails, casually inquiring, "So, is Kanaya's ultimate fate to be hanged from the gallows at the city gate?" Lori's voice was calm, yet tinged with resignation. "According to imperial law, she is implicated in smuggling ether from the black market, willfully endangering others' safety, and attempting to steal Linglong's possessions. With multiple offenses, the sentence is death." She had witnessed far too many brutal conclusions under the Empire's laws to feel even a sliver of regret for Kanaya. Had she not been ensnared by desire, had she not strayed from the righteous path, perhaps she could have graduated successfully like her peers and secured a stable job. Chun-Jio merely hummed in acknowledgement, falling silent thereafter. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle shadow across his face, softening the previously stark contours. He was acutely aware of the severity of the Empire's decrees. From smuggling contraband to harming others, each infraction warranted harsh penalties. Not to mention the cumulative nature of multiple offenses. Every year, countless criminals were executed in the central square of the capital, and Kanaya's fate was but another reflection of these merciless laws. Having finished trimming the last nail, Chun-Jio set down the tools and shook his head gently. Lori remarked, "In truth, she had opportunities. Had she not sought shortcuts, avoided clinging to Yang Yan, and refrained from attempting to harm Linglong, even if she couldn't join the research team, her diligence could have led her to a respectable job after graduation. Yet, regret is a luxury the world does not afford. One misstep leads to another, ultimately paving a path toward destruction." On the day of Kanaya's execution, the skies were overcast, drizzling softly. The citizens of the capital gathered beneath the gallows, murmuring in condemnation of her misdeeds. Only Gao Linglong quietly attended the scene, standing at the back of the crowd, watching the once familiar figure lose vitality upon the gallows. Her heart a tumult of emotions. She did not approach. After a brief moment, she turned and departed. Later, she sought out Kanaya's body through intermediaries, paying to have it cremated, with the ashes interred in a civilian cemetery outside the city. Despite the fracture in their friendship, She could not bear the thought of Kanaya resting in unmarked obscurity after death. On the day of the funeral, Gao Linglong stood before the modest gravestone, placing a bouquet of wild chrysanthemums upon it. The rain dampened her hair, yet she remained oblivious. Memories flooded back to when she first met Kanaya, sharing meals in the cafeteria and burning the midnight oil in the training room. Back then, Kanaya's eyes sparkled with dreams of the future, not the later avarice and madness. I hope in your next life, you can tread a path of stability, Gao Linglong whispered softly before turning away, leaving behind this intricate past entirely. The affair concerning Kania resembled a fleeting interlude, swiftly overshadowed by the quotidian operations of the empire. A fortnight later, the capital welcomed a distinguished delegation from the church state, bearing carts laden with rare minerals and boxes of tributes, specifically journeying to atone for the prior disturbances instigated by the sect. Within the regal assembly hall, the envoy adorned in a long robe embroidered with the golden religious emblem approached the king with utmost respect, cradling a jewel-encrusted box in his hands. Your Majesty, he intoned. As a gesture of contrition from the church state, in addition to the 30 carts of magical minerals outside, His Holiness the Pope has prepared this divine gem, hoping it may further bolster the friendship between our nations. Furthermore, His Holiness proposed the mutual exchange of a team of scholars, complemented by a research cohort, to share knowledge and jointly explore the confluence of technology and divine power. The king, casting a glance at the softly glowing divine gem within the box, exhibited a flicker of satisfaction and signaled to the attendant nearby to receive the gem. With a cheerful clap of his hands, he exclaimed, I perceive the sincerity of the church state. The proposal for mutual exchange is splendid. I grant my approval. The news swiftly reached the Imperial Military Academy, and the list of personnel for the overseas mission was promptly finalized. Those selected to journey to the church state were subjected to rigorous vetting to ensure their absolute loyalty to the empire and were paired with specialized research teams. Gao Linglong's Steam Mech Optimization Research Group was fortuitously chosen to participate, tasked with accompanying the clergy of the church state to investigate whether the steam mechs could incorporate divine power for performance enhancement beyond traditional spiritual energy propulsion. Upon receiving the notification, Gao Linglong was diligently sketching mech propulsion diagrams at her desk when the words delegation to the church state caught her eye, causing her pen to clatter to the table. She had initially chosen her research path to evade the perils of the front lines, hoping for more time in the capital to see Qinjiao, yet now she was to be dispatched to a distant land, which indeed felt rather unfortunate. The day before departure, Gao Linglong made a special visit to the office to bid farewell to Qinjiao. Upon reaching the doorway, she encountered Lori emerging from within, dressed in a cream-colored dress, her hair loosely styled, and her face bearing the languorous expression of one just awoken. It was evident that she had spent the night at the office. Gao Linglong's gaze flitted between them, noticing the faint red marks on Lori's neck. And recalling how Lori had often sought excuses to approach Qinjiao, she suddenly comprehended the situation. She had been outmaneuvered. Have you two become involved? She inquired, disbelief permeating her tone. Lori spread her arms, a sly smile gracing her lips. Indeed, it was mutual. Brother. Gao Linglong abruptly turned to Qinjiao, her eyes brimming with reproach, akin to a child whose candy had been snatched away. Qinjiao stepped forward, reluctantly embracing her, gently patting her back in reassurance. Leaning against him, Gao Linglong felt a tumult of anger and reluctance, ultimately sinking her teeth into his shoulder, leaving a faint imprint. When I return from the church state, we shall settle this. Hai Linglong was indeed aware that transitioning to a research position that did not require foreign assignment was not an impossibility. In her capacity as lowly, a mere request from her could resolve the matter effortlessly. However, contemplating the relationship between Loli and Qinjiao, along with her own grievances of feeling like a trespasser, a surge of defiance welled up within her, compelling her to refrain from seeking Loli's assistance. Remember to take care of yourself in the teaching nation. Should you encounter any difficulties, use this to contact me, Qinjiao said, producing a small mechanical bird from her pocket and placing it in Linglong's hand. I will visit you in the teaching nation as soon as possible. Linglong grasped the mechanical bird, its cold metallic texture offering her a modicum of comfort. She nodded, uttering no further words, and turned to walk towards the academy. The departure date for the expedition was set for a month later, and the Empire had made ample preparations for the foreign assignment. The selection of exchange students underwent rigorous scrutiny, ultimately designating 20 individuals, either direct descendants of noble families or outstanding commoners fiercely loyal to the Empire. Each had been subjected to thorough background checks by the intelligence department to ensure no issues regarding allegiance would arise. In contrast, The accompanying research teams received an additional layer of special treatment. 3 days prior to departure, the Empire's leaders dispatched 2 fully armed military units under the pretext of safeguarding the researchers, though anyone with discernment understood that this so-called protection was more about oversight. After all, the research teams held the Empire's latest steam-powered mech technology, and the leaders had to ensure that they would not betray the Empire or divulge secrets while in the teaching nation. On the day of departure, a grand farewell ceremony was held in the central square of the capital. Banners of both the Empire and the teaching nation adorned the square, while a band played stirring military anthems. The king even made a personal appearance, delivering a speech that lasted half an hour, repeatedly emphasizing the importance of friendship and technological sharing between the two nations, though his words were laced with the Empire's dominance. Dressed in the standard researcher's uniform, Hai Linglong stood at the rear of the contingent, surveying the lively scene in the square, yet feeling little excitement within. She instinctively touched the mechanical bird in her pocket, recalling Chun Jiu's promise to visit her soon, which provided her with a slight sense of relief. Simultaneously, the exchange students sent by the teaching nation were, under the Empire's arrangements, entering its esteemed institutions of higher learning. Interestingly, the curriculum designed for them included not only foundational cultural knowledge, but also specific subjects such as the history and laws of the Empire. Each day, they were escorted around the Empire's factories and mech workshops, showcasing the Empire's formidable prowess. It was blatantly political propaganda, an attempt to subtly sway these exchange students towards their own camp. The emissaries from the teaching nation observed this with expressions of mixed colors, helpless to counter it. After all, the teaching nation had previously provoked the Empire, and now they were there to atone. Enduring this humiliation while watching the Empire flaunt its might before their exchange students. Chapter 154. The Papal State in the Exhibition Hall of the Imperial Academy. The metallic shells of steam mechs glimmered with a cold, hard sheen under the lights. The exchange students from the church followed the guide, casting curious glances at these monstrous creations forged from steel. Yet, Mira lingered at the back of the group, her hood concealing her face almost entirely, revealing only a pale chin. "Mira, what do you think of this place?" A companion nudged her arm, excitement lacing their tone. "The Empire's technology is quite impressive. These mechs look far superior to the holy guardians of the church." With her eyes closed, Mira seemed to be attuning herself to the energy fluctuations around her. After a moment, she spoke slowly, her voice as faint as a whisper. "Although the decor is ostentatious and starkly contrasts the sanctity of the church, it is evident that they have invested considerable effort into their technology." Her companion, evidently unsatisfied with this bland assessment, pressed further. "And what about the people here?" The guide mentioned that they are the Empire's elite, geniuses in every field. Finally lifting her head, Myra's eyes, hidden beneath her hood, revealed no warmth. Her tone laced with a barely perceptible disdain. "They are merely pitiful souls cast away by the divine, lacking faith as their foundation, possessing only technology and talent. They are akin to the living dead, parched in a desert, unable to find meaning in their existence." At her words, her companion could not suppress a smirk, whispering with amusement, "Only you would dare to say such things. With your talent and piety, you will surely be selected in the next Saintess election, right? Just remember to lend me a hand then." As he spoke, he reached out to touch the mech's exterior, his eyes filled with wonder. "This steam mech is indeed fascinating." The guide mentioned its power rivals that of a bishop from the church, though it pales in comparison to the might of the cardinal. Mira remained silent. Her brow suddenly furrowed as she discreetly tugged at her companion's sleeve. Her lips did not move, yet she conveyed her thoughts telepathically. "Do not speak. I sensed the energy fluctuations of the sacred source fragment the divine instructed us to seek, and it is somewhere in this imperial capital, not far from us." Her companion's eyes sparkled with excitement, his enthusiasm palpable as he responded mentally, "Really? That is wonderful. Had I known there were clues here, I wouldn't have wasted time on these metallic monstrosities. Once we finish touring this exhibition hall, we should discreetly investigate. Perhaps we can find the fragment first and achieve great merit." Mira nodded gently, lowering her eyelids to conceal the glimmer of determination in her gaze. She raised her hand, her fingers brushing against the crucifix pendant at her chest, silently praying, "O divine, may I swiftly locate the sacred source fragment and offer strength to the church." Meanwhile, the guide continued to elaborate on the mech technology, entirely oblivious to the exchange students. After the tour of the exhibition hall concluded, in accordance with the Empire's arrangements, the guide led the exchange students from the church to the military camp outside the city. Not only are there psychically driven mechanical war chariots, but also the Empire's most esteemed heavy artillery, serving as a significant exhibition of the imperial military might. The procession advanced along the main thoroughfare and soon arrived at the grand entrance of the capital. Suspended ominously from the gallows above the city gate were dozens of corpses, their faces obscured by dark cloth strips, tattered garments still stained with dried blood. The guide continued onward, matter-of-factly explaining that these were members of the previous sect who had attempted to incite chaos within the capital. Captured by the imperial forces, they were sentenced to death according to the law, displayed here as a grim warning to others. Mira gazed up at the hanging bodies, her brow furrowing deeper. It was unclear what special measures the Empire employed, but the corpses had been suspended for so long without emitting a discernible odor. Only a faint scent of preservative lingered in the air. She understood well that the Empire's intent was not merely to demonstrate justice, but to deliberately allow them, the exchange students from the sect, to witness this path, which had been carefully selected for their tour. It was a blatant warning, conveying that the Empire's blade always loomed overhead, and any hint of dissent would result in a fate akin to that of these wretches. May the Divine Lord forgive your transgressions and guide your souls back to sanctity. Mira halted, clasping her hands together, closing her eyes to offer a quiet prayer. Observing her, the other exchange students also paused, joining her in prayer, and soon the city gate resonated with a harmonious chant. This scene swiftly incited the ire of the accompanying soldiers. One soldier, frowning, stepped forward and sternly reprimanded, "No lingering. Move along." Yet the students remained absorbed in their prayers, unwilling to budge. The soldier's expression darkened as he immediately contacted his superiors via communicator. Upon receiving instructions, he gestured towards a nearby steam mech, originally stationed at one side of the gate. The mech, upon receiving the command, swiftly turned its gun towards one of the corpses on the gallows. A thunderous bang erupted as the cannon accurately struck the body, obliterating it in an explosive display, with fragments of flesh and bone scattering, some landing perilously close to Myra's feet. "Move along. Do not obstruct the gate," blared a cold mechanical voice from the steam mech's loudspeaker, imbued with an unmistakable authority. The gate was meant for the passage of citizens, and the cleanup of this refuse would follow. Do not impede official duties. The tone was akin to shooing away a bothersome crowd of miscreants. Several students at the front were splattered with bits of flesh, their pristine white robes now marred with blood. Shocked and enraged, they lifted their heads, casting venomous glares at the steam mech and the watchful soldier, yet the Empire's overwhelming power quelled any thoughts of resistance. The recent cannon fire had utterly shattered their lingering hopes, instilling in them a palpable sense of the Empire's intimidation. The procession resumed its slow advance. Connie sat upon a bench in the Marquis' garden, her fingertips absent-mindedly caressing the warm stone nestled within her pocket. This is what Mother retrieved from the collapsed family warehouse during the upheaval of the arrival sect. The stone emits a faint blue glow at night, and mother and child merely regarded it as a peculiar ornament, never contemplating its origins. "Miss, the master is once again in the study discussing matters with the mother of his illegitimate child," whispered the maid, her voice laced with urgency as she relayed the butler's news. "I hear he has instructed a lawyer to draft a bequest agreement, intending to transfer the 3 mines on the outskirts and the city shops to that young master." Connie's fingers tightened around the stone, its sharp edges digging painfully into her palm. Ever since Mother lost her family inheritance due to the arrival sect's involvement, Father had escalated his actions, not only neglecting the ancestral home for years, but also openly supporting his illegitimate son. Now, he was determined to entirely usurp the remaining Marquis inheritance. "I understand," Connie replied, taking a deep breath to suppress the chill that threatened to rise within her. "Fetch the spare key to the study and find me the latest imperial noble inheritance law. Be swift." Though the maid appeared perplexed, she complied without hesitation. Half an hour later, Connie, armed with the key and the legal document, stealthily entered her father's study. In the hidden compartment behind the bookshelf, she discovered the unsigned inheritance agreement, alongside her father's personal seal. Instead of hastily acting upon the agreement, she began rummaging through her father's old documents. She recalled her mother's mention of how father secured his position as Marquis through her family's influence. Their marriage contract contained a clause stipulating that should the Marquis have no legitimate heirs, the inheritance must be prioritized for the legitimate spouse. In a yellowed volume of contracts, Connie unearthed the clause that father had deliberately crossed out. Immediately, she employed her portable impression tool to capture the clause in its entirety and carefully restored the scratches on the contract with the ink she had prepared, intent on reinstating the clause to its original form. Having completed her task, Connie did not take the agreement, but instead concealed a miniature listening crystal within the hidden compartment. Subsequently, she returned to her room, placing the glowing stone upon her desk, and meticulously studied the inheritance law document. The law explicitly stated that the handling of noble inheritance must be reviewed by the Imperial Senate, and in instances of coercion or concealment of critical clauses, one could petition for the revocation of the bequest. Now, all that remained was to procure evidence of a nature that would compel the Senate to take notice. As Connie gazed at the stone on her desk, she suddenly recalled a mention during a recent visit from exchange students that divine artifacts resonate with special crystals. Promptly, she retrieved her mother's dowry jewelry box and extracted a crystal pendant engraved with the emblem of the teaching nation, a gift her mother had received from a clergyman. When the pendant approached the glowing stone, the crystal ignited with a dazzling white light, enhancing the blue glow of the stone. And together they formed a slender stream of energy in the air. Connie's heart raced. This stone was certainly no ordinary ornament. Perhaps it was a divine artifact her mother had failed to recognize. If she could prove this was her mother's legitimate property, combined with the stipulations of the marriage contract, her father's attempts to unilaterally transfer the inheritance would not be so easily accomplished. The following day, Connie, armed with the restored marriage contract and the luminous stone, made her way directly to the Senate. Upon presenting the terms of the contract and causing the stone to resonate with the crystals of the Holy Kingdom, the senators immediately took notice. The Empire placed immense value on divine artifacts. Should this stone indeed possess exceptional worth and belong to the Marquis's legitimate wife, the handling of her father's inheritance would be deemed improper. Upon hearing the news, her father, enraged, shattered a vase in his study, yet was compelled to suspend the bequest of his estate. Chapter 155. Discovery. As Connie exited the Senate, the setting sun painted the sky in hues of gold and crimson. She clutched the glowing stone tightly, still feeling its lingering warmth against her fingertips. Although the Senate had temporarily halted her father's inheritance transfer, they demanded that she provide additional evidence within 3 days to prove the stone was her mother's rightful property. After all, a mere energy resonance was insufficient to reach a definitive conclusion. Upon returning to the Marquis's residence, Connie encountered her father's illegitimate son, Conry, approaching with 2 servants. Dressed in an opulent silk suit, Conry wore a challenging smirk. "Sister, back from the Senate, are you? What? Do you wish to seize what is not yours?" Disinterested in engaging in a dispute, Connie attempted to sidestep him, only to be blocked by the servants. "Father said, if you have any sense, you will willingly relinquish your claim to the inheritance. Otherwise." Conry stepped forward, reaching for the stone in her hand. "This peculiar stone seems intriguing. Let me have a go with it." Connie instinctively retreated, shielding the stone behind her, her gaze as frigid as ice. "This belongs to my mother. You have no right to touch it." No sooner had she spoken than she recalled the senator's words about the stone's unique energy fluctuations. Perhaps she could seek verification from the clergy of the Holy Kingdom. With exchange students still present in the capital, they might recognize the stone's origin. That evening, under the pretense of consulting the exchange students about divine powers, Connie discreetly visited the embassy where they resided. The one responsible for hosting her was Mira, and when she spotted the stone in Connie's grasp, her previously calm demeanor shifted instantly, her breath quickening slightly. "Where did you acquire this stone?" Mira reached out to touch it, only to be repelled by an invisible force as she drew near. She immediately recognized it as the holy source fragment the clergy had sent them to find, an incomplete divine essence unknown to Connie's family. Noticing Mira's unusual reaction, Connie felt increasingly certain of the stone's significance, deliberately speaking vaguely. "It was an old relic my mother stumbled upon. I wish to discover its provenance to use it as evidence in the inheritance dispute." Mira suppressed her inner excitement, feigning composure. "This is a crystallized divine essence long lost to the Holy Kingdom, possessing immense religious value. If you are willing to return it, I can testify to the Senate, affirming it as your mother's legitimate property. I could also persuade the Holy Kingdom's delegation to exert pressure on your father, compelling him to relinquish his claim on the estate." Connie did not respond immediately. She discerned the urgency in Mira's eyes, understanding that the stone's value extended far beyond that of a mere divine crystal. "I need time to consider," she said, putting the stone away and rising to take her leave. She found it difficult to place her trust in the people of the church, particularly after witnessing their hostility towards the Empire at the city gates during the day. If this stone were entangled with the secrets of the church, recklessly surrendering it would only lead to greater troubles. Upon returning to the Marquis's estate, Connie secured the stone within the hidden compartment of her jewelry box and retrieved the listening crystal. The voices of her father and the lawyer resonated within, revealing their sinister plot to orchestrate an accident that would ensure her and her mother's complete disappearance. It seemed that only the final step remained to be taken. A glint of determination flickered in Connie's eyes as she reopened the jewelry box, extracting both the stone and the crystal pendant, and penned a report detailing her father's clandestine possession of divine artifacts and his intent to harm his legitimate wife, enclosing snippets of the recorded conversation. The following morning, Connie bypassed the Senate and delivered the report and crystal directly to the Imperial Prosecutor's office. The office, already vigilant towards noble crimes, took immediate action upon learning of the divine artifacts and the Church's involvement, dispatching agents to investigate the Marquis's estate. When the investigators unearthed the fractured divine essence and listened to the recordings, her father's complexion turned ashen, and he was swiftly apprehended. Conrue and his mother were also taken into custody for their role in the conspiracy, and the inheritance that had been set for relocation naturally reverted to Connie and her mother, standing on the steps of the Marquis's estate. Connie held the divine essence as she watched her father being led away. Once the prosecutor's agents had departed with her father and Conrue, an uneasy calm returned to the estate. Her mother sat on the sofa in the living room, cradling the luminous stone they had regained, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. At last, they had secured their inheritance, and she believed that a stable life awaited them. Connie stood by, observing her mother's elation. Yet her fingers discreetly clenched the hem of her garment. Unlike the courts, the Senate dealt specifically with matters concerning the nobility, ultimately determining that Connie's father would have his assets transferred to mother and daughter, while he himself was sentenced to 30 years of imprisonment. The illegitimate son and his father's mistress would face judgment in court for their treachery against the nobility, with a sentence of death by execution. This series of manipulations had made her acutely aware that the notion of stability was nothing but a luxury, as long as her mother remained. The fate of the divine essence was uncertain, and it could be easily seized by the Church or the Empire due to her mother's weakness. More importantly, Connie no longer wished to share anything with her mother. Her mother's foolishness had already proven that this inheritance was the most misguided decision, and Connie desired to claim it entirely for herself. "Mother, you have endured much fatigue lately. I have instructed the kitchen to prepare your favorite bird's nest soup. Please, return to your room and rest," Connie said, her face adorned with a gentle smile as she assisted her mother to her feet. Her mother, oblivious to any oddity, affectionately patted her hand, saying, "You have worked hard. My son has grown up." As her mother entered the bedroom, Connie's smile vanished, replaced by a cold and greedy gaze. She turned and made her way to the kitchen, seeking the servant responsible for the soup. In a hushed tone, she instructed, "Add a pinch of soothing powder to the lady's bird's nest. She has been sleeping poorly lately. Let her enjoy a restful slumber." Despite the servant's hesitation, aware that an overdose of the calming powder could lead to unconsciousness, the unwavering gaze of Connie compelled him to acquiesce. Connie, carrying the meticulously prepared bird's nest soup, re-entered her mother's bedroom. Her mother, propped against the headboard, was perusing old photographs. Upon noticing Connie's arrival, she smiled and accepted the soup, exclaiming, "You are so considerate." Connie settled at the edge of the bed, observing as her mother savored the soup, spoonful by spoonful. The tension within her heart gradually transformed into exhilaration. Half an hour later, her mother's gaze began to grow unfocused, and soon she leaned against the headboard, slipping into a deep slumber, her breathing becoming faint. Connie reached out to feel her mother's breath, confirming that she was merely in a stupor and had not succumbed immediately. She needed time to manage the aftermath. Carefully, she laid her mother back on the bed, tucked her under the covers, and removed the divine artifact from her mother's bedside, locking it away in her jewelry box. Subsequently, she retrieved the listening crystal hidden in the study, erasing all recordings related to herself, retaining only the fragments pertaining to her father's attempt to seize the inheritance. Having completed these tasks, Connie made her way to the parlor and dialed the prosecutor's office, feigning a deliberately fabricated panic. "Hello? Is this the prosecutor's office? My mother has suddenly fallen unconscious. She was already troubled by my father's affairs, and now she hasn't awakened in her bedroom. Please send someone to check on her." After hanging up, Connie sat on the sofa and adjusted her collar. She knew that as long as her mother remained in a coma, or even succumbed unexpectedly during treatment, all inheritance would irrevocably fall into her hands. At that moment, she would not only solidify her standing with the inheritance, but could also negotiate with the divine nation or the empire using the divine artifact, securing greater power. As the night deepened outside, Connie gazed towards the bedroom, a cold smirk curling her lips. There was no turning back. From the moment she began to plot against her father and decided to monopolize the divine artifact, she had irrevocably transformed into the very embodiment of the person she once despised. For the sake of gain, she was willing to sacrifice everything, including her own mother. Before long, The personnel from the prosecutor's office arrived at the Marquis's residence, lifting her unconscious mother onto a carriage. Connie followed closely behind, her face a mask of concern, repeatedly murmuring, "Mother, you must be all right." As her mother was carried onto the carriage, Connie anxiously trailed to the doorway, watching as the vehicle vanished into the night, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes. She turned back into the house and immediately sought out the servant who had prepared the bird's nest soup for her mother, who was huddled in a corner of the kitchen, visibly pale and clearly unsettled by the addition of the calming powder. "You did well. My mother is merely in a temporary coma. The doctor said she will be fine after a few days of rest." Connie approached the servant with a gentle tone, yet her words carried an undeniable air of authority. "However, do not mention today's events to anyone, including the other servants. After all, it was I who instructed you to add the calming powder, and it would not bode well for anyone if this were to leak." The servant nodded vigorously, his voice trembling. "Miss, please rest assured, I will not say a word." He understood well that this matter involved the treachery of nobility, and speaking out could only invite peril. Connie nodded with satisfaction, retrieving a pouch of gold coins from her pocket and placing it into the servant's hands. "This is your reward. Go to the storeroom and fetch some new bedding. You shall move to the West Wing tonight. It is quiet there and will afford you the rest you need." The servant, believing the young lady was merely comforting him, gratefully accepted the coins and turned to head to the storeroom. He failed to notice the icy glare Connie cast upon his retreating figure from the very beginning. She had no intention of allowing this knowledgeable individual to remain. In the dead of night, a faint sound emanated from the West Wing, only to be swallowed by silence shortly thereafter. Dressed in night attire, Connie emerged from the room, clutching a dagger stained with blood. With practiced ease, she wiped the blade clean and discarded it into the garden pond, then returned to the West Wing to meticulously erase any traces left behind. Finally, she ignited the curtains, setting the room ablaze. The West Wing is on fire. Connie deliberately waited until the flames spread before raising her voice in alarm. The household servants were roused from their slumber and rushed to extinguish the fire with buckets of water. However, the wooden structure of the West Wing was highly flammable, and by the time the blaze was quelled, the room lay in ruins, the servant's body unrecognizable, leaving the cause of death a mystery. How could it suddenly catch fire? The butler gazed at the devastation, his face etched with concern. Connie stood amidst the crowd, her eyes reddened, her voice tinged with sorrow. Perhaps he accidentally knocked over a candle while lighting it. Everything was perfectly fine before. How could such a tragedy occur? She feigned wiping away tears, presenting a visage of grief and helplessness. No one doubted her sincerity. After all, the servant was merely an ordinary employee, and as the daughter of a marquis, Connie had no reason to act with malice towards him. Even if she were implicated, the court would likely issue a lenient judgment against the noble. Moreover, the absence of any signs of arson led everyone to accept this as a mere accident. Days later, the hospital delivered news of her mother's passing due to sudden cardiac arrest during her coma, despite efforts to revive her. When Connie received the news, she was in her study organizing the estate documents. She set down her pen, fell silent for a moment, and then, with a sorrowful expression, hurried to the hospital to attend to her mother's final arrangements, refusing an autopsy on the grounds of not wanting to disturb the body. At the funeral, Connie donned a black gown, her head bowed throughout, accepting the condolences of the guests. No one knew that this seemingly fragile young lady had not only orchestrated the theft of her father's inheritance and conspired against her mother, but had also quietly eliminated the sole witness to her deeds. After the funeral, Connie returned to the Marquis's estate, entering her study alone. She opened the jewelry box and gazed at the fragment of the divine artifact inside, her fingertips gently tracing the cold stone surface. Now, all obstacles had been removed, and the entirety of the Marquis's estate was hers. Mira sat by the window of the embassy, her fingers repeatedly caressing the cross pendant resting upon her chest, her mind replaying the last encounter with the divine artifact. The stone, glowing with a blue light, emanated a subtle yet pure wave of divine power. It was undoubtedly the sacred fragment the leader had long sought. A relic of the divine. She was certain that Connie had not discovered the method to wield the divine essence. Otherwise, the energy fluctuations generated upon its activation would have been perceptible even within the embassy, rather than the current unsettling silence. Reflecting on her reaction during their last encounter, Mira could not help but feel a pang of regret. The moment she laid eyes on the divine essence, her breath had faltered, and the urgency in her gaze had been impossible to conceal. It was undoubtedly this unusual display that alerted Connie to the extraordinary value of the divine essence, prompting her to evade the proposal of returning it in exchange for assistance. What a greedy individual, Mira murmured softly. She was well aware that the church would be willing to offer substantial resources to reclaim the sacred artifact, perhaps even more than Connie could imagine. However, Connie had already shown her willingness to defy the pressure from the council, indicating that she was not easily satisfied. The higher the price Mira set, the more Connie would desire, and she might even leverage the divine essence to negotiate between the Empire and the church for her own gain. Moreover, the situation was further complicated by the fact that the divine essence was already under investigation by the Empire's prosecutor's office, classified as a special divine artifact. The only reason the prosecutor's office had returned the divine essence to Connie was that their researchers had spent days grappling with its function and could not find a justification to retain it. However, if the church made any moves, such as attempting to seize it or presenting conditions that would alarm the Empire, Connie would likely surrender the divine essence to the Empire for her own protection. At that point, they, as exchange students, would have no chance of obtaining the sacred artifact. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Mira rose and approached the altar in the center of the room. She clasped her hands together and closed her eyes, offering a fervent prayer. O divine Lord, your faithful servant finds herself in dire straits. The sacred artifact is within reach, yet remains elusive. May you guide my path, allowing me to successfully return the artifact to the church and restore your glory. Her voice was soft yet resolute. As the final word left her lips, the cross pendant at her chest suddenly grew warm, and a faint white light began to emanate from it, extending along her fingertips and coalescing into a hazy point of light before her. The point hovered gently in the air, like an invisible thread, drawing Mira's gaze. She instantly understood that this was a sign from the Divine Lord, urging her to follow. Mira turned to her fellow resident and whispered, I am stepping out for a moment. If anyone inquires, tell them I am praying in my room. Though her companion was puzzled, they were familiar with her ways and nodded in agreement. Mira hurried to the embassy's entrance, just as she was about to push the door open. 2 Imperial soldiers stationed at the entrance blocked her path. The soldiers, clad in crisp uniforms with their hands resting on their swords, scrutinized her with wary eyes. Please halt. Currently, the allocation of schools for exchange students has not been finalized. According to regulations, all activities must be registered, and you are not permitted to leave alone. Mira's fingertips tightened slightly, and her brow furrowed beneath her hood. She should have anticipated that the Empire's supervision of exchange students from the church was far stricter than she had imagined, leaving her little opportunity for independent action. Yet, the point of light still awaited her ahead. She could not afford to ignore the Divine Lord's guidance. I need to venture out to procure certain items for prayer, such as sacred incense and a new Bible. Mira deliberately softened her voice, infusing it with a note of reverence, while also expressing her desire to explore the scenic beauty of the imperial capital and immerse herself in its diverse cultural ambience, which aligns with the essence of bilateral exchanges. Does it not? As she spoke, she gently tugged at the edge of her hood, casting a shadow over much of her face to conceal the emotions lurking in her eyes from the soldiers. The soldiers exchanged glances. One of them produced a registration form and began documenting her reasons for departure and the anticipated duration, subsequently seizing a communicator to report to their superiors. Moments later, he concluded the communication and informed Mira, your request has been approved by the higher authorities. However, in accordance with regulations, we shall assign 2 soldiers to accompany you, responsible for your safety and required to document your whereabouts. Very well, Mira replied, her tone flat, devoid of any emotion. Yet, only she was aware of the simmering anger within her, as the divine guidance seemed tantalizingly close. Yet she was being scrutinized closely by the Imperial soldiers. Any hint of deviation threatening exposure. She could not display her dissatisfaction. Instead, she suppressed her emotions and proceeded to follow the soldiers out of the embassy. Upon stepping through the embassy's grand entrance, Mira immediately spotted the luminous point hovering at a nearby street corner, seemingly awaiting her arrival. She slowed her pace, feigning an appreciation for the architecture lining the street, while her peripheral vision remained fixated on the movement of the light. The soldiers trailed closely behind her, their vigilance scanning the surroundings, akin to 2 shadows that could not be shaken off. Mira understood that escaping the soldiers to follow the light alone was nearly impossible. She had to devise a plan in her mind as she walked. Perhaps she could use her shopping pretext to lead the soldiers into the bustling marketplace, then seize the opportunity to pursue the direction indicated by the light. Alternatively, she might wait until they reached a secluded alleyway, utilizing her divine essence to sense the divine power and tentatively resonate with the light, hoping to uncover further clues. The light continued its slow progression, gliding through the lively streets towards the western side of the capital. Mira inhaled deeply, suppressing her impatience, and moved forward in the trajectory of the light. Chapter 157. Encounter. The light came to a halt before a building adorned with a sign indicating an office, flickering twice before dissipating entirely into the air. Mira halted, raising her gaze to the emblem embedded with silver gears on the sign, her mind swirling with questions. Why would the divine lead her to an ordinary office? What connection did it hold to the divine essence she sought? This office was indeed the one where Chunjio was located. Noticing her pause, the soldier behind her stepped forward to remind her, "Ma'am, do you wish to continue your exploration? If you intend to linger, we must return to the embassy. Please wait. I will inquire about a few matters inside, and will be out shortly," Mira replied, adjusting her hood before hastening to the office's entrance and gently knocking on the door. The door was opened by a receptionist clad in a white shirt, who, upon spotting the religious insignia embroidered on Myra's cloak, immediately recalled the newspaper report regarding the exchange students from the church. A polite smile graced his face as he greeted, "Good day, and welcome to the Morningstar Agency. We accept various types of commissions, whether it be investigations, lost item recoveries, or information consultations. As long as you have a need, we shall strive to assist you. May I inquire if you wish to initiate a commission?" Mira hesitated, her thoughts tangled regarding the agency's connection to the divine, rendering her unable to articulate her intentions directly. Instead, she replied ambiguously, "I do not yet have a clear idea. I merely happened upon this place and wish to browse, to familiarize myself with your services. If that is permissible." A flicker of hope ignited within her. Since the deity had guided her here, perhaps she would uncover unexpected clues. "Of course, right this way." The receptionist responded without a second thought, gesturing for her to follow. "Since the esteemed Duke has invested in our agency, we have introduced a customer tour service, and I can provide you with a brief overview." Mira trailed behind the receptionist into the agency, her eyes immediately drawn to a bright lobby adorned with business introductions on the walls. Several investigators in suits sat on sofas, organizing documents. Traversing the lobby, the receptionist led her into a vast, open chamber where 3 walls were plastered with colorful commission forms, each detailing the commission's content and the corresponding reward. "This is the commission display area," the receptionist explained, pointing at the wall. "If you lack sufficient funds for specialized services, you may write down your commission and hang it here. Should our detectives or investigators find it intriguing, they will voluntarily take it up." He paused, indicating a corner populated by several yellowed commission forms. "However, if the commission is particularly challenging yet offers minimal reward, it may end up like these forms, languishing unclaimed until our staff ultimately removes them for archiving." Mira feigned attentive listening, nodding, while her gaze, hidden beneath her hood, swiftly scanned her surroundings. She meticulously observed every passing staff member, scrutinizing every corner of the room in search of traces linked to the divine. Yet, despite her thorough examination, she found no anomalies. "Please, this way. Ahead is the lounge area." The receptionist, oblivious to her unusual demeanor, guided her through the open chamber and pushed open a large wooden door. Behind it lay a corridor flanked by a dozen or so lounges, some with doors firmly closed, their signs indicating they were in use. "If you proceed with the commission and have further details to convey, simply inform us, and we shall contact the investigator assigned to your case to arrange a meeting in one of the lounges." The receptionist stood in the center of the corridor, providing her with information. "If there are other areas you wish to explore, I can continue the tour." Mira paused, her fingertips subtly tracing the cross pendant at her chest. Suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby. "I told you before, the previous commission was not completed according to my specifications. My mother recently passed away. Do you expect me to exhume her for testimony?" A voice, laced with anger and somewhat familiar, echoed from the corridor's end. At the reception, Mira and the soldier behind her simultaneously turned to look. There stood a young woman in an exquisitely crafted black gown at the entrance of the legal department. Her makeup immaculate, yet unable to conceal the fury lurking in her eyes. It was Connie, the very person Mira had been searching for. For the moment, no one could discern that she was, in fact, a male. The legal department primarily dealt with legal disputes and cooperative matters between the firm and its clients. The receptionist swiftly whispered an explanation to Mira while signaling a nearby security guard, anxious to prevent any escalation of conflict. He recognized Connie as the daughter of a marquis, who had previously commissioned an investigation into an inheritance dispute. He had not anticipated that today's quarrel would arise from financial issues. The mediator standing before Connie wore a pained expression, patiently attempting to reason. "Miss Connie, please remain calm. The investigation indeed uncovered evidence of the marquis's asset transfer. However, The subsequent matters concerning your mother were unfortunate incidents. The outstanding payment is merely 100 gold coins, a trifling sum given your current status. Is it truly necessary to create such a stalemate? Failure to deliver is failure to deliver. Why should I pay? Connie was entirely unyielding. Her arms crossed defiantly as she perched on a bench in the corridor, her gaze sweeping over the mediator. I demand to see Chinjio. Let him come out to speak with me. No one else has the right to address me. Seeing that mediation was proving futile, an employee from the legal department could no longer restrain himself. He stepped forward, pulling the mediator behind him, his tone laced with menace. Miss Connie, we respect your noble status, but you must also understand that our firm is backed by the Duke's estate. Should you insist on defaulting on your payment, what we submit will not be a court lawsuit, but rather a malicious breach of contract report to the Senate. At that point, the inheritance you have just acquired may face unforeseen complications. What are you to threaten me? Connie erupted in anger, abruptly drawing a small pistol from her handbag and aiming it at the employee's chest, her eyes fierce. Do you believe I want to shoot you? Your master would still owe me money. Calm down. Please, Miss Connie. The mediator's face paled in fear, hastily pulling the employee back, terrified the pistol might discharge. The soldiers behind them stepped forward as well, hands resting on their sidearms, vigilantly watching Connie. Their duty was to protect Mira. But if a weapon was drawn in their presence, they were compelled to intervene. At that moment, a lavish wooden door on the opposite side of the corridor was thrust open. A group of bodyguards clad in black suits stepped out, surrounding a young woman in a blue gown, Lori, who had been lingering in the firm for several days. She appeared visibly irritated by the commotion outside, her expression marked by impatience. Oh, isn't this Miss Connie? Just lost your parents and already rushing to throw a tantrum on someone else's turf? Upon seeing Lori, Connie's gaze grew colder, though she refrained from responding. Her eyes had already moved past Lori to rest upon Chinjio, who leaned against the doorframe, holding a cup of warm milk, seemingly detached and observing the unfolding drama, evidently aware of the commotion outside. Miss Lori certainly appeared imposing, maintaining her bravado even when her subordinates were in the wrong. Connie let out a cold snort, retracting the pistol aimed at the employee. Yet she did not return it to her handbag. Instead, she clutched it tightly in her hand. However, my purpose today is to discuss matters with Chinjio, which is of no concern to you. Lori arched an eyebrow, stepping closer to Chinjio and linking her arm with his, deliberately using a provocative tone to declare, my brother's affairs are my affairs. If you wish to negotiate with him, first settle the outstanding balance owed to the firm, and then properly apologize to my associate. Otherwise, do not mention negotiations. Whether you can walk out of this door today depends entirely on my mood. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Mira stood at a distance, observing everything with keen eyes, her gaze brightening from beneath her hood. She had not anticipated that the divine guidance would lead her to encounter Connie here. Nor did she foresee the conflict between Connie and the firm's personnel. Connie gazed at Lori's arm entwined with Chinjio's, casting a glance at the bodyguards surrounding them, her fingers tightening around the pistol, knuckles paling. She knew full well that evading debts under the watchful eye of the Duke's daughter was utterly impossible, should matters escalate. Only she would suffer the consequences. TCH, we shall see. Connie gritted her teeth, reaching into her handbag to extract a handful of gold coins, which she scattered violently onto the ground. The coins clinked and rolled, some even bouncing at the feet of the mediator. She did not spare another glance at anyone. Turning on her high heels and striding towards the firm's entrance, her silhouette radiating resentment and frustration. Chapter 158 continues. Lori watched her retreating figure, a mocking smile curling at the corners of her lips, her voice low yet clear enough for all to hear. Take care, Miss Connie. Don't let the death of your parents turn you into a lifeless wretch. Should I encounter you acting out again, I cannot guarantee that your head won't end up displayed on the city walls like those corpses for all to behold. At her words, an immediate silence enveloped the room, the air seemingly frozen. The front desk and the mediator broke into a cold sweat, even their breaths becoming subdued. Everyone knew Lori was the cherished jewel of the Duke's family, spoiled and immensely powerful. Her words were never uttered lightly. Chinjio gently patted the back of Lori's hand, his tone laced with a hint of exasperation. All right, do not be angry. It is not worth your while to stoop to her level. He understood that Lori's anger stemmed from her disrupted enjoyment, yet her words were undeniably harsh, likely to give outsiders the impression that the Duke's household was overbearing. Lori huffed, pressing his hand against her cheek, choosing not to continue the discussion. If it weren't for her disturbing our peace, I would hardly bother to waste my breath on such a person. As she spoke, her gaze swept over the scattered gold coins, frowning slightly, instructing the cleaner to tidy the area, deeming it unsightly. Yes, Miss Lori, The receptionist promptly replied, turning to call for cleaning assistance. Mira stood nearby, absorbing the entire scene, her eyes growing increasingly profound beneath her hood. She had not expected Connie to possess such a volatile and impulsive nature, nor did she realize the apparent discord between Lori and Connie. This development, undoubtedly, presented her with an exceptional opportunity. If one could exploit Loli's dissatisfaction with Connie, it might serve as a means to glean information about the divine essence, or perhaps even uncover an opportunity to seize it. The soldiers behind her, observing the resolution of the conflict, stepped forward to remind her, "Madam, the visiting hours are nearly over. We must return to the embassy." Mira nodded slowly, casting a final glance towards the aged wine and Loli before following the soldiers out of the office. Before departing, she discreetly caressed the cross pendant resting against her chest. Indeed, the guidance of the deity had proven to be correct. This unexpected encounter illuminated a glimmer of clarity in her quest for the sacred relic. Upon returning to the embassy, the sky had darkened, and the last remnants of the evening glow had vanished beyond the horizon. She hurried into her room, securely locking the door behind her and barricading it with a cabinet. The endeavor she was about to undertake could not be witnessed by any prying eyes. She gently placed the cross pendant upon the table, its faint holy luminescence casting a serene glow. As an exchange student from the Holy Kingdom, Mira, like her peers, possessed a fundamental understanding of divine arts. The essence of these arts lay in fervent prayers that drew upon a fragment of divine power. Only those destined to become official missionaries would be eligible to learn the true, advanced spells. What she was about to invoke was the secret art of divine revelation, a skill she was permitted to study due to her status as a candidate for the saintess. "O divine Lord, may you bestow upon me strength," Mira intoned, her hands clasped in prayer as she knelt before the table. As her voice faded, countless specks of white light surged from the corners of the room, gathering around the cross like fireflies. Moments later, a gentle energy emanated from the pendant, coalescing in midair into a translucent crystal. This was the resonance crystal, the crucial medium for performing the divine revelation. As soon as the crystal settled upon the table, it intertwined with the pendant's aura, radiating a warm white glow. Myra's fingertips brushed the crystal, a flicker of resolve igniting in her eyes. Through divine revelation, she intended to convey a fabricated dream to Connie, one potent enough to instill animosity towards Loli. She closed her eyes and infused the crystal with the meticulously envisioned scene. Loli seated on the office sofa, holding a blueprint depicting a luminous stone. With a tone laced in greed, she spoke to the aged wine. "That stone surely harbors a great secret. Let the office staff investigate Connie's background further. Once they uncover her vulnerabilities, we shall seize the stone along with the Marquisite's inheritance." The imagery within the crystal sharpened as Mira added a subsequent detail. Several investigators from the office loitering outside the marquise, gesturing towards the interior, as if conspiring. She aimed for Connie to hear and see all of this in her dream, embedding the threat deep within her subconscious. In the stillness of the night, within the Marquisite's bedroom, Connie lay in a profound slumber. An invisible divine force traversed the walls, silently infiltrating her consciousness. In her dream, she found herself standing in the corridor of the office, witnessing Loli speaking with the blueprint in hand, hearing the words that coveted her inheritance and the stone. Immediately, the scene shifts to the entrance of the Marquis's residence, where the furtive figures of the investigators ignite a furious blaze within her. Connie wishes to confront them, but her body feels as if it has been nailed to the ground, rendering her utterly immobile. No. Startled, Connie bolts upright in her bed, beads of cold sweat dotting her forehead, her heart racing violently. She gasps for air, her mind echoing with Lori's words from the dream. Those avaricious eyes seemingly right before her. Lori is indeed fixated on what belongs to me. Connie clutches the bed sheets tightly, her knuckles turning white, her eyes brimming with vigilance and ire. Lori's scorn during the day had already left a lingering ache in her heart, and this dream only solidified her belief that Lori posed a latent threat intent on usurping everything she cherished. "Do you think being the Duke's daughter grants you the liberty to do as you please?" Connie hurls her pillow to the floor, her voice laced with desperate indignation. "The Duke has other children, and I will soon be an officially recognized Marquis, a Marquis bestowed by the King himself. Though the day of her inheritance has not yet arrived, noble titles are passed down through the grace of higher nobles, and titles as grand as a Marquis require the King to preside over the ceremony. At this moment, this unclaimed honor becomes her sole leverage against Lori." The following morning, Connie suppresses her rage as she exits the Marquis's estate. Upon reaching the entrance, she overhears two servants whispering conspiratorially in a corner. "Have you heard? The Duke's residence has recently been troubling lesser nobles, seeking to engulf their holdings. Some say they plan to target Miss Connie, who has just inherited her fortune. Indeed, just yesterday, I spotted someone from the Duke's household lurking nearby, behaving suspiciously. Who knows what nefarious schemes they might be plotting? These words pierce Connie's ears like needles. Unbeknownst to her, these rumors are the handiwork of Mira. Through her sorcery, she has subtly implanted these falsehoods into the servants' memories, making them believe they have stumbled upon the information by chance. Connie stands frozen, her sense of crisis erupting, her competitive spirit igniting. She cannot allow Lori to seize what she has painstakingly acquired. She must not let her newly acquired Marquise become a stepping stone for the Duke's expansion. With determination, she swiftly returns inside, her gaze growing increasingly menacing. She must devise a strategy to preemptively strike and completely eliminate Lori's threat. All the while, Mira orchestrates the unfolding drama, her meticulously woven trap gradually ensnaring Connie deeper into turmoil. Mira stands by the embassy window, gazing at the silhouette of the capital bathed in morning light. Her fingertips gently rotating a crucifix pendant. Merely instilling vigilance in Connie is insufficient. She needs to incite a full-blown conflict, fostering animosity in Lori towards Connie, thus allowing her to reap the benefits from the ensuing chaos. She closes her eyes, invoking her sorcery once more. This time, she targets the closest maidservant to Lori. The reason for not directly choosing Lori stems from the special protection surrounding her. Mira interprets this as a unique defense from the Empire's higher echelons. A faint divine power quietly infiltrated the maid's consciousness, implanting a seemingly accidental memory. Yesterday, while purchasing silk threads in the market, I overheard Lady Connie conversing with someone, disparaging Miss Rory as a mere fool reliant on the Duke's support, incapable of even managing a document without assistance. She also remarked that the wine Miss Rory sought was merely a gigolo, living off her generosity. The maid, busily pruning the flowers in the office garden, was suddenly struck by this dialogue, her face flushing with indignation. Having served Rory for many years, she could not bear to see anyone defame her mistress. Tossing aside her scissors, she stormed back to the Duke's residence, bursting into Rory's sitting room and breathlessly recounting the derogatory words she had overheard. Rory, reclining on the sofa, immediately straightened up, her expression darkening at the news. Naturally temperamental and now particularly sensitive about the matter of the wine, Rory felt deeply wounded by Connie's insults, which struck at her very core. With a sharp crack, the Celadon teacup in her hand was hurled to the floor, shattering into countless pieces and soaking the carpet with tea. That wretched Connie. She dares to speak so boldly after recently seizing an inheritance. Rory's chest heaved with fury, her gaze ablaze with anger. Did she think that just because her parents had died and she was to inherit a mere Marquise, she could challenge me? At that moment, a bodyguard hastily entered, bowing to report, "Miss, we have discovered that Connie has been frequently visiting the black market, each time accompanied by a substantial amount of gold coins, seemingly procuring weapons. However, her movements are quite clandestine, and we have yet to ascertain what she has purchased and for what purpose." This information was not the result of the bodyguard's independent investigation. Last night, Mira had utilized divine insight to implant vague clues about Connie's weapon purchases into the memory of a patrolling soldier, who then inadvertently relayed this information to the bodyguard. Purchasing weapons? Rory's fury ignited instantly. She sprang to her feet, moving to the window, her gaze fixed on the direction of the Marquise, hostility practically radiating from her. What does she intend to do with those weapons? Does she dare to act against me? Recalling the earlier confrontation at the office entrance, Rory felt even more convinced of Connie's audacity. Clearly, I had been too courteous before, failing to make her recognize her true standing. With a cold smile, Rory commanded the bodyguard to uncover the specifics of Connie's black market purchases and to monitor movements at the Marquise. The moment Connie made any suspicious move, "I want to be informed immediately." Rory aimed to demonstrate to Connie that some individuals are born to stand at greater heights, far beyond the reach of those who ascend through cunning. Within the embassy, Mira gazed toward the distant Marquise in office, a subtle smile playing at her lips. She sensed that the seeds of conflict she had sown were beginning to sprout vigorously. Connie, wary and defensive, and Rory, consumed by wrath and hostility, were driving an ever-widening wedge between them. As long as they remained in stark opposition, their attention would be consumed by each other, preoccupied with mutual suspicion and suppression, leaving them little energy to address other threats. At that moment, she would seize the opportunity amid their conflict to discreetly search for a chance to claim the divine essence. "Lord, your faithful followers are steadfastly following your guidance." Mira clasped her hands in prayer, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Convinced that soon the sacred artifact would return to the church, restoring your glory. The afternoon sun poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows of Sweetheart House, gently illuminating the cream cakes on the counter, while the air was filled with the sweet, rich aroma of butter and strawberries. The staff was carefully preparing a personalized strawberry mousse for Lori, the top adorned with fresh strawberries and a sprinkle of gold leaf, the most exquisite offering in the establishment. Unbeknownst to them, a group clad in black uniforms approached briskly from the street corner, led by Connie, whose expression was icy, her fingers tightly gripping her gun. Ever since dreaming of Lori coveting the divine essence and the inheritance last night, coupled with the gossip among the servants and the boxes of ammunition procured from the black market this morning, Connie was filled with a singular resolve. Lori would inevitably strike first, and rather than waiting passively, she would take the initiative. She had deliberately chosen Lori's favorite dessert shop to create a scene in a crowded place, ensuring that everyone witnessed the Duke's house's tyranny. "Smash everything," Connie commanded coldly, her voice devoid of warmth. Her subordinates immediately stormed into the shop. Tables and chairs were violently overturned, exquisite cakes smashed to the ground, turning into a puddle of mush, while the glass display case shattered under the impact of iron rods, sending shards flying everywhere. The staff cowered in a corner, too frightened to even cry out. Connie ascended the steps at the entrance, raising her voice to the gathered bystanders. "Miss Lori of the Duke's house is abusing her power. I entrusted matters to the office. They accepted payment yet provided no service. I merely seek an explanation, yet Lori has targeted me at every turn, even refusing to spare my mother's passing. Today, I shall advocate for all the oppressed lesser nobility of the empire, and let everyone witness how the Duke's house wields its power with impunity." She intentionally raised her voice to ensure more people could hear, casting herself as the victim. Whispers circulated among the crowd, news spreading rapidly as if it had taken flight, soon reaching the Duke's house. At that moment, Lori had just speared a piece of strawberry mousse with her fork, the sweet flavor yet to dissolve on her tongue when her bodyguard rushed in, breathless with urgency. "Miss, Sweetheart House has been attacked by Connie and her men. It's a scene of utter chaos." With a resounding crash, Lori's fork struck the porcelain plate, the strawberries from the mousse rolling onto the tablecloth. She could scarcely believe her ears. Connie had the audacity to wreak havoc in the heart of the capital, right under the king's nose. This was tantamount to courting death. Is that fool Connie's brain filled with mush? Lori seethed, her chest rising and falling with fury. She seized the communicator on the table, her tone resolute and unwavering, commanding the Duke's personal guard to assemble urgently and arrive at Sweetheart House within 10 minutes. "Send my Silverwing steampunk mecha as well. I intend to teach her a lesson in overestimating her capabilities." The Duke is referred to as the Iron-Blooded Duke due to his command over 1/5 of the Empire's military might. In stark contrast, Connie's Marquise is but a hollow title, acquired through her ancestors' strategic marriages and substantial tributes to the crown, rendering her utterly unqualified to rival the Duke's estate. Half an hour later, 10 sleek black steam vehicles screeched to a halt outside the dessert shop, their wheels producing an unsettling noise as they crushed the ground beneath. A private guard, armed to the teeth, encircled the establishment, their dark barrels aimed squarely at Connie and her subordinates. Subsequently, a gleaming silver steam mech glided into view, its cannon slowly elevating to meticulously target the entrance of the dessert shop. The metallic shell glinted ominously in the sunlight, exuding an aura of formidable intimidation. Loli, adorned in high heels, advanced to the mech's side, flanked by her bodyguards. Observing the chaos within the shop, a fierce anger ignited within her. "Connie, how dare you? To wreak havoc on my territory. Have you lost your senses?" Connie emerged from the shop, her hand cannon still trained on Loli, yet her fingertips trembled slightly from anxiety. With a feigned bravado, she shouted, "Loli, you were the one who had the agency swindle my money, attempted to seize my possessions, and even pilfered the vintage wine I had my eye on. I am merely retaliating. What is wrong with that?" "Retaliation?" Loli scoffed, raising her hand to signal the mech to lower its cannon further, casting its shadow ominously over Connie. "You dare smash my shop and point a gun at me? Do you truly believe I won't give the command to fire? I could obliterate you into mere fragments, and your Marquise would be reduced to rubble alongside you." She stepped closer, her gaze dripping with derision. "Moreover, you, a mere man, wish to contest me over vintage wine? Previously, out of respect for your noble lineage, I refrained from holding you accountable, sparing you from the guillotine. But now, having brought this upon yourself, do not expect me to be merciful." Connie felt the weight of the mech's cannon shadowing her, a chill racing down her spine as beads of sweat formed at the nape of her neck. Yet her grip on the gun remained steadfast. She refused to believe Loli would truly dare lay hands on a noble. In the Empire, though noble rivalries could be fierce, they typically resorted to covert sabotage, with few daring enough to employ private soldiers and mechs in broad daylight, for such actions would invite the ire of the Senate. Do not intimidate me. Connie strained to elevate her voice, striving to mask her inner turmoil. You are merely the Duke's daughter, while I am a marquis, soon to be bestowed by the king. Should you dare to lay a finger on me, I will immediately report you to the Senate for abuse of power and oppression of a fellow noble. Even if your father is the iron-blooded Duke, he cannot shield you from the consequences. As she spoke, she swiftly turned to her subordinates, barking orders. Return to the Marquis at once. Assemble all the guards, and bring the weapons I procured from the black market. Today, we shall see who will relent first against the Duke's estate. Her subordinate, already paralyzed with fear from the mech's imposing presence, bolted upon receiving the command, scrambling towards the Marquis with all haste. Upon hearing the mention of the Senate, Loli could not suppress her laughter, her voice laced with scorn. The Senate? Indeed, I am eager to witness whether the Senate will support you. The cunning femme fatale who orchestrated the demise of your parents to seize their inheritance, or me, the rightful heir to the ducal house. The intelligence agents of the ducal house have thoroughly investigated Connie's affairs. The seemingly legitimate incidents of her mother's unexpected coma and her father's arrest are riddled with flaws. Should she choose to do so, she could readily present the evidence to the Senate. Lori turned to the captain of the guard, signaling with her eyes. Her tone icy, tightened the perimeter, allowing no one to enter or exit. If she seeks aid, we shall wait for her companions to arrive, and we shall extend them a proper welcome. The captain of the guard promptly complied, gesturing for the soldiers to constrict the encirclement, even dispatching personnel to guard the surrounding alleys. The entire pastry shop was enveloped, impenetrable, not even a fly could escape. As the sun gradually dipped toward the horizon, its golden rays illuminated the silver exterior of the mech, yet failed to bestow any warmth. The sweet aroma in the air had long since been supplanted by the tense scent of gunpowder. Bystanders were ushered away by the soldiers to a distance of 100 meters, forced to observe the standoff from afar, too fearful to approach. Connie's grip on the firearm tightened, her knuckles whitening from the strain, her palms damp with cold sweat soaking the grip. She eyed the armed guards behind Lori and the steam-powered mech poised to fire, her confidence dwindling. She suddenly realized that she might have indeed provoked the wrong adversary. Lori was no mere compliant noblewoman. The ferocity in her gaze was genuine, a willingness to act decisively. However, at this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. With no reinforcements yet arrived and encircled on all sides, should she show weakness, not only would she lose her divine status and inheritance, but her very life would be forfeit here. Taking a deep breath, Connie steadied her hand, a flicker of desperate resolve igniting in her eyes. Lori, do not push me too far. If you force my hand, I swear that I will ensure you suffer, even if it costs me my life. Lori regarded her with a scornful expression, her sarcasm thickening. Desperate? Do you believe you are worthy? She glanced at her pocket watch, impatience threading her tone. I shall grant you 10 minutes. Either lay down your weapon and surrender, or await your reinforcements and meet your demise. Choose wisely. The air grew palpably tense, the only sound being the faint hum of the mech's energy cannon, jarringly loud in the silence. As the standoff continued in front of the pastry shop, Lori discreetly contacted her father, the iron-blooded Duke, via a secure communicator. She relayed the details of Connie's destruction of the shop, her threats, and the rumors of the ducal house oppressing the nobility, emphasizing, Father, I fear she seeks her own demise. Let us grant her wish. After a brief silence on the other end, the Duke's cold, resolute voice emerged. Understood. Remain where you are. Ensure she does not escape. The Duke, being exceedingly fond of Lori, naturally supported his daughter's endeavors. He swiftly summoned the captain of the guard, commanding, in light of her deliberate provocation of the ducal house and her instigation of unrest in the imperial capital, mobilize immediately to seal the Marquis's residence. No one is to leave without permission. Any resistance shall be met with lethal force. Half an hour later, the military operation of the Duke's residence commenced in earnest. 10 steam-powered war machines thundered towards the Marquis's estate, while psionic soldiers, armed with specially crafted firearms, encircled the entire manor from all directions. The ominous shadows of the black mechs cast a pall over the Marquis's residence, and the oppressive atmosphere compelled the surrounding populace to shutter their doors in fear. Connie, who was desperately holding on outside a confectionery, felt as if struck by lightning upon receiving the frantic news from her subordinates. She never anticipated that Loli could truly incite the Duke to deploy the army to seal off the Marquis' estate. She had always believed that there were limits to the conflicts among nobility. Yet she had forgotten that the iron-blooded Duke did not adhere to conventional rules and had underestimated Loli's significance in the Duke's eyes. Quick, return to the estate. Connie could no longer afford to confront the situation. She turned to flee towards the Marquis' residence, but was intercepted by Loli's guards. Loli stepped before her, a cold smile curling at her lips. Now you wish to leave? It is too late. Meanwhile, chaos reigned within the Marquis' estate. Although the guards left behind by Connie fought valiantly, their ordinary firearms proved futile against the onslaught of the steam mechs and psionic soldiers. The cannon fire from the mechs shattered the estate's doors, and psionic soldiers surged in like a tide, the cries of the guards echoing through the hallways. Within less than an hour, the guards were nearly decimated, and the gates of the Marquis' residence were completely breached. When Connie was dragged back to the estate by the guards, she beheld the devastation that lay before her. Unwilling to concede defeat, she seized the moment when the guards momentarily relaxed their vigilance, broke free from her restraints, and stumbled into the study. There, she retrieved a box containing the divine essence from a hidden compartment, intending to escape through the secret passage she had prepared as a contingency plan. However, as she squeezed into the passage, she was met by the grim sight of two psionic soldiers standing at the end, their dark gun barrels aimed directly at her. Miss Connie, spare your efforts, one soldier spoke coldly. The Duke has issued a decree. You are suspected of willfully provoking the Duke's residence and will be treated as a traitor. Connie collapsed onto the floor, the box of divine essence slipping from her grasp. Desperate to resist, she shouted at the soldiers, I am the future Marchioness. You cannot treat me this way. I demand to see the king. I will appeal to the Senate. Yet, her cries fell on deaf ears. Before long, the leader of the guards arrived and dragged her from the passage. At that moment, Loli had also reached the Marquis' estate. She gazed coldly at the disheveled Connie, her eyes devoid of warmth. Fool, since you relish playing the part of a woman so much, let me show you what it truly means to be one. As her words fell, a group of burly men surged forward. Wishing to spare herself the sight of such a disgraceful scene, Loli exited the chamber. And soon the anguished cries of Connie filled the room. In the corridors of the Marquis' estate, the sound of patrolling soldiers' footsteps gradually faded away. Myra's silhouette emerged slowly from the shadows of the corner, her black cloak shimmering with a nearly imperceptible glow of divine magic. This was one of the sacred arts of the Church Kingdom, an art of concealment capable of masking both form and presence, imperceptible to the ordinary eye. She furrowed her brow and surveyed her surroundings. The air was still heavy with the scent of blood and gunpowder, and the unclean stains on the ground, along with the shattered furniture, rendered the estate particularly chaotic. The scene within that room was especially disconcerting. May the divine cleanse these evils, Mira whispered a prayer, her fingers instinctively reaching for the holy water pouch at her waist, nearly succumbing to the urge to wash her eyes with the holy liquid. However, recalling the purpose of her mission, she forcefully suppressed the thought, resolving to secure the sacred artifact first. With the resonance of her divine essence and the cross pendant, Mira accurately determined her direction, her steps light as she deftly avoided the patrol routes, moving toward the room where her senses were most heightened. As she drew nearer, the energy fluctuations of the divine essence became increasingly distinct, quickening her heartbeat. Victory seemed tantalizingly close. At last, she spotted the inconspicuous box in a corner of a side chamber. The box lay quietly beneath a bookshelf, cloaked in a fine layer of dust. Yet Mira was certain the sacred object resided within. Holding her breath, she cautiously extended her hand, just as she was about to touch the box. A bony hand suddenly emerged from the side, swiftly retrieving the box before she could. Mira froze, her gaze snapping up to find Chun Ju leaning against the bookshelf. Holding the box, his calm eyes fixed on her, as if he had been waiting for her all along. You orchestrated the conflict between Connie and Raleigh, did you not? Chun Ju did not open the box. He merely traced the surface with his fingertip, his tone bland yet imbued with an undeniable air of authority. Mira instinctively took a step back, her hand beneath the cloak gripping the cross pendant tightly. How could she have been discovered despite using a concealment spell? Can you see me? She couldn't help but ask, incredulity lacing her voice. Of course, Chun Ju replied with a light chuckle, lifting his hand to open the box and extracting the divine essence that glimmered with a blue light. The essence twirled gently on his fingertips, its soft radiance illuminating the scrutiny in his eyes. You have yet to answer my question, little mouse. I do not understand what you are referring to, Mira immediately denied. Fully aware that acknowledging her manipulation of public opinion and instigation of conflict would not only deny her the sacred object, but could also label her as a spy for the church. She forced herself to appear composed, attempting to mask the turmoil beneath her surface. I merely happened upon this box and was curious. Denial is of no consequence. Chunjiu replied, not pressing further. He gently swayed the divine essence with his fingertips. I am quite aware of your intentions. It all revolves around this. Since you have come this far, why not engage in a conversation? His face bore a gentle smile, yet to Mira, it instilled a sense of trepidation, preventing her from daring to act rashly. As she heard Chunjiu's words, Mira's gaze fell upon the divine essence in his hand, her pupils dilating in sudden shock. Her voice trembling. Is this the divine essence? She had always believed she was in search of fragments of the sacred source, only to discover that this so-called sacred object was, in fact, the divine essence of the deity, as recounted in legends. Surely your church has taught you the significance of divine essence in the realm of gods, Chunjiu remarked, casually placing the divine essence on the table. I am curious to see what price you are willing to pay to obtain it. Yet, despite the casual arrangement, Mira dared not make even the slightest movement. A cold sweat trickling down her back. She watched as the divine essence spun at the fingertips of Chunjiu, her heart racing uncontrollably. She understood all too well that, given Chunjiu's strength and status, mere gold or power could not sway him. She could only present the utmost leverage her church could offer. Chapter 161. Come and what do you require? Mira tactfully took a step back, adopting a lowly posture, her tone laced with a hint of probing. Was it power? Wealth? Or perhaps the divine support from the church? As long as you are willing to relinquish the divine essence, the church will offer you a satisfactory price. Even a promise of allegiance with the empire, which I can relay to his holiness. Though she spoke these words, Mira was acutely aware of the preciousness of the divine essence. It was highly unlikely that Chunjiu would part with it so readily. At this moment, he might merely be toying with her, the little mouse that had wandered into the trap. Incorrect. Chunjiu's voice suddenly resonated, calm yet penetrating, causing Mira to freeze in place. The divine essence ceased its rotation, his gaze settling upon her face. I do not wish to know the church's terms. I seek to understand your innermost thoughts. My thoughts. Mira was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at the divine essence, unable to respond. She had never anticipated that Chunjiu would inquire about her personal sentiments. Within the church, she was merely a candidate for the role of the saint, a tool serving the institution, where individual will held little significance. Chunjiu casually pulled a chair from the side and sat down, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest. Neither urging nor pressing, simply awaiting her response with calmness. Countless thoughts flashed through Mira's mind in an instant. From the moment she became a candidate for the saint, she had been indoctrinated with the notion of dedicating everything to the divine. Yet, as she delved into the secrets of the church's upper echelons, she gradually realized that the so-called ascetic doctrines were mere fabrications designed to deceive the lower-tier faithful. Which of the lofty clergy did not exploit divine power for personal gain? Now, the divine essence lay before her. If she could obtain it, resonating with its power would elevate her strength to rival that of the Pope, liberating her from being a mere tool of the church, even allowing her to seize control of the church's authority. Greed entwined her heart like creeping vines, overpowering all reason and faith. What are you willing to sacrifice? Chunjiu's whisper echoed once more in her ears, like a feather gently stirring the deepest desires within her. Mira inhaled deeply, her gaze solidifying with determination. She raised her hand to untie the clasp of her cloak, allowing the black fabric to cascade down, revealing the thin white garb of a nun beneath, her youthful yet delicate curves subtly discernible. She lifted her head, meeting Chunjiu's eyes directly. Her voice tremulous yet strikingly clear. I am willing to give everything, including my body, if you will grant me the divine essence. As a candidate for the saint, she understood better than anyone the prevalence of bodily transactions within the realm of power. Those clergy, for the sake of their own interests, had long cast aside the tenets of faith. She braced herself for rejection, or even humiliation, for in the presence of the divine essence, her body seemed utterly insignificant. Yet, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. With a flick of his fingers, the divine core soared towards Mira, enveloped in a gentle azure light, and settled gracefully into her palm. Stunned, Mira stood frozen, cradling the divine core, feeling the warmth radiating from it, her mind a blank canvas. She could hardly believe her eyes. Chunjiu had truly bestowed the divine core upon her. No conditions were stipulated, no recompense demanded. He had simply cast it to her with such ease. Why? Mira instinctively uttered, her voice trembling with disbelief. She gazed at Chunjiu, searching for any hint of jest or ulterior motive on his face. but he merely leaned against the back of his chair, a faint smile gracing his lips. His gaze as tranquil as an unfathomable lake. There is no reason. Chunjio's voice was soft, yet resonated clearly in her ears. If you desire it, take it. Just remember, with every gift comes an equal measure of cost. Mira, clutching the divine core, felt her fingers quiver slightly. She looked at the divine core in her palm, then back at Chunjio, suddenly perceiving the man before her as more enigmatic than the deities of her homeland. Almost fleeing, Mira exited the Marquis's estate, not daring to linger for another moment. Her mind was consumed by a singular thought: to find a safe haven and complete her communion with the divine core. The power of the divine core was tantalizingly close, and she could no longer suppress the yearning within her, casting aside her doubts regarding Chunjio for the time being. 3 days later, the Imperial Senate's proclamation was posted throughout the capital. The announcement, printed in stark black on white, declared, Connie, daughter of the former Marquis, due to her deliberate provocation of the Duke's estate, possession of unreported divine artifacts, and conspiracy to murder relatives for inheritance, is sentenced to death. All members of the Marquis's household, for their complicity in the conspiracy, are also sentenced to death, with all their assets to be confiscated by the Empire. As the news spread, the citizens of the capital buzzed with gossip, yet a peculiar atmosphere enveloped the noble circles. Everyone understood that while the Marquis's assets were ostensibly claimed by the Empire, they would likely end up in the Duke's hands. In the past 6 months, the Ironblood Duke, Shark, had escalated his actions, absorbing the estates of lesser nobles and expanding his private guard, encroaching upon the king's threshold. That afternoon, a decree summoned the Ironblood Duke to the palace for a council. As the Duke's carriage entered the palace grounds, the king sat in his study, idly toying with a jade ring. Upon the Duke's arrival, he set down the ring and lightly tapped the floor with his scepter, his tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. Shark, your recent activities have been rather conspicuous. Many elder statesmen have voiced their concerns about you, and even several princes have privately complained, suggesting you have grown arrogant with your favor. Without a trace of politeness, the Duke approached the table, seized a bottle of wine, poured himself a glass, and took a sip, savoring it before exclaiming, "The amber brew here is truly exquisite, far superior to the insipid swill in my estate." He deliberately sidestepped the king's remarks, his tone casual yet familiar. He and the king had known each other since childhood, their bond far surpassing that of an ordinary ruler and subject. Do not divert the topic. The king shot him a glance, lifting his foot to lightly nudge his knee. The force neither too harsh nor too gentle, infused with a certain casualness characteristic of old friends. I understand you are protective of Lowly, but the Marquis is, after all, an hereditary nobility. To directly dispatch troops to seal it off and impose a death sentence on the entire family would be rather unseemly. The Duke set down his goblet, the nonchalance on his face gradually fading, yet his tone remained calm. Your Majesty, you know me. I have never been one to instigate trouble. He paused briefly, then shifted his focus. But that fool Connie, like his father, not only vandalized Lowly's dessert shop, but even threatened her with a gun. Have you forgotten? Lowly is the chosen guardian, and if anything threatens her life, as her father, how can I remain indifferent? This is no trivial matter. It concerns the very fate of the Empire. As he spoke, he lowered his head to savor the wine, deliberately avoiding the king's gaze. The identity of the guardian was a secret between him and the king, serving as his strongest justification for protecting Lowly. The king had always believed that Lowly's existence could bring good fortune to the Empire and would ensure her safety at all costs. The so-called guardian was, in fact, the inheritance rights to Lowly's universal technology. Upon hearing the term guardian, the king's expression softened slightly. He fell silent for a moment, letting out a gentle sigh. You always use this to put pressure on me. In truth, the king had summoned the Duke not to seek accountability, but merely to assert the royal family's continued authority. Now that the Duke had provided him an avenue for retreat, he would not press the issue further. Very well, let this matter rest here. The king waved his hand, his tone returning to its usual gentleness. However, you should exercise some restraint. Do not put me in a difficult position again. If you intend to act against the nobility next time, do inform me beforehand. Upon hearing this, the Duke's smile returned as he poured himself another glass of wine. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will definitely report to you next time. The atmosphere in the study lightened once more, yet both men understood that this seemingly casual conversation was, in fact, a delicate balancing of power between the royal family and the Duke's house. The king had tacitly approved the Duke's handling of the Marquis, while simultaneously cautioning him against ambition. Conversely, the Duke utilized Lowly's special status as a pretext to preserve his dignity and solidify his power. As for Mira, she had vanished for several days. causing concern among the exchange program's leaders. Mira held the highest rank among them, designated as a candidate for the saint, and to them, her arrival in the Empire was akin to gilding. Yet now, she was nowhere to be found, and even the patrolling soldiers, who had always kept watch, were oblivious to her whereabouts, only knowing that the doors and windows had remained undisturbed throughout the night. When the group entered to search, she was indeed missing. Chapter 162. Power Mira had not returned to the embassy of the Holy Nation, but had instead hidden herself in an abandoned basement on the outskirts of the imperial capital. This was a secret stronghold she had prepared in case of emergencies, with thick walls capable of isolating her from external disturbances. She understood all too well the significance of resonating with the divine essence. It was imperative that no one interrupt her, especially not those from the church. If she were discovered, she would undoubtedly be hunted down. The basement had long been tidied by her. Clutter was stacked in the corners, while intricate patterns of the resonance ritual, sacred to the church, were etched onto the stone surface in the center, adorned with several energy crystals procured from the black market. Mira placed the divine fragment at the center of the design and secured the communication device provided by the church in a specially designed isolation container, intent on severing all external connections to focus solely on the resonance. She sought to comprehend the divine will and achieve a communion of souls. Mira settled cross-legged before the stone surface, closed her eyes, and formed a prayer gesture with her hands. As she whispered incantations, the divine fragment gradually emanated a soft white light, releasing countless tiny luminous particles that drifted from the fragment and entered her forehead like fireflies. Within these specks resided the essence of divinity and profound knowledge, a power far beyond mortal capacity. Mira felt as though her mind were forcibly inundated with an overwhelming torrent of information, ranging from cosmic laws to the applications of divine power. Unfamiliar knowledge surged within her, threatening to stretch her consciousness to its breaking point. No, this was not how it should be. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead, and golden blood began to seep from her eyes, nose, ears, and mouth, an indication of the divine fragment's power overload, causing chaos within her bodily functions. The droplets of golden blood fell onto the ritual pattern, sizzling as they made contact, and she could distinctly sense life rapidly ebbing away, her consciousness beginning to fade. Just as she thought she would be overwhelmed by the force of the divine fragment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in her ear. "Do you wish to live?" It was Chunjio. Mira abruptly opened her eyes. Through her blurred vision, she discerned a familiar figure standing at the entrance of the basement, shrouded in dim light. She struggled to speak, her voice faint yet brimming with fervent desire. "I want to live. For power, for revenge, I am willing to do anything." The figure remained silent. Slowly approaching her, Mira vaguely noticed a complex black pattern gradually emerging on her lower abdomen, twisted and eerie, exuding a chilling aura that starkly contrasted the divine fragment. It was the mark of the demon seed. In the next moment, the knowledge and power surging from the divine fragment were suddenly drawn by an invisible force, flowing towards the demonic pattern on Mira's abdomen. Her consciousness, which had expanded to its utmost limits, instantly contracted. The agonizing sensation of impending explosion dissipated, and life no longer waned. Mira gasped for breath. Pulled back from the brink of death, she slumped to the ground, watching as the brilliance of the divine fragment gradually faded, glancing at the demonic pattern on her abdomen. Her heart filled with dread. Panting, Mira leaned against the stone wall and slowly rose, observing the black sludge formed from tentacles gradually dissipating on the ground. The suffocating sensation in her chest finally receded, and her physical state improved considerably. She raised her hand to sense the surging power within her. As her fingertips brushed through the air, they even summoned faint ripples of energy. At that moment, her strength was sufficient to match the arm wrestle of a cardinal from the church. Yet, she understood clearly that this power did not originate from the divine fragment itself. The energy and core essence within the divine fragment had already been absorbed by the demon seed, becoming a part of it, stored within. Now, all she could summon was a mere thread of power emanating from the demonic seed. With the passage of time, she would gradually absorb the energy contained within it, theoretically allowing her to eventually ascend to the realm of demigods. Is this what power feels like? Mira spread her arms wide, enveloped by the vibrant energy particles surrounding her. With a mere flicker of thought, she could invoke divine arts that once required prolonged prayers to activate. This sensation of wielding power sparked a flicker of obsession in her eyes, further solidifying her resolve. Her gaze fell upon the once luminous divine core, now dull and lifeless, and a calculating smile curled at the corners of her lips. The church awaited her return with a sacred relic, and if she were to present this powerless divine core, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Instead, she would play along, feigning that the divine core remained in her possession, albeit temporarily beyond her complete control. Under the pretense of needing assistance, she would redirect the church's attention towards Chunjio. Chunjio's strength was unfathomable. The suffocating pressure he exuded was incomparable to that of the Pope. If she could instigate a conflict between the church and Chunjio, perhaps she could even harness his power. Myra's expression suddenly turned cold, as the hatred for those who had wronged her parents surged within her. She had never forgotten that her talents were not innate. Years ago, her ascension as a candidate for the saintess was achieved through the most insidious of the church's secret arts, the sacrificial rite of bloodkin. Her parents, once ordinary believers, had been falsely accused of disloyalty to the deity and imprisoned. At that time, she believed that once the divine pardon was issued, their family would be reunited. Little did she know that her parents had already been chosen by the Pope as sacrifices for the secret rite. Their bloodline and souls were forcibly extracted to enhance her talents, making her the facade of the prophesied saintess. It was only later, when she inadvertently overheard a conversation between the Pope and high-ranking clergy, that she learned the truth of her parents' demise and the reality that her so-called talents were bought with their lives. From that day forth, the seed of vengeance took root in her heart. She masqueraded as a devout follower, meticulously ascending the ranks to become a candidate for the saintess, all to draw closer to the Pope and seek her chance for retribution. Now, the emergence of Chunjio had ignited a flicker of hope within her. The Pope had taught her well, Mira whispered softly, her fingertips turning white from the force of her grip. What you owe me, I shall reclaim piece by piece. Carefully, she stashed the dim divine core away, adjusting her attire and wiping the blood from her face. What remained was her return to the church's embassy, where she would weave a deception of monumental proportions using this seemingly useless divine core. She would lead the Pope to believe that the core still harbored immense power, enticing him to come personally to the imperial capital. Furthermore, she would convince the church that Chunjio was a foe intent on seizing the divine core, igniting conflict between the two. And she, lurking in the shadows, would watch as the Pope and Chunjio engaged in a fierce battle, ultimately taking it upon herself to end the Pope's life, seizing the church's power and fulfilling a long-awaited vengeance. As for Chunjio, a flicker of complexity passed through Myra's eyes. She understood that she might not be his equal, but if it meant avenging her parents, she would not hesitate to temporarily align herself with him. Mira, cloaked in the dim essence of divinity, deftly evaded the patrolling soldiers and silently returned to the church's embassy. Upon entering her chamber, she promptly retrieved the communicator from its isolation container and dialed into the church's encrypted channel, intent on relaying the meticulously crafted truth before any information could leak. The voice of the cardinal soon resonated on the other end, laced with urgency. Mira, have you secured the relic? What is the situation? Your Eminence, I have successfully obtained the relic, Mira replied, deliberately infusing her tone with a hint of fatigue and exhilaration. However, I encountered unforeseen complications. The Imperial Duke's estate is also coveting the divine essence. Had I not fought valiantly to negotiate, the relic would have long since fallen into their grasp. Yet, due to these circumstances, the energy of the essence has fluctuated and temporarily succumbed to slumber, requiring time to awaken. She paused, emphasizing her next words. Moreover, I have discovered that a mysterious force within the Empire is also pursuing the divine essence, led by an individual named Chunjio, whose prowess is unfathomable. Even my concealment spells are rendered ineffective against him. If reinforcements are not dispatched swiftly, the relic may once again be in peril. Upon hearing this, the cardinal immediately issued a command. You must stabilize the situation and safeguard the relic. I will promptly inform His Holiness, and it is highly probable that high-ranking clergy will be sent alongside an envoy to the imperial capital to assist you in awakening the divine essence while addressing this enigmatic force. Remember, the relic must not be compromised. Understood. Mira responded respectfully, and the moment she severed the communication, the fervor in her eyes transformed into a cold calculation. She realized that the church had taken the bait. Now, all that remained was to patiently await the reinforcements dispatched by the Pope, which would serve as the first piece in her revenge strategy. To render her deception more credible, Mira deliberately placed the divine essence within a specially designed energy container. In Chapter 163, titled The Game, Mira nestled the dormant divine essence within the bespoke container, whose inner walls were inscribed with the fundamental energy runes of the church, capable of absorbing minute traces of divine power from the air, emitting a faint, ethereal glow. At a glance, the essence appeared as a slumbering relic, slowly releasing energy. impeccably concealing the truth of its hollow state. To enhance the authenticity of her ruse, she cast 3 defensive spells around her embassy quarters. The pale golden runes flickered subtly upon the walls, and the passing exchange students often noted her door firmly closed, occasionally catching a glimpse of the container's luminescence through the crack. Over time, the news that Mira had reclaimed the relic and was fiercely guarding it spread discreetly among the exchange students, earning her a measure of respect even from the embassy guards. By day, she feigned industriousness, reinforcing defenses within the embassy. By night, she stealthily delved into the shadows, employing divine spells to extract the memories of others within the office. Through these insights, she gleaned further information about Chunjiu, this formidable man, or rather, her master, who represented the most critical variable in her revenge scheme. From the fragmented memories of soldiers, she pieced together more details. Although Chunjiu often accompanied Loli, he was not subordinate to the Duke's estate. His office had undertaken numerous commissions from the nobility, employing secretive methods and never failing. It was said that he could see through disguises, and some claimed he had resolved unique cases single-handedly. The strong shall not be constrained by others. Mira sat at the table, her fingertips gliding across a paper filled with information, a flicker of complexity flashing in her eyes. Perhaps from the moment she acquired the divine essence. Every step she took was under his watchful gaze. If that were indeed the case, her machinations in Chunjiu's eyes might merely be an intriguing game. Yet even so, she had no other choice. The flames of vengeance had long since consumed her retreat, and even if she became someone else's pawn, she would wield that piece to topple the Pope's throne. 3 days later, the carriage of the church's delegation halted before the embassy. At the forefront, 2 cardinal figures donned splendid crimson robes, accompanied by 10 high-ranking clerics wielding staffs, exuding an imposing presence. Upon entering the embassy, they headed straight for Myra's chamber, their tone imbued with an undeniable urgency. Present the sacred artifact immediately. We must verify its condition. Feigning anxiety, Mira secured the door and meticulously checked the defensive enchantments thrice before slowly unveiling the container. Within lay the dim divine essence, its form illuminated by the container's white light, resembling a slumbering holy relic. My lord, look here. She gestured toward the divine essence, her voice laced with feigned distress. When I reclaimed it, I was ambushed, resulting in a significant loss of its energy. If we do not hasten to awaken it using the church's secret arts, we may irretrievably lose its divine power. More perilous still was the fact that the assailant, Chunjiu, resided nearby in the office, having long coveted the sacred artifact. We must act swiftly. One cardinal extended a hand to touch the divine essence, faint energy fluctuations responding to his fingertips, his brow furrowing instantly. The situation is worse than anticipated. The awakening ceremony is to be held in 3 days, within the embassy's underground chamber. He turned to another cardinal, his tone icy. As for Chunjiu, dispatch someone to warn him that should he dare to set foot in the embassy or interfere with the sacred artifact, he shall be at odds with the church, which will unleash all its might to hunt him down. My lord, please reconsider. Mira stepped forward, feigning urgency to dissuade them. Chunjiu's strength is unfathomable. My concealment techniques are futile against him. A mere warning will not intimidate him. Lowering her voice, she leaned closer to the cardinal, revealing a premeditated scheme. We shall intentionally leak the time and location of the awakening ceremony to lure him here. The chamber is already set with the church's deadly formation. Once he steps inside, we can capture him in one fell swoop. This not only eliminates a significant threat, but also showcases the church's prowess to the empire. Is it not a perfect plan? A flicker of hesitation crossed the cardinal's eyes, soon replaced by greed and arrogance. Confident in the deadly formation and the 10 high-ranking clerics at his disposal, he believed no matter how strong, even the mightiest could not escape. Excellent idea. We shall proceed as you suggest, he decisively proclaimed, oblivious to the calculating glint that briefly sparkled in Myra's eyes. Bowing, Mira withdrew, a cold smile curling at the corners of her lips as she exited the room. Back in her chamber, her fingertips lightly tapped the table, her mind incessantly rehearsing the scene that would unfold in 3 days. She had long been aware of the church's deadly formation, a high-level array passed down through secretive teachings, purportedly imparted by deities, specifically designed to suppress semi-divine entities. Yet, in her estimation, no matter how formidable that formation might be, it paled in comparison to the unfathomable depths of Chunjiu's strength. She had witnessed firsthand the nonchalance with which Chunjiu discarded divinity. That effortless demeanor was not something an ordinary strongman could achieve. The 2 red-robed cardinals and 10 high-ranking clerics of the church, along with the so-called annihilation formation, would likely prove utterly ineffectual against Chinjio. It would be best if they both suffered, Mira murmured to herself, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. The church will be severely weakened, and Chinjio will also pay a price. Only then can I reap the benefits. She approached the window, gazing in the direction of the office, a sudden uncertainty flaring within her. Had Chinjio already seen through her plans? If he were to deliberately follow her script, what would he be after? This thought emerged only to be forcibly quelled. At this juncture, she could only press forward, even if the path ahead led to an unknown abyss. Meanwhile, in the office, Chinjio remained seated by the window, the black chess piece in his fingers spinning ever faster. He lifted his gaze, as if penetrating through layers of walls, resting on the direction of the embassy's underground chamber. There, the clerics had begun to set up the annihilation formation, faint golden runes spreading across the floor, the air thick with divine energy. She could imagine that in 3 days' time, the chamber would be ensnared by the church's elaborate trap. And if Chinjio was indeed as formidable as she suspected, the church's power would be but a trifling obstacle. In that moment, Chinjio, still seated by the window, toyed with a black chess piece, its movement reflecting the direction of the embassy outside. He could naturally see through the walls. Perceiving Mira's schemes and overhearing the church's conspiracies, the so-called annihilation formation devised by the papal state was, in reality, a tactic taught to them by the gods specifically to counter demigods. As for true deities, why would they impart methods to combat themselves? In the embassy's underground chamber, 2 red-robed cardinals personally supervised the formation. High-ranking clerics surrounded the center of the array, continuously chanting prayers, infusing divine power into the runes. The faint golden light grew ever more brilliant, enveloping the entire chamber in a sacred atmosphere. The formation was complete. Once Chinjio stepped inside, even as a demigod, he would find escape impossible. One cardinal gazed upon the formation with satisfaction, his voice brimming with confidence. Mira, you will be responsible for luring him in. Once the deed is done, His Holiness will surely reward you handsomely. Mira responded respectfully, yet coldness lurked in her eyes. As she beheld the annihilation formation before her, her conviction deepened. This battle would undoubtedly lead to the church's downfall. She quietly retreated to a corner of the chamber, her hand resting upon the vial of holy water at her waist, where her final trump card lay concealed, a talisman crafted from her parents' relics, capable of shielding her from lethal attacks in dire moments. Shall I lead him in? Myra's voice trembled imperceptibly as she looked at the self-assured cardinals and high-ranking clerics in the chamber, her heart sinking heavily. As the bait to lure Chinjio into the fray, she was acutely aware of her precarious situation. Once Chinjio entered the annihilation formation, she, the guide, would undoubtedly be the first target, and the church would never allow her the chance to witness the outcome alive. This realization sent a chill down her spine. As the previous certainty and calculations were swiftly replaced by dread, she suppressed her panic and respectfully bowed to the cardinal before turning and hastily exiting the chamber. The moment she stepped through the door, she nearly sprinted down the embassy corridor, neglecting even the defensive spell checks. She had to find Chinjio immediately, for otherwise, the awakening ceremony in 3 days would herald her demise. Mira deftly navigated around pedestrians and quickly arrived at the office door. Taking a deep breath, she raised her hand and knocked on Chinjio's office door, her fingertips turning slightly pale from anxiety. With a click, the door swung open on its own. Mira peered inside to find Chinjio seated comfortably in a large office chair, holding a newspaper, with a steaming cup of tea placed on the desk before him. Chapter 164. Indifferent sunlight poured through the window, casting an aura of leisure around him, utterly devoid of the tension one would expect before an impending battle. Mira scanned the room, relieved not to see Loli's presence. Her current state was not one she wished for others to witness. You've arrived? Chinjio set down the newspaper and looked up at her, his tone as neutral as if greeting a mere visitor. He took a sip from his tea, a flicker of barely perceptible amusement dancing in his eyes. The habit of drinking tea had been recently instilled in him by Loli, as he had never indulged in such before. Observing Chinjio's calm demeanor contrasted sharply with her own dire predicament, Mira finally relinquished all pretense. With a thud, she knelt on the floor, her knees striking the ground heavily, yet she felt no pain. Crawling slowly to Chinjio's feet, she bowed her head low, her voice trembling with suppressed emotion. Master. This title was a deliberate choice, as she understood that only through complete submission could she earn Chinjio's aid. The clergy sent by the papal state had set a deadly trap in the embassy's underground chamber, reputedly capable of slaying demigods. Not daring to lift her gaze, she spoke rapidly. They intend for me to lure you into the awakening ceremony. hoping to eliminate you with the formation. But I know your power is unparalleled. Before you, those people are but ants. I beseech you, just a mere gesture from you to eliminate those enemies, and I shall follow you forever, doing anything for you." As she spoke, her hands tightly clutched the hem of Chunjio's trousers, casting aside all pride and schemes. Mira knelt there, fingers gripping his pants, her heart heavy with the gamble she was taking. She wagered that Chunjio, having bestowed upon her the cursed mark, would not easily allow her demise, and that he might be intrigued by the lethal formation set by the papal state, needing her knowledge to guide him. Yet, Chunjio remained silent, the stillness of the office pressing down on her like an invisible weight, nearly suffocating her. He looked down at her, his fingertips gently brushing against her cheek, the warmth of his palm instantly tautening her nerves. But in the next moment, his voice turned unexpectedly cold. "Mira, you are clever, knowing how to use others as tools and understanding when to bow your head. But what will you do if I choose not to assist you?" Myra's body suddenly stiffened, and before she could utter a word, Chunjio continued, "I am well aware of the conversations you had with the cardinal. The tale you spun about coveting divine power is far too contrived and implausible. Even those clergy find it laughable. The priests from the papal states have long since categorized you as a disposable pawn." Mira abruptly raised her head, her eyes filled with shock and dread. She had believed her schemes to be flawless, yet she had not anticipated that Chunjio had overheard everything, nor that the church had already lost faith in her. Had Chunjio not intervened, she would have been sacrificed as bait by the priests, or worse, falsely accused of treason before the ritual commenced, a fate more terrifying than death itself. She gazed at Chunjio with pleading eyes, despair etched across her features. "Do not rely on others." Chunjio retracted his hand and leaned back in his chair, his tone devoid of emotion, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Look to yourself. You possess power." No sooner had he spoken than he waved his hand, enveloping Mira in a shroud of dark energy. In the next moment, the scene before her abruptly shifted, revealing the familiar entrance to the basement. "My own power." Mira stood at the threshold, surveying the well-known surroundings, ensnared in profound doubt. She was acutely aware of her own capabilities. Clenching her fists, her nails dug deeply into her palms, yet she could conceive of no means to break the impasse. Though she wielded the power of a cardinal, she was utterly defenseless against the lethal formation aimed at demigods. Observing her state of agitation, Chunjio lightly flicked his fingertip, causing wisps of dark mist to coalesce before Mira, transforming into vivid illusions. Within the basement, the priests encircled the lethal formation, chanting prayers as the radiance of the runes intensified. The cardinal stood beside the heart of the formation, clutching a crystal as if calibrating its power. In a corner, a concealed runic pathway connected the formation to the embassy's reservoir of divine power. She replayed her abilities in her mind, basic divine arts, stealth techniques, and the energy surging from the demon's seed, but all appeared rather feeble against the lethal formation. No matter how formidable the formation, it possesses weaknesses. Chunjio's voice echoed in her ears. "Do you truly believe the church's lethal formation is flawless? The priests, eager to activate the formation swiftly, will undoubtedly divert power from the embassy's reservoir, which is far less fortified than the secret chamber. Moreover, you mentioned that the principle of the formation is to sever the energy source of demigods, rendering them mere mortals within a specified area. It only takes effect inside the formation." Myra's eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of insight as she lifted her gaze. She fixated on the concealed runic pathway within the illusion, instantly comprehending Chunjio's implication. "Are you suggesting that I can infiltrate the divine power reservoir and sever the formation's energy source? Reflect on it further." Chunjio seemed to engage in a guiding game. "You are correct. Most of the priests are congregated in the secret chamber, preparing for your so-called awakening ritual, leaving the reservoir relatively unguarded. I can masquerade under the pretext of inspection to infiltrate it, first sabotaging the core of the divine power, and then, amidst the ensuing chaos of the formation's energy, eliminate the scattered priests one by one." Myra's mind raced as she swiftly devised a comprehensive plan. First, infiltrate the embassy's divine power reserve chamber and dismantle the core device, thereby depriving the lethal formation of its energy supply. Second, amidst the ensuing chaos among the clerics in the secret chamber, create a distraction to lure them outside the formation's reach. Third, leveraging her legendary prowess, systematically eliminate the isolated clerics, ultimately confronting the high-ranking clerics who would be devoid of the formation's enhancements. However, a flicker of doubt lingered. What if those clerics wielded the sacred artifacts of the church and activated their emergency protocols? The contingency plan required time, The illusion of aged wine dissipated at her fingertips. Upon dismantling the divine power core, the formation would undergo several seconds of energy turbulence. Those fleeting moments would be her opportunity. Moreover, the clerics had long regarded her as a pawn. Should she suddenly counterattack, they would undoubtedly be caught off guard. Taking a deep breath, Mira quelled the last remnants of her hesitation. Rising to her feet, she bowed deeply to the void, expressing her gratitude to her master. Thank you for your guidance. I now know what to do. As Mira pushed open the door to the underground chamber, two low-ranking clerics leaned against the wall, keeping watch. Upon her entrance, they merely nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiry. In their eyes, Mira was the esteemed guardian of the sacred artifacts and a trusted confidant of the Pope. A high-ranking cleric, engaged in inscribing the awakening ritual runes at the formation's core, glanced up at her. His brow furrowed and his tone laced with impatience. What brings you back? Were you not instructed to monitor Chunjio's movements near the affairs office? The people at the office informed me he has stepped out and won't return until evening, Mira replied, her expression unwavering as her gaze darted across the chamber. The runes of the lethal formation had nearly taken shape, with 10 high-ranking clerics encircling the formation, while 2 cardinals stood on either side of the core, each gripping a crystal designed to stabilize the energy. Feigning a close inspection of the formation, she deliberately inched closer, her fingertips lightly brushing over the runes etched into the ground, quietly noting the flow of energy. I thought I would return to verify the integrity of the formation. After all, it pertains to capturing Chunjio, and we cannot afford any errors. How meticulous of you, the high-ranking cleric remarked, harboring no further suspicions as he returned to his task of inscribing runes. But expedite your efforts. The divine energy we've brought is limited and cannot sustain us for long. We must activate the formation immediately upon Chunjio's return. Mira acknowledged, then turned to exit the chamber. Her footsteps not leading towards the embassy's exit, but rather towards the divine power reserve room. The cleric's mention of insufficient energy was precisely the key to her breakthrough. The reserve room was the source of the formation's energy, and severing that supply would render the formidable lethal formation nothing more than an elaborate facade. Indeed, at the entrance to the reserve room, only 2 low-ranking clerics stood guard, engrossed in conversation and entirely oblivious to the impending danger. Holding her breath, Mira summoned a faint, yet sharp, surge of demonic energy at her fingertips, stealthily maneuvering behind the 2 men like a cat. Before they could react, she swiftly struck, delivering precise blows to the pressure points at the napes of their necks. The clerics collapsed silently to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Mira stepped into the reserve room, the divine power core at the center of the chamber immediately coming into view. Chapter 165. Revenge. Before her stood a towering blue crystal, half the height of a man, its surface shimmering with a delicate golden divine energy. The runic pathways connecting the core to the hidden chamber resembled glowing tendrils, extending across the ground into the distance. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her right hand, coalescing a dense sphere of black energy in her palm. With a resounding crash, the black energy struck the divine core with tremendous force, causing the surface of the crystal to fracture instantaneously, spiderwebbing across its exterior. The once vibrant golden light began to fade rapidly, akin to retreating tides, while the runic pathways on the floor lost their luster, transforming into a muted gray. Almost simultaneously, the lethal formation within the underground chamber flickered violently, its previously stable golden glow now wavering like a candle flame in the wind. What was happening? Why had the divine energy supply been severed? A high-ranking cleric's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily withdrew a communicator to dial the reserve room, only to be met with a busy signal, no one answering his call. He abruptly looked up, addressing the clerics beside him with urgency. Quick! Send 2 individuals to the reserve room. There may be an incident. The 2 high-ranking clerics, not daring to delay, grasped their staffs and hastened from the chamber. As they rounded the corner of the corridor, a shadow suddenly sprang forth from the darkness, none other than Mira, who had been lying in wait. Who goes there? The leading cleric instinctively raised his staff, preparing to chant a defensive spell. Yet, Mira was swifter. With a powerful strike, she slammed her palm into his chest. He let out a muffled groan, blood spewing forth as his body collided with the wall, lifeless upon impact. The other cleric, paralyzed by fear, turned to flee back to the chamber to raise the alarm. A glint of cold light flashed in Myra's eyes as she unleashed a black energy beam, striking him squarely in the back. The energy penetrated his clothing and burrowed into his body. He staggered a couple of steps before collapsing, convulsing briefly before falling still. Mira swiftly dragged the 2 lifeless bodies away, concealing them within a storage room in the corridor, then deliberately knocked over a nearby bucket. The loud clang echoed sharply in the stillness of the corridor. The clerics within the chamber, hearing the commotion, erupted into chaos. "This is bad. He must have come for us," a cardinal in red cried, panic lacing his voice. "Everyone prepare. Activate the emergency formation. Even without divine energy, we must hold him off." The clerics raised their staffs, hurriedly chanting prayers in an attempt to activate the emergency formation. However, lacking the support of the divine core, the runes flared briefly before extinguishing completely. In the midst of their panic, Mira unexpectedly pushed open the chamber door, her hand gathering a dazzling golden divine spell, a ruse crafted with the Holy Kingdom's magic, designed to deceive the clerics into believing she was retaliating out of necessity. With a thunderous impact, the golden spell struck among the clerics, 3 of them unable to evade the onslaught, falling to the ground grievously injured and groaning in agony. "It's Mira. How dare you betray the Holy Kingdom?" a high-ranking cleric exclaimed, both astonished and enraged, raising his staff to unleash an energy beam toward Mira. Mira had long been prepared, her body instantaneously teleporting out of the secret chamber. She was acutely aware that the confined space within the chamber was not to her advantage. Especially with the clergymen gathered together, a direct confrontation would be detrimental. She needed to lure them into the spacious corridor, where she could eliminate them one by one. "Don't let her escape. She is certainly in league with Chunjio," the leading high-ranking clergyman bellowed, pursuing her with the remaining 6 clergymen in tow. Yet, the moment they exited the secret chamber, they lost the sanctuary of the deadly formation, their individual strength significantly inferior to Myra's. Utilizing her familiarity with the embassy's layout, Mira skillfully maneuvered within the corridor. She deliberately slowed her pace, enticing one clergyman to chase her into a side passage, where she abruptly turned and struck, her palm piercing through his throat. Another clergyman attempted to chant a wide-area divine spell, but Mira immediately unleashed her demonic energy, disrupting the flow of his divine power. The backlash from the spell instantly tore his body apart, blood splattering across the walls. In less than half an hour, only 2 clergymen remained, one of whom was still the leading high-ranking clergyman. The cardinal gazed at the corpses strewn across the ground, his eyes filled with terror. He realized he was no match for Mira. Turning, he attempted to flee towards the palace, believing that if he could reach the king, he might still have a glimmer of hope. But Mira would not grant him such an opportunity. She flicked her fingers, sending forth a stream of black energy that ensnared the cardinal's ankle like a rope. Off balance, he crashed to the ground, his staff tumbling aside. Mira approached him slowly, looking down with icy derision in her eyes. "Revered cleric, were you not the one who wished for me to serve as bait to draw Chunjio into the formation? Now, it is your turn to pay the price." She recalled the scene of her parents being offered as sacrifices, the years of disguise and restraint, and the black energy in her palm surged with intensity. Trembling in fear, the cardinal pleaded for mercy. "Mira, spare me. I can intercede with the Pope on your behalf. Make you the true saint. I can offer you wealth and power." Mira let out a cold laugh, showing no hesitation as she forcefully struck the black energy against his skull. With a muffled thud, the cardinal's head shattered like a broken watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering across the ground. Standing amidst the carnage, Myra's chest heaved violently, the warm blood splattering her face and garments, the sticky sensation awakening her to the reality that she had won this battle. She gazed down at her hands, the residual warmth of the black energy still lingering in her palms. It was the power bestowed upon her by the demonic seed, a blade for her vengeance. After a brief moment of catching her breath, Myra's gaze fell upon the cardinal's corpse, remembering the clergyman's previous suspicions voiced by Chunjio. A flicker of wariness arose within her. She needed to ascertain whether they had relayed their doubts back to the Holy See. Otherwise, the church would soon dispatch new agents to investigate, and her plans for revenge would be utterly exposed. Mira crouched down, her fingertips gathering a faint thread of divine power, which she gently pressed against the temple of the high-ranking cleric. This was a memory retrieval technique exclusive to the senior clerics of the church, a skill she had studied during her time as a candidate for the role of the saint. As the divine energy slowly permeated, fragments of the red-clad cardinal's memories flickered in her mind. In a secret chamber, the leading high cleric, holding a dim divine artifact, frowned and remarked to his companion, "The energy fluctuations of this sacred relic are far too weak. It certainly does not resemble the slumber that Mira described. That girl must be lying, perhaps intending to hoard the relic for herself. Yet, its aura is eerily similar to what the esteemed cardinal mentioned. How peculiar." Another high cleric concurred, "You speak wisely. My lord, once we return the relic to the church, we shall find an opportunity to deal with her." accusing her of hoarding the sacred item and allowing His Holiness to personally determine her fate. The leading high cleric shook his head with regret, lamenting, "If only the esteemed cardinals had not been warned upon arriving in the Empire, this would not be so troublesome. Moreover, let us keep this from the Pope for now. We should obtain the divine artifact first, lest His Majesty think us incompetent." Mira released her grip, the weight that had hung heavily in her heart finally lifting. These clerics had merely judged her disloyalty through words and had yet to relay any information back to the Church. This meant that the Church was still unaware of the annihilation of the envoy and, more importantly, of her betrayal. They wished to act once I return the divine artifact? Alas, they shall find no opportunity. With a cold smile, Mira began to search through the cleric's belongings, confirming that all who knew were dead. She moved to the corner of the storeroom and ignited the oil she had prepared long ago. The flames swiftly spread, licking the walls and floor, while the shards of the divine power core crackled menacingly in the blaze. Standing at the doorway, she gazed at the inferno consuming the storeroom, a chilling smile gracing her lips. This conflagration would obliterate all evidence, leading the Church to believe that a rival faction had raided the embassy to seize the divine artifact, slaughtering the members of the envoy in the process. Having completed her task, Mira turned and exited the embassy. Instead of immediately seeking out Shinjio at the office, she slipped into a narrow alley behind the embassy, shedding her blood-stained coat and donning a black cloak she had hidden there. She required a flawless alibi to mitigate any suspicions the Papal State might harbor towards her. As night deepened, Myra's figure vanished at the alley's end, while the sounds of firefighting shouts echoed from the direction of the embassy, the flames casting a crimson hue across the night sky. Chapter 166. Casual conversation. The convoy heading towards the Papal State jolted along the dirt road, its wheels grinding over the parched earth and stirring up clouds of dust. Although this route served as a trade path between the Empire and the Church, it remained desolate, with only the occasional withered tree and peculiar stones bearing witness to its desolation. Fortunately, the escort's strength proved formidable. Having encountered 2 waves of low-ranking magical beasts eyeing the convoy's supplies, they dispatched them with ease, rendering the journey relatively uneventful. At noon, a marvelous spectacle suddenly emerged on the horizon, a magnificent barrier of translucent azure rising majestically, connecting the heavens above to the earth below, as if a colossal crystal were cleaving the sky in twain, with sunlight cascading upon it, refracting into myriad delicate halos. The caravan fell into a hushed silence, each individual straining their necks to gaze outside. That was the divine protective barrier of the Papal State's frontier. The guiding envoy of the Papal State tightened the reins of his steed, pride resonating in his voice as he gestured towards the barrier, a sanctuary bestowed by the divine, upheld through the ages by successive popes and high-ranking clergy, impenetrable and unyielding. "Truly magnificent," exclaimed a bespectacled scholar, leaning against the carriage window, unable to suppress his admiration. The barrier was so crystal clear that, were it not for the occasional bird colliding with it, creating ripples of pale blue, he might have believed it was the natural hue of the sky. Indeed, the guide puffed out his chest, his tones swelling with pride. Within the sacred realm of the Papal State, not a single monster roams. It is a veritable paradise, unlike the outside world, plagued by creatures of malice. The scholar's enthusiasm waned, and his expression dimmed. The Empire, after all, was besieged by persistent incursions of lesser monsters, with villages frequently attacked and merchants often waylaid, which necessitated the construction of lofty protective walls and the stationing of dedicated guards in every town. In contrast, the Papal State's absence of magical beasts was indeed enviable, yet it also instilled within him a peculiar sense of alienation. Moreover, the Empire's guards were stationed nearby, their presence a constant reminder of scrutiny. As the caravan progressed, drawing closer to the barrier, the pulsating waves of divine energy became increasingly discernible. Just as the travelers were immersed in this awe-inspiring sight, a vague silhouette appeared by the roadside, slowly advancing towards the caravan. "Look, is that a person?" A young scholar suddenly pointed at the figure, his voice brimming with astonishment. In this desolate wilderness, where even flora was sparse, how could a human figure manifest? In such a perilous landscape, could a human truly survive? The elderly professor accompanying the group adjusted his spectacles, his eyes brightening at the prospect. He had dedicated his life to studying survival in the post-war wastelands, having often proposed theories about survivors relying on unique methods to endure in the wild, although he had yet to find concrete evidence. However, the guide's expression darkened, and unlike the other's excitement, he sternly commanded, "Everyone, hold steady. Close the windows. Guards, be vigilant." He tightened his grip on the short staff at his waist, his gaze fixed warily upon the figure. Outside the divine sanctuary, monsters are cunning and often disguise themselves as humans to lure their prey. This could very well be a trap. The guards sprang into action, several dragon riders galloping ahead of the caravan, their rifles aimed squarely at the figure. And the mounted cannon atop the steam vehicle was activated. As the caravan slowly approached, the silhouette became clearer, revealing a young woman clad in a simple long dress. Her long hair loosely gathered at the back, exposing her delicate neck. She possessed a graceful figure, traversing the dusty path with an air of elegance, particularly highlighted by her pair of eyes, which were subtly upturned at the corners, exuding an indescribable allure. Her enchanting gaze stirred a sense of desire within those who beheld her. Upon noticing the arrival of the caravan, she expressed genuine delight, waving to them. A young scholar murmured to herself, her curiosity piqued. She did not appear to be a creature of darkness. The guide furrowed his brow even tighter, yet remained vigilant. The more seemingly harmless a being, the more likely it could be a guise of a malevolent entity. Do not speak. Let us wait until we have crossed the barrier. She must not approach the caravan. The course of action depended on the movements of the escorting guard. Advance. A soldier from the dragon cavalry sharply squeezed his horse's sides, prompting the steed to snort and charge forth from the ranks, halting firmly before Angelisa. With his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword, he scrutinized the woman before him, his voice low and steady. Who are you? Where do you hail from? Why are you alone in this desolation? Angelisa lifted her gaze, her beguiling eyes now glistening with moisture, her voice trembling just enough to convey her trepidation. My name is Angelisa, and I come from a survivor camp to the north. She raised her hand to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her fingertips quivering as though still haunted by fear. Our camp originally housed over 60 individuals. We managed to evade the monster's onslaught by masking our presence with rare herbs found in a nearby cave. However, just a few days ago, those herbs ceased to work, and the monsters breached our camp overnight. At this juncture, her voice caught in her throat, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Those who remained perished or fled. My loved ones were torn apart by the beasts while trying to protect me. I fled southward, and upon seeing the towering barrier, I hoped perhaps there were still survivors. And I rushed in this direction, not expecting to truly encounter you. Her words were imbued with both despair and relief, the details so vivid they could not be disputed. The soldier frowned, the weight of Angelisa's revelations pressing heavily upon him. A survivor camp, ineffective herbs, a sudden monster assault, each detail entangled with unknown perils. As an ordinary soldier without the authority to decide, he turned to the caravan and called out, "Captain, please come here." The captain of the dragon cavalry promptly rode over, his tall figure imposing, a gleaming rifle slung across his shoulder, his face etched with the trials of battle. What is the situation? He reined in his horse, his gaze sweeping over Angelisa, his tone crisp and decisive. The soldier quickly approached the captain, lowering his voice to relay Angelisa's account in its entirety, concluding with, "She does not appear to be lying, but the wilderness is fraught with complexities, making it difficult to ascertain the truth." The captain followed the soldier's gaze back to Angelisa, who stood with her head bowed, hands tightly gripping her skirt, her shoulders subtly trembling, embodying a pitiable demeanor. A glance towards the caravan revealed the elderly professor eagerly peering through the window, his eyes alight with interest in this survivor from the wilderness. After a moment of silence, the captain commanded, "Allow her to accompany the caravan, but she must maintain a safe distance." He paused momentarily, emphasizing his tone as he instructed her to walk, forbidding her from nearing the horses and vehicles. "Your people will keep an eye on her. Should there be any sign of disturbance, take her down immediately." For him, the duty of the dragon cavalry was to ensure the safety of the convoy and assist the research team in fulfilling their mission. The task of sheltering survivors was not within his purview. Were it not for the needs of the professor's research, he would have long since ordered her expulsion. In the wilderness, the living often posed a greater danger than the monsters themselves. The soldier acknowledged the command, turning to face Angelisa, delivering the captain's orders with a serious demeanor. "We can escort you towards the barrier, but you must walk at least 10 meters away from the convoy and refrain from touching anything. Do you understand?" Angelisa immediately lifted her head, a glimmer of gratitude in her eyes as she nodded vigorously. "I understand. Thank you. I will be obedient." Her reaction was natural and sincere, devoid of any hint of deception. The soldier said no more, leading a horse for her to mount, while he and 2 other dragon cavalrymen formed a protective triangle around her. Within the convoy, Gao Linglong cast a glance at the safeguarded Angelisa, sensing an unspoken strength emanating from the woman. As the convoy continued its journey, the presence of Angelisa sparked a lively discussion within the carriage. The old professor set down his binoculars, withdrawing his gaze from the window, stroking the beard on his chin as he posed a question. Do you think there are really survivors in this wilderness? As soon as the words left his lips, the carriage fell silent. Gao Linglong, resting her chin on her hand, continued to gaze at the distant figure, her tone laced with uncertainty. Perhaps there truly are. Throughout our journey, we have seen traces of abandoned camps, indicating that people once traversed this wild terrain. Since this Lady Angelisa stands alive before us, she might indeed be a survivor. She had always believed in the validity of what one could see, especially as Angelisa's heartfelt pleas were difficult to doubt. Not necessarily. The professor interjected, adjusting his reading glasses with a furrowed brow, his tone growing more serious. Have you considered that the monsters we have encountered recently exhibit significantly higher intelligence? The last group that attacked the convoy demonstrated tactical maneuvering, clearly indicative of leadership. It is as if an invisible noose is slowly tightening around our necks, and danger is drawing ever closer. As he spoke, he tapped his notebook with his fingertips, pondering the sheer coincidence of a survivor appearing just as the convoy passed through. A young scholar in the back seat immediately concurred. The professor is right. I believe there are no survivors in this wilderness. He paused before voicing his speculation. This woman might have escaped from the papal state. Perhaps she was exiled for breaching the doctrines and concocted a tale of a destroyed camp to blend in with us as we enter the empire. Another scholar nodded in agreement. Given the papal state's strict controls, the sudden appearance of an escapee is indeed highly suspect. The discussions within the carriage grew increasingly fervent, with some individuals aligning themselves with Gao Linglong's first-hand observations, while others championed the coincidence theory espoused by the professor and students. Each held steadfast to their beliefs. Yet none could furnish irrefutable evidence. Listening to the heated debate, the professor sighed softly and waved his hand dismissively, indicating that further discourse was futile. He opened his notebook and took up his pen, meticulously jotting down keywords such as wild survivor, intelligence enhancement, and Angelisa's suspicions. For now, he decided to observe. The Dragon Knights had already dispatched someone to keep a watchful eye on her, and any unusual movements would soon be detected. Our mission revolves around studying the divine barriers of the Papal Kingdom. We must not allow ourselves to be sidetracked by unrelated matters. As the professor spoke, the crowd gradually quieted, though their inner uncertainties lingered. Gao Linglong glanced again out the window. Angelisa remained dutifully at the rear of the convoy, her demeanor calm and composed. Not at all reminiscent of someone who had just endured a calamity. She silently furrowed her brow, the professor's words pricking at her heart like a thorn. Was this seemingly fragile young woman truly just an ordinary survivor? As the convoy drew nearer to the azure divine barrier, the radiant light shimmering on its surface became increasingly vivid. Even the tremendous divine power it contained could be faintly sensed. At that moment, a cloud of dust billowed ahead, and a battalion of heavily armored cavalry charged forth, clad in glistening silver armor intricately engraved with blue runes. Their steeds were adorned with formidable protective gear, exuding an air of authority. Who goes there? Halt! Commanded the leading knight, restraining his steed, which reared up, emitting a sharp neigh. He brandished a long sword embedded with sapphires, blocking the path and surveying the convoy with keen vigilance. The guide, already prepared, promptly leaned out of the carriage, holding aloft a palm-sized golden insignia, upon which the emblem of the Papal Kingdom was intricately carved, its edges encrusted with tiny energy crystals. I am the guide for the papal delegation, and this esteemed individual is an envoy from the Empire. He extended the insignia with a tone of utmost respect. The knight commander accepted the insignia, channeling a faint blue divine energy into it with his fingertips. The insignia instantly radiated a soft golden light, the emblem's design clearly manifesting. After a careful examination, he returned the insignia to the guide, dismounted, and knelt on one knee in a gesture of deference. It is indeed the esteemed envoy. I beg your pardon for my earlier rudeness. Henceforth, my unit shall escort you into the territory of the Papal Kingdom. With that, the knight commander rose and gestured for his heavily armored cavalry to reposition, forming two flanks around the convoy's sides and rear, effectively encasing the entire procession within their protective ranks. Immediately thereafter, the armor of the cavalry shimmered with blue light, the runes swirling as if animated. Countless fragments of azure radiance drifted from their armor, coalescing into a translucent blue shield that enveloped the convoy, perfectly mirroring the color of the distant divine barrier, yet appearing even more refined, securing the convoy within its embrace. This is nothing short of a miracle, exclaimed an elderly professor, pressing his face against the carriage window, his eyes wide with excitement. Having studied energy protection techniques for decades, He had never witnessed such exquisite applications of divine power. Once the convoy resumed its steady advance, he hastened to the guide's side, his tone urgent. "Esteemed envoy, I apologize for the interruption. May I examine the structure of this shield? Just a glance." Without touching the key areas. Upon hearing this, the guide chuckled heartily, displaying a remarkable generosity. "Professor, you are too modest. Of course you may. However, we must wait until the convoy takes a break, for the shield moves with the cavalry now. If you get too close, you might be knocked down by the speed of the vehicles." He remained unfazed by the thought, as the shield was an arcane gift from the divine to the church. With its core runes known only to high-ranking clerics, outsiders could gaze upon it endlessly but grasp its principles not. Yet, the knight commander beside him darkened in countenance. His brow furrowed. To him, the sacred magic of the church should not be subjected to the scrutiny of outsiders. Such an act would be nothing short of blasphemy. Just as he was about to voice his disapproval, the guide preempted him, once again presenting the golden insignia before him, signaling him to adhere to protocol. The knight commander glanced at the divine emblem on the badge, his lips moved, but he ultimately swallowed the words that nearly escaped. Nevertheless, his gaze towards the professor remained tinged with dissatisfaction. As the sun ascended high into the sky, the temperature rose steadily. The knight commander commanded the convoy to halt under the shade of a large tree, preparing for a respite and a meal. The heavily armored cavalry and the imperial dragon riders dismounted in turn, shedding their gear and retrieving their provisions and water. Settling down on the grassy ground beneath the tree shelter, the elderly professor, unable to contain his excitement any longer, dashed towards the knights as soon as the shield vanished. Heading directly to one of the cavalrymen, his eyes fixed intently upon the runes adorning the armor. "Young sir, may I touch this armor?" he implored, his tone bordering on earnestness. The cavalryman glanced at the knight commander and, seeing no objection from his superior, nodded in acquiescence. The professor, trembling with anticipation, extended his hand, gently grazing the blue runes on the armor. At the moment his fingertips made contact, the runes faintly illuminated, and a refreshing divine energy coursed through his fingertips, akin to the sensation of touching a serene water surface. Instinctively, he pressed a little harder, his fingers surprisingly sinking slightly into the armor's surface, as though traversing an invisible barrier. "How astonishing!" the professor murmured to himself, hastily retrieving his pen to sketch the shape of the runes in his notebook. The fusion of divine power and armor completely upended existing theories. Truly incredible. Not far away, the guide observed this spectacle, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He had anticipated the professor's fascination, yet felt no concern. Without the church's divine decrees and secret teachings, even if he captured the runes on paper, no insights would emerge. Meanwhile, the knight commander turned his back, unwilling to witness this sacrilegious display, tightly gripping his sword, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Under the shade, the delicate Lin Xiong was munching on her provisions when she suddenly caught a whiff of a faint floral fragrance, neither the scent of withered grass from the wilderness nor the dust of the convoy, but a refined yet subtly alluring aroma. As she lifted her gaze, she beheld Angelisa approaching gracefully, holding a half-filled bottle of water. "You carry a scent that feels familiar to me," Angelisa remarked, seating herself beside Lin Xiong. Her movements so elegant they seemed unbecoming of one who had just escaped from the wilds. Sunlight filtered through the gaps between the leaves, casting a gentle glow upon her face, accentuating her enchanting eyes, which shimmered with a dewy allure, as a faint smile graced her lips, exuding an effortless charm. Gao Linglong furrowed her brow and instinctively stepped back, inquiring, "Who are you?" She was certain she had never encountered this woman before. Yet the latter's tone suggested an intimate familiarity, tinged with a hint of warmth. "Angelisa," the woman replied, playfully winking at her while her fingertips danced lightly over the grass beneath them. "Did your guide not mention me? After all, I am one of the fortunate survivors who managed to catch up with your team." Her voice was sweet and melodic, laced with a hint of playfulness, and her every gesture radiated an alluring grace that made Gao Linglong's heart flutter inexplicably. How could this woman be so strikingly beautiful? Gao Linglong stared at Angelisa's profile and suddenly realized the nature of her thoughts. She found herself captivated by a woman's beauty, a breathtaking allure that transcended traditional boundaries of attraction. Just as this notion emerged, she was startled back to reality, her cheeks flushing crimson as she hastily retreated, creating distance between them. How terrifying! How could she entertain such thoughts about a woman? Gao Linglong closed her eyes, fervently repeating within her mind, "Do not think of her. Do not think of her. Think of your brother. Think of your brother." She attempted to dispel the unusual feelings swirling in her mind with memories of her brother's embarrassing moments, Yet the soft laughter of Angelisa reached her ears. Are you too afraid to open your eyes? Angelisa propped her chin on her hand, tilting her head to observe her, her gaze filled with playful mockery. Are you perhaps thinking of a beloved? Your face is quite flushed. She deliberately leaned in closer, her floral fragrance enveloping the air, her voice dropping to a whisper, lightly brushing against Gao Linglong's ear. Chapter 168. Entering the city, Gao Linglong suddenly opened her eyes, locking onto Angelisa's smiling gaze. Those eyes were irresistibly captivating, as if they held a hidden spring, drawing one in effortlessly. She quickly averted her gaze, seizing her backpack to place it between them, her voice tinged with fluster. No, I'm just a bit tired and wanted to rest for a moment. Angelisa regarded her flustered demeanor, a flicker of subtle intrigue illuminating her eyes. Yet she responded with a smile. Very well, I shall not disturb your rest. She did not rise to leave, but remained seated, her fingers idly toying with the grass. Her gaze discreetly drifting to the identification badge hanging at Gao Linglong's waist, an emblem of the Empire's research team, embossed with a small laboratory insignia. The brief interlude brought by Angelisa soon faded into the background as the convoy continued its steady advance. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky was painted with hues of orange and red, and the great blue barrier that spanned the heavens came into view. Night quietly descended, the surface of the barrier still shimmering with a faint blue light, resembling a slumbering dragon, serene yet majestic. How beautiful, a young researcher exclaimed, leaning against the car window in awe. The barrier at night lacked the harshness of daylight. The blue glow softly illuminated the surrounding earth, as if the very air were imbued with a dreamlike essence. This was a divine gift, truly extraordinary. The guide smiled in response, then swiftly shifted the topic, informing them that before entering the Holy Kingdom, they must undergo a thorough inspection. Rest assured, this is merely to detect any external magical creatures you may be carrying. There are no further demands, nor will there be any offense taken. As he spoke, his gaze subtly flicked over to Angelisa, seeking to discern any flicker of panic or peculiarity upon her face. After all, she hailed from the wilderness, and if there were indeed any issues, she would not remain unaffected by the scrutiny of the Holy Kingdom. To his disappointment, however, Angelisa gazed about with wide, curious eyes, marveling at the ramparts and the surrounding guards, her expression brimming with innocent wonder, much like the young exchange students in their midst. She even tugged at her companion, Gao Linglong, whispering, "Is it true that there are no monsters inside this barrier?" Her naive demeanor completely dispelled the guide's initial concerns. "What form will the inspection take?" inquired an elderly professor, adjusting his glasses with a hint of perplexity. In the Empire, inspections at significant locations typically involved meticulous physical searches, with only the nobility enjoying exemptions from such intrusive examinations. This almost affronting procedure was met with considerable resistance by scholars who valued their dignity. Fear not. The Church's inspection consists solely of a unilateral divine power detection, and it will not impose any psychological pressure upon you, the guide hastily clarified, recalling his previous experience in the Empire and involuntarily furrowing his brow. Unlike the Empire, where I was subjected to a humiliating examination by two female doctors prior to an audience with the king, he lowered his voice, laden with disdain. They seemed intent on scrutinizing every inch of our being, which is quite degrading for those of us who revere the divine. It should be noted, of course, that such stringent checks were reserved for core personnel meeting the king. Other exchange students had the option to refuse. Upon hearing this, the elderly professor exhaled a sigh of relief, and his gaze towards the guide shifted to one of greater understanding. Secretly identifying with the plight of a fellow traveler in misfortune, he nodded repeatedly. That is indeed reassuring, as long as it is not a physical search. Meanwhile, the dragon knights appeared decidedly out of place, maintaining their vigilance with hands resting on their weapons, observing the proceedings with cold indifference. The squad leader produced a small notebook, the tip of his pen gliding swiftly across the paper, silently recording the details. Arrival at the border rampart of the Holy Kingdom at dusk to undergo divine power inspection. The guide's dissatisfaction with the Empire's methods and Angelisa's normal demeanor. For them, all that transpired was merely part of their mission, with no anomaly to be overlooked. Soon, the guards at the inspection passage signaled for the convoy to advance. The blue divine power detector slowly ascended, emanating a gentle glow. A crucial examination determining Angelisa's passage into the Holy Kingdom was about to commence. Before the inspection passage, two white-robed clerics had already activated the magical creature detector. The half-human tall silver device emitted a vertical light curtain from its blue crystal atop, intricate runes swirling within the glow, exuding a sacred aura. Please pass through the light curtain in succession. There is no need to linger, the cleric spoke in a calm tone, surveying the members of the convoy. One by one, the crowd approached, and each time an individual passed through the shimmering veil, the blue crystal emitted a faint hum. Its runes momentarily encircled by a soft golden glow before returning to tranquility. No anomalies were detected. The cleric's announcements echoed in succession, guiding the orderly movement of the line. As the elderly professor passed, he could not resist the urge to reach out and touch the edge of the veil, only to be promptly restrained by the guide, reluctantly retracting his hand. Finally, it was Angelisa's turn. She gripped the hem of her dress and stepped cautiously toward the veil, a barely perceptible tension flickering in her eyes. Just as her body fully entered the veil, the blue crystals suddenly flickered violently, the runes upon the veil becoming chaotic and emitting a jarring crackle. An anomaly. Two clerics swiftly stepped forward, channeling a pale golden divine power, their sharp gazes fixating on Angelisa. The dragon knights quickly encircled her, rifles aimed directly at her, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. What was happening? Gao Linglong instinctively leaned forward, both anxious and confused, wondering if their earlier speculations held truth. Angelisa's complexion turned ashen as she stumbled back, her voice quivering with distress. I didn't do anything. I don't understand what is happening. I've been hiding in the wilderness for so long. I must have just come into contact with residual traces of a magical creature. It wasn't intentional. In a flurry, she wiped at the corners of her eyes, portraying an image of great indignation. The guide, brow furrowed, approached the clerics and whispered an explanation. She is a survivor we took in along the way. Perhaps the detector is overly sensitive and misjudged the residual aura from the wilderness? One cleric, remaining vigilant, pressed his hand against the crystal device, infusing it with divine power for a thorough examination. Moments later, he relaxed his brow and shook his head at his companion. It's the detector's energy fluctuations that are unstable. It only captured the residual aura on her garments, not an anomaly from her person. As his words settled, the flickering of the blue crystal gradually calmed, and the runes on the veil resumed their orderly flow. Another cleric stepped forward, retrieving a vial of transparent holy water and presenting it to Angelisa. Sprinkle this upon yourself. It will purify the residual aura, allowing you to pass. Angelisa accepted the holy water and hastily sprayed it on herself. The cool liquid cascaded onto her clothing, instantly dispelling the faint trace of the magical creature's presence. When she crossed the veil once more, the crystal emitted a steady hum, the runes glowing softly without incident. The momentary scare subsided. The dragon knights lowered their weapons, and the guide exhaled in relief, his gaze toward Angelisa now laced with empathy. Only Gao Linglong noticed as Angelisa turned, a fleeting, elusive smile gracing her lips, so swift that she questioned her own sight. With the checks complete, the divine barrier gradually opened a gap, revealing the illuminated landscape of the sacred realm. The breach in the barrier widened, sufficient for the convoy to pass. As they stepped through, a distinctly different atmosphere enveloped them. The air within the sacred realm was remarkably fresh, devoid of the dust of the wilderness, instead suffused with a subtle fragrance reminiscent of divine runes. On either side of the road, rows of silver-leaved trees stood neatly, their foliage shimmering faintly in the night. In the distance, the town sparkled with lights, its buildings adorned with a rich ecclesiastical style, the silhouette of the spire-topped church standing out distinctly under the moonlight. Welcome to the outskirts of the holy city. The guide spoke with pride, gesturing with his hand, indicating that tonight we shall rest at an inn outside the city, and tomorrow morning we will enter the holy city to meet His Holiness the Pope. The heavily armored cavalry escorted the convoy to an imposing inn, its outer walls intricately carved with sacred symbols, while two white-robed clerics, holding long staffs, stood sentinel at the entrance. The members of the convoy disembarked one after another, while the dragon knights spread out around the inn, maintaining a vigilant watch. The captain, still clutching a small notebook, meticulously recorded the environmental details of the church state, his gaze alert and unwavering. Angelisa lingered at the rear of the group, seemingly curiously examining the inn, yet discreetly memorizing the layout around her, the positions of the guards, the distribution of the sacred symbols, and the paths leading to the rear. Every detail was carefully noted. At that moment, Gao Linglong happened to walk beside her and, noticing her fixation on the runes at the corner of the inn, could not resist asking, "Do you also understand the sacred runes?" Startled, Angelisa returned to herself, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "I do not understand them. I simply find these patterns beautiful, entirely unlike the chaotic stones in the wilderness." Her tone was casual as she deftly shifted the topic. "Are you going to meet His Holiness the Pope? Is he truly as the clerics say?" possessing the divine power to dispel all malevolent entities? Perhaps, Gao Linglong replied without much thought. The guide mentioned that the Pope is the most powerful person in the church state, and the barrier of divine power is maintained under his guidance. As their conversation unfolded, a cleric's voice resounded from within the inn. Please follow me. The rooms have already been prepared. The group followed the cleric into the inn, where a statue of a deity was enshrined in the center of the hall, the figure wielding a radiant sword and exuding an air of authority. The old professor immediately halted, extracting his notebook to sketch the details of the statue, murmuring to himself, the divine energy emanating from this statue is quite feeble. It seems to symbolize more than it serves any practical purpose. The guide merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. In his view, these imperial scholars, regardless of their extensive studies, could not truly comprehend the sacred essence of the church state. During the allocation of rooms, Angelissa found herself assigned adjacent to Gao Linglong. Before entering her room, she feigned an accidental collision with a cleric, allowing her handkerchief to drop. As the cleric bent to retrieve it, she seized the opportunity to lightly trace her fingertip along the cleric's sleeve, a trace of faint black energy subtly attaching itself to him, unnoticed. He politely returned the handkerchief and turned away. As night deepened, the lights within the inn gradually extinguished, leaving only the dim glow of a wall lamp at the corridor's corner. The dragon knights divided into two shifts, their armor clinking softly as their footsteps echoed in the stillness of the night. The wooden door to Angelissa's room creaked open slightly, revealing a pair of alluring eyes scanning the darkness. Confirming no one was watching, a shadow darted out like a weasel. With light footsteps, she glided through the inn, utilizing the shadows cast by the silver-leaved trees in the courtyard, moving like a specter through the various corners of the establishment. The patrolling dragon knights possessed sharp gazes, yet they remained oblivious to the shadow that brushed against the ground. Angelissa swiftly arrived at the rear of the outpost, where the divine rune wall, which pierced through the outskirts of the holy city, stood prominently before her. Constructed from massive slabs of bluish stone, its surface was intricately etched with a myriad of golden runes, serving as one of the core elements sustaining the border defenses of the papal kingdom. Ultimately, there lay an opportunity for exploitation. There is a flaw, Angelissa murmured to herself, her fingertips gliding over the frigid wall. Although the divine rune wall encircled the papal kingdom and its runes dazzled the eye, the defenses on the inner side were far less stringent than those on the exterior, presenting the very chance she had been awaiting. Previously, those low-tier magical creatures had been repelled by the divine barrier, but should a breach in the runes occur, the consequences would be dire. Taking a deep breath, she concentrated the black energy in her palm to its utmost limit, transforming it into an almost imperceptible thread that slowly seeped through the crevices of the runes. The golden light on the surface of the rune wall flickered momentarily, akin to a candle flame disturbed by the wind, before returning to its previous state, as if nothing had transpired. A cold smile curled at the corners of Angelissa's lips as she swiftly melded into the shadows, silently returning to her chamber. After her departure, a faint black essence began to stealthily spread along the veins of the runes deep within the wall. The following morning, the dawn sun filtered through the branches of the silver-leaved trees, casting dappled light upon the courtyard. Most of the caravan's members were still ensconced in slumber, the previous night's exertions having rendered them particularly weary. The guide made no effort to hasten them, merely instructing the clerics at the outpost to prepare breakfast in advance, inviting early risers to the dining hall. Gao Linglong, accustomed to rising early, made her way to the dining area after completing her morning routine. As she pushed open the door, an intoxicating aroma enveloped her, revealing a table laden with an array of dishes, the most striking of which were golden brown steaks, generously drizzled with rich butter sauce and adorned with vibrant slices of fresh apples, presenting a visually appealing feast. Miss Gao has truly arrived early. Come, savor our kingdom's signature butter steak, the guide greeted with a smile, directing the clerics to distribute silver cutlery. This unique flavor, born from divine arts, features tender beef from our enchanted pastures, complemented by a specially crafted herb sauce, ensuring you shall not encounter such a taste in the empire. Gao Linglong picked up her knife and fork, slicing off a small piece of steak to taste. The rich, buttery aroma burst upon her palate, the beef succulent and juicy, while the tart sweetness of the apple slices balanced the richness of the fat. The special sauce carried a hint of spice, creating a complex layering of flavors that lingered delightfully. Internally, she mused, it was overly absolute to claim that the empire lacked such delicacies. However, this breakfast made from premium beef was a luxury reserved for noble tables, unattainable for the common folk. In addition to the main course, Desserts and beverages were available for selection. The guide pointed to the adjacent table, where crystalline fruit tarts and various juices were displayed. The juices were crafted from fruits freshly picked at dawn, their proportions meticulously studied by the clerics to both quench thirst and replenish divine energy. An elderly professor approached with a tray in hand, his gaze lingering on the steak and fruit pie. Adjusting his glasses, he remarked, "From the selection of these dishes, it appears that the primary sources of sustenance in the Papal States are ranches and orchards." He quickly jotted down notes, yet observed a conspicuous absence of wheat products on the table. "Is it true that wheat is not cultivated here?" "You are correct," the guide nodded, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. "We can expedite the growth of livestock in the ranches and the yield of fruit trees through divine magic, achieving efficiency several times greater than conventional farming. However, wheat demands highly specific soil and climatic conditions, and the land of the church is ill-suited for its cultivation. Furthermore, the efficacy of divine magic in hastening the growth of wheat is quite poor. Any forced application could lead to shriveled grains. Thus, wheat products predominantly rely on trade with the empire." This indeed presented an intriguing paradox. The professor stroked his chin, contemplating the ability to transform ranches and orchards with divine magic, yet being powerless regarding wheat cultivation. It seemed that divine magic was not the panacea it was often thought to be. The guide's smile dimmed slightly, clearly disagreeing with the notion of divine magic's limitations. Yet he chose not to counter it, instead shifting the topic. "Please enjoy your meal at your leisure. Once everyone has gathered, we shall depart for the holy city, where we will meet His Holiness by noon." Gao Linglong savored the sweet fruit pie, its flaky crust mingling with the tart filling, delivering a refreshing taste. Her gaze inadvertently drifted towards the entrance of the dining hall, where she encountered Angelisa gracefully stepping inside. The morning light enveloped Angelisa, casting a gentle glow upon her simple attire. With a serene smile and an elegant gait, she appeared to possess an innate filter, subtly contrasting with the bustling atmosphere of the dining room. Before Gao Linglong could divert her gaze, Angelisa approached her directly, taking a seat across the table with a natural yet dignified demeanor. She raised her hand to summon a cleric, her voice soft. "Could I please have a buttered steak with extra apple slices?" "Thank you." While awaiting her meal, Angelisa adeptly placed the napkin across her lap, each gesture exuding a refined sense of ritual. Observing her poised manner as she wielded her knife and fork, with fingers gently grasping and wrists slightly elevated, Gao Linglong noted the fluidity of her movements, the sound of cutlery meeting meat almost imperceptible, and suddenly recalled Loli. As the daughter of a duke, Loli also embodied the ingrained elegance of nobility, albeit with a more vivacious spirit, unlike Angelisa's gentle demeanor. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, picturing Loli and her older brother together, causing her lips to involuntarily curve into a smile. "Miss Angelisa, were you a noble in your past?" Gao Linglong could not help but inquire, her tone imbued with curiosity. "Your dining etiquette resembles that of a noble friend of mine." Angelisa paused in her cutting, raising her gaze to meet Gao Linglong's, a flicker of complexity passing through her eyes before being replaced by a gentle smile. "I suppose that was the case," she replied. After savoring a small piece of steak and chewing slowly, she continued, "In my childhood, my family engaged a professional etiquette instructor, and I studied noble manners for several years. It became second nature, and regardless of where I dine, I instinctively behave this way, often being accused of putting on airs." As she spoke, her tone carried a hint of self-mockery, yet her mind was momentarily seized by the image of a colossal figure, the accursed fool of a dragon. Relying on its formidable strength, it relished in seizing her belongings, sparing not even her meticulously arranged meals, while deriding her etiquette as an unnecessary inconvenience. With this thought, her fingers tightened around the knife and fork, only to soon relax. "No wonder every gesture of yours exudes such grace," Gao Linglong sincerely remarked. "I attempted to learn table manners several times, but gave up halfway due to their cumbersome nature. I prefer to do as I please. Comfort is of utmost importance." Angelisa replied with a smile, deftly shifting the topic. "By the way, are you all set to meet His Holiness the Pope today? Will you be nervous?" Her inquiry appeared casual, yet her gaze discreetly scrutinized Gao Linglong's expression, hoping to draw out more information. However, it was evident that she had misjudged her companion. Gao Linglong possessed little useful intelligence. Without hesitation, Gao Linglong replied candidly, perhaps a bit anxious. "The professor mentioned that the Pope is quite formidable, capable of managing the divine barrier. I am curious to see if he truly lives up to the legends." At her words, Angelisa narrowed her eyes slightly, feigning agreement as she said, "I too am quite curious. I hope to have the opportunity to witness His Holiness's grandeur." Lowering her head, she concealed a smile behind a piece of steak. The convoy resumed its journey after a leisurely lunch at the way station. The fruit soup served was bland, its sweet, thick broth mingling with overcooked fruit, proving somewhat unpalatable to those accustomed to the Empire's savory flavors. Fortunately, the pan-seared chicken was crispy on the outside and tender within, offering a meager counterbalance to the lackluster meal. Not long after departing the way station, a cloud of dust rose in the distance, accompanied by a rhythmic clatter of hooves growing ever closer. The group looked up to behold a battalion clad in gleaming silver armor galloping towards them. The knights, mounted on heavily armored steeds, brandished long lances pointed skyward, their formidable presence akin to a moving fortress of steel. It is a welcoming party dispatched by His Holiness. The guide, having conversed briefly with the knight captain, turned to the group with a reassuring smile. There is no need for alarm. His Holiness awaits us in the Holy City, and upon our arrival, a welcoming banquet will be held in your honor. The effort of His Holiness is greatly appreciated. Several senior professors nodded in response, eagerly accepting the map of the Papal States handed to them by the guide, huddling together to study it intently. On the map, the territory of the Papal States was outlined in golden lines, revealing a realm that only encompassed a mere tenth of the Empire's actual control radius, with the marked towns and population numbers appearing woefully scant. "Ah, I see," one professor remarked as he set down the map, exhaling in relief. "Having witnessed the grandeur of the divine barrier, I had assumed the Papal States to possess unfathomable strength. It seems, however, that they are ultimately small yet refined in scale." The others echoed his sentiments, their previously taut nerves finally relaxing as the disparity in territory and population diminished their awe of the unknown. Nevertheless, as the knights drew near, the group remained awestruck by the impressive equipment of the knights. Each knight's heavy armor is adorned with flowing blue runes, shimmering with a cold luster under the sun's rays. Seated firmly upon their steeds, the knights exude an aura of calmness, reminiscent of intricate miniature steam-powered mechas. Even more astonishing is the fact that the common folk of the church state effortlessly wield basic illumination and cleansing spells, their demeanor natural, clearly accustomed to such abilities. In terms of individual prowess, the church state undeniably surpasses the Empire to some extent. A professor specializing in military studies adjusted his glasses, affirming with a measured tone that the widespread use of divine magic and the formidable combat capabilities of the knights are noteworthy. "I beg to differ," rebutted another professor, an expert in industrial matters, gesturing towards the knightly order. "Their advantages lie in individual spells and heavy armor. But it is the Empire's industrial capacity that will be the decisive factor. As long as production is ramped up, equipping each soldier with a psychic rifle is hardly a challenge. Can these armored knights withstand the might of such weaponry? Moreover, once the Empire's steam mechas are mass-produced, divine magic alone will be insufficient to counter them." The two scholars engaged in a fervent debate, their faces flushed. Other academics joined the discourse, some supporting the church-state's magical system, arguing that the advantage of individual strength should not be underestimated, while others insisted on the Empire's industrial edge, believing that large-scale weaponry would ultimately determine victory. The guide, listening to the heated arguments, merely smiled quietly. In his eyes, these imperial scholars lacked an understanding of the true power of divine magic. The church-state's profound heritage could not be easily shaken by mere steam mechas. Meanwhile, the commander of the knights wore a serious expression, casting a discerning glance over the disputing scholars, silently committing their words to memory for later reporting to the Holy City. With the knightly order escorting them, the convoy continued onward, the silhouette of the Holy City becoming faintly visible in the distance. Inside the carriage, the debate over which was superior, divine magic or industry, persisted, their voices mingling with the sounds of hoofbeats and the clashing of armor. Unbeknownst to them, at the rear of the procession, Angelisa lingered slightly behind, using the act of adjusting her skirt to subtly trace her fingers along the ground, a wisp of faint black energy seeping into the soil. At the moment this essence touched the earth, an almost imperceptible tremor emanated from beneath the surface, signaling her pact with the commander of the wild beast army. The black fissures left on the divine inscription wall the previous night were now spreading at an indistinguishable speed, revealing cracks in the barrier's defenses. Soon, with the right opportunity, the beast army could breach the barrier and surge into the church state. Angelisa lowered her gaze to the ground, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. Her true objective was never to infiltrate the holy city, but to obtain the divine essence left behind by the fallen deity. She had long heard whispers of the deity's demise, although the specifics were unclear. She was certain her master was responsible, only that being possessed the power to obliterate a deity in an instant. The divine essence, left behind at the deity's fall, undoubtedly remained, for the church-state's obsession with it ran deep, and they would go to any lengths to possess it. It was possible that the essence had already been secretly relocated to the heart of the holy city, guarded personally by the Pope. To attain divinity, one must first incite chaos within the papal states, mused Angelisa. The defense system of the church is fundamentally based on divine barriers and sacred runes. Now that the barriers exhibit cracks, a planned assault by the monstrous army would inevitably plunge the holy city into turmoil. At that juncture, the Pope would be preoccupied with orchestrating the resistance against the fiends, while the elite forces of the church would be constrained at the borders, allowing her to exploit the vulnerability and seek the traces of divinity. She lifted her gaze towards the increasingly proximate holy city, where the towering spires of the cathedral pierced the clouds, and the walls bore an array of runes derived from the same source as the divine barriers, presenting a scene of sacred solemnity. Yet, in Angelisa's eyes, this was merely an imminent facade of collapse. "Thank you, Your Holiness, for safeguarding my path to divinity," she whispered with a subtle smile, as her fingertips coalesced once more into a thread of dark energy, silently merging with the air. This energy would transform into guiding markers, directing the monstrous army to precisely locate the fissures in the barriers. At that moment, the knightly order at the front of the convoy suddenly quickened their pace, and a guide's voice announced, "We are nearing the holy city. Please tidy yourselves. The welcoming party for His Holiness is waiting at the city gates." The discussions within the carriage abruptly ceased, scholars adjusting their attire, their faces reflecting a blend of anticipation and anxiety. Gao Linglong tugged at Angelisa's sleeve, exclaiming excitedly, "We will soon behold the entirety of the holy city. How thrilling!" Angelisa snapped back to the present, immediately donning a gentle smile and nodding in agreement. "Indeed, it is a stroke of fortune to witness the land of the gods firsthand." She hastened her steps alongside Gao Linglong, blending into the throng, appearing merely as an ordinary survivor filled with curiosity about the holy city. As the gates of the holy city swung open, colorful banners embroidered with divine emblems fluttered in the wind, adorning the walls. The streets were packed with the citizens of the church, clad in neat garments, their faces adorned with pious smiles, tiptoeing to catch a glimpse of the convoy, occasionally erupting in cheers. The exchange of students between the empire and the church was unprecedented, undoubtedly a momentous occasion worthy of celebration for them. The convoy moved slowly through the gates, as clerics held staffs and intoned soft prayers, the air infused with a delicate fragrance of flowers and a divine aura. The guide led at the forefront, and upon sighting a figure in a golden-embroidered holy robe beneath the gates, he quickened his pace, respectfully performing a standard ecclesiastical greeting. "Your Holiness, I am honored to report that I have safely escorted the esteemed guests from the empire to this point." The Pope, tall and imposing, with silver hair cascading over his shoulders, bore a countenance both dignified and gentle. He raised a hand to assist the guide, patting his shoulder with a look of approval. "Well done, you have completed your task admirably. You may take a moment to rest after your journey." His voice was steady and resonant, imbued with the unique resonance of divine power, lending a solemnity to the atmosphere. The scholars approached to pay their respects, and the Pope responded to each in turn, his gaze scrutinizing as it swept over the assembly. Chapter 171. Conclusion. Gao Linglong observed the Pope with curiosity. He appeared to be a benevolent old man, yet his gaze was profound, as if he could penetrate the depths of one's soul. Amidst the throng, Angelisa maintained a facade of reverence while discreetly observing the Pope with the periphery of her vision. She keenly sensed that although the Pope exuded substantial divine power, there was an absence of the unique fluctuations characteristic of a divine essence. As the core relic of a fallen deity, the divine essence radiates an entirely distinct primordial aura. Yet the Pope seemed to possess only the sanctified power conferred by the clergy of the Church. This revelation sent a tremor through Angelisa's heart. Had the Pope yet to acquire the divine essence? She subtly shifted her gaze to the surrounding high-ranking clergy, meticulously discerning their auras, only to find the same result. Their divine powers were pure and uniform, devoid of the taint of the primordial essence. A slight furrow appeared on Angelisa's brow as she pondered. Logically, the fall of the deity must have been noted by the Church some time ago, and they could hardly abandon the pursuit of the divine essence. Was it possible that the divine essence was not located in the holy city? Or did the Church itself seek the whereabouts of the divine essence? At that moment, the Pope's gaze fell upon Angelisa, imbued with a subtle curiosity. "Who is this?" The guide promptly stepped forward to explain. "Your Majesty, This is a survivor we encountered on our journey, named Angelisa. Her camp was attacked by monstrous beings, and she is the sole escapee. We have brought her back to the holy city with us." The Pope nodded slightly, instructing the clergy beside him, "Once the banquet concludes, arrange for her to be placed in the shelter outside the city, ensuring her comfort." His tone was matter-of-fact, lacking any overt concern, as though he were merely dealing with a trivial matter. A flicker of realization ignited within Angelisa. The Pope's reaction was excessively placid. If the Church had indeed obtained the divine essence, one would expect heightened vigilance towards an outsider like her, perhaps employing more stringent measures for scrutiny. Yet, not only did he refrain from probing further, he readily permitted her to remain in the holy city, thereby affirming her suspicions. The Church had not acquired the divine essence and might not even be aware of its precise location. "Thank you, Your Holiness," Angelisa said, offering a slight bow, her elaborate gown trailing on the ground, exuding a posture of impeccable respect. The lowered lashes, like a gossamer veil, concealed the fleeting glint of coldness in her gaze as she finally beheld the supreme ruler of the Church. The Pope, adorned in a golden-embroidered white robe and a jeweled mitre, radiated a gentle yet profound divine power. "Esteemed guests, please follow me." The Pope gestured, his voice steady and resonant. He personally escorted the assembly to the banquet venue, a grand cathedral adjacent to the Holy Palace, its spire piercing the clouds, and stained glass casting a kaleidoscope of colors under the sunlight. Upon opening the door, the interior of the cathedral unfolded before them. Dozens of elongated dining tables were meticulously arranged, with 2 empty seats left at the center, evidently reserved for the imperial delegation. The remaining tables were already filled with the high-ranking clergy and nobles of the Church, resplendent in their finery, their gazes converging on the entrance, imbued with scrutiny and curiosity. Gao Linglong discreetly tugged at her classmate's sleeve and whispered, "This scene bears some resemblance to the banquets of the imperial nobility, though the atmosphere is considerably more solemn." She surveyed her surroundings, the walls of the church adorned with murals depicting the divine exploits, while in the corner, the altar burned with calming incense. The air was infused not only with the aroma of delectable food, but also with a faint essence of divinity. The dining table was already laden with a sumptuous feast, a whole lamb roasted to a golden hue, fruit tarts drizzled with honey, glistening wine, and even exquisite desserts crafted from rare ingredients, each dish resembling a work of art. The Pope greeted everyone with a smile, saying, "Dear guests, thank you for your arduous journey. Please take a seat and savor the specialties of our church." As the guests settled, just as they picked up their cutlery, the Pope's resonant voice echoed throughout the church, "Ladies and gentlemen, the prayer begins." With his words, silence enveloped the church. All clergy and nobles immediately set down their utensils, clasped their hands, and closed their eyes in prayer. Some recited the sacred scriptures of the church, while others murmured their gratitude to the divine, their voices intertwining to form a deep and solemn current that enveloped the ears, inducing a slight dizziness. The members of the empire exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. Most of them adhered to science and industry, dismissing notions of divinity, yet in such a setting, they could neither rise to leave nor engage in private conversation. Leaving them to lower their cutlery and silently await the conclusion of the prayer, Gao Linglong, feeling quite bored, tapped her fingers lightly on the table, casting furtive glances at Angelisa, who, with eyes closed and hands clasped, feigned the demeanor of a devout follower. After several minutes, the Pope slowly opened his eyes and proclaimed, "The prayer has concluded, to the divine." He rose, raising his crystal goblet filled with deep red wine, causing ripples to dance upon its surface. The empire's scholars, unable to contain their impatience, promptly stood and raised their goblets in acknowledgement, for the lengthy prayer paled in comparison to the allure of the feast before them. "To the divine." The congregation echoed in unison, their voices resounding powerfully, causing the stained glass to tremble slightly. They drained their cups, their faces alight with fervor and devotion. The Pope nodded in satisfaction, signaling for everyone to take their seats. The banquet officially commenced, with clergy weaving between the tables, replenishing drinks and serving dishes, all appearing serene on the surface. The atmosphere lightened considerably at the Pope's command. The clergy moved gracefully with silver platters, the sounds of clinking cutlery mingling with low conversations. Gao Linglong had long been captivated by the roasted lamb on the table, as she cut a piece and brought it to her mouth. The tender meat paired with a specially crafted herb sauce made her eyes widen in delight. "This is exquisite," she whispered to the professor beside her. "Better than the steak at the inn." The professor, preoccupied with observing the demeanor of the surrounding clergy, merely smiled and nodded, hastily jotting down notes on the attire and etiquette of the church's nobility. Angelisa, on the other hand, appeared much more composed, elegantly slicing into her fruit tart. Her gaze casually sweeping across every corner of the church. She noticed a tightly shut, intricately carved wooden door deep within the church, its lintel adorned with elaborate divine patterns, emanating a powerful aura reminiscent of the divine fluctuations she had sensed. Esteemed guests who have traveled from afar, I commend your efforts, the Pope said, holding a goblet as he approached the scholars of the Empire with a congenial tone. I hear you are studying the divine barriers? Should you have any inquiries, feel free to consult with the clergy. A professor specializing in energy studies immediately rose and respectfully inquired, Your Holiness, we have observed that the divine barriers effectively repel monstrous entities while posing no hindrance to ordinary humans. How is this energy recognition mechanism achieved? The Pope smiled, gesturing for everyone to take their seats, and began to elucidate slowly. This stems from the divine mark bestowed by the deities. All living beings within the realm of the church bear this mark. The barrier automatically recognizes the mark, allowing allies passage while obstructing foes. Chapter 172. Anomaly. He did not delve deeper, his words imbued with a fitting air of mystery. At that moment, a senior cleric approached the Pope and whispered a few words. The Pope's expression shifted slightly before he regained his composure and smiled at the assembly. Please excuse me for a moment. I must attend to a minor matter. Enjoy yourselves. He turned and walked toward the intricately carved wooden door deep within the church, the cleric closely following behind. Angelisa's gaze was fixed intently on the wooden door until it gradually closed. She raised her goblet and seemingly nonchalantly stood up, making her way toward the corridor at the back of the church, near the door, perhaps hoping to glean more information. Gowling Long, seeing her departure, assumed she was merely stepping out for some fresh air and paid no mind, engrossed in sharing the desserts on the table with her classmates. Meanwhile, the captain of the dragon cavalry, observing Angelisa's movement, set down his goblet and discreetly followed her. Before the carved wooden door, the gilded patterns shimmered in the shadows of the corridor, exuding an aura of sanctity that demanded respect. The senior cleric stood beside the Pope, his voluminous white robe cascading to the floor, with both hands clasped within its sleeves. A thread of compressed divine power enveloped their forms, intertwining around them like fine silk. Even the attendants pressed against the walls could only perceive a faint humming, unable to catch even a whisper of their exchange. Your Majesty, urgent reports have come in from our agents embedded within the Empire. The cleric spoke rapidly, the gravity of his tone overshadowing his usual calm demeanor. The sacred artifact has been secured by our people. However, intelligence indicates that at least 3 other factions are covertly coveting it outside the church's realm. Recently, conflicts among the nobility in the imperial capital have surged, ostensibly over trade routes and titles, but in reality, they are all trials revolving around the sacred artifact. Who has obtained the artifact? The Pope's voice was low yet carried an undeniable authority, the gems on his mitre reflecting a cold glimmer in the dim light. It is Mira, the candidate for the saint you designated years ago, the cleric replied, bowing his head. She has been lurking in the Empire for many years, managing to seize the artifact amidst the noble turmoil under the guise of her agency. At that moment, around the corner of the corridor, Angelisa leaned casually against a carved column, seemingly engrossed in admiring the mural depicting the divine creation on the wall. In the painting, an angelic figure with radiant wings sits serenely amidst the clouds, exuding an aura of tranquility. Her fingertips gently caress the frigid stone wall, while the creamy fabric of her gown delicately conceals the barely perceptible fluctuations of energy beneath her feet. As a being of demigod status, her sensitivity to energy vastly surpasses that of the common populace of the Holy Kingdom. Even though the dialogue between the Pope and the clergy was shrouded in divine power, a fragment of sound carelessly leaked through, which she captured with precision. Indeed, the Holy Kingdom had long harbored ambitions regarding the divine essence, even establishing clandestine connections within the Empire. Unfazed, Angelisa nonchalantly savored the sweet fruits laid before her, the rich cream enveloping the tart berries. It appeared that the divine essence was not within the borders of the Holy Kingdom, but rather ensconced within the swirling power of the Empire's nobility, thus sparing her the futility of a blind search in the Holy City. A throng of short-sighted ants, she mused. Suddenly, a cold reprimand from the Pope shattered the congenial atmosphere of the banquet, his tone as sharp as an ice-forged blade, piercing the stillness of the corridor. The divine essence, imbued with the power of creation, was certainly not something those enraptured by the lust for power could covet. He paused, his tone growing ever more resolute. Immediately dispatch a team of high-ranking clergy, equipped with the ultimate killing formation, to support Mira. We must ensure the divine essence is safeguarded at all costs. Should any obstacles arise, do not report. Eliminate without hesitation. Understood. I shall make the arrangements at once. The high-ranking clergy replied respectfully, turning to depart. A glint of cold light flickered in Angelisa's eyes, vanishing like a shooting star. The ultimate killing formation was the Holy Kingdom's most secretive binding technique, once employed to ensnare and slay a rebellious demigod, showcasing its formidable power. Clearly, the Pope was determined to secure the divine essence at all costs. She swiftly averted her gaze, feigning the act of adjusting her gown. Her ivory fingertips gliding over the fabric's folds as she gracefully retraced her steps back to the banquet hall. Her demeanor still as elegant as if she were attending an afternoon tea. Upon her return to the table, the gentle smile gracing her face was perfectly timed, as if the clandestine conversation that could have upended their plans had never reached her ears. Seeing her return, Gao Linglong promptly pushed a slice of freshly presented chocolate cake towards her, the gold leaf atop the dessert glimmering in the light. Where have you been for some fresh air? This is a freshly baked lava cake, with a molten center. Do try it. Feeling stifled among the crowd, she had simply taken a stroll in the corridor. Angelisa smiled as she accepted the silver fork, spearing a small piece of cake and bringing it to her lips. The warm chocolate flow melted on her tongue, overwhelmingly sweet. Just then, a clergyman passed by, carrying a wine jug. With a subtle flick of her fingertip, an almost invisible strand of black energy, akin to dust, settled upon the button of his garment, seamlessly merging with the fabric. This was a tracking mark, refined through her magical essence. Once the team of clergy set forth to aid the Empire, she would be able to pinpoint their location through the mark. When Mira escorted the divine essence to the borders of the Holy Kingdom, it would be her moment to reap the rewards. Meanwhile, the Pope, after the clergyman had departed, suddenly furrowed his brow. He sensed a peculiar disturbance in the energy of the corridor, so faint it bordered on illusion, yet it tightened his chest. Raising his hand, he released a thread of probing divine power, enveloping the entire corridor like an invisible net, meticulously scrutinizing every nook and cranny. The investigative results revealed merely the residual traces of mundane divine energy, remnants left by the daily activities of clerics and attendants, devoid of any anomalies. Was this merely an illusion born from prolonged toil? He murmured softly to himself, his fingertips gently tapping against the wooden door, causing the gemstones on his mitre to sway slightly with the motion. After a brief moment, he shook his head, suppressing the flicker of doubt. The divine essence was within his grasp, and the hope for the restoration of the Holy Kingdom lay tantalizingly close. He could not afford to be distracted by inconsequential speculations. As the clamor of the banquet gradually subsided and the guests departed in succession, the church was left with only the clerics clearing the dishes and the clergy responsible for inquiries. Just as Miss Angelica stepped out of the banquet hall, she was intercepted by two clerics clad in deep blue robes. They were officials tasked with intelligence verification, their gazes sharp and scrutinizing. Miss Angelica, we apologize for the interruption. The leading cleric intoned, his voice flat yet imbued with an undeniable gravity. We require a detailed account regarding the wilderness survivors you mentioned. We ask only for your truthful responses to ensure we obtain complete information. Is that agreeable? This was no surprise. Angelica had anticipated that neither the imperial scholars nor the clerics of the Holy See would overlook the extraordinary information regarding survival in the wild. The former sought to study the mechanisms of survival, while the latter feared that the survivors might harbor the peril of monstrous threats or possess undiscovered resources. In the aftermath of the Great War among the four factions, the indigenous peoples had splintered into three powers, each choosing paths of technology, faith, or psychic energy. What are now the three great nations? While the wilderness became a haven for monsters, naturally, some individuals remained trapped by the beasts, unable to align with any faction after the war, thus giving rise to the existence of wilderness survivors. Chapter 173. The inquiry, of course, Angelica replied with a cooperative smile, her demeanor remaining gentle. It is my honor to assist you. Internally, she remained unperturbed. Although her identity was fabricated, the existence of wilderness survivors was an irrefutable truth, sufficient to withstand this inquiry. The clerics led her to a side chamber of the church, sparsely furnished with only a long table and a few chairs. Once seated, one cleric produced paper and pen to take notes, while the other posed the question, please elaborate on the survivor camp you belong to, including its location, size, composition of members, and how you evade monster attacks. Angelica lightly rested her fingertips on her chin, as if in recollection, and slowly began. The camp is situated near the Black Rock Valley on the border of the Holy Kingdom, consisting of approximately 30 individuals. most of whom are refugees from the great conflict among the four factions. She deliberately paused, observing the cleric's reactions, noting no signs of suspicion from either. What do you rely on for survival? The cleric pressed, his pen gliding swiftly across the paper. There is a natural cave in the valley that can shield us from most monsters, Angelica replied calmly, recounting the carefully constructed details she had prepared. Near the cave, there grows a type of concealment herb. When crushed and applied to the skin, it masks human scent, rendering us undetectable to lower-tier monsters. We shall also gather wild fruits and vegetables from the wilderness, and occasionally hunt weaker magical creatures for sustenance. These details, though partly true, serve as a testament to her narrative. The elusive whispering grass indeed exists, having been discovered by her years ago while evading pursuers, and it is now conveniently relevant. A cleric raised his gaze towards her, his eyes filled with curiosity. If survival is possible, why did the camp suddenly fall? You mentioned the whispering grass became ineffective. What precisely transpired? At this juncture, a flicker of dread and sorrow manifested in Angelisa's eyes. 3 days prior, the whispering grass wilted abruptly, its leaves darkening and emitting a foul odor. We lost our cover and were abruptly besieged by magical beasts that night, a horde of clawed fiends, swift and merciless. The inhabitants of the camp scarcely had time to react. Those who could escape fled, and it was amidst the chaos that I managed to escape. She lowered her gaze, her voice thick with emotion, vividly portraying the despair and helplessness of the survivors. The clerics exchanged glances, their expressions revealing understanding. In recent years, the anomalies among wild magical creatures have increased. The failure of the whispering grass could indeed be attributed to their evolution. The cleric responsible for recording set down his pen, his tone softening. We appreciate your cooperation. This information is invaluable to us. Should we require further assistance, we shall reach out to you again. Certainly, Angelisa replied, rising to perform a courteous bow, her demeanor now composed. As she exited the side hall, she felt she had navigated the inquiry successfully, managing not only to conceal her identity, but also to convey crucial information regarding the anomalies of wild magical creatures. Within the side hall, 2 clerics were busy organizing their notes. The information appeared sound, aligning with the prior investigations of the desolate wilderness, one cleric remarked. However, the other furrowed his brow. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that she was too composed, not resembling someone who has just endured a cataclysm. Perhaps it is merely the survivor's stress response, his companion suggested, dismissing the concern with a wave of his hand. Let us report this information to His Holiness the Pope, and for the time being, we shall observe further. Their conversation drifted from the side hall, falling upon Angelisa's ears. A subtle smile graced her lips. Observation? Perfect. She had ample time to engage in the church's leisurely games. This guest accommodation of the church is exceedingly cramped. A member of the expedition team emerged from his assigned room, unable to suppress a frown of discontent. The room contained nothing but a bed and a desk, lacking even a cabinet for luggage. Accommodations at the Imperial Military Academy were tenfold more comfortable. He brushed off the dust from his garments, gazing at the austere stone walls of the corridor, filled with a sense of disillusionment. You ought to be grateful. A companion rolled his eyes in exasperation, his tone tinged with resignation. The papal state is renowned for its asceticism. Ordinary believers scarcely have meat to eat in their daily lives. Providing us with a room that includes a bed is already a privilege. He pointed at the austere plaque of the divine edict hanging on the wall, noting that it was fortunate we were not assigned to sleep on a hard board. After the banquet concluded, the exchange students and the expedition team parted ways. The students, under the guidance of their supervising teacher, proceeded to the Theological Academy of the Church to study fundamental divine arts. Meanwhile, the professors of the expedition team were assigned to the church's exclusive study chamber to peruse the available literature. In the study, a cacophony of voices erupted as the professors engaged in fervent debate, surrounded by dozens of ancient tomes on the study of divine power. This divine force, derived from the faith of its believers, represented a manifestation of spiritual energy, a veritable paragon of sustainable resources. One professor, passionate about energy research, excitedly pounded on a tome, the divine symbols shimmering under his fingertips. If the method of transformation could be unraveled, the Empire's energy crisis would be resolved. No, another professor immediately countered, gesturing at the annotations within the tome. Divine power is contingent upon the purity of faith. Should the believers waver, the energy becomes unstable. Furthermore, it is entirely distinct from the spiritual energy system. Attempting to forcibly apply divine magic to the Empire's spiritual formulas would only yield counterproductive results. In the corner of the study, Gao Linglong sat with a copy of the Fundamentals of Divine Power, her brow furrowed in contemplation. She concurred with the latter's viewpoint. The Empire's research into spiritual energy had matured, and recklessly adopting the divine magic framework would squander resources and might even incite energy conflicts. She set the book down and retrieved a stack of stationery from her bag, deciding to write a letter home. At her desk, she grasped a fountain pen, the nib hovering over the paper yet failing to descend. "Dear brother," she began, only to scrunch her nose in disapproval. That fickle rogue did not deserve such a charming appellation. She crossed it out and began anew, cursing her older brother for being overly sensitive, fearing he might misinterpret her tone as anger. Biting the pen, her long, elegant legs swayed gently beneath the table as she deliberated her choice of words. This time, she intended to share her observations of the Holy Kingdom, yet hesitated to mention anything about Angelisa, fearing it might cause her brother undue concern. Ultimately, she resolved to write about ordinary matters. With renewed determination, the nib finally touched the paper as she began to describe the architecture of the Holy City, the peculiar cuisine, and the professor's arguments, deliberately omitting any mention of Angelisa's suspicious behavior. Once finished, she carefully folded the letter and placed it into an envelope. These letters could not be delivered by the Empire's mechanical birds, as their range was limited and they could not reach the Holy Kingdom. Instead, she would have to rely on the purchasing envoy responsible for trade with the Empire to send it, each time incurring a substantial fee in gold coins. Even so, it would take at least half a month for a letter to reach her brother Qinjiu. Gao Linglong secured the envelope and gazed out the window. The sun was slowly setting over the holy city, casting a crimson hue upon the church spires. What, she wondered, was her brother doing at that moment? Chapter 174. Desire Unbidden. The image of Qinjiu surfaced in her mind, closely followed by the memory of his appearance as they parted ways. On that day, when she had gone to see off Lowly, she had expected the Duchess to maintain her usual icy demeanor. Instead, she was met with Lowly's cheeks flushed with an unusual warmth and a hint of languorous amusement in her eyes. Even her tone softened. The epitome of aloofness. Lowly surprisingly exhibited such a stark contrast in private. Gao Linglong collapsed onto her soft bed, clutching a pillow and murmuring to herself, her cheeks involuntarily heating. The more she pondered, the more curious she became about when Lowly and her brother Qinjiu had become an item. Previously, it was always the young girl pursuing her elder brother, who remained rather oblivious. What could have possibly changed to yield such a fruitful outcome? Did the elder brother perhaps assist the young girl in overcoming some predicament? Gao Linglong turned over and fixated on the ceiling, her mind racing with fanciful scenarios. Or could it be that the two encountered some perilous situation, revealing their true feelings for one another? The more she pondered, the more absurd her thoughts became. Even envisioning a scene where they stood side by side against malevolent forces, the elder brother gallantly rescuing the damsel in distress. As her excitement surged, she couldn't help but contemplate the matter of titles. Upon returning, should she address the young girl as sister-in-law? The moment this thought crossed her mind, she burst into laughter, but soon found herself unable to continue. Why, as the younger sister, should she not rejoice for her elder brother? Why were tears streaming down her cheeks? Gao Linglong repeatedly wiped her tears with her sleeve, yet they continued to flow unabated. What activities did they engage in together? Would the young girl temper her haughty demeanor and prepare meals for her elder brother? Would he perhaps abandon his lazy habits and accompany her on shopping excursions? These thoughts enveloped her, causing her to weep uncontrollably, her fingers unconsciously tracing circles upon the bedspread. As Gao Linglong awoke in a daze, the sensation of a sudden chill beneath her stirred her from her slumber. Glancing down, she froze in shock. The sheets between the headboard and the middle of the bed were soaked, dark stains glaring against the light fabric. Oh no! Her cheeks flushed crimson, and in a flurry of panic, she hastily yanked the damp sheets free, curling them tightly in her arms, fearful of being discovered. Stealthily, she made her way to the inn's service desk, only to collide with the nun responsible for housekeeping. "Excuse me, could you please wash this?" Gao Linglong mumbled, her voice barely above a whisper, as she swiftly thrust the sheets into the nun's hands and turned to flee. The nun, perplexed by the hasty retreat, murmured to herself, "How strange. According to our protocol, we usually collect and replace linens ourselves. Why did this guest bring them in?" She squeezed the sheets, feeling the lingering dampness, but thought little of it, turning away to clean them. Returning to her room, Gao Linglong's heart raced as she sought to calm herself with deep breaths. Her gaze falling upon the table, there lay several sheets of stationery, remnants of a letter she had begun the previous night, intended for the procurement officer to send to Qinjiu. In the letter, she had not penned much of substance, merely rambling about her experiences in the Papal States. even inquiring about the young girl's well-being. The thought made her cheeks flush anew. Just as she was organizing the stationery, a sudden knock echoed at the door. "Who is it?" Gao Linglong set down the letter and approached to open the door. To her astonishment, standing outside was Angelisa, dressed in her plain attire, a gentle smile gracing her face. Yet today, Gao Linglong sensed an indescribable depth in her eyes. "What brings you here?" Gao Linglong asked, her expression one of surprise. "I was informed by the cleric that the Pope had arranged for you to settle in the outer city. Weren't the church officials accompanying you?" She recalled the cleric mentioning arrangements for Angelisa to be taken to a survivor's settlement in the outer city, with guards assigned to her. "How could she possibly be here alone? I expressed to them my desire to bid you farewell and postpone the matter of settling down for a few days." Angelisa smiled and waved her hand dismissively, her tone light, yet only she was aware that the several guards who had just met her gaze were now under her control, standing watch for her at the relay station. Without waiting for Gao Linglong to respond, she strode directly into the room, shutting the door behind her with a casual flick. "Farewell?" Gao Linglong hesitated. She had known Angelisa for only a few days and could hardly claim familiarity. However, witnessing Angelisa's solitary demeanor, she found it difficult to refuse. "What would you like to discuss?" Angelisa did not answer immediately. Instead, she slowly approached her. The distance between them diminished, and Gao Linglong could even detect a faint floral scent emanating from her. Suddenly, Angelisa tilted her head slightly, gently inhaling the aroma from her collar, a glimmer of recognition flashing in her eyes. Indeed, this scent was identical to that of the master she sought. "I wish to inquire." Angelisa halted her movements, her gaze locking onto Gao Linglong's eyes with earnest intensity. "Do you profess faith in any deity? Perhaps the god worshipped by the papal state? Or any beliefs of other factions?" Gao Linglong was momentarily taken aback by the question, instinctively shaking her head. "A deity? I do not believe in gods. The clergy of the papal state speak daily of divine protection, yet I firmly believe that true safeguarding comes from knowledge and strength, not from the ethereal realm of deities." Her heart brimmed with greater confusion. Was it truly this inquiry that prompted Angelisa to seek her out? Truly not. Angelisa leaned in closer, her pupils suddenly shimmering with a soft pink hue, gradually morphing into delicate heart shapes, a captivating radiance swirling within her gaze. Gao Linglong found herself dizzy, her awareness beginning to blur. She abruptly shook her head, regaining her clarity. "No, I genuinely do not believe." Seemingly reassured that Gao Linglong's response was sincere, Angelisa stepped back, revealing a gentle smile once more. "I apologize for disturbing you, Miss Gao Linglong. Since that is the case, I shall not take up more of your time." With that, Angelisa turned and opened the door, her footsteps light as if dancing upon invisible notes, her skirts brushing the threshold with an almost imperceptible buoyancy. As she exited the corridor of the relay station, she glanced back at Gao Linglong's door, the last trace of curiosity fading from her eyes. Confirmed. Gao Linglong was neither a devotee of the master nor bore the essence of any demonic seed, merely an incidental passerby who had once brushed against the master's energy. Even under hypnosis, it was highly likely she would possess no recollection of the events from that time. Angelisa exhaled in relief, a smile unconsciously curving her lips. With one less potential informant, her scheme to seize divinity faced diminished obstacles. A descent to the mortal realm not only afforded her the chance to attain godhood, but also the opportunity to trace the master's whereabouts. As she strolled along the silver-leaved path outside the relay station, she found herself tilting her head back, a light laugh escaping her lips. The moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a glow upon her face, revealing a hint of pride and cunning. "I, Angelisa, am indeed the most astute woman." She raised her hand to touch her pocket, her fingertips brushing against a cool little vial, the essence of life bestowed upon her by the master. Angelisa came to a halt, glancing to her left and right to ensure that no patrolling guards were in sight before carefully twisting open the bottle cap. The viscous liquid within shimmered faintly, exuding a delicate fragrance, with each drop being of immeasurable value. Reluctant to pour out too much, she merely tilted the bottle, allowing a single droplet of life essence to roll languidly onto her tongue. The icy liquid, upon touching her taste buds, instantly transformed into a searing warmth that flowed down her throat and into her abdomen. In the next moment, a wave of heat enveloped her body, as if countless tiny flames danced within her veins. Her muscles, bones, and even her meridians thrummed with vitality, each cell rejoicing in the newfound energy. Angelisa closed her eyes, savoring the escalating power coursing through her. Once she obtained divinity, she would harness the life essence to ascend. With a firm twist of the cap, She carefully stowed the small vial away, ambition gleaming in her eyes. At that moment, neither the papal state nor the obstructive demon commanders could hinder her. She adjusted her skirt, restoring her gentle demeanor, and set her course towards the outer city. The controlled cleric approached her. "Shall we go?" Following Angelisa's command, the cleric led the way to their destination, as she knew she must remain discreet for now, adhering to the papal rules. In the days that followed, her life gradually fell into a routine. By day, she accompanied the clerics of the church to study the fundamentals of divine arts, from simple illumination runes to basic divine power perception. Though she remained skeptical of the divine, she could not deny the intricacies of the divine arts system. In the afternoons, she immersed herself in a makeshift laboratory, assisting professors in calibrating equipment and attempting to merge the Empire's mechanical technology with divine arts, such as inscribing runes onto steam gears to test for enhanced power output. In her spare time, she often wrote letters to Chunjio, far away in the Empire. The postage fees at the post station were exorbitant, and her meager salary was insufficient, forcing her to discreetly siphon a bit from the research funds. Each time she filled out an expense report, she carefully contemplated her wording in the materials section, fearful of detection. The letters contained little of significance, mostly mundane details: which new rune she had learned that day, how many times the Professor's experiment had failed, and how the butter steak from the papal state had become somewhat cloying. The pages were filled with the musings of a young girl, and she never failed to tease Loli at the end, inquiring whether they were getting along well. Each time Chunjio received a letter, he would smile broadly. However, Loli would invariably lean over, glancing at the letters with a hint of jealousy at the words penned by his sister. On one occasion, while Chunjio sat on the sofa reading a letter, Loli suddenly embraced him from behind, her fingers playfully tugging at his collar. Her tone tinged with playful reproach. "All you do is read Linglong's letters. Do you even have eyes for me?" Before Chunjio could respond, she swiftly pushed him down onto the sofa, her movements quick and decisive yet laced with a hint of flirtation. "Wait, I haven't finished the letter yet." Chunjio chuckled, attempting to struggle, but Loli held him firmly in place. "It matters not." Loli leaned down, whispering in his ear, her breath warm against his skin. "Read to me, let us listen while we move. Perhaps it will unveil an exquisite experience." Chunjio, both helpless and amused, acquiesced to her whims, reciting the mundane details from the letter while allowing her playful antics to unfold. Within the confines of the room, the scent of ink from the letter mingled with an air of intimacy, creating a unique charm between the two, in stark contrast to the warmth of their daily life. The atmosphere within the holy palace of the Papal States was suffocatingly tense. When the news of the complete annihilation of the secret task force reached him, the Pope was reviewing documents, and in his fury, he hurled the jeweled pen to the ground, pointing an accusatory finger at the reporting cleric, berating, "A bunch of useless fools. You couldn't even protect a single squad. If the divine essence falters, you will all be consigned to confess before the altar until death." The clerics, terrified, knelt in silence, not daring to breathe. This task force had been meticulously chosen by the Pope, equipped with the finest armaments of the Church, expected to ensure Myra's safe passage. Yet, they had perished without even crossing the border. Clearly, another force was at play, one far more formidable than anticipated. Whether it was the entity that had slain the divine was uncertain. The Pope paced within the hall, his countenance ashen, the gems on his crown glinting ominously with each movement. Just as his patience waned, another cleric burst in, urgency lacing his voice. "Your Holiness, good news. Lady Mira is alive. She claims to have evaded her pursuers and is en route to the borders of the Papal States." The Pope halted abruptly, a flicker of unrestrained joy flashing in his eyes, quickly replaced by composure. "Are you certain? No traps?" "Indeed. It is Lady Mira who transmitted the message using encrypted divine magic, accompanied by a code known only to you." The Pope exhaled, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. He immediately commanded, "Deploy the entire Holy Radiance Knights at once. Ensure the safe retrieval of Mira. Heighten vigilance along the route. If any suspicious forces are encountered, eliminate them without hesitation." "Yes." The cleric complied, departing, and the oppressive atmosphere within the palace began to lift. The Pope approached the window, gazing at the distant divine barrier with unwavering resolve. As long as Mira could bring back the divine essence, the loss of a task force would be deemed worthwhile. As the Pope received news of Myra's survival, Angelisa sat by the window of her residence in the outer city, her fingers delicately pinching a leaf from a silverleaf tree. Although she appeared to admire the street scene outside, she was, in fact, receiving intelligence clearly through a black rune concealed behind her ear, gleaned from the guards of the holy city. Mira was not dead. The Pope would dispatch the Holy Radiance Knights for her assistance. She missed not a single word. More resilient than anticipated, Angelisa chuckled softly, her fingertips reducing the silver leaf to ashes in an instant. During these days, she had kept herself busy, feigning the role of a compliant survivor by day while, under the guise of evening strolls, she subtly infiltrated the military forces of the Holy City through charm and hypnosis. Her methods were exceedingly discreet. With merely a glance or a whispered word, she could implant mental suggestions in ordinary patrolling soldiers, compelling them to follow her commands unconsciously. For the mid-ranking officers, she would approach under the guise of seeking guidance on divine arts, using sweet words laced with magical energy to undermine their wills and turn them into her puppets. In merely a few days, a quarter of the city's guards had secretly fallen under her control, from the gatekeepers to the station sentinels. And even some knights patrolling the outskirts of the Holy Palace, all had become mere pawns on her chessboard. Only those high-ranking cardinals remained untouched by her machinations. These individuals, having long served alongside the Pope, possessed a profound reservoir of divine power and an exceptionally strong resistance to mental domination. Any misstep could alert them to her schemes. Chapter 176. Preparation. Angelus understood the art of patience well, opting to temporarily spare this group rather than prematurely revealing her plans. A knock echoed at the door. It was a knight commander under her control. He bowed at the threshold, his tone respectful. "My lady, the Holy Radiance Knights have assembled and will depart for the border in 2 hours to rendezvous with Mira." "Understood," Angelus replied, her gaze lifting, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes. "Proceed as originally planned, and ensure our people keep a close watch on the knights' movements. The moment they locate Mira, send word to me immediately." "Yes," the knight commander acknowledged, retreating with an empty expression, devoid of autonomous thought. Angelus approached her vanity, gazing at her gentle visage reflected in the mirror, a smirk of derision curling her lips. The Pope believed that dispatching an elite knight order would safeguard the divine essence, oblivious to the fact that the Holy City had already been hollowed out by her machinations. Once she accompanied the knights to find Mira, seized the divine essence, and mobilized her controlled forces to seal off the Holy City, she would relish witnessing how the exalted Pope would confront the loss of divine power and military authority. She raised her hand to retrieve a vial of life essence, pouring a drop onto her fingertip and gently dabbing it onto her forehead. The liquid seeped into her skin, a refreshing power coursing through her, further enhancing her mental acuity. Just a little longer, she whispered to her reflection, "Soon, the entire papal kingdom shall serve as the stepping stone for my ascension to divinity." She concentrated a strand of black energy at her fingertip, lightly touching the center of the mirror. The formerly smooth surface rippled instantly, resembling a lake disturbed by a stone, a deep violet halo swirling at its edges. "Caring, I require your assistance." Her voice was deeper than usual, tinged with an imperceptible gravity. Despite having gained control over a quarter of the city's military, the stakes of the divine essence contest were monumental, particularly with her concerns regarding the potential intervention of the supreme divine kingdom. She needed a sufficiently powerful external ally for assurance. "Ah, is this not our omnipotent Angelus? How delightful to see you in need of assistance." The ripples in the mirror stirred, revealing a dragon's head cloaked in silver scales. Its horns curved like a crescent moon, and its golden slit pupils sparkled with mockery. The tip of its tail playfully flicking beneath the mirror's surface, leaving trails of ephemeral light. Angelus had no inclination to engage in banter. She stated plainly, "I intend to seize the divine essence of the papal kingdom and break through the demigod threshold to achieve divinity. However, I wish to avoid any disturbances from those entities of the supreme divine realm. Should they detect the fluctuation of divine essence, they would undoubtedly dispatch individuals to cause chaos, and that would lead to significant trouble. I can assist you." Kaelin yawned, her golden slit pupils narrowing slightly, her tone laced with a hint of negotiation. "However, I shall not offer my help without compensation. What can you provide in return?" Angelissa instinctively clenched her fists, retrieving a vial of life essence from her pocket. A flicker of pain crossed her eyes. This was a precious gift bestowed upon her by the Lord, with each drop capable of significantly enhancing her power. "I have discovered the trace of my Lord's true soul. When I meet him again, he shall surely bestow upon me divine artifacts once more. At that time, I will share half of my gift with you." "Huh, who would covet your gifts?" Kaelin scoffed, shaking her head dismissively. The light patterns on her dragon horn flickered momentarily. "The gifts granted to you by our Lord are inherently justified. If I were to seize them, I would have no explanation should our Lord inquire later." After a brief pause, the mockery in her golden pupils diminished slightly. "I do not require much. Merely 3 promises from you. Should I have requests of you in the future, you must unconditionally assist me 3 times. At these words, Angelissa's heart sank. She loathed the thought of being beholden to anyone, especially a powerful and unpredictable dragon like Kalen, who could foresee what outrageous demands she might make later. Yet, at present, no better options were available. The threat from the supreme divine realm was far more daunting than the burden of a favor owed. Very well. She gritted her teeth and replied solemnly, I promise you, should you have 3 requests in the future, I will unconditionally assist you. Splendid. A hint of delight appeared on Kalen's draconic visage, her golden pupils sparkling with renewed vigor. Rest assured, I will aid you regarding the supreme divine realm. Tomorrow, the Dragonborn Legion will launch an assault on the supreme divine realm. You need only focus on seizing your divine essence while I handle the rest. As her voice faded, the dragon's visage in the mirror gradually dissipated, the ripples subsiding as the mirror returned to its original form. Angelissa gazed at the now empty mirror, letting out a soft sigh. In the desolate borderlands, dust swirled in the air. Mira, cloaked in a dark mantle, swiftly navigated through the remnants of crumbled walls, the distant roar of monsters echoing behind her. She had been fleeing with the divine essence for 3 days, her arms beneath the cloak still seeping blood. Yet she fiercely protected the bronze box cradled in her arms, containing the divine essence coveted by the holy nation. Due to the presence of demonic seeds, no creatures had attacked her during her journey, and her current appearance was a deliberate disguise. Lady Mira, we have arrived. The rhythmic sound of hooves approached from afar, the silver armor of the Holy Radiance Knights gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. The Knight Commander, wielding a lance of holy light, led the charge through the monsters, swiftly encircling Mira for protection. Thank you all for your hard work. Mira exhaled with relief, lifting her cloak to reveal her pale face. The divine essence is here. We must return to the holy city promptly, as there may be unforeseen events along the way. The Knight Commander nodded, promptly issuing orders to accelerate the pace of the troop. The hundreds of knights advanced in a wedge formation, holy light runes swirling upon their heavy armor, forming a formidable barrier, while the low-level monsters along the route dared not approach. However, they failed to notice a dark figure in the distance, coldly observing the scene. It was Angelissa, who had arrived early to lay an ambush. At last, she had come. With a deft motion, Angelissa's fingers traced the edge of the black dagger at her waist. Behind her, in the dense forest, hundreds of soldiers from the holy city, under her control, had drawn their bows, their arrows tipped with a black oil capable of temporarily suppressing divine power. She had calculated that the Night Order, eager to reach their destination, would inevitably pass through this narrow valley, the perfect site for an ambush. Fire! At Angelissa's whispered command, arrows rained down like a tempest, striking with precision at the Night Order's flank. The knights, tainted by the black oil, felt their divine powers stifled, the radiant runes of their heavy armor dimming. Ambush! Be on guard. The Knight Commander, filled with fury and alarm, was about to organize a counterattack when he saw Angelissa, like a specter, dart into their midst. With a swift motion, her black dagger sliced through the throat of one knight, leaving only an afterimage in her wake. Her target was clear, the bronze box cradled in Myra's arms. Mira reacted with lightning speed, drawing a short blade from her waist to meet the attack. But she was no demigod. She stood no chance against Angelissa. In an instant, her blade was sent flying, and Angelissa's dagger was pressed against her neck. Do not move. Angelissa's voice was icy, and with her other hand, she seized the bronze box. If you dare to resist, I shall ensure your demise first. Chapter 177, The Conspirator. The Night Order, leaderless and hindered by the black oil suppressing their divine powers, was swiftly subdued by the ambushing soldiers. Angelissa escorted Mira deeper into the valley, gesturing for her subordinates to handle the captives while she focused intently on Mira, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in her eyes. During their brief skirmish, she had sensed a familiar energy emanating from Mira. Who are you? Why do you seek the divine essence? Mira asked through clenched teeth, her gaze filled with wariness. Angelissa did not respond. Instead, she raised her hand and pressed it against Myra's shoulder, allowing a trickle of black energy to seep in. The moment the energy touched Myra's body, her pupils dilated in shock. It resonated with the magical seed within her. You too possess a magical seed? Angelissa's voice carried disbelief as she scrutinized Myra's aura, confirming that it was indeed a magical energy of the same origin as her own, albeit weaker, as if deliberately suppressed. Myra's complexion turned ashen, her body trembling involuntarily. The magical seed was her greatest secret. How could Angelissa have detected it? Who exactly are you? Angelissa slowly withdrew her hand. a complex smile gracing her lips. She had initially thought Mira was merely a pawn of the Pope, but to her surprise, she discovered they were of the same lineage. This was an unexpected delight. Perhaps Mira still held potential value. "Who I am is of little importance," Angelisa remarked, weighing the bronze box in her hand, her gaze sharp. "What matters is that you, harboring a magical seed, are lurking beside the Pope. Surely, your loyalty to the Church is not genuine, is it? Why not propose a transaction?" "What transaction?" Myra's voice remained cautious, yet her taut body visibly relaxed somewhat. The magical energy radiating from Angelisa was not deceptive. They were indeed kindred spirits. At least for the time being, free from the threat of death. Angela stepped forward, her fingertips delicately lifting Myra's chin, her gaze sharp as a blade. "Tell me, from where does your demonic lineage originate? Or have you beheld the true visage of our Lord? Where is he now?" She had begun to suspect Myra's identity, but sought confirmation from the latter's own lips. "I will not fall for your tricks." Mira abruptly turned her head, evading Angelisa's hand, retreating repeatedly while keeping a wary eye on her. "You are neither a citizen of the Church nor an agent of the Empire. What do you truly intend to achieve with the demon seed?" She understood that the secret of the demon seed was of utmost importance and must not be disclosed lightly. Should her adversary be an undercover agent sent by the Supreme Divine Kingdom, the consequences would be dire. "Relax, we are allies." Angelus chuckled softly, raising her hand to wave behind her. In the next moment, a flash of steel illuminated the scene, and among the captured holy knights, aside from a few vacant-eyed soldiers who were clearly spies, the rest fell instantly into a pool of blood, staining the valley's stones with crimson. Myra's pupils constricted sharply, and just as she was about to cry out, Angelus pulled her into an embrace. Their bodies pressed tightly together, their abdomens touching at that instant. The energies of their demon seeds resonated wildly within them, a faint dark aura spilling forth as they intertwined to form a dense web of energy. Countless fragments of information flooding into Angelus's mind. She witnessed Myra's forbearance while lurking beside the Pope, the agony during the awakening of her demon seed, and the blurred figure of the Lord bestowing the demon seed upon her. "So it is, you are the new pet of our Lord. No wonder your demonic aura is so faint." Angelus released Mira, ruffling her hair with a tone that bore more amusement and less hostility. Mira trembled, her expression shifting from wariness to astonishment and then transforming into profound reverence. To glean her memories through the resonance of the demon seed and to address the Lord so familiarly, this individual before her was undoubtedly a remarkable figure. A veteran who had followed the Lord for many years. Weak in the knees, she immediately knelt, bowing her head in respect. "I am Mira, your humble servant. Honored to meet you. I apologize for my previous transgressions. I beseech your forgiveness. Rise, for you are one of our Lord's own, and such formalities are unnecessary." Angelus extended her hand to assist her up, her eyes shimmering with excitement. "I am aware of your intentions through the demon seed. Your presence beside the Pope is solely for the purpose of vengeance, is it not? I know well of the massacre of your family that he orchestrated to solidify his power." Myra's body trembled, her eyes reddening in an instant. Yet she gritted her teeth to hold back her tears. Vengeance was her sole sustenance for survival, and the very reason she embraced the demon seed. "Fear not. I shall aid you in exacting your revenge." Angelus weighed the bronze box in her hand, the energy of the divine spark within subtly vibrating. "Once I attain divinity and the power of the divine spark, I will help you suppress the Pope's divine might. At that time, the opportunity to slay him and obliterate the Church will be yours." Contemplating the scene of the Pope lying before her, the prospect of avenging her family's bloodshed ignited a fierce flame of vengeance within Myra's eyes, her breath quickening. "Thank you, my lady. I am willing to traverse fire and water for you, without hesitation." "Excellent." Angelus nodded with satisfaction, handing the bronze box to Mira for safekeeping. "Now, we must return to the Holy City. The Pope awaits the divine essence. We shall present him with a splendid display of our triumphant return." The two exchanged a glance, a glimmer of cold light flashing in their eyes. At the city gates of the Holy City, the 12 golden bells struck in succession, their melodious chimes piercing through the clouds, reverberating throughout the entire district. The Pope, adorned in a robe embellished with precious gems and crowned with the symbol of supreme authority, led the cardinals and high clergy to the center of the square. Behind them, the silver banners embroidered with the patterns of divine guardianship fluttered in the wind, their rustling mingling with the chimes, creating an atmosphere of solemnity and sanctity. The square was thronged with the faithful citizens, holding white flowers, their faces adorned with pious smiles as they stood on tiptoe, gazing towards the gates. All awaited the historic moment of witnessing the return of the sacred relic. many having already burned incense and prayed for divine protection. As Angelus and Mira, accompanied by the knightly order, slowly entered the square, the sound of hooves on the cobblestone resonated uniformly and heavily. The silver armor of the knights glimmered coldly in the sunlight. Yet a closer inspection revealed their vacant gazes and stiff movements. They had long been under Angelus's mental control, merely maintaining a facade of majesty. A flicker of ecstasy crossed the Pope's eyes as he hastened forward, his usual composure dissipating significantly. Mira, you have worked hard. The journey was perilous. Is the divine essence safe? His gaze fixed intently on the bronze box cradled in Mira's hands, his breath quickening. With her head bowed, Mira slowly extended the bronze box towards the Pope, her fingertips whitening from the strain. However, her eyes subtly glanced at Angelus beside her. A hint of barely perceptible tension concealed within them. The moment of confrontation had finally arrived. Just as the Pope's fingers were about to graze the cold surface of the bronze box, Angelus suddenly sprang into action. Her figure darted past Mira like an arrow released from a bow, moving with such swiftness that only a shadow remained. The dark energy coalescing at her fingertips transformed into an invisible claw, seizing the bronze box with a decisive and fluid motion, devoid of hesitation. Who are you to dare disrupt the holy city? The Pope exclaimed, both startled and enraged. His divine power surged violently, golden holy light erupting from within him, saturating the surrounding air with a dazzling brilliance. He extended his hand, attempting to reclaim the box, his voice quivering with anger. Return the divine essence at once. That is a sacred object beyond your grasp. Yet Angelus stood her ground, a cold smirk curving her lips. Ignoring the Pope's furious shouts, she raised her hand and lifted the lid of the bronze box. In that instant, a divine essence radiating a soft white aura slowly ascended from within, a magnificent and pure divine presence sweeping across the square like a tempest. The citizens, overwhelmed by this aura, fell to their knees, many even prostrated on the ground, too fearful to lift their heads. The clergy, too, displayed expressions of horror, their sacred texts dropping from their hands, their eyes filled with disbelief. Angelicia's voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout every corner of the square, overshadowing the tremors of the populace and the gasps of the clergy. From this day forth, this divine essence shall belong to me. Upon uttering these words, she resolutely raised her hand and pressed the levitating divine essence against her forehead. The moment the essence touched her skin, it transformed into a brilliant stream of light, swiftly penetrating her being. In the next instant, an indescribable force erupted around her. Dark magical energy seeped from her pores, intertwining with the golden divinity emanating from within her, creating a tempest of black and white energy. Her aura surged at a visibly rapid pace, breaking through the pinnacle of demigodhood and racing towards divine ascendance. Her plain garment fluttered without a breeze, creating a resonant sound. Complex runes flickered in her pupils, morphing into magical patterns and occasionally revealing golden divine seals. The very fabric of space around her distorted slightly due to the violent fluctuations of energy, causing the ground to crack with fine lines. It is worth noting that Mira had once only acquired a mere fragment of the energy released by the divine essence, whereas Angelicia was now absorbing the essence's very core. This was the true key to ascending to divinity. She was on the verge of becoming a god. Through the divine essence, she was directly achieving godhood. An aged cardinal in crimson robes, witnessing the spectacle before him, gasped in despair. The crucifix in his hand clattered to the ground, the sharp sound echoing hauntingly in the silent square. The sacred divine essence had been seized by a heretic, even aiding her ascent to divinity, a calamity unprecedented for the theocratic nation that revered the divine. The Pope gazed at the ever-rising divinity enveloping Angelicia, his eyes bloodshot and filled with fury. He understood all too well that once Angelicia fully assimilated the divine essence, their nation would possess no means of resistance. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of divine power within him, condensing golden holy light in his palm, compressing it until it transformed into a spear of holy radiance. Nearly a yard in length, its tip shimmering with blinding brilliance, even scorching the air with a crackling sound. Heretic, I shall not allow you to defile the divine essence. The Pope roared, thrusting his arm forward. The holy spear shot towards Angelicia's heart like a meteor, imbued with an earth-shattering momentum. Yet, Angelicia was no longer the demigod of yore. Faced with the oncoming spear of holy light, she did not even take a step back. Instead, she casually raised her right hand, and a dense wave of black energy surged forth from her palm, instantly forming an impenetrable barrier of energy. With a deafening clang, The spear collided violently with the barrier, golden light exploding in all directions, yet not a single crack marred its surface, ultimately dissipating into motes of light in the air. Following this, Angelica flicked her fingers, and a highly condensed wave of black energy shot forth like an arrow, striking the Pope squarely in the chest. The Pope, caught completely off guard, was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the divine inscription pillar in the center of the square. The golden runes on the stone pillar dimmed instantaneously, fissures spreading across its surface. The Pope expelled a mouthful of blood, staining the sacred robe that adorned his chest, while his golden crown tumbled from his head, rolling to the feet of the commoners, rendering him particularly disheveled. "It is impossible. How could your power be so formidable?" The Pope struggled to rise from the ground, his body swaying precariously, nearly toppling again. The divine energy within him surged chaotically, rendering even the most basic manipulation of his power a Herculean task. He realized he was no match for Angelica and could only hope for reinforcements. The Pope hastily raised his hand to activate the communication rune at his waist, an emergency rune that could directly contact the Holy Palace Guard. Yet, the rune flickered with golden light but offered no response, sinking into silence as if cast into the abyss. Unbeknownst to him, a quarter of the garrison in the Holy City had already fallen under Angelica's charm, becoming her puppets. The remaining troops had been preemptively dispatched outside the city under the pretense of strengthening border defenses. At this moment, the Holy City stood as a defenseless hollow shell. Even more despairing was the fact that the distress signal sent to the Supreme Divine Nation had also vanished without a trace. Far in the core region of the Supreme Divine Nation, Carling led a frenzy of assaults alongside his monstrous army, leaving the Divine Nation's soldiers preoccupied and indifferent to the Pope's cries for help. "Help! Feudal!" Angelica slowly approached the Pope, looking down upon him with undisguised derision in her eyes. "Your people have either become my puppets or have perished outside the city. Your Holiness, you are now utterly alone. No one will come to your aid." The Pope was engulfed in panic, the dignity that once graced his countenance evaporating, replaced solely by fear. His gaze swept across the square, ultimately landing on Mira, as if grasping a final lifeline. He implored, "Mira, you are the holy maiden candidate of the Church. I have treated you well. Quickly, aid me in slaying this heretic. Should you take action, I shall overlook the past and formally elevate you to the status of a holy maiden." Yet, Mira remained unresponsive, slowly drawing the short blade from her waist, its gleam reflecting the chill in her gaze. She advanced step by step behind the Pope, her voice calm, yet laced with an icy bitterness. "Treated you well? Pope, have you forgotten 20 years ago when you slaughtered my entire family under the pretext of heresy?" "What did you say?" The Pope's pupils constricted, finally recognizing Myra's identity. Disbelief etched across his features. Before he could utter another word, Myra's short blade pierced deeply into his back, the blade penetrating through his robe and striking a critical point. The Pope's body stiffened abruptly, and he slowly turned his head to face Myra's frigid visage. His lips moved as if attempting to articulate something, yet all that escaped was a spurt of blood, his eyes wide with shock and resentment. You too have betrayed me." Mira forcefully withdrew the blade, blood gushing forth, splattering onto her black cloak, resembling vibrant flowers in bloom. She looked down at the Pope as he crumpled to the ground, his breath waning, devoid of any trace of compassion in her eyes, replaced solely by the tranquility of vengeance. "You were the first to betray everyone. This is the fate you deserve." Angelica approached the lifeless body of the Pope, lifting her foot to give it a gentle kick. Once she confirmed his demise, she raised her gaze to the trembling clergy and citizens gathered in the square. The divine aura and power that enveloped her gradually receded, yet the oppressive presence of a deity still loomed over the entire square, instilling a sense of reverence that rendered them unable to look up. "From this day forth, the papal state is no more." Angelica's voice resonated throughout every corner of the square, imbued with an undeniable authority. "Those willing to submit to me, remain. I shall ensure your safety. Those unwilling to submit shall bear the consequences of their choice." An eerie silence enveloped the square as all heads bowed in fear, speechless. Moments later, an elderly cleric was the first to react, collapsing to his knees with a thud and respectfully proclaiming, "Hail the new God." With the first to kneel, others followed suit. The cries of "Hail the new God," echoing in succession. After all, the timing of assistance from the pantheon of the supreme deity was uncertain, and if they did not shift their allegiance now, death could very well be their fate. Mira stood beside Angelica, her heart a tempest of emotions as she witnessed the scene before her. Years of hatred had finally been avenged. The heavy stone that had rested upon her chest now lifted completely, Angelus placed her hand on Myra's shoulder, a satisfied smile gracing her lips, her tone affectionate. Come, little pet, the fall of the papal state is merely the beginning. We have much to accomplish. Myra nodded, following closely behind Angelus as they made their way toward the grand cathedral of the Holy City. The unfolding events in the square left the observing students of the Empire utterly stunned. Having only arrived in the papal state a few days prior, they had recently attended a welcoming banquet hosted by the Pope, and now they were witnesses to his assassination and the collapse of his realm. Even bearing witness to the birth of a new deity. Is it truly over? One student muttered to himself, nearly dropping his notebook in shock. We haven't even begun to delve into the divine arts. Another student furrowed his brow, a conflicted expression on his face. Should we now pledge our faith to this new deity? If we refuse, will we be deemed heretics? The students murmured among themselves, their faces reflecting shock and bewilderment, completely unprepared for such a seismic shift in their mission. In stark contrast to the students' disarray, the accompanying professors quickly regained their composure, their eyes glimmering with the thrill of inquiry. A sociology professor adjusted his glasses and remarked to his colleague, "This presents an exceptional research opportunity. We can document the shift in power and the transition of divinity, examining the belief choices and psychological transformations of the populace. Such insights hold immense value for our understanding of the relationship between faith and authority." Other professors nodded in agreement, producing their notebooks to swiftly jot down notes. The current reactions of the populace, the attitudes of the clergy, and the words and actions of the new deity became precious data for their scholarly pursuits. Gao Linglong also received her assignment, accompanying several clerics to visit local shops and investigate the true sentiments of the people. She entered a bakery where the proprietor, a middle-aged woman, was busily organizing her shelves. "May I inquire about your thoughts on the arrival of the new deity?" Gao Linglong softly asked. The woman wiped her hands and replied with a smile. "In the past, we believed in the gods, though none were ever seen. Now, the new deity stands in the square, ensuring our safety. It matters not whom we believe in." After visiting several shops and residences, Gao Linglong found that most of the populace shared sentiments akin to those of the baker. They held no fervent attachment to faith itself, focusing instead on the stability of their lives. When the Pope was in power, they worshipped abstract deities. Now that the new god has descended, their faith naturally shifted to this tangible entity. Of course, there were a few zealous adherents reluctant to accept this change, gathering at the church entrance to rally in defense of the old gods, but they were swiftly dispersed by the arriving clergy. Gao Linglong witnessed a cleric grasping a fervent follower's arm, quietly warning, "Do not be foolish. You have seen the new deity's power. Should you cause further unrest, we shall all perish." Those who continued to incite chaos were executed by the clergy. Upon returning to the inn, Gao Linglong shared her findings with the professors, unable to suppress her astonishment. "I find it peculiar that as believers, they exhibit little resistance to the transformation of their deity. It seems as effortless as changing attire." "This is quite normal," one professor elucidated. "During our visits, we discovered that most citizens accepted the upper clergy's assertions, who claimed that the Pope had violated divine laws in an attempt to usurp divinity, thus inciting divine retribution. Now that the new god has come, it is to personally govern the theocratic state, as per divine will. Isn't that terrifying?" A young assistant frowned, disbelief evident in his tone. "Faith can be so easily directed and altered? Your fear arises from living in an empire accustomed to loyalty to the king," another professor interjected, calmly analyzing. "However, consider if a similar event were to transpire within the empire, where a deity suddenly slays the king, proclaiming their intent to control the state. Yet all other systems remain unchanged. The nobles, seeking self-preservation, would likely acquiesce, apart from the king's most loyal subjects, who would dare to resist. You blaspheme against the king." A conservative professor retorted sharply, his face flushed with indignation. "The foundation of the empire lies in royal authority and industry, far beyond the theocratic state maintained by faith." The two immediately fell into a heated argument, with other scholars joining the discussion, causing an uproar within the inn. Unbeknownst to them, the captain of the dragon cavalry, stationed at the entrance, leaned against a pillar, seemingly observing the surroundings while meticulously recording every word of the scholar's dialogue. He discreetly rubbed the communication talisman at his waist, a grave expression crossing his eyes. "The empire must be informed of this situation. The deity's power is too formidable, and preparations must be made post-haste." Chapter 180. Reinforcements. The captain of the dragon cavalry meticulously documented the scholar's discourse regarding the upheaval in the holy city, then retrieved a special communication talisman from his waist. This was a one-time encrypted communication device, specially crafted by the Empire, capable of ensuring that the message reached the king directly. He infused his fingertips with spiritual energy, causing the communication talisman to glow faintly, compressing all information into a stream of light that raced toward the Empire. Within the Imperial Palace, the king was perusing reports from the border conflicts when he suddenly sensed the energy fluctuations from the talisman. Upon reading the news of the Pope's kingdom's downfall and the birth of a new deity, his expression changed dramatically. He immediately set aside his documents and commanded, "Dispatch elite messengers at once to the Pope's kingdom. It is imperative to ascertain the origin, strength, and current circumstances of the new deity. Additionally, send an emergency communication talisman." After receiving the order, the messenger mounted the swiftest spiritual war chariot and sped toward the Pope's kingdom, not daring to delay for even a moment. Meanwhile, within the Holy City, Angelisa had decreed that the Empire's delegation could move freely, yet prohibited the clergy and citizens of the Pope's kingdom from excessive interaction with them. The clergy and populace already held a profound reverence for this new deity, and now they dared not defy the command, fearing repercussions from clandestine encounters with the Empire's people. Although the Empire's professors and students could roam the city, they felt the weight of invisible gazes upon them, proceeding with their investigations with utmost caution. Simultaneously, on the battlefield deep within the core of the supreme divine nation, Carling hovered in midair, her silver dragon scales glinting coldly amidst the flames of war. Suddenly, Angelisa's voice echoed in her mind, accompanied by vivid images of the upheaval in the Holy City. This was a special connection among the demonkind that transcended space to relay information. It turned out that their master was located in that human empire. Upon finishing Angelisa's account, a glimmer of understanding flickered in Carling's golden-slit pupils. She swatted away a deity from the supreme divine nation and casually responded, "What do you intend to do?" "I am contemplating whether to directly approach the human empire and request our master's awakening." Angelisa's voice brimmed with anticipation, asserting that once their master awakened, his immense power would surely compel the supreme divine nation, along with those hidden forces, to submit. Subsequently, they would assist their master in establishing a new order. "If you wish to go, then go. Why seek my counsel?" Carling scoffed lightly, her tone laced with jest. "We are all followers of our master. Our statuses are fundamentally similar, and there is no need to consult me on every matter." Yet, within her heart, she harbored her own calculations. Their master had chosen to slumber for reasons of his own, and should they inadvertently disturb him, it would be the gravest transgression. Moreover, Carling steadfastly believed that they should rely on their own strength to support their master rather than depend on his power for every dilemma. If all troubles were to be resolved by their master personally, what significance would their existence hold as his followers? Angelisa fell silent for a moment, feeling somewhat helpless. Carling was clearly not to be easily persuaded, unwilling to bear the risk of disturbing their master. She glanced down at her hands, still warm with the remnants of divine essence. The tasks of seizing the divine essence and locating their master had been successfully accomplished, but the final decision of whether to awaken him had become the most arduous choice. "If you hesitate, then let us wait a while longer. I have learned that many battleships from the universal technology have already set sail toward you. Take care of yourself." After Carling conveyed the information he had gathered to Angelisa, he severed communication. Within the command room of cosmic technology, a crimson alarm suddenly blared, signaling the receipt of an urgent directive via encrypted communication channels from the company's principal shareholder. The order demanded the immediate dispatch of a fleet of escort ships to the front lines of a designated world to ensure the safety of specified individuals. The commander's pupils dilated. Acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, this enigmatic major shareholder seldom issued commands lightly, and when they did, it invariably pertained to matters of utmost importance. Without hesitation, the supervisor promptly retrieved the fleet deployment roster, swiftly gliding his finger across the holographic screen until it rested upon the insignia of the Supreme Fleet. "Immediately notify the Supreme Fleet to prepare for departure within half an hour. Destination, Frontline, A7 World. Mission priority, highest, with a focus on safeguarding the designated individuals." The Supreme Fleet constituted one of the core military strengths of cosmic technology, boasting combat capabilities equivalent to 3 upper-tier deities. The fleet was equipped with warship shields capable of withstanding divine-level assaults, along with capital ships armed with god-slaying cannons, sufficient to counter the vast majority of threats. The decision to deploy such a formidable fleet stemmed from recent intelligence indicating the sudden and mysterious demise of several upper-tier deities from the supreme divine nation. The company's leadership, apprehensive about the complexities of the frontline situation, resolved to engage this ace fleet, fearing that a smaller contingent would be insufficient. Moreover, it was critical to note that the A7 world lay directly at the forefront of the battle against the Abyss. Currently, the only force standing against the Abyss on the front lines was the Supreme Divine Nation. Other factions that had previously pledged to combat alongside them had either retreated to safety or covertly negotiated with the Abyss, leaving the front line under immense pressure, teetering on the brink of collapse. As the supreme fleet of cosmic technology made its jump and arrived at the periphery of the A7 world, the dazzling array of warships instantly captured everyone's attention. The silver-white hulls bore the exclusive insignia of cosmic technology, and their energy shields radiated a soft blue glow, creating a monumental presence that caused the surrounding space to quiver slightly. This imposing aura also incited fierce hostility from the Supreme Divine Nation. Patrolling soldiers from the Divine Nation immediately took to the skies, targeting the fleet of cosmic technology, their communications channel crackling with the furious shouts of the Divine Nation's soldiers. Cosmic technology personnel? What brings you here? It is essential to understand that cosmic technology and the Supreme Divine Nation had long been at odds. The former rose to power through technological prowess while the latter revered divine authority, leading to a perpetual state of Cold War between the two. A temporary alliance had been reluctantly forged to combat the Abyss, but that alliance had since dissolved. "We are merely executing a protective mission, which does not concern you," replied the fleet commander of cosmic technology in a frigid tone, disinterested in further entanglements with the soldiers of the Divine Nation, and promptly ordered the fleet to proceed towards the designated coordinates. As they witnessed the fleet of cosmic technology slowly depart, the soldiers of the Divine Nation clenched their fists in anger, glaring at the retreating ships. One soldier could not contain his frustration, exclaiming, "Damn those bastards. We had an agreement to fight the Abyss together, and what now? They are either hiding behind the scenes, or, like cosmic technology, only caring about their own affairs. Acting like cowards." Another soldier gritted his teeth and added, "Moreover, those forces secretly colluding with the Abyss have long forsaken the alliance. Now, it is only our Divine Nation that bears the brunt on the front lines, and we are bound to be overwhelmed." Amidst the furious outbursts, the patrol team of the Supreme Divine Nation descended slowly, yet every face was etched with reluctance. Chapter 181. The grand finale on the battlefield at the border of the Supreme Divine Nation. A fierce clash raged between the monstrous army and the soldiers of the Divine Nation. A monstrous commander, pointing towards the approaching fleet from cosmic technology, hurried to Kalen's side, his tone laced with confusion. "My lord, should we not intercept that fleet of humans that has suddenly intruded into the battlefield? Their formation suggests they intend to breach our defenses." Kalen, suspended in midair, fixed her silver dragon eyes intently on the flag flying atop the cosmic technology warships. At the center of the flag was a pattern composed of black lines, twisted yet exuding a familiar aura. It was the exclusive insignia of the original demon kind. She silently closed her eyes, recalling the message conveyed by Angelisa. Her lord's presence was in that small world, and this insignia was likely connected to her lord. "Do not interfere. Let them pass." Kalen opened her eyes, a flicker of understanding passing through her golden-slit pupils. They bore no hostility and were not reinforcements for the Supreme Divine Nation. There was no need to squander military strength on an interception. "I understand." The monstrous commander immediately grasped the situation and promptly turned to issue orders. The monstrous soldiers, originally converging towards the cosmic technology fleet, quickly regrouped, willingly creating a passage in the defense line. Some even raised their hands to signal the fleet's passage, their demeanor exceedingly accommodating. This scene was precisely witnessed by the soldiers of the Supreme Divine Nation from afar, and the already simmering anger among them erupted anew, their curses more ferocious than before. "I knew it. Cosmic technology and the abyssal monsters have long been in cahoots," one soldier exclaimed, his face flushed with rage as he pointed towards the fleet, shouting, "Look, the monsters are willingly clearing the way for them. Aren't they all in league? It's no wonder they stood idly by while we bore the brunt on the front lines. They had already conspired with the enemy. This is more detestable than those who directly betrayed us." Another soldier seethed, gripping his holy sword so tightly that it creaked. Meanwhile, the supervisor of the cosmic technology fleet stood within the command cabin, observing the gradually parting monstrous defenses on the screen, a look of bewilderment on his face. Before departure, he had prepared for the worst, knowing that the fleet would have to traverse the battlefield of the abyssal monsters, inevitably engaging in combat, and possibly incurring casualties to break through. Yet now, not only were the monsters not attacking, but they were also actively allowing passage, far exceeding his expectations. "Supervisor." The monstrous army has cleared a path. We can proceed directly, came the voice of the communications officer. Understood. Proceed along the original route, remain vigilant, and be observant of our surroundings, the supervisor responded, regaining his composure and issuing a solemn command. Though he felt perplexed, he did not dwell on it. The thoughts of the higher-ups were not for him to ponder. As the fleet's supervisor, his duty was to follow orders, ensure the mission's completion, and maintain unwavering loyalty to the company. The fleet gracefully navigated through the passage yielded by the monstrous entities. The shimmering silver hull starkly contrasting with the dark army of beasts, yet surprisingly, no conflict ensued. As the fleet gradually receded, the clamor of battle persisted. Yet the fury and suspicion within the hearts of the soldiers of the supreme divine nation intensified. The collusion between cosmic technology and the abyss had become a fresh thorn in their hearts. Within the imperial estate, moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a gentle glow upon the carpet, revealing two entwined figures. Lowly nestled upon Chunjio's lap, her fingertips delicately tracing the collar of his attire, planting a soft kiss upon his cheek. The warmth of her touch prompted Chunjio to instinctively tighten his embrace, drawing her closer. At that moment, the arcane sigil upon Lowly's abdomen flickered subtly, its darkened patterns shimmering beneath the moonlight. This was both a mark of her identity and a testament to her bond with Chunjio. Not long prior, she had finally shed all pretense, revealing her secrets to Chunjio, who, unfazed, candidly disclosed his true prowess and background. Upon learning of Chunjio's extraordinary abilities, Lowly, thoroughly enchanted by love, felt no fear. Instead, she perceived their connection as a fated destiny. Two individuals, each harboring secrets, finding love amidst the vast sea of humanity was indeed a rare fortune. Thus, nestled in Chunjio's embrace, she softly proposed an alliance. My dear, shall we unite? From now on, my forces shall heed your command. Chunjio, gazing into her earnest and trusting eyes, smiled and nodded. Of course. The amalgamation of one of the three principal powers was a prospect that Chunjio welcomed. While they reached this agreement, their subordinates remained blissfully unaware, still shrouded in ignorance. To imbue their pact with a sense of ceremony, Lowly suggested, I shall summon a fleet to serve as witnesses. It will not only showcase our strength, but also convey our seriousness to those beneath us. Chunjio did not oppose her idea. He thought it wise to allow her to proceed. Besides, with the support of cosmic technology, it would facilitate the actions of his other subordinates. Before long, Lowly dispatched orders through a secure channel, summoning none other than the Supreme Fleet, which was traversing the front lines and affiliated with cosmic technology. As cosmic technology became a subsidiary of the Abyss, the Supreme Divine Nation, under pressure from the front lines, was compelled to call upon the Celestial Alliance. However, the Celestial Alliance was in a state of decay, deeply infiltrated by the Abyss. As the final straw that broke the camel's back, Gao Linglong ventured into the Celestial Alliance, and with the aid of the Red Thread, she ascended step by step to the pinnacle. Ultimately, the Celestial Alliance turned against the Supreme Divine Nation, which found itself besieged from within and without. Thus, the Abyss unified the cosmos,